I was starving, half dead, and about to be sold as a blood slave when my rusty revolver suddenly showed a status screen of freaking game system. My pathetic pistol upgraded, instantly doubling its damage and range, giving me a ridiculous bullet recovery ability. I shot down 4 death vultures with 6 shots me for survival, and the system leveled up. This time, I'll not just survive, I'll conquer this wasteland. Scorching sun beat down, the sheer cliffs of red stone baking the parched earth. A lizard darted between the rocks, pausing only a breath before a rough hand snatched it. I watched, helpless, as the dark-skinned man, his face etched with deep lines, tore off the lizard's head with his teeth, sucking the warm blood and organs with savage gusto. His companion quickly stuffed the severed tail into his mouth, chewing down on skin and bone. Hunger momentarily sated, the man's gaze shifted to me, lying under the tarpaulin of the flatbed cart. I saw the greed in his eyes as our gazes met through the burlap curtain. I raised my only weapon, the rusty revolver, and glared back defiantly. I lowered my gaze to the object in my hand, a Type 05 police revolver. The item description glared back at me, inferior revolver LV0, white quality. Base attributes, damage 1, effective range 10 meters, remaining bullets 36, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade to LV1, with a certain chance to upgrade with additional attributes. Evaluation: this is a weathered revolver, once nicknamed the gun of kindness due to its extremely low damage. It can only be used for deterrence and self-defense. Don't expect it to have too much killing power. Upgrading it cost 1 point of my health. I check my own status, Lin phone, LV19, extremely weak. Health, 6, Constitution, 6, Spirit, 8, LV1 attribute upper limit 10. Warning, weakened state. Forcibly upgrading will worsen the condition, with a high probability of losing consciousness. Severe injury to the calf, urgently needs nutritional supplements. That calf injury, a jagged piece of gravel sliced into it when those wastelanders dragged me from the underground cave. The wound festered, infected. Now, I was at 60% health. Losing another 10% was too risky. But their eyes were on me, several pairs of them, fixed on the cart. I felt their hunger, their desire for fresh meat, growing stronger. The upgrade panel was my only hope, but this pathetic revolver, I remembered news reports, 6 shots wouldn't kill a dog. My name is Dingy, it's time for a dressing change, a woman said, leaning phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. She unwrapped the cloth from my leg, scraped away the foul-smelling debris, and applied fresh herbs. Pain contorted my face. Are you a doctor? I gasped. No, a teacher, she replied, pushing her glasses up. Those red rocks are baked hematite, full of bacteria. Luckily, it's just infected, not tetanus. Who are you? Where am I? I asked. This is an Exodus squad, she answered. I woke up a little over a month before you. Captain Chan rescued us both from that cave. As for this wasteland, there's no moon, 2 suns. Endless daylight. The hottest one's behind us, we travel 20 kilometers daily to escape the heat. Legend says they're golden crows, sent to purify the world, that a savior will shoot them down, but you need to save yourself first. Vice Captain Chi-shan wants to sell me to the front convoy. To survive, you need the captain. Before she finished, arguing erupted outside. Dingy lifted the curtain. Chen Shan-chan, the captain, stood there, a short, strong woman, steel bar in hand, blocking the cart, facing the wastelanders. She'd rescued me. And in her hand, I saw it the same type of revolver she'd left me for defense. A mysterious woman, cloaked and hooded, stood beside her. Shan-chan's voice was hoarse, angry. He's not dead yet. We agreed no selling living people. Chi-shan, the man who devoured the lizard, the one who'd eyed me with such greed, stepped forward. Captain, we haven't eaten properly for days. This guy, he's our biggest catch from the underground cave. He's too injured. Sell him while he's alive, get a good price. A healthy blood slave like this is a week's worth of food for everyone. The others agreed. Shan-chan pointed her steel bar at Chi-shan. Rebel? Try it. Fear flickered across their faces. Chi-shan sniffed, pointed at me. His legs rotting, stinking. It'll attract beasts. We're starving, carrying this burden. Is the captain trying to kill us all? Shanshan's expression was grim. We collected sea buckthorn roots. We catch up with the main group, we trade for water and jerky. Shishan sneered, black specks circling in the sky. 20 kilometers. Vultures smell death. They'll attract beasts. We can't outrun them. Shanshan was silent, but wouldn't yield. Shishan's eyes landed on the supplies piled behind her. Then let's split. Tian Wanrong, another woman, chimed in, the underground harvest should be divided equally. Since Captain Chen won't sell him, the rest of the food is ours. She grabbed some sea buckthorn roots. The others hesitated, but Shanshan's silence emboldened them. Shishan produced a small bag of glittering white salt. Evolvers are recruiting in the convoy ahead. RVs. Food, lodging. I have connections. Clean salt, a rare commodity. The crowd surged, grabbing the remaining supplies. Dingy tried to stop them, but even Shanshan remained silent. All but Dingy and Shanshan left, Shishan sneering as he went, his throat-slitting gesture directed at me. Dingy cursed them, calling them ungrateful. The wastelanders stripped the cart bare, leaving only an old cart and the sea buckthorn roots Dingy held. Thirsty, I croaked, lips cracked. Shanshan offered me a sip from her water skin. Half a bag left. Your fate depends on what happens next. The water eased my burning throat. Dingy gave me a mutated sea buckthorn root. It contains starch and sugar, good for your injury. I took the sea buckthorn root, hesitated a moment, then popped it in my mouth. The heat shimmered, and Shanshan, our captain, moved to the front of the cart, her hands gripping the support poles. With her back to Dingy and me, she murmured, "It's late, we should go." Just the three of us, trundling along the endless wool tracks across the barren wasteland. I chewed the root. The sour juice triggered saliva, easing the dryness in my throat. The fibers were rough, like eating dirt. After finishing one, my health points ticked up from 6 to 7. It seemed to work. "I'm sorry, I've gotten you involved," I said, once I felt a little better. I decided to upgrade my pistol. Watching our team fall apart, I knew Shanshan wasn't cut out to be captain. But without her stubbornness, I'd probably be someone's dinner already. "It's not your fault," Dingy scoffed, pushing the cart from behind. Shishan planned this. Even without you, he'd have found a reason to get rid of the captain. Those fools, they think joining the wasteland hunters is so easy. Shishan will sell them out and they'll still help him count the money. "Save your strength," Shanshan said, her voice low. She tore off a strip of linen, tossing it to me to shield my face from the sun. They won't let it go. After 20 kilometers, we both need to be ready. After a second route, exhaustion pulled me under. I slipped back into unconsciousness. I woke to a stopped cart. Shanshan rested in the rock's shade, Dingy keeping watch, half a root in her mouth. My revolver's status was different: ordinary revolver pistol LV1, white quality basic attributes, damage 2, effective range 20 meters, remaining bullets 66, upgraded to host's level cap. Activate additional attribute, bullet recovery 11H evaluation. After optimization, the doubled damage is finally a bit lethal, but it is not enough to kill with one blow. Perhaps using it to shoot birds is a good choice. A black, rust-free revolver. I was secretly pleased. The upgrade seemed linked to my level. The damage and range were finally useful. The bullet recovery was a bonus. No more ammo worries, at least for now. But soon, I realized the sea buckthorn roots only brought my health to 7. My leg wound barely healed. It still festered and oozed. My weak body, low resistance, carbs weren't enough. I needed meat. Protein and fat. But in this wasteland, meat was precious. I looked up at the black dots circling overhead. Those birds, Dingy, gathering discarded roots to make rope, said, "Those are death vultures. Wasteland reapers. They target the weak and dying, following until their prey dies, then feasting. They've been following us." Shishan was right, the stench from my leg attracted them. I gripped the revolver, swallowing hard. Those vultures, are they edible? Dingy stared at me. They are, but hard to kill. They're the most cautious scavengers. They stalk, only approaching once their prey is dead and harmless. Even a small disturbance within 100 meters sends them away. Wastelanders' bows and arrows lack the range. Professional hunters look down on a few scraps of vulture meat because rifle bullets are more expensive. She sighed. Unless you shoot them point blank, it's not even as good as a fire poker. I'll look for lizards, beetles, or ants. I smelled the stench from my leg and shook my head. They're the only large prey we see. How long till we move on? Dingy, already turning over rocks, drew a dagger. We've walked 20 kilometers, nearly 8 hours. 16 hours left, but the captain needs 8 hours rest, leaving 8 hours for foraging. That's a typical wasteland day, unless you can join a large group and afford a berth in a mobile motel for a sound sleep. Resting while traveling saves time. I hear the advanced RVs of Evolvers have electric fans and air conditioning, even condensation water to drink. She licked her chapped lips. It's been over a month since I felt cold air. The memory of air conditioning surfaced, a stark contrast to this 40-degree heat. So this is still Earth? Dingy nodded, then shook her head. It is, but not the Earth it used to be. We lose memories during hibernation. Only through constant evolution can we recover them. The captain's been awake over 5 years, traveling almost 40,000 kilometers. Her awakening point was nearby, so she's been rescuing people. She's looking for her family? I asked. Dingy glanced at me, digging a root from a crevice. Yes. You have delicate skin and handsome features. You were probably rich or noble. When your memory returns, maybe you can help us remember. I licked my lips. I had vague fragments of the past, but none mattered. Survival did. Meat. I had to get meat. I don't know any anti-inflammatory herbs. Try this, Dingy said, tasting a root before applying it to my leg. I shook my head. My body was too weak, herbs wouldn't help. I smeared the pus on my face, then raised my revolver towards the vultures. I can't hold on much longer. Without meat, it's a slow death. I'll take a gamble. Bury me in that scorched earth, cover me with sand. The rest I'll handle. Dingy was stunned, realizing my plan, playing dead to lure the vultures. Looking at my pale face and determined eyes, despite the stench, she felt something strange. She put away the roots and pushed the cart. Using yourself as bait, facing death to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme? I'm curious, what kind of person were you before? You're adapting quickly. I lay on the cart, gripping the revolver. I just want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. Minutes later, I was abandoned 200 meters away, on scorched earth. The stench of my wound hung in the air. The vultures circled lower, 100, then 50 meters above. They were checking if I was truly dead. Minutes ticked by. I almost gave up. Then, a small group of vultures landed dozens of meters away, cautiously probing, hopping, their heads retracted, eyes shifty. I held my breath, my face pale, the stench masking my living presence. One vulture approached, tilting its neck, its red eyes studying me. To a carrion vulture, the stench from my body was a delicacy. Food's scarce in this wasteland, most carnivores scavenge, but few actually like carrion. Vultures are one of the few. Birds have short intestines, poor digestion. They need gravel to grind food, and wasteland creatures are dry, their blood is thick, their flesh like jerky, tough to digest. Vultures phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme wait for corpses to rot and soften before feasting. Before I played dead, to lower their guard, I'd smeared the pus from my leg all over myself, a disgusting act, but necessary. To those vultures, it was a feast delivered right to them. One vulture went straight for my leg, where the stench was strongest, pecking at the rotting flesh. The others relaxed. Hunger drove them closer. The pecking was agony, but the hunger and fear of death pushed past the growing numbness. I kept my body still, gathering my strength. As more vultures gathered, I struck. My left hand grabbed a vulture's foot, my right hand, holding the Type 05, moved in a blur. Bang! 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 6 shots in one breath. The revolver was flawed, but it never jammed. Even a dud wouldn't stop it. Rapid firing was smooth. Its weak power meant minimal recoil, even I, dying, could control it, strafing the vultures. After emptying the cylinder, feathers and flapping wings erupted as the flock scattered. 4. Unlucky enough to be hit at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, lost their flight, limping and hopping or gliding a short distance before falling. The one I held panicked, pecking at my arm, trying to escape. This was my guaranteed kill. But I was spent, my grip weakened. Just as I was about to lose it, a steel rod impaled the vulture, pinning it to the rock. I collapsed, utterly exhausted. I saw someone ding I realized, knocking an arrow, taking down the remaining wounded vultures. Before I blacked out, a message appeared: Carrion Vulture, LV-19, deceased. Health points, 0, Constitution, 5, Spirit, 3, LV-1 Attribute upper limit 10. Evaluation: a survival master and harbinger of death in the wasteland, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme cooperating with other carnivores to guide them in hunting and eliminating the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The meat is dry, tough, sour, and fishy, but the chest muscles are rich in energy. Warm, fishy liquid brought me back. I was in Dingy's lap, drinking from a plastic bottle. The pus was gone. Near the cart, 5 vulture corpses lay neatly arranged. 3 were plucked, 2 had their necks slit to drain blood. Thick blood dripped into the bottle. You can't drink vulture blood straight, so I added water, Dingy said, her voice excited. 5 vultures, a huge haul. I sipped the diluted blood, checking my status: lymphome, LV-1, weak. Health, 7, Strength, 7, Spirit, 8, LV-1 Attribute limit, 10. My health and strength had improved. I needed nutritious food to heal. My hand wound, from the vulture's struggle, had already scabbed over, no sign of infection. How long was I out? I asked, after finishing most of the bottle. Dingy helped me lean against a rock, looking towards rising dust clouds. About half an hour. The main group isn't far. Chen Shanchan approached, a knife in hand, beginning to butcher the vultures. The sound I heard was her sharpening it. She was skilled, Dingy used her dagger to learn. Valuable survival skills. The vultures were quickly broken down. Organs could be eaten: liver, spleen, kidneys, gallbladder were set aside to dry. Intestines were cleaned and turned into rope. After dealing with the organs, she began separating meat and bone. 2/3 of a vulture is feathers. After removing bones, there was at most a pound of meat per bird. The best part was the breast meat. Shanshan cut 3 breast pieces into strips. She gave 2 to me, about a pound. There's little water left. Too much meat needs more water. Eat a little, we'll trade for water when we catch up with the group. I ignored the bloody smell and ate. It was cold, like tofu. After a dozen strips, my stomach felt full, my body stronger. I was surprised by Shanshan's generosity. Dingy had told me vulture breast meat was the most valuable part. They could have kept it, given me scraps, or abandoned me. No reason to waste food on a dying man. Dingy, stringing feathers, explained, it was bought with your life. According to team rules, you get the best parts. We're not at the point of harming each other. That's the captain's philosophy. She'll save everyone unless it endangers her life. That's why, even though we were hungry, we didn't have to constantly watch each other like other teams. She measured my shoulders with rope. No thanks needed. Get better quickly. We're short-handed. My health hit 8 points. My leg wound would soon heal, I wouldn't be a burden anymore. 10 minutes later, Shanshan finished, laying the organs and meat to dry. She looked at me and Dingy. Time to go. gunfire attracts other teams. 3 of us are vulnerable. To be precise, 2. Dingy and I were 1. I struggled to my feet, with Dingy's help, and returned to the cart, eating and drinking to recover. We followed the tracks, fleeing the hunting site. After a while, I saw 3 bullets reappear in my revolver. 3 hours had passed. We'd covered 5 kilometers, putting some distance between us and our old camp. Chen Shanshan called a halt, finding shade under a large rock. Her ragged breathing told me she was exhausted. Dragging me for over 10 hours, even for her, was tough. She was our only fighter, nothing could happen to her. I wished we had a car, even a tricycle, anything would be easier than this broken cart. My need for safety intensified. I glanced at my stats, my health was back up to 9 points, the wound on my leg was fully scabbed over, letting me walk. I decided to finish off the vulture meat to speed my recovery. I stood, went to the cart, grabbed a strip of meat, and ate. The 2 women rested, watching me. Soon, a 4th bullet formed. My health and strength hit their 10-point limit. A warm wave surged through me as I leveled up, Linfoam, LV29. Health 14, Strength 14, Spirit 13, LV2 Attribute Limit 15. Item Upgrade Limit increased to LV2. Can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 Common Revolver. I upgraded immediately. My revolver transformed, Superior Revolver LV2, White Quality. Basic Attributes, Damage 4, Effective Range 50 meters, Remaining Bullets 6-6, upgraded to Host's Level Limit. Additional Attribute, Bullet Recovery 1 minute Evaluation, a secondarily optimized revolver. The caliber has been increased, and the damage and range have been doubled. It can kill with 2 shots. Attacking vital parts doubles the damage, effectively deterring the target in front of you. The upgraded revolver felt excellent, the barrel was larger, ammo was instantly refilled. I had a sudden thought, I tried to remove the bullets, but couldn't. If I could, with 1 bullet a minute, I'd have over 1,000 a day, enough to trade for tons of resources. This bullet recovery was a game changer. Even so, this revolver was powerful. I pocketed it, feeling safer. Dingy, resting nearby, woke and resumed weaving vulture feathers. I decided to ask about the wasteland's power dynamics and the evolvers. I felt significantly stronger. Once fully recovered, I'd have some fighting power. I wondered if I could beat Qi Shan's gang. Dingy was about to answer when Chen Shanshan, leaning in the shadows, snapped alert. Careful, someone's coming. My heart pounded. I gripped my LV2 revolver, scanning my surroundings. My leg only let me walk slowly, running was out of the question. If Dingy and the captain didn't abandon me, we'd have to stay and hope we weren't discovered. But those who approach are rarely friendly. Figures appeared on the horizon. I struggled to my feet, leaning against the rock, hiding my limp. Chen Shanshan glanced at my gun, I nodded. She knew my revolver only had 3 bullets originally. I'd fired 6 against the vultures. The bullet recovery and the upgraded gun were obvious. With a dangerous enemy approaching, the gun was our deterrent, there was no point hiding it. There were 4 of them. 1 peeled off, returning the way they came, while the rest watched us. They're scouts. They'll bring reinforcements. Should we attack first? I asked, offering the revolver to Chen Shanshan. She was strong and fast, a handgun would let her take out the 3 distant figures before they reached us. But she shook her head. A group sending out a 4-person recon team has at least 20 members. Gunfire only attracts more pursuit, she explained. But a strong group doesn't need food. Before conflict, contact and negotiation are best. She described wasteland rules. The weaker a group, the more cautious you need to be. They're desperate, a scrap of food makes them fearless. Strong groups are easier to talk to, they have more to lose. Risk and reward must be proportional. I nodded, remembering this. More than 10 wastelanders appeared, including several well-dressed leaders. This group was much stronger than Chen Shanshan's former team. They had an iron cart and a tricycle, fully loaded. Seeing their supplies, I felt relieved, but Chen Shanshan narrowed her eyes. 3 people approached from their group. One was huge, at least 6'3", with bulging muscles and scars. He was intimidating. I swallowed, feeling like a chick. They stopped 30 meters away. The giant laughed. Captain Chen, only 2 weaklings left? I told you, you can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme a team. Shishan will squeeze you out. Why not join us? With your strength, you'll never go hungry. They clearly knew each other. Chen Shanshan took a deep breath. No need to worry, we're fine. Li Hu, the giant, spotted my revolver. He looked at me, interest piqued. This new survivor? Nice build, perky but looks tender. Big shots in the Oasis slave market like this type looks like you got lucky. 1 enhancement serum, 2 pounds of jerky, 5 liters of water. What do you say? My pupils shrank. This was far beyond my expectations. Chen Shanshan frowned. Li Hu continued, with an enhancement serum, you can become a level 9 enhanced human, almost a first-order revolver. Why refuse? Chen Shanshan's gaze was cold. I don't sell living people. Li Hu didn't push. The woman with him addressed me. Little brother, you know the wasteland. Why starve in fear when we can give you a good life? Endless food, safe housing, soft beds, air conditioning like paradise, what do you say? Follow Captain Chen, you'll never experience this. Her tone dropped. Think carefully. Wait a few days, your skin will be cracked and ruined. You won't be worthy of this treatment. I looked at the woman, then smiled. Sorry, I'm confident I can survive. I'd rather phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a few more days than become someone's plaything. I'd rather die with dignity than be a puppet. I slowly pointed the gun at myself, a show of resolve and deterrence. I knew I was only level 2, with 15 health points at most. They were far stronger, faster. My LV2 revolver wouldn't be much of a threat. But I could kill myself before they stripped away my dignity. There's nothing to fear for the dead. They looked surprised. Li Hu sighed, he's still a man. Chen Shanshan, you've finally come around. He turned and left. Wait. I called out. Pointing to the dried meat on the cart, I want to make a deal. Li Hu thought I'd changed my mind. He frowned. Those few pounds of meat aren't worth much. I only need fresh water, I said. Their offer of 2 pounds of jerky and 5 liters of water meant they weren't short on water. Li Hu looked at the jerky and vulture feathers. 2 pieces of vulture breast meat for 4 liters of water. Dingy and Chen Shanshan's faces changed. Chen Shanshan protested, half a pound of jerky gets 4 liters. You're robbing us. Li Hu shrugged. Taking advantage of the situation. You can walk another 20 or 30 kilometers to trade with the main group, but the risks along the way are worth this price. I took a breath, met the women's gaze, and stated, a dried breast piece is almost half a pound, 2 for 5 liters. He agreed. Okay. I stared at the 5 bottles of fresh water, my mouth watering. Before leaving, Li Hu warned Chen Shanshan, I saw a pack of wasteland wolves heading this way, following the gunfire. Holy Spring Day is coming. Hurry. Good luck. Chen Shanshan watched them go, her expression serious. I couldn't wait to drink. I asked about what Li Hu had said. The Oasis and Holy Spring Day? Dingy packed the remaining jerky. It's related to where they wanted to sell you the big shots at the Oasis. The front of our refugee team is a steel behemoth, the mobile Oasis. Every 15 days, the Oasis leaders hold a gathering, recruiting servants and soldiers. The Holy Spring Church opens the Oasis drainage valve, releasing the Lord's sweet dew. This day is Holy Spring Day, all wasteland teams rush to catch the main group before then. It's September 13th, less than 2 days until Holy Spring Day, she recalled Shishan. No wonder he stole supplies yesterday. Chen Shanshan didn't react but stared into the distance. I was about to ask about wasteland strength levels when I saw what she was looking at. Several hundred meters away, a massive gray wolf stood atop a hill. Its reddish eyes met ours. That's the wasteland wolf Lee Hu mentioned? I used a boulder to estimate its size, 3 meters long, over 2 meters tall, like a small tiger, maybe 100 kilos. It was already eyeing us. I swallowed, gripping my LV-2 revolver. Fear flashed in Dingy's eyes. That's right, and wasteland wolves rarely act alone. If one shows up, a pack is near. I doubted I could take down one of those mutated wolves. A pack would be our doom. Chen Shanshan narrowed her eyes. Don't worry, it's an old wolf. Its fur is gray and white, it's not very strong, maybe early level 7. Old wolves are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme outcasts, acting as scouts. It's more than 10 kilometers from the main pack. It's not howling, it's observing us, judging our strength. It likely followed the vultures, smelling carrion, hoping to eat alone. We have plenty of water now, let's wear it down. If it doesn't work, we'll catch up with the main group. Hearing her assessment, we felt better. Before becoming an evolver, you go through 3 major enhancements, called enhanced humans. These are divided into 9 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are early stage, strength from 100 to 300 kilos. Humans were originally at this level. I'm a level 1 enhanced human. Most newly awakened are 2. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-stage, half a ton of strength. They're the backbone of the wastelanders. Shishan was level 6, his men were levels 4 and 5. Levels 7 to 9 are late stage, near a ton of strength. The captain is 1, as are Li Hu and his people. The situation earlier was dangerous. Don't be fooled by their friendliness. They're ruthless. Your decision to trade the vulture meat was smart. It was our most valuable asset, trading it for water removed their interest in us. I was thinking about my level when Dingy explained. I didn't think that much, I said. I didn't want to reach the main group too early. Too many people, too many risks of being forcibly taken. Your and my combat power is 0. If you went to trade, you'd be targeted. If the captain went, we'd be defenseless. Exchanging for water was best. We get water, in 2 days, we'll be tanned, then we'll go together. They chuckled at my seriousness. Chen Shanshan removed her mask. She had a scar running from her cheek to her jaw, hideous. But her eyes were clear, her face wasn't as wrinkled as other female wastelanders. Noticing my gaze, she put her mask back on. I'm a level 8 enhanced human, she said. Level 9 enhanced humans are a step from evolvers, but the difference is huge. An evolver can easily take on a dozen enhanced humans. And they have special abilities. They awaken them during evolution. That's how evolvers establish themselves. I showed her the revolver. She was 10 times stronger than me, now we were a team, so I went along. I discovered this after waking up. The energy in my body can optimize weapons. I omitted the upgrade system. Hearing Li Hu's generous admission, Dingy's eyes lit up. That means you were an evolver before. Evolvers are the top of the wasteland food chain, everyone looks up to them. I glanced at my LV-2 status, twitched my mouth, and quickly explained that I couldn't remember my past, and my current strength was only slightly better than Dingy's. Chen Shanshan added, even without becoming an evolver, reaching level 7, you might awaken an ability less than a 10% chance. I was lucky, I awakened sensing and detection, finding resources and survivors that others missed in the caves. Lin Feng was likely only a late-stage enhanced human before. If he were an evolver, major forces wouldn't have missed him. Dingy nodded. I narrowed my eyes. No wonder Li Hu wanted Chen Shanshan to join them. Perception abilities are incredibly valuable in this resource-scarce, dangerous wasteland. Finding food and avoiding danger is paramount. After resting, I stood. My stomach was empty again, and I stared at the wolf slowly approaching. I need more food, high-energy meat, to keep evolving and recovering strength. We need to deal with that wolf. Dingy looked surprised. Wasteland teams usually only run from wolves, I was talking about killing it. Chen Shanshan frowned. Wasteland wolves aren't like vultures. They're intelligent and cunning. One bite can kill you. Wastelander teams rarely hunt them, it's too risky. There are only 3 of us. I understood the danger. But we were trapped between the main group and the wolf, with other teams in front and a wolf pack behind. We needed breathing room. It's risky, but it's just an old wolf. Its strength is reduced. It wants to hunt us alone an opportunity, I stated. No matter how smart, it's still a beast, it can't control its greed. We just need to show enough weakness to lure it in. Chen Shanshan looked at me, then at our remaining supplies, 8 sea buckthorn roots, a piece of vulture breast meat, and 3 pounds of dried meat and offal. It was enough for 2 days, but useless at the Holy Spring gathering. I was right. To survive, we needed to hunt and replace what Shan stole. After hesitating, she handed me the steel rod. See if you can optimize it. It was heavy, even for my 200-kilo strength. I examined it, unknown titanium spear, level unknown, quality unknown. Basic attributes, damage 20, durability 410, can consume 1 point of health to restore 1 point of durability. Evaluation, suspected relic of prehistoric advanced civilization, the host's level is too low to analyze. Only 4 durability points remained. It could be repaired, but it cost life points. I looked at my 14 life points and decided against full repair. Where did you get this? I asked. A trace of sadness flickered in Chen Shanshan's eyes. More than 5 years ago, my master saved me. After she died, she left it to me. It's from a large ruin. It could transform into a spear, the blade was incredibly sharp, piercing through 10 centimeters of steel. 1 hit could cripple a wasteland wolf. Can it be repaired? It was useful, 20 base damage, plus the impact of a penetrating wound, far better than blunt force trauma. My ability drains my health. Full repair would affect later fights, so I'll try, I explained. I spent a life point. Energy flowed into the spear, the rust fell away. I returned it, she twisted it, but nothing changed, except for a cracking sound. Then, she twisted it again. A 30 or 40 centimeter, 3-sided spearhead popped out. Sharp, with a cold gleam. I swallowed. It looked like it could pierce anything. Its damage was 40 points. 1 hit kill. Thank you, Chen Shanshan said, retracting the spearhead. Looking at the wolf, her tone was confident. If I can lure it, I can kill it. I nodded. She was a level 8 enhancer, 4 times stronger than me, with near-ton strength. With that spear, the wolf was no problem. But to maximize our chances and minimize injuries, I decided to upgrade another weapon. Let me optimize your bow and arrows. They're quieter than a pistol, better for ambushes. She took off her bow and gave me 5 arrows. Mutated Heartbeast Horn. Used for almost 2 years. The stats appeared: crude horn bow LV1, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 5, durability 710, effective range 80 meters, remaining arrows 5, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade. Evaluation: inferior horn bow, which has high requirements for the user's proficiency. The hit rate is affected by many factors and is not recommended for beginners. 5 damage points. I upgraded it. My life dropped to 11, the bow leveled up, ordinary horn bow LV2, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 10, durability 1010, effective range 150 meters, remaining arrows 5, upgraded to the host's level limit. Evaluation: a usable ordinary horn bow, which requires more than 300 kilograms of strength to be used proficiently. The hit rate is affected by many factors and is not recommended for beginners. 10 damage points. I tried to draw it, it was difficult. Don't pull it without an arrow. It'll damage it. Release slowly, Chen Shanshan warned, catching me before I hurt the bow. I slowly released the string, the durability remained. I rubbed the red mark on my finger and returned the bow. Chen Shanshan tested it and nodded. With the titanium spear for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat and the hornbow for ranged attacks, Chen Shanshan could take down a level 8 wasteland wolf solo. Ding Yi approached, handing me a cloak woven from vulture feathers. It blocks the sun, hides your scent, and is breathable. I only wore a thin linen shirt, it was itchy and rough. My arms were sunburned. The feather cloak felt much better. Ding Yi pulled a bone bottle from her pocket. A faint scent wafted out. The liquid inside was a vibrant blue-green. It looked dangerous. Plant secretion I concentrated. It's a strong muscle paralyzer and hallucinogen. The more intense the exertion, the faster it works. Perfect for arrows. I realized the value of knowledge. This was ideal. Our preparations were complete. The only question was how to lure the wolf. Pretending to be dead wouldn't work, I was too weak to fight it alone. Ding Yi pushed up her glasses. I'll be the bait. I'm the weakest. I was surprised. This woman, who'd treated my wounds, was incredibly rational, self-aware. She volunteered for a suicide mission. Chen Shanshan shook her head. No special bait is needed. Wolves are cunning and cruel, but they're strong, not at the bottom of the food chain like vultures. Deliberately showing weakness will make an old wolf suspicious. Their noses are sensitive, they smell our state to judge strength and select targets. When it's Ding Yi's turn to guard, that's when it'll strike. They know that if one of us dies, the others become vulnerable, there's no strong bond. She explained as she applied the plant secretion to an arrow. The hunting plan became clear. We traveled 20 kilometers a day, requiring 8 hours of rest and rotating guard duty, creating vulnerabilities. Chen Shanshan found a shallow cave with an overhanging rock. We'd rest inside, the guard would be outside. The wolf would only see one target. But Chen Shanshan had perception, even with her eyes closed, she could sense danger. We sat in the cave, trying to appear asleep. Outside, Ding Yi looked nervous. If anything happened, she was to hide in the cave immediately. That's what Chen Shanshan had instructed. Time crawled by. To ease the tension, Ding Yi rummaged through the grass beneath the rocks. After half an hour, the wolf, having watched us for a while, decided to attack from behind. It hit 100 meters from the cave entrance, using the rock for cover, slowly creeping forward. It reached 30 meters. It leaped, aiming for Ding Yi's neck. Chen Shanshan burst from the cave, her titanium spear pointed at the wolf. Duck, she yelled, her speed a blur. She'd switched the spear to its three-edged head, throwing it straight into the wolf's abdomen. The spearhead shattered ribs and pierced organs. But the throw's momentum was limited. If she'd stabbed it, it would have been fatal. She used the spear to block the wolf's fangs, sparks flying. In seconds, the attack and counterattack ended. I pulled Ding Yi out of the way, raised my revolver, and aimed at the wolf's head. The wolf, sensing the danger of my weapon, abandoned its attack and leaped away. Chen Shanshan didn't chase. She retrieved her spear, knocked an arrow, and fired 3 shots in 3 seconds. 2 hit its hind legs. The poison would seep in. Let's go, it won't get far, she said. I helped Ding Yi up, we followed Chen Shanshan. She collected the arrowheads and followed the blood trail. 200 or 300 meters later, the wolf collapsed, its hind legs useless, blood loss and paralysis overwhelming it. It howled in pain, losing control of its bowels and bladder. Chen Shanshan approached and finished it off, the spear piercing its throat. Don't touch the blood, feces, or urine, she warned, smearing sand on the wound to stop the bleeding. She flipped it, tied its legs, inserted the spear, picked it up, and carried it. When we reached the cave, the wolf was nearly drained of blood. Chen Shanshan squeezed out the remaining fluid and put it on the cart. Exhaustion washed over us after the adrenaline faded. We can't rest, they're coming, she said, grabbing jerky, drinking water, and lifting the cart. The wolf pack? This fast? I frowned. She nodded. This wolf was strong, a leader. Its pack will be stronger. Its death howl, the blood and excrement, will signal them. We need to leave. If they attack, escape will be hard. I picked up jerky and shared it with Ding Yi. We followed the cart. Wolf howls echoed behind us. We hurried, exhausted but unable to slacken. Over an hour later, we'd covered 5 kilometers, plus the distance from the vulture hunt most of tomorrow's journey. We leaned against a rock, legs aching. Chen Shanshan watched the dust billowing in the distance. We were only a dozen kilometers from the main group. She said we should rest. Wolf packs usually don't get this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. I sat down, panting. The 2 life points I'd gained from the jerky and water were gone. I was down to 10. Any further loss would affect my leg wound. Dingy and I both breathed a sigh of relief at the word rest, immediately pulling out our water bottles for slow sips. Chen Shanshan only rested for a few minutes, then got up, took out a knife, and began butchering the wolf. Luckily, we'd bled it, it hadn't rotted. And being a late-stage wolf, its organs were still fresh. She pulled out a pile of organs, selecting a 3-pound heart. She cut it into 3 pieces and handed them to us. Eat it now, it'll taste fishy when it's cold. I looked at the raw meat, at her, blood on her mouth, drinking blood. It felt surreal. The wolf's stats appeared: Wasteland Wolf, LV79, deceased. Health, 0, Constitution, 35, Spirit, 8, LV7 Attribute Cap, 40. Evaluation: Wasteland Wolf packs are survival masters that have successfully reproduced. They are loyal to slaughter and to their pack, so they are very vengeful. Beware of their revenge. Wasteland wolf hearts and hind leg meat are rich in nutrients, and steel teeth and claws are also good biological materials. It wasn't until Dingy happily tore into the heart that I snapped back to reality, shoving the still twitching meat into my mouth. It was chewy, with a metallic tang. After eating, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme the wolf's description. A warm feeling spread through me as I digested it. My health steadily climbed. The familiar power returned. When it hit 15, my level jumped: Lin Feng, LV39. Health, 19, Constitution, 19, Spirit, 18, LV3 Attribute Cap, 20. Item upgrade cap increased to LV3. Can consume 1 life point to upgrade the LV2 excellent revolver. A surge of power filled me. The initial strength limit of an enhanced human, 300 kilos, almost the human limit on Earth. I immediately upgraded the revolver. Then I walked towards the women, who were butchering the wolf by the cart. The captain was efficient, using a small knife to break down the 2-meter-long wolf into dozens of pieces. She peeled off the skin, handing it to Ding Yi to clean and tan. The whole process was methodical, almost enjoyable. But then I noticed the wolf's teeth sharp, gleaming metallic. Chen Shanshan reached the head, using the knife to pry out the teeth. Wasteland wolves' teeth mutate, incorporating metal. They're as hard as fine steel. These are the most valuable things on the wolf, besides the meat. The 4 canines are the longest and most valuable. They trade for over 10 kilos of meat or valuable medicine in Oasis Town. I took a tooth she tossed me. Ordinary fine steel wolf tooth LV7, white quality. Can be integrated into various metal products during upgrades to improve the strength and power of the item. I looked at my revolver, it was already upgrading. I abandoned the idea of integrating the tooth. The wolf's claws were also metallic, scraping them with a knife made a sharp sound. I remembered the sparks from Chen Shanshan's spear fight. That was the result of their collision. The absurdity of the situation struck me again. Help optimize it. We don't need more food, I said, picking up the knife. Its blade was worn, ordinary dagger LV1, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 2, durability, 510, can be upgraded by consuming 1 point of health. Evaluation: this is a knife. I combined it with the wolf tooth. Energy flowed, the tooth became white light and merged. Superior dagger LV2, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 5, durability 1010, can be upgraded by consuming 1 point of health. New additional attribute: bleeding. Bleeding, each hit on the target inflicts an additional 1 point of health loss damage. Evaluation: the serrated wolf fawn blood groove is a melee weapon that prevents wounds from healing and causes continuous bleeding. 2 blood grooves now ran along the blade, the back was wider, with wolf fawn serrations. I returned it. Chen Shanshan nodded. Some blacksmiths recycle these materials. Don't worry, I'll keep some, but if we need supplies, we'll trade them. She wrapped the teeth in linen and put them in a bag. I helped flatten the meat for drying. After half an hour, we were done, over 100 kilos of wolf, 20 kilos of organs, 30 kilos of fur and bones, and 60 kilos of meat. Mostly lean, fat is more valuable. Dingy was still working on the wolf skin, scraping fat. So much meat. Enough for a month. I nodded. Without strenuous activity, half a kilo of meat was enough daily, plus the sea buckthorn roots. But much of it would need to be traded for medicine, water, and salt. I leaned in the shade, exposing myself to the sun. Dingy handed me some white fat. Apply this to prevent sunburn, otherwise, your skin will crack. I smeared it on. In a day, I'll be tanned, then we'll go to that gathering. The Holy Spring Day gathering draws people from dozens of kilometers. Oasis Town shuts down for a day. I can process the wolf skin and make leather armor or shoes to trade. I looked at my worn sandals, blisters were forming. Dingy and I wore sandals, Chen Shanshan had old sneakers. Let's keep the leather shoes for ourselves, they're helpful for travel and hunting, I said. Dingy looked at Chen Shanshan, who nodded. Fine. The wolf bones and organs will get us plenty of supplies. Dingy smiled. Then her eyes darkened. After eating the wolf heart, she felt hungry and weak. Dingy went to the cart, grabbed some dried vulture organs, preparing to eat. Chen Shanshan, resting with her eyes closed, warned her, "Don't eat those, they're poisonous. Too much will hurt you. Eat the wolf meat. Only eat a little of the organs, you'll understand later." I looked at Chen Shanshan. "Captain, was your master an revolver?" She nodded, her voice wistful. "I was 13 when I woke up and was sold. My master saved me, helping me through the first few years. Then, after she returned from a ruin, she seemed lost. She went back to the ruin and never returned. She told me most wasteland animals' organs are poisonous, the toxins affect your body and mind, hindering evolution and awakening. She told us to take turns guarding, then lay down, hugging her steel bar, and fell asleep. I was surprised, she'd been struggling in this wasteland for 6 years, and she was only just an adult. A 12-year-old surviving this long, it's incredible." I looked at Ding Yi, who was eating wolf meat. "Don't look at me, I'm 28, she mumbled. After resting, she continued working on the wolf skin. I picked up my upgraded revolver, Superior Revolver LV3, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 10, effective range 100 meters, remaining bullets 66, upgraded to host level limit. Additional attribute: bullet recovery 11s. Evaluation: the 3 times optimized Superior Revolver has the top power among revolvers, easily killing with one shot. Attacking vital parts doubles the damage and has a very strong deterrent and intimidation effect. The barrel was longer, the caliber larger, the surface gleaming silver. It looked like a youth version of an M500. 10 damage points, 1 shot could kill an early stage enhanced human, 2 a mid stage 1. Even the captain probably couldn't withstand 4 shots. Bullet recovery was 1 shot per second, almost unlimited ammo if I paced myself. The only downside was the limited ammo capacity. I felt much safer with this weapon. I slept soundly. Dingy continued tanning the wolf skin. I was exhausted, my eyelids felt heavy, and I fell into a deep sleep. 4 hours later, I woke to rustling. Chen Shanshan was on guard, sharpening arrowheads. Dingy was asleep after making wolfskin shoes. The arrowheads were worn. "No need to sharpen them, we can add wolf fangs and optimize them," I said. She nodded. "Okay, you try." She pulled out the wolf fangs. There were 23, including 4 large canines, almost 10 centimeters long. 6 or 7 centimeters were exposed, easily tearing throats. Superior Refined Steel Wolf Fawn LV8, white quality. can be integrated into various metal products during upgrades to increase the item's strength and power. The canines were higher level, the enhancement would be better. One canine caught my eye. Its root was fully metallized, the nerve seemed to twitch. Mutated refined steel wolf fawn LV9, white quality. Possesses certain biological activity, can be implanted into the body to enhance physical strength, has a mysterious unknown mental influence, and is prone to causing unknown consequences. I put it back and chose some ordinary fangs to upgrade the bow. Spending a life point, it became a LV3 Superior Horn Bow, Superior Horn Bow LV3, white quality. Basic attributes: damage 15, durability 1010, effective range 200 meters, remaining wolf fang arrows, 5, upgraded to host level limit. Additional attribute: Fong Passing Fong. Fong Passing Fong, the wolf fang arrowhead has extremely strong penetrating power, inflicting an additional 5 points of damage upon hitting the target. Evaluation: requires more than 400 kilograms of strength to apply skillfully, not recommended for novices. I gave it to Chen Shanshan. She was delighted with the hardened silver arrowhead and tested it on a wolf leg 100 meters away. It pierced through the leg and the wooden board behind it, 20 points of damage. Ding Yi woke up. We traveled another 10 kilometers, staying near the main group, avoiding wolf packs and other teams. 24 hours later, I was tan like a duck, fully blending in. We packed the wolf meat and hurried towards Oasis Town. The Holy Spring gathering was about to start. The dust cloud dissipated. As we approached, other teams appeared, keeping their distance. I finished my water, observing the wastelanders. They were in poor shape, hunched over, struggling. Like pilgrims. The teams in the center were in better condition, wearing clean clothes, walking steadily. These were strong teams, led by late-stage enhanced humans, Li, who was from one. Above them were the evolvers, forming hunting teams in Oasis Town. We walked along the edge, maintaining a steady pace. The meat and pelts were covered, attracting no attention. We traveled 10 kilometers before seeing the remnants of the old world, rows of rusty cars, forming a large circle, hundreds of meters wide. I estimated over 100 cars in the outer ring. These people didn't have to walk and could rest properly. I saw people resting in the cars, and I longed for a rest. I'd been sleeping on gravel, my body covered in sores. Wastelanders only sleep from exhaustion. We detoured around the cars and entered Oasis Town. The car teams formed a 500-meter circle. That's a caravan following the moving oasis. It's a village under Oasis Town, Dingy said. Chen Shanshan looked back. They're making tools, that's Motorbike Village. There are 3 others, Holy Spring, Farm, and Dawn. They control weapons, water, food, and energy. Holy Spring represents the church, the others belong to the 3 major families. They're the official forces of Oasis Town, about 10,000 people. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live /phoneme here. And then there's our destination, the 5th village Evolvers. Chen Shanshan stopped. Before us was the 5th village, the resting place for all the wastelanders. Unlike the organized motorbike village, the 5th village was chaotic, people sprawled on the ground, tents everywhere, filled with arguments and shouting. Groups sat, chewing on seed buckthorn roots, eyeing passing teams, their greed evident when they saw food. No firearms allowed here. Put away your revolver, Chen Shanshan said, heading deeper into the village. Don't stay on the outskirts, the lower-level wastelanders are thieves. They won't have what we need. Go to the car area, that's where the stronger teams are, with more resources. We followed her. After crossing hundreds of meters of wastelanders, we reached a camp surrounded by cars, guarded at the entrance. Chen Shanshan approached, pulled out some ribs from under the cart's cover, and gave them to the guard, securing passage. Transactions here are regulated and protected. 5th village residents phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live /phoneme here. This was my first phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close /phoneme encounter with wasteland civilization. It felt surreal. The cars were armored, from afar, I couldn't see it clearly. Now I could see the solar panels covering them. It made sense, with endless daylight, the sun was the only free energy source. I'd wondered how those large car teams, 500 cars, 3,000 people, managed fuel. They ran on solar power. No wonder the energy village was named Dawn. Dawn Village produces solar panels and motors. Most wasteland settlements probably do the same. As we entered, I saw the motel Ding'd mentioned, a bus converted into a hotel. Solar panels on the roof provided shade. It had 2 floors. The lower was a dormitory, half a kilo of jerky for 8 hours rest. The upper had private compartments like a capsule hotel, double the price. They provided 2 liters of free water per person and power for cooking. The sign showed prices, including daily standing room only tickets, 2 tails of jerky, 15% off for monthly pass, and a recruitment notice. Wastelanders were already talking to the owner. It was my first time seeing this aspect of wasteland life. I was fascinated but worried about looking like a newcomer, so I observed discreetly. Ding'y, also seeing it for the first time, was equally amazed. We'd only ever sat on the ground. Chen Shanshan always handled supply exchanges. We looked around, noticing mobile bars and even bathhouses. Chen Shanshan led us to a small bus at the edge of the village. It was a motel, but remote. The owner, an older man named Huang, knew her. He was shaving, wearing a beach shirt and shorts, and flip-flops. "Nice haul, only 2 rookies left?" he asked. Chen Shanshan nodded. "Half a day, 3 bunks. 1 kilo of jerky," he said. She pulled out 2 jerky strips. "A bit more, they aren't fully dried." He smelled the jerky, surprised. "You killed a wasteland wolf?" "Wolf meat is rare, that's fine, even if it's not completely dried." He opened the bus door. "Free tip, Shishan sold some men into the slave market a few days ago. He's in the north of the village, trying to contact evolvers." Chen Shanshan thanked him. We followed her onto the bus, carrying our meat. The bus seats were removed, long compartments ran along each side, 8 in total. The conditions were far worse than the bus at the entrance. Single rooms, separated by wood, each bunk was 2 meters long, 70 centimeters wide, in 3 layers, 80 centimeters of space per layer, only enough to sit cross-legged. Like a hard sleeper train. We fit in 1 compartment. There was a small fan, the solar panels on the roof kept it cool, an exhaust fan kept it ventilated. Outside, it was phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to 50 degrees. Inside, it was in the low 40s, the fan brought it down to a comfortable temperature. I couldn't have slept before, but here, 36 or 7 degrees was comfortable. Chen Shanshan washed her face, returned with water for us, then said, "Most teams will arrive in a few hours. Let's rest. Then we'll go to the gathering." We divided the meat and fell asleep. Hours later, she woke us. "Get up and eat." Old Huang made pan-fried wolf meat. I yawned. It was the best sleep I'd had. I glanced at the clock, noon. I'd only slept 4 or 5 hours, but it was enough to relieve my mental fatigue. Even my leg wound was healing faster. Sleep was the best recovery method, especially with my increased strength. Higher enhancement level means better self-healing. Ding'y woke up. We joined Chen Shanshan and old Huang, who was cooking under the solar panels using the bus's battery. Wolf meat sizzled in the pan, the aroma was delicious. A table and chairs were set up. The pan-fried wolf meat, seasoned perfectly, was delicious. Old Huang raised his glass. "To this damn world." We clinked glasses. Chen Shanshan stopped. Before us was the 5th village, the main resting area for wastelanders. Unlike the organized motorbike village, this was chaotic, people everywhere, tense, arguments. Groups sat, chewing on roots, eyeing others' supplies, their greed obvious when they saw food. No firearms allowed. "Put away your revolver," Chen Shanshan said, continuing deeper into the village. "Don't linger on the edges, the lower-level wastelanders are thieves. They won't have what we need. Go to the car area, that's where the stronger teams are, with more resources." We followed. We crossed hundreds of meters of wastelanders and reached a car ring camp, guarded at the entrance, much like motorbike village. Chen Shanshan gave the guard some ribs from under our cart's cover to secure passage. Transactions are regulated here. Fifth village residence phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme here. This was my first real experience with wasteland civilization. It was strange. Those cars, which I couldn't fully make out from a distance, were covered in solar panels. That made sense. With endless daylight, the sun was the only free and unlimited energy source. I wondered how those huge caravans, with hundreds of cars and thousands of people, managed fuel. It was all solar. No wonder the energy village was named Dawn. Dawn Village produces solar panels and motors. Most wasteland settlements probably use this model. I immediately saw the motel Dingy had talked about, a bus converted into a hotel, solar panels on the roof for shade. It had 2 floors, a dormitory downstairs, half a kilo of jerky for 8 hours of rest, and private rooms upstairs double the price. They provided free water and power for cooking. The sign listed prices, including daily standing room only spots and a recruitment notice. Wastelanders were already talking to the owner. This was all new to me. I was fascinated but tried to look inconspicuous. Dingy, also experiencing this for the first time, was equally surprised. We usually just sat on the ground while Chen Shanshan handled supplies. We looked around mobile bars, even bathhouses. Chen Shanshan led us to a small, remote bus at the edge of the village. The owner, a man named Huang, knew her. He was shaving, wearing a beach shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. "Not a bad haul, only 2 rookies left?" he asked. Chen Shanshan nodded. "Half a day, 3 bunks. 1 kilo of jerky," he replied. She gave him 2 jerky strips. Slightly more, but not fully dried. He smelled them, surprised. "You killed a wasteland wolf?" "Wolf meat is a rare treat, that's fine, even not fully dried." He opened the bus door. "Free tip, Shishan sold some men into slavery a few days ago. He's in the north, trying to contact evolvers." We thanked him. We followed her onto the bus with our meat. The bus seats were gone, long compartments ran along each side. The conditions were far rougher than that main bus. Private rooms separated by wood, each bunk was 2 meters long, 70 centimeters wide, in 3 layers, barely enough room to sit cross-legged. Like a hard sleeper train. We squeezed into one room. There was a small fan, the solar panels kept it cool, an exhaust fan helped with ventilation. Outside, it was almost 50 degrees. Inside, it was in the low 40s, the fan made it comfortable. I couldn't have slept before, but here, 36 or 7 degrees was pleasant. Chen Shanshan washed her face, brought water, and said, "Most teams will arrive in a few hours. Let's rest. Then we'll go to the gathering." We shared the wolf meat and fell asleep. Hours later, she woke us. "Get up and eat." Old Huang made pan-fried wolf meat. I yawned. This was the best sleep I'd had. I looked at the clock, noon. 4 or 5 hours, but enough to relieve my mental fatigue. Even my leg wound felt better. Sleep was the best way to recover, especially with my improved strength. Higher enhancement levels mean better self-healing. Dingy woke up. We joined Chen Shanshan and Old Huang, who was cooking under the solar panels, using the bus's battery. Wolf meat sizzled, it smelled fantastic. A table and chairs were set up, it felt like a wilderness campsite. The pan-fried wolf meat, perfectly seasoned, was delicious. Old Huang raised his glass. "To this damn world." We clinked glasses. I drank the sweet and sour sea buckthorn juice, low in alcohol, strong in fruity aroma. Dingy explained, sea buckthorn has 25 times more vitamin C than lemons, it's a hot commodity in the wasteland. I remembered those early wastelanders with blackened teeth and bleeding gums, likely related to this. After drinking, I felt satisfied. Warmth spread from my stomach. My health and physique were nearing 20, another upgrade was near. Chen Shanshan wiped her mouth, removed her mask, and stood, ready to leave. To avoid attention, Dingy would stay behind to guard our meat. We'd take the rest to the market. The dried meat had shrunk by more than half, 60 kilos became just over 30. Chen Shanshan took 20 kilos of meat, 10 kilos of organs, and some bones. Soon after leaving the bus, I asked why Dingy was guarding the meat. Chen Shanshan shrugged. You can't outrun fate. Besides, a motorhome is worth far more than that meat. Old Huang is a registered villager, he has official status. And as a late-stage enhanced human, nobody would dare to mess with him. Official villagers can carry weapons, unlike us outsiders. I nodded. After our meal, I realized the convoy residents lived far better than the wastelanders. No wonder so many wastelanders were desperate to join. Who'd want to wander the wasteland? Oasis Town wasn't short on resources, they had water and solar energy. They could make wine and have bathhouses enough to support thousands. But they didn't. I looked at a steel behemoth a kilometer away, the mobile oasis, the core of Oasis Town, the upper class's residence, the ultimate paradise, the focus of the entire wasteland. They controlled the wasteland's order. I wondered when I'd be able to board that behemoth. But for now, I needed to secure a spot in the convoy to avoid the hardships of wandering. We entered the central market. There were many shops selling everything: food, water, daily necessities, like a country fair. We had hundreds of kilos of meat and bones, hard to carry, so Chen Shanshan exchanged half a kilo of wolf meat for 2 cloth bags. No unified currency? Isn't bartering troublesome? I asked, watching the busy market. Chen Shanshan, already focused on her target, said, Wastelanders phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme day to day, money is a burden. Food and water are more practical. Dried meat is the hard currency. The market wasn't large enough to support a currency. I followed her. She was a different person, very assertive when bargaining. She traded 10 kilos of meat and organs for flatbreads, steamed buns, a water filter, a tin bucket with 200 liters of water, enough for a month, and, surprisingly, a solar stove, a focusing mirror that could boil water, steam, and cook, though slowly. It was simple and durable. Hunting would be easier, no more blood drinking. We carried our purchases to the end of the market. I smelled urine and feces, faint but noticeable. I looked in that direction. Rusty cages holding men, women in chains. This is the slave market, the third largest business here, after food and water, Chen Shanshan said. She'd been one of them. Don't look. They'll be exploited to death, they have no fighting ability. She found an open space and placed the remaining organs, bones, and wolf teeth on a cloth. Guard this. Sell it if anyone wants it. I'll get medicine, I'll be back. The teeth would fetch more than 20 kilos of meat. I sat down. The officials would only offer the minimum price, we'd have to go to the Hunters Guild if we couldn't sell them. Weak voices came from a cage nearby. I saw familiar faces, former teammates who'd left with Chi Shan. They were unrecognizable, sunken eyes, prominent cheekbones, haggard. Chen Shanshan ignored them and left. I sneered, ate the remaining wolf leg jerky, and drank water. This meat was rich in nutrients, helping me level up. The warm current surged through me. I leveled up to LV4, Linfoam, LV49. Health 24, Physique 24, Spirit 23, LV4 upper limit of each attribute 25. Item upgrade upper limit increased to LV4. Can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV3 fine revolver. Can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 water purifier. Can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 solar stove. Before I finished reading, 2 figures stopped. Those teeth, are they wolf teeth? Scorching sun, sheer cliffs, red stone, and parched earth. A lizard scurried through the cracks between the rocks, but after only a moment's pause to catch its breath, it was caught in a rough hand. The man, dark-skinned and with deep lines on his face, tore off the lizard's head with his black teeth and sucked the warm blood and organs with gusto. The severed lizard tail was picked up by a companion, who hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing skin and bones. Having temporarily staved off hunger, the man looked towards the dying person under the tarpaulin of the flatbed cart, a look of longing in his eyes. The injured Linfoam lay on the cart, peering through the gaps in the burlap curtain. His eyes met the man's, and he saw the greed in them. He raised his only weapon and glared back fiercely. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the object in his hand. A rusty Type 05 police revolver, inferior revolver LV0, white quality base attributes, damage 1, effective range 10 meters, remaining bullets 36, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade to LV1, with a certain chance to upgrade with additional attributes. Evaluation: this is a weathered revolver, once nicknamed the gun of kindness due to its extremely low damage. It can only be used for deterrence and self-defense. Don't expect it to have too much killing power. It could be upgraded by consuming 1 point of his own health. But Linphone looked at his own attribute panel. Linphone, LV19, extremely weak health, 6, constitution, 6, spirit, 8, LV1 attribute upper limit 10 warning, weakened state. Forcibly upgrading will worsen the condition, with a high probability of losing consciousness. Severe injury to the calf, urgently needs nutritional supplements. When he was dug out from the underground cave by this group of wastelanders, his right calf was cut by a piece of gravel, and the wound gradually festered and became infected a day later. Now he only had 60% health left. Reducing it by another 10% to upgrade was too risky and could easily phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead slash phoneme to another coma. But at this moment, among this group of gaunt and sinister wastelanders, several pairs of eyes were already fixed on the top of the flatbed cart. Linphone could clearly feel the desire for fresh meat in their eyes growing stronger. The item upgrade panel in front of him was his only reliance. But the Type 05 police revolver was too weak. Linphone vaguely remembered news reports that 6 shots couldn't kill a dog. "My name is Dingy, it's time to change your dressing." The woman leaned forward, unwrapped the cloth around Lin Feng's right leg, scraped off the foul-smelling plant debris, and replaced it with fresh ones. Linphone gripped the revolver tightly, his face contorted in pain. Are you a doctor?" "No, I used to be a teacher." The red rocks everywhere are hematite baked out, with a large number of bacteria. Fortunately, the wound is only infected with bacteria, not tetanus. Who exactly are you people, and where am I? Dingy pushed up her glasses. This is an Exodus squad. I woke up a little over a month earlier than you. Captain Chan also rescued me from the underground cave. As for this barren wasteland, there is no moon at night, and 2 suns have appeared in the sky, so there is only daylight forever. The largest and hottest one is behind us, and we have to travel 20 kilometers every day to escape the scorching heat. Legend has it that those are golden crows sent by heaven to purify the world, and a savior will emerge from the earth to shoot the sun and save the people, but now you have to save yourself first. Vice Captain Shishan wants to sell you to the front convoy while you're still warm. To survive, you have to rely on the captain. Before she could finish speaking, a burst of arguments sounded outside the shed. Dingy lifted the burlap curtain. A short but strong person was holding a steel bar, blocking the flatbed cart, facing a group of wastelanders. Linphone knew her, Chen Shanshan, who had rescued him, and was also the captain of this wasteland team. A mysterious woman wearing a gray cloak and windbreaker, with a hood on her head and a burlap covering her face. The Type 05 revolver in her hand was what she had left for him to defend himself. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was somewhat angry, her voice hoarse. He's not dead yet. We agreed before that we absolutely can't sell living people. The leader was the man who had eaten the lizard raw and looked at Linphone greedily. Vice Captain Shishan, Captain, everyone hasn't tasted oil and water for several days. The biggest harvest from going underground this time is this guy. He's too badly injured, and without medicine, he'll die sooner or later. It's better to sell him while he's alive and get a good price. A tender and healthy blood slave like this can be exchanged for a week's worth of food for everyone. The other wastelanders immediately echoed in agreement. Chen Shanshan waved the steel bar, pointing the tip at the man, and said in a cold voice, Shishan, if you want a rebel, feel free to try. The sallow and emaciated wastelanders looked at the strongest late-stage enhanced human captain in front of them, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. Shishan's eyes were gloomy. He sniffed with his nose, pointed to the top of the flatbed cart, and frowned slightly. His leg is already rotten and stinking. Even if we don't sell him, it will attract those carnivorous beasts. We are already starving, and we still have to carry this burden. Is the captain trying to kill everyone? Chen Shanshan's expression was solemn. Seeing the worried expressions on her team members' faces, she tried to persuade them. We collected a lot of sea buckthorn roots this time. As long as we speed up and catch up with the main force, We can exchange them for enough water and jerky. Chishan raised his head, squinted, and saw black spots circling in the sky, then sneered, "There are still more than 20 kilometers to go. The vultures have already smelled the scent of death. They will attract hordes of beasts nearby. Everyone only has 2 legs and has to take turns pulling the cart. Can we outrun 4 legs?" Chen Shanshan was speechless, but still refused to give in. Chishan stared at the flatbed cart piled with supplies behind the captain, his eyes full of greed. "Since we can't reach an agreement, then let's just break up." After saying that, another woman in the team, Tian Wanrong, followed up with a strange tone. "According to the agreement, the harvest from going underground should also be divided equally. Since Captain Chen is reluctant to part with this dying person, then the rest of the food belongs to everyone." After exchanging a glance with Chishan, Tian Wanrong mustered her courage and walked forward, coming to the flatbed cart and taking a bundle of fresh sea buckthorn roots. The remaining team members watched, some itching to act, but were held back by Captain Chen's authority, and dared not step forward. At this moment, Chishan took out a small bag of white, glittering stuff and shouted loudly to the crowd, "In the convoy ahead, several evolvers have recently emerged. I heard they are recruiting people to form a new wasteland hunter team, and they are in dire need of manpower. Evolvers are equipped with RVs. Even if you're just doing odd jobs, you can sleep in the shade under the vehicle, and there's even unpolluted wastewater, with food and lodging provided. When I went to exchange for supplies, I befriended many of the Evolver's servants. I have some connections and can help with introductions. This bag of refined salt is what I exchanged from them." Clean, fine salt is a rare commodity in the wasteland, only obtainable from the higher-ups by Evolvers. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, who had been hesitant and watching, revealed their desire, made their decisions, and stepped forward. From taking the remaining supplies on the cart one after another to finally scrambling and dividing them up. Dingy wanted to dissuade them, but seeing Captain Chen Shanshan's silence, she held back, took a bundle of grass roots, scoffed, and watched coldly. In the end, except for Dingy and the captain, all the other team members followed behind Chishan, and almost snatched all the supplies. Carrying such a burden, I wonder how far the kind-hearted Captain Chen can go? If you're going to eat him, remember to do it early. If you drag it out until the meat rots, it'll be worthless. Before leaving, Chishan didn't forget to turn around and sneer, and also made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Feng on the cart. After the former teammates parted ways, Dingy looked at the departing figures and cursed, "A bunch of ungrateful wretches. If Captain Chen hadn't saved them, they would have died on the road long ago." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, enduring the scorching sun above. He was only wearing a pair of shorts and thin linen clothes. The tattered linen cloth that was originally covering the cart was also taken down and taken away by several wastelanders. Now they only had an old wooden cart left, and a bundle of sea buckthorn roots in Dingy's hand. Thirsty. Lin Feng licked his chapped lips and croaked weakly with a burning throat. Captain Chen put away the steel rod, took off the water skin from her waist, walked forward, and gave Lin Feng a small sip, only half a bag left. "Your fate depends on what happens next." Less than half a mouthful of water greatly relieved the pain in his throat, and also slightly improved Lin Feng's condition. Dingy handed over a section of grass root about a dozen centimeters long. "This is a mutated sea buckthorn grass. The swollen root tubers contain starch and sugars, which can be eaten directly and are good for your injury recovery." Lin Feng took the grass root, hesitated for a moment, and put it in his mouth. As the rolling heat wave hit, Chen Shanshan walked to the front of the cart, pressed her hands on the left and right support poles of the cart head, and pulled the old wooden cart. With her back to the two, she said in a low voice, "It's getting late, we should set off." The team of only 3 people continued to travel along the countless wheel tracks on the barren wasteland. Lin Feng chewed on the sea buckthorn root. The sour juice stimulated saliva secretion, relieving the dryness of his mouth and throat. The tuber fibers were rough, like eating mud. After eating one, his health points recovered from 6 to 7. It seemed to be useful. "Sorry, I've implicated you." After his condition improved, Lin Feng chose to upgrade his pistol and slowly opened his mouth. Witnessing the team's infighting, provocation, and split, he knew that Chen Shanshan's character and principles were not suitable for being a captain. But without her persistence, he would have probably ended up in someone's stomach long ago. It doesn't have much to do with you. That Shishan had been planning this for a long time. Even without you, he would have found other faults to force the captain away. Those idiots, they really think it's so easy to join the Wasteland Hunter team. When they are sold by Shishan, they will still help him count the money. Dingy cursed, walking behind to help push the cart. Save your strength. They won't let it go. After walking 20 kilometers, I need you two to be on guard. Chen Shanshan said in a deep voice, tore off a piece of linen from her body and threw it to Lin Feng, covering his head to prevent sunburn. After eating the second sea buckthorn root, the weak and exhausted Lin Feng's eyelids drooped, and he fell into a coma again. When he woke up again, the cart had stopped, the captain was resting in the shade of the rock, Dingy was sitting on it as a lookout, with half a sea buckthorn root in her mouth. Ordinary revolver pistol LV1, white quality basic attributes, damage 2, effective range 20 meters, remaining bullets 66, upgraded to host's level cap. Activate additional attribute, bullet recovery 11H evaluation. After optimization, the doubled damage of the revolver is finally a bit lethal, but it is not enough to kill with one blow. Perhaps using it to shoot birds is a good choice. Holding the black revolver without any rust, Lin Feng was secretly delighted. It seemed that the item upgrade was closely related to his strength level. With the current damage and effective range of the revolver, it at least had initial lethality. It also upgraded the bullet automatic recovery attribute. For the time being, there was no need to worry about ammunition issues. But soon Lin Feng discovered that the sea buckthorn root could only restore his health to 7 points at most, and the repair of the wound on his right leg was also extremely limited. The wound was still festering and suppurating. He knew that this was due to his weak physique and poor resistance. Simply ingesting carbohydrates was far from enough. To heal himself, he had to eat meat. Replenish protein and fat. But in the wasteland, meat was an extremely valuable resource. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the black spots circling in the sky. Those birds. Dingy lowered her head and collected the spat-out grass roots to weave them into ropes. Those are death vultures, wasteland reapers, who will target weak and dying animals, follow them all the way until the prey dies, and then feast on them. They have been following us now. Shishan was right. They were attracted by the stench of the wound on your right leg. Lin Feng gripped the revolver in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The death vulture. Can it be eaten? Dingy was stunned for a moment, then understood what Lin Feng meant. They're edible, but very difficult to kill. They are the most cautious scavengers in this wasteland. They stalk their targets, only approaching slowly once they confirm the prey is completely dead and poses no danger. And within 100 or 2 meters, the slightest disturbance will send them flying away immediately. The bows and arrows of the wastelanders don't have enough killing power at that distance, and professional wasteland hunting teams with rifles look down on the few scraps of rotten meat on a carrion vulture. Because rifle bullets are more expensive than they are. Saying this, Dingy sighed softly. Forget it, unless you stick the gun right to their face, it's not even as good as a fire poker. Wait here, I'll go look for lizards, beetles, or ants. Lin Feng took a deep breath, smelling the stench emanating from his right leg, and shook his head. They are the only large prey we can see. How long until we continue on our way? Dingy had already started turning over rocks, pulling out a 10-centimeter long dagger from her waist, moving quickly and efficiently. We've walked for nearly 8 hours, covering 20 kilometers. Now there are 16 hours left, but Captain Chen needs to rest for 8 hours, leaving 8 hours for gathering food. This is a typical day for most wastelanders, unless you have enough strength and resources to catch up with a large group and spend a lot of money to get a berth in a mobile motel and sleep soundly. Resting while traveling would free up more time. I heard that the advanced RVs of evolutionaries even have electric fans and air conditioning. As she spoke, Dingy licked her deeply chapped lips. For over a month, she had forgotten the feeling of cold air. You can even drink the condensation from the air conditioner. The image of an air-conditioned room from his memories appeared in Lin Feng's mind, making him feel especially nostalgic under the scorching heat of over 40 degrees. So, this is still Earth? Dingy nodded, then shook her head. It's Earth, but not the Earth it used to be. We lose a large part of our memories during hibernation. Only by constantly evolving can we recall the past. The captain has been awake for more than 5 years, traveling almost 40,000 kilometers. The equator is just over 40,000 kilometers, and her awakening point is nearby, so she has been rescuing people recently. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, understanding that the captain was very strong. Is she looking for her former relatives? Dingy glanced at Lin Feng, using her knife to dig out a section of an unknown grassroot from a crevice in the rock. That's right. You have delicate skin and handsome features. You must have been rich or noble before. When you recover your memories, you can help us remember. Lin Feng licked his chapped lips. He only remembered some vague fragments about the past. But none of that was important. The most important thing right now was to find a way to get meat and survive. I don't know any anti-inflammatory herbs, try this. Dingy tasted the unknown grassroot in her hand, and after confirming a sour and numbing sensation on her tongue, she walked towards the handcart. Lin Feng shook his head. His body was too weak. No matter how many herbs he used, it would be useless. After smearing the festering pus from the grass roots on his hands, he said to the puzzled woman in front of him, like this, bury me. Dingy was stunned, then became somewhat annoyed. Don't you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme anymore? You're the first one to give up and want to die so early. It's a waste of the captain's kindness. I should have listened to Chi Shan and sold you off early. Lin Feng smiled. When the pus was smeared all over his cheeks, he slowly raised his revolver, aiming at the black dots far away in the sky. I can't hold on much longer. If I can't get meat, it's a slow death anyway, so I might as well take one last gamble. Bury me in that conspicuous patch of scorched earth, cover me with a layer of yellow sand, and the rest I'll take care of. Dingy was stunned. Only then did she realize that Lin Feng wanted to play dead, luring the carrion vultures to land and approach, and then kill them. Looking at the pale face and determined eyes of the man in front of her, Dingy felt a strange sensation, even ignoring the strong stench emanating from his body. So, she put away the grass roots and pushed the handcart, using herself as bait, facing death, to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. I'm a little curious now, what kind of person were you before? You're adapting too quickly. Lin Feng lay on the handcart, gripping the revolver tightly. I just want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. N. 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 More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng was abandoned 200 meters away from the temporary camp, on a vast patch of barren scorched earth. The stench of decay, originating from the wound on his right leg, drifted in the air with the heat waves. Soon, the carrion vultures circling in the sky gradually lowered their altitude, circling 100 or 2 meters above Lin Feng's head from 1,000 meters high. They were confirming whether the prey was completely dead. Time passed, minute by minute, until 10 minutes later. When Lin Feng was really about to give up, a small group of carrion vultures landed dozens of meters away from him, cautiously probing towards him, hopping and skipping, with their heads retracted and shifty eyes. Hearing the noise, Lin Feng regained consciousness, narrowed his eyes, half drooping, leaving only a slit, holding his breath and concentrating. Coupled with his weak, pale face and the rotten, fishy stench emanating from his body, he looked like someone who had been dead for a long time. Before long, one hungry carrion vulture, emboldened, approached, tilting its neck and staring at the half-buried human with its marble-sized red eyes. The repulsive stench on the prey was, in the eyes of the carrion vulture, a rare delicacy. Because food was scarce, most carnivores in the wasteland had evolved the ability to scavenge, but there were few animals that really liked to eat carrion. Carrion vultures happen to be one of the few. Birds have straight intestines and poor digestion. They even need to peck at gravel and grit to help grind food, and the moisture content of creatures in the wasteland is very low. Their blood is viscous, and their skin and flesh are like dry jerky, making them even more difficult to digest. So, carrion vultures sometimes wait for corpses to undergo preliminary infection and fermentation by bacteria, becoming soft, rotten, and fragmented, before tearing at the carrion and devouring it. Fortunately, before Lin Feng played dead, in order to lower the carrion vulture's guard, he deliberately endured his disgust and smeared the festering pus from his right leg all over his body. In the eyes of the carrion vultures, this was simply a delicious meal delivered to their door. The hungry carrion vulture approached the wound on his right leg, where the stench was strongest, and pecked at the rotten flesh with its hooked beak. Seeing this, the other vultures relaxed their vigilance. Driven by hunger, they gradually approached. The pain caused by the carrion vulture's pecking made Lin Feng exceptionally clear-headed. He bit his tongue hard, breaking out in a cold sweat. But the desire for food and the fear of death overcame the gradually numbing pain. Keeping his body stiff, he secretly gathered his strength. Until more and more carrion vultures gathered. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, grabbed the foot of the nearest carrion vulture with his left hand, and raised his right hand, holding the Type 05 revolver, in an instant. He fired wildly at the flock of vultures around him. Bang! 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 6 bullets were fired in one breath. The revolver had many flaws, but one unique advantage was that it would not jam. Even if it encountered a dud, it would directly advance to the next round. So, it was very smooth when firing in rapid succession. And the weakened power of the Type 05 revolver made the recoil very small, making it very easy to use. Even a dying person like Lin Feng could control it to strafe the flock of carrion vultures. After emptying all the bullets, accompanied by a series of gunshots, the flock of carrion vultures scattered in a flurry of feathers and flapping wings. 4 of them, unlucky enough to be hit by the Type 05 revolver at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, lost their ability to fly steadily, limping and hopping on the ground, or struggling to take off and glide for dozens of meters before falling to the ground again. The carrion vulture that Lin Feng had grasped tightly with his left hand was frightened, frantically flapping its wings, while simultaneously using its sharp beak to peck at the human's arm, trying to break free. This was the guaranteed one in the worst-case scenario. But at this time, Lin Feng had exhausted his strength and was powerless, his grip on his left hand becoming weaker and weaker. Just as he was about to let go, a steel rod directly pierced the struggling carrion vulture, plunging straight into the crevice in the rock. The next moment, Lin Feng was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Looking askance, he saw a person drawing a bow and aiming, killing the remaining wounded and fleeing carrion vultures. Before closing his eyes and falling unconscious. A reminder appeared in the corner of his eye: carrion vulture, LV19, deceased, health points, 0, constitution, 5, spirit, 3, LV1 attribute upper limit 10 evaluation, a survival master and harbinger of death in the wasteland, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme cooperating with other carnivores to guide them in hunting and eliminating the old, weak, sick, and disabled. The meat is dry, tough, sour, and fishy, but the chest muscles are rich in energy. Warm, slightly fishy liquid slowly brought Lin Feng back to consciousness. He was leaning against Ding Yi's lap, drinking the pale red liquid she had filled a plastic bottle with. The festering, foul-smelling pus that had covered his body had been wiped clean. Beside the back of the flatbed cart, 5 vulture corpses were neatly arranged. 3 had been plucked clean, revealing brownish chicken skin, while the necks of the other 2 drooped, their throats cut to drain their blood. Thick blood, like snot, dripped into the bottle with a rustling sound coming from nearby. "You can't drink the blood of the vultures directly, so I added some fresh water to dilute it," Ding Yi said, her voice unable to conceal her excitement. 5 vultures were a considerable haul. Lin Feng continued to drink, taking small sips of the rusty, fishy diluted blood, checking his condition. Lin Feng, LV1, weak health, 7, strength, 7, spirit, 8, LV1 attribute limit, 10. Both his health and strength had recovered somewhat. As expected, he needed nutritious food to heal quickly. The wound on his left hand, caused by the vulture's struggles, had already clotted and scabbed over, with no signs of inflammation. "How long was I unconscious?" Lin Feng asked after drinking most of the bottle. Ding Yi helped him lean against the base of a rock to rest, then looked towards the distant rising dust clouds. "About half an hour. The main group hasn't gone far." At that moment, Chen Shanchan walked over, holding a sharp knife, and began to dissect the vultures. The rustling sound Lin Feng had heard earlier was Captain Chen sharpening her knife. Chen Shanchan was very skilled, and Ding Yi also took out her own self-defense dagger to learn. These were all valuable survival skills in the wasteland. In the captain's hands, the head-sized vultures were quickly broken down into 8 pieces. The organs in the abdominal cavity, the heart and lungs, could be eaten directly. The liver, spleen, kidneys, and gallbladder, which accumulated toxins, were placed on the flatbed cart to dry for future storage. The slender intestines were turned inside out, the filthy, semi-digested bone fragments scraped clean. After some kneading, they became elastic ropes that could be used for binding. After processing the easily rotting organs, the main event of separating the bones and meat began. Despite their large size, 2/3 of the vulture's bodies were feathers. With the bones and meat, they weighed less than 2 pounds. After removing the bones, there was at most a pound of shredded meat. The only complete, large piece of meat, which was also the most tender and flavorful, was the vulture breast meat. After digging out 3 pieces of vulture breast meat, Chen Shanshan cut them into finger-thick strips. She had Ding Yi send 2 pieces, about a pound in total, to Lin Feng. There's only a little more than half a bag of fresh water left. Eating too much meat will consume more water. Eat a little first, and we'll trade for a few bags of water when we catch up with the main group, Chen Shanshan reminded him, knowing that eating too much would only worsen dehydration. She then continued processing the remaining 2 vultures after draining their blood. Lin Feng nodded slightly, ignoring the bloody smell of the raw meat strips, and sucked them into his mouth to chew. It was cold and felt like tofu or pudding, without the coarse, woody fiber of cooked or dried meat. After eating more than 10 strips in one go, his churning stomach finally felt a little full, and his weak body also improved. Lin Feng put down the wooden board he was using as a plate and continued to drink the diluted blood. He was somewhat surprised by Chen Shanshan's generosity. After Ding Yi's introduction, he knew that the vulture breast meat was the most nutritious and delicious part of the vulture, accounting for 70% of its value. The 2 of them could have easily taken it for themselves, only giving him scraps, or simply abandoned him. There was no need to waste precious food and fresh water on someone who was about to die. Seeming to see Lin Feng's confusion, Ding Yi, who was stringing together vulture feathers with hemp rope, said, "They were bought with your life. According to the team's rules, you should get the best parts. Although resources are scarce, we haven't fallen to the point of harming our teammates. This is also the captain's philosophy. Before it endangers her own life, she will try to save every member." So, although everyone was hungry before, they didn't have to be constantly on guard against each other like other wasteland teams. Ding Yi measured Lin Feng's shoulders with the hemp rope. "No need to thank me. Get better quickly. We're short on manpower right now." Lin Feng nodded silently. After the digestion in his stomach, his health bar recovered to 8 points. Before long, the wound on his right leg would scab over, and he would be able to stand and walk, no longer burdening the 2 of them. 10 minutes later, the captain finished processing all the vultures, spreading the dug-out organs and minced meat flat on the flatbed cart to ensure they were exposed to direct sunlight to dry. Then, she looked at Lin Feng, whose condition had improved, and Ding Yi, who was still weaving. "It's time to go. Gunfire will attract nearby wasteland teams. There are only 3 of us, which is very dangerous." Lin Feng nodded. To be precise, there were 2 of them. He and Ding Yi together only counted as 1. Supporting himself against the rock wall, Lin Feng struggled to get up. With Ding Yi's support, Lin Feng returned to the flatbed cart, continuing to eat meat and drink blood to recover his injuries and strength as soon as possible. The group continued on, following the tracks on the ground, fleeing the hunting site. After a while, Lin Feng saw the 3 bullets that had appeared in the revolver, realizing that a total of 3 hours had passed. At this time, the 3 had traveled 5 kilometers, far enough away from the previous temporary camp. Chen Shanshan announced a rest, finding a shady spot under a large rock. Looking at the captain's erratic breathing, Lin Feng knew that her condition was not good. Dragging him for more than 10 hours in one go, even with her strength, was easy to overexert. Chen Shanshan was the only combat force in the team, and nothing could happen to her. If only there was a car, even a tricycle, it would be easier and less strenuous than this broken flatbed cart. Lin Feng's desire for safety grew more urgent. Looking at his personal attributes in the corner of his eye, his health had recovered to 9 points, and the external wound on his right leg had completely scabbed over, allowing him to slowly walk. Just in case, Lin Feng decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue eating vulture breast meat to speed up his recovery. He slowly got up, walked to the flatbed cart, grabbed a semi-dehydrated strip of meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The two women watched, simply continuing to rest. Soon, after the fourth bullet took shape, Lin Feng's health and strength attributes increased to the limit of 10 points. As a warm current flowed through his abdomen and into his entire body, he successfully advanced to level 2, Lin Feng, LV29 health 14, strength 14, spirit 13, LV2 attribute limit 15 item upgrade limit increased to LV2 can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 common revolver. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. After a moment, the Type 05 revolver in his hand was brand new, superior revolver LV2, white quality basic attributes, damage 4, effective range 50 meters, remaining bullet 66, upgraded to host's level limit additional attribute, bullet recovery 1 minute evaluation, a secondarily optimized revolver. The caliber has been increased, and the damage and range have been doubled. It can kill with 2 shots. Attacking vital parts doubles the damage, effectively deterring the target in front of you. The upgraded superior revolver had an excellent texture, and the barrel was slightly larger. The remaining ammunition was immediately refilled. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and opened the revolver's cylinder, wanting to pull out the bullets inside, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Otherwise, just relying on automatic bullet recovery, 1 bullet per minute, 60 bullets per hour, and more than 1,000 bullets per day, could be exchanged for countless resources. This bullet recovery attribute should be a conceptual special ability. But even so, the superior revolver's combat power should not be underestimated. Lin Feng safely put it in his pocket, drawing a sense of security from it. Ding Yi, who was resting nearby, opened her eyes after a short break and continued to weave the vulture feathers. Seeing this, Lin Feng began to inquire about the division of power among the wastelands, as well as the existence of evolutionaries. After upgrading, he could feel a significant increase in strength. As long as his injuries were completely recovered, he should have some combat power. He wondered who was stronger, him or Qi Shan's gang. Ding Yi was about to open her mouth to introduce her limited knowledge of the past month when Chen Shanshan, who was leaning in the shadows, suddenly opened her eyes, tightly gripped the steel rod in her hand, and whispered, "Be careful, someone's coming." Lin Feng's heart tightened instantly, gripping the LV2 quality revolver in his hand, cautiously observing his surroundings. His right leg injury only allowed him to walk slowly after the upgrade, making it impossible to run away. If the captain and Ding Yi didn't want to abandon him, they would have to stay put and pray they wouldn't be discovered. But those who come are not friendly, and the friendly do not come. The other party was clearly following the sound of gunfire and the scent of blood, tailing them all the way. Soon after, a few thin figures appeared on the horizon not far away. Lin Feng struggled to stand up, leaning against the rock wall, trying not to reveal his injury. Chen Shanshan glanced at the gun in the man's hand. The latter nodded in affirmation. The Type 05 revolver was given to him by Captain Chen. Lin Feng knew that the other party was aware that the revolver only had 3 rounds. And when hunting the carrion vultures, he fired 6 shots. The bullet recovery function had already been exposed, and moreover, the new state of the gun could not be hidden. Now that a formidable enemy was at hand, the firearm in Lin Feng's hand was the key to forming deterrence in the confrontation, and there was no need to conceal it. Having received an affirmative response from the man, Chen Shanshan, feeling more confident, raised the 2-meter-long steel rod, quietly waiting for the other party to arrive. There were 4 of them in total. After observing Chen Shanshan and the others, one of them split off and returned the way they came, while the remaining members continued to squat and monitor. These are just scouts. They're going back to get more people. Should we strike first? Lin Feng spoke slowly, proactively handing over the revolver. The captain was strong and extremely fast. Equipping her with a handgun would allow her to assassinate the 3 distant figures, and then catch up with Lin Feng and the other. But Chen Shanshan shook her head. A wasteland community that can send out a 4-person reconnaissance team has at least 20 members. Gunfire and death will only attract them and continue the relentless pursuit. But correspondingly, a team with such strength doesn't have a strong need for food. Before any hatred is triggered, contact and negotiation are the first choice. The captain explained the rules of conduct in the wasteland. The worse the condition of a wasteland community, the more careful you have to be. They are already on the verge of death, and for a bite to eat, they can be fearless. Conversely, those with strong strength are easier to talk to, because they have more to consider and prioritize caution. The risk and reward must be proportional before they take action. Lin Feng nodded, silently remembering it in his heart. Soon after, more than 10 wastelanders appeared one after another from the direction they came, including several leaders who were dressed cleanly and in good condition. From their appearance, it was clear that this wasteland community was much stronger than Chen Shanshan's former subordinates. The team had an iron cart and a tricycle, both fully loaded with supplies. Seeing that the other party did not lack food, Lin Feng felt a slight relief, but Chen Shanshan on the side narrowed her eyes slightly, deep in thought. Soon, the wasteland community that had stopped 100 meters away sent out 3 people. One of them was tall and sturdy, at least 1.90 meters, with bulging muscles on his exposed bronze arms and several scars on his face, looking fierce. He was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Lin Feng swallowed, feeling like a chick in the eyes of this fierce giant. The 3 stopped 30 meters away. Looking at Chen Shanshan and the others, the giant laughed loudly, his tone teasing. "Captain Chen, why are there only these 2 weaklings left in your team? I told you a long time ago, you're not suitable to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme team. That Shishan is a traitor, two-faced, and will squeeze you out sooner or later. With the current situation, why not join us? With your strength, you won't have to worry about food." It seemed the 2 sides knew each other, Lin Feng observed. Chen Shanshan took a deep breath and put away the steel rod. "No need for Captain Li to worry, we're living well." Li Hu glanced around at the few people, saw the revolver in Lin Feng's hand, and stared at the only man in this down-and-out 3-person team, suddenly becoming interested and said, "Is this the new survivor you found? Nice build, perky butt, and looks tender. Recently, there are a few big shots in the Oasis slave market who like this kind. Oomph, looks like you got lucky. 1 enhancement serum, plus 2 pounds of jerky, 5 liters of fresh water, what do you say?" Lin Feng's pupils shrank, his heart suddenly tightened, and he looked at the captain's back. The development of the situation was far beyond his expectations. Chen Shanshan frowned slightly and shook her head. Li Hu continued, "With your strength, as long as you inject an enhancement serum, you can be promoted to a level 9 enhanced human, only 1 step away from a first-order revolver. With such good conditions, I can't think of any reason to refuse." Chen Shanshan's gaze was cold, and she raised the steel rod in her hand. "I don't sell living people, you know that." Li Hu didn't press further. Instead, the woman beside him spoke to Lin Feng, her tone frivolous. "Little brother, you've experienced the harshness of the wasteland, haven't you? Instead of starving and living in fear and uncertainty among the wastelanders, why don't we take you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life? As long as you are obedient, endless food, safe housing, and soft beds and air conditioning, the living environment of those big shots is like a paradise on earth. What do you say, do you want to come with us? These things, you won't be able to experience even if you follow Captain Chen for the rest of your life until you die." As she spoke, the woman's tone changed, becoming low. "You have to think clearly. If you wait a few more days, your skin will be dry and cracked, peeling, yellowing, and blackening, and you won't be worthy of such good treatment." Lin Feng stared at the woman in front of him and suddenly smiled. "Sorry, I have confidence in living well and want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a few more days, rather than becoming someone else's plaything. Rather than being a tail-wagging supplicant at someone's beck and call, I would rather die with dignity." After speaking, Lin Feng slowly pointed the gun at himself, to show his determination and deterrence. He knew very well that he was only level 2 and had a maximum of 15 health points, while the other party's strength was far above him, with strength and speed several times stronger. So the deterrence of the LV2 revolver was not great. But although Lin Feng couldn't threaten them, he could kill himself before they tore off their masks. There was no need to act for a dead person. Seeing this scene, the few people in the distance glanced at Lin Feng in surprise, and Li Hu even sighed. "He's still a man. Chen Shanshan, you finally turned around." After speaking, he turned around and led his people away. "Wait." Lin Feng suddenly spoke at this time. Seeing the other party turn his head, he pointed to the dried meat strips on the cart. I want to make a deal. Li Hu thought the other party had changed his mind, but he didn't expect it was for this matter, so he frowned slightly. These few pounds of meat can't be exchanged for anything good. Lin Feng didn't care. I only want fresh water. The fact that the other party was willing to offer an exchange price of 2 pounds of jerky and 5 liters of water meant that they were not short of water. Li Hu looked at the minced meat jerky on the cart and the piled up carrion vulture feathers and held out 2 fingers, 2 pieces of vulture breast meat, for liters of fresh water. Ding Yi and Chen Shanshan's expressions changed. The latter even questioned in a deep voice, half a pound of jerky can be exchanged for 4 liters of water, you're robbing us. Li Hu looked at Lin Feng, taking it for granted, it's just taking advantage of the situation, or you can walk another 20 or 30 kilometers and catch up with the main force to trade. But the variables along the way are worth this price. Lin Feng took a deep breath, facing the gazes of the 2 women turning towards him, and firmed his thoughts. A piece of vulture breast meat weighs phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals clause close slash phoneme to half a pound after drying, 2 pieces for 5 liters of fresh water. Li Hu nodded, no longer bargaining. Okay. After the exchange was completed, Lin Feng looked at the 5 plastic bottles filled with fresh water in front of him and couldn't help but salivate. Before leaving, Li Hu reminded Chen Shanshan, I saw a pack of wasteland wolves searching this way, following the sound of gunfire. The Holy Spring Day is coming soon, and we still have to hurry on our way. Good luck to you. Chen Shanshan's expression was solemn, and she watched them leave. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open a bottle of water and drank a small half of it in one gulp, asking about the things Li Hu had just said. What are the oasis and Holy Spring Day? Ding Yi packed up the remaining minced meat jerky on the cart. It's related to the place where they were going to sell you. It's the big shots on the oasis. The forefront of our refugee team is a steel behemoth traveling on the Gobi, called the Mobile Oasis. Every 15 days, the upper-class people who control the oasis will hold a grand gathering, recruiting servants and soldiers from the wastelanders. At the same time, the Holy Spring Church of the Oasis will open the oasis drainage valve after praising the Lord, and send down the Lord's sweet dew. So this day is also called Holy Spring Day, and all the wasteland teams will speed up their journey to catch up with the main force before this day. It's already September 13th, and there are less than 2 days left until Holy Spring Day. Speaking of this, Ding Yi remembered Qi Shan, who had led people away, and said somewhat angrily, no wonder Qi Shan stole the supplies yesterday. Chen Shanshan didn't care about this, but stared into the distance with a deep gaze. Lin Feng was about to continue asking about the strength divisions of the wastelanders when he looked in the direction of her gaze. Several hundred meters away, on the road they had come from, a huge gray wolf climbed over the hillside and stood on the top of the mountain. The reddish wolf eyes met everyone's gaze. Is that the wasteland wolf Li Hu and the others mentioned? Using the boulder next to the gray wolf, Lin Feng estimated its size to be 3 meters long, and more than 2 meters without the tail, comparable to a small tiger, weighing about 100 kilograms. At this moment, this wasteland wolf has already set its sights on the group. Lin Feng swallowed and gripped the LV-2 revolver in his hand, bracing himself. A hint of fear flashed in Ding Yi's eyes. Being targeted by such a fierce and cunning beast was not a good thing, that's right, and wasteland wolves rarely act alone. They are pack animals. If one appears, it means there's a whole pack behind it. Lin Feng wasn't confident he could take down even one of these mutated giant wolves. If there was a pack, the group would only become food for the wolves. Chen Shanshan narrowed her eyes, observed the formation, and slowly said, don't worry, this is an old wolf. Its fur is already yellow and white, its strength isn't great, at most early level 7. This kind of old wasteland wolf is usually ostracized and acts as a scout on the outskirts of the pack. It's more than 10 kilometers away from the core pack. It's not howling, which means it's still observing our state, judging the strength of its prey. It probably followed the corpse vultures, smelling the carrion, wanting to devour the prey alone. We have plenty of fresh water now, let's just wear it down. If it really doesn't work, we'll catch up with the main group. Seeing the captain speak, using her rich wasteland experience to judge the current situation, the other 2 felt a little relieved. It is said that it was left by the ancestors a long time ago. Before becoming an evolver, you have to go through 3 major enhancements, called enhanced humans. The 3 enhancements are further divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are early stage enhanced humans, with strength increasing from 100 kilograms to 300 kilograms. Humans used to be at this level. I'm a level 1 enhanced human. Most of the newly awakened in the wasteland are also at this level. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-stage enhanced humans, capable of half a ton of strength. They are the backbone of the wastelanders. Shishan, who previously served as the deputy captain, was a level 6 enhanced human, and his subordinates were also between levels 4 and 5. Above that are late-stage enhanced humans from levels 7 to 9, the top tier among the wastelanders, with strength phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close / phoneme to a ton. The captain is 1, and Li Hu and the other 3 who just negotiated are all of them. So the situation just now was extremely dangerous. Don't be fooled by their seemingly amiable appearance. Once they decide to attack, they're as ruthless as wild beasts. Looking back now, your decision to trade the vulture breast meat was right. Apart from you, only the vulture breast meat is most valuable in the team, and exchanging it for the most needed fresh water can also dispel their motives. Lin Feng was still thinking about his own strength level when he heard Ding Yi's assumptions, and seriously explained, I didn't think so much, I just didn't want to catch up with the main group too early. There are too many people there, and there might be unscrupulous people who would forcibly take me away, and I'd be in trouble later. Your and my combat power are equal to 0. If you go to trade, you'll easily be targeted. If the captain goes, the 2 of us won't be able to protect ourselves. After thinking about it, it's better to exchange for some much-needed fresh water, and after 2 days I'll get a tan too, and then we'll go together. Hearing that Lin Feng was worried about being sold, Ding Yi and the other 2 couldn't help but chuckle at his serious expression. Chen Shanshan took off her face mask, picked up one of the 5 bottles of water, and after taking a small sip, carefully poured the water from the bottle into the water bag at her waist. It was a leather water bag, very old. This was the first time Lin Feng had properly seen the captain's face. On her wheat-colored, delicate skin, there was a scar that stretched from her right cheek to her lips and jaw, as hideous as a centipede. But the captain's eyes were very clear, and her face wasn't as deeply wrinkled as other female wastelanders. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Chen Shanshan put on her linen mask again and introduced herself, I am now a level 8 enhanced human. Although level 9 enhanced humans are only one step away from evolvers, that qualitative improvement makes the gap between the 2 as wide as a chasm. An evolver can easily suppress the siege of more than a dozen enhanced humans, not to mention they also have the most important special abilities. While achieving evolution, they will awaken their abilities. Saying that, Chen Shanshan turned to look at Lin Feng and the brand new revolver in his hand. This is also the foundation for evolvers to establish themselves. Lin Feng did not avoid it, showing the revolver in his hand. The captain's strength was enough to crush 10 of himself, and now that everyone was a team, he went along with the flow and introduced it. I accidentally discovered it after waking up. The energy in my body can optimize weapons and equipment. Hiding the upgrade system, Lin Feng changed his wording. Hearing the man admit it generously, the 2 women were a little surprised, especially Ding Yi, whose eyes lit up. Then that means, Lin Feng, you were already an evolver before. The strength and status of evolvers are beyond doubt, and are existences that all wastelanders must look up to. Lin Feng looked at the LV2 on the panel, twitched the corner of his mouth, and quickly explained that he couldn't remember the past, and his current strength was only a little stronger than Ding Yi. Chen Shanshan added from the side, even if you don't become an evolver, when you advance to a level 7 late-stage enhanced human, you may also awaken an ability, with a probability of only less than 1 in 10. I was lucky enough to become one of them, awakening the ability of sensing and detection, so I can find the resources and survivors that the previous troops missed in the underground caves. Lin Feng may have only been a late-stage enhanced human before. If he was an evolver, those big forces couldn't have missed him. Ding Yi nodded as if she understood. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder Li Hu and the others hoped that Chen Shanshan could join them, and even invited her more than once. Perception-type auxiliary abilities are indeed very strong. Especially in the resource-poor and crisis-ridden wasteland, finding food and avoiding danger are the most important things. After chatting and resting for a while, Lin Feng slowly got up. His stomach was empty again, and he stared at the wasteland wolf slowly approaching a few hundred meters away. I need more food, especially meat rich in energy, to constantly evolve and restore my strength. We have to find a way to solve this old wasteland wolf. Dingy put down the work in her hands and looked at the man in front of her with some surprise. His ideas were always a bit shocking. When encountering a wasteland wolf, the wasteland teams at the bottom always only had the option of running away, but he was thinking about counter-killing it. Chen Shanshan frowned slightly. Wasteland wolves are not like corpse vultures. They are more intelligent and cunning. Just one bite can pierce your throat and bite off your neck. A little carelessness can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead /phoneme to death in the wolf's mouth. Moreover, carnivores are different from herbivores. They are natural hunters and killing machines, and few wastelander teams will actively confront and hunt them. There are only 3 of us, this is too risky. Lin Feng certainly understood the danger. But in the current situation, they were sandwiched between the main group and the wasteland wolf, with other wastelander teams eyeing them in front and a pack of wolves following behind. Only by solving the immediate trouble as soon as possible could they get enough breathing room. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said firmly, although it's dangerous, it's just an old wasteland wolf, and its strength must be greatly reduced, and it also wants to devour us alone, which is an opportunity. No matter how smart and cunning a beast is, it's still a beast. They can't control their greedy desires. As long as we show enough flaws, we will definitely attract it to take the bait. Chen Shanshan looked at the man, and then at the remaining meat paste supplies on the flatbed cart. There were still 8 seed buckthorn rootstocks, a piece of vulture breast meat, and 3 pounds of dried meat paste in offal. It would definitely be more than enough to last for 2 days, but these things wouldn't be exchanged for any supplies at the Holy Spring Gathering. Lin Feng was right. If a team of only 3 people wanted to survive, they had to risk hunting in order to re-exchange for the supplies that Qishan had taken away. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Shanshan stared at the man and handed him the steel rod. See if you can optimize it. Lin Feng took it and found that this unremarkable and dilapidated steel rod was heavy. With his strength of 200 kilograms, it was a little difficult to lift it with one hand. As he touched it, the perception results also appeared in his eyes. Unknown titanium spear, level unknown, quality unknown, basic attributes, damage 20, durability 410, can consume 1 point of health to restore 1 point of durability. Evaluation, suspected relic of prehistoric advanced civilization, the host's level is too low to analyze, only 4 points of durability remain, meaning that the mysterious titanium spear in my hand, of unknown grade and quality, is actually on the verge of being scrapped. Although it only costs 1 point of life to restore 1 point of durability, Lin Feng looked at his 14 points of life as a level 2 enhancer and decided not to waste too much on it. So he asked the captain, "Where did you get this thing from?" A trace of loss flashed in Chen Shanshan's eyes. After hesitating for a few seconds, she replied, "More than 5 years ago, my master saved me. After she died, she left it to me. This is her weapon. I heard it came from a large ruin. At first, it could be switched to a spearhead form. The blade was extremely sharp and could easily pierce 10 centimeters of steel. Dealing with ordinary wasteland wolves only required 1 blow to seriously injure them. So, can it be repaired?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Looking at it, it was indeed useful. The base damage was 20 points, plus the stopping power brought by the penetrating wound, which was much more effective than chopping and heavy blows. Then, under the captain's expectant gaze, Lin Feng explained the current situation. "My ability consumes my physical condition. It would take a lot to completely repair it, which would easily affect the subsequent battles, so I can only try first." After explaining the situation, Lin Feng first consumed 1 point of life to see the effect. As a stream of energy was drawn from his body and integrated into the mysterious titanium spear in his hand, the rust on the surface of the ordinary steel rod fell off, and there was a slight improvement. He returned the titanium spear to the captain, who gripped the lower half with both hands and twisted it, but unfortunately, apart from the cracking friction sound, the appearance of the exterior remained unchanged. Seeing this scene, Chen Shanshan was a little excited, took it, and twisted the lower half directly. With a crisp click, a 3-sided spearhead, as long as 30 or 40 centimeters, suddenly popped out from the top of the originally blunt steel rod. 3 ridges, still in a strange spiral shape. The spear tip was exceptionally sharp, and a cold light could be seen in the shadows. Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This cold weapon from the ruins was extremely sci-fi and seemed capable of piercing through any defense. The appraisal result in his eyes showed that its damage was as high as 40 points. If this were used to kill people, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. Dealing with wasteland wolves, as long as it hit a vital point, it could also kill with one shot. Thank you. Chen Shanshan retracted the spearhead form, looked at Lin Feng solemnly, and thanked him in a deep voice. Then she turned to look at the wasteland wolf following the crowd, and even her tone became confident. As long as I can lure it to attack proactively, I am fully confident that I can complete the kill. Lin Feng nodded, without the slightest suspicion or contempt for the woman's short stature. The other party was a late-stage enhancer, an existence with an 8th-level evolution, 4 times stronger than himself, possessing nearly a ton of strength. With the titanium spear in her hand, dealing with an old wasteland wolf was no problem. But in order to increase the probability of killing and reduce the possibility of injury, Lin Feng decided to continue upgrading another weapon on Chen Shanshan. Bring the bow and arrow over and let me see if I can optimize it. Its shooting has no noise and is more suitable for ambushes than a pistol. Chen Shanshan nodded, took off the bow hanging on her back, and handed over the remaining 5 arrows together. This is made of the horns of a mutated hartebeest. It has been used for almost 2 years. Item information appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Crude hornbow LV1, white quality basic attributes, damage 5, durability 710, effective range 80 meters, remaining arrows, 5, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade evaluation, inferior hornbow, which has high requirements for the user's proficiency. The hit rate is affected by many factors and is not recommended for beginners. Seeing the basic 5 points of damage, Lin Feng upgraded it directly without thinking. As his life value dropped to 11 points, the hornbow in his hand was also upgraded to LV2 under the injection of energy in his body. Ordinary hornbow LV2, white quality basic attributes, damage 10, durability 1010, effective range 150 meters, remaining arrows, 5, upgraded to the host's level limit evaluation, a usable ordinary hornbow, which requires more than 300 kilograms of strength to be used proficiently. The hit rate is affected by many factors and is not recommended for beginners. Sure enough, as Lin Feng expected, the upgraded hornbow had doubled damage of 10 points. He tried to pull it a little, but it was a bit difficult. Don't release the string directly, pulling the bow without an arrow will damage it. Release the string slowly. Chen Shanshan reminded him in time. Lin Feng, who didn't know anything about bows and arrows, almost let go of his finger. Slowly retracting, looking at the undiminished durability, Lin Feng rubbed the red mark on his index finger and returned the hornbow to the other party. Chen Shanshan tried it and nodded with satisfaction. With the titanium spear for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat and the hornbow for ranged damage, she even had the confidence to hunt a wasteland wolf below level 9 alone. At this time, Dingy came over and handed the cloak woven from the feathers of a carrion vulture to Lin Feng. The feather coat can block the sun, cover your own breath, and is breathable and not hot. Lin Feng only had a thin sleeveless linen shirt on his upper body, woven from plant roots, which was itchy and rough. His exposed arms had been sunburned red. After putting on the feather coat, he felt much better. Then Dingy took out a section of bottle made of leg bones from her pocket, pulled out the wooden stopper on it, and a faint fragrance floated out. However, the color of the liquid filled inside was a rich blue-green, which looked very dangerous. This is the plant secretion I collected, concentrated, which has a strong muscle paralysis and hallucinogenic effect. The more intense the exercise, the faster the effect. Applying it to the arrow can provide multiple guarantees. Hearing Dingy's introduction, Lin Feng sighed that knowledge is power. This thing is perfect with arrows. With all the preparations before the hunt completed, now only the specific steps remain to be implemented. The first point is how to lure this wasteland wolf to take the initiative to attack. Now that Lin Feng's injury has recovered, pretending to be dead has a very poor effect, and he does not have the strength to face the wasteland wolf alone, which is easy to backfire. At this time, Dingy pushed her glasses and took the initiative to speak. Now my strength is the weakest, I will be the bait. Lin Feng looked at the other party in surprise. This woman, who had healed him at the beginning, seemed extremely rational. In other words, she was very self-aware. She took the initiative to take on such a task with a slim chance of survival. Chen Shanshan shook her head. With her experience of rolling around in the wasteland for nearly 6 years, she was very experienced in how to counter-kill wasteland wolves. No special bait is needed. Although wasteland wolves are cunning and cruel, they are strong and not at the bottom of the food chain, unlike carrion vultures who are cautious. On the contrary, deliberately exposing flaws will arouse the vigilance of experienced old wasteland wolves. The wolf's nose is very sensitive and can smell our breath state to judge strength and weakness and select attack targets. When it's Dingyi's turn to stand guard, there will definitely be some temptation. It is very clear that as long as one of them is killed, the rest will flee and become the bottom humans of the wasteland. There is not so much unity and affection. The captain explained while applying plant secretions to the arrow. After understanding the habits of the wasteland wolf, the specific hunting plan gradually became clear. The fleeing team had to travel 20 kilometers every day, which required more than 8 hours of rest and rotating guard duty. There would always be flaws. In order to facilitate the attack, Chen Shanshan found a shallow cave with a rock on top. People rested inside, and a guard was arranged outside. In this way, in the eyes of the wasteland wolf, there was only one prey outside the cave. It only needed to carefully grope forward and directly take the prey away. But it didn't know that Chen Shanshan had the ability to perceive. Even if she closed her eyes, she could clearly detect the surrounding nearby dangers. As the plan was successfully implemented, the two sat in the cave, trying to calm their breathing and pretending to be asleep. Outside the cave, Dingyi looked nervous. If there was any disturbance, she needed to hide in the cave as soon as possible. These were the words Chen Shanshan had specifically told her. Time passed minute by minute. To relieve the tension in her heart, Dingyi began to rummage through the grass roots under the rocks. Half an hour later, the old wasteland wolf, who had been monitoring the crowd for a long time, made a big circle and decided to launch an attack from behind the crowd. It lay down directly 100 meters away from the entrance of the cave, relying on the giant rock to cover the prey site, slowly moving forward, tiptoeing. Until it was only 30 meters away from the humans at the entrance of the cave. The old wasteland wolf suddenly kicked its legs and jumped up, pouncing on Dingyi's back. On the steep and rugged slope, 10 meters in one step per second. A big mouth full of fangs reflected a bright cold light in the sun, aiming at Dingyi's neck. At the critical moment, a short figure suddenly out from the cave, pointing the titanium spear in his hand directly at the wolf shadow in the air. At the same time, a loud reminder followed, duck. Chen Shanshan's movements were swift and fierce, her small size making her difficult to spot. She switched her titanium spear to a 3-edged spiral head, and with a sudden throw, plunged it straight into the wasteland wolf's abdomen. The 30-centimeter-long spearhead instantly shattered ribs and pierced internal organs. Unfortunately, the sustained penetrating kinetic energy of the throw was limited. It could only achieve this much. If she had held it in her hand and directly stabbed through, it could have been a fatal blow. Chen Shanshan seemed to have anticipated this, and tightly gripped the titanium spear to block, creating a shower of sparks as it collided with the old wasteland wolf's fangs. In a short 2 or 3 seconds, they went through attack and counterattack. At this time, Lin Feng, who was following behind Chen Shanshan, had already pulled Dingyi up and pushed her away, and raised the revolver in his hand, the dark muzzle aimed at the wolf's head. Seeing this scene, the old wasteland wolf revealed a hint of fear. It was well informed and knew very well the power of the hot weapons in human hands. Already seriously injured, it would definitely not be able to withstand this magical attack. Immediately, it abandoned its counterattack, used all its strength, and leaped away, fleeing the scene. Watching its fleeing back, Chen Shanshan did not chase directly. The opponent's 4-legged running speed was far more agile and nimble than hers in the rocky terrain. She quickly retrieved the titanium spear, pulled out an arrow from the quiver, nocked it, and aimed at the target. Swish! 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 Within 3 seconds, she fired 3 arrows in a row. 2 of them accurately hit the wasteland wolf's hind legs. The arrowheads, stained with plant toxins, pierced the wolf's skin, allowing the venom to seep into the flesh. Let's go, it won't run far. Confirming that the 2 behind her were not injured, Chen Shanshan said in a deep voice, pulled out the titanium spear, and chased after it. Lin Feng then helped up Ding Yi, whose legs were weak, and followed behind the captain. Chen Shanshan picked up the empty arrowheads on the ground and followed the trail of blood all the way. After walking 200 or 300 meters, the seriously injured wasteland wolf, due to excessive blood loss and paralysis from plant toxins, fell to the ground, its hind limbs powerless. At this time, it had already entered a dying state. It howled mournfully in pain. Because of extreme fear and loss of control over its body, it became incontinent, and feces and urine were scattered all over the ground. Chen Shanshan frowned, carefully stepped forward, and gave it the final blow, the sharp spearhead piercing its throat, ending the shrill wail. "Be careful, don't touch the blood, feces, and urine," Chen Shanshan said in a deep voice, reminding Lin Feng and Ding Yi, who had caught up behind her, then grabbed the shallow surface sand on the ground and smeared it on the wasteland wolf's wound to block the gushing blood vessels. Then, she flipped it onto its belly, tied its limbs together in pairs, inserted the titanium spear between its legs, picked it up, and carried it on her shoulder. By the time she brought Lin Feng and Ding Yi back to the cave entrance, the wasteland wolf's blood had almost completely drained. Chen Shanshan squeezed out the remaining liquid from the wolf's corpse and placed it on the cart. After the excitement in Lin Feng and Ding Yi's bodies subsided, as the adrenaline faded, a strong sense of emptiness and fatigue surged through their bodies. "We can't rest, they're coming." Chen Shanshan grabbed a handful of meat paste and stuffed it into her mouth, drank several mouthfuls of water in one breath, and lifted the cart to leave. Lin Feng frowned slightly. "The wolf pack? So fast?" The captain nodded and pulled the cart. "This wasteland wolf is quite strong. It used to be at least a leader level. The wolf pack it belongs to will only be stronger." Its mournful howl before death, as well as the blood and excrement splashed along the way, will form a strong signal. "We must leave as soon as possible, otherwise, once the wolf pack bites us, it will be extremely difficult to escape." Lin Feng nodded, stepped forward from the cart, picked up the meat paste jerky, and shared it with Ding Yi beside him. The two supported each other and followed beside the cart. Not far away, a burst of wolf howls sounded behind them. The wailing sound rose and fell, continuous and endless. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace, even though they were so tired that it was difficult to breathe. They didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. More than an hour later, under the scorching sun, they walked 5 kilometers, plus the retreat from hunting the carrion vulture before. They had already completed most of tomorrow's journey. The three leaned against the shadow of a rock, their legs sore and numb. Chen Shanshan watched the billowing dust rising in the distance, only a dozen kilometers away from the main force. Usually, wolf packs would not get so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, so she announced a rest. Lin Feng sat down on the ground panting. The 2 life points he had recovered with meat paste and fresh water were consumed again. Now, he only had 10 life points left. If it dropped further, it would affect the healing of the external wound on his right leg. Hearing the word rest, he and Ding Yi both breathed a sigh of relief. They immediately took out their water bottles and sipped slowly. Chen Shanshan only rested for 3 or 4 minutes. After adjusting her breathing, she got up and stepped forward, took out a small knife, and began to dissect the wolf corpse. Fortunately, it had been bled in advance and had not rotted or deteriorated. In addition, this wasteland wolf had evolved to the later stage, its immunity was extremely strong, and its abdominal organs were still fresh. Digging out a pile of organs, Chen Shanshan picked out a large heart, weighing as much as 3 pounds. She cut it into 3 pieces and handed them to the other 2. "Eat it while it's hot, it will have a fishy smell when it's cold." Lin Feng looked at the raw meat in his hand and the girl in front of him with blood all over her mouth, drinking blood like fur, and suddenly felt a strange sense of absurdity. Wasteland Wolf, LV7-9, Deceased Health, 0, Constitution, 35, Spirit, 8, LV7 Attribute Cap, 40 Evaluation. Wasteland Wolf packs are survival masters that have successfully reproduced. They are loyal to slaughter and to their pack, so they are very vengeful. Beware of their revenge. Wasteland wolf hearts and hind leg meat are rich in nutrients, and steel teeth and claws are also good biological materials. It wasn't until Ding Yi happily accepted the wasteland wolf's heart and tore at it, that Lin Feng came back to his senses and stuffed the still twitching heart muscle in his hand into his mouth. The raw meat, mixed with a faint metallic taste, was nutritious and chewy. After eating, Lin Feng also finished reading the introduction of the Wasteland Wolf, and felt a trace of warmth, digested from the abdomen and flowing into the whole body. After resting for a while, as his health steadily increased, the familiar sense of power in his body returned. When his health reached the upper limit of 15 points, with the help of the flesh and blood of the level 7 Wasteland Wolf, Lin Feng took a deep breath and gained another upgrade. Lin Feng, LV39 Health, 19, Constitution, 19, Spirit, 18, LV3 Attribute Cap, 20 Item Upgrade Cap increased to LV3 can consume 1 life point to upgrade the LV2 Excellent Revolver. A powerful sense of strength came from within his body, reaching the initial upper limit of a strengthened human, possessing 300 kilograms of strength, almost the limit of humans on Earth. Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly started another upgrade of the revolver. Then, he slowly stood up and walked towards the 2 women who were dissecting the Wasteland Wolf's corpse by the cart. The captain was experienced. With only a small knife a dozen centimeters long, she divided the 2-meter-long giant wolf corpse into more than a dozen pieces of varying sizes. A complete wolf skin was also peeled off and handed to Ding Yi for further processing, scraping off layers of grease for tanning. The whole process was orderly, with a sense of decompression and pleasure like a butcher dissecting an ox. But soon, Lin Feng noticed that the upper and lower rows of sharp teeth inside the wolf's head, which was the size of a basketball, were flashing with a metallic luster. At this time, Chen Shanchan's dissection steps also came to the wolf's head. She used the back of the knife to loosen and pull out the sharp wolf teeth one by one, and introduced to Lin Feng, "This is an important means of attack for wasteland wolves. Their teeth have mutated in the wasteland survival, integrating metal elements, and the hardness is comparable to fine steel. This is also the most valuable thing on the wasteland wolf besides the wolf meat. The 4 sharp canine teeth in the wolf's mouth, top and bottom, are the longest and most valuable. They can be exchanged for more than 10 kilograms of meat, or valuable medicine. The Oasis town has a special agency for recycling them." Lin Feng took the molar wolf tooth that the captain threw over and pinched it between his fingers to examine it. Ordinary fine steel wolf tooth LV7, white quality, can be integrated into various metal products during upgrades to improve the strength and power of the item. Seeing the reminder given by the system, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the revolver on his waist. The level 2 superior revolver was already undergoing an upgrade, so it couldn't be integrated for the time being. Lin Feng abandoned his experimental thoughts. Besides the wolf fangs, the wolf claws on its limbs were also bluish-gray with a metallic sheen. Touching them with the blade of a knife produced a crisp sound. Lin Feng recalled the sparks that flew when the captain fought the wasteland wolf with a titanium spear. Presumably, that was the result of their intense collision. Looking at the wasteland wolf's corpse, Lin Feng once again felt that sense of absurdity. "Help optimize it, we don't lack food now." Lin Feng took the knife. Its blade was severely worn. Ordinary dagger LV1, white quality, basic attributes, damage 2, durability, 510, can be upgraded by consuming 1 point of health evaluation. This is a knife. Looking at the refined steel wolf fang in his other hand, Lin Feng chose to combine the two. As the energy in his body poured into it, the wolf fang also turned into a white light and merged into the knife. Superior dagger LV2, white quality, basic attributes, damage 5, durability 1010, can be upgraded by consuming 1 point of health. New additional attribute, bleeding. Each hit on the target inflicts an additional 1 point of health loss. Damage evaluation. The serrated wolf fang blood groove is a melee weapon that prevents wounds from healing and causes continuous bleeding. After the upgrade, the superior dagger had 2 more blood grooves on both sides of the blade, and the back of the blade was also widened, adding wolf fang serrations. Lin Feng returned the upgraded knife to the captain and explained the special effect of incorporating the wolf fang. Chen Shanchan nodded, understanding Lin Feng's meaning. Some blacksmith shops or small workshops also recycle these biological materials to forge higher quality weapons. "Don't worry, I'll set aside some, but if we encounter urgently needed supplies, we'll have to use them for trade. We lack everything right now." After speaking, the captain wrapped the remaining dozen wolf fangs in linen and stuffed them into a large cloth bag under her cloak. Lin Feng hummed in agreement, helping to flatten the cut meat pieces for drying. After half an hour, with the concerted efforts of the 3, they finally finished packing up. Over 100 kilograms of wasteland wolf, 20 kilograms of internal organs, 30 kilograms of fur and bones, and the remaining meat was a full 60 kilograms. Unfortunately, there was more lean meat and less fat. Fat stores more energy, and the taste is better when dried, making it more valuable than red meat. Dingy was still making wolfskin, scraping off precious strands of white fat, her hands and feet nimble, not feeling tired. So much meat, we can eat it for more than a month. Lin Feng nodded. Without strenuous exercise, half a caddy of meat could meet a day's consumption, plus the supplement of sea buckthorn rhizomes. Eating for a month was no problem. However, a considerable portion of it should be used for trading to exchange for other supplies, such as medicine, fresh water, and salt. Lin Feng leaned against the edge of the shadow, exposing his upper body to the sun, wanting to tan as quickly as possible, blend into the lower-level wasteland people, and not attract attention. Dingy handed over some white fat. Apply it to your body to prevent sunburn, otherwise, your skin will crack from the sun, and it will hurt when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme blows. Lin Feng took the strands of fat and smeared them on his already reddened skin, feeling better. In another day, I'll be red and black, then we'll set off for that gathering. Dingy nodded. The Holy Spring Day gathering is attended by wasteland people within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The entire oasis town will also shut down for a whole day. If I'm fast, I can process the wolf skin before then, making leather armor or leather shoes to exchange for more supplies. Lin Feng looked at the straw sandals on his feet. After a long journey, they were not only severely worn but also had many red and white blisters. It was only because his body was extremely tired, coupled with the faint pain in his right leg, that the feeling was not obvious. He and Dingy were both wearing straw sandals, while Chen Shanshan had a pair of old, leaky sneakers, making it easier for her to run than the two of them. So Lin Feng said, let's keep the leather shoes for ourselves first. This thing is very helpful whether we're traveling or hunting. Dingy then looked at the captain. Chen Shanshan nodded. Anything is fine. Anyway, the bones and internal organs of a wasteland wolf can be exchanged for many supplies. Seeing the captain agree, Dingy revealed a happy smile. At this moment, her eyes suddenly darkened. After eating the wolf heart and increasing her strength, her consumption also increased, and she suddenly felt hungry and anemic. She then got up and came to the flatbed cart, picked out the previously dried carrion vulture internal organs, and prepared to eat some to replenish her energy. Chen Shanshan, who had already closed her eyes to rest, reminded her, don't eat that thing, it's poisonous. Eating too much is not good for your body and can easily cause problems. Why not eat good meat? Let's eat the wolf meat first. Except for the heart, the rest of the internal organs should be eaten sparingly. You don't understand now, but you'll know later. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen Shanshan. Captain, was your master an evolver? Chen Shanshan nodded, her tone wistful. I was only 13 years old when I woke up and was sold to the slave center. It was my master who saved me and helped me get through the most difficult first few years. Until one day, after my master returned from a ruin, she became muddled, as if she had lost her soul. When she entered the ruin again, she never came back. During that time, she told me that the internal organs of most animals in the wasteland cannot be eaten. The toxins inside not only affect the body but also the mind, which is not conducive to later evolution and awakening. After speaking, Chen Shanshan instructed the two to take turns on guard duty, lay on the ground, hugged her steel bar, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the captain, who had been struggling in the harsh wasteland for nearly 6 years, had only just come of age. It goes without saying how difficult it was for a 12-year-old child who entered the wasteland to survive until now. Lin Feng then looked at Ding Yi again. The latter cut off a piece of wolf meat and put it in her mouth, muttering in a low voice, "Don't look at me, I'm already 28. After resting for a while, Ding Yi continued to rush to make wolf skin. Lin Feng then picked up the upgraded revolver in his hand. Superior Revolver LV3, White Quality Basic Attributes, Damage 10, Effective Range 100 meters, Remaining Bullets 66, Upgraded to Host Level Limit. Additional Attribute, Bullet Recovery 11's Evaluation. The 3 times optimized Superior Revolver has the top power among revolvers, easily killing with one shot. Attacking vital parts doubles the damage and has a very strong deterrent and intimidation effect. After reading the description, Lin Feng carefully examined the revolver in his hand. At this moment, its barrel was lengthened, the caliber was increased again, and the surface gleamed with a silver light. The silver-black gun body was very recognizable. It was a bit like a youth version of the M500 revolver. As much as 10 points of damage, one shot could kill an early-stage enhanced human, and 2 shots could solve a mid-stage enhanced human. It was estimated that even the captain couldn't withstand 4 shots. And the bullet recovery was also increased to 1 shot per second. The only pity was that the amount of spare bullets remained unchanged, but maintaining a low rate of fire could barely achieve infinite bullets. After the revolver was upgraded, Lin Feng felt a greater sense of security in his heart. With a gun in hand, he slept soundly. Seeing that Ding Yi was still tanning the wolf skin, Lin Feng, who had been tired all day, felt his eyelids drooping and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was 4 hours later. There was a constant rustling sound nearby. At this moment, the captain was responsible for sentry duty, while Ding Yi had also fallen asleep after making a pair of wolfskin shoes. Chen Shanshan was sharpening arrowheads on a hard stone. Lin Feng got up and went forward, seeing that the arrowheads had already rolled their edges and needed to be reforged. So he said, "No need to be so troublesome, we can add wolf fangs and optimize them directly." Chen Shanshan looked at the arrows and nodded, "Okay, then you try." As she spoke, she took out the pile of wolf fangs from the cloth bag in her cloak and placed them in front of the man. Lin Feng counted them, there were 23 in total, including 4 of the largest canine teeth, nearly 10 centimeters long. 6 or 7 centimeters were exposed, easily tearing apart the prey's neck and throat. Superior refined steel wolf fang LV8, white quality, can be integrated into various metal products during upgrades to increase the item's strength and power. Sure enough, the canines were of a higher level. It was estimated that the enhancement effect after integration would be even better. Just as Lin Feng was inspecting the canine teeth, one of the 4 caught his attention. It was a canine tooth with its root completely metallized, and the remaining dental nerve inside seemed to be still twitching. Lin Feng carefully picked it up to take a look. Mutated refined steel wolf fang LV9, white quality, possesses certain biological activity, can be implanted into the body to enhance physical strength, has a mysterious unknown mental influence, and is prone to causing unknown consequences. After reading the description, Lin Feng silently put it back in place and finally chose a few ordinary refined steel wolf fangs to integrate into the hornbow upgrade. Consuming 1 point of health, it was upgraded to LV3 Superior Hornbow. Superior Hornbow LV3, white quality, basic attributes, damage 15, durability 1010, effective range 200 meters, remaining wolf fang arrows, 5, upgraded to host level limit. Additional attribute, Fang Passing Fang. Fang Passing Fang. The wolf fang arrowhead has extremely strong penetrating power, inflicting an additional 5 points of damage upon hitting the target. Evaluation, requires more than 400 kilograms of strength. To apply skillfully, not recommended for novices. He handed the superior hornbow to Chen Shanshan. The latter was overjoyed to see the hardened silver arrowhead and immediately tried it on a wolf leg. 100 meters away, it directly pierced through the 20-centimeter thick wolf leg meat and also pierced the wooden board behind it. A total of 20 points of damage was evident. Soon Ding Yi finished resting and slowly woke up. After that, the group traveled another 10 kilometers, always wandering on the edge of the main force. While avoiding wolf packs, they also avoided contact with other wasteland teams. Until 24 hours later, Lin Feng, who had been tanned like a red-skinned duck, completed his integration into the wasteland. The group of 3 packed up the dried wolf meat, dragged the flatbed cart, and hurried towards the gradually stopping oasis town. The grand holy spring gathering was about to begin. The billowing dust in the distance gradually dissipated. As the trio drew closer to their destination, figures of other wasteland teams gradually appeared on the wide avenue full of tire tracks. Each maintained a distance of over 100 meters, wary of each other. Lin Feng finished the last of the water in the bottle, observing the wastelanders draped in burlap hoods. Their condition was not good, most were hunched over, their backs bent, struggling to move forward. Like devout ascetics making a pilgrimage. The wasteland teams walking in the very center of the road, on the flattest ground, were in much better condition, not only wearing clean clothes, but even their pace was steady and powerful. These teams were extremely strong, mostly led by several late-stage enhanced individuals. Li Hu, whom Lin Feng and the others encountered before, was from such a top-tier wasteland team. Above them were the evolvers who regularly resided in Oasis Town, forming hunting teams. Lin Feng and his companions walked along the edge of the road. Under the control of their team leader, they maintained a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. The chunks of meat and wolf pelts on the flatbed cart were covered with burlap, not attracting much attention. They traveled like this for more than 10 kilometers before finally reaching the outskirts of the main group. Only at this moment did Lin Feng finally see the civilization products of the old world, rows of dilapidated and rusty cars. Cars of varying sizes formed a circle, creating an arc several hundred meters wide. Lin Feng roughly estimated that there were over 100 cars just on the outer ring. After all, the people in the caravan didn't have to travel on foot and could get adequate rest every day. Lin Feng looked at his kind lying in the car seats, legs crossed, and wanted to go up and rest for a while. He had been sleeping on piles of gravel all the way, his body covered in red marks. Therefore, the wastelander's sleep quality was always poor. They only fell asleep out of exhaustion. Detouring far around the car team, the group followed the wasteland team and entered the center of Oasis Town. The car teams they passed earlier formed a circle with a diameter of 500 meters, with strict order around it. That's the caravan that follows the moving oasis, and it's also one of the villages under Oasis Town. Dingy said, quietly introducing to Lin Feng. Chen Shanshan, who was pulling the flatbed cart, looked back. They are forging various iron tools. It should be the motorbike village of the 4 major villages in Oasis Town. Besides it, there are 3 other villages, Holy Spring, Farm, and Dawn. The 4 major villages control weapons, water, food, and energy, respectively. Among them, Holy Spring Village represents the church, and the other 3 major villages belong to the 3 major families on the oasis. These are the official forces of Oasis Town. There are about 10,000 people living in it. Besides these, there is also our destination, the 5th village, formed by a large number of free evolvers. As she spoke, Chen Shanshan stopped, and what came into view was a mixed gathering camp. Before them was the 5th village she mentioned, also the resting place for all the wastelanders on this trip. Unlike the orderly motorbike village just now, the 5th village was very chaotic. Many wastelanders simply lay down on the ground or set up tents, filled with quarrels, curses, and shouts. Many groups sat on the ground, with buckthorn roots in their mouths, scanning the passing wasteland teams, searching for the supplies they carried, and showing greedy expressions when they saw food. The village doesn't allow any hot weapons to be taken out. Lin Feng, put away your revolver. Chen Shanshan reminded, then continued to go deeper into the 5th village. Don't stay on the outskirts. The bottom-level wastelanders here are vicious and addicted to stealing and robbing. They won't have the supplies we need in their hands. Go to the car team inside to rest. That's where the top wasteland teams are stationed, with abundant resources. Lin Feng and the other nodded and followed. Crossing hundreds of meters of wastelanders, they saw a camp surrounded by a circle of cars, just like the motorbike village they passed by just now. There were also guards at the entrance. Chen Shanshan skillfully stepped forward, took out a piece of chopped ribs from under the flatbed cart burlap, and handed it to the entrance guard to obtain passage. Transactions inside are regulated and protected, and permanent residents of the 5th village also phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme in it. Listening to the captain's introduction, Lin Feng looked around. This was his first time in such phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close/phoneme contact with the human civilization that evolved in the wasteland. He had a wonderful feeling of being in another world. Those cars were covered with a layer of black armor, which he couldn't see clearly from the motorbike village because it was too far away. Now that he looked closer, they were all solar photovoltaic panels. Lin Feng was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no problem. After all, in the eternal daytime world without night, the only free and unlimited source of energy was the scorching sun overhead. Lin Feng had been wondering before how the car teams were so large, with more than 500 cars of various types in one village, housing more than 3,000 people, and how they solved the problem of fuel consumption along the way. Now it seemed that the entire Oasis town was moving forward on solar energy. No wonder the village that controlled energy was named Dawn. The products of Dawn Village are photovoltaic panels and motors. It is estimated that most of the survivor settlements in the wasteland are also in this mode. As soon as he entered the 5th village camp, Lin Feng saw the motel that Dingy had been thinking about. A mobile hotel converted from a bus was parked next to the entrance. The roof was covered with a large circle of photovoltaic panels, which also had a shading effect. There were 2 floors in total. The bottom floor was a dormitory, and it only cost half a caddy of jerky to rest for 8 hours. The upper bunk was a separate small compartment, like a capsule hotel, separated by iron sheets, and the price was twice as expensive. The hotel also provided 2 liters of free water per person, as well as a power supply, which could be used to fry, stir-fry, boil, and deep-fry food. On the sign hanging under the photovoltaic panel, in addition to the price of accommodation, there was also the standing and sitting ticket price when Oasis Town set off, which only cost 2 taels of jerky a day, with a 15% discount for a monthly pass. Under the sign, there was also a wooden board with recruitment content and requirements written in charcoal. Many wastelanders who wanted to try their luck had already gone to the driver's seat to find the hotel owner. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing the wasteland's living culture, and he couldn't help but feel very novel, but he was also worried about exposing his newcomer status, so he squinted and observed secretly. Dingy next to him also entered the village for the first time. Before, because the team was short of resources, he could only sit on the ground like the wastelanders outside, and the captain and vice-captain entered the 5th village to exchange for the necessary supplies. The 2 looked around, peeking everywhere. They also saw mobile bars and even bathhouses. Only Qin Shanshan was already familiar with the road, and took the 2 directly to the edge of the 5th village, stopping the flatbed cart in front of a small bus. This was also a motel, but the location was very remote. However, the boss obviously knew the captain. In front of an old-fashioned red plastic frame round mirror, a middle-aged man shaving his beard was wearing a beach short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with a pair of cracked flip-flops on his feet. The man's surname was Huang, and he was the owner of the small bus. Boss Huang glanced at Chen Shanshan, the flatbed cart behind her, and Lin Feng and the other. Not a small harvest, only these 2 rookies left? Chen Shanshan nodded. Half a day, 3 bunks. Boss Huang put down his razor, 1 caddy of jerky. Chen Shanshan then took out 2 strips of jerky from the meat pile on the flatbed cart, weighed them, and handed them to the hotel owner, a little more, but not completely dehydrated yet. Old Huang took the jerky, smelled it under his nose, and showed a surprised expression. You actually killed a wilderness wolf. Wolf meat is a rare tonic, not bad, it's okay if it's not dried. With that, he put down the razor and took the initiative to open the small bus door, which only had a capacity of 30 people, welcoming the 3 to board and stay, while smiling and reminding, a free message, that Guy Qishan came a few days ago and sold some of his men into the slave market. He is currently living in the north of the village, trying to get in touch with the evolvers. Chen Shanshan nodded and replied, thank you. Lin Feng and the other 2 picked up the wolf meat wrapped in burlap and followed the captain onto the bus. The original seats of the small bus were removed and converted into long compartments on the left and right sides, 4 on each side, a total of 8, and the conditions were far inferior to the bus at the entrance. The single rooms were separated by wooden boards. Each berth was 2 meters long and 70 centimeters wide, divided into upper, middle, and lower 3 layers. Each layer only had 80 centimeters of space, and could only sit cross-legged while bending over. Just like the hard sleeper of a green-skin train. The 3 people just happened to stay in one room. There was also a small electric fan on the head of the bed, which could blow a slight breeze. Because the roof had a photovoltaic panel to shade it, the car was not hot, and there was an exhaust fan at the rear of the car, which was cooler than outside. The temperature outside the car was phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close slash phoneme to 50 degrees Celsius. Thanks to the shading of the photovoltaic panels, the temperature in the car was only in the early 40s, and with the electric fan at the head of the bed, it could be lowered to a normal body temperature. Lin Feng would not have been able to sleep at all in the past, but in the scorching wasteland, 36 or 7 degrees Celsius was considered comfortable. Chen Shanshan washed her face outside the car, came back and brought 2 bottles of water to Lin Feng and the other, then said, most of the wasteland teams will have to wait a few hours to arrive. Let's rest for a while and get a good night's sleep. Then go to participate in the gathering. Lin Feng and the other 2 nodded, divided the wolf meat into 3 portions, hugged it in their arms, and fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, the captain woke up the 2, get up and eat. Old Huang made pan-fried wolf meat. After eating, it's time to get down to business. Lin Feng woke up with a yawn. This was the most comfortable sleep he had since waking up in the wasteland. He glanced at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the front of the bus. It was only 12 noon. He had only slept for 4 or 5 hours, but it was enough to dispel the mental fatigue that had been accumulating. Even the injury to his right leg was healing quickly. Sleep was the best way to recover, although this was also related to the improvement of his strength. The higher the enhancement level, the stronger the self-healing ability. Ding Yi, who was lying on the middle bunk, also woke up. The two of them got out of the bus with the captain and saw Boss Huang under the bus's solar panels, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and sunglasses, using the bus's battery to power an induction cooker and start cooking. Wolf meat sizzled in the frying pan. The aroma of meat filled the air. A folding table and 4 stools had already been set up nearby, creating a feeling of camping in the desolate wilderness. As the pan-fried wolf meat was taken out of the pan, divided into 4 plates, and placed on the table, a sumptuous lunch officially began. Taste my master-level cooking skills. For this wolf meat, I added the most precious cumin. Boss Huang put his hands together, symbolically giving thanks, then eagerly picked up a knife and fork and began to taste it. The other 3 who were seated also started to try it. The barbecue flavor matched the medium-rare wolf meat, and the seasoning perfectly masked the gamey taste. The taste and texture were both excellent. Boss Huang raised his glass and continued to celebrate. Come, let's toast this damn world. Everyone then raised their glasses and clinked them together. Lin Feng tasted the light, sweet and sour orange juice, which had a low alcohol content and a strong fruity aroma. Sea buckthorn fruit has 25 times the vitamin C content of lemons, and is known as the king of vitamin C. It's also a hot commodity in the wasteland. Ding Yi introduced the ingredients of the juice. Lin Feng remembered those wastelanders he had seen at the beginning, whose teeth were blackened and gums were bleeding due to long-term malnutrition, which might also be related to this. After drinking a glass of sea buckthorn wine, he was full and satisfied. A warm current spread throughout his body from his stomach. Lin Feng glanced at the attribute panel in the corner of his eye, and his health and physique were both approaching the upper limit of 20. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the next enhancement upgrade. Chen Shanshan wiped her mouth, put down her mask, and slowly stood up, preparing to leave. In order not to attract attention, after discussing it, the 3 decided that Ding Yi would stay behind to guard the home and take care of the 20 kilograms of wolf meat in the compartment. The other 2 would take the remaining wolf meat, organs, and bones used for trading to the central market of the 5th village. After being dried, the wolf meat shrunk by more than half. The original 60 kilograms were only a little over 30 kilograms. Chen Shanshan took 20 kilograms of it, along with 10 kilograms of organs and a batch of wolf bones. Not long after leaving the bus, Lin Feng asked why Ding Yi was left to guard the important wolf meat supplies, worried that something unexpected might happen. Chen Shanshan shrugged her shoulders. You can't run away with the temple. Besides, a motorhome is worth much more than a few kilograms of wolf meat. Old Huang is a registered villager in the 5th village and has official status. Plus, with the strength of a later stage enhanced person, no one dares to do anything. Official villagers are allowed to carry guns, which is different from us outsiders. Lin Feng nodded silently. After eating a meal, he also saw that the living standards of the residents in the convoy were much better than those of the wastelanders behind. No wonder so many wastelanders were racking their brains and trying their best to squeeze in. After seeing the life in the convoy, who would want to continue wandering in the barren and dangerous wasteland? According to what he had seen and heard in the 5th village, the resources in Oasis Town were not scarce. At least there was no shortage of water. With water and solar energy, you basically have everything. Being able to afford to brew wine with food and set up bathhouses, the abundance of supplies was enough to support tens of thousands of wastelanders. But they didn't do that. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at a steel behemoth not far away, a kilometer away, with lush green branches on top, quietly parked and standing on the wasteland. That was the mobile oasis, the core of Oasis Town. The residence of the upper class, the true paradise of the wasteland, the supreme existence that thousands of vehicles closely followed and tens of thousands of wastelanders looked up to. They were the creators of the wasteland's order. Lin Feng licked his lips, wondering when he would be qualified to board this steel behemoth. But for now, he should first find a way to take root and settle down in the convoy that was following behind, to avoid the hardship of running around. Following Chen Shanshan all the way, they entered the central area of the fifth village. There were many shop-like cars here, selling everything. From food and water to daily necessities, it was very similar to the country fairs of the past, and not much different from wholesale markets. Because the two of them had hundreds of kilograms of dried meat and bones in their hands, which were inconvenient to carry, Chen Shanshan went straight to the clothing store and exchanged half a kilogram of wolf meat for 2 woven cloth bags. After putting the supplies into them, they would trade them again. Is there no unified currency here? Isn't it troublesome to barter and bargain? Lin Feng saw the bustling market with people coming and going, everyone carrying a bag of things on their backs or pulling a trailer, and couldn't help but ask. Chen Shanshan had already locked onto her target and explained, because most of the wastelanders' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme one day at a time, money is just a burden in their hands. Food and water are more practical. Dried meat is the hard currency here. In short, the commodity economic scale of the market was not enough to support the issuance and circulation of currency. Lin Feng nodded and continued to follow her. The captain, who was in shopping mode, changed from being silent and reticent in the wilderness, as if she had become a different person. She was very talkative and didn't hold back when it came to bargaining. In the end, she spent 10 kilograms of wolf meat and 10 kilograms of organs in exchange for a pile of things, including flatbreads and steamed buns baked from plant roots, a water filter, and a tin bucket filled with 200 liters of water. Enough for 3 people to consume for a month or so in the wasteland. Moreover, Holy Spring Day was when fresh water was the cheapest. In addition, what surprised Lin Feng the most was that the captain also exchanged for a solar stove. In fact, it was just a focusing mirror with a diameter of 1 meter. The inner concave surface was covered with a layer of reflective metal film, which could form a focal point on the iron frame. You could boil water by putting an iron kettle on it, and you could also steam and cook in an iron pot. It was just that the speed was a bit slow, taking an hour or so. It wasn't as direct and convenient as a car battery. But the advantage was that the structure was simple and not easily damaged or aged. With this thing, it would be much more convenient to hunt in the wilderness, and there was no need to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme the life of a savage who drank blood. After buying most of the living supplies, the two of them carried things in both hands and strolled to the end of the market. Suddenly, Lin Feng smelled an inappropriate stench, the smell of urine and feces. Although the smell was not strong, it was very abrupt in the relatively clean market. Looking in the direction the smell came from, the scene in front of him made him stunned in place. In a row of rusty iron cages, countless ragged men were imprisoned. Outside the iron cages were women with handcuffs and shackles, also mentally depressed and scantily clad. This is the slave market, the third largest business in the wasteland besides food and fresh water. Chen Shanshan's voice came from beside him. Having seen it all before, she was once one of them. Don't look. The slaves in this kind of place will only be bought by some convoys or wealthy people in the village to be exploited to death. They don't have any combat ability. With that said, Chen Shanshan found an open space next to the slave market and placed the remaining organs and wolf bones in the cloth bag, as well as the remaining 18 steel wolf teeth, on the linen. You guard here. If someone wants it, sell it. I'll go exchange for other supplies. I have to go to a special place for medicine. After buying it, I'll push the cart back on the way. The wolf teeth can be sold for a higher price. Specifically, these should be more expensive than 20 kilograms of dried meat. Lin Feng nodded and sat in front of the stall. The official also accepts these things, but they will only offer the minimum price, and they will only consider the Hunters Guild if they really can't sell them. Team Captain Chen at this time, several very weak calls came from the iron cage not far away. Lin Feng looked up and saw several familiar faces, but compared to their original sallow and thin appearance, these former team members who followed Qishan to leave had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Their eye sockets were sunken, their cheekbones were prominent, and they looked haggard. Chen Shanshan didn't even look at them, picked up the remaining 10 kilograms of dried meat, and turned around and left. Lin Feng watched her leave, then turned his head and showed a sneer, took out the dried wolf meat he had left in his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and drank water in big gulps. This piece of dried meat was from the hind leg of a wild wolf, rich in nutrition, and could help him improve his enhancement level. The big mouthfuls of meat and water made the former team members in the iron cage envious and jealous, their eyeballs bulging, their veins standing upright, and shaking the rusty railings. The slave owner next to him immediately scolded and waved his whip. Lin Feng carefully scanned it, but Qi Shan's younger brother, including the woman who cooperated with him in the double act, was not among them. They were all potential threats. Soon after, as the wolf meat in his stomach was digested, an extremely comfortable warm current flowed into his whole body. Lin Feng completed the upgrade and was promoted to a mid-stage LV4 enhanced person. Lin Feng, LV49 Health 24, Physique 24, Spirit 23. LV4 upper limit of each attribute 25 item upgrade upper limit increased to LV4 can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV3 fine revolver can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 water purifier can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV1 solar stove. Just before Lin Feng could finish reading carefully, the footsteps of two figures stopped in front of the stall. These iron teeth, are they wolf teeth? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then slowly raised his head. Standing before him were a man and a woman, dressed relatively cleanly, with spirited faces, though they appeared somewhat uneasy. Having just advanced to the mid-stage of enhanced human, he sensed their auras were similar to his, with the man even slightly stronger. A mid-stage and late-stage enhanced human were considered middle to upper class among the wastelanders. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation and flashed a smile. That's right, and it was a powerful late-stage wasteland wolf. These 18 metallized wolf teeth are exceptionally hard, capable of easily shattering rocks. A regular tooth is worth 2 gene of dried meat, and the 4 canines are worth 5 gene of dried meat each. Watching the shop owner talk eloquently, quoting a near astronomical price of almost 50 gene of dried meat for a dozen wolf teeth, the couple who had stopped by showed troubled expressions. Seeing that their cloth bags weren't very full, Lin Feng pointed to other items for sale. How about taking a look at these sun-dried organs? This wolf liver and wolf kidney are great tonics, highly nutritious, and extremely rich in fat and calories. I'll sell them to you cheap, 10 gene of dried meat plus 10 liters of water. Or how about this pile of wolf bones? They can be eaten and used, hollow out the marrow for containers. They're strong and better than wooden sticks. Alright, I'll take a loss. You can have these 30 gene of wolf bones for 5 gene of dried meat. Lin Feng tried his best to promote his wares, figuring he should sell whatever he could. The man hesitated, taking the cloth bag from his female companion's hand and carefully opening it when he saw no one was around. Lin Feng craned his neck, curiously glancing inside. Inside was a mass of bloody, soft membrane tissue, the wrinkled surface covered in mucus, which was somewhat unsettling to look at. Organs? We don't take organs, Lin Feng directly refused. The couple wanted to explain something in a low voice, but at that moment, another figure approached not far away. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long black robe, stocky, and nearly 2 meters tall. His appearance immediately frightened the couple in front of the stall, who quickly stowed away the bag and fled. Lin Feng slowly tilted his head back, the middle-aged man blocking most of the sunlight, the shadow covering his face, making it impossible to see his exact features. He had been seriously introducing his goods and hadn't noticed where this person had come from. However, Lin Feng recognized the badge hanging on his chest, a miniature version of a manhole cover with a Chinese character for water on it. This was the emblem of the Holy Spring sect, resembling the sewer covers of the old world. There were many such symbols in the 5th village camp. The minibus he had checked into at noon had this insignia on its body, and the boss also offered a short prayer before eating. But Lin Feng had never seen anyone directly wearing the emblem on their neck, and the engraving of this badge was exquisite, made of a special silver material. The middle-aged man in the black robe was very likely closely related to the Holy Spring sect, perhaps even a member of their clergy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart tightened. Excuse me, is there anything you need? Staring at the wasteland wolf fragments on the stall, the middle-aged priest glanced at the stall owner and pointed to the innermost part, to the refined steel wolf tooth at Lin Feng's feet. 50 gene of wolf meat? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, realizing that the other party knew his stuff because his fingertip was pointing at the mutated canine tooth among the 18 wolf teeth, with a very clear purpose. Whether he could seize this opportunity to get rich depended on this moment. Without hesitation, Lin Feng slowly said, "I don't sell the wolf teeth separately. If you want them, you have to take them all. They're all from the same wasteland wolf, and maybe there's something you want in the wolf bones and organs too." The priest, nearly 2 meters tall, looked down at the nervous man before him, nodding thoughtfully. "You're right. I can recruit you into the church. You won't have to continue wandering in the wasteland. The Holy Spring Village will have a place for you." Hearing the generous terms offered by the other party, Lin Feng was somewhat tempted, but then he realized the other party's clerical status and felt it was better to stay away from the church. After all, his conscience wasn't completely corrupted yet. Seeing the young stall owner shake his head, the priest's eyes flickered. "The aura on your body is unstable. You should have just entered the mid-stage of enhanced human. I can give you 3 enhancement serums to directly advance you to the late 7th level." This condition almost struck a chord with Lin Feng. After all, waking up in the wasteland, the fear and unease of death had been looming over Lin Feng's heart, and the best way to dispel them was to increase his own strength. Seeing that the stall owner was somewhat tempted, the priest had already reached into the black robe in his arms, intending to take out the enhancement serums. "Wait." At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, interrupting the deal, his expression slightly grim. After a period of inner struggle, he shook his head and offered another condition. A condition that was more beneficial to the team. "I want to trade for a vehicle, as long as it's made of iron, even a regular tricycle will do." The original dilapidated flatbed trailer didn't even have tires, and it was very difficult to drag, and it wasn't enough to store so many supplies now. The flatbed trailer had become the team's biggest weakness. The key was that its level wasn't low, and Lin Feng could only consume his life value to repair its durability, unable to upgrade it. Although the 3 enhancement serums were very tempting, Lin Feng knew that 4/10 of the credit for hunting this wasteland wolf belonged to Ding Yi for risking herself as bait, and 4/10 belonged to the captain for directly taking action. He hadn't fired a single shot, only repaired and upgraded weapons, so at most, 2/10 of the credit could be counted on his head. He played a logistical support role. If he exchanged for 3 enhancement serums, the best distribution would be 1 for each of the 3 of them. Lin Feng could have taken them all for himself, but he asked himself and knew he wasn't that kind of petty person, and there was no need to turn against the 2 women because of it. So, all things considered, it was most cost-effective to exchange for a faster and more convenient means of transportation. Hearing Lin Feng's request, the tall black-robed priest showed a faint smile, not displeased that Lin Feng had rashly interrupted the deal. "No problem, wait here, and I'll arrange for someone to bring the vehicle over." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't encountered a short-tempered priest, but when he saw the refined steel wolf tooth at his feet, he suddenly realized a problem and could only bite the bullet and say, "Can I keep a few of these 18 wolf teeth? Not these 4 canines, just the regular wolf teeth." As he spoke, he took the initiative to hand over the 4 canine teeth, especially the special mutated wolf tooth. The priest frowned slightly but still took the wolf teeth and nodded. At this time, the transaction next to the slave market had already attracted many eyes, with a large crowd watching nearby. They were clearly not attracted by Lin Feng and the traded items, but the one who bought the wolf meat was the village chief of Holy Spring Village, the well-known Suan, Priest Su. The unfamiliar face he was trading with didn't seem to know the true identity of the black-robed priest. Soon after, 2 servants wearing gray linen clothes came pushing a tricycle. Suan said calmly, introducing the condition of the vehicle, "It's been stored in the warehouse for some years, just add some oil and it'll be fine. Later, you can go to the motorbike village, get an electric motor, and it'll be an electric tricycle." After speaking, he arranged for the 2 servants to take away all the items on the stall and turned to leave. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the slightly rusty tricycle in front of him. Its cargo box had been modified, with a length of 2.5 meters and a width of 1.5 meters, nearly 4 square meters of space. The side partition boards could also be detached, standing up to a meter high. It was similar to an electric tricycle used for delivery. Adding a shed to the cargo box could be used as a mobile tent. Lin Feng then moved all the supplies behind the stall into the tricycle's cargo box, putting in a large bucket of water, a solar stove, and other living supplies, which actually only took up less than 1 square meter of space. There was still enough room for 2 people to lie down. This deal was too good. Soon after, Chen Shanshan, who had returned from shopping, saw this scene from afar, and after understanding the situation, she was equally overjoyed. Pushing the flatbed trailer behind, she directed Lin Feng to ride the tricycle back to the minibus. After they left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Among them, several slightly familiar faces, with gloomy eyes, watched Lin Feng and the other 2's departing figures and walked towards the north of the village. At this time, Qishan and Tian Wanrong were sitting next to the motel outside the quiet North Village Revolver camp, discussing countermeasures. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he was startled, but in an instant, he revealed a sinister smile. "Very good, I didn't expect them to be able to counter-kill a wasteland wolf, which saves us from actively searching for her. Now we need a gift that an revolver would appreciate." The unknown steel rod in Chen Shanshan's hand is incomparably hard and is likely some kind of special metal. If we can seize it and offer it to the Revolver Lord, it will surely catch his eye and arrange for us to become his trusted aides on the vehicle. As he spoke, he looked at the only 4 remaining subordinates in front of him. "You only saw 2 people? They can kill a wasteland wolf. They must have used that stupid woman Dingy as bait and betrayed her. Even so, it's impossible to kill a wasteland wolf without taking any damage. After the Holy Spring Day ends, as long as they leave the village, follow them all the way and wait for an opportunity to act. The wolf pack won't let them go." "Understood." Riding the tricycle, I returned to the small bus. The hotel's boss Juan was on an A-frame ladder, cleaning the dust-covered photovoltaic panels on the roof. Chen Shanshan found a few ropes with hooks and secured the supplies on the vehicle, locking the tricycle next to the bus. Then, she attached the old cart to the back of the tricycle, preparing to follow Lin Feng's advice and buy a few pieces of burlap to build a sunshade canopy, and a 2 square meter soft cushion, so they could rest well in the wilderness. Lin Feng boarded the bus and entered the compartment, letting Dingy go out for some fresh air and to check out the new vehicle. He then pulled out the exquisite revolver from his waist, integrated 6 ordinary refined steel wolf teeth, consumed a bit of his life value, and initiated the revolver's LV4 upgrade. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Chen Shanshan noticed someone had been tailing them and was taking action to apprehend them. Lin Feng locked the revolver's safety, tucked it into his pocket, and quickly got up and walked to the bus door. He saw that the man and woman who had inquired about the wolf teeth earlier were being forced into a corner by Chen Shanshan with a titanium rod. "They've been following us the whole way. I noticed it a long time ago. They're definitely up to no good." The man said, "No, we don't have any bad intentions. You're that stall owner, it's us, we were there." Chen Shanshan turned her head away, and Lin Feng then explained that they had once inquired about wolf teeth. But this didn't dispel the misunderstanding. Chen Shanshan's gaze remained icy. "That doesn't prove anything. All parts of the wasteland wolf have been sold, you have no reason to keep following us." The man stared at the tip of the rod already pressed against his neck, then looked at Boss Huang, the owner of the place, who was watching the scene with great interest from beside the bus in the distance, with no intention of intervening. So, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he said, We want to invite you to team up and hunt a." The man gradually lowered his voice, "Rockhorn horse." Chen Shanshan frowned slightly, clearly not believing him. "An ordinary rockhorn horse is only as strong as a mid-stage enhancer. You 2 are 1 mid-stage and 1 late stage, why would you need to invite others to join?" The man's face flushed red, and he stammered, "No, it's not an ordinary rockhorn horse, it's a level 9 late-stage rockhorn horse, and it's currently in a very weak state. It's the best time to hunt it." Chen Shanshan remained skeptical of this claim. "If that's true, how did you find it? And why bother asking us to cooperate?" At this time, the woman who was being protected behind the man spoke softly to help explain. "On the way here, we heard a few faint cries and found a female rockhorn horse in a hidden cave, experiencing a difficult birth. Unfortunately, it gave birth to a stillborn foal. After eating the stillborn foal, the rockhorn horse cautiously left." Chen Shanshan narrowed her eyes. "One-sided story, where's the evidence?" At this moment, Lin Feng behind her had already reacted and looked at the cloth bag that the woman had opened. A bloody smell wafted out. This is half of the placenta left in the cave. It's less than 2 hours old, very fresh. Chen Shanshan leaned closer to observe, and it was indeed as the woman said, this wrinkled, slimy tissue was very fresh. It couldn't have appeared more than 3 hours ago. Enough to prove that the woman was telling the truth. But the experienced Chen Shanshan's inner doubts weren't so easily dispelled. Why yes? You could completely take care of the Rockhorn horse yourselves, or leak this information to any top Wastelander team and get a reward. The woman then replied seriously, because you're strong, able to hunt wasteland wolves, and most importantly, you don't lack food and there are few of you. Even a level 9 Rockhorn horse, even if it's weakened by a difficult birth, isn't something we can kill. If we cooperate with other strong Wastelander teams, we'll only get scraps and risk being ambushed. Cooperate together, half each, how about it? Only now did Chen Shanshan lower the titanium rod in her hand and look at the two of them. My name is Chen Shanshan, the captain, the one running the stall is Lin Feng, and this is Dingy, 3 people in total. The man breathed a sigh of relief and introduced himself. My name is Lu Mingfei, a level 7 enhancer. This is Lu Qian, a level 4 enhancer. Chen Shanshan looked at the two who looked somewhat similar, siblings? Lu Mingfei nodded with a wry smile. That's right, we were brought out together. I'm 30 years old, used to be a taxi driver, my sister is 26, studied accounting, and has been struggling in the wasteland for over a year. Back then, because we didn't have any special skills, no one wanted us, and we ended up becoming wastelanders. Then he directly admitted, the team we were with before has disbanded, and this time we accidentally discovered it, but our strength wasn't enough, so we were wandering around the market, trying to find suitable partners with similar strength. Survivors will appear in the underground ruins. After they are discovered, the village at the front will conduct the first round of screening. Those with professional skills, such as maintenance technicians, doctors, nurses, and even farmers who can grow land, will be absorbed and taken away. And teachers like Ding Yi, or drivers and accountants like the Lu siblings, who have no useful special skills, will be ruthlessly abandoned and left to fend for themselves in the wasteland. As for those who were already late-stage enhancers or evolved beings, they will be taken away by the towns or large settlements ahead. It's not the turn of Oasis Town at the end. After the two sides briefly introduced themselves, Chen Shanshan pulled Lin Feng and Ding Yi aside for a private discussion. The Lu siblings stood in the sun, and Boss Huang, seeing this, invited them to sit next to the bus, seemingly very interested in the Rockhorn horse as well. Should we go? Chen Shanshan asked. Seemingly asking the two people, but actually asking Lin Feng. As a non-combat logistics support personnel, Ding Yi's biggest role in this trip is to keep watch and guard the vehicle. Lin Feng didn't directly express his opinion, but instead asked, what kind of animal is a Rockhorn horse? Is it a herbivore? I seem to have heard you mention it before. Chen Shanshan pointed to the bow and arrow on the tricycle. The horn bow is made from the pair of horns of the Rockhorn horse. Rockhorn horses are herbivores that phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live/phoneme in this area. They are more than 4 meters tall, and adult Rockhorn horses have a strength of around level 7 and weigh phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals claws close/phoneme to a ton. And the Rockhorn horse leader can evolve to the first stage, equivalent to a first-tier human evolver, which we simply cannot kill with our current strength. If Lu Mingfei is telling the truth, a weakened level 9 Rockhorn horse can allow our overall strength to improve further. Even when facing the Wasteland Wolf Pack, we will have the confidence to fight them. Lin Feng knew that the captain was an 8th level enhancer. If he could hunt a 9th level Rockhorn horse and advance to the 9th level, coupled with his own abilities, even if the team only had 3 people, they could be among the top Wasteland teams. The latest novels are first published on 6_9_Shu_BA. They wouldn't have to fear the Wasteland Wolf Pack behind them anymore. At this time, Ding Yi began to analyze. The Rockhorn horse's body surface has a layer of rock armor more than 10 centimeters thick, with extremely high defense. Ordinary firearms bullets, and even bows and arrows, cannot penetrate it. Only the captain's gun staff can break through the defense. Chen Shanshan nodded. The hornbow that Lin Feng optimized is also okay. As for killing it, as long as we prepare well, there won't be any problems. At this moment, a reminder suddenly popped up in front of Lin Feng. LV3 excellent revolver has been upgraded. After quickly browsing through it, he immediately said, "No problem, let's do it then." Chen Shanchan and Ding Yi were a little surprised because Lin Feng's tone was very firm. In addition, Captain Chen was already somewhat tempted, so the matter was settled. At this moment, Boss Huang was talking with the Lu family siblings. Seeing Lin Feng and the others coming, he enthusiastically said, "This cooperation is good. It just so happens that they don't have any teammates. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. After killing the Rockhorn horse, I can directly receive the extra meat. In return, I will take you to the next Holy Spring Day for free." It is difficult to find buyers for a large amount of fresh meat jerky outside of large trading markets like the Holy Spring Gathering. Selling it to the official Wasteland Hunter Guild in one go would result in a very low price. Therefore, permanent residents of the village's convoy would rely on their network of contacts to help sell it at a price slightly higher than the official price. They could earn a certain percentage of commission and would also form stable partnerships with strong wasteland teams. Boss Huang's minibus had 2 wasteland teams with less than 10 people each, who rented it long-term at a discounted price. If Chen Shanchan got rid of the burdens in the team and only brought Qi Shan and a group of mid-stage enhancers, hunting and gathering would barely allow them to afford the bus, without having to struggle in the wasteland. However, recently, a team that went out a few days ago has not returned. Boss Huang hopes to find another strong wasteland team as soon as possible to fill the vacancy. That's why he actively brought Lin Feng and the others together with the Lu family siblings to cooperate. Chen Shanchan understood old Huang's intentions. In fact, she didn't mind outsiders joining. Now that they have Qi Shan, a hidden danger, and the wolf pack following them, it is very risky to go out with only 3 people. If the Lu family siblings have no problems in terms of character and behavior, forming a new wasteland team with them is entirely feasible. Mutual support and warmth have always been the survival strategy of bottom-level wastelanders. It is also the only way for wastelanders to resist the harsh wasteland environment and continue to survive. Under Boss Huang's coordination, both parties decided to rest for a while before setting off directly. Lin Feng returned to the bus compartment and carefully checked the upgraded LV4 pistol, magazine pistol LV4, white quality basic attributes, damage 15, effective range 200 meters, remaining ordinary bullets, 50, Wolfang bullets, 6, upgraded to host level limit additional attribute, bullet recovery 1's new additional attribute, space magazine, gain extra magazine space evaluation, and upgraded pistol. The magazine solves the problem of the revolver's poor airtightness, improves ballistic stability, increases shooting accuracy, and enhances lethality. The appearance can be switched freely, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. Note, synthesized with 6 Wolfang bullets, it has extremely strong penetrating power, increases damage by 5 points, ignores white quality armor below level 10, and the bullet head can be recycled. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng gently stroked the magazine pistol. In the revolver-like cylinder that it retained, he could see the silver bullet heads of the Wolfang bullets, shimmering with a cold light. This was also the reason why he agreed so readily. 6 Wolfang bullets were Lin Feng's confidence to dare to challenge a level 9 Rockhorn horse. And the space magazine also greatly makes up for the problem of spare bullets, allowing it to have firepower comparable to a rifle. Soon, everyone was ready to go. Before leaving, Chen Shanchan only took 10 pounds of wolf meat, and the remaining 30 pounds were entrusted to old Huang for safekeeping. Then, taking the remaining 4 people, they rode the tricycle and left Fifth Village. Walking to the periphery of the camp, the countless wastelanders who had gathered here left the spot one after another. Ding Yi looked at the steel behemoth in the distance and slowly said, "The time has come, the prayer ceremony is about to begin. Will the water be released after the prayer ceremony?" Lin Feng sat in the tricycle carriage, eating wolf jerky, repairing the durability of Chen Shanchan's titanium spear, continuing to upgrade the LV3 fine horn bow, and asked at the same time. He found that the jerky of the wasteland wolf, after helping him level up twice in a row, seemed to be a little lacking in stamina. Now it can only restore the damaged life value, unable to break through the limit and achieve continued evolution. Therefore, killing the level 9 Rockhorn horse is also to improve strength as soon as possible. At this moment, Chen Shanchan, who is familiar with the terrain, is pedaling the tricycle at the front. She asked old Huang for some engine oil and smeared it on the chain and gears, making it exceptionally smooth to pedal, much easier than dragging the heavy flatbed trailer before. Moreover, as an 8th level enhanced person, possessing a strength of up to 800 kilograms, pedaling the tricycle is easy. As long as it gets moving, it only needs to overcome the friction of forward movement. Inside the carriage, the 4 people sat facing each other. Dingy scooped a cup of fresh water for the Liu siblings and continued to introduce Saint Spring Day to Lin Feng. That's right. The prayer ceremony is personally presided over by the Bishop of Oasis Town, and after it ends, the Oasis drain valve will be opened, releasing about 200 tons of water, which the clergy will distribute to the wasteland people in line. Lin Feng was stunned. So much? 200 tons at a time, that's 4,800 tons a year. Dingy nodded. So, as Saint Spring Day approaches, fresh water becomes very cheap and depreciates a lot. These 200 tons are only part of the blessing. The truly unused clean fresh water is specially reserved for the quotas of the 5 major villages. In short, the oasis does not lack water. However, 200 tons is still a drop in the bucket for the overall wasteland people, averaging 3 to 4 liters per person, barely enough to last until the next Saint Spring Day, but that's only for 50 to 60,000 people. Speaking, Dingy's tone became lonely. Someone has counted that there are about 100,000 wasteland people near Oasis Town, of which 30% do not survive the first month. The high mortality rate of the wasteland people has also become the best nourishment for this land. If it weren't for you, I would probably have died in this rebellion of Chishan. Lin Feng sighed softly. The Liu siblings in front of him were also infected by this. Although they had the strength of late and mid-stage enhanced people, their equipment was simple, and they could only barely make a living in the original team. On the barren and scarce wasteland, without resource accumulation, the gap between enhanced people themselves is actually not that big. Lin Feng, who has a magazine pistol, can easily kill a 7th-level enhanced person like Lu Mingfei. The hotel owner, Huan, had been working hard in the wasteland for many years, and now he has accumulated a bus hotel. And the bottom-level people like the Liu siblings, like Ding Yi and the others before, are also struggling to survive, eating this meal without the next. The younger sister, Lu Chen, is okay. She looks a bit human, just her face is a bit dirty. The older brother, Lu Mingfei, is already sallow and emaciated, and his strength is estimated to be only 60 to 70%. This is also one of the reasons why Chen Shanshan is willing to cooperate. This steel behemoth, like a giant battleship, is 200 meters long, 30 meters wide, and more than 20 meters high. The height alone is 6 or 7 stories high. It can be called a mobile steel city, comparable to a small aircraft carrier. It is completely no problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people living in it. But the number of upper-class people in the oasis is only 1,000. The rest are servants. At this moment, at the rear of this steel behemoth, wasteland people are neatly arranged in a dark mass, the team stretching for 200 meters. Each of them is prostrate on the ground, waiting for the ceremony to be held. At the forefront of the team, there are 200 clergy members preparing to distribute the holy spring nectar that is about to descend. Lin Feng roughly counted, just the area in front of him, the size of 4 football fields, gathered as many as 50,000 wasteland people. After a while, the bishop, who lived in the oasis, appeared on the high platform at the rear of the steel behemoth, and conveyed the Lord served by the Saint Spring Church, and the Lord's spokesperson on earth, the immortal saint who holds all the water sources. It is he who exercises the Lord's authority, purifies the filth of the world, and allows mankind to have clean and clear sweet fresh water. Because it was too far away, Lin Feng only heard the bishop and the clergy under his feet talking a lot about dogma. At the end, the bishop slowly raised a pure gold manhole cover and announced loudly, "The homeland is ahead. In another month, we will return to the Holy Land and receive the Lord's blessing. Praise the Holy Spring." Tens of thousands of wasteland people under his feet shouted in unison, "Praise the Holy Spring! Praise the Holy Spring! Praise the Holy Spring!" The scale of the sound was so great that it spread several kilometers away. Lin Feng frowned slightly, a little puzzled. He could understand hundreds or thousands of people becoming devout believers, but so many people were so fanatical. Could it be that there was a problem with the dogma chanted earlier? Chen Shanshan, who stopped in front, answered this doubt for everyone. The Holy Land is the birthplace of the Saint Spring Church, formerly Yuzhou of the Old Country. When we reach the ruins of the Zumadian Temple, the fresh water distributed on Saint Spring Day will be twice as much as usual. By then, all the wasteland people will be able to drink enough holy spring. These are passed down from generation to generation among believers, and it can be regarded as giving the wasteland people a hope to persevere. Lin Feng nodded. 500 tons of water, no wonder they were all so excited. The sound of praise gradually dissipated, waiting for the hungry and thirsty wasteland people to shout themselves hoarse. The bishop, who overlooked all living beings, nodded in satisfaction, and used the golden manhole cover in his hand to fit into the water valve at the rear of the Oasis giant ship, twisting the switchgear. The most new small say is in 6-9 book bar first hair. Clear fresh water poured from 10 1-meter thick pipes into the thin pipes below, and finally evenly poured into the water tanks behind the 200 church members. In less than 20 seconds, the 1 cubic meter white water tanks behind each monk were filled with fresh water, and the bishop slowly closed the water valve. And the blessing ceremony had just begun. Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the water valve. The bishop in white easily tightened it with his hands. Just that strength exceeded tens of tons. How strong must this revolver be? And among the several high priests standing on both sides of the bishop, Lin Feng also saw a familiar man. It was Su Priest who bought the mutated wolf teeth today. Lin Feng also understood the background of the black-robed man after explaining it to Chen Shanshan later. Fortunately, Su Priest, as the village chief of Saint Spring Village, is also the most amiable and approachable of all the high priests. Otherwise, even if Lin Feng had 10 guts, he would not dare to bargain with such a big figure. Let's go. The next step is the water distribution session, which will probably last 3 or 4 hours, after which Oasis Town will restart and continue to move forward. Chen Shanshan said, stepping on the pedals and setting off. According to the guidance of the Lu siblings, they detoured on the small road on the southernmost side on the left. The Rockhorn horse is in this direction. Chen Shanshan's riding speed was very fast, and the tricycle only needed to be pedaled hard, and soon they passed 2 kilometers. After that, Dingy took the initiative to get up and take turns riding. Having eaten a large amount of wolf meat, she has evolved into a third-level enhanced person, and with enough to eat and drink and rest, she has 300 to 400 kilograms of strength. Riding a tricycle is completely no problem. Chen Shanshan sat in the car, eating meat and drinking water to recover her state, while looking around like Lin Feng and the others, looking for the figure of a lone Rockhorn horse. And soon after, the sharp-eyed Chen Shanshan found traces of dried blood in a pile of yellow rubble. The traces were clear and had not been decomposed by bacteria or covered by dust, indicating that the appearance time was within the last 1 or 2 hours. Follow the bloodstains on the ground. Chen Shanshan patted Dingy on the shoulder and directed the direction. Everyone was excited. Lin Feng handed the upgraded LV4 hornbow to the captain. Giant hornbow LV4, white quality, basic attributes, damage 20, durability 10-10, effective range 300 meters, remaining wolf tooth arrows, 5, ordinary arrows 10, upgraded to host level limit. Additional attributes, Fong through Fong wolf tooth arrowhead has extremely strong penetrating power, dealing an additional 5 points of damage to the target evaluation, requires more than half a ton of force to be used. Proficiently, not recommended for beginners. This time, Chen Shanshan replenished 10 ordinary arrows in the market, and after upgrading, combined with wolf tooth arrows, it can explode with a high damage of 25 points. One arrow can take away a mid-stage enhanced person. It is perfect for remotely ambushing Rockhorn horses. Following the tracking all the way, Chen Shanshan, with her eyes narrowed, suddenly ordered to stop the car in a low voice. Following the direction she pointed, everyone saw a 4-meter-long bull-shaped beast appearing 400 meters away. It has a pair of 1-meter-long sharp curved horns, and the shoulder height is also around 2 meters, similar to a small car. Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow, and even Dingy in front of the car showed a hint of fear. He previously thought that the Rockhorn horse was just a herbivore, at most a little bigger, but he didn't expect it to be so big. If those sharp horns accidentally hit, they could directly pierce everyone. Dingy, Lu Qian, you two stay here, the other two, come with me. Chen Shanshan carried the hornbow on her back, brought the arrow tube, and gripped the titanium spear in her hand, jumped out of the car, and said in a deep voice, "Listen to my command, let's go." Chen Shanshan's speed of action was very fast. Entering battle, she was a completely different person from usual. Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei followed closely behind, circling a large area to reach the target's left side, further south. They stopped 200 meters away from the Rockhorn horse, hiding behind a pile of rocks. Chen Shanshan said in a low voice, "Good luck, the terrain is favorable for our attack." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of gravel and sketched out a rough battle plan on the rock slab. "We are now downstream of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme direction, so we don't have to worry about our own scent spreading, which allows us to take a detour for a joint encirclement." The Rockhorn horse's stamina and endurance far exceed those of the wasteland wolf. If it weren't for the need to give birth and being forced to leave the pack, coupled with postpartum weakness, we wouldn't have a chance to hunt a level 9 Rockhorn horse with just the few of us. Even so, its stamina is still strong, especially under the threat of death. It can unleash a level of power no less than that of an revolver. We can't compete with it in endurance, so we can only use a relay method to exhaust it until it's drained and unable to run anymore. The Rockhorn horse's top speed can reach 40 km per hour, but it will collapse after running for only 2 or 3 kilometers due to blood congestion and overheating. I will take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and chase after it. Leave the first kilometer to me. In the second stage, Lu Mingfei, you chase after it and keep it running, don't let it stop. Chase it for about 700 or 800 meters in the last segment. Lin Feng, it's your turn. If you really can't catch up, just shoot it. The rock armor on its torso probably can't be penetrated, so aim for its lower body and limbs. Combined with the anesthetic toxin on the horn bow and arrows, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Feng nodded. The captain's arrangement was actually quite considerate to him. After all, he had the lowest physique attribute value here. Chen Shanshan, who was taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme, needed to run the entire distance. Lu Mingfei only needed to run half the distance in the second stage, and he might not even need to run 500 meters to finish it off. Seeing that the two had no objections, Chen Shanshan immediately took out a bone tube from under her cloak and dipped the wolf fang arrowheads in plant toxin. At the same time, she reminded them every step was a drain on his stamina, and speeding up would deplete it even faster. Fortunately, he was wearing wolfskin insoles, so he didn't have to worry about his feet getting poked. Lin Feng looked at the water bottle hanging on his waist, filled with 1 liter of water, which should be enough if he saved it. Then he nodded seriously, indicating that there was no problem. Lu Mingfei, who was next to him, couldn't help but swallow when he saw the blue-green concentrated toxin in Chen Shanshan's hand. He touched the rusty long knife on his waist and nodded in agreement. "Okay, remember to keep track of the time. After this successful hunt, we need to get a watch. Lu Mingfei, you'll be roughly below that hill." Chen Shanshan gave a few final instructions and then told them to leave as soon as possible. After the two had walked away, she returned to the tricycle. She picked up a small alarm clock that she had purchased this time to calculate the timing for launching the attack. Then she said to the 2 nervous girls on the car, "After the attack starts, remember to follow on the bike. It's not easy to ride on the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert / phoneme, so take turns if you can't ride. In short, don't get too far away from me. Otherwise, it will be difficult to protect yourselves if you encounter danger." Ding Yi and Lu Qian nodded together. At the same time as the group left the main force, 2 of Qi Shan's subordinates were at the end of the line during the Holy Spring Ceremony's water distribution process. They naturally saw Chen Shanshan and her group riding out on the tricycle, which was extremely conspicuous on the open and flat road. So, one of them had his companion return to 5th Village to report this to Qi Shan and bring the other teammates along, while he followed the target all the way to prevent them from getting lost. At this moment, he was following 200 meters behind Chen Shanshan's group, revealing a greedy, longing envy for the sophisticated equipment in their hands and the rich supplies on the tricycle. Especially Ding Yi, who used to be a marginalized person, was not only not betrayed by Chen Shanshan as Qi Shan had said but was now drinking clean fresh water from the bucket and eating delicious wolf jerky while he could only suffer from hunger and starvation, running errands for the captain every day. The good life promised by Qi Shan had not been fulfilled. The supplies exchanged for selling those cumbersome teammates from the initial strengthening were not even noticed by those evolvers. Everyone could only squeeze into the standing room only compartment of the motel, enduring the smell of sweaty feet, foot odor, and body odor. At this moment, looking at the comfortable and nourished Ding Yi, this subordinate had the idea of returning to the team. Old Captain Chen Shanshan had always been a good person. As long as he put on a tearful performance, guaranteeing that he had already turned over a new leaf, she would definitely forgive him. Then, he could rely on betraying the other subordinates and companions, betraying Qi Shan, to gain Chen Shanshan's trust. In this way, he could replace Ding Yi's position, and even become the new vice-captain. Thinking of this, the subordinate who had come alone had already made what he considered a wise decision based on assessing the situation. But what he didn't expect was that in the new team, the biggest variable determining his fate was not the old Captain Chen Shanshan, but the wasteland newcomer who had just recovered. At this moment, Lin Feng was heading to his designated position. Under the guidance of Lu Mingfei, he passed the hill that Chen Shanshan had pointed out earlier and continued on. Lu Mingfei leaned against the shadow of the rock to rest, drinking from the water bottle that Lin Feng handed him. You only need to walk another 600 or 700 meters, roughly over there, on the back of the slope. No need to rush, we've only been walking for about 10 minutes, there's still 20 minutes left. Pay attention to your surroundings, there may be more than just us hunters eyeing it nearby. Lin Feng nodded, thanks. After speaking, he continued on his way. 20 minutes later, Chen Shanshan had already groped her way to within 150 meters of the target. In order to improve the hit rate and number of shots of her bow and arrow, she cautiously continued to approach. Until the rockhorn horse, which was lying on the ground, got up to prepare to set off again. Chen Shanshan was less than 100 meters away from it. She took out the wolf fawn arrow, and the hunting operation began. She stood up, nocked an arrow, and aimed. After firing, Chen Shanshan quickly drew a second arrow and continued shooting. Without the slightest hesitation, all the movements were completed in one go. The first arrow hit the rockhorn horse's hind leg directly, the serrated arrowhead piercing the outer layer of rock armor, tearing the skin and drilling into the flesh. The rockhorn horse, in pain, immediately jumped up and instinctively ran wildly into the distance. But the second serrated arrow followed closely. This time it hit its abdomen, also piercing the surface rock armor, and injecting the paralyzing toxin from the arrowhead's blood groove into its flesh. As for the third arrow, although it also hit the target, the distance between the two sides had already exceeded 200 meters. After hitting, it didn't stick firmly and fell down. Seeing the rockhorn horse running away, Chen Shanshan immediately put away her bow and arrow and chased after it, gripping her titanium staff tightly. Not far behind her, Ding Yi and the other two, seeing this, rode their tricycle to follow closely. After 1.5 minutes, the rockhorn horse, maintaining a running speed of 10 meters per second, was already physically weak, and coupled with the continuous bleeding from the 3 arrows, it gradually ran out of strength. It looked back and saw that it had already distanced itself from the humans chasing after it, so it slowly slowed down its running speed. However, at this moment, a human holding a long knife suddenly rushed out from behind a rock more than 100 meters away, screaming and threatening. The rockhorn horse, already frightened, was scared into immediately increasing its speed, constantly overdrawing its physical strength. Lu Mingfei, who had rested well, maintained a steady pace of pursuit, ensuring that the rockhorn horse couldn't stop. Until 700 meters later, the rockhorn horse, which had once again distanced itself from the hunters, was already panting heavily and walking with difficulty due to exhaustion. Just as it was about to pause for a rest. As a result, a figure slowly walking appeared behind the gravel slope not far away. Lin Feng raised the silver-black large-caliber revolver in his hand and aimed at the target. After becoming a mid-stage enhanced human, his 5 senses, especially his vision and hearing, had been doubled and strengthened. Now he could clearly identify objects the size of a soccer ball 400 meters away. It was equivalent to having vision with a 4 times magnification. The rockhorn horse in front of him was a full 4 meters long, like a small elephant, making it easy to lock onto its figure. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly pulled the trigger. The serrated bullets hit the rockhorn horse's body with the sound of gunshots, before it could even react. Within 100 meters, 6 shots in a row. One of them directly hit the target's chest below the neck, causing as much as 20 points of damage. Under the penetration of the serrated bullet, a large splash of blood erupted. The Rockhorn horse let out a painful howl, and the desire to survive forced it to move again and escape. But before it could take a few steps, internal bleeding and excessive blood loss made this body weighing more than a ton unable to exert any more strength to continue moving forward. It fell 200 meters away, letting out cries of sorrow. Lin Feng walked over with his gun. All 6 of his serrated bullets had hit this big guy. When dissecting and dividing it later, he had to remind Ding Yi and the others to remember to take out the bullets. Soon, Lu Mingfei behind him also rushed over, but the 2 of them tacitly didn't step forward, but quietly waited for the Rockhorn horse to completely breathe its last. For such a big guy, even a last-ditch effort in its final moments could directly take the 2 of them away. Waiting a little longer was less risky. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Shanshan directly rode the tricycle and brought the 2 women to the scene. At this time, the Rockhorn horse was already dying. The previous cries of sorrow had also turned into faint whimpers, on the verge of breathing its last. Chen Shanshan gripped the titanium spear in her hand, switched it to the spiral spear form, approached from behind, and quickly and accurately pierced the target's throat, completing the kill. She took out an empty water bottle to collect blood, and then looked at everyone. This big guy weighs more than a ton, so we definitely can't transport it. We have to peel off the outer layer of rock armor first and only take the meat. Everyone nodded and began to work. Just as Chen Shanshan was preparing to pull off the rock armor, she suddenly frowned and aimed her bow and arrow at the road they had come from. A figure appeared behind the tricycle, nearly 100 meters away. Everyone immediately picked up their weapons and waited in readiness. After all, they had just rushed 4 or 5 kilometers and were already somewhat exhausted. If they encountered a predator at this moment, they would be in a dangerous situation. However, that person walked over with his hands raised. When he got closer, Ding Yi and Lin Feng's expressions changed slightly. The person who had followed them was a former team member, one of the many underlings who had once followed Qi Shan. I have no weapons. I'm no threat. Captain, I'm here to join you, to give you a tip. After the underling approached, he knelt down on the ground very tactfully, hugged his head with his hands, and squeezed out tears as he plaintively said, Captain Chen, we were all deceived by that beast Qi Shan. He sold the team members to slave owners and even threatened a few of us to be his slaves. I was blinded by greed at the time, but now I've escaped back and brought an important message. Chen Shanshan put down her horn bow and frowned slightly. What is it? The underling thought there was a chance, so he slowly stood up and continued with a flattering expression, that son of a bitch Qi Shan plans to continue harming us and wants to use the captain's weapon to gain the appreciation of the evolvers. He has already brought people over and wants to catch us off guard. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Chen Shanshan took a deep breath and was about to speak. A man's voice came, anything else? The underling was stunned and looked at the unfamiliar man who had walked out from beside Chen Shanshan. He had no impression of this person who had almost died back then. Now being questioned by Lin Feng with an interrogative tone, he immediately became a little angry, directly ignoring Lin Feng's question and continuing to look at the captain. Nothing else? Seeing the contemptuous look in the eyes of the underling, as if saying what are you, Lin Feng smiled slightly and raised the revolver from behind. Bang! A bullet hit the center of his eyebrows. The bullet shattered half of the back of his skull, splattering brains everywhere. At the same time, as the gunshot ended, a series of low wolf howls came from the nearby valleys and deserts. The wolves are coming, let's continue cutting. Lin Feng put away his revolver and spoke calmly. Chen Shanshan sighed softly. Watching his former teammate die on the ground, someone who had followed him longer than Qi Shan, struggling in the wasteland for a year, only to die here. She wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Ding Yi, on the other hand, was a little surprised, looking at Lin Feng with joy and approval. She had long disliked Qi Shan and his group, with their despicable and insidious ways. They were the parasites of the team. Never thinking about the team, selfishly trying to seize the benefits of other members, forming cliques and excluding other teammates. If Chen Shanshan hadn't always been soft-hearted and unable to make ruthless decisions, things wouldn't have deteriorated to this point. Now that Lin Feng stepped forward and took decisive action, Ding Yi also felt a sense of relief, thinking that he was more suitable to be the team leader. The Lu siblings, who were only cooperating with them, were a little confused by the scene. Chen Shanshan was clearly the captain and the strongest. Why did it seem that Lin Feng, the black-faced and red-faced newcomer in this three-person team, was the one in charge? What Lu Mingfei was really concerned about was that this man, who only had mid-stage enhancement strength, didn't seem to lack pistol bullets. He had heard 6 gunshots while chasing them, and now there was another sharp shot. No wasteland scavenger team would be so extravagant, wasting precious bullets on something that could be solved with a knife. Even pistol bullets were more valuable than a liter of water. The background and strength of the man before him were extraordinary. Chen Shanshan looked at the dead body for a few seconds, and then, reminded by Lin Feng and the howling of wolves, she returned to normal and continued to wave the small knife in her hand, cutting open the rock armor on the prey's body. The rock armor of the Rockhorn horse was very thick, with a depth of 10 centimeters at its thickest point, requiring more than 500 kilograms of force, combined with the cutting angle of a sharp knife, to successfully pry it open and peel it off. The blade of the LV2 quality dagger in Chen Shanshan's hand quickly curled and lost its sharpness. Lin Feng took the knife she handed over and completed the upgrade. Fine dagger LV3, white quality basic attributes, damage 10, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade extra attributes. Bleeding deals 2 extra health damage each time the target is hit. Chen Shanshan's face showed surprise, but soon this surprise turned into ecstasy. She immediately interrupted the other's exploration and touching, with an unusually excited expression. Don't touch it, this thing is very delicate. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and according to vague memory fragments from the past, he roughly guessed what it was. Photovoltaic panels? Chen Shanshan glanced at Lin Feng in surprise, nodded without paying too much attention, and continued excitedly, these few are of pretty good quality. 5 photovoltaic panels are worth a quarter of a car, more valuable than this Rockhorn horse corpse. Saying that, Chen Shanshan looked at the confused crowd and explained the strange things in front of her. When they evolve to a first-order Rockhorn horse, the barren wasteland can no longer support their growth and consumption, so they evolve the ability to directly absorb sunlight. It's this natural photovoltaic panel with extremely high conversion rate to meet the consumption of daily activities. In this way, all the grass roots and branches they eat along the way can be used to grow flesh and blood. After introducing the Rockhorn horse, Chen Shanshan changed the subject, and the farm village should have mastered the cultivation and breeding of Rockhorn horses, while Dawn Village is responsible for the research and development and assembly of solar panels, but the conversion efficiency and service life of artificially raised Rockhorn horse photovoltaic panels are far inferior to those naturally grown and evolved in the harsh conditions of the wasteland. When I accompanied my master to the Hunter Guild in the past, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme saw Rockhorn horse bounty missions with extremely high rewards. Especially the leader stud in the Rockhorn horse herd, which generally has first-order strength. Capturing one alive can even earn you the qualification to become an Oasis resident. The level 9 female Rockhorn horse we killed should soon complete its first-order evolution, and coupled with the burden of pregnancy being too great, it grew the embedded photovoltaic panels in advance. We are really lucky. After speaking, the waves of wolf howls coming from nearby were getting closer and closer. A pack of more than a dozen wasteland wolves was searching for the group, smelling the bloody scent. Moreover, according to the territory of the wolves, the wasteland wolf pack following Oasis Town should be the subordinate group of the one Lin Feng and others killed last time. Chen Shanshan suppressed her joy, quickly moved the 5.5 square meter black rock armors to the tricycle, covered them with sackcloth, and carefully preserved them. Then she led the group to peel off the remaining rock armor, and then cut open the belly, removing and throwing away all 3 stomachs used for rumination, which were filled with crushed plant roots. After doing all this, the nearly 1-ton Rockhorn horse was left with less than 600 kilograms of bones, meat, and internal organs. Calling on Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei, the 3 of them together moved the fresh corpse, still warm, to the flatbed trailer connected to the rear of the tricycle. The empty flatbed trailer barely fit the horse corpse, still twitching and jumping. Chen Shanshan fixed it securely with hooks and ropes, then boarded the driver's seat of the tricycle, beckoning everyone to get in the car and leave as soon as possible. In the rear compartment of the tricycle, the 4 people had different expressions. Ding Yi looked at the black rock armor at her feet and the large horse corpse behind her, still immersed in the shock of Chen Shanshan's explanation just now. The Lu siblings looked at the 100-kilogram rockhorn horse stomachs that had been discarded, a little reluctant. Lin Feng leaned against the side panel, stuffing the bullet heads dug out by Ding Yi one by one into the revolver's cylinder, forming new wolf tooth bullets. He had gradually adapted to this absurd and bizarre wasteland world. Wasteland wolves with steel teeth and iron claws, rockhorn horses with photovoltaic panels. Perhaps in the future he would see more bizarre but reasonable mutated creatures. In short, life will find its way. Just like behind them, not far away, figures appeared, a pack of wasteland wolves, starting to gnaw on the stinky intestines on the ground, and the little brothers who had been headshot. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and raised his gun. The wolf pack leader, gnawing on the soft internal organs in the chest and abdomen of the human corpse, was a gray-white, young, strong alpha wolf. He saw it swallow a kidney in one gulp, and look up at the tricycle going away. Vertical red eyes, fierce and evil. From its fixed gaze, Lin Feng seemed to see the shadow of the old wasteland wolf from back then. And the young alpha wolf was bigger and more burly, its strength far above the old wasteland wolf. The latest novels are available on Lujiu Shuba. It showed no fear of the gun's aiming and locking. After the tricycle drove away, Lin Feng put away his revolver. Rather than angering the other party, he was unwilling to waste wolf tooth bullets in vain without being sure of success. There were at least 15 wasteland wolves that had emerged, which the exhausted team could not resist and defeat. Angering them would instead phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a fatal disaster. At this moment, the other 3 people in the car gradually came back to their senses. Dingy looked at Lin Feng beside her, pushed her glasses, and had a knowing expression. So you intentionally killed that guy just now? Sacrificing him to the wasteland wolves so that they wouldn't chase after us? Lin Feng's mouth twitched, the howling of the wolves came after his gunshot. The gunshot guided the wolves to lock onto their prey. However, the rockhorn horse's desperate run, spilling a lot of blood, coupled with the waves of wailing and mourning, attracting the wolves was only a matter of time. Too lazy to explain, Lin Feng pretended to be profound and said, "I'm afraid one corpse won't be enough for them to share." Then he reached out to touch the 5 black rock armors stacked in front of him, and the appraisal result soon appeared in the corner of his eye. Photovoltaic rock armor, LV10, red quality, using the photovoltaic effect on the semiconductor interface to form a potential difference, generating current, continuously converting light energy into electrical energy. It can decompose water elements with carbon dioxide to synthesize monosaccharides or polysaccharide starches, providing stable biological energy, or directly outputting direct current through circuits. After reading the introduction of the photovoltaic rock armor, Lin Feng scratched the back of his head, half understanding. Level 10, red quality, should be the next stage, a treasure comparable to first order. The rockhorn horse probably uses this method to absorb carbon dioxide, and then uses electrical energy to not only synthesize the nutrients needed for its own survival, but also release excess oxygen. As for another use, it is naturally combined with electric motors to continuously power mechanical bodies, such as various means of transportation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. One day, he could have a car completely of his own, without having to spend time and effort to travel, or pay for rent in someone else's place. So hunting more rockhorn horses appeared on Lin Feng's schedule. The group rushed back all the way, during which the 4 people in the carriage took turns to rest and replenish their nutrition. Lu Mingfei took the initiative to get up and replace Chen Shanshan. Before long, the group encountered the ambushers sent by Qi Shan that the little brother had mentioned, the remaining 3 little brothers, armed with knives, guns, and clubs. Lin Feng didn't waste any words, directly raised his gun to aim and ordered them to kneel down. Seeing this situation, how could the 3 of them not understand that the teammate who had followed Chen Shanshan's group had already died under this dark muzzle? They quickly dropped their weapons and knelt down, begging for mercy like mourners. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The wasteland wolves would soon chase after finishing the corpse. They must return to Oasis Town as soon as possible. So there was no time to dawdle with the 3 people in front of him. Where is Qi Shan? And that woman, she's not in the slave market cage. The 3 little brothers didn't know how to answer. They only said that Oasis Town was about to restart, and the hotel they rented in 5th Village was also about to depart, so Qi Shan had to stay and reserve a seat. Bang! Lin Feng directly killed the one who talked too much. The muzzle then pointed at the remaining two. Don't kill me, Qi Shan didn't come, really didn't come, Tian Wanrong didn't come, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, she went to the bathhouse to take a bath. But I know something, that's related to you, as long as you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you right away. One of them was so scared that he wet his pants, and he came up with a clever idea in a hurry. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and nodded, speak quickly. The pant-wetting lackey swallowed hard. Back when you were carried out of the underground ruins, Qi Shan deliberately bumped your leg against a sharp rock at the entrance. He said you were fair and tender, and would fetch a good price at the slave market, but Captain Chen wouldn't agree, so he had to injure you. Your right leg injury was all caused at his direction. As he spoke the truth, a look of furious rage appeared on Lin Feng's cold face, veins popping on his forehead, already on the verge of exploding with anger. The near-death situation after he woke up, the danger of brushing shoulders with death several times, were all deliberately framed by that guy Qi Shan. A bellyful of anger gathered in his chest. Lin Feng suddenly revealed a grim sneer, raising his gun. Good. The pant-wetting lackey trembled as he spoke. I've already said it, you promised not to kill me, to spare my life. Lin Feng paused, then nodded, that's right, I promised not to kill you. But the next moment, he turned the gun and aimed it at the right legs of the two lackeys who were scared shitless. Looking at the smiling man in front of them, the two lackeys felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being targeted by a demon. The words they wanted to curse were forced back down. Squeezing out a smile that was uglier than crying, they nodded vigorously. Fortunately, the demon kept his word and ignored them. Lin Feng returned to the tricycle carriage and continued on his way back to Oasis Town, which had already set off. Leaving the two lackeys, dragging a broken leg, limping and struggling to walk on the wasteland. Soon, the sound of wolf howls rang out behind them. Back in the vehicle, Lin Feng looked at the appraisal. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of the Rockhorn horse, LV99, deceased health, 0, constitution, 46, spirit, 6, LV9 attribute cap 50 evaluation, large herbivore, found throughout the wasteland. After evolving the ability to absorb sunlight, it has become half of a producer in the food chain. The meat is dry and tough, the taste is slightly poor, but it is superior in high meat yield. It is a high quality livestock breed for breeding. The heart and tenderloin inside the body are rich in energy. At this moment, wolf howls came from behind the tricycle, and soon followed painful roars and cries for help. But it only lasted a few seconds before disappearing in an instant. Ding Yi and the Lu siblings felt a chill run down their spines as they watched Lin Feng examine the Rockhorn horse carcass without changing his expression. The methods of the man before them were more like a wasteland dweller than them. However, what Lin Feng cared about at this moment was the large heart of the Rockhorn horse, and the 2-3-meter-long tenderloins on both sides of the spine on its back, and to what extent they could improve his strength. More than an hour later, the group successfully returned to the avenue where Oasis Town was traveling. This road was the established phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme of Oasis Town, about 200 meters wide on the left and right, encircling the globe, very flat and thick. At this time, Oasis Town, which had just set off, appeared not far behind the group. The traveling speed of the mobile oasis was not fast. After all, this was a steel behemoth weighing tens of thousands of tons. Even relying on photovoltaic solar panels to provide the energy to move forward, without injecting additional power, the speed was only 1 kilometer per hour. Traveling about 24 kilometers a day. The moving distance per second was less than 30 centimeters, which was almost the same as a normal person's pace. But it was moving forward non-stop, until the next Holy Spring Day in half a month, 15 days later. And the wasteland dwellers relied on their feet to move forward. Even if they spent half a day chasing, they could only barely keep up behind. As the steel behemoth approached the group, a row of large modified trucks sped out of Oasis Town, all with a load of 2 or 30 meters long and hundreds of tons, commonly known as 100-ton kings. There were a total of 5 vehicles, stretching for hundreds of meters. In addition, there were a dozen high-speed mobile small cars, following along in front and behind. The entire convoy was moving very fast. Lin Feng estimated that it reached at least the top speed of the Rockhorn horse, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 40 kilometers per hour. Equivalent to 10 meters per second. Such a fast speed was definitely not directly provided by the photovoltaic panels, this convoy must have been modified twice, adding transformers and energy storage batteries to increase the power, becoming a true electric car. Chen Shanshan, who had been silent, looked at the departing modified convoy, as if recalling the past, with a somewhat lonely expression. This is the pilgrimage transport convoy heading to the big city in front. They will sell the surplus materials collected and produced by Oasis Town to the big city or other towns, in exchange for materials that Oasis Town cannot produce, firearms, medicines, fuel, etc. The members of the convoy are basically evolved beings. Back then, my master also used the convenience of being a convoy member to take me to the city. Of course, other evolved individuals can also buy tickets and take a ride to larger cities with more abundant resources. Each Holy Spring Day, we set off, and as a farewell ceremony, we won't return until the next Holy Spring Day. This matter has nothing to do with the common wastelanders, it's all for the residents of the oasis. Having said that, Chen Shanshan parked the tricycle behind the slope outside the avenue, then used a piece of linen to cover the spoils on the flatbed trailer. While tightening her mask, a buzzing sound reminded everyone, the main force is coming, and it will kick up a large cloud of dust, so be careful not to choke. The other 4 people put on their hoods to cover their faces. Soon, with the ground shaking and a rumbling sound, the steel behemoth that was the mobile oasis slowly drove past. Lin Feng lay on the back slope, observing the oasis up. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme. On its side, at the bottom, were giant tires 7 or 8 meters high, a row of more than a dozen. The central part consisted of dozens of track-type load-bearing wheels, which could realize the oasis's direction change or turn around in place. The newest novels are first published on 69 Shu. Com. The design was very ingenious. It allowed this steel behemoth to travel the globe. After the oasis passed, Holy Spring Village and Farm Village followed closely behind. Amidst the dust and smoke on both sides, motorcycles and Dawn Village were ranked after the 2 villages. And at the very end was everyone's destination, the 5th village of Oasis Town. Braving the rising dust, Chen Shanshan told everyone to sit tight, stepped on the pedals, and rode the tricycle onto the avenue. The village's driving speed was consistent with the oasis. So it wasn't fast, only 30 centimeters per second, less than a third of the speed of a fully loaded tricycle. With Chen Shanshan's manual acceleration, they quickly caught up with the tail of the 5th village. The 5th village, while in motion, maintained a triangular array. The front was all large vehicles breaking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, while the small cars followed behind to reduce phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme resistance. The front and rear spacing was more than 10 meters, and the left and right spacing was 3 or 4 meters. The 5th village had more than 500 vehicles, stretching 3 to 400 meters. The tricycle shuttled through them and soon found the uniquely shaped minibus. Seeing the tricycle approaching in the rearview mirror, Boss Huang let the tenant in the passenger seat take over the steering wheel to maintain a stable direction, and then personally came to the rear of the car. Seeing the vaguely exposed corpse of the Rockhorn horse under the linen on the flatbed trailer behind the tricycle, old Huan was overjoyed. He quickly secured the front wheel of the tricycle to the tow hook on the rear of the minibus. Then he put down 2 iron plates to meet everyone. Congratulations, for the next half month, there are still 4 compartments on the bus, free rest and free accommodation. Stepping onto the bus, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the horse corpse on the flatbed trailer was transferred to the rear of the bus's carriage for dissection. Several people worked together to complete the transfer. At the same time, the equipment in the tricycle carriage, as well as other supplies, especially the 5 pieces of photovoltaic rock armor, were brought to the minibus's compartment. Then, presided over by Chen Shanshan, the 4 people except Lin Feng began to cut and decompose the Rockhorn horse corpse. A huge heart weighing 5 kilograms, the size of a basketball, was dug out from the abdomen. It was divided into 5 portions and given to Boss Huang to help fry in oil. Secondly, the best meat was the tenderloin on both sides of the Rockhorn horse's back spine, which was very tender and smooth. The 2 strips, 3 meters long, weighed a full 30 kilograms. Chen Shanshan, Lin Feng, and Lu Mingfei, who participated in the hunt, each received 10 kilograms. The remaining horse meat on the horse corpse was dry and tough, plus the internal organs, which were divided equally between the 2 teams. Removing the external rock armor and digestive intestines, the remaining 600 kilograms of the horse corpse yielded 400 kilograms of horse meat, 100 kilograms of internal organs, and 100 kilograms of bones. Normally speaking, with such a rich harvest, they wouldn't need to go out hunting for more than half a year. They could sleep in a motor inn and not have to rush around. However, it was not convenient for everyone to carry so much jerky. They couldn't finish it all at once, and if they didn't salt it or process it properly, it would easily spoil if left for too long. So most of it would be sold in batches as soon as possible. After discussion, except for the tenderloin, the remaining 600 kilograms of corpses and bones were all given to Old Huang. Old Huang had also found many buyers in advance, who would come to pick up the meat soon, and exchange the marinated cooked jerky for everyone. The 5 people tacitly did not mention the photovoltaic rock armor, carefully hiding it in the compartment, with their eyes never leaving it. After processing the horse corpse, everyone ate fragrant fried horse heart and discussed how to deal with the rock armor. Chen Shanshan sat at the rear of the bus and arranged for Ding Yi and Lu Qian to send a portion of ordinary horse meat to another wasteland team resting in the car. Then she said to Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei, rock armor with photovoltaic panels is very expensive. Ordinary teams in the 5th village can't afford it. Even if they can afford the price, with just the 3 of us, we're likely to suffer losses. Especially those evolved teams, relying on their strength to force a sale and deliberately lower the price, so the best way to deal with it is to go to the Hunters Guild to accept a bounty mission, but we must first register as wasteland hunters. It just so happens that after I finish eating the horse heart, I should be able to evolve into a level 9 enhanced human, reaching the minimum qualification for registration. The bounty missions are basically issued by Dawn Village, and only they have the stripping and transformation technology. Anyway, they are the final buyers, so it's better to negotiate directly. Lu Mingfei nodded, without any objection. Lin Feng naturally nodded in agreement, also wanting to see the strongest organization in the 5th village. The Hunters Guild at the front of the convoy. After discussing it, Chen Shanshan ate the last bite of horse heart, feeling a slight heat all over her body, then it settled. Let's rest for a while, and after 5 hours, the 3 of us will go together. Back in the compartment, Lin Feng also felt a noticeable heat flow from his stomach to his limbs and throughout his body. Enjoying the breeze from the electric fan, Lin Feng leaned against the tin wall of the lower bunk, took out his revolver, and used a rag dipped in machine oil to maintain it. There was a lot of dust and yellow sand in the wasteland. Precise weapons like pistols needed regular maintenance to reduce wear and the chance of jamming. Soon after, as his body digested the horse heart meat and the energy was absorbed throughout his body, Lin Feng successfully broke through the 25-point attribute limit of a level 4 enhanced human and became a level 5 enhanced human. Lin Feng, LV 59 health points, 29, Constitution, 29, Spirit, 28. LV5 attribute limit 30 item upgrade limit increased to LV5 can consume 1 health point to upgrade the LV4 magazine pistol. Without hesitation, he directly activated the revolver's upgrade. Afterward, he reviewed this hunting expedition. Lin Feng gradually realized that what the team lacked most was not offensive weapons, but other auxiliary equipment. Such as a combat suit that could cover the whole body, a good pair of sneakers, and fast energy supplements. These items and equipment were actually very important when hunting outside, and their impact and effect were no less than that of weapons. But these things were all top-notch goods and could not be made by hand. Lin Feng had not seen them in the market on Holy Spring Day. They should be commodities that only evolutionaries would come into contact with. This trip to the Hunters Guild would be a good opportunity to ask. After thinking it over, Lin Feng immediately lay down to rest. The Lu siblings' compartment was directly opposite Lin Feng and the others. According to Boss Huang, the remaining 4 compartments could be occupied at will. There was no need for the 3 of them to squeeze into one compartment. It was easy to get hot, and the smell was unpleasant. But the shared sparrow room offered very little security. Soon after, buyers who had come to collect horse meat drove up to the bus in several cars. Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei were responsible for the handover. 400 kilograms of fresh horse meat were exchanged for 150 kilograms of dried, dehydrated meat. 100 kilograms of internal organs could only be exchanged for 30 kilograms of dried meat. As for the remaining skeleton, it was even less valuable, worth only 20 kilograms. The only valuable items were the pair of sharp horse horns, each 1 meter long, which could be made into various elastic tools, including horn bows, combs, and skewers, or used as medicine to reduce inflammation, swelling, calm the nerves, and relieve pain. But the horns of female rockhorn horses were relatively small, so after conversion, they were worth 50 kilograms of dried meat. In the end, everything was converted into 250 kilograms, divided by head count, 50 kilograms per person. This distribution method was quite reasonable. In fact, if it were divided among the 3 people who participated in the hunt, the Liu siblings would only receive 85 kilograms of dried meat. So they had no objection to this distribution method. After receiving the heavy dried meat, several of the cars did not leave, such as the meat paste of carrion vultures, dried lizards, and insect eggs. The goods in the cars in front of them were some more high-end goods, including daily necessities such as mirrors, towels, toothbrushes, scissors, etc., providing services specifically for permanent residents in the villages with stable lives. This time, Lin Feng and the others had made a fortune, so they naturally became target customers. The Liu siblings bought 2 pairs of better cloth shoes and a set of clean clothes. The younger sister, Liu Qian, also bought a few sour candy pills. Seeing this, Lin Feng also changed into a set of clothes for himself. Things were different now. With 50 kilograms of dried meat, plus the team's remaining 20 kilograms of wolf meat, and the unreleased photovoltaic rock armor, everyone was no longer the bottom level, starving refugees who didn't know where their next meal would come from. It was time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a little more like a human being. As for cloth shoes, neither Lin Feng nor Ding Yi bought them. That thing was just a thin layer of cloth padding and wasn't as comfortable as wolfskin soles. Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, bought 2 extra, extremely expensive mechanical watches to ensure that she wouldn't miss opportunities due to timing issues when going on missions in the future. A mechanical watch actually cost 10 kilograms of dried meat. Although she bargained it down to 7 kilograms in the end, it was still incredibly expensive. You should know that 7 kilograms of dehydrated meat was equivalent to 20 kilograms of fresh meat, enough for a wastelander to eat sparingly for 2 months. So the more evolved and stronger you became, the more you consumed. After solving the food problem, there would be countless other troubles. Lin Feng also saw canned fresh meat and semi-dehydrated dried fruit, which were only available in the civilized world, placed in the innermost part of the car's cargo hold. The prices were not low. They were considered luxury goods in the eyes of mid to lower class villagers. After all, the taste of dehydrated meat was really not good. Fresh meat was also something that was hard to come by. Even Boss Huan, who owned the bus inn, was so excited when he ate fresh wasteland wolf meat that he took out rare cumin seasoning and raised his glass with everyone to celebrate the occasion. Lin Feng just looked at it, knowing that his primary task at the moment was to constantly become stronger and accumulate enough resources to exchange for a motorhome of his own, like Boss Huan, to solve the problems of security and lodging. In fact, even the most basic car, for an ordinary late-stage enhanced human, would require years of hard work to accumulate enough to buy. And Boss Huang's small bus, despite being less than 10 meters long after modification, would require a top-tier wasteland team to work hard for more than 10 years to obtain. So old Huang was considered to be in the middle to upper class of Fifth Village. He was also already in his 40s. This bus inn was the retirement money he had worked hard for most of his life to earn. And such successful wastelanders actually accounted for less than 1% of the population. Out of 100,000 wastelanders, only less than 1,000 permanent residents with cars in Fifth Village could stand out. So Lin Feng couldn't spend lavishly. All resources had to be used wisely. Ding Yi didn't think so much. She was simply traumatized by hunger and was already terrified of being poor. She only bought a set of clothes and didn't touch anything else, happily carrying the dried meat back. Chen Shanshan, on the other hand, was more optimistic. In addition to the mechanical watch, she also exchanged for some daily necessities, towels, and soap. This guy had a master who was an evolutionary, so his living standards wouldn't have been too bad, at least at the top level in Fifth Village. Now that things were looking up, it was only natural for him to want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme more comfortably again. After the transaction, back in the compartment, Chen Shanshan lay on the upper bunk and suddenly said, the latest novels are first published on 69.com. After we finish our business at the Hunters Guild, let's go to the bathhouse together. It's been several months since I took a bath. Ding Yi hesitated, at a loss. Lin Feng was slightly tempted. After all, he hadn't washed himself once in all these days since entering the wasteland. His scalp was so oily that it had crusted over, and white salt crystals from dried sweat had even appeared in his armpits. He was already marinated. It was somewhat affecting his state for hunting outside. It's okay, I'll go to Old Huan later and get a few internal discount tickets. I estimate that 1 kilogram of wolf meat can be exchanged for 3 tickets. I also specially bought a bar of soap, so everyone can use it together then. Seeing that the two of them hadn't expressed any opinions, Chen Shanshan added, as the captain, she hoped that the team members could act together and avoid being too special. Lin Feng smacked his lips. Even though he rinsed his mouth when drinking water, he still had some bad breath. He had to brush his teeth. Okay, let's go together then. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Ding Yi nodded in agreement. A look of anticipation couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Actually, she also wanted to go. It had been more than a month since she came to the wasteland. As a woman, she found it more difficult to endure the sour smell of her body than men. Even if she wiped her private parts with a wet cloth, it could only be delayed temporarily. However, her role in the team was limited, and she didn't dare to express her opinions actively on this issue, lest it deepen the rift in the team. Seeing that everyone agreed and the opinions were unified, Chen Shanshan smiled knowingly, leaned against the tin roof of the car, stretched lazily, and then fell into a deep sleep. 4 hours later, the sliding door of the compartment was knocked on. Everyone woke up one after another. Chen Shanshan looked at the time. It was time for the agreed departure time. She got out of bed and opened the door. Lu Mingfei had already woken up early and was somewhat excited, obviously still immersed in the rich harvest of this time and the joy of going to the Hunters Guild soon. Although he was very tired, he couldn't sleep at all. In fact, Ding Yi was the same as him. Under the huge harvest, he had no intention of resting at all. Even when he fell asleep, he would suddenly wake up laughing, or feel that it was not real, and wake up in fear, confirming again and again that the dried meat supplies were all there before he could safely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes. Chen Shanshan yawned, shook her neck, and then focused her energy on her dantian, feeling that the power in her body was a little stronger than before, and decided to set off. Eating the heart of the level 9 Rockhorn horse allowed all 5 of them to complete an enhancement. The team's overall strength had reached a new level. Lin Feng wiped his face with a wet towel and carried 5 pieces of photovoltaic rock armor weighing nearly 100 kilograms from the foot of the bed. After wrapping them in linen, he followed the 2 to the rear of the bus and sat in the tricycle carriage. Chen Shanshan unlocked the chain under the handlebars and rode the tricycle towards the front of the convoy. In an unloaded state, the tricycle's speed could easily exceed 20 kilometers per hour. As long as you pedaled fast, it was no different from a bicycle. However, this caused serious wear and tear and required frequent maintenance, otherwise the accident rate would be extremely high. So Chen Shanshan maintained a speed of less than 10 kilometers per hour. 2 meters per second was enough, which was 6 times faster than the slow speed of the main force. Soon, they passed through the cars one by one and came to the front of Fifth Village, the location of the 3 large trucks. And above one of them hung the large signboard with the 4 characters of the Hunters Guild. It was also the destination of this trip for everyone. The Hunters Guild was a heavy truck about 30 meters long. After modification, the width changed from the original 4 meters to 6 meters, and the height was also divided into 2 layers, more than 5 meters high. The photovoltaic panels on the top extended 2 meters to both sides, covering more than 300 square meters. This supported the building to continue moving forward. And on both sides of the bottom of the heavy truck, there were also hooks and parking spaces for parking small cars. After Chen Shanshan secured the tricycle, she led the 2 people in the car, opened the door curtain of the entrance, and entered it. And what surprised Lin Feng was that the temperature inside the Hunters Guild was several degrees lower than that of the bus inn. Before he could observe the layout inside, a cool breeze of less than 30 degrees blew towards him. The guild inside. actually had air conditioning. Take a bath together, or separately? Cold air conditioning. Lin Feng felt a long-lost comfort. Coming from the nearly 50-degree high-temperature bake outside, entering the 26 or 7-degree Hunter's Guild, the huge temperature difference instantly condensed the heat on everyone's body surface, and goosebumps rose. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver. He was only wearing a thin linen trousers and short sleeves, used to the 30 or 40-degree high temperature, and it was the first time he entered such a comfortable environment. Lu Mingfei on the side was the same. If he hadn't invited Lin Feng's team to hunt rockhorn horses together, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to step into the Hunter's Guild and feel the air conditioning in his life. Chen Shanshan, who was walking in the front, was familiar with the road and prepared to enter the hall. At the desk at the entrance of the passage sat an old man with half-white hair, wearing a security uniform, who took the initiative to greet Chen Shanshan. Shanshan, it's been a few years since I've seen you. Go in. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt a very sharp aura on this old man, much stronger than Chen Shanshan, who had been strengthened to level 9. Being able to work as security in the Hunter's Guild, at least you have to be an evolver to have extremely strong insight and examine the wastelanders coming and going. When you get older, it's not bad to find a retirement job here. Following Chen Shanshan into the hall, what caught the eye was a simply decorated service hall with rare electric lights. Like the former bank, there were several rows of waiting chairs, and inside were 5 service windows, with 5 counter clerks sitting behind the glass windows. They were all pretty young ladies. They were not very old, and their strength was around the mid-stage of strengthening. The Holy Spring Day had just ended. There were not many hunters in the guild hall on the road to handle affairs. Chen Shanshan walked straight forward and informed them that she wanted to register as a hunter. The other party took out a form that needed to be filled in with information. Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei wandered around nearby, holding the photovoltaic rock armor, to visit. The Hunter's Guild was built on a heavy truck that was 30 meters long and 6 meters wide, with a maximum area of 180 square meters. The hall in front of you was at most 80 square meters. So there are also several shops and stores on both sides. Lin Feng saw the shop that Chen Shanshan mentioned, which specializes in purchasing meat, but the price was very low, only 80% to 90% of the outside price. The other shops came from the 4 major villages in Oasis Town. Such a commercial treasure land, it is estimated that only they have the energy and qualifications to rent and open a store. Holy Spring Village sells items related to water, including some church scriptures and badges, with a bit of religious color. Lin Feng stopped outside the store, stretched his neck, and curiously took a few more glances inside. The main reason is that these things are extremely expensive. A well-covered badge the size of a coin costs 10 pounds of jerky. Who would spend this money for psychological comfort? Hello, do you need anything? At this time, a middle-aged pastor, a shop assistant inside, came over and said enthusiastically, "These have all been blessed by the bishop. As long as you praise the Lord of the Holy Spring in your heart, you can obtain spiritual rest and peace." Lin Feng quickly shook his head. No, I'm just looking." After speaking, he quickly walked to the next store. The farm village sells a lot of things, including very fresh fruits, and phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals live/phoneme C buckthorn saplings, with potted soil. As well as some horse meat products. There are also various trauma plasters and anti-inflammatory drugs. The prices are not low. For Lin Feng and the others who had just become rich, it was a bit stressful to spend. Behind the motorcycle village are some auto repair parts, as well as modification and assembly services, which is equivalent to an auto repair shop plus a used car market. The sales items of Dawn Village are some vehicle-mounted solar panels and small household appliances, including electric fans, induction cookers, and even refrigeration air conditioners. As the main object of this transaction, Lin Feng stopped to watch, and found that there were not only electrical appliances inside, but also some high-end equipment for sale. For example, a combat uniform hanging in the glass window. It has ventilation and breathability functions. A small electric fan is installed on each side of the waist, and a photovoltaic panel is sewn on the back for power supply. When opened, it can effectively reduce the body temperature when going out, dry the sweat and excrete it from the body.
The gray-yellow camouflage pattern on the outside can also play a good role in concealment on the wasteland.
Lin Feng was a little moved. After all, when running in the wilderness, the decline in physical condition is mostly due to the rapid increase in body temperature, leading to heatstroke. Especially after the metabolism is accelerated and the whole body is congested, being in the sun-baked surface of 50 degrees is like being stewed in a pot of boiling water, which is unbearable. Just as Lin Feng mustered up the courage and wanted to go in and ask the price, Chen Shanshan's call came from the side. She had already filled in the information form, passed the strength test, and successfully obtained the identity certificate of a junior hunter. So Lin Feng walked towards the two of them holding the photovoltaic rock armor. Chen Shanshan pointed to the stairs next to the hall. The bounty mission hall is on the second floor, let's go and take a look. Bringing the two to the second floor of the Hunters Guild, the staff inside were pinning the bounty orders on the 5 wooden boards with thumbtacks. According to the source of the bounty mission, it is divided into 5 villages in Oasis Town, so that it is clearly classified. Chen Shanshan walked straight to the wooden board with Dawn Village written on it, and soon found several tasks on it, seeking the growth of photovoltaic rock armor on wild rockhorn horses. The bounty for photovoltaic rock armor varies depending on the grade, and the reward price is also different. Lin Feng saw that each task list was written with a few points at the bottom, and asked about this. Chen Shanshan squinted her eyes while looking for the bounty order that best matched the materials in her hand, and explained, points, are extra rewards for completing tasks. They're like the guild giving welfare to the wasteland hunters. Otherwise, who would come here to take on bounties? They could just go directly to the employers, saving the guild's commission on both ends. Accumulated task points can be exchanged for many things, including basic food and fresh water, as well as weapons and equipment that you can't buy outside, and even the valuable qualification to board a mobile oasis and become an upper citizen. Of course, only the elite among the evolutionaries have the strength to accumulate that many. As she spoke, Chen Shanshan pointed to the wooden board hanging on the innermost wall, which recorded the Wasteland Hunters' point rankings. Lin Feng walked over and found that the top few only had about 70 or 80 points. However, ordinary bounty orders only give 1 or 2 points each, with a maximum of no more than 5 points. The risk and difficulty of the task can be estimated from the number of points. Accumulating 80 points requires completing at least 30 or 40 tasks. So it's extremely difficult. As for exchanging for the qualification of an Oasis upper citizen, the point requirement is 500. Even if you take on tasks every day, it would be difficult to complete within a year, not to mention there aren't that many tasks to do. The newest novels are first published on 69.com. Lin Feng roughly scanned the bounty slips in the entire hall and found only 60 or 70 of them. Some of the posting dates were even before the last Holy Spring Day. However, on the other side of the ranking list, there was also a list of extra rewards for the top 3 of the year, which included special weapons and equipment produced by the big city. Lin Feng saw that this year's first place reward was a lightweight exoskeleton armor made of titanium steel, produced within the prehistoric ruins, capable of withstanding more than 3 tons of impact force, and ordinary light firearms could hardly damage it. Sure enough, there are good things. Otherwise, those wasteland hunting teams formed by evolutionaries wouldn't be so active. And on the other side of the overall point ranking, there was also a separate wooden board, covered with a layer of glass, with bounty slips hanging inside, using special red paper. These are bounties from the Oasis upper citizens. Only evolutionaries can take them, and they must have completed more than 10 bounties and become a senior wasteland hunter to be eligible to take them. Chen Shanshan had already found a suitable bounty slip, took it down, and came over to explain. Lin Feng clicked his tongue twice. The special privileges of the upper citizens were fully demonstrated at this moment, and the task points given by the Wasteland Hunting Guild for the bounties in the glass cover were generally higher, regardless of the difficulty. It is estimated that the reward is also paid out of the guild's own pocket. Let's go. I have already notified the staff to contact the poster of the bounty slip. They will bring the reward later, and we will discuss the price based on the grade and material. Lin Feng nodded and followed Chen Shanshan back to the hall downstairs, sitting on the row of chairs to rest. It was extremely comfortable with the air conditioning. Before the poster from Dawn Village arrived, several groups of people came one after another. Most of them were level 9 strengtheners, and there were also one or two mysterious evolutionaries acting alone, who completed the task at the counter and left in a hurry. During this time, everyone also encountered Li Hu and others, whom they had met when they were struggling to survive. Compared to the last time in the wild, Li Hu had a new wound on his face, the bloodstains were ferocious, and the rest of the team members were also quite embarrassed. In the large sack in their hands, there was a small, dying creature. Listening to the wailing sound of the prey, it sounded like a rock-horn horse. Lin Feng glanced at their bounty slip, which gave 5 task points, so the difficulty was estimated to be not small. After completing the task, Li Hu saw Chen Shanshan and was a little surprised. He stepped forward and said, "I heard that you killed another wasteland wolf afterwards? Have you already entered the level 9 strengthener realm?" Chen Shanshan smiled. "Your harvest is not small. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme." Li Hu glanced at the heavy object wrapped in linen cloth in Lin Feng's hand, nodded, and didn't say much more. "Congratulations, let's get together when we have time." Then he led his teammates to the shops in the farm village to buy hemostatic medicine. Not long after they left, the bounty slip poster arrived. He was a middle-aged late-stage strengthener, not very strong, but he wore glasses and looked gentle and refined. Except for the 5th village, the strength of the permanent residents of the other 4 villages is actually not very strong, but they rely on their skills to make a living and have technical skills. After checking, the bespectacled man quickly concluded that this was a level 9 rockhorn horse. The photovoltaic panel evolved in advance. Although the quality met the standard, the semiconductor layer was too thin, so the price had to be discounted. After some bargaining, he finally gave the price of 1 rock armor and 30 kilograms of jerky, while the original bounty slip said 50 kilograms. A total of 150 kilograms. This was the same price as 400 kilograms of horse meat from a rockhorn horse. It can be seen how valuable photovoltaic rock armor is. If it is a complete first-order body, it is worth 250 kilograms, which is more valuable than the horse meat itself. And the bounty rewards of the Wasteland Hunting Guild are all converted into shopping points, with 1 kilogram of standard dehydrated jerky exchanging for 1 point. Points can be exchanged directly for meat at the butcher shop. You can also purchase supplies in the shops of the 4 major villages. This is different from task points. Task points can be exchanged for shopping points, but the latter cannot. Lin Feng finally understood why the points of the top evolutionary teams were so low. After all, no one should be able to resist the temptation of exchanging for those advanced materials and equipment. After the transaction was completed, because everyone did not lack food at the moment, they temporarily recorded it in the name of the captain, Chen Shanshan, in the form of shopping points. And she couldn't wait to return to the bus and then go to the bathhouse for a bath. Passing by the Dawn Village shop, Lin Feng stopped and saw many metal glasses displayed in the counter inside. He told the other 2 to wait in the aisle, and Lin Feng walked into this dazzling village shop. "Boss, how much does it cost to get a pair of these?" The manager of the Dawn store was a middle-aged man with a broken leg. Although he used crutches to stand, his aura was still strong. He was an evolver above level 9. Seeing Lin Feng ask, he said indifferently, "Glass material is 5 points, resin material is a little more expensive, 10 to 20 points. Myopia below 300 degrees is included in the package, and above 300 degrees, an additional 2 points will be charged for each 100 degrees. No bargaining in this store." Lin Feng was stunned, a little surprised. He didn't expect the price of glasses to be so expensive, only cheaper than watches. The production of solar panels requires glass panels and resin film. Glasses are equivalent to an ancillary branch of Dawn Village's industry. What is the difference between the 2? The price difference is more than double. Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The store manager picked up a pair of glasses and put them under the light. Glass is heavy and fragile, but has good light transmittance and is not easy to scratch. Resin is light and not easy to break, but has general light transmittance and is prone to many scratches after wearing for a long time. The elderly can wear glass, and the young who need to go out to do tasks can wear resin. Lin Feng nodded and pointed to the camouflage combat uniform hanging in the glass cabinet. "How much does this set cost?" The store manager looked at the combat uniform and said calmly, 50 points for a single top. A set is 100 points, but it's been stored for too long, so I'll give you a 20% discount. Even if he is eager in his heart, he can only suppress this impulse in the face of the expensive price. But as the saying goes, buying is not as good as making. Lin Feng plans to make a suit of armor that fits him. Then use the upgrade system to improve the quality. It's just that his tailoring skills are terrible. He doesn't know how to thread a needle and sew together. But soon, a figure appeared in his mind. Saying goodbye to the Dawn store in despair, Lin Feng walked out of the hall and into the aisle, where Chen Shanshan and the two were waiting. She was chatting with Uncle Wu, the security guard at the door. When Chen Shanshan was a child, Uncle Wu, who was a wasteland hunter, was familiar with her master and had some friendship. It is not easy for old people to meet acquaintances. Chatting with Chen Shanshan made Uncle Wu feel happy, so he let the two stay here longer. The guild hall, including the aisle, cannot stay for no reason, especially Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei, who are still wastelanders without status. One of Uncle Wu's duties is to drive away these people who are trying to get air conditioning. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Chen Shanshan said goodbye to Uncle Wu, led the two out of the guild, and returned to the tricycle.
What? Did you see something you wanted to buy just now? How many points does it cost? Chen Shanshan asked on the way back.
Lin Feng shook his head, a set of combat uniforms, but it's too expensive, it's not worth it. Chen Shanshan hummed and said her plan, I think we should change the shield and go to the motorcycle village to install a suspension damping system on this tricycle so that people can sit more comfortably and speed up when driving on the gobi or gravel piles. This time we were lucky, the wolves didn't chase us, but if their target is us next time, it's hard to say. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, that's right, a metal cover should also be welded to the driver's seat, and the top of the carriage as well. The tires should be replaced with thicker ones, and if there is any money left, we can add an electric motor. It's a pity that I saw the price of solar panels just now, nearly 100 points for just 1 square meter. To save up for the 4 square meter roof of the tricycle, we need to go out hunting at least twice, and that's if we have a big harvest. Chen Shanshan shrugged and had returned to the back of the bus, turned the car around, and fixed it on the hook under the rear compartment of the bus. Let's talk about it later, let's rest now and relax. Then he jumped to the tailgate. Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei followed. During this period, Lin Feng asked Lu Mingfei if he wanted to go to the bathhouse together. The latter didn't have much need for it and planned to discuss it with his sister first. After Chen Shanshan entered the bus, she excitedly found Boss Huang and successfully used a pound of wolf meat from him to get 3 passes. Old Huang knows the boss who runs the bathhouse. Unlike the wastelanders who went to St. Spring to worship a few days ago, in order to get 3 or 4 liters of water, they had to travel more than 10 kilometers and pray sincerely under the scorching sun. The 5 major villages, as long as they are registered permanent residents, have their own quota of 50 liters per person every half month. Moreover, the purchase price is extremely low, only a symbolic 2 pounds of jerky is charged. This is also the largest source of water for the bathhouse. Many permanent residents do not work or go out, and they cannot consume all of this water at all. The bathhouse owner then asked for this part of the quota and gave it to his friends who gave it away as a reward for bath tickets. For example, Boss Huang's family actually has 2 quotas. He also has a son who is only 7 years old and is studying at the church school in St. Spring Village. Tuition is free, boarding system, and he rarely comes back. Therefore, most of the 100-liter quota is transferred to the bathhouse owner. In addition to free baths, there are also 5 general tickets every half month. And Lao Huang naturally uses these bath tickets as a welfare method to attract customers. It's just that Chen Shanshan and others have already been exempted from the tickets for this half month, so they charged a pound of wolf meat as a discount. After getting the general ticket, Chen Shanshan brought her change of clothes and toiletries and prepared to leave. Ding Yi only has 1 set of clothes, and other toiletries have to be used by the captain. Lin Feng was even simpler. He planned to wear the new clothes on his body. There was no need to clean the old clothes before, they could be eliminated. Lin Feng tried the sleeveless vest sewn with vulture feathers, and the system directly judged it as a qualityless thing that didn't even have a 0 level. It's too natural. Even if you want to upgrade and strengthen a set of clothes, you must meet the minimum requirements for upgrading. Even the long trousers and short sleeves that Lin Feng is wearing now are rated as garbage by the system and have no potential for upgrading. It will only waste life points. Lin Feng estimates that at least it must have a preliminary protective function before it is worth continuing to upgrade. The latest and fastest novels are all on 69 Shuba.
Calm.
Before leaving, Chen Shanshan did not forget to bring her most important equipment, the titanium gun, and Lin Feng also naturally carried the upgraded LV5 pistol with him, 100 bullet pistol LV5, white quality basic attributes, damage 20, effective range 400 meters, remaining ordinary bullets, 100, Wolfang bullets, 6, upgraded to the host level limit additional attributes, bullet recovery 1/1s, space magazine 100 rounds, Wolfang bullet damage plus 5 evaluation, a pistol with 100 rounds of ammunition. Its power is comparable to standard rifle bullets, with a damage of up to 20 points and a range of 400 meters.
It can kill a mid-stage enhanced person with one shot. Please use with caution. 100 rounds of ammunition is equivalent to 3 rifle magazines, and it can recover 1 round per second. This is just a level 5 pistol. If it is upgraded to level 9, Lin Feng feels that he can easily kill a level 9 mutated wasteland beast, and even challenge evolvers beyond his level. But the premise is that the other party is empty-handed. Otherwise, if he puts on a titanium exoskeleton armor, then he will only have to surrender and run away. When Lin Feng was checking the pistol, Boss Huang came to see him off. Before leaving, looking at the excited looks of the two girls, Lao Huang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Just have fun, don't accidentally fire the gun." Lin Feng was stunned, put the revolver in his waist, a little confused. I turned on the safety. Before leaving, Dingy carefully hid the jerky, and locked the sliding door of the compartment tightly before following the two into the tricycle carriage at the rear. Setting off again, Chen Shanshan quickly found a bus that runs a bathhouse in the dusty convoy. The signboard with the two big characters "bathhouse" hanging outside can be seen from a long distance. Hanging the tricycle behind, the three entered it. The modified bus is divided into two areas, front and rear. The front is the big bathhouse and the rear is the cubicle. However, the big bathhouse will only be open on St. Spring Day. The ticket price for bathing together is cheap. Many wasteland teams will spend half a jerky to wash together. But when the oasis town starts to set off, the big bathhouse will no longer be open. Instead, the more than 10 square meters of pool will be completely drained and stored in more than 10 large buckets for filtration and purification for the next use. The swimming pool in motion is like a tanker, which will generate tsunami-like surges and damage the structure of the car, so it will no longer be open during driving. Moreover, large-scale evaporation will also lose water. The boss who runs the bathhouse is a middle-aged couple. After the three handed the tickets to the proprietress, they were taken to the cubicle in the rear compartment of the car. The pass can be used for both the big bathhouse and the single room. Now that the big bathhouse is not open during driving, only the single room is left. Everyone has a fixed bucket of water, please forgive me. If you really want to take a bath, you can choose a double room. There is a 2-meter-long wooden barrel, more than 1 meter wide, which can accommodate many people, but at least the amount of water for 2 people is enough. Lin Feng opened it and took a look. In the single room, there is an oil drum with a diameter of 60 centimeters and a height of more than 1 meter, filled with most of the water, more than 200 liters. The boss is right, this little water is afraid that it is a bit reluctant to use for washing, and it is far from enough to take a bath. 2 buckets are too few, and 3 buckets are just right. However, these are clean water after filtration, but the big bathhouse is a mixed bath. Who knows what the people who washed before did? You can take a bath now, but you have to start with 2 people. The 3 people present looked at each other. I haven't washed for a long time, I definitely need to take a bath to rub it clean. Chen Shanshan was a little unhappy. She wanted to bury herself in the pool, soak her whole body and relax completely. But there are 1 man and 2 women. The only way is for Dingy and herself to be together, which can barely soak for a while. Try pouring 2 buckets of water into the wooden barrel.
Nearly 500 liters of clean water is less than half a meter deep in this large wooden barrel, and it is not up or down to soak.
Chen Shanshan frowned and looked at Lin Feng, who was about to enter the single room opposite, a little hesitant. How about together?
But Lin Feng was suddenly stunned in place. Not because of Chen Shanshan's invitation, but because he actually saw an old acquaintance in his eyes, walking out of a cubicle not far away. The other person's clothes were still soaked, sticking to her skin, highlighting her slender figure.
The washed woman had a light yellow complexion and a slender figure.
Her pair of well-proportioned, long legs were half hidden and half visible in the wet clothes, making her appear charming and attractive. At first glance, unlike those wasteland hags, she still had some beauty. However, Lin Feng had no time to appreciate this. His hand was already on his waist, ready to strike at any moment. The woman, who had just emerged from her bath, flicked her wet hair and turned her head, noticing the man's cold gaze. She was immediately shocked.
Tian Wanrong naturally recognized the person in front of her.
While a storm raged in her heart, the panic in her eyes was suppressed. She pretended not to recognize him, turned her head, and left, silently praying. Lin Feng had already lifted the corner of his clothes, preparing to draw his gun. At this moment, a thin but strong hand suddenly reached out, tightly gripping Lin Feng's right wrist, suppressing his action of drawing the gun. Lin Feng glanced at Chen Shanshan, who had rushed out from beside him. When he looked up again, the woman's figure had already disappeared behind the bus at the end of the bathhouse.
Don't do it in the village. You don't have permanent resident status. Gunshots will attract the law enforcement team composed of evolutionaries.
Chen Shanshan lowered her voice and advised, "You will be made an example of and beheaded as a warning.
The two of us will also be captured, imprisoned, and sold to the slave market.
There will be plenty of opportunities to kill them in the future." Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly lowered his right hand, which had already touched the holster. "Thank you." At this moment, Tian Wanrong, who had fled from the bathhouse, quickly ran towards the front of the 5th village convoy, shuttling through the slowly moving traffic. Her heart was in turmoil and she was extremely distraught, especially at the moment she saw Lin Feng. Tian Wanrong clearly remembered the appearance of the person who was on the verge of death back then, and naturally recognized Lin Feng immediately. But what frightened her was that the other party should have been taken care of by the lackeys Qishan sent out. Why was he still perfectly fine, appearing in the bathhouse, and Chen Shanshan and the two women who stayed by his side back then were actually here together? The single room ticket price was very expensive, requiring 1 caddy of dried meat. For the bottom-level wastelanders, it was extremely extravagant. Even her bath this time was for other special purposes that Qishan decided to pay for. But why could Chen Shanshan and the others afford to bathe? During the past few months of fleeing, she knew the former Captain Chen very well. She was so frugal that she wished she could divide a sea buckthorn root into 2 meals. Willing to spend 3 caddies of dried meat to take a bath could only mean that the 3 of them had reached a level of life where they didn't have to worry about food and drink. Now, the status and position of several people have been greatly improved in a short period of time. This was the reason why Tian Wanrong felt fear. Lin Feng and the others could come to take a bath while chatting and laughing, which meant that the 4 lackeys Qishan sent out were bound to be in grave danger. Moreover, the man's first look at her, the intense killing intent revealed in his eyes and actions, must have regarded himself and Qishan as a thorn in his side. Returning to Qishan's rented bus hotel, the other party was sitting in the dormitory and got up to greet her. Tian Wanrong looked around, but did not see the figures of the other lackeys, and her heart sank. Then she urged, "While the water on your body is still not dry and you haven't sweated, let's go, hurry up and introduce me to that Lord Wang." Seeing the woman's wet appearance, Qishan, who stepped forward, became interested and reached out to put his arm around her slender waist. "Don't worry, you've washed so cleanly, let me enjoy it first, there won't be many opportunities in the future."
Tian Wanrong's eyes were gloomy.
She dodged the salty pig hand that grabbed her buttocks with a sideways step, and said with some disgust, "Will an evolutionary use what others have used?
Don't mess up the business. There aren't many opportunities left, so pay attention."
Tian Wanrong did not tell Qishan about meeting Chen Shanshan and the others, and that the lackeys might have been killed. "Okay, let's go quickly." Leaving the hotel, Qishan led the woman towards the front of the convoy. a luxurious RV team composed of evolutionaries. Under the introduction of a familiar butler, the two boarded a shed dragged behind an RV. This was a circular tent, more than 6 meters wide, with a brazier in the middle, and a wild beast was roasted until it was charred and crispy. A flat-headed man with muscles and scars sat in the soft couch in this courtyard tent. Two slightly attractive women were fanning him and feeding him wine. Seeing Chi-shan and the two approaching, the flat-headed man put down the cutting knife and fork and carefully looked at Tian Wanrong. The woman slightly turned her body, lifted her hips, tucked her abdomen, nodded and smiled, intentionally showing off her charming and attractive figure. The flat-headed man on the soft couch nodded in satisfaction, cut off a thick hind leg of the roasted beast, and threw it in front of Chi-shan. Then he spread his legs and tapped with a knife and fork. Tian Wanrong, who received the hint, swallowed. She slowly squatted down, crawled forward on all fours. Chi-shan, who was on the side, looked excited, knelt on the ground with a happy face and picked up the roasted leg of meat. "Thank you, Lord Wang." Then he quickly turned around, left the round tent, came outside, but Medley Butler of this hunting team showed a smile and said kindly, "Congratulations, Brother Chi, for joining our big family. The leg of this level 9 rust-eating tiger is a good thing." The smile on Chi-shan's face froze. He gritted his teeth, broke off a large piece of tender and juicy hind leg meat, and offered it to the butler. "We are all one family from now on. I will remember Brother Li's promotion in my heart, and please take care of me more in the future." Li Qingwu smiled and took the hind leg meat. Easy to say, easy to say. "Let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory. Lord Wang doesn't like to be disturbed during meals." Chi-shan looked at the grunting sounds coming from the tent, took a hard bite of the roasted leg of meat, and followed Li Qingwu. At the same time, in the bathhouse bus, in the compartment. At Chen Shanshan's request, Lin Feng had no choice but to enter the double room and be with the two women. Compared to Chen Shanshan, who hadn't bathed for who knows how long, and Ding Yi, who hadn't bathed for a month after waking up, Lin Feng, who had only been in the wasteland for 4 or 5 days, was obviously cleaner. The dead skin on his body was only 4 layers after 4 enhancements. Just rinse it off with water after rubbing it. It's not old skin, so it doesn't need to be soaked. Less than 100 liters of the 250 liters of water were used. So, at Chen Shanshan's instigation, she pulled Ding Yi aside, took off her coat, leaving only thin underwear, to scrub Lin Feng. To save water in exchange for the remaining water. Ding Yi's skin was dark brown and black, her enhancement level was low, she was not resistant to the sun, and her figure was thin, similar to Tian Wanrong. This was also the state of most bottom-level wastelanders. Gaining weight from drinking water simply doesn't exist here. They need to walk 20 kilometers under the scorching sun every day. Anyone who is a little fatter will end up in someone else's stomach. On the contrary, Chen Shanshan, who had been surviving in the wasteland for nearly 6 years, had a golden wheat color because she had been wearing a cloak and hood and a mask on her face. The lines of her muscles were all exposed. Although Chen Shanshan was less than 1.6 meters tall, half a head shorter than Ding Yi, and a whole head lower than Lin Feng, who was 1.85 meters tall. But her strong muscles were not fake. Below the chest, wrapped in cotton strips, blocks of abdominal muscles and vests were clearly shaped, coupled with the scars on her face, giving her a special beauty of strength and wildness. Lin Feng just glanced at it and turned his head away, afraid that Chen Shanshan would mind. Sitting on the wooden stool, he let the two women use bath towels to scrub his dead skin. Before long, Chen Shanshan, who was feeling a little uncomfortable, put down the water scoop, walked into the bucket, lay down, squinted her eyes and rested, and handed over the remaining work to Ding Yi. Ding Yi knelt in front of Lin Feng and began to wash the man's hair in front of her, lathering up with soap and rubbing his scalp. Lin Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the massage. "By the way, what's your glasses prescription?" Ding Yi was stunned. She didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly mention this matter. The lenses of her glasses were broken into several pieces, but fortunately the frame was not broken and could still hold them. Mentioning this matter and asking about the degree of myopia, did he plan to train her to fight? Ding Yi hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Before, it used to be 400 degrees, but recently, after evolving into a mid-stage enhancer, it's a bit dizzy to wear them. The myopia is probably improved, about 200 to 300 degrees.
Wearing glasses shouldn't be a big problem for hunting. Lin Feng hummed, "It's okay, you don't need to worry about hunting and fighting." After washing his hair, Lin Feng washed his front himself. Ding Yi stood beside Lin Feng, watching the bare-chested man with muscles all over his body, her face flushed as she scooped water to help him rinse. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng finished washing, consuming only 70 to 80 liters of water, and the remaining nearly 200 liters were all poured into the large wooden bucket where Qin Shanshan was lying. "Go outside and wait for us, or walk back by yourself." Qin Shanshan pulled Ding Yi into the bucket, and then said to Lin Feng, who was putting on his clothes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at her, picked up his gun and walked out of the double room, leaving the bathhouse directly. The pan-fried horse heart he had eaten before had already been digested. Now he had to rush back, eat the rock horn horse tenderloin, and continue to strengthen and upgrade. After encountering Tian Wanrong in the bathhouse and missing the opportunity, Lin Feng had a premonition that the next time he wanted to kill her in Qishan, it would not be so easy. If they really climbed up to an evolutionary, and then stayed in the village all the time, only by having stronger strength could he resist the village's law enforcement team and avenge his hatred. In the double-room wooden bucket of the bathhouse, Qin Shanshan was immersed in a half-meter deep pool. In fact, the amount of water in less than 3 buckets, a total of 700 liters, was poured into the large wooden bucket, and the water depth was only 40 centimeters, but after the two women were completely immersed in it, it rose to 60 to 70 centimeters. Barely enough for the two to be immersed in it. Qin Shanshan sat in the pool, curled up her legs, hugged them with both hands, rested her chin on the surface of the water, and looked a little lonely. Suddenly she said, "Sister Ding Yi, do you think I am not suitable to be a captain?" Hearing Qin Shanshan's muttered question, Ding Yi paused, hesitated for a moment, and decided to speak her mind. If it's a survivor who has just woken up and meets the captain, it's definitely a good thing. But we can't unconditionally save others all the time, especially the wastelanders behind us, who struggle on the edge of life and death every day. Dividing the already scarce food equally among everyone in the team will definitely cause dissatisfaction among others. That's why Qishan and Tian Wanrong were able to instigate so many people to leave the team. No one wants to stay at the bottom forever. If it weren't for Lin Feng using himself as bait, pretending to be dead to lure the carrion vultures, he and I might have died in this crisis. It was the same later. He decided to fight back against the wasteland wolves, and I was also encouraged by him to decide to be the bait. "Captain, you grew up in comfort under the protection of your master, so you are somewhat naive and simple in your view of things. But this is a world where people eat people, and human nature is very complicated. It's not that what you did before was wrong, but you have to manage yourself first, and then practice your ideals without sacrificing the interests of your companions. When you become the controller of Oasis Town, you can give all the wastelanders enough fresh water every holy spring day to improve their harsh living environment. But now it won't work." Ding Yi spoke earnestly. Although she was weak, as a teacher, she saw things very clearly. She knew that Lin Feng was the key to changing her and the entire team's fate, and she couldn't let Qin Shanshan's naivety and willfulness cause the team to split a second time. We were able to survive and have what we have now entirely because of Lin Feng's special ability and his decisive actions. He is decisive at critical moments, unlike you, Captain, who are always indecisive and inactive. If you could put the style you have in battle into your dealings with people, you might be able to become a qualified captain. But as it stands, Lin Feng is more suitable. After listening to Ding Yi's analysis and advice, Qin Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. This had always been one of her knots. Then I'll leave these things to Lin Feng from now on. I'll just be responsible for fighting. If I encounter a situation where I really can't help myself. Ding Yi smiled. She dared to say these words only after figuring out Qin Shanshan's personality. Now that the girl had made a concession, she felt very gratified that her persuasion had not been in vain. "Don't worry, I'll pull you back in time. Besides, we are a team. If we vote, and Lin Feng and I both approve of a decision, you won't be able to change it." Qin Shanshan sighed softly, her whole body relaxed. "Lin Feng's strength will surpass mine sooner or later. Let's officially hand over the position of captain to him then. By the way, what do you think of the Lu siblings?" Speaking of this, Ding Yi frowned slightly. "Lu Qian is quite like you, Captain. She has also been living under someone else's wings and hasn't fully adapted to this wasteland world.
Having someone willing to protect her is enough to prove that Lu Mingfei isn't a sinister villain like Qi Shan and the others. If they want to join, as long as Lin Feng agrees, I have no objections.
Chen Shanshan nodded, then chuckled, "You can't stop talking about Lin Feng now. Could it be that you've already fallen in love with him?" Ding Yi's face turned red.
She wanted to explain, but suddenly realized that it wasn't so bad. So she generously admitted, "Of course.
He's tall, handsome, and strong. He can survive in the wasteland with ease. Aren't you tempted by such a man, Captain? It's just a pity that he probably doesn't like me."
Tian Wanron was so beautiful just now, but Lin Feng only had cold killing intent in his eyes.
This man's willpower and execution are terrifyingly strong.
Sooner or later, his back will gradually drift away. I only hope that before we part, I can find a good home in his shadow.
Ding Yi smiled faintly, cherishing the present very much.
Chen Shanshan buried her face in the water. In fact, when she was helping Lin Feng scrub his back just now, she felt something strange in her body and pretended to be impatient to leave.
Looking back, maybe this is what Ding Yi said, the feeling of love? Cultivate oneself, regulate one's family. Hee, your face is red too. Don't hide in the water.
Seeing Chen Shanshan only showing her eyes, with the lower half of her face buried in the water, Ding Yi couldn't help but reach out and pinch her.
We've soaked enough. Let's scrub each other's backs.
Chen Shanshan suddenly stood up, somewhat at a loss, and left the wooden tub. The sound of two girls playing could be heard from the double room. The bathhouse owner who drove the car couldn't help but sigh, "Youth TSK, that kid's luck with the ladies is really good, just like I was back then." "Back then what?" The landlady's cold voice came from behind. Back in the bus inn, Lin Feng entered the compartment and found the dried meat that Ding Yi had hidden.
Inside were two separately preserved portions of red jerky. It was 10 kilograms of tenderloin for him and Chen Shanshan each.
It was also the part of the rockhorn horse, besides the heart, that was rich in energy and could bring enhancement effects. Too lazy to find Boss Huang to process it, since Ding Yi had already cooked it with a solar stove. Lin Feng directly tore off pieces and gnawed on them, drinking the bottled fresh water and eating more than 4 kilograms of jerky in one go. As his stomach swelled, a warm current flowed throughout his body after digestion, starting a new enhancement. Lin Feng leaned against the headboard, squinting his eyes to rest. He felt refreshed after the bath, the fan was blowing, and he was full and satisfied, so he was in a relaxed and empty state, and soon fell into a light sleep. When Lin Feng was awakened by the two girls returning, he glanced at the alarm clock on the bed and realized that 2 hours had passed.
"You guys actually washed for more than 2 hours?"
Lin Feng said in surprise. However, the bath did have an effect. The two girls in front of him were directly refreshed, as if they had added a beauty filter, washing away their past worries. Ding Yi, wearing glasses, had her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, giving her a sense of intellectual beauty and professional demeanor. Chen Shanshan's strength and wildness added a touch of girlish playfulness. The newest novels are first published on Leo 9 Shuba. It was hard to tell if it was just his imagination, but Lin Feng felt that the two girls in front of him seemed to have become different. They always looked around when they spoke, avoiding eye contact. Not paying too much attention, Lin Feng turned to look at the corner of his eye. Lin Feng, LV69 Health 34, Physique 34, Spirit 33, LV6 Attribute Cap 35. Item upgrade limit increased to LV6, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade LV500 bullet pistol. He touched the gun and started the upgrade. At this time, the sliding door opposite the compartment opened, and Lu Mingfei, with his sister Lu Qian, stood in front of Lin Feng and the others, looking slightly restrained. They stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. Seeing her brother stammering and unable to speak, Lu Qian stepped forward and took the initiative to say, "My brother and I want to join you. Any additional requirements?" Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. Although they had been prepared for it, they were still surprised by Lu Qian's straightforwardness. Since Ding Yi and Chen Shanshan had already discussed it privately, the two simultaneously turned their eyes to the man still lying on the lower bunk. Suddenly, all 4 people present looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he sat up and said, "We were able to successfully hunt the level 9 rockhorn horse this time thanks to you two's information and guidance. There won't be such a good opportunity next time, so you need to show your true skills. Lu Mingfei, you should have successfully strengthened to level 9 after eating that horse meat, right? Plus the captain, 2 level 9 strengtheners should be able to make up for the lack of manpower. What are you good at? Lu Mingfei was stunned. He was just a taxi driver. For 12 hours a day, he did nothing but pick up and drop off passengers, brag, and curse. We are all working hard to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. Now that the apocalypse has really come, he has become completely honest. Lu Qian, who had been observing Lin Feng and the others, realized that this wasteland team seemed to be led by Lin Feng, who was weaker. Although it was strange, it was a good thing for her and her brother, so she took the initiative to introduce, "My brother has been driving a taxi for more than 10 years, so he knows a little bit about motorcycle problems. Although he's not a professional mechanic, he can provide some suggestions for the modification of tricycles to avoid pitfalls and being scammed. I studied management accounting, so I can help with things like inventorying supplies and making daily arrangements. I can learn other things that need to be done." Lin Feng nodded. Lu Qian's introduction was like a template for a job interview, showing that she was a workplace worker. In this wasteland world, it's good to find a normal teammate among the abandoned wastelanders. There's no need to be picky. Okay. But there's one more thing. Since we're a team, the points earned from selling the photovoltaic rock slabs before will be counted towards the team as a whole. The same goes for future hunting harvests. They will be managed uniformly to purchase public supplies or modify equipment. Lu Mingfei nodded. He understood this. In many wasteland teams, the captain has the final say, or a few extremely strong leaders form a small group, and the other followers are just vassals who not only have no private savings, but also have to hand over most of their possessions when they join in exchange for living space and the team's protection. Seeing that the Lu siblings nodded in agreement and had no objections, Lin Feng immediately got up, stepped forward, reached out his hand, and smiled, "Welcome to join. There are 2 things that need your help now." After shaking hands, Lin Feng pointed to the pile of jerky, "Inventory the supplies and then develop a modification plan for the tricycle. Prepare for the next wasteland hunt. Every time I write about heart-to-heart talks, I always have a feeling of setting a flag, and there will be a knife in the later stages. And the endings of wasteland novels seem to be bad endings." With the Lu siblings officially joining, the new 5-person team began to get busy. The first task was to take stock of the team's supplies. For ordinary first-rate wasteland teams, or even hunting teams under revolvers, this task was generally entrusted to the captain's confidants or done by the captain themselves. However, this involved 2 issues: first, the character of the person in charge, whether they would be biased or corrupt, and second, the professionalism of the person in charge, their ability to rationally allocate existing resources and formulate future plans, etc. Especially the latter, don't underestimate these measures. They may seem insignificant, but sometimes they can determine the fate of a team. Most wasteland teams, including hunting teams, are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme quite strong and have good harvests each time they go out hunting, but they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme fall apart because of unreasonable planning and arrangements, and the leaders and bosses are extravagant and wasteful. Ultimately, this leads to the team's disintegration. Some starve to death, others run away. Therefore, careful calculation and planning must be cultivated as a good habit from the beginning. Dingy took out all the remaining jerky in the team, and to show sincerity, Lu Qian also took out the dehydrated jerky they had been allocated from their compartment. On Lin Feng's side, of the 40 pounds of wolf jerky, about 10 pounds had already been eaten, as continuous battles consumed a lot of energy. Each time a point of health was spent on repairing and upgrading items, a pound of wolf meat needed to be eaten to replenish it. Of the 150 kilograms of dehydrated jerky harvested this time, after deducting the clothes and supplies that the 3 of them bought at the car grocery store, there were still 120 kilograms left. Mainly because Qin Shanshan spent a lot, those 2 watches alone cost 14 kilograms. In addition, there were also 20 kilograms of rockhorn horse tenderloin belonging to Lin Feng and Qin Shanshan. Lin Feng had already eaten 2 kilograms of his share. This part was privately owned and not included. The Lu siblings had 100 kilograms of jerky, and had only spent less than 10 kilograms before, exchanging it for 2 sets of clean clothes.
As for their tenderloin, it was also not included. Currently, there were still a total of 210 kilograms of jerky and 15 kilograms of wolf meat.
The latter was used as daily reserves and would not be touched for the time being. After inquiring about everyone's arrangements, Lu Qian quickly completed the statistics and formulated a reasonable plan. Of the 360 points, with 1 point equivalent to 1 kilogram of jerky, no more than 200 points can be used for modifying the tricycle. The remaining 160 points will be needed by the three of you to purchase and upgrade equipment, about 50 points per person.
The tricycle modification is a long-term project.
If we encounter a suitable opportunity later, we may sell it or use it as an auxiliary vehicle to carry supplies.
For example, after Captain Chen is promoted to an revolver and obtains a motorhome, the tricycle will not be of much use.
Therefore, investing too much in one go is not commensurate with the benefits.
We need to invest resources in the areas where we need them most. Saying that, Lu Qian, squatting in front of the pile of jerky, looked at the three main combat forces in the team. The most important thing now is to increase the success rate of hunting, complete the first tier advancement, and transform from a wasteland team into a backbone force in the 5 major villages, a stable hunting team. Everyone looked at each other, not expecting Lu Qian to have such a clear plan for the future, which was much more planned than those teams that phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme one day at a time just muddling through. But only in this way can the team ensure that it is on the road to progress, instead of being complacent and sitting idle, only considering going out when supplies are running low. Many uncultured and unskilled wasteland teams, including some hunting teams, are like this. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme. After working hard for a while and reaping a full harvest, they begin to indulge and slack off, which, although it promotes consumption in Oasis Town, is extremely detrimental to the personal and team growth. Lin Feng needed someone like Lu Qian with a clear head to play the role of management accountant, reminding himself and his teammates to stay motivated. That's right, let's do it this way. Let's go to the Hunters Guild together this time and exchange these 200 kilograms of jerky for shopping points first. Then we'll take a look at the tricycle's accessory modifications. Lu Qian nodded and added, it's 210 kilograms of dehydrated jerky. After the discussion, everyone immediately moved the piles of dehydrated jerky into the tricycle's carriage. Lin Feng also specially brought his remaining tenderloin, wanting to inquire about the price. These parts that can bring strengthening effects should be more valuable than ordinary jerky.
On the way to the Hunters Guild, Lin Feng asked about this.
Lu Qian, sitting diagonally opposite Lin Feng, said, these parts are uniformly called strengthening meat.
Generally speaking, the lower the level of the enhancer, the better the effect of eating it. And if the level of the wasteland beast is lower than that of the enhancer, then it only has the effect of replenishing nutrition and restoring state. The heart and tenderloin of a level 9 Rockhorn horse are more valuable, several times the value of other parts. That's about all I know at this time. Chen Shanshan, who was riding the tricycle in front, added, strengthening meat generally only grows and accumulates in late stage level 7 to 9 wasteland beasts, as the energy foundation for them to advance to a first tier wasteland beast. Lu Qian is right, the lower the strength level of the eater, the better the strengthening effect. For example, after you and Dingy eat it, you can probably level up 2 levels, reaching level 6 strengthening level.
The strengthening effect won't be so strong later.
I didn't have any strengthening effect when I ate that level 7 wilderness wolf before. As for the Rockhorn horse tenderloin, for me, it's enough to complete the final level 9 strengthening, and eating it later can only be used to quickly restore state. Give some to Dingy to strengthen her to level 5, and I plan to keep the rest as rations for hunting battles. If sold, I remember it seems that 5 kilograms is equivalent to a strengthening agent, and the price ranges from 10 to 30 points. The specific value assessment depends on the strengthening level of the wasteland beast and the energy content of the strengthening meat.
Why, do you want to sell the remaining tenderloin?
Lin Feng nodded. He was only at level 6 strengthening now, and it was too extravagant to rely on eating level 9 tenderloin to replenish nutrition. The 30 pounds of level 7 wolf meat in the team was enough. He still had 8 kilograms of tenderloin left, which could be exchanged for at least 16 points, plus the purchase quota of 50 points per person, for a total of nearly 70 points. Buying a pair of resin glasses, plus a set of combat suit parts and materials, wouldn't be a big problem. Returning to the Hunters Guild, the two women who hadn't been there last time were also shocked by the air conditioning in the corridor after entering the gate. They were stunned for a moment before catching up with the others. After entering the hall, the group exchanged the 210 kilograms of dehydrated jerky they carried for shopping points, and then walked towards the shops of the other 4 major villages. Lin Feng stayed in front of the butcher shop and took out the 8 kilograms of rockhorn horse tenderloin in his hand. The butcher tore off a little to taste, nodded, and then offered a price of 4 points per kilogram. The strengthening meat of level 9 wasteland beasts is the most expensive, worth 5 or 6 points per kilogram. The meat quality of wild rockhorn horses is average. It could have been 5 points, but the energy density of your meat is a bit low. It's estimated to be a very weak level 9 rockhorn horse, so, at most 4 points. How about it? Do you want to exchange it? A trace of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, but he quickly restrained it and handed over the heavy tenderloin. This offer had already far exceeded his expectations. While admiring the other party's professionalism, he reached a deal. A total of 8 kilograms, which translated to 32 shopping points, immediately made Lin Feng's funds much more abundant. But after the butcher boss collected the tenderloin, he didn't directly hand over the shopping point chips to Lin Feng, but instead moved out a low-temperature frozen fresh keeping box from under the counter. Opening it, there were more than 20 tube-shaped liquids. Then the boss enthusiastically introduced to Lin Feng, "This is high technology from Oasis, produced by the Li family who controls the farm. After drinking it, paired with ordinary dehydrated jerky, you can complete the upgrade. Little brother, I don't think you've reached the late stage of strengthening yet, right? The 3 stages of the early, middle, and late stages of enhancers require eating super high energy density strengthening meat each time they cross over. These strengthening potions are the concentrated version extracted. Potions are also divided into 3 levels, early, middle, and high, according to the 3 stages of strengthening. A high-level potion can allow you to successfully advance to a level 7 enhancer. It's hard to say when you'll hunt a level 7 or higher wasteland beast next time. Why not buy one now to increase your strength and have a guarantee when you go out to do bounty missions? After all, strength is the foundation. Looking at these strengthening agents in the freezer, coupled with the boss's introduction, Lin Feng suddenly became a little tempted. Because he had already risen to a level 6 enhancer, and only needed to rise one more level to break through the upper limit in a small range. Although there was only a difference of 100 kilograms of strength between level 6 and level 7, the life levels of the two were different. Level 6 belonged to the middle stage of enhancers, with an average strength of about half a ton, and only 600 or 700 kilograms could be exerted with full force, but level 7 was the late stage of enhancers, and 600 or 700 kilograms of strength was the basic value, which could be easily used. This was also the reason why Qi Shan and others, who had the strength of several mid-stage enhancers, did not dare to kill. They could only rely on inciting the remaining team members to force Chen Shanshan to compromise in a situation of popular discontent. But in that situation, if any level 8 late-stage enhancer had directly killed the leading Qi Shan, the other agreeing lackeys wouldn't have dared to fart. Chen Shanshan's temperament was still too soft. After all, she was only an 18-year-old girl. Although she had awakened at the age of 12, she had been following her revolver master for the past 6 years, and her mind and personality were not as good as Ding Yi, who had just arrived a month ago. Now that the Lu siblings had joined the team, there were more variables, and Lin Feng also needed to become a late-stage enhancer as soon as possible to have more confidence in leading the team's decisions. So, buying a strengthening potion now to break through to a level 7 late-stage enhancer was extremely cost-effective. Moreover, next time, as long as he hunted a level 9 wasteland beast, he could directly become a level 9 enhancer like Lu Mingfei. And start preparing for the first tier advancement. Not to mention that the item upgrade system sets the upper limit according to Lin Feng's level. Under multiple demands, Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds. Until the reminder of the upgrade completion jumped out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng made up his mind and asked, "How many points is a high-level strengthening potion?" Seeing Lin Feng asking about the price, the butcher shop owner knew that the deal was mostly done, and continued enthusiastically, "The high-level enhancer is second only to the Tier 1 evolutionary agent. The lowest price is 25 points." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He only got 32 points for selling 8 kilograms of pork tenderloin, and a high-level potion would cost him most of it. This is not cheap. After all, the combat power of an enhanced person does not entirely come from oneself. Handy equipment is also important. Without suitable equipment, even a level 9 enhanced person would be in great danger on the wasteland, unable to move an inch. They would not escape death if they encountered a pack of wasteland wolves. Take Lu Mingfei as an example. Although he was a level 7 late-stage enhanced person, Lin Feng, who was only level 4, could easily kill him with an LV-4 magazine pistol. Before the qualitative leap of evolution, the power and physique gap of several hundred kilograms can be easily compensated by weapons and equipment, especially ranged thermal weapons. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could only try hard, take a deep breath, and said with a look of surprise, "So expensive? Then I'd better go to the Dawn shop and exchange it for equipment." Saying that, Lin Feng had already stretched out his hand, intending to refuse and end the transaction. Seeing this, the butcher shop owner quickly persuaded, 25 points is not expensive. Didn't you just exchange for more than 200 points? It's only 1/10. Besides, I gave you 4 points for the pork tenderloin just now, a total of 32 points. Little brother, you may not fully understand the difference between the mid-stage and late stage of enhanced people. Late-stage enhanced people are popular everywhere. First-class wasteland teams are rushing to recruit them, and even evolutionary hunter teams phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme recruit them. A late-stage enhanced person is a stepping stone. If it really doesn't work, how about 23 points? Seeing the owner still chattering, Lin Feng sighed softly, those are all the team's common assets. It depends on the captain's face. I only have 32 points from the pork tenderloin now, and I still have to buy a bunch of daily necessities. Boss, you're earning from both sides, buying and selling. 8 kilograms of enhanced meat can definitely extract more than one enhancer, right? Can you make it cheaper? The butcher shop owner looked at the man's outstretched hand, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he also said with some heartache, then I'll reduce it by another 3 points, but no less. Let's just say we're making friends. Lin Feng showed a struggling and tangled expression, and finally nodded, okay, 20 it is. The owner breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Feng said, he earned from both sides, so he wouldn't lose money anyway. Selling the enhancer also gave him an extra commission. He took out one of them, along with the remaining 12 points of chips, and handed them to the man, while kindly reminding him, the enhancer needs to be stored at low temperature. The high temperature of 50 degrees outside will cause it to lose its effect in a few days. Use it as soon as possible. Lin Feng took the enhancer and the integral chips, and then asked about what he had heard before. Boss, what is the evolutionary agent you just mentioned? Can it allow a level 9 enhanced person to advance to a tier 1 evolver? The owner nodded and briefly mentioned, this is technology from the Oasis. It can be exchanged for the corpses of tier 1 wasteland beasts. Sometimes the bounty mission list upstairs also offers such rewards. Just like the enhanced meat that wasteland beasts below tier 1 possess, tier 1 evolved wasteland beasts also have enhancing effects, but they are too toxic for enhanced people and need to be purified and refined through Oasis technology. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly, somewhat surprised. In this way, wouldn't the Oasis be able to firmly control all the wasteland people, including the evolvers? After saying goodbye to the butcher shop owner, Lin Feng had 12 points left in his hand, plus the 50-point quota, for a total of 62 points. After putting away the items, he walked towards where Chen Shanshan and the others were, the motorcycle village shop further inside the hall corridor. At this moment, they were inside, selecting parts. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Chen Shanshan asked for his reference opinions. Lin Feng shrugged. He knew nothing about these things. At most, he could use the system to identify the quality of the parts. The specific modification requirements had to be asked of Lu Mingfei. The tricycle's grade was too high, and Lin Feng couldn't upgrade it. He could only consume his own life value to repair the durability. So, after briefly participating in the discussion, he took 50 points of chips from Chen Shanshan and walked straight to the Dawn shop diagonally opposite. The one-legged boss with crutches was a little surprised to see Lin Feng again after half a day. Lin Feng moved his gaze away from the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme proof camouflage combat uniform hanging in the glass cabinet and looked around. He quickly found the important basic materials he needed: a set of ordinary stab-proof combat uniform, made of high-strength fiber fabric, with a hard silicon carbide particle coating. This set can resist weapon cuts or the steel teeth and iron claws of wasteland beasts even without steel plates. It's just that the number of times it can resist won't be too many. Without the steel plate interlayer, the durability will drop sharply. This set is cheap, it only costs 40 points in total. The shopkeeper walked over with crutches and introduced. Lin Feng nodded. 40 points was not cheap. After deducting the glasses from his budget, he had 52 left. Can it be cheaper? How about a 20% discount? The shopkeeper almost rolled his eyes. Before, it was a 20% discount for 100 points, but now it's only 40 and he's still asking for a discount. If he gave another discount, his commission would be gone. No, these fiber materials are all transported back from the city by the pilgrimage team from far away. The profit is already low. If I give another discount, you'll have to break my bones. Lin Feng chuckled and coughed twice, and replied, I still need to buy other things. How about a discount together? The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and realized something. Do you want to assemble a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme proof combat uniform yourself? Lin Feng nodded without hiding anything. That's right, as long as it works. Can you assemble me the cheapest package like assembling a computer? He touched the original combat uniform, which showed a level 6 white grade, just enough to upgrade after getting the enhancer. The shopkeeper thought for a while, walked towards the shop, rummaged through the miscellaneous warehouse in the back, and took out a flexible photovoltaic panel the size of 2 palms, and 2 small electric fans the size of a fist. Lin Feng recognized at a glance that this thing was an auxiliary fan for cooling computer graphics cards, and the motor performance should be fine. He placed the set of things on the counter, and the shopkeeper took out a portable welding machine, connecting the wires of the photovoltaic panel to the 2 electric fans. After finishing, he handed it to the customer in front of him. It should still work, but the photovoltaic panel is a bit old, and the absorption conversion rate is not that efficient. Adding this original combat uniform, I'll count you 60 points in total. The expensive thing is the photovoltaic panel. Flexible materials are not cheap. It costs 20 points to sell it alone. The small fans are free. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Let's have a discount together? The shopkeeper twitched the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. 9% off at most. Lin Feng calculated that even with a 10% discount, it would still cost 54 points, and his budget was only 52, so he replied, it's a bit expensive. Make it cheaper. I still need to buy other things. You definitely have a profit. The shopkeeper walked to the counter with crutches. What else do you want to buy? Lin Feng pointed to the glasses under the glass cabinet. It's still resin. The cost of resin is actually lower than glass, and it is made by Dawn Village itself, almost purely profit. The shopkeeper then asked, then let's make it 50, this is the lowest price. Lin Feng then smiled and finally spent only 60 points to equip the materials needed for the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme proof combat uniform, and also bought a new pair of 200-degree glasses for Ding Yi. On the other side, Shen Shanshan and the others also finalized the tricycle modification plan. After a lot of bargaining, they spent 190 points to buy a set of shock-absorbing suspension and a protection package for the front and rear of the car. Then Shen Shanshan left the address and asked the shopkeeper to have someone tow the tricycle to the motorcycle village for modification. Because it was a small project, it was expected to be returned tomorrow. After finalizing the important modification of the transportation, in the next time, Shen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei began to collect the equipment they needed. Lu Qian followed her brother to check the price. Lin Feng then took Ding Yi to visit around and came to the second floor of the guild to check the bounty orders. During this time, Lin Feng took out the glasses and handed them to the other party. I found a pair that looks quite like your original glasses. The degree is less than 200. Try it on. Ding Yi was stunned. By the time Lin Feng had put the glasses in her hand, she hurriedly said, this thing is very expensive, right?
How can your points be used on this kind of thing? Saying that, she took Lin Feng's hand and walked downstairs. Go back quickly and see if you can return it.
Lin Feng stood in place and shrugged. The boss has already cut and assembled it, no refunds or exchanges.
Take it, just treat it as a thank you for taking care of me when I was injured before.
Then, he reached out and took off the broken glasses from the other party's face and put on the new ones. The broken glasses were as Lin Feng thought, the durability had dropped to 0 and was completely scrapped.
How is it? Can you see clearly?
Dingy buried her head very low, her face was so red that she wanted to find a hole to burrow into, and nodded softly.
Lin Feng smiled.
It seemed that the cutting and assembling of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme proof combat uniform had been successful. Adding the previous care Dingy had given him, a pair of glasses was nothing to mention. After completing this, Lin Feng checked the reward orders pinned on the bulletin board. Unfortunately, there were no good rewards.
He wanted to find information about evolutionary agents.
After looking through one board after another, he finally found a related one on the bulletin board in front of the innermost wall. Bounty mission: kill the wasteland wolf pack existing near Oasis Town. Time limit: before the next Holy Spring Day. Requirements: at least 3 complete corpses of level 9 wasteland wolves, and a total of no less than 10 wolf corpses. Reward: points calculated according to the market price of wasteland wolves. If all requirements are met, a Tier 1 evolutionary agent will be awarded. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and was engrossed in reading.
In a dark corner, a familiar rough and deep voice suddenly came. What? Are you also interested?
Lin Feng looked up. Bald Li Hu, with fresh wounds and scabs on his face, was walking over with a gloomy face. Li Hu had a fresh wound on his face, a tear from the right side of his head all the way down to his jaw. After delivering the bounty mission, he shaved off his already sparse hair, now sporting a bald head, which, combined with the fresh wound and old scars on his face, made him look exceptionally ferocious. Coupled with his nearly 2-meter frame, he had transformed from a smiling tiger to a truly fierce one. Anyone seeing such a menacing-looking bald man emerge from the shadows would be startled. Lin Feng's whole body stiffened, his hand instinctively reaching towards his right waist, but he quickly calmed down, took a step back, and replied in a composed manner, "I'm just looking. If Brotherly wants to take it, go ahead, don't mind us." Judging from the aura emanating from Li Hu, he was stronger than both the level 9 Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei. Although he hadn't reached the level of an evolver, he was definitely a top tier among level 9 enhancers. Coupled with his first-rate wasteland team, his strength was far greater than Lin Feng's group. But this wasn't the wild wasteland. This was the heart of 5th Village, the Wasteland Hunter Guild. Even the security guard at the door was a retired evolver, and among the nearby staff, there were likely hidden big shots. Even if Li Hu wanted to do something, he wouldn't choose to do it here. Hearing Lin Feng's reply, Li Hu, with his bald head and scarred face, still looked terrifying even when smiling. He reached out and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "You've gotten a lot stronger lately.
I won't tease you anymore. Where's your captain, Chen Shanshan? I have something to discuss with her."
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shanshan, with a fierce aura, quickly walked over from the second-floor staircase, followed by Ding Yi, who had gone to inform her. The moment Li Hu appeared, Ding Yi, realizing that something was wrong, immediately thought of finding the captain.
Now that she had arrived, Chen Shanshan stood in front of Lin Feng, looked up at the bald man, and said in a cold tone, "You have something to discuss with me?"
Seeing the group opposite her, Li Hu narrowed his eyes. Half a day ago, he had returned with his teammates from a narrow escape, delivered the mission, and happened to meet Chen Shanshan and her group, but he hadn't carefully noticed their changes. Now, taking a closer look, Chen Shanshan's aura was no weaker than his own, and she looked full of energy after tidying herself up. There was no trace of her previous hungry and desperate appearance. She had actually strengthened to level 9 in just 2 days, and the teammates who came with her were also level 9 enhancers. In just 2 days, Chen Shanshan's team had transformed from a desperate state to the first-rate strength they possessed now. Enough to rival his own. Perhaps this matter could really be done. Thinking of this, Li Hu, under the gaze of everyone, revealed a hint of a kind smile. "It was nothing originally, but now there's a big matter that I need to discuss with you." As he spoke, Li Hu pointed to the bounty on the notice board. "Are you interested in this mission?" Everyone followed the direction he pointed and saw the bounty that Lin Feng had discovered earlier.
Chen Shanshan quickly scanned it and shook her head. Wasteland wolves are the most cunning wild beasts. This mission is for a pack of wasteland wolves, and even an evolver's wasteland hunting team would find it difficult to complete. Why do you think we can do it? Although the reward of the evolution serum is very tempting, do you think 3 level 9 wasteland wolves are easy to deal with? Li Hu nodded. That's right, it's very difficult, but what if their alpha wolf is already injured? As he spoke, he pointed to the fresh, bloody scar on his face, and said with a slightly ferocious expression, "This is what it left behind." Before the end of the Holy Spring Day, we accepted a bounty mission. The task was to capture a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme rockhorn horse. The reward for an adult female rockhorn horse was 300 points, and an adult male was 400 points. If it was a Tier 1 evolved rockhorn horse, there would be an additional evolution serum. Of course, we can't do that, because there are several Tier 1 rockhorn horses in the rockhorn horse herd, and they are impervious to swords and guns. So our real target is the lower rewarded young rockhorn horses, 200 points for a female and 300 points for a male. The reason for accepting this bounty is that we received information that a herd of rockhorn horses would pass near Oasis Town in the last 3 or 4 days, and several of the female rockhorn horses were heavily pregnant and could give birth at any time. Rockhorn horses are very weak after giving birth, and the migration speed of the entire herd will also slow down, making it the best time to hunt rockhorn horses. So I led the team to set off and search for their tracks. But I didn't expect that we weren't the only ones following the rockhorn horse herd. There was also a pack of wasteland wolves that had come from afar. Speaking of this, Li Hu looked at the 3 people in front of him. Lin Feng, coincidentally, during this period, we met you 3, who were already desperate. Considering that you 3 could be used as bait to lure away the wasteland wolf pack, I decided to continue hunting the rockhorn horses. Li Hu nodded with a gloomy face. The wolf pack killed 4 of our people, including 3 level 9 enhancers, including me. 2 were slightly injured, 1 was seriously injured, and the rest of the team members were covered in scars. But I'm not a pushover. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either / phoneme. I gave the alpha wolf 2 hits, punching it in the head, directly bursting its eyeball and causing it to bleed, and kicking it in the stomach, causing internal bleeding at least. The other wasteland wolves were also injured to varying degrees. Now their range of activity won't be too large, and they will definitely be around Oasis Town, relying on hunting humans to recuperate. Speaking of this, Li Hu mentioned his real purpose. Didn't you kill a wasteland wolf before? Are you interested in joining forces this time? I want to take revenge and use this alpha wolf as a sacrifice to advance to an evolver. Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan looked at each other. Many of the questions they had encountered along the way were finally answered in Li Hu's narrative. The old wasteland wolf they first encountered, as a scout in this wolf pack, was actually searching for the tracks of the rockhorn horse herd, following the scent of blood and the sound of gunfire. In the end, it died in the trap set by Lin Feng and others. The other wasteland wolf packs, because of hunting rockhorn horses, had no time to take care of this matter. After that, as Li Hu and others discovered the rockhorn horse herd and launched a hunt, they encountered the wolf pack's interception, and the scene must have been very chaotic. The frightened rockhorn horse herd scattered and fled. A pregnant female horse that had strayed from the herd was accidentally discovered by the looming Fei siblings. Because of their limited strength, they ran to the market to look for a partner to cooperate with, so they found Lin Feng, who was selling wolf meat and wolf teeth. In the end, the 2 sides cooperated and killed this level 9 female rockhorn horse, which was exhausted due to a difficult birth caused by fright. Then, the injured wolf pack, after experiencing a big battle, followed the sound of gunfire and wailing. But because of their serious injuries, they could only watch Lin Feng and others take away the prey with red eyes, relying on scavenging the 4 underlings of Qi Shan to restore their state. Otherwise, if they had encountered the wasteland wolf pack in its full strength, with only Lin Feng's 5 people at the time, 2 level 7 and level 8 enhancers, plus 3 mid-stage enhancers, 2 of whom were completely unable to fight, would not have been able to stop the attack of more than a dozen wasteland wolves. Lin Feng's group's smooth sailing along the way was based on the successive losses of Li Hu, the wasteland wolf pack, and the rockhorn horse herd. Everything was a choice of fate. And now that fate had converged, it was also Lin Feng and others' turn to make a decision.
Lin Feng had no objections to Li Hu's proposal and invitation, and was even a little eager to try. After all, he had the blessing of the revolver pistol, plus the exhaust combat suit that was about to be assembled. His combat power and endurance were all maxed out. After strengthening to level 7, ordinary level 9 enhancers were just a matter of more bullets. Hunting the wasteland wolf pack was a piece of cake. Just as Lin Feng was about to open his mouth and agree to this matter, Qin Shanshan pondered for a moment and preemptively said, "We just experienced a battle and almost clashed with this wasteland wolf pack. We need to rest for a while. We'll go back and discuss it and give you an answer later." Li Hu nodded, not forcing it. Now Qin Shanshan's team was in better condition than his own, and their strength was even stronger. But Li Hu was nearly 40 years old, and years of fighting had left too many sequelae. Now his physical condition was deteriorating. This was his last chance. If he couldn't complete the mission and become an evolver, he would have to consider retiring from frontline combat and start accumulating retirement money to become an ordinary resident. But Li Hu was unwilling to rot away like this, doing nothing until he died. He wanted to burn one last time. He slowly raised his hand, took down the bounty hanging on the notice board, and walked towards the staff. When passing by everyone, he left a piece of advice: "Your hands are already stained with the blood of the wasteland wolves. They won't give up chasing you. That alpha wolf is about to advance to a tier 1 wild beast. This is your last chance." After saying that, he left with firm steps. Qin Shanshan took a deep breath. Lin Feng saw the titanium stick she was holding tightly, trembling slightly. With Li Hu's departure, the small episode of inviting them to hunt wolves also came to an end. Everyone set off to return downstairs. On the way, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and looked back. He saw the manhole cover symbol posted on the notice board. His eyes narrowed slightly soon after. The heavy-hearted group purchased a pile of defensive equipment in the shop downstairs, including 4 steel shields weighing 100 kilograms each. Leaving the guild and walking back, Lin Feng touched the upgraded LV6 revolver pistol, expanded pistol LV6, white quality basic attributes, damage 25, effective range 600 meters, remaining ordinary ammunition, 200, wolf tooth bullet, 6, upgraded to host level cap, additional attributes, bullet recovery 11s, space magazine 200 rounds, wolf tooth bullet damage plus 5 evaluation, a pistol with 200 rounds of ammunition, its sustained firepower is equivalent to a light machine gun. The damage of up to 25 points and the range of 600 meters, the firepower output speed depends on the user's hand speed, practice more. 25 points of basic damage and a 600 meter range, coupled with 200 rounds of ammunition. This was Lin Feng's confidence in agreeing. But if it was a tier 1 evolved alpha wolf leader, a firing rate of 1 shot per second was a bit stretched. Because of the 05 type revolver's upgraded foundation, the basic firing rate was only 1 shot per second. Lin Feng then looked at the advanced strengthening agent in his arms. After strengthening to the late stage of level 7, continue to upgrade the expanded pistol, as long as the relevant attribute of increasing the firing rate is upgraded, even if it was a tier 1 wasteland wolf. Lin Feng was also confident in challenging it. Back at the bus inn, the group, carrying 4 shields, boarded the vehicle, causing it to sink slightly. Old Huang, feeling the tire pressure, approached, looking at them with a puzzled expression. "What did you buy these for? Are you planning a fight with someone?" Iron shields were extremely rare in the wasteland. After all, carrying it for a whole journey consumed stamina comparable to a marathon with weights, especially under the scorching sun. Even enhanced humans in the later stages couldn't endure it for long. Moreover, most hunting activities didn't require this thing. Only in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat with humans wielding weapons did the shield's blocking ability become apparent. There were plenty of these things in Motorcycle Village, as they were basic materials for vehicle modification. The shop also had about a dozen of them. Qin Shanshan nodded. "You could say that, but the situation is worse than a fight." Old Huang was a little surprised and said, "Did you provoke a hunting squad of evolved beings?" Qin Shanshan placed the shield flat at the rear of the vehicle and shook her head. "Remember the wasteland wolf meat we ate at the beginning?" Old Huang seemed to be shocked and instantly reacted, his eyes narrowing slightly. "The wasteland wolf pack is coming for us? How many are there?"
Do you need to make such a big fuss? Are you planning to take them head on? Don't worry, the wolf pack's patience will only last for a few days. If they keep hunting wastelanders nearby, they will definitely be placed on the bounty list of the Hunters Guild. By then, there will be powerful wastelander teams or evolved beings who will directly take action. After all, he had a share of the wolf meat when they ate it. Let's rest first, it's been a long day, Chen Shanshan said to the Lu siblings at the door. The latter nodded and returned to the adjacent compartment. Closing the sliding door, Chen Shanshan saw Lin Feng's belongings placed on the lower bunk, a set of gray-black camouflage combat uniforms, a flexible solar panel, and a familiar enhancer. Were you planning to agree directly just now? Chen Shanshan leaned against the end of the bed and asked. Lin Feng nodded, found 2 pieces of dried wolf meat, and planned to complete the enhancement as soon as possible. Once I become a level 7 late-stage enhanced human, the team's strength will be strong enough. I'm confident in hunting the wasteland wolf pack. Besides, if Qishan and the others have really been recruited by evolved beings and become members of a hunter squad, how can we take revenge with just the few of us? Only by becoming an evolved being can we have confidence. Chen Shanshan nodded and reminded, it's good if you're confident. You'll sweat a lot after using the enhancer directly, remember to drink water. Then she lowered her voice, after becoming a late-stage enhanced human, your ability can also be displayed smoothly, but abilities are the foundation for every enhanced human and evolved being to establish themselves. Don't easily reveal it, or you'll easily be targeted. Lin Feng nodded. The ability's effect was indeed powerful, otherwise, the kind-hearted Chen Shanshan wouldn't have been able to survive until now, relying entirely on her perception ability to detect danger in advance and avoid it. Using the optimization ability to cover up the existence of the system was also a good choice. After eating the wolf meat, Lin Feng picked up the enhancement potion, tore open the sealing strip, and tasted the light yellow liquid inside. A faint salty and fishy taste exploded on the tip of his tongue. It was a little spicy, and his tongue felt slightly hot. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities or discomfort, he poured the remaining entire enhancer into his mouth and drank it all. Lin Feng only felt a surge of heat, falling from his mouth into his esophagus, and finally gathering in his stomach. It was like drinking a high-proof white liquor, hot and spicy, all the way down the throat. The heat was then absorbed by the cells in his stomach and intestines, and transmitted throughout his body. This feeling was like compressing the enhancement process of eating enhanced meat, which usually took 1 or 2 hours, into a few minutes, and the feeling was extremely intense. Lin Feng gasped for breath, his body sweating profusely. He picked up the prepared water bottle and gulped down fresh water. Finally, after half an hour, he was relieved. A reminder popped up in the corner of his eye. Lin Feng, LV79 Health 39, Strength 39, Spirit 38, LV7 Attribute Limit 40, Item Upgrade Limit increased to LV7, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV6 Extended Magazine Pistol. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This enhancement experience was much more intense than the previous 2, just like when he leveled up from 3 to 4, crossing the 3 stages of early, middle and late, the enhancement effect was more obvious. After completing the level 7 enhancement, he directly started the continued upgrade of the extended magazine pistol. When Lin Feng chose to consume 1 point of health, a reminder suddenly popped up in front of him, unlock imprint mark. You can independently choose the enhancement direction for the next upgrade of the LV6 extended magazine pistol. Note, different enhancement directions will determine the functional effects of additional attributes. Note, items engraved with imprint marks will be bound as exclusive equipment and cannot be used by others. Currently available enhancement directions for the LV6 extended magazine pistol: ineffective range, magazine capacity, rate of fire, bullet velocity. Looking at the new reminder that popped up, Lin Feng's face showed joy. Perhaps this was his awakened special ability? Imprint ability. Through the imprint mark, he could control the enhancement and upgrade path of items, but from then on, the imprinted items would also become Lin Feng's exclusive equipment and could not be lent to others. In fact, this was beneficial for the preservation and carrying of equipment, and he didn't have to constantly be careful to prevent it from being stolen. On the battlefield, he didn't have to worry about the gun being picked up by someone else and being used directly. And now, Lin Feng was going to increase the important attribute of rate of fire to prepare for the upcoming wolf hunt.
The most new small say it's 6'9" book bar first hair. After completing the selection, a stream of energy was drawn from his body and poured into the pistol. Lin Feng stretched lazily, picked up the combat uniform and solar exhaust fan from the bed, and slowly stood up, facing Ding Yi, who was leaning against the head of the bed. Their eyes met. Ding Yi was still worried about the warning left by Li Hu when he left, and the joy in her heart was covered with a shadow. Seeing Lin Feng looking at her with a smile at this moment, she temporarily forgot about the wasteland wolves and pushed her glasses up, asking, "Is there a problem with the size of the combat uniform? Do you need to cut it down?" Wasteland resources were scarce, and the village's resources were the same. It was basically difficult to find well-fitting clothes. The ones sold were all uniform large sizes, and you needed to tailor them yourself after buying them back. Lin Feng nodded, then brought up the assembly. "I want to sew this flexible solar panel to the back of the clothes, and at the same time connect these two exhaust fans to create an exhaust combat uniform. That way, when hunting outside, I won't experience a decrease in condition and heatstroke due to overheating from long-distance running." Ding Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously, jumping lightly from the middle bunk. The significance of making an exhaust combat uniform was very important, especially for the upcoming wolf hunt that everyone was likely to carry out. "Put on the combat uniform first and measure the size." Lin Feng immediately changed into the clothes. Ding Yi reached out and compared the size. Because the man's figure was very standard, there weren't many places that needed to be trimmed, mainly the location where the solar exhaust fan was added. Lin Feng recalled the exhaust combat uniform that cost 100 points and pointed out the location of the exhaust fan between the armpit and waist on both sides. "How long will it take?" Ding Yi gestured and estimated, "It should take 5 or 6 hours at the fastest. There's enough time." Lin Feng nodded. As long as he could achieve the initial form, he could use the upgrade and repair abilities to obtain an exhaust combat uniform that was no less than the complete version. After handing the clothes to Ding Yi, Lin Feng did an idle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. He started upgrading and optimizing the team's equipment. He spent 3 points of health and 1 go to upgrade the LV4 Giant Force Hornbow to LV7, Armor Piercing Hornbow LV7, White Quality Basic Attributes, Damage 35, Durability 1010, Effective Range 600 meters, Remaining Wolf-Fang Arrows, 5, Ordinary Arrows 10, Upgraded to Host Level Limit Additional Attribute. Tooth for a Tooth Wolf-Fang arrowheads have extremely strong penetrating power, dealing an additional 5 points of damage upon hitting the target. Note, the material of the item can no longer withstand the high damage after the upgrade. Each time the bow is fully drawn, it will consume 1 point of durability. The lower the durability, the greater the impact on performance evaluation. This is the final whisper of the rock-horned horse's soul, requiring nearly a ton of force to be used proficiently, not recommended for beginners. After reading the introduction of the armor-piercing hornbow, the corner of Lin Feng's eye also showed a prompt that the pistol upgrade was complete. Automatic pistol LV7, white quality, imprinted basic attributes, damage 30, effective range 800 meters, remaining ordinary magazine, 200, Wolf-Fang bullets, 6, upgraded to host level limit additional attribute, bullet recovery 11s, space magazine 200 rounds, Wolf-Fang bullet damage plus 5 new additional attribute, automatic mode. Automatic mode, rate of fire increased to 1,200 rounds per minute. Note, has become an imprinted item, gaining a special wear-free effect, infinite durability evaluation. A pistol with automatic mode can fire 20 high damage bullets per second, with a terrifying damage of up to 600. With the help of the imprint, the wear and tear of 1 point of durability per second is reduced. Even a first-order evolved being must temporarily avoid its edge. After reading the comparison of the two items, both level 7, Lin Feng sighed that the cost of using weapons without an imprint was indeed high. Moreover, he couldn't control the enhancement and upgrade path, and could only passively accept uncertain effects. Putting down the armor-piercing hornbow, Lin Feng examined the level 7 automatic pistol in his hand. Its barrel was thickened, and a gas-conducting structure was added in front of the muzzle, which could allow the high-temperature gas generated after the bullet was fired to push the gun strike connected to the piston rod, thereby completing efficient and fast automatic reloading. And on the button for switching the automatic mode, there was a special circular logo the size of a coin, and the button was in the center of this logo. It looked very cool. Consuming 4 points of health and 1 breath, Lin Feng, who was a little tired, ate 2 pieces of dried wolf meat and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the exhaust combat uniform in Ding Yi's hand was about to be completely sewn. Chen Shanshan and the others had already woken up. Lin Feng was somewhat weak from using 4 points of his life force in one go, and he slept very deeply. It wasn't until Chen Shanshan let out a joyful exclamation that the man in the lower bunk, who had been snoring softly, woke up with a yawn and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Ding Yi sitting at the foot of the bed, sewing a combat suit, and Chen Shanshan, who was feeling the broken armor-piercing hornbow in her hands. The exclamation had come from Chen Shanshan's mouth. Lin Feng took a sip of water and looked at the time. It was already 5 in the morning of the day. In the wasteland, the daytime is called day, and the latter half of the day without night is called day-night. This is a world of perpetual daylight. Although most wastelanders don't have much of a concept of time, it is said that the residential areas on the mobile oasis have artificial night, and the time is precise. Their schedules are healthier, and their skin is fair, just like the bishop he saw at the Holy Spring Day. Among the row of priests, only Father Su, who managed Holy Spring Village, had a slightly darker complexion, so Lin Feng could recognize him from afar at a glance. The biological clocks of ordinary wastelanders, including evolvers, are disordered, which has a significant negative impact on hormone secretion and mental state, accelerating physical aging. This is one of the reasons why Chen Shanshan bought an alarm clock in the first place. Without darkness, intermittent sleep is actually extremely limited in restoring energy, and a chaotic schedule easily leads to fatigue after waking up. For example, Lin Feng at this moment, after sleeping for a long 10 hours, got up bleary-eyed at 5 in the morning of the day-night, still feeling like he hadn't slept enough. This hornbow is almost optimized to its limit. Now, drawing it fully once will cause some wear and tear. At most, it can fire all 5 wolf fang arrows in your quiver, and after that, its performance will be affected. Lin Feng reminded him, adding, "When we have money, go to the shops in the farm village and buy a pair of high-grade rockhorn horse horns to reinforce it." Chen Shanshan carefully touched the bowstring, pulled it slightly with some force, only drew it halfway before retracting it, and then nodded, quite satisfied. "I used 60 to 70% of my strength to draw half the bow. Only a level 9 enhancer can skillfully draw this bow, and I estimate even you would find it difficult. Combined with the wolf fang arrowheads, even a level 9 wasteland wolf, I am confident that I can seriously injure it with one strike." As carnivores, wasteland wolves are mutated wasteland beasts with high attack and low defense. As long as a wolf fang arrowhead hits, it can easily shatter bones and pierce the body. The damage of up to 40 points is already the upper limit of the life force of a level 7 enhancer. Seriously injuring a level 9 wasteland wolf with one strike is no problem. Lin Feng nodded. It was clear that Chen Shanshan was somewhat tempted and planned to accept Li Hu's invitation to hunt the wasteland wolf pack together and complete the bounty. Can iron shields withstand the wasteland wolves' attacks? 100 kilograms is too big and heavy, not suitable for carrying during a chase. Chen Shanshan shook her head and explained, "Actually, those are for Ding Yi and the others. In the chase to defeat the wolf pack, other wasteland wolves may circle around and attack them from behind. The reinforced iron sheet project for the tricycle is only 3 or 4 millimeters thick. It's not that we're saving money, but the car itself can't support it. Roughly assembling 10 square meters of plate armor would weigh 500 pounds alone, which is already beyond the capacity of our 5 people. Adding the equipment we carry, it would be almost a ton or more. Even if we could ride it, we wouldn't be able to ride far." Lin Feng frowned slightly. It sounded somewhat pessimistic. The wasteland wolves' iron claws are 4 or 5 centimeters deep, plus the 7 or 8 centimeter long refined steel wolf fangs. Such thin plate armor is not enough in front of them. What are the specs of those steel shields? Chen Shanshan directly took one over, and the Lu siblings, who had woken up, also gathered around. Holding the rectangular curved iron shield in her hand, Chen Shanshan began to introduce it. 1 meter 80 high, 80 centimeters wide, with an average thickness of 1 centimeter of steel plate, weighing about 110 kilograms. Although it can't withstand the wasteland wolves' fangs in the later stages, the curved structure prevents the wolves from finding a place to bite, and their iron claws are not as powerful as the biting muscles, so they can't cut open this steel shield in a short time. Lin Feng nodded, took it over and weighed it in his hand. It was not light, but unfortunately, the structure was too simple. It was just an iron plate with an iron handle welded to the back, all iron blocks. The white quality material was displayed, and it could not be upgraded. This is only suitable for holding your ground and defending against the wolves' sudden attacks. If you want to complete the bounty and defeat the entire wolf pack, you will definitely have to run long distances and hunt down the escaping wasteland wolves. Is there a way to make the wasteland wolves attack proactively? The task requires 10 wasteland wolf corpses, including 3 level 9 wolf corpses. The difficulty is not small at all. Even Lin Feng didn't dare to easily risk his life to chase the wolf pack. It was easy to be ambushed by the cunning wolf pack, instantly turning from hunter to prey. If they could actively attract the wolf pack, such as the last time they were tailing them, the shortest distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, Lin Feng could aim and shoot from the back of the tricycle, seriously injuring many wasteland wolves. Hearing Lin Feng's worries, Chen Shanshan sighed softly. "Don't worry, Li Hu and the others will take care of this matter." "You don't have to worry." Hearing that they had a way, Lin Feng's lips curled up. He patted the revolver on his waist. "Then I have no problem, at least 90% confidence. The problem now is, once the task is completed, how do we divide the spoils? That guy Li Hu, the revenge on the surface is all fake. His obsession with the evolution serum is real. That extra reward of the evolution serum is his real purpose." Chen Shanshan took a deep breath. "Let's talk about this matter with them later." Then she turned to look at the Lu siblings standing at the door. "What are your opinions?" Lu Mingfei was somewhat hesitant. He had just become a level 9 enhancer by luck, and his combat experience and weapons and equipment were far behind Li Hu, the leader of a first-class team, and even inferior to Chen Shanshan. He certainly couldn't handle a level 9 wasteland wolf, and even a level 7 or 8 late-stage wasteland wolf would be somewhat difficult. His younger sister, Lu Qian, took the initiative to say, "Li Hu's team suffered heavy losses, so they had no choice but to seek our cooperation, and he is still lingering on the second floor of the Wasteland Hunters Guild with injuries, actually looking for suitable targets. He happened to meet Lin Feng, and then saw that our team's overall strength had increased to a new level, and there were few people, which could just make up for the gap in their backbone." The latest novels are available on 69shu.com. Compared to hunting wasteland wolves, I'm more worried about whether Li Hu will keep his promise. After all, even if he boasts to the heavens, once he becomes an evolver, he will be in a different world from us wastelanders. Even if both parties reach an agreement, we must also make preparations to prevent Li Hu from going back on his word at the last minute. Lin Feng nodded, very much in agreement. "That's right, so when the time comes, snatching the corpses of the level 9 wasteland wolves is the key. We should try to do the work without exerting ourselves, to avoid getting injured." Chen Shanshan then looked at Lu Mingfei. Besides her and Lin Feng, he was the only one with combat power here. Lu Mingfei was a little hesitant, but Lu Qian elbowed him twice, and then he nodded, agreeing to cooperate. Chen Shanshan clapped her hands together. "Okay, it's settled then. After eating breakfast, we'll find Li Hu and the others and discuss the hunting process in detail." After the discussion, everyone ate some dried meat simply. During this time, Dingy finally completed the assembly and sewing of the exhaust combat suit. She was wearing her new glasses, tired and sore from eye strain and hand pain. Carefully and cautiously, she sewed the valuable flexible solar panel into the interlayer on the back of the combat suit, fixing it with a frame around it, and adding a cross-cloth strip in the middle to lock it in place. This would prevent damage to the fragile surface of the solar panel. Lin Feng took the clothes and praised and thanked her repeatedly. A happy smile appeared on Dingyi's face, and she personally put it on Lin Feng. After confirming that it fit, she carefully took off her glasses, put them in the wooden box, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng walked to the back of the car in the sun. When the solar panel came into contact with sunlight, it began to transmit current into the motor of the exhaust fan. A buzzing sound rang out, one blowing and one sucking. The originally hot and sweaty combat suit instantly cooled down as the sweat evaporated and absorbed heat. The current was not very stable, and the fan blades rotated sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if they were about to suffocate, on the verge of striking and scrapping. Lin Feng looked at the corner of his eye. Exhaust combat suit LV6, white quality basic attributes, defense 10, durability 610,
can consume 1 point of life force to upgrade additional attributes: solar panel, severely aged, durability 410, low power generation efficiency, no power storage cooling fan, copper wire rusted, low energy conversion rate, no switch gear adjustment evaluation, a pieced together exhaust combat suit. The fabric is new, but the solar panel and motor are old and aged, affecting the overall durability. It is recommended to upgrade to improve it. Overall, it can reduce body surface temperature by 5. Sure enough, there are no honest merchants. The one-legged boss of Dawn Shop wore glasses and looked gentle and honest, but in the end, he sold junk. Fortunately, Lin Feng still had the upgrade option. He directly consumed 1 point of life force to start upgrading the combat suit. At the same time, he added a mark and chose to fully optimize it, first improving the overall performance. With the help of the exhaust combat suit, Lin Feng was fully confident in hunting the wasteland wolf pack this time. Soon, after eating breakfast, Chen Shanshan and the three of them set off for Li Hu's location. Following their captain's footsteps, they came to the motel where Li Hu was staying, which was a small bus like Boss Huang's. But Li Hu and the others were rich and generous and chartered the entire car. There were 8 compartments inside, all of which were occupied. Seeing Lin Feng and the others coming, the injured team member sitting outside the back of the car called out to their captain. Li Hu walked out of his own separate compartment, and one person filled the aisle of the car. Then he showed a warm smile to Lin Feng and the others. "Everyone, we've been waiting for you. Come in, the sun is strong outside." Li Hu spoke slowly, leading the three into a spacious compartment that, while unoccupied, showed signs of habitation. After looking around, Li Hu, due to his large size, sat in the opposite, equally empty compartment. They slid the doors open, facing each other, small eyes staring at big eyes. "Ahem, since you're willing to come, it seems you agree. I said long ago that those wasteland wolves are a big problem for you too. We have a common goal, we can absolutely cooperate and achieve mutual benefit." Li Hu aimed the fan at himself, touched his sweaty scalp, and began to explain the specifics. "This pack of wasteland wolves, excluding the old wolf you killed, has about 19 members. This time, they deliberately ambushed us, hoping to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but it resulted in a lose-lose situation. We took down 3 young, mid-stage wasteland wolves and 1 late-stage wasteland wolf, leaving the pack with 15 wolves. When it was just me, there were 2 level 9 wasteland wolves, including their alpha leader. In addition, 3 others were entangled with my teammates, resulting in 1 level 9 teammate being seriously injured, and Alian and I sustaining minor injuries." Saying minor injuries was an understatement. The long gash on the side of Li Hu's head would have been fatal to an ordinary person. It was only thanks to his level 9 enhanced physique, several times stronger than that of ordinary humans, that he was able to withstand it. Confirming Chen Shanshan and the others' participation, Li Hu relaxed considerably and continued to introduce, "Oh, Alian is the one who invited you last time." Hai, hearing the greeting, Lin Feng, sitting on the lower bunk, poked his head out and turned to see the woman who had once tried to seduce him and offered herself. She was Li Hu's teammate and one of the leaders. Originally charming and flirtatious, her hand was now wrapped in layers of bandages, and her forearm was sunken in, likely from a wasteland wolf biting off a chunk of flesh. Her lips were pale, her face colorless, and even her greeting was weak. Her combat power had been greatly reduced. Lin Feng smiled at her, then turned back to face Li Hu, waiting for him to continue. Currently, there were 5 level 9 wasteland wolves. Counting Alian, they only had 4 people, putting them at a disadvantage. Seeing the worry in the eyes of the 3 before him, Li Hu looked around and sighed. "This time, we suffered heavy losses. Of the original 20 official members, 4 died in battle, and 3 more died of blood loss after returning. Now, we only have 13 left, and excluding 1 seriously injured level 9 teammate, only 12 of us, including me, can truly participate in the wolf hunt." Li Hu retracted his gaze. The teammates in these 2 compartments had already been buried in the wolves' bellies. After a brief moment of grief, Li Hu quickly regained his composure and looked at Chen Shanshan, changing the subject. Saying this, Li Hu said with confidence, "Next time, we'll be fully prepared, and with the addition of the 3 of you, we'll definitely defeat the wolf pack in one fell swoop. They are also seriously injured and their combat power is greatly reduced. This is the best time to strike." Chen Shanshan nodded. Li Hu's analysis was correct. If they missed this opportunity and allowed the wasteland wolves to recover, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat them. At that time, a wolf pack led by a Tier 1 wasteland wolf would be enough to become a lingering shadow in the hearts of Lin Feng and the others. Every time they went out on a mission, they would have to be careful and vigilant. It was better to take this opportunity to assist Li Hu and the others in completely resolving this troublesome problem. "What's your hunting plan?" Lin Feng asked. Li Hu looked at Lin Feng with some surprise. This man's growth far exceeded his expectations. The aura he exuded at this moment was already that of a late-stage enhanced human. Among the three, he was the weakest, but he was in control. Moreover, Chen Shanshan was anxious to come and save him on the second floor of the guild, protecting him behind her phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. The handsome man with pale yellow skin had already captured Chen Shanshan's maiden heart, or the rapid improvement of Chen Shanshan's teen was closely related to him. Li Hu naturally leaned towards the former. If it was the latter, it would have an unpredictable impact on the final outcome of this wolf hunt. The wasteland wolves are seriously injured and need to eat a lot, so we have to use food to lure them. The Holy Spring Festival was not long ago, and the wasteland residents have basically recovered and are keeping up with the pace of Oasis Town. The wolf pack will not dare to go deep into it, but will only roam around the periphery on both sides. We can just wait for them. If you're ready, we'll set off this afternoon. Lin Feng nodded and then asked the key question, after completing the wolf hunt, how do you plan to divide the reward between us? Li Hu narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression, then suddenly smiled. For the sake of fairness, everyone will naturally rely on their own abilities. Whoever kills them gets them, and the points exchanged for completing the task will be divided according to the price. However, there is one thing, I hope to get the extra reward of that evolution serum. For this, I am willing to compensate in terms of points, including other aspects. I have been struggling in the wasteland for more than 10 years. I'm already in my 40s and don't have the energy to recultivate a top wasteland resident team. This is my last chance. Lin Feng nodded, understanding the other party's anxious mentality. Time waits for no one. But as Lu Qian said, becoming an evolver is the lifelong pursuit of all wasteland residents, symbolizing a leap in status. It's a completely different world from wasteland residents. After becoming an evolver, some people change so much that they are unrecognizable. Wasteland residents have no ability to force an evolver to fulfill their promises. Words are not enough. We need a guarantee. Chen Shanshan, who hadn't spoken all along, spoke in an unusually serious tone. Li Hu was a little surprised, but he was prepared. We can go to the Wasteland Hunter Guild to sign a contract and have them be the judge. The task handover must go through the Wasteland Hunter Guild. Even if I become an evolver, I have to work within the rules of the guild. You can rest assured about this. Lin Feng then looked at Chen Shanshan, and the girl nodded, confirming the matter. Well, then let's go now. We also need to pick up the tricycle. Li Hu patted his thigh and stood up. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. Then the four came to the front row of the 5th village convoy and entered the familiar Wasteland Hunter Guild. Going straight to the staff in the office, Li Hu handed over the bounty order. Change this a bit. The request is that I and this hunter will hand over the task together. After recording Chen Shanshan's name on the task, Li Hu spent another 10 points to sign an execution contract. Only when both parties personally signed and approved it would it be declared over. Otherwise, during this period, both parties' wasteland hunter identities would be suspended indefinitely, and they would not be able to accept bounty orders from the guild or use the points inside for transactions. After getting double protection, the tense atmosphere between the two sides eased a lot. Li Hu patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Brother, I don't know your name yet? Lin Feng straightened his back and smiled. Lin Feng. You can call me Shaolin. Brotherly, this is Lu Mingfei, a level 9 enhanced human. Li Hu nodded, seeing Chen Shanshan walking towards the motorcycle village shop, and then, led by the clerk, entering the parking area on both sides of the guild's trucks. Unlocking a modified red and black armored tricycle from above. The sides of the car body were welded with slightly rusty iron plates, and even the tires were mostly covered, with the front driver's seat wrapped in a layer of tin canopy, completing the seal. Only a few 5 cm wide observation windows were left.
In short, the shape was very peculiar. It attracted the attention of most of the wasteland hunters in the guild, who all looked sideways to watch. After all, very few wasteland resident teams had the strength to modify cars and were willing to modify them. Lin Feng and the other went forward to observe and confirm the modification status, so they could accept it and take it away. After some investigation, the effect was good. The professional skills of the motorcycle village were indeed excellent. The shockproof suspension was well made, and the few people sitting on it had a clear sinking feeling. After completing the inspection and handover, Chen Shanshan rode the sealed tricycle, preparing to return. At this time, Li Hu suddenly said, "Since you have a car, let's go to the slave market together." Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Chen Shanshan, who was pedaling in front, suddenly changed her face. Li Hu directly flipped into the car compartment, sat opposite Lin Feng, and said to the puzzled Lin Feng, "Since we're going fishing, how can we not prepare bait?" Several people took the tricycle and slowly left. At this time, at the tail of the Wasteland Hunter Guild's car, a man with a long coat and hood, who had been bowing his head, slowly raised his head and looked at the back of the tricycle as it went away. "Brother Li, haven't you always wanted to become an evolver? I think the opportunity has come." Li Guanjia, who had brought Qi Shan to the guild to purchase supplies, suddenly became interested. Li Chang, along with Butler Wu, followed Qi Shan's gaze and saw the specially modified tricycle driving away in the distance. He, too, had been attracted by the appearance of this tricycle just now. Coupled with Qi Shan's information, he immediately became interested. Oh? Could it be related to the group of people on the tricycle? Qi Shan, carrying a heavy cloth bag, nodded, recalling the danger and excitement of just now. Because he had offered the thigh meat of the rust-eater tiger, Qi Shan was arranged by Butler Li to work by his side. This time, he was fortunate enough to come along to purchase goods and take a look at the Hunters Guild, which he might never have been able to visit in his entire life. The air conditioning inside was indeed cool, making Qi Shan, who had eaten the rust-eater tiger and just been strengthened to level 8, feel a chill, so he put on his long coat and hood. As a result, while following Butler Li to withdraw shopping points from the team's account at the counter, he accidentally heard a familiar voice. When Qi Shan followed the direction of the sound and only glanced inadvertently, his pupils suddenly dilated and his breathing stagnated. As if seeing a ghost, he saw Chen Shanshan and the other person, who should have died in the wasteland long ago, actually appearing in the Hunters Guild, talking and laughing. Not only was Chen Shanshan not dead, but her strength had greatly increased. At this moment, she had become a level 9 strengthener, and was following behind a fierce-looking man, standing at the counter farthest away, only 3 or 4 meters away from Qi Shan. Qi Shan, already stunned, quickly pressed his hood down tighter, while lowering his head and turning his back to Chen Shanshan and her party. Suppressing the nervousness and fear in his heart, Qi Shan, with a greatly changed expression, was constantly on guard against the people to his side. Naturally, he also paid phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme attention and heard the soft conversation between Lin Feng's group and the counter lady. The keywords cooperation, hunting wolf packs, mission delivery, reward distribution, and evolutionary agent were particularly clear to Qi Shan. Connecting them together, it was not difficult to imagine and infer what Chen Shanshan and the others, along with that mighty man, were about to do. They wanted to cooperate in hunting wolf packs, and the mission reward also included an evolutionary agent. Earlier, in the Hunter Squad's dormitory, Qi Shan had been stuck at level 6 for half a year. After being promoted to level 8, he began to fantasize about the glory of becoming an evolver. So he asked the other roommates how to advance. But he was laughed at by a chorus of people. Only after some inquiries did he realize that the difficulty of advancing to become an evolver was not as simple as eating a piece of strengthened meat during the strengthener period. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme hunt fierce and powerful first-order desolate beasts, or go to the Hunters Guild to receive bounty missions, and accumulate enough points to exchange. Of course, sometimes there are also extremely difficult missions that offer evolutionary agents as rewards, but without exception, these missions can only be completed by evolvers. If strengtheners go to do it, even a top desolate people's team with several level 9 strengtheners is extremely dangerous, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. This is also the reason why there are so many late-stage strengtheners in Oasis Town, but evolvers are so rare. Even the 8 level 9 strengtheners under Lord Wang, the longest of whom have been following him for more than 3 years, still have no hope of advancing.
And the mortality rate of following the adults on outings is also high.
Brotherly, who is in charge of logistics, is the level 9 strengthener who has been following for 3 years. If he were not good at managing plans and arrangements, he would probably have been left in the wilderness forever. At this moment, after learning about Chen Shanshan's group's next mission in the guild, Qi Shan's face darkened, and the fear in his heart suddenly increased several times.
If Chen Shanshan really completes the wolf hunting mission and successfully becomes an evolver, wouldn't he be in danger?
Even with Lord Wang's protection, Qi Shan is even clearer that he is just a dog in front of the evolver, and he will be rewarded with a meal if he is happy. It is impossible to offend a newly promoted evolver for the sake of himself, who has just joined the team. At that time, he might even be used as a meeting gift and given to Chen Shanshan to be disposed of and avenge her hatred. Thinking of this, Qi Shan's already hideous face twisted.
And then, Chen Shanshan and his party took a modified armored tricycle from the motorcycle village store.
This further confirmed their speculation that they were going out to carry out a dangerous mission. Otherwise, who would spend such a large price to install iron armor on a tricycle?
The purpose is to block the attack of the wolf pack.
Thinking of this, Qi Shan's brain was running fast. He must sabotage Chen Shanshan's actions and cut off their possibility of advancing to evolvers.
Then he came up with a plan.
After purchasing the supplies and seeing the armored tricycle go away, Qi Shan told Butlerly next to him about this. That's right, Brotherly, when I was standing next to the counter just now, I heard them say that they were going to cooperate to complete a mission. It should be something about hunting wolves. The key is that I heard the mission reward later. It seems to be an evolutionary agent? To be able to get 2 top hunter teams to cooperate, I guess it has something to do with the evolutionary agent. Li Changwu narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, Qi Shan's face changed, and he quickly turned sideways, recovering his face with the hood. More than 100 meters away, on the tricycle that had already gone far, Chen Shanshan suddenly poked her head out of the sunroof and looked back.
Lin Feng sat behind her. What's wrong? Did you find anything?
Chen Shanshan frowned slightly, sat back in the driver's seat, and shook her head. I always had a feeling of being watched before, sometimes there, sometimes not, but it was particularly strong just now.
Li Hu, opposite Lin Feng, laughed. Your modified tricycle is too cool. It attracted a large crowd of onlookers. It's normal to be stared at.
Chen Shanshan nodded, feeling that she was overthinking it. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the guild's heavy truck gradually moving away behind the carriage. His eyes narrowed slightly. At the tail of the guild car, Li Changwu saw Qi Shan avoiding suddenly, as if he realized something. Did you know those people before? Were they the Desolate People's team you joined before? Qi Shan nodded. There was nothing to hide. The other party is at best just a few level 9 strengtheners now. And he has now joined the hunter squad. The gap in level can be easily smoothed out by weapons and equipment, and even surpassed. In the warehouse managed by Li Changwu, Qi Shan saw many sophisticated equipment, and even a very powerful hunting gun. The barrel was 3 or 4 centimeters thick, capable of firing buckshot or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme pellets. With one shot, it can blast people into a sieve at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme range. The short woman in that group is my previous captain. Her name is Chen Shanshan. Although she has lived in the wasteland for many years, she is timid and can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme everyone to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a life of warmth and fullness, and can only starve to death at the bottom. Her threat is not great. The main thing is that scarred bald muscle man, he seems to be extremely strong. Li Changwu nodded. His name is Li Hu. He is a first-class strongman in the Desolate People's team in 5th Village, but during the last mission, his team seemed to have suffered a great loss of vitality. Now, looking at him, even he himself is injured. It seems that the rumors are true.
The latest novel is first published in 6-9 Book Bar. If that woman is really as vulnerable as you said, maybe this is a perfect opportunity to intercept.
You wait here first. After saying that, Li Changwu returned to the guild hall, spent some points to find the staff in the background, and successfully saw the reward order from Holy Spring Village, as well as the cooperation contract signed by Li Hu and others. Staring at the words evolutionary agent on the reward order, Li Changwu's eyes lit up, and he left the hall without showing any signs. Although the reward order has been taken away, as long as the things are in his hands, he can still receive the reward after completing the mission. Qi Shan, standing alone in the aisle, made eye contact with the security guard sitting on the side. He was stared at by the old man's slightly sinister eyes, and felt a little hairy in his heart, so he stood at the tail of the car. Li Changwu was in a great mood after walking out. He took the initiative to pat Qi Shan on the shoulder. "Brother Qi, Lord Wang is leaving in the afternoon, and I will have the final say in the hunter squad then. If this is successful, after I become an evolver first, I will definitely fully support you afterwards. Come on, work hard." The corners of Qi Shan's mouth twitched, and he squeezed out a smile. "Then I wish brotherly in advance, no, lordly, a high-ranking evolver. From now on you will be able to stand alone and own the hunter squad. I don't have any great ambitions, being able to follow the adult as a small butler, get a warm meal, and not worry about food and drink is enough." Li Changwu squinted at Qi Shan and laughed loudly. After the armored tricycle drove 200 meters, it gradually came to the end of the team, which is also the end of the main force of Oasis Town, commonly known as the suburbs. The accompanying vehicles gradually became scarce. The Oasis giant ship raised dust all over the sky during its journey, and was blown up by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, half of which fell behind, separating it from the desolate people following behind Oasis Town. At this time, Lin Feng was sitting in the carriage. Because of the shock absorption effect of the suspension system, the tricycle was not as bumpy as before, and even at high speed, it only shook slightly. The attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme of the tricycle appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Armored tricycle, level unknown, red quality, basic attributes, defense 60, durability 810, can consume 1 point of life to restore 1 point of durability. Evaluation, a distorted product of industrial patchwork, a good tool for hauling goods. The body is too large, the life required to upgrade is too high, and the host's level is too low to upgrade, including the broken plank. Cart before, it was also of red quality. Lin Feng estimated that it was the next stage, an item above level 10 corresponding to becoming a first-order revolver. 60 points of defense is okay, at least it can slightly withstand the attack of the late-stage wasteland wolves. At this time, the exhaust phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme combat suit on Lin Feng's body suddenly buzzed, and the exhaust fans on both sides of the waist sucked air from the inside and blew air to the inside, making the whole person cool instantly. As the photovoltaic panel on the back generated current through the weak light source of the armored observation window. In the corner of Lin Feng's eyes, a reminder of the completed upgrade also appeared. Exhaust phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme combat suit LV7, white quality, basic attributes, defense 20, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade additional attributes. Before Lin Feng could finish reading, Li Hu, sitting opposite, looked out of the observation window and reminded, "We're almost there, the Oasis slave market." Exhaust ventilation combat suit LV7, white quality, basic attributes, defense 20, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of life value to upgrade additional attributes. Photovoltaic panel, restored to perfect condition, power generation efficiency increased, no energy storage yet, remaining lifespan of 1 year. Cooling fan, fan power strengthened, cooling effect significantly improved, with adjustable switch settings. Evaluation, a normally functioning exhaust ventilation combat suit, currently only usable in places with sunlight. An energy storage battery can be added to expand its applicable range. Overall, it can reduce perceived body temperature by 8. After completing the upgrade, an additional switch device appeared on the exhaust fan on the side of the waist, with the fan speed divided into 2 settings, high and low. It's much more convenient to use than before. The maximum exhaust speed even feels a bit cold. After the sweat secreted by the skin evaporates and absorbs heat, it takes away a large amount of body surface heat energy, and the perceived temperature drops sharply, causing goosebumps. With the enhanced person's self-regulation, as long as there isn't strenuous exercise, the body temperature on the wasteland is roughly around 34 or 5 degrees Celsius, and sweating isn't too excessive. But once combat is engaged, or a long-distance raid is undertaken, blood rushes upwards, and the body temperature will rapidly rise. Even with profuse sweating, it can reach 37 or 8 degrees Celsius, equivalent to a low-grade fever. If this continues, and the fever reaches 39 or even 40 degrees Celsius or higher, not only will heat stroke, heat fatigue, and other heat stroke symptoms occur, but in severe cases, one might even directly fall into a coma. And the exhaust ventilation combat suit can effectively lower body temperature, especially in the extremely important torso area, where the blood of the internal organs circulates. Reducing it by 8 degrees is equivalent to blood at around 30 degrees Celsius flowing into the limbs and brain, continuously cooling them down. With this suit, and maintaining the replenishment of water and energy, Lin Feng can run more than 10 kilometers in one go. Lin Feng shook his head and explained, "How could I have the money to buy a new one? It's all junk I pieced together from various sources, then sewed and assembled myself. It's barely usable, but it can be considered a preparation made in advance for this wolf hunting operation." After speaking, Lin Feng turned his head and looked outside. Through the observation ventilation holes of the iron carriage, he saw familiar iron cages one by one. Not far away was the slave market during the Holy Spring gathering. They were located in the peripheral suburbs behind Oasis Town. Those slave owners strung together flatbed trailers, each loaded with low iron cages. Above the storefront at the front, large photovoltaic panels were erected to provide forward power for the cargo truck. The most valuable slaves were young women and men, followed by children, and finally the elderly. Here, elderly does not refer to actual age, but wasteland age. The shorter the time since awakening on the wasteland, the lighter the exposure to the scorching sun, the more expensive they are. White skin is the most expensive, followed by yellow, and then black. Things are priced according to scarcity. For example, Lin Feng, when he first emerged from the ground, with his white skin and tender flesh, could have been sold for a high price. Even if a buyer couldn't be contacted immediately, he would have been qualified to lie comfortably under the shade of the photovoltaic panels. He would have water to drink and grass roots to chew, and wouldn't have to rush on the road. Just as Alien said, it was indeed much better than when he was in Chen Shanshan's team. The slave owner would even treat him, reduce inflammation, and use those expensive medicines to ensure he recovered to health. As for the second-class goods in the dog cages behind, they were all low-priced, high-volume items to maintain appearances. Under Li Hu's guidance, the tricycle slowly parked in the parking area under the photovoltaic panels of a slave trading shop. The hook welded to the front of the truck firmly connected to the bumper. As soon as Li Hu got out of the vehicle, the slave-owning boss, dressed in a leather jacket and jeans, walked up with a beaming smile. "Judging by this stance, brother, who has another big operation? How many do you need this time?" Li Hu frowned and turned his head, showing the hideous new wound on his face. "Suffered a big loss, lost everything I had. Just pick some cheap goods, but they need to be in slightly better condition, at least able to walk." Hearing Li Hu's request, the cowboy boss nodded, took out a cowboy hat and put it on his head, then poured a glass of light yellow fruit juice drink for the 4 people present. Lin Feng took a small sip. The drink poured from the wooden bucket exuded a faint sweet and sour taste. The taste was somewhat familiar. It was sea buckthorn fruit juice diluted with water. The same as the one Boss Huang took out before. But back then, it was to celebrate eating wolf meat that old Huang was willing to give each person less than half a cup. And the cowboy boss Lan was so generous in front of him, which can only show that the slave trade is really profitable. At least much richer than the ordinary residents who open hotels, grocery stores, and bathhouses in Fifth Village. It should be the most profitable business, second only to the 4 great villages and the guild. Under the leadership of the cowboy boss, the group came to the flatbed trailer towed behind to select the slaves Li Hu needed. In addition to the higher quality goods locked under the photovoltaic panels where the store was located, there were a total of 7 flatbed trailers behind, each with 10 to 15 inferior slaves imprisoned in the iron cages. They were squeezed into the 5 or 6 square meter iron cages, which were less than 1.5 meters high. They were already so crowded that there was only room to stand, and they couldn't even stand up straight. At this moment, each of them was like a wilted weed, leaning against the cage walls, overlapping each other, closing their eyes and breathing weakly. There were nearly 100 people in the 7 iron cages. Because of Li Hu's purchase requirements, the cowboy boss led everyone directly to the last car section. These are all cheap goods. Each only needs 5 kilograms of dried meat, which is considered a loss-making sale. The cost of feeding and watering them along the way is not small. Pointing to the last 3 flatbed trailers, the cowboy boss drew the whip from his waist and flicked it on the iron cage, making a crisp tapping sound. The unconscious slaves inside immediately woke up as if they had a stress response, stood up one after another, and squatted in a row in front of everyone to display themselves. Li Hu slowly walked up, skillfully raised his hand and reached into the iron cage to select and inspect the goods. His rough and powerful hand grabbed the slave's jaw, pried open his mouth, and checked the condition of his teeth and tongue to confirm their condition. This requires some keen eyesight to pick out those slaves who, from the half-dead slaves in front of you, can recover and walk a few kilometers after drinking some saliva. The condition of most of them has already deteriorated to the point of near death, and their physical functions have long since collapsed. Such slaves are commonly known as sick dogs. Basically, the only value left is to die and be used to feed other living slaves. Buying them is like throwing money away. The newest and most complete novels are all first published on 69.com. The iron cages in the first few flatbed trailers still contain slaves in good condition who can open their eyes, speak, and have clear logical thinking. But they are very expensive, starting at 10 kilograms of dehydrated dried meat, equivalent to more than half a month's worth of rations. Now Li Hu can no longer afford this kind of medium-grade goods. After picking for a long time, he only found 2 that were okay. To speed up the selection, Li Hu poured the remaining half of the clear and sweet fruit juice in the cup in his left hand onto a wooden board in another iron cage. The sound of dripping water and the sweet fragrance, like a signal for mealtime, made the groggy inferior goods sober up a lot, turning around and lying on the ground, vying and pushing each other to suck up the remaining fruit juice with their mouths. Li Hu showed a sneer and quickly found a few guys who were licking it vigorously. Hey, that's a foul. There can't be a discount on this. The cowboy boss walked up with a smile. Li Hu shrugged, pointing to 3 iron cages, him, and that one. 6 each, 30 points, right? As he spoke, Li Hu took out his wasteland hunter license and handed it to the cowboy boss. I didn't bring dried meat, just swipe the points. The boss took the ID card, opened the cages, picked out the goods Li Hu had selected, unlocked the shackles, put ropes around their necks, and dragged them all the way to the front. Lin Feng and the other 2 quietly watched this scene from behind. Lin Feng was observing, Lu Mingfei was used to it, and only Chen Shanshan couldn't bear to look and turned her back to the iron cage. Just before leaving, a slightly familiar voice suddenly came from the iron cage. Tay. Team leader. I saw a gaunt man leaning against the cage wall, struggling to stand up, bending his legs and hunching his back, stretching out his hand. Lin Feng glanced back and seemed to have seen him among the group who left with Qi Shan. Several members encountered during the Holy Spring opportunity before had disappeared, and the nearby stores were the same, probably none of them survived. The man in front of him was the only survivor. Hearing the call, Chen Shanshan stopped instinctively. She had a deep impression of this man. He was a level 5 mid-stage enhanced person, not weak in strength. He was usually silent and didn't play with Qi Shan and the others. The last time he chose to leave, he just wanted to take a gamble, but he was controlled by Qi Shan and others and sold here. Seeing Chen Shanshan coming, his chapped throat made a whimpering, hoarse sound. Tay. Team leader. Chen Shanshan sighed softly. We are not here to save people. Staying here can prolong your life for a few more days. The man nodded slightly. I know. As he spoke, he looked at the cups in the hands of the 3. Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan had already finished drinking, and only Lu Mingfei, who was used to saving, still had a little more than half a cup left. Lu Mingfei handed over the cup somewhat speechlessly. Under the envious gaze of the other slaves, the man took small sips of the drink, licked his lips, and said with extremely firm eyes, Take me away. I am not afraid of death. I want revenge. After saying these 3 sentences, the man seemed to have all the strength drained from his body, weakly leaning against the iron cage bars. But to show that he still had strength, he stubbornly stood up, refusing to lie down. Chen Shanshan hesitated upon seeing this. Although she had no hope for these people, deep down, she didn't want them to die, at least not at her hands. But if she bought him and took him into the wolf hunt, it would be like sending him to his death with her own hands. And it would be a death with no chance of survival. That would be no different from the cruel Li Hu.
Just as Chen Shanshan was caught in a dilemma, Lin Feng, who was quite interested, walked forward and said faintly, "What's your name?" The man was stunned, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. "Zhang Zhangjua. I only want revenge."
Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. "Qishan is not dead yet, you have a chance for revenge, but I like to do things myself, so you can only be my assistant.
Survive first, then think about revenge, there will be plenty of opportunities later."
After speaking, Lin Feng turned his head. "He's the one.
We need to strengthen our defenses."
Chen Shanshan was a little puzzled. "Li, who has already bought 6 slaves, are we going to do the same? If it really doesn't work, we can buy those corpses."
So Zhangjua's chance of survival is almost zero.
Once they start, even Chen Shanshan herself has to be careful, so how can she have the leisure to pay attention to the bait that is being attacked by the wasteland wolves? Sending these innocent slaves into the wolf's mouth is like killing people with a borrowed knife. If you get used to not treating people as people, one day you will abandon all principles and regard your relatives and teammates as tools that can be used and discarded. This is Chen Shanshan's bottom line. It is also the principle of being a person that she learned from her master.
Faced with Chen Shanshan's doubts, Lin Feng waved his hand. "Those few slaves are enough, and attracting wasteland wolves is what Li Hu should consider. I'm talking about other things.
When you and I join the battle, plus Lu Mingfei, only Ding Yi and Lu Qian will be left in the tricycle.
Even if the 2 women hold a 100-kilogram shield, they can't withstand the wolf pack's attack."
Zhang Zhua holding a shield can not only stand alone, but also help attract firepower. According to Lin Feng's plan, Lu Mingfei and the 2 women will be in a group, and he will be responsible for long-range output with a gun.
Chen Shanshan's small physique is not suitable for holding a shield.
The heavy shield will limit her abilities. So having an extra shield can let Zhang Zhua be responsible for holding it up to protect himself. In this way, Lin Feng's own safety is greatly improved, and he can provide fire support with more peace of mind. In addition to the above-mentioned use value, the most important reason is that Lin Feng saw hatred in the man's eyes.
This is very important.
It will make the other party desperate to fight Qishan to the death, so that he can play a role that others cannot achieve at a critical moment. After advancing to level 7 and becoming a late-stage enhancer, Lin Feng, who owns an LV7 automatic pistol, is no longer worried about the wasteland wolf pack.
Even if there are level 9 wasteland wolves, they can't withstand the automatic pistol, 2 bullets with as much as 30 points of damage.
Their steel teeth and iron claws in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws /phoneme combat are no threat. What Lin Feng is really worried about is the enemy hiding in the dark, such as Tian Wanrong, such as Qishan, and the wasteland hunting team forces behind them. In the beginning, the Type 05 revolver in Lin Feng's hand was discovered by Chen Shanshan in the ruins. After a long period of time, it was already rusty and its power was worrying. So it was handed over to Lin Feng to deter others. Ordinary wasteland people teams rarely have sophisticated weapons such as guns.
First, bullets cannot be reused and cannot be replenished in time, so they can only become fire sticks. Secondly, bows and arrows are enough for ordinary hunting, including deterring enemies. Moreover, they are simple in structure, cheap and durable. But wasteland hunting teams are different. Teams led by evolutionaries phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often /phoneme have to face first-order wasteland beasts or even stronger enemies. At this time, the power of guns will really come into play. Moreover, the status and resources possessed by evolutionaries can easily obtain bullets and gunpowder, and ammunition is sufficient. The Wasteland Hunter Guild sells rifles and pistols, but the price is ridiculously expensive, and there are also qualification restrictions. But this is not worth mentioning for evolutionaries. This is what Lin Feng is worried about. If Qishan already knows of his group's existence, he will definitely regard Chen Shanshan as a thorn in his side, just like Lin Feng hates him, secretly guarding against and looking for opportunities to kill him. If the other party follows and sneaks up this time, having more people in the team means having more helpers and more protection. Especially someone like Zhang Zhua, who has an irreconcilable hatred with Qishan and is about to die. His hatred for Qishan even exceeds death. With Lin Feng's promise, Chen Shanshan temporarily breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to buy Zhang Zhua. Then she found the cowboy boss.
Seeing that the few people were Li Hu's friends, the slave owner gave the same price, as long as 5 kilograms of jerky. There were still 10 points left in the account. Chen Shanshan handed her wasteland hunter license to the boss. The other party handwritten 2 copies of the contract, let Li Hu and Chen Shanshan sign them separately, and handed them to a younger brother next to him to send to the Wasteland Hunter Guild in front to transfer to his account. The younger brother rode a bicycle and rode away in a cloud of dust. There are 7 people in total. Originally, we would send 10 people at a time. Considering you are an old customer, do you need a ride? Originally, only 6 people were added, and the 2.5-meter long tricycle could still squeeze into the rear compartment. Now, with 1 more person, pedaling will be even more strenuous. So, Li Hu planned to take the slave trader's truck to return to the bus rented by his team. Before leaving, Li Hu glanced at his watch and discussed the agreed-upon time with Chen Shanshan and the others. It's already past 1 in the afternoon, and time is of the essence. We'll gather at the left side of the team's Oasis Avenue at 3 this afternoon. This mission is estimated to take a while, and it's far from Oasis Town, so remember to bring more daily supplies. After reminding them, Chen Shanshan nodded and then pedaled the armored tricycle, carrying the 3 people in the carriage behind her, leaving the outskirts of Oasis Town's slave market. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Zhua, whom he and Lu Mingfei had carried in together, and handed him a bottle of water. Just rest for the next few days and recover. When we need you, lend a hand. Zhang Zhua took a few sips, then stuffed the water bottle into his chest. Seeing the team's current strength, he gradually recovered from his shock. To thank. Before he could finish speaking, tears streamed down his face. He curled up in a corner, burying his face in his knees and sobbing silently. Lin Feng's gaze shifted back and forth between him and Lu Mingfei, and when they were almost at the rented bus, he said softly, "The 4 underlings of Qishan have already been killed by me. After Qishan is killed, I will give you freedom." Zhang Zhuo wiped away his bloody tears and shook his head. "Thank you, but I won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for many more days. My body's organs are already failing. I've been able to hold on until now only because of my resentment towards Qishan. If I can see him die with my own eyes, I will have no regrets even in death." Lin Feng nodded. As the front of the truck was hooked onto the bus, Boss Huang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt the entire vehicle lurch. The speed had decreased by at least 30%. He quickly adjusted the output power of the solar panels to avoid being rear-ended by the following vehicle due to the slow speed. After the speed returned to normal, he let the temporarily hired helper in the passenger seat take over the driver's seat and steering wheel. Then, he walked into the carriage and saw the uniquely shaped armored tricycle hooked onto the rear of the truck. He stepped forward and knocked on the armored canopy of the truck, making a dull sound, which made Lao Huang exclaim, "You guys are really ruthless." The armor on this truck's front is estimated to be 4 or 5 millimeters thick. The entire vehicle weighs almost 400 kilograms, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to half a ton. Chen Shanshan was packing her luggage in the compartment. This operation is estimated to take several days. I'll rent it from you on a monthly basis when we get back. Lao Huang laughed heartily. Okay. It looks like you're going to do something big, so I'll wish you a successful start in advance. By the way, an employee from the guild came by just now and asked me to give this to you. When Chen Shanshan registered as a wasteland hunter, she filled in the address as Lao Huang's bus inn, which was recorded on the license, so the guild had a record of it. Chen Shanshan took the paper with some doubts, thinking it was the wasteland hunter license being returned after deducting the points. The light yellow sealed paper was torn open. Written on it were a few bold and unrestrained characters. Chen Shanshan could only recognize words like mission and Oriole, so she turned to Ding Yi with some doubts. As a former teacher, Ding Yi quickly understood the content written on it, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme it out. Someone in the guild who knows you heard about your mission plan and intends to be the Oriole behind you. Signed, Wu Jin. This is a type of ancient script called cursive script. The handwriting is blurry, and people who are not familiar with ancient writing may not be able to understand it for a while. Hearing the name Wu Jin, Chen Shanshan was shocked. This was the real name of Uncle Wu, the guild's security guard. She immediately realized that her previous inexplicable premonition was indeed due to a reason. she still had to trust her instincts. The person who knows us, could it be? Dingy put away the paper and handed it to Chen Shanshan, subconsciously making a guess in her heart. The latter put it in her pocket and nodded. That's right, it's him. Lin Feng's worries have indeed come true. Let's go, be careful in the next operation. Dingy nodded, and when she and Lu Qian carried the supplies that had been packed in advance into the tricycle's carriage. At this time, the two women saw Jiang Zhua curled up in the corner. Lu Mingfei explained a few words, and Lu Qian nodded, not paying too much attention. Dingy frowned slightly, and when she heard that Lin Feng had decided to redeem him, she was even more puzzled. Logically speaking, this person followed Qi Shan when he left, and even if he wasn't the mastermind, he was still a traitor who framed the team. When they saw them being sold to the slave market, Lin Feng and the others stopped pursuing the matter. Why would they save this half-dead, useless person from the slave owner now? At this moment, Lin Feng also took out the remaining 20-odd kilograms of wolf meat from under the compartment's bunk. Seeing Dingy in the carriage staring at Jiang Zhua, he explained a few words. Understanding the ins and outs in Lin Feng's plan, Dingy nodded, saying with a look of hatred, that Qi Shan is a terrible person. If he dares to show his face this time, it's best to throw him directly to the wasteland wolves, let him be devoured alive by the wolves, bitten to death. By the way, Shanshan just said that your worries have come true. That Qi Shan can't hold back anymore. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, looked at Jiang Zhua with his eyes dull, a trace of fluctuation flashed in his eyes, and his entire face also smiled slightly sinisterly. With everything ready, the armored tricycle, carrying a group of 6 people and weapons and equipment, left the convoy and drove towards the wilderness outside Oasis Town. Looking into the distance, Lin Feng saw 2 small cars with colored paint spraying on the front of Oasis Town, driving to the right front at a very fast speed. The eye-catching small car with skin was heading towards the front right side of the 5th village. Just as Lin Feng was feeling puzzled, Chen Shanshan, who saw this scene in front, said, "Those are Evolutionary's exclusive personalized chariots. Equipped with batteries and transformers, the top speed can reach 100 kilometers per hour." Li Qingwu and Qi Shan, along with Qi Shan behind him, walked respectfully on the right side of the team, seeing off the leader of the scavenging team. 2 specially modified cars, bearing Lord Wang's exclusive red and white paint, were quite conspicuous on the monotonous wasteland. The buzzing sound of the motor inside the car was the energy in the battery being fully output to provide ample forward power. Both cars were equipped with 100 kilograms of old-fashioned batteries. Although the clumsy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme acid batteries had very limited output power, providing only a top speed of about 100 kilometers per hour, the range was even less than 100 kilometers. However, this old-fashioned battery was simple to forge and could allow the chariot to travel safely on the bumpy wasteland in Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme, without worrying about battery rupture and spontaneous combustion. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour already surpassed most wasteland transportation, like the Oasis Town's forward speed of only 1 kilometer per hour. The modified power chariot, with just a touch of the accelerator, surged forward, quickly surpassing several villages and disappearing to the right of Oasis Avenue. Watching the 2 chariots disappear into the distance, Li Qingwu inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, his mood gradually becoming excited. Bringing Qi Shan to the outside of the storage vehicle, he used the warehouse key to open the car door, and the 2 entered. While Li Qingwu selected handy weapons, he said to Qi Shan behind him, "This time it's a mission issued by Oasis, requiring us to go to a very distant place to explore prehistoric ruins. The Lord has taken all 7 level 9 enhancers in the team, indicating that the mission is not simple according to past experience. This kind of external mission will last 4 to 5 days, and we must return before that. Li Hu and the others have already negotiated the cooperation matters and will soon go out. We must catch up with them, and our speed must be faster than that armored tricycle." Qi Shan was stunned for a moment before he remembered that they couldn't catch up on foot, to Chen Shanshan and her group pedaling all the way, then take the other cars from the team? Li Qingwu frowned slightly. "Fool, the big cars are the Lord's power symbol. Do you think we're not conspicuous enough? We can only leave sneakily, pretending to do other things, so that even if the interception fails, we can come back and stay in the team as usual. There are 3 old bicycles in the RV's trunk, riding them won't attract attention, but the trunk can only be opened from inside the RV. Go find that woman, she's your friend, and now she's very favored, living in the Lord's RV. Seeing Butlerly staring at him with a smile that was not a smile, Shishan secretly thought something was wrong. This was to push him out. Even if the interception and snatching of Chen Shanshan's group failed later, and the matter came to light, Li Qingguo, this cunning fellow, could also push him out as a scapegoat, and then clear himself completely. I've already greeted old son who drives the RV, go. Time is running out. Butlerly opened his mouth to remind him, but in Qi Shan's eyes, this was a death warrant. Forcing himself to suppress the unhappiness in his heart, Qi Shan left the storage vehicle and walked to the front of the convoy, where the RV was located. The driver of the RV, Master Sun, saw Qi Shan approaching from the rearview mirror, but pretended not to see him. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the side of the car window. Qi Shan gently knocked and whispered, Tian Wanrong? Wanrong? A woman slowly walked over from inside the window. Tian Wanrong was only wearing an oversized short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, her slender legs were full of bloodstains and red marks, and her expression was a little dejected. Pouring herself a glass of cold boiled water, she sat at the dining table by the car window. Tian Wanrong looked at the man outside the window, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. What's the matter? A cold voice came from the woman's mouth. Although Qi Shan heard something wrong, the situation was urgent and the scorching sun was baking down, making his already nervous mood even more anxious, and he quickly lowered his voice and leaned against the window. Quickly open the trunk. We need to take a few things to do something big. While urging, Qi Shan did not forget to coax and deceive with verbal promises. After it's done, there will be endless food and water, and then I will take you away, far away. Through the gap in the glass window, Qi Shan once again felt the coolness of the air conditioner, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. At the same time, he also caught a glimpse of the cold expression on the woman's face. He realized that the two were already people from two different worlds. Those sweet words were useless to a woman who had become a superior. After hesitating for a moment, until the woman lost her patience and was about to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the car window, Qi Shan then revealed the truth. Chen Shanshan and her group, they are not dead at all. Tian Wanrong's expression did not change. She already knew about this, but deliberately did not tell Qi Shan. But now she wanted to know more, how Qi Shan could return unscathed after running into them. Logically speaking, she was only an accomplice in that incident, and the real mastermind was only Qi Shan and his gang of younger brothers. She barely escaped with her life. There was no reason why Qi Shan could escape the disaster. Keep talking. Seeing that the woman was moved, Qi Shan cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he pretended to be profound and said, When I went to the scavenging guild with Butlerly this morning, I met their group, Chen Shanshan and that pretty boy. They are not only not dead, but their strength has greatly increased. Damn it, it's okay that 4 people couldn't take down 2, and they even let them go further. What a bunch of useless rice buckets. Thinking that he had just sent his younger brothers out, but this was the result, Qi Shan cursed and continued, I discovered them in advance. Fortunately they didn't notice my existence, so I overheard them preparing to complete a bounty with other wasteland teams. These are not the point. The point is that the reward for this bounty is related to the evolution agent. After completing the requirements, you can get the evolution agent. As long as you take the evolution agent, you can become a powerful evolver like Lord Wang. Tian Wanrong narrowed her eyes, already guessing the follow-up, you can't do this alone. Did you tell Butlerly, and after persuading him, you plan to follow and ambush Chen Shanshan's group, and finally steal the peaches? Qi Shan nodded, leaned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the glass window, sucking in the meager coolness to relieve the heat in his body. That's right, now we only lack handy tools, otherwise how can we catch up with them on foot? There are 3 bicycles in the RV's trunk, only you can open it from the inside. Quick, after it's done, Butlerly will become an evolver, and he can promote me to become his new butler, and then take you away, and you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme such a good life. Wanrong, just help me one last time. Tian Wanrong smiled and nodded, okay, you go to the back. Closing the car window, after Qi Shan left, the smile on the woman's face gradually solidified into a sneer. A greedy and cowardly traitor, a logistician who slacks off. She didn't know what confidence and reliance Qi Shan and Butlerly had to dare to challenge Chen Shanshan's group alone. Tian Wanrong still vividly remembered the moment she met Lin Feng's eyes in the bathhouse. and every time she thought about it the newest novels are first published on 69 Shu. Calm. She felt sweat on her back, like sitting on pins and needles. But she had no reason to refuse Qi Shan. Whether this matter succeeds or not, it is the best opportunity for her to rise. Tian Wanrong knew very well that her body could not withstand such violent destruction. In a few days, after the Lord got tired of her, she would be like the other women in the team, rewarded to the enhancers under his command, and then sold to the slave owners, squeezing out the last trace of value. Women here are just consumables. The women in Lord Wang's hands are replaced every 2 holy spring days on average. She must gain a firm foothold and gain a stable position in the team before this. And before she can create new demands, the best way is to kill the people in the existing positions and take their place. Qi Shan had done so many stupid things along the way, and finally helped himself at this time. Whether it succeeds or not, Li Chengwu's position as butler will become her own. Tian Wanrong used all her strength to slowly push open the RV's trunk door and handed the 3 bicycles to Qi Shan in front of her. Then she immediately closed the car door tightly. Qi Shan pushed the 3 cars and came outside the storage vehicle. Butler Li was already fully armed and had taken his equipment. Among them were 2 extremely powerful hunting guns that could fire phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme bullets and steel balls, which could easily penetrate 5 mm of iron plate at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme range. Even if Qin Shanshan and his party hid in the armored tricycle, it would be useless. At this moment, there was also a strange late-stage enhancer beside Li Chengwu. This is Zhang Dizhu, the leader of a wasteland team, who is very familiar with the nearby wasteland groups. He is here to be a guide in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme us to the target. After listening to the introduction, Qi Shan secretly became wary. In order not to attract attention, Li Chengwu did not choose teammates to participate in the operation from the other servants in the team. But Qi Shan didn't expect him to cooperate with outsiders. Looking at the way they were talking and laughing, it was obvious that they knew each other well. This guy named Zhang Dizhu was also very likely to be Butler Li's true confidant. This way, it would not arouse the Lord's suspicion. The Wastelanders nearby saw that the group you mentioned, that strangely shaped modified tricycle, went to the left of Oasis Town. Zhang Dizhu opened his mouth and said, riding his bicycle, leading the 2 behind him through the slowly moving convoy and entering the left edge of the avenue. Recently, the legend of the Grey Death God has spread among the Wastelanders. It should be the target you are looking for. Thank you. Chen Shanshan tore off a small piece of jerky and handed it to the Wastelanders in front of her with anticipation. From them, she learned that since the end of the last Holy Spring Day, a group of fierce monsters had appeared among the Wastelanders following near Oasis Town. The Wasteland teams that encountered them all died tragically without exception, and their bones were gone. Only a ground of blood and torn clothes and luggage remained. Some people had seen them from afar. They were a group of grey monsters with fangs all over their mouths. As more and more team annihilation incidents occurred, they gradually became known as the Grey Death God on the Wasteland. Lin Feng, who was eating next to him, frowned slightly as he looked at the flock of Death Eaters circling overhead. It's definitely not going to work to keep looking aimlessly like this. We have to find a fresh crime scene first. Look for clues from the places they've been. Brother Lin is right, we need a direction, not a blind search. Li Hu, standing beside him, drank half a bottle of water and agreed, the wolf pack's activity range is within a 20-kilometer radius. From the scorching sun restricted area behind us to 10 kilometers ahead of Oasis Town, wherever the vagrant gather, there may be wolf packs. Such a large area, even if we run our legs off, we won't be able to find the wolf pack within a week. But the longer it goes on, the worse our condition will be, while the wolf pack can continuously recover and even become stronger by hunting vagrants. The scorching sun restricted area is behind them, the area irradiated by the giant sun. The ground temperature is as high as 60 or 70 degrees Celsius, and almost no large creatures can survive there for long. Only some tiny insects or fungi and bacteria can barely survive and hibernate underground. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the team behind Li Hu. The 2 sides had joined forces not long ago and had been circling around the front of Oasis Town for 3 or 4 hours. They wandered around until dinner time, achieving nothing, and had to pause to rest. Just now, they found a small vagrant team along the way and inquired about the nearby situation, learning that the rumor of the Grey Reaper originated from the wild wolf pack's crazy crimes. Moreover, due to the influence of the rumors, many vagrant teams gathered together when resting to embolden each other. Lihu's team, like Holy Springs' team the other day, had an iron cart and a modified tricycle for hauling goods. There were only 12 team members left. Besides him and Alien, the remaining 10 people included 4 late-stage enhancers at levels 7 and 8, and the remaining 6 were all mid-stage. In addition, there were also the 6 slaves lying on the cart. Once they found traces of the wolf pack, they would let these people down as bait to attract the wolf pack and cover the others' attack. Half a day passed quietly, and then came the day-night rest time. Most vagrants would stop at this time to collect nearby grass roots or crawling insects to replenish their condition and rest until the next day, when the sun rose again. At that time, the oasis behind them would also migrate here. This was a day for most vagrant teams, while Chen Shanshan and her group, like in the beginning, were lagging behind because of the lack of supplies and the burden of carrying Linfeng. Every day, they had to suffer the threat of the scorching sun-restricted area behind them. They were hungry, thirsty, and exhausted from running around. If they rested too long and stopped moving forward, they would be cooked into ripe people by the scorching sun behind them. Therefore, the back of the oasis was usually sparsely populated, with only some vagrant teams stopping to rest during the day and night. The wolf pack generally would not appear there. And the best hunting opportunity was actually now. After walking more than 20 kilometers in the daytime, experiencing a long journey of more than 10 hours, most vagrants were exhausted and had to spread out to collect food. It was a good opportunity for the wolf pack to launch an attack. Sure enough, not long after everyone finished discussing, the carrion vulture flock above their heads began to converge in one direction. Linfeng ate the remaining wolf jerky in his hand and slowly stood up. "Let's go, if we're in time, we might catch up." Chen Shanshan and Li Hu, who also noticed the abnormal phenomenon in the sky, nodded and returned to their respective teams. Setting off again, Linfeng had Lu Mingfei replace Chen Shanshan in pedaling the armored tricycle to allow Chen Shanshan to replenish her energy. Li Hu on the side did the same, sitting on the tricycle to conserve his strength and maintain the best combat state. On the way here, Linfeng had already informed the team members of the battle plan. Chen Shanshan, with her perception ability, would choose her own opponent. The other 4 people, including Jiangzhua who was still recovering, were responsible for holding up 4 shields weighing 100 kilograms each, forming a square formation to protect Linfeng in the middle. Then, he would serve as the team's firepower output, providing long-range support. This was the situation when actively attacking the wolf pack. More than a dozen vagrant teams had been annihilated by the Grey Reaper's scythe. And the scene of being stared at by a dozen ferocious wild wolves when leaving to hunt rockhorn horses that day kept flashing in Lu Qian's mind. She never thought that she would have to participate in the battle, especially when Linfeng proposed that he needed her and Ding Yi, 2 women, to be responsible for protecting him. A late-stage enhancer. This incomprehension gradually deepened in the face of the unknown fear that was about to come. She had never faced such a dangerous battle before. Seeing the man in front of her wiping his revolver with a calm face, Lu Qian mustered up her courage and asked her inner doubts, "Brother Feng, I want to know why you chose to let us form a formation to protect your output, but then dare to go alone to hunt down the wolves? Could it be that this revolver with only 6 bullets is your confidence, Brother Feng? Ordinary pistol bullets were very weak against late-stage wild wolves, unless they hit the head. And 6 bullets might not even be able to completely kill a wild wolf." Linfeng looked up at Lu Qian and fell into deep thought. He understood the other party's worries. Because he had not yet proven that he possessed the powerful strength to kill the entire wolf pack. But Ding Yi and Chen Shanshan understood his abilities and personality, so they believed in him unconditionally. When he first met the Lu siblings, the revolver in his hand was still an LV-4 magazine pistol, with only 50 rounds of ammunition and a base damage of only 15 points. It could at most bully a rockhorn horse that was exhausted and on the verge of death. Now the revolver in his hand has been upgraded to an LV-7 automatic pistol, with a base damage of up to 30 points and 200 rounds of ammunition. In automatic mode, the rate of fire is as high as 20 rounds per second. Not to mention the high attack, low defense level 9 wild wolves, even the level 9 rockhorn horse in its prime, Linfeng could solve it in 1 second in automatic mode. It was just that the distance could not exceed 400 meters. Although the effective range of the LV-7 automatic pistol was 800 meters, Lin Feng could only lock onto objects 300 to 400 meters away at most. After being strengthened to the mid-stage, Lin Feng's vision had been enhanced to a 4x scope, able to clearly see objects the size of a football 300 to 400 meters away, and hit every shot within 200 meters. Now that he had advanced to a late-stage enhancer at level 7, his physical fitness had been comprehensively improved again, and he could easily focus and lock onto balloons that had turned into black dots 600 to 700 meters away. But at this distance, it was not easy to hit a moving target. The longer the aiming distance, the more factors that affected the bullet hit rate, such as bullet speed trajectory, passing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wind/phoneme speed, target movement speed and azimuth prediction, and so on. This was also why in modern long-range sniping, snipers who wanted to become sharpshooters needed not only a lot of training and accumulated experience, but also various tools to assist in shooting, such as basic high magnification scopes, anemometers, and observers acting as the second sniper. Along the way, Lin Feng had already verified in the field that his physical fitness, enhanced in the later stages, allowed his visual senses to be enhanced to the level of a 6-power scope. He could identify small targets within 800 meters. However, when using a revolver for aiming, he could only accurately lock onto targets within 400 meters. Beyond that, the hit rate would drop sharply, and whether he could hit anything would depend on luck. Within this distance, the prairie wolves would need half a minute to escape his maximum hit range. 30 seconds was enough for Lin Feng to unleash hundreds of bullets, turning the fleeing wolf pack into sieves. This was also the reason why Lin Feng was confident. After the wolf hunting operation, he planned to spend a lot of money to find Dawn Village and have them grind out a high magnification scope for him, which he would then assemble and integrate into his pistol. Although the Wasteland Hunter Guild sold firearms, Lin Feng couldn't find any other accessories, such as scopes. Moreover, he wasn't yet qualified to make such purchases. At this moment, facing Lu Qian's question, Chen Shanshan and Ding Yi were shocked, wondering how Lin Feng would explain it. After recalling the upgrade history of the revolver in his hand, Lin Feng nodded and took the initiative to speak. Evolvers can awaken abilities, which most late-stage Wastelanders understand. I am a rare early awakener. Before becoming a first-order revolver, I awakened the ability to optimize weapons and equipment. The newest and fastest novel is at 6-9 Shuba. By consuming the energy in my body, I can optimize severely worn weapons and restore them to perfect condition. However, using this ability consumes a lot of energy. For example, now that I am a late-stage enhanced human, I must consume late-stage enhanced meat to recover. This gun is the result of my best efforts. With the help of my optimization ability, the bullets in the revolver's cylinder can be infinitely restored in a short period by consuming the energy in my body. So, on the surface, it only has 6 bullets, but in reality, it's equivalent to a revolver with infinite bullets, and it has great power, capable of taking down a prairie wolf with just 2 shots. But when I use my ability, I need to be fully focused, making it difficult to stay alert, so I need someone to cover me. Lu Qian listened carefully, and after understanding, a look of realization appeared on her face, and she said with slight excitement, "Sorry, Brother Feng, I shouldn't have asked you these questions. I'm just worried that we won't have enough confidence to defeat the prairie wolves in battle. But now that Brother Feng is actually a rare ability user, and with such a strong support ability, we will definitely succeed in this wolf hunt." Before Lu Qian could finish speaking, the tricycle suddenly braked sharply. Everyone's bodies lurched, and then they immediately looked out through the observation window. They saw a Wasteland team's camp not far away, in a state of chaos, scattered with pieces of linen clothing and 8 or 9 unrecognizable Wastelanders' corpses. The chest cavities were basically emptied of internal organs, and the muscles and fat of both thighs were torn apart, leaving only skeletons and blood-soaked soil. At this time, a group of impatient carrion vultures had landed in the camp, feasting on the remains. Their hooked eagle beaks could tear and dig out the meat that the wolf pack didn't have time to eat, to fill their bellies. "Damn it, we're too late." Li Hu got out of the car, looked around, and couldn't even see a wolf's shadow. He had already prepared for battle, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and quickly found traces. The blood on the ground is still fresh.
To the left front, there are bloodstains and claw marks. Let's chase after them. Li Hu stepped forward to check, dispersed the carrion vultures, and sure enough, he saw the traces of the wolf pack just leaving. He raised a 5-foot-long broadsword and said hatefully, "Let's go, keep chasing them." Use the exhaust the hawk tactic. Digesting food in the stomach also requires energy and fresh water in the body. This is why it is not advisable to exercise within half an hour after a meal. Li Hu planned to force the wolf pack to take the initiative to fight. The group continued on, and to conserve energy, both sides switched drivers this time. Lu Mingfei stepped down on Lin Feng's side, and Ding Yi took over the driver's seat, continuing forward along the bloodstains. Because they could take turns, and with timely replenishment of food and water, the group's consumption was not great. They switched drivers every hour. Maintaining a steady speed of 10 kilometers per hour, they sped across the wasteland. When they encountered slopes, they got out of the car and pushed it forward. Following the wolf pack's footprints all the way, they pressed closer step by step, never allowing them to stop and rest. Finally, with the group relentlessly pursuing, the team entered a valley. Ahead was a slope of hundreds of meters, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only a flat retreat phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme behind them. They were trapped in a dead end. Li Hu and the others immediately got out of the car to observe the terrain. The wolf pack's claw prints on the ground diverged into 4 or 5 different directions here. They already know someone is following them. Lin Feng looked around the surrounding terrain and had a bad feeling. With this slope, we all have to get out of the car and push it. If the wolf pack suddenly attacks, we will be attacked from both sides. I suggest we go out first and take a detour to see. Li Hu frowned slightly. He actually wanted to continue chasing in the direction of the largest claw prints. The wolf pack was already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme at hand, and there was no reason to waste time detouring and give up the distance they had worked so hard to shorten. But Lin Feng was right. If this was a trap deliberately set by the wolf pack to ambush the people pushing the car. Like last time, they wanted to catch them off guard. Then the attacker and defender would switch places. Just as Li Hu was hesitating, a giant wolf suddenly emerged from the hillside not far away. Compared to the rocks next to it, the giant wolf was fully 4 meters long, comparable to a tricycle, similar in size to the level 9 rockhorn horse that Lin Feng's group had hunted last time. The huge wolf head, stained with blood, had a blood basin mouth with fangs of refined steel. Its bell-sized wolf eyes were full of blood. Baring its teeth, it looked ferocious. As it howled to the sky, waves of wolf howls echoed from behind the nearby valley slope. Li Hu met its gaze, his face instantly twisted, his eyes filled with ferocity, and he raised the sharp broadsword in his hand. It was this guy, the leader of the prairie wolf pack, who killed his teammates and cut off his path to evolution. Just as the surrounding wolf howls were gradually rising, a wolf tooth arrow, flying at extreme speed, with the force of breaking through the air, shot straight at the head wolf on the hilltop. The battle was about to begin. Modified into a 4,000-word chapter, I hope it's not too wordy. The pack leader was more than half again as large as the old wild wolf from before. It was also in much better condition than the one Lin Feng and the others encountered when hunting rockhorn horses 3 or 4 days ago. Through these days of frantic hunting, the wolf pack had not only recovered from its injuries, but had also grown stronger. Chen Shanshan decisively shot out a wolf fang arrow, which, with the force of 100 meters per second, struck towards the wolf pack leader 100 meters away. But the opponent's reaction was equally swift, and with a simple duck of its head, it easily dodged the sharp wolf fang arrow that had locked onto its brain. Its strength is already infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close / phoneme to first order evolution. It saw the movement of drawing the bow and shooting the arrow long ago. Li Hu reminded them, inserting his left hand into his pocket, lifting the 1.5-meter long heavy blade with one hand onto his shoulder, and calmly directing the members in the vehicle to quickly organize their formation. The 12 team members were divided into 3 groups, each group of 4 defending 4 directions, while forming a triangular formation in the shape of, placing the 6 slaves in 3 directions. In this way, each side had 2 decoys and 4 warriors, and in the middle of the triangular formation, there were 3 free men providing support and rotating when team members were injured.
From this, it could be seen that there was a big difference between ordinary wasteland teams and Li Hu's subordinates. The combat literacy of the two sides was worlds apart. This left Lin Feng and the others quite shocked. This also explained why the other party only lost 7 people when encountering an attack from a wild wolf pack in its prime, 3 of whom died from their injuries. And they even managed to kill 4 wild wolves in return. You should know that at that time, the wolf pack launched a surprise attack, and Li Hu's team had just experienced a battle with the Rockhorn horseherd, and their physical strength had been greatly reduced. The wolf pack still didn't gain any advantage even when holding a great advantage. No wonder Li Hu had the confidence to take the bounty and launch a revenge even with his team greatly weakened. There must be a talented commander in this guy's team, someone who understands a little bit about tactics. Lin Feng, seeing this, immediately had the 4 people in the vehicle take their shields and get out, surrounding himself and Chen Shanshan. Lu Mingfei stood in front, with Ding Yi and Lu Qian on the left and right, and Zhang Zhou guarding the rear. After setting up the square formation, Lin Feng deliberately moved the formation closer to Li Hu and his group, reducing the risk of being focused on and besieged by the wolf pack. At the same time, after the wolf pack leader dodged Chen Shanshan's full draw arrow, it howled, and from the top of the nearby hillside, figures of wild wolves emerged. Especially at the entrance where everyone had come from, there were actually 7 wild wolves, obviously arranged by the leader wolf to cut off everyone's retreat. This is a trap. Seeing 8 huge wild wolves slowly approaching the crowd, using rubble as cover, Lu Qian shouted in panic. Their formation was directly facing the entrance. There were only 6 of them, half of whom had questionable combat power, yet they had to face 7 wild wolves. Although Lin Feng had assured them, the imminent danger still made Lu Qian extremely nervous. In fact, most wastelanders had never seen such a scene. Those who had seen it had all lost their lives and become food. Fortunately, although Lu Qian was flustered, she didn't take the step of running away alone. She was just a little too nervous under the threat of death. Ding Yi and Zhang Zhou on the side were much better. One had experienced a wild wolf attack, and the other had seen life and death as commonplace. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, stabilizing the morale, "Don't be afraid, hold the formation. Let them come over, then we can kill even more. Trust me, shooting now will only scare them away." As the wolf pack members appeared, Lin Feng discovered that their number was far more than the 15 Li Hu had said. It was as many as 20. Obviously, the one that attacked Li Hu's team was only a part of the wolf pack, and this time, after discovering that humans were following and chasing them, the wild wolves deliberately led everyone into this terrain with mountains on 3 sides and a dead end. They intended to use all their strength to completely eliminate all the enemies who had stained the blood of their companions, so as to prevent future troubles. And among these 20 wild wolves, there were no fewer than 10 late-stage wild wolves with a size of more than 3 meters. That guy has strengthened to the limit and wants to eat a few of us level 9 strengtheners in one breath to achieve evolution. The 1.5 100-pound heavy blade, in Li Hu's hands, which possessed nearly a ton of force, was swung into afterimages, splitting the air. But that's exactly what I want. After speaking, the 3 late-stage strengthened wild wolves, led by the leader wolf, pounced towards Li Hu at a speed of more than 10 meters per second. The team members on the left and right each blocked one. The heavy blade in Li Hu's hand slashed towards the leader wolf, but it easily dodged it with a jump. But Li Hu had already skillfully mastered the 100-pound heavy blade. With just one side cut, it continued to slash at the leader wolf. The wolf pack leader opened its bloody mouth, and 2 pairs of sharp steel teeth, each 10 centimeters long, firmly bit the blade, and pulled it backward with the force of the swing. Tons of bite force, under intense friction, ignited a burst of sparks. Amidst the sizzling, sharp sound and sparks flying everywhere, 2 indented grooves, deformed by squeezing, were left on the 3-centimeter thick blade surface. The heavy blade had already been deformed and curled. Li Hu knew that this was the leader wolf's strategy, to first use its fine steel wolf teeth to shatter human weapons, and then launch a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme quarters attack. But this was the moment he was waiting for. His left hand, which had been inserted into his pocket before, now had a row of knuckle dusters on the 4 fingers of his fist. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, his right hand, which was holding the blade, stopped slashing and instead suddenly pulled it back, pulling the leader wolf, whose steel teeth were fixed on the blade's surface, in front of him. And his left hand, clenched into a fist, had already raised his elbow and, with a sudden accelerated strike, slammed hard into the leader wolf's head. The 3-centimeter spikes welded to the tooth surface of the knuckle duster, under the blessing of strength and speed, directly pierced the wolf's head's fur and plunged into its flesh and skull. The wolf's skull is the hardest part of canines. The sound of cracking bones rang out. This blow almost cost the leader wolf half its life. But it also completely stimulated its ferocity. Its fur bristled all over, and in the next moment, the wolf's mouth, released from the blade's surface, bit hard towards Li Hu's abdomen, tearing his clothes in an instant, tearing off a palm-sized area of his waist, including skin and flesh. Li Hu, in pain, punched it away. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out. Lin Feng waited until the last second when all the wolves attacked before quickly pulling the trigger on the wild wolves pouncing towards them. At this moment, the 7 wild wolves that had appeared from behind had already pounced in front of them. 5 of these 7 were late-stage wild wolves, and 1 was even a level 9 existence. To cut off the humans' retreat, the leader wolf had specifically arranged heavy troops to guard the entrance. But this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. He was waiting for the level 9 wild wolf. He was unwilling to use the other level 7 and 8 wolves as his first kill target. The newest novels are all on 69.com. As the automatic mode was activated, according to the kill sequence he had pre-calculated in his mind, Lin Feng aimed the muzzle at the level 9 wild wolf closest to him. At this time, it had already crashed into the shield, and Lu Qian, who had suffered a heavy blow, tilted backward, but fortunately, Lin Feng reached out and supported her, so she didn't fall completely. But the next collision would definitely break the formation. But there would be no next time. Under the automatic mode, the muzzle of the pistol spat out a series of flames with a slight pull of the trigger. In an instant, 3 bullets in a row hit the level 9 wild wolf's head and neck. On the mane that had already hardened like needles, they stirred up palm-sized blood flowers. Bullets with 30 points of damage directly shattered the wild wolf's cervical vertebrae and skull. Its whole body softened, and it instantly fell to the ground. As brain death took its life, only its limbs were still twitching instinctively. After firing 3 bullets, Lin Feng didn't even look at the death of this level 9 wild wolf and then turned the muzzle to shoot at the other wild wolves according to his pre-calculated plan. Now time was the result of the battle, and killing was the score. He was racing against time, striving to kill more wild wolves before the wolf pack collapsed and left. In automatic mode, a slight pull of the trigger could fire 3 or 4 bullets. And with the wolf pack less than 20 meters away, Lin Feng could accurately hit them even with his eyes squinted. He pulled the trigger 5 times in a row, firing more than a dozen bullets, killing the 7 wild wolves attacking his team. One of them was hit by Chen Shanshan's arrow and was finished off by Lin Feng raising his gun. The advantage of the firearm's rate of fire was reflected at this moment. Compared to bows and arrows, even in normal mode, it could fire 2 or 3 rounds per second, several times more powerful than the cumbersome steps of drawing the bow and aiming. After resolving the crisis behind him, Lin Feng turned to see that Li Hu was still dealing with the encirclement of 13 wild wolves. He and the leader wolf were fighting fiercely. The remaining teammates were struggling to deal with more than a dozen wild wolves. Although both sides had injuries, the wasteland team was at a greater disadvantage. The 6 slaves who were used as meat shields and decoys had already died on the spot, exchanging for several attacking opportunities for the team members. But they only seriously injured 2 wild wolves. The subsequent counterattack of the wolf pack caused 3 team members to be injured. They would lose their combat power if their arms and legs were bitten. Lin Feng didn't make a move, he was waiting. Waiting for Li Hu's team to no longer have the strength to fight. Chen Shanshan on the side couldn't bear to watch and helped one of the team members out of the encirclement with a steel rod, incidentally killing one, as the team's record. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't stop her but stood in front of Jiang Zhua, watching closely. As time passed, the 13 wild wolves besieging Li Hu's team were reduced to only 8. And Li Hu's team had also been reduced from 12 to 6 people, 3 had died in battle, and 3 were injured. Including the slaves, both sides had suffered more than half of their casualties. Just as Lin Feng was about to raise his gun to finish things off, 2 gunshots in a row suddenly rang out from the entrance where everyone had come from. Lin Feng only felt something hit him in the back. Warm blood splattered on the side of his face. slowly turning his head to look. Jiang Zhua, who was protecting his rear, was holding up his shield, and the side of his shoulder that wasn't covered had been shot by a bullet. And behind everyone, Qi Shan was leading a group of wastelanders, appearing 30 meters away. They were carrying 2 hunting rifles in their hands, hurriedly reloading bullets. The other shot just now, aimed at Chen Shanshan, was blocked by Ding Yi on the side. The shotgun's bullets had a maximum range of only 30 to 40 meters, beyond that, the trajectory would drift. The bullet grazed the surface of the shield in Ding Yi's hand. Having been prepared, she only suffered a minor graze on her arm, escaping unscathed. In reality, she was the first to notice something was wrong. Before the mission even began, Ding Yi had been constantly worried about an attack from Qi Shan and his group. However, while tracking the wolf pack, Chen Shanshan reassured her that the priority was to deal with the wild wolves, and that Qi Shan's group would, at most, try to intercept them along the way. Constantly worrying about something that hasn't happened would only distract her during the upcoming wolf hunt and ruin things. But despite what she said, Ding Yi's inner anxieties didn't diminish in the slightest. She was the one in the team who understood Qi Shan's character the best. Chen Shanshan's view of human nature was somewhat naive, and Lin Feng only had hatred in his heart after their initial meeting upon awakening. The only one who truly understood Qi Shan was herself. This guy was not only insidious and cunning, but his biggest characteristic was that he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Back then, he openly betrayed them, took away most of the members, and used one scheme after another, manipulating Chen Shanshan's weak nature with threats and inducements, leading everyone to divide up all the supplies. Now, if he wasn't confident in this ambush, that would be fine, but if he was confident, he would definitely pursue them relentlessly and then wait for an opportunity. Especially when the team members were all off guard. Qi Shan would be like a cold, venomous snake, quietly approaching in disguise, seizing the moment, and striking precisely. As the battle neared its end, Lin Feng planned to watch, Chen Shanshan chose to help, and the Lu siblings were already collecting the wolf corpses. Ding Yi was the only one who didn't relax her vigilance. Sharing the same thoughts and understanding was the team's only outsider, Jiang Zhua. He understood Qi Shan's methods even better than Ding Yi. As the wolf hunt was about to end, Jiang Zhua knew it was time for him to play his part. So, from beginning to end, he had been holding the iron shield, standing beside Lin Feng, protecting him while observing the entrance behind them and the surrounding slopes. The bizarre iron contraption was too conspicuous traveling across the wasteland, and everyone who saw it was deeply impressed. Based on the tire tracks on the ground and the directions given by passers-by, the group followed closely behind, arriving at the wasteland camp attacked by the wolf pack. They saw dozens of plump carrion vultures feasting on human remains. Li Chungu vomited directly. He had seen many corpses and mummified bodies, but it was the first time he had seen several broken, fresh corpses scattered like this. Qi Shan endured his nausea, stepped forward to disperse the carrion vultures, and found tire tracks covered in blood. This should have been done by the wild wolf pack not long ago. They've been tailing them all the way, and it looks like they plan to take them down directly during the day and night. Let's go, we'll chase after them. So, the 10 of them set off again, relying on the food and fresh water brought by Li Qingwu for the long journey. He had invested heavily in this interception, to seize the wolf corpses needed to exchange for evolution fluid. Once it failed it had to succeed. Soon, the group, following closely behind, saw several vehicles moving at a steady speed on a large plain not far behind a hillside. Qi Shan stopped the group. Be careful, don't be discovered. We have to wait for them to go far away and clash with the wild wolf pack before we make our move. Li Qinggu frowned slightly. How much longer? We've been rushing to keep up. The food and water we brought won't be enough for us to last 2 days. Qi Shan narrowed his eyes, poked out half of his head, saw the departing convoy entering a valley surrounded by 3 rings of mountains, and saw several moving black dots on the slopes of the mountains. Then, the corners of his mouth rose, and he sneered, saying, "Heaven is truly helping us. Brother Li, your evolution fluid is already waving at you." Not long after Chen Shanshan and her group entered the valley, a series of gunshots rang out. Qi Shan immediately led the men behind him, rushing towards the gap in the valley 1 kilometer away. Leaving their bicycles outside the valley entrance, Qi Shan took the old-fashioned single-shot shotgun from Li Qingwu, as well as 5 thumb-thick buckshots. To ensure power, each shell contained a single 15mm phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals lead lead slash phoneme ball, with an effective range of 30 to 40 meters. The closer, the greater the power. Shishan and two others in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals lead lead slash phoneme were all late-stage enhanced humans. Sticking phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close slash phoneme to the stone walls on both sides, they carefully felt their way into the valley. Soon, they saw the group fighting with the wild wolf pack in the distance through the corner gap. At this time, Chen Shanshan was holding a titanium spear, fighting a 3-meter-tall wild wolf. And the man named Lin Feng was holding a gun, watching from the side. Obviously, the gunshots just now were fired by him. Now that he was standing still, it was likely that he had run out of precious bullets and could only rely on Chen Shanshan and others to finish the job. As for the muscular bald man that Li Qingwu mentioned, he was entangled with a group of giant wolves, and his subordinates were phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals or either slash phoneme dead or injured. They had already fallen into a desperate situation. Seeing this, Li Qingwu, and seeing a pile of wolf corpses on the ground, his eyes lit up. He raised the shotgun in his hand and was about to step forward for a surprise attack. But Qishan grabbed him, reminding him in a low voice, "That short woman fighting with the spear is an early awakened ability user. She has some perception ability, but during combat, her perception is weakened when her attention is focused, but in short, we can't get within 30 meters of her. We must kill her first, or we'll be exposed prematurely." Qishan, who had been following Chen Shanshan for a long time, as the vice-captain, was well aware of the captain's abilities. At this moment, he just wanted to resolve the trouble of Chen Shanshan's group as soon as possible. "She's farther away from the crowd. Brotherly, your marksmanship is better than mine. You aim at her, and I'll kill that guy with the gun. Take them both down, and then let the rest of the men take over. We'll reload and provide long-range support from the rear." Li Chang and Wu narrowed their eyes and nodded. "Okay, let's do as you say." Led by Qishan, they led the two people behind them and 7 younger brothers with knives, groping their way forward. Until they were 30 meters away from Lin Feng and the others, Qishan waved to remind them, and Li Chang and Wu directly raised their guns to aim. The two hid behind the rock wall, exposing half of their bodies. One aimed at Chen Shanshan, who was farther away, and the other aimed at Lin Feng, who was watching the show and waiting. However, just as they poked out half of their bodies, Jiang Zhua, who had been looking back and observing, instantly noticed something. He quickly raised his shield, but unfortunately, due to physical exhaustion, he couldn't block the iron shield weighing over 100 pounds in front of him in time, and half of his body was still outside. The most new small say is 6'9" bookbar first hair. In the end, his right shoulder was hit by a bullet. On the other side, Li Chang and Wu were half a beat slower in firing because they had to aim at Chen Shanshan, who was constantly fighting and shaking, and Ding Yi, who had discovered them, had already raised her shield in time to block it in front of the captain. Bang! Bang! 2 shots later, in the next moment, Lin Feng turned around and raised the muzzle of his gun, already aiming at Qishan and Li Chang and Wu. Before they had time to hide, they were each shot in the exposed half of their shoulders by 2 bullets. In pain, the hunting guns in their hands, which had not yet been reloaded, also fell to the ground. Lin Feng took the shield from Jiang Zhua's hand and directly charged into the entrance. Li Chang and Wu, who realized that the situation had changed, were the first to react. Enduring the severe pain, he kicked Qishan away, and then pulled Zhang Dizhu behind him. As a strengthened person who had already been promoted to level 9, Li Chang and Wu's greatest skill in surviving for a long time was running away. He was not an original wasteland resident, but was born in the Li family, one of the 3 major families on the oasis, but he was a collateral branch of the family and grew up in the Zhuangsuan village to which he belonged. Because he didn't study well and was lazy at work, he was sent to 5th village after the age of 30 and served as Wang Diren's housekeeper by virtue of his Li family status. If it weren't for this background, he would have been taken by Wang Diren to do missions and died thousands of times. Of course, he, who had a lifetime of carefree food and clothing, also had the most vigorous vitality, and a bullet hitting his arm was not enough to kill him. After crossing a group of younger brothers, Li Chang and Wu walked to the intersection, rode a bicycle with one hand, and ran back. At this moment, the people behind him had already died under Lin Feng's guns and Chen Shanshan's spears. Seeing Jiang Zhua, who had fallen to the ground, and Ding Yi, who was almost shot, Chen Shanshan was deeply ashamed. It's my fault, it's all my fault. I should have been the one who was vigilant, and I should have been the one who discovered them in advance. Lin Feng walked over with the gun. Qi Shan, with a look of horror, fell to the ground, wailing in distorted pain. Lin Feng didn't kill him directly. Qi Shan's 2 legs had their knees shattered, and his calves drooped and fractured on the ground, connected by only a little remaining tendon. One more shot would have turned him into a human pig. But Lin Feng was no longer interested in wasting time here. Looking forward, he saw that the remaining wolf pack, which was still entangled with Li Hu and his gang, took advantage of the sudden change and quickly broke free from the battle and fled for their lives amidst the roar of the head wolf. Looking back, there was also a gunman riding a bicycle who had already escaped 200 or 300 meters away. If they wanted to chase, they could only choose one. Lin Feng calmly walked to Chen Shanshan, and seeing that she was still immersed in self-blame, he slowly raised his hand. It was just a slap. Pa! The crisp sound seemed louder than the gunshot. The instantly flushed cheeks and burning pain immediately blanked Chen Shanshan's brain. Then he heard from Lin Feng's mouth, a calm but unquestionable voice came out, "There's still an ambush survivor who hasn't died, a level 9 strengthened person. That guy has a gun and must be from the evolutionary hunter wasteland team. We must not let him run back. You, kill him for me." After saying that, Lin Feng ran straight into the valley. The confusion in Chen Shanshan's eyes gradually turned into firm anger. She picked up the armor-piercing hornbow and turned back to chase Li Chang and Wu. A trace of ferocity that had never been seen before flowed from her eyes. Lin Feng chose to move forward. When he passed the fallen Jiang Zhua, he slowed down. "Qi Shan has a few minutes left, I'll give it to you." Hearing this, Jiang Zhua, who wanted to die, endured the severe pain and slowly stood up, holding his shot arm, and limped towards the entrance. Seeing Qi Shan, who was dying but still breathing, seeing each other again, Jiang Zhua gritted his teeth, revealing a happy and hideous smile. He knelt down beside Qi Shan and aimed at his neck, slowly opened his mouth. Crack! Lin Feng walked past the armored tricycle and glanced at Lu Qian, then gradually quickened his pace. From race walking to slow running, from striding to sprinting, turn on the exhaust fan switch of the combat uniform and adjust your breathing. Chasing Li Hu, who was already climbing the mountain. The escaped wolf pack leader is a level 9 wilderness wolf. It is also the last one that has not been killed. Pa! Crack! I'm just here for these dumplings dipped in vinegar. Yellow earth gobi, scorching sun searing the heart. This was Lin Feng's first long-distance run in the wasteland. He followed behind the bald, muscular man in front. The fleeing wolf pack was even further away. Lin Feng looked up into the distance, spotting several leaping figures estimated to be over 400 meters away. The wolf pack's escape speed was not slow. After a fierce battle, the remaining 8 wasteland wolves could still sprint across the rocky gobi at a speed of 4 to 5 meters per second. Their endurance was indeed extraordinary. To catch up with them, Lin Feng took a sip of water and increased his speed to 5 or 6 meters per second, slowly closing the distance. After crossing a hillside and running 600 or 700 meters under the scorching sun, his face was flushed dark red, and he was drenched in sweat. His body's functions were pushed to their limit at this moment. The speed of blood circulation doubled, transporting the oxygen inhaled in large gasps to the leg muscle cells. While driving the body forward, it also released heat. Fortunately, the cooling effect of the ventilation combat suit used airflow and sweat evaporation to absorb heat, quickly reducing the temperature of the internal organs in the torso. Otherwise, in the Gobi phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals desert/phoneme nearing 50 degrees Celsius, the human body simply could not withstand such strenuous exercise. After suffering heatstroke, physical strength would rapidly decline as a result. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was still handling things with ease, was constantly closing the distance with Li Hu. The bald, muscular man in front was already panting heavily, gulping down water from his water skin, hoping to lower his body temperature by replenishing fluids. Seeing Lin Feng catching up from behind, Li Hu warily stepped aside, creating distance while speaking in a deep voice. "Brother Lin, you've already killed 2 level 9 wolves, how about you let me have this one?" Lin Feng smiled, holding the revolver in his hand. "Didn't we agree that it's every man for himself?"
Besides, isn't it a little premature to draw conclusions now? They haven't reached the point of exhaustion and being captured without a fight. Look, here they come, don't they? As Lin Feng spoke leisurely, the wasteland wolf pack 300 meters away, led by the alpha wolf, let out a hissing roar, and 4 of the 7 wasteland wolves behind it immediately stopped. While panting heavily, they turned around to face Lin Feng and his companion who were pursuing them. Seeing this, the remaining 2 wasteland wolves turned their attention to Li Hu, who was easier to bully. The two quickly engaged in phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme combat and began to fight fiercely. At this time, Lin Feng, who had already chased for more than a kilometer, took out the water bottle that was still more than half full and took a few more sips, leaving half a bottle for backup. His eyes were always fixed on the remaining 4 wasteland wolves 300 meters away. Hearing the gunshots, the wolf pack began to use the terrain advantage of the rocks to hide from the shooting. Several times Lin Feng tried to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme the distance and temporarily slow down to aim, but all attempts failed. But as time passed, the distance between the two sides running on the vast wasteland changed from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, 4 kilometers, and even 7 or 8 kilometers. The 3 wasteland wolves behind the wolf pack leader gradually slowed down due to exhaustion and overheating. Lin Feng caught up and killed them one by one. In the end, only 1 wolf and 1 man remained, running back and forth on the barren and primitive Gobi. Lin Feng, maintaining a steady speed, still had half of his stamina left thanks to the cooling effect of the ventilation combat suit. At this time, they were already far away from the valley where the battle broke out, nearly 10 kilometers away, and 15 or 16 kilometers away from the main road to Oasis Town. This place had already exceeded the extreme range of activity for all the wasteland teams. It was a truly desolate and uninhabited land. Lin Feng looked at the small half bottle of water left and realized that he had to end the battle as soon as possible. In the past half hour, the alpha wolf in front had been circling nearby, obviously wanting to exhaust him to death. So, Lin Feng slowed down, feigning exhaustion, to lure the wolf pack leader into being fooled. Sure enough, seeing Lin Feng slow down, the remaining alpha wolf, which was truly declining in physical strength, slowed down as well to reduce consumption and lower its body temperature. And this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Unintentionally, he constantly closed the distance between the two sides, and the target's movement speed also slowed down, no longer deliberately using the nearby rocks to conceal its figure. The conditions for increasing the shooting hit rate had all been met. Lin Feng did not hesitate, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, seized the opportunity, decisively raised his gun and fired, firing more than a dozen shots in one breath. If the hit rate was not enough, then he would make up for it with quantity. More than a dozen bullets hit the alpha wolf's hind leg thigh before the gunshots spread. Lin Feng looked into the distance and estimated that 3 shots should have hit. In his current exhausted state, consuming 3 points of health, a hit rate of 30% at 200 or 300 meters was considered acceptable. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shu. Calm. The hit wolf pack leader let out a painful howl. Seeming to know that its end was near, it simply stopped struggling and limped in the direction of a small hill on the left. Lin Feng silently followed behind, not firing another shot. This alpha wolf had been circling in this area for half an hour. There must be other reasons. After walking staggeringly towards the hill, Lin Feng followed a trail of blood to the back of the hill, outside a natural shallow pit cave. The dying wasteland alpha wolf fell headfirst into it. Lin Feng looked around, resting and recovering his state while confirming that there were no dangers nearby. After adjusting his breathing, he slowly walked forward, tightly gripping the revolver in his hand. Feeling around to the side of the shallow pit, he looked in. He saw a snow-white wasteland wolf in front of the fallen alpha wolf, lying next to the alpha wolf's corpse, licking its hind leg wound, and whimpering in sorrow. Seeing someone break into the cave, the white wolf immediately became violent, baring its teeth, and the mane on its neck and back stood on end. Lin Feng slowly raised the muzzle of his gun, aiming at its brow. Bang! After ending their pain and confirming there was no danger, Lin Feng entered the pit cave and pulled out the dagger from his waist, cutting up the 2 wolf corpses. He mainly collected their blood, removed the easily decaying intestines and stomach,
and ate the hearts to replenish energy. Wasteland wolf, LV99, deceased, health 0, constitution 49, spirit 10, LV9 attribute upper limit 50 evaluation. Wasteland wolf packs are survival masters that have successfully propagated. They are loyal to killing and also loyal to the pack, so they are very vengeful. Be careful of their revenge. The heart and hind leg meat of the wasteland wolf are rich in nutrients, and the steel teeth and iron claws are also good biological materials. After eating the alpha wolf's heart, Lin Feng felt warm currents gathering in his abdomen and flowing through his body, sweeping away fatigue and bringing strength. He quickly completed the upgrade and strengthening. Lin Feng, LV89 health 44, constitution 44, spirit 43. LV8 attribute upper limit 45 item upgrade upper limit increased to LV8 can consume 1 point of health to upgrade the LV7 automatic pistol. Eating a whole heart not only replenished the 4 points of health that had been overdrawn and dropped due to the long journey, but also completed the strengthening, bringing Lin Feng's state directly to full. The alpha wolf's corpse was quickly disposed of, followed by the white wolf. This was an 8th level white wolf, and a female. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that the female wolf's abdomen was somewhat swollen. Realizing something, he began to search deep inside the pit cave. Lin Feng then began a carpet search of the wolf den. As expected, he soon found 5 prairie wolf cubs in a corner hidden by a pile of withered grass. They were huddled together, probably newly born, their eyes not yet open. Each one was grayish-white and about the size of a football. They were very cute and fluffy. Unfortunately, when Lin Feng checked them, 4 of them were already lifeless and cold, with only one remaining with a faint breath. Prairie wolf cub, LV19, weak health 7, constitution 7, spirit 2, LV1 attribute limit 10 evaluation. A prairie wolf cub, inheriting the ferocity and loyalty of the wolf pack. Raising it into a most loyal companion is a good choice, just like humans domesticated wolves into dogs. In short, the future is promising. After reading the evaluation, Lin Feng became interested and poured the little precious fresh water left in the bottle into his palm to feed it. The cub instinctively stretched out its tongue to lick, sensing the water. After feeding it a few times, the wolf cub's condition improved. After completing the rescue, Lin Feng used the dry branches in the cave to build a simple 4-cornered frame, then piled the 2 processed prairie wolf corpses on the frame. Dragging them like this was easier than carrying them away. As for the recovered cub, Lin Feng put it in the pocket of his ventilation combat suit to ensure a comfortable environment. Before leaving, he also buried the 4 dead cubs in the cave. They were dehydrated and emaciated, and their level 1 flesh was of little use, so this was considered giving these young lives a final rest. After finishing, Lin Feng dragged the 2 wolf corpses, walking with difficulty in the desolate and uninhabited primitive Gobi. After who knows how long, relying on the wolf blood he collected to barely sustain himself, Lin Feng finally saw a strangely shaped tricycle on a distant hillside. He raised his hand and waved the silver-black revolver, signaling the armored tricycle to come over. Only after the tricycle approached did he realize that there were only Ding Yi and Lu Qian on board. The 2 of them took turns riding the bike, searching all the way. Lin Feng and Ding Yi worked together to lift the 200-kilogram wolf corpses into the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Lin Feng immediately drank large gulps of fresh water from the bucket to alleviate his dehydration. At this time, Ding Yi took over riding back, and Lu Qian sat opposite Lin Feng, reporting in a reporting tone, "My brother has already controlled the remaining people. We also encountered Captain Li Hu, who was exhausted, on the way." Lin Feng unzipped his combat suit and took out the cub. "Brother Feng, is this a prairie wolf cub?" Lin Feng nodded and began to feed the wolf cub water. The most scarce thing on the wasteland is water. Without a sufficient water source, there can be no milk. Relying solely on hunting humans to extract blood is just a drop in the bucket for the prairie wolf pack. Half a day later, the only remaining cub might have died of hunger and thirst. "Brother Feng, are you planning to raise it?" Lu Qian asked, also attracting Ding Yi, who was riding in front, to turn her head and look. Lin Feng hummed in agreement, and looking at Lu Qian's eager face, handed the wolf cub over. "Try it. If it can be tamed, we can safely take it with us in the future." Training it into a wolf dog hunting dog can be used to track prey or stand guard, which is very useful. Prairie wolves naturally possess absolute loyalty to the pack. As long as they can be trained, the benefits they bring are much more useful than recruiting a group of younger brothers. Lu Qian held the wolf cub in her arms, gently stroking the soft and delicate fluff on its body, relaxing her mind. But after a while, feeling the heat, the wolf cub whimpered and rolled around, trying to break free. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, "It should be very afraid of heat. It's better to put it in my combat suit, where it can ventilate and dissipate heat." Lu Qian nodded, reluctantly returning the little wolf cub to Lin Feng's hands. Tucked into his clothes, the ventilation fan buzzed, and the wolf cub quickly fell asleep. Not long after, the armored tricycle stopped halfway. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Li Hu lying meekly under the shadow of a rock outside through the observation window. Getting out of the car, he came to him. At this time, Li Hu's face was sallow and his lips were pale. He reached out and covered his right waist, his expression scattered. Lin Feng knew that he had been injured there in the previous fight with the wolf pack leader, or a piece of flesh had been bitten off. Before the subsequent hunt, he seemed to have applied hemostatic medicine and temporarily bandaged it. For a level 9 strengthened person, this injury would not cause too much impact. The only possible explanation was that he was injured again in the battle with the 2 later prairie wolves, coupled with severe physical exhaustion, which greatly reduced his health and made it impossible to recover. Li Hu's next words also confirmed this point. "Really unlucky, no, it's still not strong enough. Too much blood loss, I can't hold on for much longer." "You won." Lin Feng nodded. "So, about the mission handover?" Li Hu coughed and said weakly, "Alian, as a wasteland hunter in the team, can also go for the mission handover. Don't make things difficult for them. When you become an evolver, there will still be times when you need them. There have been many evolvers who wanted to recruit us, but I didn't agree. In their eyes, the wasteland hunting team is just a group of expendable pawns. I was too eager for quick success and instant benefits. I'm sorry to them." Lin Feng knew that Li Hu was explaining his last wishes, and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Then, Li Hu took out a card from his arms. "This is our team's points card. There are still 624 points stored in it, which everyone has accumulated together for the future establishment of a wasteland hunting team. The person who attacked you was the butler of a wasteland hunting team. Whether he is dead or not, it will offend the evolvers above. And the master he serves is extremely strong among the evolvers. Even if you become an evolver, you have only just stepped into that circle, and you are weak and unable to cope. The points in this card can help you recruit soldiers, buy equipment, and grow rapidly. Promise me 2 things, and I'll tell you the password." Lin Feng thought for a few seconds. "Tell me." Li Hu smiled, somewhat regretfully. "They haven't had a few good days following me. Treat them better in the future." Lin Feng frowned slightly and said faintly, "I will divide the points equally per capita. Those who voluntarily stay will be treated equally, and those who are unwilling to follow me will take the points and leave." Li Hu nodded, slowly raised his hand, and handed over the points card in his hand. "The password is 950506. The second at this time, Li Hu suddenly mentioned another matter. "By the way, are you a gun-type ability user? Super-powered bullets or precise locking?" "It should be the former. I haven't seen you change bullets." "No wonder you agreed so decisively in the first place. I heard that this kind of rare ability is usually excavated and absorbed by the big cities in front, and rarely left behind in the remote oasis town." Chen Shanshan didn't misjudge. Her nature is not bad, but no one taught her. Give her some patience and time. You don't belong here. Sooner or later, you will leave. But being able to witness the superpower before I die is also a great blessing. Saying that, Li Hu muttered, "So the second thing, come on, give me a quick death." Lin Feng nodded lightly. His left hand took the points card, and his right hand raised the muzzle. Bang! The gunshot rang out, a wisp of smoke drifting from the muzzle. It took away the pain of Li Hu, who was on the verge of death. At this time, Lu Qian, who was collecting the corpses of wasteland wolves near Dingyi, and the other 2, walked behind Lin Feng. "Should we take him away? We found the remaining 7 wolf corpses. The load on the tricycle is almost a ton now. Late-stage wasteland wolves weighed 100 kilograms, and the wolf pack leader, less than 4 meters long, weighed more than 300 kilograms. Lin Feng raised the points card in his left hand. "Take it away, this is an explanation to them. I'll ride the bike later, you 2 can rest." After lifting Li Hu's body onto the tricycle, Lin Feng entered the driver's seat and found it was unusually stuffy inside, because the iron plates covered it, leaving very little ventilation space. Fortunately, he had a ventilation combat suit. He opened the observation skylight on the roof, and the scorching sunlight shone on the photovoltaic panel on his back, allowing the exhaust fan to rotate at high speed. Putting the little wolf cub in the back compartment, Lin Feng increased the force of his pedaling and rode hard. The speed quickly increased from the previous 10 km per hour to 15 or 16 km per hour, like he had been running across the endless wasteland. In less than half an hour, everyone saw a small hill in the distance, connected together to form a U-shaped ring mountain range. The valley behind was also where everyone fought to the death with the wolf pack. Riding the tricycle, they went around a large circle and returned to the starting point from the front entrance. Lin Feng got out of the tricycle and looked around. Besides the scattered corpses, there were also the survivors of Li Hu's team resting on the ground. Only Lu Mingfei was holding a knife, guarding the pile of wasteland wolf corpses. Of the 12 members of Li Hu's team, only 4 were left at this moment. 3 died on the spot during the previous battle, 3 were seriously injured, and later the seriously injured ones also left. Before Qishan led people to attack, another one was unfortunately seriously injured. In the end, there were 4 left, including the level 9 enhanced human alien, and the other 3 late-stage enhanced team members. Lin Feng noticed something was wrong and asked Lu Mingfei and the 2 women, "Chen Shanshan hasn't returned yet?" Ding Yi was stunned. "She didn't come back before we set off." Now Lin Feng looked at Lu Mingfei, who shook his head. "No, I'm thinking about this too. Logically speaking, it's been almost 2 hours. Even if she was taking a walk, she should be back. Could it be that the captain is waiting for us on the way?" Lin Feng frowned slightly and looked at the entrance. Move the wolf corpses onto the tricycle first. Excluding the 7 wasteland wolves killed by Lin Feng, 5 of the remaining 13 died during the attack on Li Hu's team. Among them, 1 level 9 wasteland wolf was killed with Chen Shanshan's help. So, besides a pile of corpses, they only had 4 wolf corpses left. Only 1 was a late-stage wasteland wolf, and the other 3 were mid-stage. At this time, Alien, the surviving leader of Li Hu's team, walked over and asked, "Is he dead?" When I returned after dealing with the wolf pack leader, it was already too late. The gunshot wound on his head was mine. He asked for a quick death. As he spoke, the remaining few people walked up, looking at Lin Feng with suspicion and anger. Alien squatted down and checked the blood-drained wound on Li Hu's body, as well as the changes in his face. Then she stood up and stopped the remaining 3 team members. "He's right, the captain had already lost too much blood before he died. The gunshot was just a relief. If you wanted to frame the captain, you could have just left him alone, there was no need to waste a bullet." Lin Feng nodded, slowly removing his hand from the gun holster on his waist, looking at the woman in front of him. Once upon a time, the positions of the 2 sides were just like they are now, with one side deciding the fate of the other. "Also, this is your team's points card. He gave me the password before he died. He asked me to promise him 2 things. One is to let you go. If you want to be taken in, treat you better in the future. I told him that the decision to stay or leave would be based on voluntary principles. Those who are willing to follow me will be treated equally in the future, and those who are not willing will have the points in the card divided equally per capita. Including the 4 wolf corpses you killed yourselves, they also belong to the 4 of you. You can decide whether to stay or leave later, but now you need to take these wolf corpses and return to the Hunter Guild with me to complete the mission first." After speaking, Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave, then turned his head and said when he thought of something, "Oh, right, the second thing he asked for was to give him a quick death." Staring at the man's departing back, the last 4 members of Li Hu's team looked at each other, waiting for the vice-captain to make a decision. Alien looked at the revolver on the man's waist, sighed softly, and then directed the remaining 3 people to load the wolf corpses and their teammate's body onto the tricycle and flatbed cart. Li Hu pointed out the direction before he died. They had no other choice. On the other side, Lin Feng's team harvested 15 wolf corpses, plus the white wolf and the leader wolf corpses, a total of 17, directly reaching 2 tons. It was the limit of the tricycle's load. The wolf corpses alone filled the entire tricycle compartment, and the remaining 4 people could only follow outside. One person rode the tricycle, and the remaining 3 took turns to replace him. As for the remaining equipment of Chi-shan and others, 2 hunting rifles, 15 slugs, and the long knives in the hands of several people. Although the broken knives were not worth much, they could be sold as scrap metal to exchange for a few kilograms of dehydrated dried meat. Finally, there were 2 bicycles. After searching, everything was taken. After setting off, Alien and others followed behind. Their tricycle had fewer wasteland wolf corpses and more of their teammates' body, so it wasn't heavy. The current location of everyone was not far from the road leading to Oasis Town, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Lin Feng rode his bicycle, looking around. Dingy and Lu Qian rode one bicycle, also looking around, both worried about the safety of their captain Chen Shanshan. Logically speaking, that butler of the hunter team, in a panic, even threw away his valuable hunting rifle, so he shouldn't pose much of a threat. Chen Shanshan had a long-range LV-7 armor-piercing hornbow and an extremely hard and sharp phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme combat titanium spear, so she shouldn't be killed by him. At most, she couldn't catch up with the speeding bicycle. Unless there was another situation. The person the butler was loyal to, the extremely powerful evolver in Li Hu's mouth, took action to save him. Lin Feng recalled the evolver's modified vehicle speeding away on the right side of the Oasis Avenue when everyone set off. The chance of encountering an evolver should be very low. They basically don't operate near Oasis Town, because the barren resources here, for them, are not worth the effort for a mission. So, evolvers generally drive modified vehicles deep into the desolate wilderness, looking for prehistoric relics, or hunting large beast groups. But if it wasn't an evolver, Lin Feng didn't know who could have stopped Chen Shanshan. Although this guy was soft-hearted and simple-minded, in terms of combat ability, she was impeccable, and she also had a very high degree of vigilance. Even if she ended up letting the butler run away, at least she wouldn't put herself in a desperate situation. Soon, as everyone traveled through the dust, they saw the dust raised by Oasis Town in the distance. The sharp-eyed Lin Feng spotted a short figure by the roadside. Lin Feng directly left the team and quickly rode towards it. Constantly approaching, based on the gray robe and hood, Lin Feng confirmed that it was Chen Shanshan. Stopping in front of her, Chen Shanshan was lying in the shade of a rock, the sleeves of her arms stained with dark blood. The whole person seemed a little dazed. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, she slowly opened her mouth and said, "That guy seems to be from the farm village. I chased him all the way to the end. He rushed into the village, and as a result, I was shot by the guards at the entrance and escaped here." Lin Feng squatted down to check the wound. Fortunately, it was just a penetrating wound, tearing the muscles of her left arm, without injuring the bone. "Leave me alone. The people of the 4 great villages have always been protective of their own. They will definitely come looking for trouble later. You guys go back and report first, leave some water and food for me." Chen Shanshan gritted her teeth in pain, knowing that she had gotten into big trouble and didn't want to implicate the team. Lin Feng's expression was normal, not caring about these things. He just asked calmly, "Did you kill the person or not?" Chen Shanshan was stunned, clearly not expecting that in such a crisis, Lin Feng's first concern would be this trivial matter. So, enduring the pain, she nodded, killed. The final arrow hit him directly in the heart, and with the gunshot wound in his shoulder, he bled all the way. "There's no chance he survived." Lin Feng nodded, killing him is fine. Chen Shanshan coughed, "But because of this, we've completely offended Farm Village. They might already be searching in 5th Village. Taking me back will only harm you." Cough. Chen Shanshan muttered to herself, "I didn't expect that killing someone for the first time would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to such a big crisis. From now on, I'll be a burden to you." Lin Feng finished checking the wound, and Lu Mingfei also rode the vehicle over. Dingy and Lu Qian stepped forward to check Chen Shanshan's condition, taking out the hemostatic medicine and disinfectant bandages prepared for this mission to perform a simple bandage. Seeing that Lin Feng was ignoring her words, Chen Shanshan told the others in the team about the trouble she had caused, hoping they would leave as soon as possible and stay away from her. Dingy frowned slightly, stood behind the captain, and slowly helped her up, looking at Lin Feng to show her attitude. Lu Qian, standing to the side, narrowed her eyes and analyzed, "We've already completed the mission.
3 level 9 wasteland wolves are enough to get an extra reward, an evolution serum.
When the captain takes the evolution serum and becomes an evolver, her status will undergo earth-shattering changes, enough to cope with this crisis. As soon as she finished speaking, the eyes of everyone in the team turned to Lin Foam, who was standing at the very back. After the wolf hunt, Lin Foam, with his overwhelming strength, had become the true backbone of the team. When Shishan attacked, Lin Foam was also the first to react, decisively counterattacking and deploying manpower to pursue the wasteland wolves and the fleeing attackers. Now, everyone in the team regards Lin Foam as the true captain.
In this wolf hunt, Lin Foam killed 2 of the 3 level 9 wasteland wolves required by the mission, including the most powerful wolf pack leader.
Therefore, everyone had tacitly agreed that the evolution serum and the mission reward belonged to Lin Foam. Only when Lin Foam becomes stronger can he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme everyone to form a stronger wasteland hunting team. At this moment, Lin Foam, who was being watched by everyone, dug out the heart of a level 9 wasteland wolf from the pile of wolf corpses in the tricycle's cargo bed and handed it to Chen Shanshan. Eat it.
Replenish your nutrition so you can recover quickly.
Then he said to the other 3, Chen Shanshan is the captain and saved my life. This evolution serum should belong to her. The guy she was chasing was just a logistics manager of a wasteland hunting team. Even if he comes from one of the 4 major villages, he's the kind of marginalized person who's been squeezed out, so don't worry.
After a word of comfort, Lin Foam continued, let's go. The most important thing now is to settle the mission and get the evolution serum first before considering anything else. Everyone nodded.
Ding Yi and Lu Qian worked together to lift the captain up, but unfortunately, there was no room left in the tricycle. In the end, Lin Foam had no choice but to carry her princess style, while Ding Yi and Lu Qian each rode a bicycle to Oasis Town. Along the way, Chen Shanshan curled up in Lin Feng's arms and pulled the hood over her head as hard as she could, trying to cover her entire face as much as possible. Lin Foam only felt the girl's breathing become heavier and her body temperature gradually rise. This was a good thing, indicating that her injuries were accelerating recovery after eating the wolf's heart. What was gratifying was that after hunting the wasteland wolf pack, everyone had traveled 6 or 7 kilometers forward, and now they only needed to go directly north from the decisive battle valley and thrust into the main road. Oasis Town could be seen not far ahead. By speeding up slightly, they could catch up. The group returned to 5th Village, which was at the rear of the convoy. They put the extra survival equipment, such as water buckets and dried meat, as well as long knives, hunting guns, bicycles, and other spoils, back into the bus inn. Then they arranged for Ding Yi and Lu Mingfei to guard the compartment and take care of the wolf pups. Lin Feng and Lu Qian took the injured Chen Shanshan to the guild. They had not registered a wasteland people's team, so Chen Shanshan, who had the status of a wasteland hunter, had to come to hand over the mission. The counterstaff then took out the bounty order and handed over the token left by the issuer, a St. Spring church emblem, to everyone. Take it to St. Spring Village at the very front, and someone will take you in. The reward will be handed over according to the completion of the mission. Lin Feng looked at the silver golden manhole cover badge, about the size of a silver dollar, in Chen Shanshan's hand, somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't the handover take place in the guild? What if there's a dispute between the 2 parties? The staff member was stunned and replied faintly, this is the St. Spring Church. After saying that, he asked the next wasteland hunter to come forward. Lin Feng wanted to say something more, but Chen Shanshan stopped him. Let's go, the church doesn't lack this bit of points. In the Wasteland Hunter Guild, many eyes watched them leave, including the owner of the farm shop. Coming outside the guild, Sister Lian asked the 3 team members to treat their wounds first, and then she rode her bicycle to catch up with Lin Feng's group. Walking on the flat main road, the group quickly passed Motorcycle Village and Dawn Village, came to the stern of the Oasis battleship, and saw Farm Village and St. Spring Village closely following on the left and right under the photovoltaic panels on both wings of the Oasis. Farm Village on the left was mostly under direct sunlight. Chen Shanshan had chased all the way to this side and was shot at by the guards at the entrance of the village. At this moment, a group of people riding small electric vehicles suddenly rushed out of Farm Village. They were speeding towards the crowd. Realizing that the situation was not right, Lin Feng immediately stepped hard on the tricycle's pedals, accelerated, and rushed straight towards St. Spring Village on the right. Fortunately, Lin Feng's group was not far from Saint Spring Village at this time, only less than 500 meters away. After accelerating, they overtook the electric vehicle team that came to intercept them and arrived safely at the gate of Saint Spring Village before being caught up. Four gray-robed armed personnel stood on two armored vehicles painted with the church emblem, and they had already aimed their guns at the group behind. Lin Feng braked sharply, took the church emblem token from Chen Shanshan's hand, and stuck it out of the sunroof. "I'm here to hand over the mission. I have the token." When the church's armed personnel saw the silver golden badge, they immediately raised their guns and waved their hands to signal. They beckoned Lin Feng and others to enter the village. Then they pointed their guns at the electric vehicle team that had chased after them, preventing these people from aiming their guns, and solemnly shouted, "This is Saint Spring Village, put down your guns." Seeing that the other party did not give him any room to maneuver, the captain leading the team could only order his subordinates to put away their guns in order to avoid disputes between the two villages, and retreated 100 meters away. The group that entered Saint Spring Village, especially Sister Lian who was following behind, was already pale with fright and cold sweat was streaming down her face. Just now, the people on the three electric vehicles behind her tricycle had already pulled out rifles and aimed at the armored tricycle in front of Chen Shanshan's group. If it hadn't been for the deterrence of the church's armed personnel, they would have been riddled with holes a few seconds later. At this moment, after entering Saint Spring Village, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and slowed down. Lin Feng and the others looked back and saw that the electric vehicle team from Farm Village had not left but continued to follow closely behind the tail of Saint Spring Village. Obviously, they did not intend to let Lin Feng and his group go. Or rather, Chen Shanshan, who killed their clansman. At this time, two Saint Spring church monks stepped forward. "Please follow me, Father has been notified and is waiting for you in the church." Hearing the word priest, Lin Feng's mind conjured up that tall figure. Perhaps it really confirmed what he had thought. Immediately, he pedaled the tricycle, keeping up with the two monks. The survivors gradually calmed down from their excitement and began to curiously observe the surrounding environment. Unlike the motley and dilapidated vehicle fleet of Fifth Village, the Holy Spring Village's fleet was well organized and uniform. There were specialized vehicles for eating, bathing, and using the toilet, as well as rare mobile buildings such as schools and prayer rooms. They were uniformly painted with white paint, contrasting with the yellowish-brown of the desolate wasteland, like an oasis of pure land in the phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals desert/phoneme. It had a special sense of sacredness that was independent of the world. Each vehicle had the Holy Spring Church's emblem, and the walls of the buildings in the front were adorned with eye-catching iron manhole cover badges. In the center of Holy Spring Village, a large church converted from a heavy truck stood quietly, controlling the rhythm of the entire village's progress. Although its exterior was decorated in a simple and minimalist style, the tips of the four diamond-shaped towers were inlaid with a special silver manhole cover emblem. Even under the shadows of the oasis's photovoltaic panels, it still gleamed with dazzling brilliance. Lin Feng and Lian parked their vehicle beside the church and helped Chen Shanshan inside. This was the first time everyone had entered Holy Spring Village, and it was also their first time in the Holy Spring Church, the center of the oasis's faith. The two monks leading the way slowly pushed open the door. A faint coolness blew against their faces. What came into view was a huge circular glass, carved into the shape of a manhole cover with the church's emblem, filled with intricate and symmetrical patterns. Lin Feng took a deep breath. As he had initially suspected when he saw the wanted order, the mission issuer was the mysterious person who had bought the special mutated wolf fang from him, Priest Suansu of the Holy Spring Church, the village chief of Holy Spring Village, and the only preacher under the oasis. The nearly 2-meter-tall priest Su, seeing the wilderness hunters who had come to hand over the mission, also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and said amiably, "Long time no see, my little friend who sells wolf meat. It seems we are going to have a second transaction." Suan walked over slowly. Lin Feng and the others felt a sense of being bathed in a spring breeze and quickly made way, bowing slightly. The priest, walking to the church door, saw the tricycle filled with the corpses of wasteland wolves and showed a satisfied smile. "Let's go to the designated trading place." Immediately, he and the two monks led Lin Feng and his group away from the church. Lin Feng rode his vehicle closely behind, heading to the uniformly designed dormitory area behind Holy Spring Village. This place was completely under the shadow of the photovoltaic panels above, and the whole world became dim. The crowd saw many children in the dormitory, just waking up from their day and night dreams, brushing their teeth and washing their faces in an orderly manner, preparing to welcome a new day. Compared to the cruel and desolate wasteland outside the village, it was like two completely different worlds, very divided. After bypassing the residential area, the group finally stopped outside a remote and ordinary bungalow on the right side of Holy Spring Village. Although it was called a bungalow, it was actually converted from a 12-meter-long medium-sized bus. Except for the windshield, the entire vehicle was painted white, with a circle of black photovoltaic panels on the top, giving a sense of green tiles and white walls. When the two tricycles, especially Lin Feng's armored tricycle, were attached to the bungalow, the entire vehicle obviously showed a sense of stagnation and hesitation. After all, the 21 wasteland wolves in the carriage weighed more than 2 tons in total. After the driver in front stabilized the vehicle speed, Priest Suan stepped forward and opened the tailgate. A cold air rushed out. Lin Feng looked inside, and there was a closed door further inside the tailgate. The entire carriage wall had been specially thickened. This was a specially modified refrigerated truck. Lin Feng and the others then moved the wolf corpses from the tricycle carriage into the refrigerated truck's tailgate one by one. According to strength and size, they were classified and categorized. There were 3 level 9 wasteland wolves, 10 level 7 and 8 late-stage wolves, and the remaining 8 level 7 or lower mid-stage wolves. Initially, the wasteland wolf pack was not so strong. It all depended on the subsequent crazy hunting of wasteland people teams, which quickly accumulated and improved their strength. Fortunately, the alpha wolf had not yet been promoted to a first-order mutated wasteland beast. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater this time. After inspecting them, Priest Suan pushed over an electronic platform scale and then offered everyone a high price of 1 point of points for 1 kilogram of wolf meat. Lin Feng and the others, including Alian, all gasped when they heard this. In addition to being shocked, their joy was overflowing. It should be known that although wolf meat is precious, it weighs less than half of its original weight after dehydration. Therefore, 1 kilogram of fresh wolf meat would originally only be worth 0.5 points. With the floating gains from meat quality, it would be at most 0.75 points. Now, the priest generously gave a transaction price of 1 point per kilogram, which is equivalent to directly increasing the price by 100% on the original price. This was a price that was impossible to refuse. Although the refined steel wolf fangs, as well as the heart and hind leg meat, could be exchanged for double the points after dehydration, their weight only accounted for less than 20% of the total, and they also offset each other with the very low-value stomach and intestines, so Lin Feng and the others still made a big profit. It was no wonder that the guild's counterstaff said that this mission belonged to the Holy Spring Church and did not need to be handed over to the guild, because the church did not lack these points at all. However, the always cautious Lin Feng still asked the worries in his heart in a low voice, "Sir, about the additional reward mentioned on the wanted order, can we get an evolution fluid for the 3 level 9 wasteland wolf corpses?" Suan, who was checking the refined steel wolf fangs in the mouths of the wolf corpses, got up and turned around after confirming that there were 3 level 9 wasteland wolves. "No problem, we'll talk about this later at the church. Let's settle the mission first." With that, he arranged for the 2 monks under his command to move the wolf corpses to the platform scale for weighing and registration. The 8 mid-stage wasteland wolves weighed about 600 kilograms in total, and the 10 late-stage wasteland wolves weighed just over 100 kilograms each, for a total of 1,000 kilograms. The last 3 level 9 wasteland wolves, excluding the alpha wolf, weighed 200 kilograms each, while the wolf pack leader had the largest size and the strongest strength, only 1 step away from being a first-order wasteland beast, so its weight reached an astonishing 300 kilograms. Priest Suan was very satisfied with this level 9 wolf pack leader and couldn't wait to check the refined steel wolf fangs in its mouth. The 21 wasteland wolves totaled 2,300 kilograms, including the skin and bones, 3 tons, which translates to 2,300 shopping points. With so much money, even buying a small bus hotel would be more than enough. And the total income from the level 9 rockhorn horses that Lin Feng and his group hunted last time was only a fraction of this time. As expected, there is a reward for taking risks. Excluding Li, whose team's 4, 1 late-stage and 3 mid-stage wasteland wolves, it translates to exactly 400 kilograms and 400 points. Lin Feng's team still had 1,900 points left. Relying on this money, it should be no problem to form a wilderness hunting team around Chen Shanshan, who is about to be promoted to an evolver. Thinking of this, when everyone left the cold storage, they all had smiles on their faces and light steps. The many dangers and life and death crises they had experienced before were now being rewarded in the best way. Riding the empty tricycle back to the church. Everyone sat on rows of pews. A monk quickly brought Priest Su a church-exclusive anonymous identity card. Go to the guild and find the monk in the Holy Spring Village shop, and he will take you to the counter to redeem the points. Lin Feng carefully took the identity card. The ink on it emitted a strange colorful luster under the sunlight. Under the gaze of his teammates, he carefully put it in his pocket. Now it was the lifeblood of the two teams. After the mission was handed over, Priest Suan slowly got up and looked at everyone present. Then next, which of you will use the evolution fluid and become an evolver? Father Suan's gaze lingered on Lin Feng, Chen Shanshan, and Alien, while Lu Qian, who had come to help, was directly ignored. After all, she was just a level 6 mid-stage enhancer, and there was still a long way to go before becoming an evolver. Lin Feng helped Chen Shanshan, who was sitting on the chair, up. Suan looked at the girl with some surprise. Although she is already level 9, she is seriously injured and needs to rest and recover for a while before evolving. If you only need to use the evolution meat of a tier 1 mutated beast to extract pure energy liquid, and you can evolve by drinking it, then wouldn't it be possible to advance by eating it directly? Why bother synthesizing evolution serums? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the priest explained, becoming an evolver from an enhancer is a great leap in the level of life, and even more so a qualitative improvement. Humans who achieve evolution are new humans, and they are already separated from ordinary enhancers, and are called evolvers. However, naturally achieving evolution is extremely difficult. It requires experiencing several life and death crises, and escaping from desperate situations, to have a certain chance of breaking through. But this kind of passive evolution has a very low success rate and an extremely high mortality rate. It was eliminated in the ancient times long ago. The earliest evolutionary pioneers discovered that eating the flesh and blood of evolving beasts could also accelerate blood circulation in the body, like taking stimulants, and the physique and strength would increase sharply, thus breaking through the limits of enhancers and becoming an evolver. As he said that, Suan turned sideways and looked at the circular stained glass window of the church, but the consequences of doing so are extremely serious. Unlike eating enhancement meat during the enhancer stage, for a level 9 enhancer to consume the flesh and blood of a tier 1 evolving mutated beast is equivalent to injecting a large number of animal drug hormones into a toddler, forcibly promoting his rapid growth. Doing so will likely leave many sequelae, such as overdrawing life, unsustainable physical strength, physical incoordination, etc., and more severely, the brain's thinking will be affected, unable to maintain concentration, nerve and mental illnesses, etc. And the result of evolution is not only related to the concentration of energy contained in the flesh and blood of each evolving mutated beast, but also related to the individual physique and adaptability of the enhancer. In short, direct intake of evolution meat by enhancers has a great negative impact on themselves, and the risk is equally high. Fortunately, after so many years of research, humans have successfully explored and optimized a complete set of evolutionary modification surgeries, and simplified it into a serum injection mode. And the research and extraction technology of evolution serums is only mastered by the Li family, one of the 3 major families in Oasis, which is Farm Village and the Church. The Li family's extraction technology comes from the breeding of rockhorn horses, the extraction of Tier 1 rockhorn horses. And we, from the holy spring bestowed by the undying saint, can wash away the dirt and impurities in the flesh and blood of mutated beasts, leaving only the purest evolutionary factors. After injection, safe and stable evolution can be achieved. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of bells rang quietly in Holy Spring Village. Father Suan immediately lowered his head and, with great piety, traced the prayer ritual of the Holy Spring Church on his chest with his fingers, gently drawing a circle and a tic-tac-toe. At the same time, he whispered, "Praise the Holy Spring." Lin Feng and the others had never been in contact with the church, so they hurriedly learned from Chen Shanshan next to them and silently prayed with their heads lowered. As the 3 bell rings ended, after a brief prayer, Father Suan raised his head again and invited, "It's breakfast time. It just so happens that we need to rest for a while before injecting the evolution serum. This time, everyone has been a great help. You are guests of the church. Let's have a meal together." Lin Feng and the others looked at each other. The word breakfast seemed extremely unfamiliar to them. Although everyone had become wealthy, they had not been extravagant enough to eat breakfast every day at dawn. Generally, if they didn't have missions in the morning, they would basically sleep and rest. Usually, they would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme eat something before a battle, or wait until they were hungry to eat. It was difficult to develop regular eating habits after being away from home for many years, and they were all used to saving. As Father Suan left, everyone looked at Lin Feng, who shrugged his shoulders. "Let's go. It's free food. We might as well see what the food in Holy Spring Village is like." The group followed the monks behind the priest, left the church, came outside, and walked into a row of container-modified houses on the right. The word cafeteria was hung outside this row of houses. There were a total of 5 cars, 5 freight cars. Following Father Suan, they walked into the last section. Many children under the age of 10 were sitting in the freight car. The 5-meter-wide freight car had 2 rows of dining tables placed in it. Each row of dining tables was 1 meter wide, and there was a chair every half meter. A 15-meter freight car could accommodate 120 people at the same time. Calculated in this way, the kitchen of 5 freight cars could supply food for 600 people. From this, it can also be roughly calculated that the population of Holy Spring Village is actually not large. Most of them are still children who come to study and learn. The real clergy, plus the guards, may only be about 100 people. This is very different from the other 3 major villages and the 5th village composed of wastelanders. The dining table in the tail section of the car was not full, and there was still a third of the space empty, 30 or 40 seats. Lin Feng and the others followed Father Suan, walked inside, and found a place to sit down at the end where the children were sitting in rows. These children are very different from the elementary school students in everyone's impression. They behaved very quietly before eating. There was neither the chattering and noisy whispering, nor the fidgeting and scratching around. It is estimated that it is the church's pre-meal etiquette. Lin Feng thought. In short, a quiet dining environment will make you feel much happier, and it will also allow you to continue your previous thinking. Through Father Suan's introduction, Lin Feng quickly realized 2 hidden facts from the development background of the evolution serum. One is that the synthesis and use technology of evolution serums are actually mastered by the Oasis High Level. The second is that if you want to obtain evolution serums and become an evolver, you must obtain their approval. Whether it is through establishing relationships, or hunters relying on bounty rewards and points exchange for the opportunity to evolve, you have to succumb to the existing ruling order of the Oasis. In other words, you have to first prove your strength to the 3 major families in the church on the Oasis, and then truly obtain the opportunity to evolve by making friends or declaring allegiance. And once you refuse, the consequences can be imagined. Lin Feng heard the priest's implied meaning, but this did not affect his decision. In this barren and desolate wasteland world, a highly centralized rule is precisely needed to maintain a long-term and stable order. And violating the order, naturally, you have to pay the corresponding price. As a tricycle full of food stopped at the end of the freight car cafeteria, 2 female monks used spoons to scoop up a pot of white paste from the food bucket. The children in the freight car stood up one by one and lined up, passing the plates filled by the monks in an orderly manner from the inside to the outside. Because Lin Feng and the others were guests, and Father was also there, the female monk took the initiative to send 5 breakfasts. Lin Feng looked down and saw that it was a starch paste made from plant tubers, full of shredded meat. In addition, everyone was also given 10 orange-red seed buckthorn fruits. A bowl of more than half a caddy of meat porridge, plus fruit after the meal. Lin Feng remembered that he had never eaten so well in his previous life. After the breakfast was distributed, before moving the spoon, there was the daily prayer of gratitude. Everyone crossed their hands and placed them on their chests, praised the Holy Spring. After a simple ritual, they began to eat breakfast. Lin Feng couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and taste the warm meat porridge.
The taste is good, right? You will have the opportunity to come and eat phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme in the future. Father Su, who was sitting opposite Lin Feng, said with a smile. Lin Feng was stunned, and then replied, Your Excellency, we are willing to serve the church. I hope Your Excellency can come forward and help us resolve the trivial matters related to farm village outside. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Priest Suan smiled slightly, but shook his head and said, The church has its own specially trained protective forces. Qualified trainees will become battle priests and Templar knights. It does not need outsiders to serve. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and quickly realized the problem, and quickly changed his words, As members of the wasteland hunting team, we will only serve you, priest. Suan nodded with satisfaction. As a priest, I cannot leave Oasis Town too far. Sometimes when I encounter some things, I need people outside the church to handle them. Don't worry, this is like a bounty order, except that it is issued directly by me and does not go through the guild. As for rewards and bonuses, they will only be more than those received from the guild. At the same time, you can get cheap internal prices for goods in the church store. The number of tasks will not be too many, nor will they be too long. Compared with those that take 10 or 20 years, as long as you complete a few tasks in the next 2 or 3 years, you can regain your freedom afterwards. But accordingly, I cannot provide equipment support such as RVs and chariots. These require you to earn money and accumulate them yourself, which may be more difficult in the early stage. Therefore, there will be no tasks in the next 2 Holy Spring days. After becoming evolutionaries, you can take on more tasks and work hard to improve the team's strength. After introducing his requirements and treatment, Priest Suan scooped up the meat porridge in the bowl, took a few sips, and continued, Regarding what happened outside the village just now, how did you provoke the wolf hunting squad during the operation? Seeing the priest mentioning the key issue, Lin Feng, who was lost in thought, woke up and quickly explained the whole story. Our wolf hunting operation was overheard by a steward of an evolutionary. He brought people to intercept us, but I directly counter-killed him. Captain Chen shot and killed the guy at the gate of the farm village while chasing him. He seems to be from the Li family in the farm village, so we have a grudge, but that guy was sent to be a steward, so he shouldn't be an important figure. After the meal, everyone returned to the church. Priest Suan looked at Chen Shanshan's condition and decided to let her rest more. The evolution would begin after noon. After all, it was a gunshot wound. If it were on an ordinary person, they would have to rest for several months. Thanks to the 9-level enhanced person's physical fitness being 5 times that of ordinary people, the wound had already scabbed over, but she still needed to rest more. During this period, Lin Feng asked if he could take out the heart or hind leg meat of a 9-level wasteland wolf from the wolf corpse and give it to Chen Shanshan to speed up her recovery. This part of the consumption would be deducted from the points. Taking enhanced meat of the same level or higher can restore lost life points and speed up wound healing. It just so happens that this pile of wolf corpses also needs manpower to handle. If you lend a hand, the enhanced meat will be considered a reward. When you bring it back, it can also strengthen the team's strength. Lin Feng looked happy. He knew that what the priest cared about was only the mutated fine steel wolf teeth and the wasteland wolf's mouth, and he didn't actually need the other parts. He told Lu Qian to take care of Chen Shanshan, and Lin Feng then followed Priest Suan away. After the two left, the 3 women sat in the quiet and solemn church, chatting idly. Today's experience left Lian with lingering fears, and she still hadn't recovered. She didn't expect that Chen Shanshan, a girl who had always been kind-hearted, could do such a courageous thing. Because she followed behind Lin Feng when she came back, Lian did not learn about the follow-up of Chen Shanshan's pursuit of the attacker. She thought she was just shot once. What surprised Lian even more was that Lin Feng and his party could find a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. Serving Priest Suan is much more generous and fair than signing a labor contract with the other 3 major families. When the 3 women talked about this matter, Lian said, It is rare for people to complete evolution through the Holy Spring Church, unless they have made outstanding contributions to the church. Normal evolutionaries rely on the 3 major families and sign cooperation contracts with them. Regarding this matter, Chen Shanshan was not familiar with it. She only knew that her master had worked hard for many years to get rid of the control of the major families on the Oasis and become a free evolutionary.
At that time, she was only 10 years old. Because there were many trivial matters in the wasteland hunting team, she took the initiative to shoulder the task of logistics and odd jobs, and did not have time to go to church school. Although her master and others did not let her go phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Powerful wasteland hunters still maintain a trace of vigilance towards the Holy Spring Church in awe. Alian frowned slightly and continued, the so-called cooperation contract is actually a contract of sale, which requires them to serve the three major families for the next 10 or even 20 years and complete the tasks assigned by them. For example, the farm village needs to collect wild rock-horn horse breeding males and females to ensure the quality of breeding, while the Dawn village and motorcycle village need to go to the ruins of past cities to collect copper wire motors, including abandoned vehicles, etc. These are just daily routines. The most important thing is that every time they pass through underground ruins, they have to represent the three major families to explore and collect supplies. The shelters in the ruins have well-preserved modern civilization, and the resources are extremely rich, but they are also fraught with dangers. Even powerful evolutionaries have a very high casualty rate inside. Speaking of this, Alian sighed softly, the RVs, weapons and equipment equipped for each evolutionary are provided by this contract of sale. The more you ask for in advance, the longer the time you are restricted and imprisoned. Li, who has been preparing for so many years to get rid of the exploitation and control of Oasis Town as soon as possible after becoming an evolutionary. Wait until we save enough money, take everyone to leave Oasis Town, go to big cities, and see the world. Chen Shanshan was silent. Now all their efforts have become the wedding dress of the Lin Feng team after this wolf hunting operation. At this time, Lu Qian looked at Alian and replied, although Captain Li who has passed away, Li whose ambition has been passed on to Lin Feng. What he said before his death was not to let Lin Feng witness this world for himself. We are the survivors of this operation. This has been recorded. If we disperse, we will be more easily targeted and defeated one by the farm village's lackeys. Only by uniting together can we survive. Joining Priest Suan is only a temporary relief from the crisis, but the threat from farm village has not been truly eliminated. If everyone wants to survive, they must closely surround Lin Feng and fight back. Alian is a 9th level enhanced person with rich wasteland experience and strong strength. If she can bring the remaining members to join, it will be a great help to Lin Feng and his party who are short of manpower. Faced with Lu Qian's guidance and analysis, Alian nodded and sighed softly, I will consider it. On the other side of Holy Spring Village, in the refrigerated truck on the far right of the village, Lin Feng was holding a dagger and cutting up the wolf corpses all over the ground. Priest Suan and he were both wearing plastic raincoats. According to the priest's instructions, in addition to prying off all the fine steel wolf teeth from the wasteland wolf corpses, there were also lymph nodes and various glands around the blood vessels, including liver and kidneys, etc. Lin Feng could understand the former, after all, it was related to the unknown effect of the mutated wolf teeth, but the latter's tissues and organs were all accumulating toxins. I don't know what other uses Priest Suan has for collecting these. The two spent 4 hours, working from 6 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock, and finally cleaned up the 21 wasteland wolf corpses. The internal organs were dug out, the wolf skins were peeled off, and the remaining peeled finished products were piled up by the priest in the cold storage, where the temperature was 10 degrees below zero, which could be stored for a long time. From the mouths of the 3 9th level wasteland wolves, several 9th level mutated fine steel canine teeth were found. Especially in the mouth of the wolf pack leader, Lin Feng pried out 2 reddish fine steel canine teeth, each 15 centimeters long, mutated fine steel wolf tooth LV10, red quality, it has extremely strong biological activity, can be implanted into the body, optimize cell structure, greatly improve physical strength, has a strong mental influence, and is related to the mysterious wolf clan bloodline inheritance, which can easily phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead / phoneme to unknown. Consequences. Red quality is the next stage, benchmarking the 10th level evolutionary level, which has also appeared on tricycles. Now the 10th level mutated wolf teeth have given Lin Feng a different view of this weird and crazy world. The active ingredients inside may be the source of evolution. Priest Suan was in a happy mood after getting 2 10th level mutated wolf teeth. Lin Feng took the opportunity to ask him if he could take away some ordinary fine steel wolf teeth to strengthen his equipment.
Suan, who was examining the 10th level wolf teeth, readily agreed.
Taking away more than 20 fine steel wolf teeth and putting them in his pocket, Lin Feng touched the automatic pistol on his waist and knew that his combat power would be increased again. Also taken away was a 9th level wolf heart.
And 2 9th level wolf legs weighing hundreds of pounds. Noon, 12 o'clock, lunchtime.
Because Qin Shanshan needed a special meal prepared just for her, everyone could eat 2 meals after the 3 chimes. First, the regular daily meals, together with the students. It was still the dining hall in the 5th carriage, but this time Father Suan didn't come. After finding about 10 mutated wolf teeth from the 21 wasteland wolf corpses, he disappeared with the materials. Although there was no priest present, the dining hall remained quiet. Each child took their lunch in turn, and Lin Feng and the others, at the end of the line, also received their portions.
Lunch was much more substantial than breakfast.
There was a piece of steamed meat patty, about 200 grams of horse meat, and also mashed potatoes as the staple food. It tasted a bit sweet, like a hybrid of potatoes and sweet potatoes, similar to the mutated sea buckthorn, which was also a common edible plant in the wasteland. There was no sign of familiar rice or noodles. It was probably difficult to grow them. Although there was plenty of oasis water, it wasn't luxurious enough to allow for large-scale cultivation of rice or wheat. Potatoes only needed sunlight and water to grow quickly, maturing in less than 2 months, and the yield was extremely high. Currently, mashed potatoes paired with rockhorn horse jerky was the main diet in Oasis Town. As for green vegetables, they were a luxury in the wasteland. Although the farm villages grew them, they rarely sold them. Only the upper-class residents of the oasis could enjoy a balanced diet of meat and vegetables with a variety of choices at every meal. In addition to steamed meat and mashed potatoes, lunch also included 5 cherry tomatoes to supplement the body's lack of vitamins. Such a meal was something that countless wasteland residents dreamed of. And here, it was provided for free. Holy Spring Village recruited children for free. Lin Feng was able to encounter Father Suan at the Holy Spring gathering because he was rescuing children under the age of 15 from the slave market. However, very few children could awaken from underground shelters. Their resistance was too weak to withstand the sun and heat of the scorched lands. Therefore, most of the children in Holy Spring Village were second-generation wasteland residents who knew very little about humanity's past glorious civilization. They were also more easily influenced by the church, being raised from a young age to become loyal believers. Lin Feng ate the mashed potatoes while contemplating and observing the Holy Spring Church's model. The harsh environment of the wasteland was the natural soil for the church to take root. Perhaps every town had a similar Holy Spring Village, serving as a blood factory for the church, constantly supplying power to the higher-ups. This was much more terrifying than the large families in the oasis. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, a little girl carrying a plate sat down next to him. Unlike the other children who had uniform clothing and hairstyles, this girl had long hair, fair skin, and a beautiful appearance. There was also a small flower hairpin in her hair, making her look like a delicate porcelain doll. The key was the aura emanating from her body, sometimes weak, sometimes strong. Sometimes it could reach mid-stage enhancement, but other times there was no reaction at all, making her seem like an ordinary person. "Hello," Lin Feng said politely, feeling curious. The girl turned her head, very politely. "Hello, my name is Su Yaya, and I'm the class monitor of Class 5. Are you guests of Father?" Hearing the name Su Yaya, Lin Feng realized something and nodded with a smile. "Then, could you please help me find a small animal called a toad when you go out in the future?" Su Yaya continued. At this moment, 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, came to Lin Feng's seat. One of the sturdier boys quickly explained after putting down his plate, "What I said is true. My dad brought it back from a mission when I was little. It was a palm-sized, soft-skinned animal called a toad. When you caught it, it would croak. And it was very valuable. The farm village offered a sky-high price of hundreds of points, but my dad didn't sell it. He directly let people lick it once for 1 point. At the time, many wasteland hunters and civilians were scrambling to pay, just to get a taste. I called it Croaker. Unfortunately, my dad didn't let me try it. Later, I secretly licked Croaker, and guess what happened? Everyone's attention was drawn, and the little boy proudly continued, "That feeling was very magical. It felt like being held in my mother's arms, warm and comfortable. At the same time, I seemed to hear the call of God, as if I saw the Lord of the Holy Spring waving at me." Saying that, the little boy became somewhat dejected. It's a pity that Croaker died in less than a Holy Spring day. Later, my dad never caught one again. Hearing that this animal called a toad could allow people to see the Lord of the Holy Spring, the other children exclaimed in surprise at the boy's vivid description. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. The good impression he had of these little brats vanished. As expected, little brats were just little brats. They were at the age of 10, the most mischievous time, full of curiosity about the world, wanting to try everything. "Is your dad's surname Huan?" The boy nodded, then revealed a hint of horror. "No, do you know my dad?" Lin Feng rubbed his forehead speechlessly. So, this guy in front of him was Boss Huang's son. It seemed that old Huang was not only a playboy but also a hippie when he was young. His dark history was exposed by his own son. Chen Shanshan, who was slow to realize, understood after hearing Lin Feng's question and burst into laughter, saying to the little boy, "Huang Haiwan is your dad. Alright, let's drop this matter. Toads aren't anything good anyway. What's important for you now is to focus on completing your studies," Lin Feng said with a serious expression. "To prevent these little brats from going astray." The three children left with their plates, looking somewhat disappointed. Su Ye, sitting next to Lin Feng, pouted, looking a little unhappy. Seeing that the leader of this small group of four looked like a young lady, Lin Feng's guess was already 80 or 90% correct, so he comforted her. "Toads are especially ugly, not something that pretty girls play with. I'll bring you other small pets in the future." Only then did Su Ye reveal a smile. She moved closer to Lin Feng, turned her head, sniffed him, and said softly, "You smell so good." Lin Feng was stunned. It seemed that this exhaust combat suit only had the smell of sweat and blood, nothing else. Su Ye's words were a bit inexplicable. However, after saying that, she picked up her plate, buried her head, and ran back to her original seat, leaving the other three girls, all staring at Lin Feng. Two of them were level 9 enhancers, and one was level 6. In terms of hearing, they could hear even a needle dropping, and they were sitting so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The girl's soft murmur naturally couldn't escape their ears. Alien smiled and teased, "As expected, handsome guys are popular everywhere. Even if they're tanned, they can still make little girls fall for them. From 50-year-old aunties to 10-year-old girls, little brother Lin is a total killer." Lin Feng had black lines all over his face. He stuffed the cherry tomatoes into his pocket, got up, and said, "Let's go after we finish eating. I asked the kitchen to cook the wolf heart. It's a good opportunity for everyone to try it together." The group of four then went to the kitchen. This was a modified dining car, pulling a huge focusing mirror as a solar stove. At the focal point, it heated an iron pipe that carried water. This was used to transport the boiling water inside into the kitchen as a heat source for steaming and cooking food. At this time, the level 9 wolf heart had already been cooked, and there was also a pair of 100-pound wolf legs that had been scalded and dehydrated. In the end, there were still 30 kilograms left, enough for Ding Yi and Lu Qian and the team to level up twice, while also satisfying the team's reserve consumption during future outings. Taking the things back to the car outside the church. The football-sized wolf heart was cut into 4 pieces, Chen Shanshan's portion being the largest, accounting for 1/3, or 1 kilogram. Cut into strips with a knife, dipped in salt, and paired with cherry tomatoes, it was very chewy. While eating, Lin Feng took out the adamantine wolf teeth from his pocket, first using 10 of them to enhance and upgrade the LV7 automatic pistol. Current LV7 extended pistol optional enhancement directions, effective range, ammunition capacity, rate of fire, bullet speed has been selected for enhancement, integrating 10 adamantine wolf teeth to enhance the bullets. A moment later, as the wolf heart meat went down, Lin Feng began his final enhancement before becoming an revolver. At the same time, the upgrade of the revolver had also been completed. Analysis of all adamantine wolf teeth has been completed. Ordinary bullets have been permanently upgraded to wolf tooth bullets. Basic pistol damage plus 5 wolf tooth pistol LV8, white quality, imprinted fong tooth handgun LV8, white quality, imprinted basic attributes, damage 40, effective range 1000 meters, remaining Fong tooth bullets, 500, upgraded to host's level limit additional attributes, bullet regeneration 11s, spatial magazine 500 rounds, automatic mode rate of fire 20's new additional attribute, rapid pursuit at the same time, in order to improve the range and bullet muzzle velocity, the barrel became longer, exceeding 25 centimeters, with the overall length reaching 40 centimeters. The weight also expanded from the initial half a caddy to the current 6 caddies, only slightly lighter than an ordinary automatic rifle. However, for Lin Feng, who was about to become a level 9 enhanced human, his strength was already 7 or 8 times what it used to be, and holding 6 caddies in one hand was no problem. If it were when he had just awakened, the recoil from firing the gun would have directly dislocated his wrist, and he wouldn't have been able to control it at all. After finishing the upgrade, Lin Feng put away the Fong tooth handgun and followed the 3 women who had already finished eating into the quiet church to rest. Chen Shanshan, full and satisfied, went straight to sleep, while Alian sat in the front row, bowing her head in prayer. This was the closest place to the Lord of the Holy Spring for ordinary wasteland residents, and they usually had no qualifications to come here. Lin Feng and Lu Qian looked around. The 2 of them had been in the wasteland for the shortest time, one for only a little over a week, and the other for only a year. With modern concepts, they didn't really have any emotional connection to the so-called church. Lin Feng saw a public notice hanging on the wall, listing the important personnel of Holy Spring Village, as well as introductions. First on the list was Father Suan. Most experienced, strongest. At the Wasteland Hunters Guild, Lin Feng had seen many evolutionaries, including the gatekeeper Uncle Wu, and the shopkeepers of the 4 major village stores. Their aura intensities were different. Uncle Wu was the strongest and most fierce. Being stared at by him felt like having a sharp blade pointed at him, inevitably making one feel a little guilty. But on Father Suan, Lin Feng had never felt an extremely strong aura. Sometimes the amiable father seemed like an ordinary person, giving people a sense of kindness and reliability. But Lin Feng knew that Father Suan's strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary evolutionaries. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restrain his aura so well, and just one sentence would cut off the pursuit and harassment from Farm Village. At the same time, being able to stand next to the most powerful bishop in Oasis Town at the Holy Spring Day Gospel ceremony showed his status and position. Below Father Suan, there were also 2 assistant priests, who were responsible for the worship ceremony on each Holy Spring Day and the later management of Holy Spring Village. Further down were 10 combat priests, belonging to the village's defense force, all of whom were evolutionaries who had undergone the Lord's trial and become preachers with firm willpower. Finally, there were as many as 200 grassroots monks. According to the level of enhanced humans, they were divided into 3 levels, the early, middle, and late stages, corresponding to the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st level monks. When Suan bought the mutated wolf teeth, he had proposed that Lin Feng could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Holy Spring Village and serve as a grassroots monk. There was usually no danger, food and lodging were guaranteed, and the status was much higher than the permanent residents of the other 3 villages and the 5th village, making it the best low-level position in Oasis Town. Through the introduction at the bottom of the notice, Lin Feng also learned more information about the Holy Spring Church. As a first-level monk who was a later-stage enhanced human, after being promoted to a first-order evolutionary, they could not directly obtain a promotion in authority, but had to go to the Holy Spring Church in the big city and undergo the examination and evaluation of the Archbishop, first becoming a missionary, and then determining the future direction of development. There were assistant priests and fathers who specialized in preaching, as well as combat priests responsible for fighting and protecting the church, and the Holy Temple Knights mentioned by Suan. Looking at it this way, the organizational structure and personnel selection of the Holy Spring Church were already very mature. Spreading all over the wasteland, developing from its initial birth to its current state, the time it had experienced was definitely not short. But it also indirectly confirmed that this unknown change had been happening for many years. Lu Qian, who was next to him, also realized this. After digesting the surprise in her eyes, she turned to a deep sense of confusion. There was a sense of being in a dream, like a world away. Let's go take a look at other places," Lin Feng said softly, leaving the wall. The other walls recorded the descent of the Lord of the Holy Spring, as well as the major events that followed.
For example, the meeting between the Lord and the first follower and convert, the undying saint, was in an ancient place called Yuzhou, and the descent of the miracle was in the Zumadian temple in Yuzhou.
On that day, after the undying saint opened the manhole cover, the holy spring gushed out like a pillar, irrigating and saving thousands of humans who were about to die of thirst. Lin Feng felt that these myths and legends might be true, but there were definitely fabricated and exaggerated elements, taking a common experience of finding water and specially mythologizing it. After browsing the major events of the Holy Spring Church, Lin Feng and Lu Qian returned to their seats, their minds filled with thoughts. Soon, the corner of Lin Feng's eye jumped out a reminder: Lin Feng, LV99 Health 49, Constitution 49, Spirit 48, LV9 Attribute Limit 50 Item Upgrade Limit increased to LV9 1 point of health can be consumed to upgrade the LV8 Fallen Tooth Handgun upgrading to a Level 9 Enhanced Human. Lin Feng felt relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief. Strengthening all the way, his strength has been improved to the current level.
He is finally no longer the lowest level wasteland resident who is not guaranteed of survival.
At least he can find a place to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Oasis Town.
The next goal is to be promoted to a first order evolutionary. To be truly able to gain a firm foothold in this wasteland. Rest for more than 3 hours in the afternoon.
After a bell rang outside, the children's laughter and frolic came from outside the church. Lin Feng estimated that it was time for school to end. Before long, a monk came to the church to inform everyone to go and start the evolution. Chen Shanshan, who had just woken up, stretched lazily. The gun wound on her right arm had healed for the most part. Thanks to the help of the level 9 wasteland wolf heart, her health recovered quickly after digestion. The four of them followed the monk to the left side behind Holy Spring Village, which was adjacent to the right side of the Oasis battleship, and never saw a trace of sunlight all year round, and the light was dim. Stepping onto a medical RV converted from a 15-meter-long heavy truck, Lin Feng and the three stood on the outer corridor, looking through the glass window at Chen Shanshan inside, who was undergoing various physical examinations. The main assessment was whether her physical fitness and mental state were good, and there was also a small amount of skin test to check whether the body was allergic to pure evolutionary fluid, and whether the rejection reaction was serious. This was to match the concentration and increase or decrease the dosage of the injection. These tasks were done by an assistant priest and related monks, and the process seemed quite professional. Very different from Lin Feng's expected act of pretending to be a ghost, the Holy Spring Church was not an ignorant and pedantic organization. Putting on the cloak of mythology was probably to facilitate evangelism. The bottom wasteland residents need a spiritual sustenance, rather than profound and complex but useless theoretical knowledge. As the preliminary tests were completed, Chen Shanshan lay on an operating table, with her limbs and hands and feet tightly bound with thick straps to prevent accidents. Seeing this scene, the three people outside could not help but become nervous. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that his right hand, which was hanging on one side, was grabbed by a cold little hand. He turned his head sharply to look. A long-haired girl with a small mushroom head appeared beside him strangely. And this suddenly appearing person was Su Yeye, whom he had met once during lunch. At this moment, Su Yeye, who was 1 meter 4 tall, tiptoed and looked curiously and nervously towards the window.
Pulling Lin Feng's hand, pulling it down.
Lin Feng was still surprised and suspicious in his heart. Why didn't he notice Su Yeye's sudden appearance? At this time, a familiar voice sounded from behind. During the evolution process, if there is a stress response, the surgeon will explode with strength far exceeding that of the initial evolutionary. These cloth straps can withstand 6 tons of pulling force. I saw Father Suan, who had disappeared for an afternoon, slowly walking from behind the crowd. Father Suan walked over slowly. At this moment, his eyes were dark, and his expression was tired, as if he hadn't slept for days. After disappearing in the morning, he had been studying those 2 level 10 mutated wolf fangs, and his energy was somewhat overdrawn. After speaking, he stopped in front of everyone. Su Yeye, who was next to Lin Feng, shrank back when she saw this. Father Suan raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head, and said softly, "Go find your friends and play, this is not a place for children to come." Su Yeye nodded and trotted away. Lin Feng watched her receding figure. "Sir, is this your daughter?" Suan nodded. Yeye was born 10 years ago, and her health was not very good. Fortunately, the holy spring helped her to survive healthily. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the church's regulations and rules were quite loose, and they could marry and have children normally. But thinking about it, the population of the wasteland is already scarce, and 70% of the wasteland residents don't have enough to eat. If they don't encourage the reproduction of evolutionaries, they may face a situation where there is no one to take over. After a brief mention, Suan looked towards the glass window, at the injection and transformation that was taking place. Chen Shanshan was a little nervous, recalling what she had heard from her master and the others when she was a child, discussing the evolutionary process, and some people's adverse reactions were unusually strong. The minimum should not be lower than 15 years old, and the maximum should not be higher than 40 years old, otherwise the risk will increase. This is also the reason why Master did not start Chen Shanshan's evolution in advance. Before leaving, helping her to be promoted to a late-stage enhanced person was a bit like forcing growth. As for Li Hu, who was old, it was the other side of this problem. He wanted to take one last gamble before he turned 40. Now Chen Shanshan is 18 years old, and she can barely start evolution. The assistant priest carefully took out a translucent potion from the low-temperature freezer, and then used 5 syringes to draw out 5 small tubes of evolutionary fluid evenly. Then, the 5 people present injected Chen Shanshan on the operating table. The injection points were on the left and right arms, the ankles of both legs, and the neck of the spine. The injections were performed in 5 places simultaneously. When the evolutionary fluid in the syringe was slowly injected into Chen Shanshan's body, it could be seen that her limbs instantly tightened, and the veins in her skin bulged under the movement of the muscles, and even wriggled as her hands and feet twitched. Father Suan outside the window began to explain the principle to everyone. Under the stimulation of the evolutionary fluid, the cells in the body will undergo qualitative evolution. The original cell structure is reshaped to build new, stronger first-order cells, permanently fixing the original 1 ton of power of a level 9 enhanced person. The 1 ton of power that could only be erupted under the stimulation of adrenaline will now become the norm for this new body. This qualitative change process also accelerates circulation with the blood, spreading from the limbs to the trunk. The evolutionary fluid injected into the cervical spine also began to strengthen and transform the nervous system and the spinal cord, increasing Chen Shanshan's reaction speed several times. This is also the most obvious characteristic that distinguishes evolutionaries from level 9 enhanced people, besides superpowers. Nerve reaction speed allows an evolutionary to deal with the attacks of several level 9 enhanced people at the same time. In addition to the improvement of physical fitness, evolutionaries can burst out with a movement speed of 30 meters per second, which is equivalent to a car traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, similar to a cheetah. This is 3 times that of a well-trained professional athlete, and more than twice that of a late-stage enhanced person. So the latter's attack is as ridiculous as slow motion in the eyes of an evolutionary. But at this moment, the strengthening of the nervous system also made Chen Shanshan feel intense pain, like the subtle tearing of 10,000 insects gnawing at her body, happening all over her body. Burning and numbness rose and fell. The whole person bounced up like a carp, and if the limbs were not tightly bound by restraints, they could arch their backs and stand upright like a mantis shrimp. Fortunately, this kind of pain only lasted for about 10 minutes, and then quickly eased down. Because the dosage ratio makes the transformation and optimization just right, not too little to cause evolution failure, nor too much, which makes excessive optimization increase the burden on the body, turning the transformation into destruction and leaving sequelae. As the most intense initial stage ended, the subsequent adaptive improvement was carried out imperceptibly. The assistant priest and the 4 monks on the side did not relax, holding tranquilizers in their hands to prevent accidents. Although a first-order evolutionary only has 1 ton of power at the beginning, they can burst out with several tons of ultimate power under stress, falling into a frenzy of losing their minds. Like a humanoid beast, it is very dangerous. At this time, Chen Shanshan, who was in a coma, breathed evenly and appeared unusually calm. Lin Feng and the other 3 people outside the window, who were nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts gradually calmed down. But Father Suan behind him said with a solemn expression, if the early physical changes are not too drastic, the awakened superpower will have nothing to do with physical fitness, and it is likely to be mental. Has Miss Chen awakened a superpower in advance during the late-stage enhanced person stage? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly.
Not many people know about this.
Besides himself and Ding Yi, Shi Shan, and Li Hu are no longer alive. Now that it is related to whether he can evolve smoothly, and there are not many outsiders nearby, Lin Feng slowly spoke after thinking for a few seconds. Yes. After entering the 7th level, she awakened the ability of perception, which can sense and detect the dangers that exist nearby.
Father Suan nodded. That's right. It seems that Miss Chen is very lucky. The probability of awakening a mental superpower is actually less than 5%.
Basically, everyone is a dragon among people, a genius among evolutionaries. This will be of great help to you in forming a wasteland hunting team and going out to perform tasks in the future. As soon as the priest's voice fell, everyone was still immersed in his initial introduction to superpowers. Just saw the scene inside the window suddenly darken. The light in the entire space disappeared in an instant. From the outside, the clinic was as dark as if the lights had been turned off. In the eternally daylit wasteland, which was exposed to the scorching sun, a dark scene like night actually appeared. The people outside the window were immediately shocked, and Lin Feng was startled by this sudden change. Even Father Suan, who had always been steady, showed a very solemn expression. He quickly comforted everyone. Don't worry, this is the first time Miss Chen has awakened a complete superpower, and she can't control it freely yet. Then he solemnly reminded everyone present, and the assistant priest and monks in the clinic, however, judging from the mental energy fluctuations inside, it is not an offensive ability. It should just be a re-enhancement of the perception ability. There is no danger, don't panic. In the clinic, which was plunged into darkness, the assistant priest quickly calmed down and told everyone to stay where they were, so as not to cause accidental damage and panic. And soon, the dark environment lasted less than 10 seconds from its appearance to its end, and then gradually dissipated. The light outside the window shone in again, lighting up the dim clinic. The dissipating darkness was like a shrinking mist, gradually retreating into Chen Shanshan's body on the operating table. It's over. After resting for 2 or 3 hours, after her mental state recovers, Miss Chen will be able to wake up and welcome her evolutionary career. Suan slowly spoke and left his sentence. Lin Feng, come here for a moment. Lin Feng nodded. After confirming that Chen Shanshan had completed the evolution transformation, he followed the priest's back. Leaving the clinic, the two walked in the slowly moving convoy in the village, and saw a group of children playing and frolicking. In a car in the distance equipped with park amusement facilities, the children were playing on slides and seesaws. Su Yaya was sitting alone on top of the climbing frame, listening to the boys below chatting aimlessly. Suan smiled when he saw the scene. Yaya seems to like you very much. She rarely interacts with other people. You can come phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme in the future. Lin Feng nodded. The superpower that Miss Chen awakened should be a blinding effect that complements her perception ability. It will be very effective in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat. After mentioning it, Father Suan talked about the main business. In the next few days, you need to form a wasteland hunting team as soon as possible and have multiple evolutionaries. 50 kilometers to the left of Oasis Town, there is a group of migrating large beast groups, with many first-order wasteland beasts. As long as the corpses of first-order beasts are accounted for, I can immediately apply for you to undergo transformation and evolution. As he said, Father Suan walked into his office. A small bus converted into a one-bedroom apartment. Lin Feng followed behind and entered it. Suan spread out a roll of world map that was 2 meters long and marked the current location of everyone on it. After the next Holy Spring Day, Oasis Town will pass by an underground relic. I need you to go inside and take out a special item. The specific task will be discussed when you are qualified to go. Now, if you have any questions you want to ask, I can be responsible for answering some of what I know. Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. He couldn't help but blurt out, I want to know, what exactly happened to this world? I want to know, what exactly happened to this world? What exactly happened before we awakened? Due to prolonged hibernation, the survivors who awakened in the wasteland lost most of their memories and only had vague fragments of what happened in the past. Lin Feng was the same. He only remembered that he was just an ordinary office worker who had just graduated. Then something seemed to happen to the Earth, and he couldn't remember what happened after that. The bottom-level wasteland residents were just like him, knowing nothing. Even Chen Shanshan only learned vague fragments from her master. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, Lin Feng naturally had to ask clearly why the good Earth would be reduced to the current doomsday wasteland. Priest Suan was the person with the highest power and status he could contact. Even in Oasis Town, he was one of the top people. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Priest Suan smiled knowingly as if he had expected it, and slowly explained, "This question has troubled me for a long time, and it also troubles every survivor in the wasteland. Many years ago, when I first converted to the Holy Spring Church, I might have answered you with the mainstream explanation on the wasteland. The answer that most evolutionaries gradually pieced together after recalling the past. A long time ago, in the year 2000 AD, mankind encountered a world-destroying crisis. The specific content of the crisis is no longer recorded in detail, but as the crisis approached, mankind gained the ability to start evolution. For a time, evolutionaries with various abilities and strange skills appeared on the magnificent historical stage. In the end, they discussed a way to deal with the crisis, using the Earth as a carrier to drive the entire planet away from the soon-to-be-destroyed solar system. According to the established procedure, go to Proxima Centauri, the smallest star in a triple star system, which is closest to the solar system. The other two are about the same size as the Sun. The three of them are collectively called Alpha Centauri. It is about 4.22 light-years away from the solar system, which is about 40 trillion kilometers. The plan is to build 10,000 planetary engines to propel the Earth forward, and 10,000 underground shelters to protect mankind. It will take 500 years to accelerate the Earth to 5 of the speed of light, which is 1,500 kilometers per second, and then glide for 1,300 years, then turn the direction of the engine, and then decelerate for 700 years, and finally dock into Proxima Centauri's orbit. The Wandering Earth project will last a total of 2,500 years. Originally, the plan was proceeding as usual, and all the survivors entered underground shelters and lay down in hibernation pods, set to automatically wake up after 2,500 years. But after that, the first humans to walk out of the shelter were roasted alive by the scorching sun. Looking up, there are 3 suns hanging in the sky. This is an eternal day world without night. Until later, everyone discovered that the positions of the 3 suns almost equally divided the Earth, each shining on 1/3 of the area. The 3 stars rotate from east to west at a speed of less than 18.5 kilometers per day, never stopping. The circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers, and it takes 6 years for the 3 suns to travel around the Earth, so it is also called the wasteland year. It is 6 times that of the old solar system. Since then, the survivors in the shelter began to migrate and survive in the middle zone of the 3 stars, using the materials stored in the shelter and the ruins of the city to painstakingly restore civilization. As more and more survivors awakened, people discovered that this was definitely not the destination, Alpha Centauri. The triple star system is not a triple star mutually orbiting. Something unknown must have happened during the period of human hibernation, changing the fate of all mankind. And since the awakening of mankind, there have been 1,000 wasteland years recorded. That is 6,000 years of the old days. Speaking of this, Priest Suan sighed, took out the book behind him, a Holy Spring scripture. After I converted to the Holy Spring Church, I looked through the internal classics of the Holy Church and discovered that everything was far from that simple. In the 300th year of the wasteland, a high priest who attempted to find the truth of the wasteland went to the equator alone to investigate the planetary engine built that year. When he finally returned, he told everyone that he had gained nothing. The truth behind this is buried in the ruins of the past, and the way to solve the problem of the 3 suns in the sky is also in it. After listening to Priest Suan's explanation, Lin Feng was deeply shocked and gradually recalled the events of that year. The whole people set off an evolutionary wave. Compared with countless geniuses, Lin Feng was just an inferior 4th-level enhancer, which was okay among the bottom-level civilians. Then a world-destroying crisis came, and they had to escape the solar system, so the Wandering Earth project was put on the agenda. Although he was weak, he also became a small foreman in the construction team in the troubled times, so he entered the shelter early. Lying in the hibernation pod, waiting for the wandering earth to take him into the brave new world. It was only after waking up that he found himself in the wasteland and was framed and nearly died. He struggled desperately all the way and finally stabilized. So the savior who shot down the sun, which is circulating among the wasteland residents, really exists. Lin Feng remembered the joke Ding Yi made with him when he first arrived. Of course it exists. This is the last future prophecy left by the great prophet who led mankind to the surface and explored the new world. And the Holy Spring Lord we believe in is the savior of the wasteland world, who will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme all mankind under the leadership of the immortal saint, solve the problem of the three suns in the sky, and finally go to the real new world. Suan's expression was slightly excited. Lin Feng probably understood that all the churches in the wasteland probably thought they were the savior. So he stopped talking about this unsolvable topic and turned to ask another urgent question concerning himself. Sir, is it true that only the church or the big families on the oasis can start evolution? If you encounter an emergency in the wild and need to break the situation by completing evolution, what should you do? Lin Feng was willing to give up the evolution opportunity not only because Qin Shanshan had made enemies because of his orders, but also because of his caution about unknown things. Because of the unknown effects of the mutated wolf tooth, he was worried that the provided evolution fluid would also have corresponding side effects. For example, they would keep a backhand to coerce the evolutionaries to continue to serve the oasis. Which force that can establish a long-term rule on the wasteland is a good thing. There is a portable extraction method that can extract primary evolution fluid through squeezing and filtering. You can try it in case of emergency. As for upgrading evolution after becoming an evolutionary, it's the same as in the enhancer period. Just eat evolution meat directly. The physique of the evolutionary can withstand it. After answering, Suan added in detail, one-time filtration equipment is available in the Holy Spring Village store, which can reduce the impact of 90% of the impurities in the evolution meat and can barely be taken directly. But I suggest you bring the wasteland beast back. The village clinic preserves pure evolution fluid with a purification degree of 99%. Like Miss Chen's evolution today, the risk of accidents is extremely high if it is carried out blindly outside. I am very optimistic about you. Within my authority, exchanging a first-order wasteland beast for an evolution surgery is already the limit. The deacon in charge of logistics will at most turn a blind eye. With your current strength, cooperating with Miss Chen, hunting herbivorous first-order wasteland beasts is not a problem. Speaking, Suan rubbed his eyebrows. The afternoon's research was very energy-consuming. If there is nothing else important, let's leave it at that. Lin Feng nodded, reached into his pocket when he got up to leave, and took out the handover badge, a gold and silver coin. Sir, then this it's not cheap. Keep it well. It can be regarded as a symbol of half a church identity. Also, don't call me sir all the time in the future. Just call me Uncle N. There are not so many rules in the village. Come and play with the children. More phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme when you have time. Lin Feng put the church badge in his pocket. Thank you, Uncle N. He said goodbye to the priest and ran back to the clinic quickly. He happened to meet Qin Shanshan, who had untied the restraints and was slowly waking up, muttering that she was hungry, so Lu Qian helped her up and back to the tricycle. In the carriage, Qin Shanshan ate a kilogram of wolf leg jerky in one breath and fell asleep again. So everyone rested in the church. An hour later, Qin Shanshan, who had recovered, exuded an extremely strong aura. It was completely different from when she was a level 9 enhancer before. Lin Feng didn't care too much about these things and asked, "Have you recalled anything from the past?" The editor temporarily arranged to put it on the shelves, so miserable. Upon completing the first order evolution, the evolver's memories would gradually be restored, recalling the details of past experiences. Qin Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then fell into memories. After a while, she opened her mouth with a slightly confused expression. I remember now. The day we entered the underground shelter, because the quota for each batch was limited, my parents were worried that we wouldn't get a spot later, so they pushed me to the front and squeezed me in first. Leaving themselves behind, to wait for the next batch. I can't quite remember their faces, but the image of them lifting me up and sending me in before the shelter door closed is extremely vivid. Lin Feng nodded. From Chen Shanshan's memories, it could also be confirmed from the side that the Wandering Earth project did happen back then, but something must have gone wrong later. Seeing that Chen Shanshan was still lost in memories, Lin Feng patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Uncle and Auntie must be fine. When we pass by the shelter where you woke up, we'll go down together and look for clues. Chen Shanshan nodded and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the hideous scars on the lower half of her face, which were covered by linen, had faded a lot, leaving only a faint white mark. Chen Shanshan's height had also increased by 2 or 3 centimeters. Finally, she was almost 1.6 meters tall. The benefits of evolution are reflected in many aspects. The girl, who was being stared at by Lin Feng, was a little embarrassed. She looked down at her watch and realized it was already 5:00 p.m., so she quickly said, "It's so late, will something happen to Ding Yi and the others?" Lin Feng smiled, got up, and prepared to leave. "Everything is settled, so let's go. Don't worry too much. Even if the farm village is eager for revenge, they can't openly attack in the village. That would be a slap in the face to Fifth Village and the Hunter Association. A small dispatched steward doesn't have that qualification. Attacking others within the village is a strict rule of Oasis Town. Otherwise, the electric vehicle team that came earlier wouldn't have waited until everyone left Fifth Village before taking action." Chen Shanshan nodded and then followed Lin Feng. They got on the tricycle and prepared to leave. Before setting off, Lin Feng shouted to Alien beside him, "Rest tonight and discuss your respective plans. In short, our team welcomes you at any time. With Priest Suan's personal promise, the formed hunter team will soon give birth to more revolvers. The opportunity is rare, so seize it. See you at the guild tomorrow morning." After speaking, he rode the armored tricycle towards the back, leaving Holy Spring Village. The electric vehicle team outside the village entrance had indeed left. As the strongest force in Oasis Town, Holy Spring Church's influence radiated to the 5 villages below. Priest Suan was the most powerful and influential person among the lower commoners. A word from him was more effective than an revolver. Traveling back to the last 5th village against the traffic, Lin Feng and his group returned to the camp safely after experiencing twists and turns. Seeing Chen Shanshan return safely, Ding Yi excitedly stepped forward and hugged her. "I was so worried about you." Lin Feng handed the remaining dehydrated and dried wolf leg meat to Ding Yi and Lu Qian. He helped them continue to upgrade and strengthen themselves. Chen Shanshan revealed a smile, took out 1 kilogram of dried wolf leg meat from the compartment, and handed it over. "Thank you for your care before. We will have to stay for a few more days." Lao Huang looked at the heavy wolf meat block in his hand. The energy emitted from the meat was very tempting. Although he had been a level 9 enhancer for many years, he had rarely eaten level 9 enhanced meat since he retired. Over time, his physical condition had deteriorated severely, making it difficult to exert his full strength. This piece of level 9 enhanced meat could at least restore some of his strength and allow Lao Huang to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for a few more years. Late-stage enhancers originally had a lifespan of 200 years, but in the harsh wasteland environment, few could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme past 100 years. In addition, due to the sequelae left by their struggles in their youth, they generally died in their 60s or 70s. The permanent residents of the village could only manage to free their legs and make a living. Lao Huang took a deep sniff of the aroma of the wolf meat, and then carefully put away this precious enhanced meat, not tasting it directly, but intending to leave it for his son. Inside the compartment, Lin Feng, who was lying on the bed playing with the spoils of war, a hunting rifle, joked, "I thought Lao Huang would call you master." Ding Yi, who was using a dagger to cut the dried wolf leg meat beside him, pushed up her glasses and added the next sentence, "Alas, there is already a sad thick barrier between us." Chen Shanshan had only graduated from elementary school and didn't understand the two people's teasing, but she instinctively felt that it wasn't anything good, so she rolled her eyes. "Okay, from now on, please call me Lord Chen." Lin Feng and the two looked at each other and smiled. "Greetings, Lord Chen." Chen Shanshan gradually came to her senses at this time, understanding the deep meaning in Lin Feng and Ding Yi's words, and realizing that she might not have the opportunity to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this bus again in the future. So, she said with some loss, Lao Huang helped me a lot before. He even took me in for free for more than a month when I was at my lowest. He is one of the few friends I have in the village. Ding Yi stood up and held the girl's hand. In life's journey, you will always see different scenery and meet different people. You must learn to move forward and look ahead. Lin Feng also comforted and enlightened her. Lao Huan lived a carefree life, and in the end, he successfully made it ashore. Just take care of his son more in the future. Chen Shanshan nodded and pointed the small electric fan at the head of the bed at herself. The annoying buzzing sound didn't seem so annoying anymore. In order to change the subject, Lin Feng then talked about Chen Shanshan's newly awakened ability. Holy Spring Village originally wanted to ask, but they held back because Alien was present. Priest Suan said that your new ability has a special blinding effect, which can shield the surrounding line of sight. Hearing about the ability, Chen Shanshan was stunned for a moment and excitedly sat up. I heard from Lu Qian that the first use of the ability during the evolution process has the best effect, but it seems that was the state when I was completely activated. It can absorb external light and directly turn a circular space with a diameter of 30 meters into darkness. But this kind of extreme release consumes a lot of mental energy and can only last for less than 10 seconds. If used normally, it is to visually strip any area within 30 meters. Do you want to try it? Ding Yi was a little scared. She had never seen an evolver use superpowers. Lin Feng poked his head out from the lower bunk. I'll try it. Chen Shanshan then looked down at Lin Feng. Her eyes narrowed and her pupils shrank sharply. The next moment, Lin Feng's vision was like a power outage, and the line of sight in front of him instantly fell into dimness. Even if he reached out and rubbed his eyes, it was useless. This kind of light stripping is not superficial, but directly shields the pupil's perception of light. Even if Lin Feng retracted his head and looked out the window, it was still extremely dim. Without light shining on the lens, naturally, there would be no image. The blinding effect lasted for almost a minute until Chen Shanshan snapped her fingers and took the initiative to cancel it. The girl then said excitedly, "How is it? Can't you see anything?" Lin Feng nodded, recalling Suan's evaluation. Yes, it can directly shield the vision. This auxiliary ability is very useful and has extremely high growth and development potential. It is very suitable for you to use a gun in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat, unexpectedly interfering with the enemy at the moment of engagement. In the future, you need to train to simultaneously blind multiple targets, as well as extend the duration and range of the ability. Chen Shanshan nodded, thinking of another thing. Did Priest Suan have anything else to say later? Didn't he call you to the office alone? Lin Feng hummed, his expression gradually becoming serious. After the next Holy Spring Day, Oasis Town will pass by a ruin. At that time, the priest has a task that needs us to do. As for now, we have to form our hunter team first, and then go hunting first-order wasteland beasts, accumulate equipment, and make the evolvers in the team more numerous as soon as possible. As he said that, Lin Feng looked at the hunting rifle in his hand. 2 hunting rifles were being upgraded, one for Chen Shanshan to strengthen her firepower, and one for Ding Yi to defend herself. As for his own branded equipment, the LV-8 Wolf Fang pistol, Lin Feng planned to wait until he went to the Hunter Association tomorrow to use Chen Shanshan's evolver status to unlock permissions, purchase gun accessories, and then upgrade and strengthen it. To make up for the shortcomings of aiming accuracy. After eating some wolf meat, Lin Feng stretched and lay comfortably on the bed. Everyone was exhausted in this wolf hunting operation. Get a good night's sleep and set off early tomorrow morning. Establish a hunter team and buy a chariot of our own. There will probably be 2 more chapters this afternoon. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Lin Feng yawned and slowly woke up, the corner of his eye catching the upgrade completion notification. Before falling asleep, he ate wolf meat, consuming a total of 6 life points, and upgraded 2 level 4 hunting rifles to level 7, scattershot hunting rifle LV7, white quality basic attributes, damage 40, effective range 70 meters, remaining ammo 10, durability 1010, can consume 1 life point to continue upgrading additional attribute. Bullet switching can switch to shotgun mode, shotgun damage is low, penetration is low, spread is wide, suitable for group attacks evaluation. A poor quality old-fashioned shotgun, as a hunting rifle it has been upgraded to its limit. High damage, short range, only suitable for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat. Originally, at LV4, the damage was 25 points, but the range was only 40 meters. Now, after upgrading 3 levels, the damage has increased to 40 points, and the range has also increased by 10 meters per level. However, due to its outdated structure, even loading requires manually ejecting the shell, loading, and then aiming to fire. It's a single-shot loading mode, without even a drum or magazine. Each time after firing, it takes at least 4 or 5 seconds to complete reloading and re-aiming. Apart from its great power, everything else is a disadvantage. But the power is indeed great, capable of directly shattering enhanced creatures of the same level with one shot, even higher damage than the armor-piercing hornbow. It's just that the range is too short. If one shot misses, by the time the second shot is ready, the enemy has phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme rushed in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme or run out of range. In actual combat, there is rarely a chance to fire a second shot. This point was fully proven by Chi Shan and others with their lives. The opportunity only comes once. However, when Lin Feng handed the upgraded hunting rifles to Chen Shanshan and the 2 women, they happily accepted them, exploring how to aim and reload. Lin Feng introduced the power of the level 7 hunting rifle and instructed them not to load bullets normally and to keep the safety on at all times to prevent accidental firing. Upgraded to level 7, with 40 points of damage, plus a thumb-thick slug, one shot can directly break an arm or thigh. The power is not a joke. And for Wastelanders, although firearms lack ammunition replenishment, as long as the power is great enough, even a single shot is equivalent to a chance to save their lives. For example, in this wolf hunting operation, if they had a hunting rifle, even Ding Yi, who had no combat experience, could stay in the tricycle and kill a late-stage wasteland wolf alone. It's just a pity that the structure of the hunting rifle is too outdated, and no extra attributes can be upgraded. Don't underestimate the low power of the Type 05 revolver. It is, after all, a modern product of the 21st century. It's just that the bullet's lethality has been intentionally reduced, but other large-caliber versions have considerable power. Hunting rifles seem to have been invented in ancient times, and had evolved to maturity by the 17th century. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme used by pirates. The structure is just an ordinary iron pipe plus a firing device. Even if Lin Feng wants to equip this type of sidearm, he would have to buy a modern-designed automatic shotgun, with ample upgrade potential, so as not to waste the life points consumed by upgrading. And now, it's time to go to the Hunters Guild to start upgrading the team's equipment. Transform the results of this wolf hunting operation into a substantial increase in combat power. Lin Feng took out the team card in his pocket, as well as the anonymous identity card of Holy Spring Village, revealing a slight smile. After washing up, the group of 5 rode the armored tricycle and 2 bicycles to the Hunters Guild. The guild was unusually quiet early in the morning, with few people around. Lin Feng and the others entered lightly. The security guard at the door, Uncle Wu, saw Chen Shanshan and showed a gratified smile, taking the initiative to say, "Finally grown up, you have the shadow of your master back then, already able to stand on your own." Chen Shanshan nodded, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Uncle Wu." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group arrived in the hall. Lin Feng immediately saw Lian and the others sitting in the corner. A total of 5 people came, including the level 9 enhancer who was absent before, because he was too badly injured to participate in the wolf hunting operation, but as an important leader of Li Hu's team, he should also come. Lin Feng walked straight over and asked for their opinions. The 3 team members who survived the wolf hunting operation chose to quit and leave. Lin Feng nodded, without wasting words, and immediately asked Lu Qian to take the 2 cards to exchange them for points chips. Li Hu's team killed a total of 4 wasteland wolves, for a total of 400 points, exactly 100 points per person. Lin Feng then looked at the last 2 people. If Lian also chooses to leave, 2 people with 160 points each, wouldn't matter much. It's just that the team would lose a major asset. After all, Lian has rich combat experience, far stronger than Lu Mingfei. At this moment, the woman in front of him said, "I can join, but I have a condition." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't like negotiating. Lian turned sideways, revealing the other leaders sitting behind her, and then said, "I want Ming to join with me, but she was ambushed by the wolves last time and injured her thigh. She needs to rest for at least one Holy Spring day. Cough cough. A Lien, no need at this time. A Ming, who was sitting, spoke, her tone weak, but her voice delicate. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then took a closer look. This person was wearing a hooded cloak with slanted bangs, half of her face was covered, and her cheeks were pale, obviously not fully recovered. When the two sides first met before Holy Spring Day, Lin Feng had always thought that Li Hu's trio were two men and one woman. After all, this person in front of him was dressed like a man, and had not spoken from beginning to end. Now, looking closely, the other party has no Adam's apple, and the tone of voice is not as rough as a man's, plus the affectionate gaze between a Lien and her. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he nodded. Okay, the team doesn't lack this bit of food. Recovering sooner can also help with some things. Although the level 9 enhancer is not as good as an evolver, she is, after all, the ultimate enhancement, able to lend a hand in battle. Lin Feng had no reason to refuse. It's just a few days of rest, what they lack the least is enhanced meat. A Ming can arrange troops and formulate tactics, which can help improve the team's combat effectiveness. It won't be useless. Hearing Lin Feng agree, a Lien breathed a sigh of relief, and then added. She needed to confirm whether Lin Feng was sincerely willing to accept a temporary injured burden. Lin Feng was overjoyed. What the team lacked most now was guidance on specific combat methods, formulating a team combat mode based on each person's combat style and strength. It seems that this tomboy named Ming is the real treasure in Li Hu's team. No wonder that when the team suffered heavy losses, other injured team members died, but only Ming, Li Hu never gave up on treatment. The teams formed square formation, and mutual cooperation obviously came from Ming's guidance and training. No problem, we'll talk in detail later. Lin Feng smiled and continued, as for now, let's get down to business first. Let me say in advance, the rules of our team are that the points are shared, first to meet the overall needs of the team, and then the remaining ones will be distributed to individuals. No problem? A Lien and a Ming looked at each other and nodded in acceptance. Lin Feng then led the team to the counter. Hello, we are applying to establish a hunter team. The lady at the counter was stunned and explained, sorry, only evolvers are qualified to apply for a hunter team, please upgrade the hunter license first. Then the lady at the counter called the staff behind to take Qin Shanshan for testing. As for the testing method, it is also very simple. Lift a 1-ton water storage tank in the lounge and hold it for more than a minute to prove it. Normal level 9 enhancers, at full strength, can lift it for a few seconds at most, and then fall to the ground exhausted. Only the super physique of the evolver, with all the cells transformed, can have the basic strength of 1 ton. Lifting a 1-ton water tank is easy. After upgrading the hunter license to an evolver, you will automatically get the permanent resident status of the 5th village, and you can also unlock many other permissions. The staff enthusiastically introduced it, including forming a hunter team, receiving Oasis bounty orders, exchanging high-end materials, etc., and even those with high mission points can get a loan for shopping points and spend in advance. When registering the hunter team, the lady at the counter asked everyone for the bound residential address, which is the RV. Usually, evolvers will sign a contract with the 3 major villages to carry out long-term cooperation, so as to get a set of basic equipment to solve the problem of eating, drinking, and sleeping, and quickly form combat effectiveness. But Qin Shanshan is a rare free evolver. Since everyone does not have their own car, it will be recorded on Lao Huan's bus hotel first. A total of 1 evolver and 4 level 9 enhancers. Each Holy Spring Day has an allocation of 50 liters of water, only charging a symbolic 2 pieces of dried meat per caddy. Equivalent to 1 point, exchange for 50 liters of water. This is to give the hunter team temporary permanent resident status. It can also be regarded as a major benefit of the guild. Moreover, in the future, as long as the team obtains a certain mission point, the level 9 enhancers in the team will be able to obtain the permanent status of permanent residents of the 5th village. This is also why many level 9 enhancers will seek to join the hunter team. Doing tasks with the evolver, although equally dangerous, is always better than fighting alone. Just like a first-class wasteland team like Li Hu, when encountering a group of wasteland wolves, they will be instantly hit hard. Without an evolver leading, the risk resistance ability is too low. After the hunter team was established, everyone received an allocation of 250 liters of fresh water, which can be collected from the warehouse next door. the team's water problem will be solved directly afterwards. But the most important thing now is to go to the shops in Motorcycle Village and Dawn Village, customize an electric combat vehicle for the team's future travel, so as to greatly expand the team's range of activities, no longer limited to the vicinity of Oasis Town. An electric car can carry everyone to dozens of kilometers away to find large groups of wild beasts. With sufficient supplies, it can even survive in the wild for several months. This is also why evolvers are rarely seen in the fifth village, most of them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme their hunter teams, galloping on the deserted wasteland. Sometimes they run outside for a holy spring day or a month before coming back. Now Lin Feng's team, to become a real hunter team, only one photovoltaic electric combat vehicle is missing. 3Ka chapter, I am trying to squeeze, to see if I can rush out the fourth chapter before midnight. Advanced shelving disrupted my rhythm, the original 5 chapters of manuscript left, re-streamlined it, now I can only code it now. Soon, everyone arrived at the shop where the Motorcycle Village was located. They had already inquired about the price last time. A small, general-purpose van, about 1.6 meters wide, 1.8 meters high, and 4 meters long, without the power system in its bare configuration, would cost about 300 points. Just a chassis and 4 tires. For a little extra money, you could get 2 spare tires. But such a small van definitely wouldn't have enough space. Currently, the team, including the newly joined sisters Alien, has a total of 7 people. Squeezing into a small car is obviously unrealistic. After Lin Feng made his request, the shopkeeper of the motorcycle shop quickly gave a new recommendation. The shopkeeper took out the design drawings, which were marked with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. After modification, it would be 2 meters wide, with an internal width of 1.9 meters, as high as 2 meters, with a chassis 30 centimeters high. The entire vehicle would be 6 meters long, with the driver's seat being 1.5 meters wide, the second row of seats being 1.5 meters wide, and the third row having a 3-meter bunk car. The rear compartment could be converted into 2-tiered berths on the left and right, equivalent to 470 centimeter single beds, plus the second row seats folding down, enough to sleep 2 people. This way, 6 people would have enough space to sleep, but there would always be someone driving in on guard, so there were plenty of berths. In addition, there were many places to store supplies, such as under the seats, under the beds, and the empty space between each row. But the price was more expensive. It was 2/3 larger than the small van, and the price was also 500 points. According to Lu Mingfei, this was just the bare car. The accessories and repair tools would cost extra. In short, it was a bit expensive. After some bargaining, the final price, including modified accessories and 2 spare tires, was discounted to a total of 600 points. After finalizing the deal, the shopkeeper reminded everyone, after the modification, plus the beds and accessories, the entire vehicle is expected to weigh 1.5 tons. Remember to calculate the supplies and the number of people to see how many square meters of solar panels you need to equip. Lin Feng nodded, knowing that the next part would be the biggest expense. The entire electric energy system composed of solar panels was very expensive. After all, the Motorcycle Village's car manufacturing was all about refurbishing and welding old parts. As long as you passed by the city ruins, there would be a constant supply of raw materials. But solar panels and motors were different. The industrial chain process involved was much more complex. Photovoltaic semiconductors needed to be supplied from the farm village, the light transmitting glass came from the power furnace inside the Oasis warship, the copper core magnetic ring of the motor needed to be searched for in the underground ruins, and the core control system needed to be shipped from the big city. A complete set of finished solar power systems would be difficult to obtain without 1,000 points. Lin Feng led the group to the Dawn shop. The familiar middle-aged, one-legged shopkeeper, wearing glasses, smiled as he saw everyone arriving. He had been waiting for a long time. Basically, every time the Motorcycle Village had a big order, the Dawn Village's business was indispensable. One side created the framework, and the other provided the power, solving the second major problem on the wasteland besides eating and drinking, living and traveling. Long time no see, this set of exhaust combat suits is assembled quite well. Seeing the clothes on Lin Foam, the shopkeeper stepped forward to greet him enthusiastically. Come in and sit down, take a look around, and tell me directly if you need anything.
Are you ordering a complete solar power system?
Dawn Village is having a promotion right now, and there are discounts recently. As he spoke, the shopkeeper took out several sets of package lists from the counter and handed them to the 6 people present, boasting about his own products. As everyone knows, Dawn Village has the best solar technology in Oasis Town.
The giant solar panels on the Oasis are made entirely by us.
Including the big city in front, many solar panel stores collect our products. Every pilgrimage convoy will send them there, thousands of finished solar circuit boards, in exchange for the scarce supplies of Oasis Town. The quality is the most guaranteed.
As he spoke, the shopkeeper pointed to the package list. We currently offer 3 sets of finished systems.
The ordinary grade, the price of each square meter of solar panel is 50 points, with an ordinary motor, can provide power for 100 kilograms of items, suitable for light, low-speed vehicles. The advanced grade, the price per square meter is 100 points, with an advanced motor, can provide forward power for 200 kilograms of items. This one is suitable for all general-purpose small and medium-sized cars. As for the best top grade, the price per square meter reaches 200 points. With the original Relic motor, it can provide power for 500 kilograms of items, so it is very suitable for large buildings and heavy trucks.
For example, the Hunters Guild, storage warehouses, and other iconic buildings in the 4 major villages all use this one.
Even the giant solar panels on the Oasis use this one.
However, the price of the top grade is a bit too expensive.
For ordinary wasteland residents and evolutionaries like us, the advanced grade is the most cost-effective.
What is the vehicle phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme you purchased? I will design a set of plans for you.
After the shopkeeper introduced the 3 mainstream plans, Lin Foam and the others looked at each other, feeling embarrassed by their lack of funds. The big jean bay they ordered was 6 meters long and 2 meters wide, and could load up to 20 square meters of solar panels. The ordinary grade's 100 kilograms of traction power, 20 square meters is 2 tons.
Subtracting the vehicle weight of
1.5 tons, only 500 kilograms are left for everyone. The 5 girls average 70 kilograms each, which is a conservative value. The newly joined Alian and Aming are both over 1.7 meters tall, and the level 9 enhanced people are basically all muscle.
That's 350 kilograms. Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei are both
1.8 meters tall, and not small, at least 90 kilograms each. Added together, it's already 530 kilograms, exceeding the power. This doesn't even include the 2 tricycles being towed, and the supplies that need to be stored on the car. Although the ordinary grade is cheap, its adaptability is small. But the advanced grade's price of 100 points, 20 square meters is 2,000 points, not even counting the motor.
The team currently doesn't even have 2,000 points left.
Although 20 square meters can pull 4 tons of heavy objects, deducting the 2 tons of the car and people, there is more than enough remaining power, but the price is too expensive. Unless they reduce the order quantity, if it is only 15 square meters, it would be 1,500 points, and there would still be 3 tons of power, with 1 ton of idle capacity.
But 1 ton is still not enough.
The 2 tricycles weigh more than half a ton, and the remaining material load can only hold 5 wasteland wolves, or 1 rockhorn horse.
Deducting the consumption of a trip, in the end, you can't even earn 200 points. Lu Qian quickly calculated the result and stepped forward to ask, "Boss, can you give us a discount? We need the advanced grade, but we don't have enough points." The shopkeeper nodded. The price on the order was not a fixed transaction price, but only the middle and upper range of the price range, leaving room for both the buyer and seller. Okay, this brother is also a regular customer of the store. A 10 square meter order gets a 10% discount, 20 square meters get a 15% discount, and for 30 square meters or more, I can give you a 20% discount. 20 square meters at an 85% discount still costs 1,700 points.
The group has at most 260 points left, so they have to exchange the wolf meat they have as reserve food to afford the motor.
What's the price of the motor system?
Lu Qian asked, adding to the conversation. Seeing that the customer was somewhat interested, the shopkeeper said enthusiastically, "It depends on how big the vehicle is. If it's 20 square meters, 6.5 meters by 3 meters, a set will require at least 300 points, paired with a high-end motor. In total, you can take it away for just 2,000 points. And we will send professional personnel to cooperate with the auto repair masters of the motorcycle village to provide free installation services." Lu Qian turned around and discussed the feasibility with the team members. Ding Yi was the first to reject it. "No, doing so will not only use up all 2,500 points, but we will also have to pay extra. Even if we have a means of transportation, what about the equipment upgrades for the other team members, especially those responsible for combat? If the team's combat power doesn't increase significantly and we can't hunt more wild beasts, we'll only be left guarding an electric car." Ah Lian, who had just joined, didn't speak directly, but she also agreed with Ding Yi's view. The latest novels are available on 6_9_shu_ba. The car is just a means of transportation. Ultimately, improving individual strength is the most important thing. But now time is tight. There is only a little over a week left until the next Holy Spring Day, but the wild beast resources near Oasis Town are basically depleted. If we want to hunt more wild beasts, we must go to the more distant and vast wilderness. And the third person who disagreed was Lin Feng. He was still waiting for the gun accessories to arrive to carry out the final level 9 enhancement of the Wolf Fang revolver. If all the points are spent on the electric car, only Qin Shanshan, who has become an evolver, will have a significant improvement in the team's strength, while the others will not change much. How can we hunt large wild beast groups? Seeing this, Lin Feng could only use his talent ability and continue the previous operation. "Shopkeeper, can you bring the samples of the ordinary and high-end photovoltaic panels for us to see? I want to know the specific differences between the two. The price difference is actually more than double." The shopkeeper then took 2 different photovoltaic panels, each 1 square meter, from the wall of the store and placed them on the counter. Lin Feng stepped forward to check them out. These are finished photovoltaic circuit boards. The surface is highly transparent glass, the middle is 2 layers of photovoltaic film and silicon crystal battery components, and the back is a soft shell made of alloy plates. There is also a junction box at the end. The wires are connected from inside to input the generated direct current into the motor to start working and provide forward power. As Lin Feng touched it, the information of the photovoltaic panel also appeared in the corner of his eye. Inferior photovoltaic panel LV6, white quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 10%, 24-hour power generation 1.5 kWh, durability 810, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade evaluation, meets the minimum level of practical photovoltaic panel, but the power generation efficiency is low. Each square meter of power generation can drive a 100 kg object, maintaining a maximum speed of 2 km per hour. Ordinary photovoltaic panel LV8, white quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 20%, 24-hour power generation 3 kWh, durability 910, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade evaluation. A very practical photovoltaic panel, the power generation efficiency is at a normal level. Each square meter of power generation can drive a 200 kg object, maintaining a maximum speed of 2 km per hour. It is recommended to equip a battery to store surplus electricity. The difference between the two is 2 levels, but the efficiency is doubled. Lin Feng secretly estimated. Consuming 2 points of health can upgrade the inferior ordinary goods to ordinary high-end goods, which is equivalent to 2 kilograms of level 9 enhanced meat. Converted, it is less than 10 points. Even if all 20 square meters are upgraded to level 8, it will only require 200 points of enhanced meat. But the selling price of the two is 1,000 points different. The profit can be imagined. So Lin Feng immediately said, "Let's choose the ordinary one. 20 square meters can also drive 2 tons of items, which is barely enough." The shopkeeper was a little surprised, but the car itself weighs 1.5 tons. Adding your 6 people, there is too little surplus power. If you encounter uphill terrain, Lin Feng shrugged, everyone can get out and push the car. Okay, 20 square meters at an 85% discount, plus the high-end motor system, how much is it in total? The corners of the shopkeeper's mouth twitched. To be honest, the ordinary model is actually the inferior product of each batch. The conversion rate does not meet the standard, but the production cost is there, and the profit is not very high. Moreover, the efficiency is low, the applicable range is small, and selling it is for waste recycling, at least to recover some costs. If it is discounted by 15% again, there will not be much commission. The shopkeeper immediately shook his head. The ordinary model actually doesn't make any money at all. If I give another 15% discount, I will have to pay extra. I can only sell it at the original price. Lin Feng frowned slightly, 10% off. There is so much difference between the ordinary and high-end models. You must still be making a profit. Adding the motor system, it's a total of 1,200 points. Is that okay? If not, we will temporarily give up buying an electric car and run to other villages to sign a contract, which is more convenient. Hearing that the other party decided to directly cancel this order, the shopkeeper became anxious. After all, after the hunting team signed a contract with the three major families, the standardized RVs they received were purchased at the lowest internal price. Not only was the profit extremely low, but it also had nothing to do with him. Moreover, it would create conflicts with the neighboring motorcycle shop. It would be a waste to let such a big fish go. After thinking it over and over, the shopkeeper finally agreed. Sign the contract and prepay a deposit of 300. Calculated in this way, the entire electric car only costs 1,800 points, and the group still has 734 points left. Enough to buy new equipment and increase combat power. And Lin Feng's decision, Chen Shanshan, Dingy and others, including the Lu family siblings, understood Lin Feng's ability, so naturally they knew the idea behind his ordering the ordinary model. So they didn't raise any more objections. Ah Lian and the other new recruits were a little puzzled, but the others had no objections, and it saved a lot of points for upgrading equipment, so they nodded in default. After finalizing the transportation electric car, Lin Feng and the others then walked to the second floor of the guild to check out the high-end goods there. The scope that Lin Feng needs most is there. With the remaining 730 shopping points, the group arrived on the second floor of the guild. Because it was airtight, the air conditioning here was more powerful than in the hall below, with a temperature of around 25 degrees Celsius, and there were fewer people in the early morning. Generally, it wasn't until near noon that the staff would post the task arrangements received yesterday and issue new bounties. Lin Feng and the others walked to the other side of the notice board. Here was the guild's exclusive equipment store, specializing in serving evolutionaries and providing the high-end goods needed by the wasteland hunting teams. Most of them were items transported from big cities, and a small part came from the harvest of past ruins. If the four major villages didn't need them, they could be sold to the guild in exchange for points. The most common were weapons, followed by armor and other equipment, as well as tents, mattresses, telescopes, engineer shovels, and portable small medical first aid kits needed for outdoor survival. Compared with ordinary wasteland teams, professional wasteland hunting teams had much better equipment treatment. This was the life people should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. The equipment was complete, but the price wasn't very beautiful. Survival gadgets generally cost around a dozen points, followed by weapons. A high carbon steel military dagger cost 20 points. Machetes and spears also cost 40 to 50 points. Long-range weapons were more expensive. Pistols generally sold for 70 to 80 points, with bullets costing 1 point for 10 rounds. Rifles were the most expensive, with a replica AK selling for 250 points and bullets costing 1 point for 5 rounds. After Qin Shanshan showed her evolutionary certificate, the store manager enthusiastically introduced the products to everyone. Lin Feng took a replica AK and took a look. Not only was the manufacturing process very rough, but there were also various flaws in the details, and the durability was very low. It felt like a refurbished second-hand product. The advantage was that the damage was high. A level 7 AK had a base damage of 35 points. In addition, the bullets were all full power rounds, with strong penetrating power and an additional 5 points of damage increase. Replica AK rifle LV7, white quality base attributes, damage 35, effective range 800 meters, remaining ammo 030, durability 610, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade additional attributes, full power rounds damage +5, automatic mode rate of fire 20's evaluation, a semi-handmade automatic rifle. Old milling machines and substandard precision instruments have created this replica of the classic AK. The wear is serious, the durability is low, the shooting accuracy is affected, and it is easy to jam. Don't expect the wasteland industry to produce sophisticated weapons. Although it is dilapidated, it is still usable. 40 points of damage, the same as the hunting gun, and it was also an automatic rifle, with powerful firepower. In addition to the bullets being a bit expensive, there were also many shortcomings, such as being prone to jamming and low shooting accuracy. Although these were not problems for Lin Feng, as most of the problems could be solved with an upgrade, but the problem was that the replica AK and the current Wolfang revolver already had overlapping functions, so there was no need to spend 250 points to buy a piece of industrial garbage. Converting it into enhanced meat and upgrading a pistol a few more times would have the same effect. A level 3 helmet, chest armor, back armor, shoulder armor, arm guards, leg guards, and combat boots, a complete set to form battle armor, would cost at least 350 points. After wearing it, it could resist rifle bullets, or more than 1 ton of impact, as well as the bite of a level 9 wasteland beast. The physical fitness of an evolutionary, combined with such a set of armor, could be called a human-shaped light tank, just like a dreadnought warrior in a game, killing into the beast group like cutting melons and vegetables. Except for Tier 1 evolved wasteland beasts, which could wrestle and fight with it, ordinary late-stage enhanced wasteland beasts had no power to fight back. The only drawback was that a set weighed 80 kilograms. Even a level 9 enhanced human would be exhausted after running a few kilometers. Only evolutionaries with strong physiques could wear it to fight flexibly and continuously. Although it was heavy, it was still worth it. The most troublesome situation in the wasteland was getting injured, and a full-body battle armor could greatly reduce the possibility of external injuries. At most, it would cause bone fractures and internal injuries from collisions. As long as it wasn't a large bleeding wound from a tear, the evolutionary's physique could recover. Lin Feng was very tempted by this. Although the price was expensive, requiring 350 points, it could greatly increase the survival rate in battle. Even if it would cost nearly half of the remaining points, it would undoubtedly be a huge improvement to Chen Shanshan's strength. If they encountered a wasteland wolf pack again, letting her wear this battle armor would allow her to single-handedly challenge the entire wolf pack without any problems. So, at Lin Feng's suggestion, everyone unanimously decided to buy a set of battle armor. Due to Chen Shanshan's body shape, the final customized battle armor was only 1.7 meters tall, saving a lot of material costs, and after some bargaining, the deal was made for 300 points. The disadvantage was that it was only suitable for Chen Shanshan to use. Lin Feng couldn't even fit into it. There were still 430 points left. Chen Shanshan had already spent the bulk of the points, and refused to take any of the remaining weapons and equipment. Lin Feng then began searching for gun accessories. There were 4 main categories: muzzle compensator silencers, aiming scopes, grips for stability, and extended magazines. The most expensive were silencers and aiming scopes. And these were precisely the two that Lin Feng needed most. The scope could improve shooting accuracy and expand Lin Feng's killing range. The silencer was even more unnecessary to say, it was essential for long-range sniping. It could reduce the disturbance to the beast group. However, both of these started at 20 points. Especially the silencer, which was expensive in itself. In automatic firing mode, the durability dropped by 1 point every 5 seconds, and it would be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to scrap after 400 rounds. The reason why it was sold so expensive was that it was used to kill people silently, probably used for assassination. A large caliber silencer cost 30 points, plus an ordinary 3 times scope, a total of 50 points. After getting the pistol accessories, Lin Feng ran to the Holy Spring Village store downstairs, showed Suan Shinfu's token badge, and bought the purified extraction filter, which originally cost 150 points, for only 80 points. The newest and most complete novels are at 69 shu. He spent a total of 130 points here. There were 300 points left, leaving 100 points each for Lu Mingfei and Alien. Aiming was temporarily not participating in the battle due to his injuries, so he was not allocated extra points.
Finally, the remaining 100 points were divided among Ding Yi, Lu Qian, and Aiming, with 30 points each.
Everyone then dispersed to find the supplies they needed. Lin Feng sat in the hall, consuming 1 point of life to fuse and upgrade the pistol in his pocket, and then checked the LV7 purified extraction filter he just got.
Aiming bought the required external and internal anti-inflammatory medicines.
Because the price was a bit expensive, she also spent part of Alien S points.
The latter bought a set of professional combat uniforms with ventilation and cooling functions to improve combat endurance. Ding Yi wanted a shovel and a small medical first aid kit.
As for the remaining Lu family siblings, Lu Qian asked Lu Mingfei to buy a set of combat uniforms as well, and then pulled her brother to the sundries area in the corner of the store. Using the remaining points, she bought several books on auto repair knowledge. The price was not low, one book cost 5 to 10 points. Looking at Lu Mingfei's puzzled expression, Lu Qian explained in a low voice while looking for the book she needed. After the trolley comes out, you will definitely be the driver. There will be fewer and fewer situations where you need to get out of the car to fight. Although there is no danger, your role will become less and less.
The second evolutionary candidate must be Lin Feng, followed by Alien. Even if you want to be a driver for the rest of your life, you have to become an evolutionary.
Then Lu Qian said earnestly, constantly improving your professional skills can highlight your value. You should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme these books carefully later, and show them to me when you get back. When you hand over the trolley later, find all the problems and faults you can find, understand?
Lu Mingfei suddenly understood and quickly took the books. Lu Qian picked a few wasteland notes, travel memoirs from previous wasteland hunters, recording various mutated wasteland beasts and survival experiences in the wasteland, etc.
As the big purchase progressed, at noon, everyone gathered in the hall on the first floor one after another. At this time, the LV8 Wolffang pistol on Lin Feng's waist also completed a comprehensive upgrade: precision pistol LV9, white quality, imprinted base attributes, damage 45, effective range 1200 meters, remaining Wolffang bullet ammo, 1000, upgraded to host level cap additional attributes, bullet recovery 11s, space magazine 1000 rounds, automatic mode rate of fire 20s, extreme speed pursuit muzzle velocity 900 milliseconds added additional attributes, precision lock, silencing. Precision lock magnifies the picture 4 times when aiming, with red dot aiming, can lock moving targets silencing, install a silencer to reduce muzzle noise by 80%, difficult to hear outside of 50 meters, but the effective range will be reduced by 30%, removable note, the scope has been integrated into the precision pistol, permanently equipped, non-removable evaluation, a precision pistol with a 4x scope, possessing the muzzle velocity of a sniper rifle and the power
of a large caliber bullet. As long as the target is locked within the effective range, every shot will hit. After installing the silencer, it can kill enemies silently, but pay attention to the impact of the silencer on bullet shooting accuracy.
After briefly reading the upgrade prompts, Lin Feng turned his attention back to the purified extraction filter in his hand. While everyone was returning fully loaded, getting on tricycles and riding bicycles to leave the Guild 2 late stage, enhanced humans nearby were staring at the 2 bicycles that Lin Feng and his group were riding from afar. One of them narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you sure? Those are the adults' bicycles." The other echoed, "That's right." Steward Lee rode these 2 bicycles that day, taking the newcomer away from the camp. Now that Steward Lee's whereabouts are unknown, but the bicycles are in the hands of this group of people, could it be go?
Quickly report to Miss Tian.
At this moment, the purification extraction filter in Lin Feng's hand was displaying its attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme in the corner of his eye. Purification extraction filter LV7, white quality basic attributes, filtration degree 90%, usable ×1, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade node. This device contains trace amounts of Holy Spring cells, which are active factors for filtration and adsorption. After taking the filtered evolution fluid, it will leave genetic markers in the body, which can be erased by upgrading and purifying the Holy Spring cells, which are gene fragments. Evaluation: a basic alien gene filter, but the filtered cells, after swallowing and absorbing alien genes, will have residual gene fragments that will affect the user's body.
It can only filter 90% of alien gene impurities. It is recommended to upgrade before use.
1 point of life can be consumed to refresh the number of uses. The notes and evaluations both mentioned the words alien gene.
Lin Feng estimated that it was the active cells in the mutated wolf tooth.
It is the source of evolution, but it will also have unpredictable physical and mental effects on the absorber. Similarly, the Holy Spring sex purification extraction filter also uses the so-called Holy Spring active cells to destroy the genetic activity of mutated cells, and finally only retains the evolution fluid. However, the filtration effect is not good, and it will also leave Holy Spring gene fragments, affecting the future of the evolver. Fortunately, it can be upgraded to achieve thorough purification through secondary filtration. On the way back, Lin Feng immediately upgraded the purification filter. It was a pity that he had just asked the staff in the guild butcher shop next to the hall, and they did not sell any evolved meat, including the farm village. Evolved meat is a first-level strategic reserve material and will only be digested internally and not allowed to flow into the market. Thinking about it, this kind of evolution raw material is a resource that the upper class needs to absolutely control. It concerns their power and status. After returning to the bus hotel, Boss Huang greeted him warmly, having recovered from the shock of Qin Shanshan becoming an evolver, and quickly straightened his attitude. Being able to get in touch with an evolver, and a rising star with great potential, is a great thing no matter what. For this reason, Boss Huang specially took out his treasured sea buckthorn fruit wine and made a large pot of stew, preparing to hold a celebration ceremony for Qin Shanshan at noon. The table was set up in the back compartment. The wasteland team who had rented in front had gone out on a mission, so the bus seemed very empty and had plenty of activity space. During this time, Alien and the two who had packed their luggage also rode the original team's tricycle to the bus hotel to participate in the new team's first team building activity. After everyone put down their equipment, they sat at a long dining table pieced together from 2 tables. Boss Huang took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and raising his glass, let us celebrate that in the 6th year of coming to the wasteland, when we are about to return to the birthplace, our Qin Shanshan has successfully taken a historic step and become a powerful evolver. In the years to come, there will be vast wasteland wilderness waiting for you to explore and witness. But before that, let us remember this moment. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses filled with fruit wine. Cheers! Drink most of it in one breath. How happy! It's okay, drink as much as you want. I've saved more than half a year's worth, a 30-liter barrel of sea buckthorn fruit wine. Let's have a good time today. Old Huang drank it all in one gulp, generously. The grand luncheon lasted until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng finished eating early and returned to the compartment on the pretext of being unable to hold his liquor. While checking the upgrade results of the filter, he continued to upgrade the exhaust combat suit on his body. Purification extraction filter LV8, white quality basic attributes, filtration degree 95%, usable ×1, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade. Note, the secondary purification function has been realized, which will completely purify the Holy Spring active gene, but there are still 5% impurities. Note, consumable items cannot be fully restored to durability through imprinting. Lin Feng then continued to upgrade it, estimating that it could filter out the perfect evolution fluid after Level 9. Then he ate the Level 9 enhanced wolf meat to restore the 3 points of life consumed, and then upgraded the exhaust combat suit on his body for the second time. Exhaust combat suit LV7, white quality basic attributes, defense 20, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade additional attributes, photovoltaic panel remaining 1 year of service life, heat dissipation fan switch gear adjustment whether to imprint and upgrade to an exclusive imprint equipment that others cannot use. Then Lin Feng checked the armor that he had placed at the foot of the bed, which cost 300 points and was specially bought for Qin Shanshan. Ordinary lightweight armor LV10, red quality basic attributes, defense 60, durability 910, can consume 1 point of life to repair durability additional attributes, alloy protection defense plus 10. Evaluation, a basic lightweight alloy armor. After wearing it, you will gain a certain damage reduction effect, but it will reduce flexibility and agility during combat, and it will also accelerate the consumption of physical strength. The newest novels are at 69 Shuba. Sure enough, level 10 red quality items are powerful. 70 points of defense,
ordinary level 9 weapons only have a damage cap of 50 points. After wearing it, you can basically ignore the attacks of level 9 wasteland beasts and the strafing of ordinary firearms. It's just that the conditions of use are too high, and it is only suitable for revolvers to wear for long-term combat. At this time, the celebration luncheon was coming to an end, and Chen Shanshan and the others returned to the compartment. Chen Shanshan, who was too excited, fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng sat on the lower bunk and fed the wolf cub, who had been sleeping for a day, some fresh water and meat paste. After eating and drinking enough, the little guy licked Lin Feng's hand, and then nestled under the bed and continued to sleep. Basically, all cubs are like this, eating and sleeping for more than 20 hours a day. Fortunately, the wolf cub only needs to be full, and it doesn't make noise, making it easy to raise. The women in the team would tease it from time to time, but the wolf cub never paid attention to them, only liked to interact and play with Lin Feng. It seems to regard Lin Feng as its master. It seems very spiritual. But in fact, this is a performance of the cub actively flattering and seeking protection from the strongest person around it in order to survive. Soon, the few people, with a slight drunkenness, comfortably lay on the bed and enjoyed this moment of tranquility. Dingy was studying the usage of the medical first aid kit, the Liu family siblings across from her were flipping through old books, and Alien and Aiming were sleeping in another compartment, closing the sliding door. At this time, an uninvited guest ran to the front of the bus and walked to the co-pilot's seat, asking the slightly drunk old Huang if there were people named Chen Shanshan and Lin Feng living here. "My lord invites you," hoping to meet Chen Shanshan and Lin Feng near the guild. When old Huang heard the word lord, he realized that the other party came from an Evolver's wasteland hunting team. He subconsciously thought that other Revolvers had learned of Chen Shanshan's promotion and planned to come to congratulate her and get to know each other. After all, Evolvers in the 5 villages of Oasis Town already belong to the upper class, and it is common to gather, share, and exchange evolution and hunting experiences. So old Huang quickly got up and found Lin Feng and the two. Chen Shanshan was still sleeping, so Lin Feng went to hand over and asked the visitor about the specific situation. "Which Evolver is your lord, and how did you find us?" Unexpectedly, as soon as he asked this question, the person who came to invite him hesitated and couldn't say why. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and instantly became alert. "The person who sent you is Tian Wanrong, right? I'm taking the high-speed train today to Yanqing to attend a classmate's wedding tomorrow. I was disturbed by the children on the road. I'll write a chapter first and try to write a 3K chapter at night." Upon learning that Chen Shanshan and her group had miraculously appeared unharmed at the Hunters Guild, Tian Wanrong's initial reaction was disbelief. It wasn't until her subordinates repeatedly confirmed that the 2 bicycles they saw were indeed Chief Wang's, coupled with the earlier inquiries from people from the farm village about manager Li's recent whereabouts, Tian Wanrong belatedly realized that something major had happened. Ever since Li Qingguo, following Qi Shan's suggestion, organized people to intercept Chen Shanshan's bounty and claim the evolutionary potion reward, Tian Wanrong had been plotting to replace Li Qingguo and become the logistics manager of this hunter team. This would allow her to gain a foothold in the hunter team before being abandoned. Subsequently, she used her right to freely enter and exit the RV to gradually cultivate a special position in Chief Wang's heart, and then win over some team members who dislike Li Qingguo with the identity of the chief's woman. She would smoothly complete the power seizure and control of the camp. She dared to do this because she was already convinced that Li Qingguo and the others were bound to fail. How could a level 9 enhancer accustomed to a comfortable life compare to someone who had fought their way through real battles? Even 3 Li Chengwas of the same level couldn't take down 1 Chen Shanshan. Moreover, Lin Feng, the biggest variable, had emerged in the latter's team. During their encounter at the 5th village bathhouse, a single glance was enough for Tian Wanrong to feel the intense pressure of impending death. Lin Feng's decisiveness and coldness resembled a ruthless executioner who would go all out once he decided to act. If it hadn't been for Chen Shanshan's dissuasion at the time, she might have already died in the bathhouse. Qi Shan's death was naturally within Tian Wanrong's expectations, but what she didn't expect was that Li Qingguo would be so vulnerable. The moment she pried open the camp's warehouse door, looking at the chaotic storage room as if it had been ransacked, Tian Wanrong's blood pressure soared. Li Qingguo had actually packed up so much equipment, including the 2 most valuable hunting rifles and 3 bicycles, and handed them over to Chen Shanshan's group. All her calculations had resulted in losing both the lady and the army. The key was that the soldiers lost were Chief Wang's. If she angered the latter, the entire hunter team would obviously suffer.
Tian Wanrong knew she had to do something to try to recover the losses in order to gain appreciation.
She had to find a way to get the lost equipment back.
At the very least, she had to get the hunting rifles and bicycles back. The 4 pieces of equipment, along with other supplies, added up to 1,000 points. Even though Chief Wang had been famous for a long time and had a considerable fortune, he would feel a deep pain from losing so many points at once. Li Qinggu seeking his own death was fine, but the key was to bring back the extremely valuable equipment. Otherwise, the distressed Chief Wang might sell her, like other women, to slave traders to fill the hole and recover his losses. Thinking of this, Tian Wanrong had already decided to negotiate with Lin Feng and the others, using her eloquence and some points as compensation to exchange for the hunting rifles and other equipment. She instructed the subordinate who had discovered Qin Shanshan's group to approach them and, in the chief's name, invite Qin Shanshan and Lin Feng, the 2 key figures, to meet at the guild. Tian Wanrong then led people to the Hunters Guild, selling some unimportant odds and ends that she had inventoried in the warehouse, as well as Li Qingwu's personal belongings. She exchanged them for about 500 points. It could only be said that Li Qingwu had taken advantage of his position as manager to skim off a lot of profits. This was just his personal belongings. Adding in the points in his hunter ID card, it would be at least 1,000 points. Although the 500 points in her hand couldn't make up for Li Qingwu's losses, as long as she cooperated with her glib tongue, Tian Wanrong was confident that she could persuade Qin Shanshan to exchange for the hunting rifles, bicycles, and other valuable equipment. With this mindset, Tian Wanrong sat in the guild's hall, waiting for Qin Shanshan to arrive. However, when the person before her appeared, Tian Wanrong instantly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She saw Lin Feng, accompanied by someone, suddenly sitting in the seat opposite her, smiling with narrowed eyes. Tian Wanrong looked at the subordinate she had sent, his face bruised and swollen, his expression dazed, clearly almost beaten senseless. Although murder was a serious crime in the village, minor scuffles that didn't result in death were usually ignored, and no one would bother to mediate. Especially in cases where the person who was beaten took the initiative to come to the door. Without one's own witnesses, verbal accusations were useless, and one could only swallow the bitter pill and grin and bear it. The man before her had acted so viciously, and now his narrowed-eye smile at her only made Tian Wanrong feel that his handsome face was even more terrifying. "Chen, where is Qin Shanshan?" Suppressing her fear, Tian Wanrong asked with a slightly trembling voice. She was confident that she could persuade the gentle Qin Shanshan, but she only felt fear towards the man before her. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Shanshan just became an evolver not long ago and is resting. We have already registered our evolver identities and formed our own hunter team. What you wanted in the beginning has all been achieved. So, what do you want from us? Are you inquiring about Qi Shan's whereabouts?" "Sorry, I only left him a breath, and then I rewarded him to Jiang Zhua, the former teammate you sold into slavery. It seems he was bitten to death by Jiang Zhua. That ending is quite good, worthy of his character." Lin Feng's calm, slightly cheerful tone made Tian Wanrong shudder, and cold sweat broke out on her back in the 28-degree air-conditioned hall. "So, is it for his death, or that manager?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stared at the woman before him. Tian Wanrong swallowed and forced herself to calm down, taking out an anonymous points chip card. "Their deaths were all self-inflicted and have nothing to do with me. I'm sorry for what happened back then. I can't be blamed for choosing to leave in that situation. Those words were Qi Shan's coercion and enticement, he forced me to say them. I was also harmed miserably by him, offered to an evolver and reduced to a female slave. Now, he's even harming me to the point where I'm about to lose my life. That manager took away a lot of equipment, including the 2 most important hunting rifles and 3 bicycles. I hope Mr. Lin can return them to their original owner. This is an anonymous chip card with 500 points. As compensation for our offense against you this time." Lin Feng was stunned, obviously not expecting that Tian Wanrong had specifically come for this. But Lin Feng had already spent a lot of life points to upgrade the 2 hunting rifles, turning them into gifts for Qin Shanshan and Ding Yi. As for the 2 bicycles, they were also good tools for the hunter team to travel and chase prey in the wild. There was no reason to return them for only 500 points. Seeing the man frown slightly, showing no sign of being moved, Tian Wanrong took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, although we were at fault this time, it was also Qishan who instigated and encouraged the manager to do it privately, and it has nothing to do with our chief, Wang, or the hunter team. The equipment belongs to the chief. You not only killed people but also seized the equipment. The chief will definitely be very angry when he returns. The chief has been an evolver for many years, and his strength is among the best among first-tier evolvers. As long as you agree to this transaction, I can push the responsibility and the murderers to the team you cooperated with and divert the chief's attention. Otherwise, the anger of a seasoned evolver is not so easy to deal with. After listening to Tian Wanrong's half-persuasive, half-threatening words, Lin Feng didn't get angry but laughed, coldly saying, "You're right, but I refuse. There are still 4 or 5 days before the chief you mentioned returns from his trip. During this time, I don't need to have the strength of that chief, I just need to grow to a level where it would cost more than this equipment, which is only worth 500 points. Moreover, compared to these few points and the threat of an evolver, I would rather see you in rags in the slave market." "We'll see you in the slave market." After speaking, Lin Feng stood up and looked at the subordinate who had brought him here. The latter was so frightened that he collapsed directly to the ground. Ending this negotiation, Lin Feng did not leave the guild but came to the second floor of the guild. With the farm village eyeing them covetously in front, and the threat of an evolver looming behind, he had to go out and act as soon as possible, using the electric car's continuous endurance to complete more tasks at once, thereby obtaining more rewards, while also involving more other forces and gathering them together. Only by highlighting the value of Lin Feng's group would the hunter team members be safer. There are no unsolvable grudges in this world. If there are, it's just that the benefits aren't enough. Arriving on the second floor, Lin Feng immediately searched and viewed the bounty postings on the bulletin board one by one. Soon, he found a task that was enough to make the farm village give up entanglement and even be willing to apologize. Bounty task: capture a male rockhorn horse, a lifetime limit, not specified, but the sooner the better. Bounty mission: capture a male rockhorn horse, a lifetime limit, none, but the sooner the better. Requirements: the rockhorn horse must be in good condition, with no serious external or fatal internal injuries. We do not accept rockhorn horses older than 60 years, or those that have lost their reproductive ability, etc. Reward: the rockhorn horse's weight itself, converted into points at market price. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme male foal can be exchanged for 200 points, a young male is worth 400 points, an adult male is worth 600 points, a tier 1 male is worth 1000 points, plus an evolution serum. An alpha male, based on the quality assessment and the size of the herd, starts at 1500 points, 3 ordinary evolution serums, or a tier 1 mid-stage level 4 evolution serum. Those with outstanding value may also be awarded Oasis Citizen status. Special note: this bounty mission has no time limit, is valid indefinitely, is anonymous, and only requires registration. This bounty notice has always been hanging at the top of the farm village bulletin board and does not need to be taken down, it is always valid. Evidently, Farm Village issued this long-term bounty notice to acquire the superior genes of wild rockhorn horses, continuously improve the quality of their breeding stock, and increase efficiency. Moreover, the reward is extremely generous. In the reward section, the number of times the corresponding reward has been completed is also specifically indicated. Young rockhorn horses only weigh about 100 pounds. Initial strength enhancement can earn an extra 200 points. This item has been completed the most, with a total of 190 captured so far. Young adults weigh 2 to 300 kilograms. Mid-stage enhancement doubles the reward to 400 points. Currently, 98 have been captured. Adult rockhorn horses weigh half a ton. Late-stage strength enhancement is worth over 300 points itself, but an additional 600 points are awarded, totaling nearly 1,000 points. This is more valuable than 10 wasteland wolves. Although the difficulty of killing them cannot compare to capturing them alive, it also demonstrates the importance of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme male horses to Farm Village. They are willing to spend a lot of money. However, due to the extreme difficulty, only 39 have been captured. The 2 types at the very bottom are the truly high difficulty requirements of this bounty notice. Not only do Tier 1 males come with evolution serums, but they also directly reward 1,000 points. It is estimated that only evolvers have the strength and opportunity to capture them alive. And the note below indicates that only 17 have been captured so far. As for the last item, alpha level males from Rockhorn horseherds, capturing one alive not only yields a starting reward of 1,500 points, but also 3 ordinary evolution serums, or advanced evolution serums that can help early stage evolvers advance to Tier 1 mid-stage level 4. But the truly important thing is the last sentence of the reward. Granting the qualification of Oasis Citizen. This is an opportunity and treatment that even most evolvers yearn for. Becoming an Oasis Citizen means a true status leap, completely changing one's fate. As an Oasis Town noble, not only are you worry-free for the rest of your life, but your descendants will also inherit this status, no longer having to struggle for survival in this wasteland. However, the entire Oasis Town has only captured a single alpha-level male Rockhorn horse. And the person who completed this impossible task was directly promoted to Oasis Citizen. Below the bounty notice, his identity information and detailed experience are specifically marked. The mission was completed in Wasteland year 988, which is at least 12 years ago. This person captured the alpha of a Rockhorn horseherd, making a significant contribution to the Oasis Town's Rockhorn horse industry chain. His name is Han Tao, from the northwest of Old Earth. He is skilled in riding and archery and had tamed adult Rockhorn horses. During a hunting festival held in Oasis Town, he captured the Rockhorn horse alpha in one fell swoop, improving the growth genes of farm villages' breeding stock and achieving a leap in the quality of photovoltaic panels. Therefore, he was exceptionally promoted to Oasis Citizen, becoming an honorary citizen of Oasis Town, and is now one of the 7 executive members of the Oasis Executive Council. His life experience is a story of defying fate and can be called legendary. This has become a role model admired and yearned for by all Wastelanders and permanent residents of Fifth Village. Lin Feng also felt somewhat yearning. After all, becoming a citizen would allow him to escape the current situation of having no fixed abode and no longer having to wander around for survival. He could put all his energy into improving his strength and researching the item upgrade system he possessed. At the same time, he could mobilize enough resources to promote the upgrade imprints of various large mechanical bodies and weapons, thereby taking an important step towards controlling his own destiny. For a moment, Lin Feng had already envisioned the future. Oasis Citizen is just the starting point. Mastering the entire Oasis worship and becoming the Lord of the Oasis is his future goal. But soon, an untimely voice interrupted Lin Feng's fantasy of his own legend, inspired by Executive Han Tao's experience. What? Interested? Want to team up? A tall, blonde woman with blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and sunken eye sockets, looking like a foreigner, and very tall, about 1.8 meters, only half a head shorter than Lin Feng, suddenly approached Lin Feng and whispered, "We recently found traces of a small group of Rockhorn horses. They are following a large herd of beasts. As long as we follow them, we can locate the herd. At that time, the team of thousands of Rockhorn horses will be chaotic. The alpha level tier 1 Rockhorn horses will have fierce fights, unable to take care of their own herd. We will have many opportunities to capture young Rockhorn horses. When the time comes, we will cooperate in hunting, outflanking, and dividing a part of the herd. One deal and we can retire directly." Lin Feng was stunned. Foreigners are not common in the Oasis. He had only seen a few in the slave market. But according to the Oasis Town's global advancement phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals RUT/phoneme, being able to pass through Old Earth Luzhou would definitely also pass through the United States. Rescuing foreigners from shelters is not surprising. And she speaks fluent Mandarin, and her strength is also at level 9 enhancement, indicating that she has been awake in the wasteland for a long time. She must have seen that the man in front of the bounty notice had a strong aura, unlike an ordinary level 9 enhanced person, which is why she decided to come forward and issue a cooperative invitation. But Lin Feng's aura was entirely thanks to the level 9 wasteland wolf enhanced meat he had eaten before setting off. While restoring his health, it made him feel exceptionally good. In reality, he had only stepped into level 9 enhancement less than 2 days ago and had not yet truly adapted to this level 9 body. Seeing that the handsome man in front of her was somewhat hesitant, the tall foreign woman showed a warm smile. She had a shallow dimple on her right cheek and introduced herself. I'm Lisa, the vice captain of a Wastelander squad. By the way, our captain is a permanent resident. The team has a car. If you are willing to join, you can come and find us. Free car and accommodation are provided during the mission period. The car's location is in the upper left corner of Forward Village, not far from the guild. Then, without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, the foreign woman named Lisa waved goodbye. Remember to come if you're interested. Bye-bye. Smiling and turning back, she was neat and sassy. Lin Feng watched her back as she went downstairs, lost in thought. Lisa was right, this was a chance to change his fate, but the benefits were proportional to the risks. It was not certain that he could successfully capture adult or Tier 1 rockhorn horses alive. With an urgent need for rapid growth, Lin Feng could not hang himself on one tree. He had to find several bounty missions. The latest and most complete novels are at 69 shu. Com. In case the hunt was unsuccessful and he couldn't catch an adult phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse, at least there would be other things to do. So Lin Feng stopped in front of other bulletin boards, watching carefully and searching for a while. Then he found 3 suitable missions. 2 of them came from Dawn Village. They recently needed a batch of extremely high-quality photovoltaic rock armor, as well as brushless motors from underground ruins. Lin Feng was not very familiar with the types of motors. He only knew that brushless motors were smaller in size and faster in speed, suitable for use in high-speed machines, such as electric cars that easily exceed 100 km per hour, or drone propellers. Correspondingly, old-fashioned motors are very cheap. Dawn Village can make them by hand, but they wear out severely and have a short lifespan. In short, brushless motors are extremely valuable. Currently, Dawn Village can recycle slightly larger ones for several hundred points, or even more. In addition to these 2 missions, there was also a special mission from the Oasis, issued by a certain Oasis citizen. It required wasteland hunters to help them find a musical instrument from life on old Earth, an electric guitar and high-end speakers. It seemed that life in the Oasis was indeed wonderful. The content of the red bounty notices on the Oasis bounty wall, which was covered with glass on the inside, had a different style from the other bulletin boards. It was full of nurturing sentiments and the pursuit of beauty. Before Lin Feng left, he saw a staff member temporarily running to the bulletin board in Holy Spring Village to post a bounty notice. So he curiously walked closer to take a look. Bounty mission: capture a toad. The requirement was still alive. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, feeling a small act of willfulness of power. When he returned downstairs, Tian Wanrong had already left in a huff. Lin Feng then returned to the team's camp in the bus hotel with a belly full of missions. Soon, Lin Feng, who was traveling in the traffic, greeted Boss Huang in the co-pilot seat and returned to the carriage. At this time, Chen Shanshan and others had already woken up. They looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lao Huang just said that someone came to find me, and you beat them up. What's the situation? Lin Feng then simply told the story of killing Li Chengguo and the grievances and grudges behind it. Tian Wanrong indulged Shishan to take action, wanting to seize the position and status of the housekeeper, but it backfired. Wanting to exchange 500 points for the hunting rifle and bicycle we seized is simply a pipe dream. I directly rejected her. Chen Shanshan nodded after listening, and then replied with a slightly worried tone, then, that Master Wang, as a senior revolver, what if he wants to take revenge? Plus that farm village matter, it hasn't been completely resolved yet. As she spoke, Chen Shanshan's expression darkened. The joy of just achieving evolution was now clouded with a shadow. If it really doesn't work, you guys still. I alone. Lin Feng frowned slightly, his tone heavier by 3 points. Don't say such brainless, discouraging words in the future. We killed the person together. Do you think you can just write it off by dying? I've already thought of a solution. It depends on whether you have the guts to do it with me. The classmates' wedding was lively and tiring. But everyone was a little confused in addition to being happy. What method could be more challenging than hunting wasteland wolf packs while also dealing with ambushes from Qi Mountain? At that moment, the person across the compartment walked out. Lu Qian put down her yellowed wasteland notes and spoke to Lin Feng and the other. Lin Feng thought about it and realized that seemed to be the case. Wasteland wolf packs were carnivores, the most dangerous creatures in the wasteland. And the targets of the missions were basically rockhorn horse herds. As herbivores, running away had always been their primary strategy unless their lives were threatened. Only the leader-level Tier 1 rockhorn horses had the courage to counterattack or even initiate an attack. So as long as one was careful and cautious, there was basically no danger. But low danger didn't mean the challenge was low. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the case that only Han Tao had managed to capture a leader-level rockhorn horse alive over the years. Although Lin Feng's target was, at most, a Tier 1 male rockhorn horse, or, as a fallback, a mature late-stage rockhorn horse, which would fetch over 1,000 points each. Two of them would be enough to exchange for a basic electric car. Other incidental tasks, such as obtaining high-quality photovoltaic rock armor from Tier 1 rockhorn horses, could be completed along the way. After all, killing a horse and capturing a horse were completely different concepts. Lin Feng could take a LV9 precision pistol and snipe a horse from a kilometer away with a single shot. Even a Tier 1 evolved rockhorn horse would only require a couple more shots. It's just that the price difference between the two was a bit large, with a difference of more than 3 times. Moreover, a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse was far more valuable, and it could solve many problems for Lin Feng's team. For a level 9 enhanced person, even the slightest whisper could be heard clearly. Lin Feng's brief description just now was naturally heard clearly. Understanding the dangers the team was currently facing, and also knowing that Lin Feng had found a solution. Facing the gazes of all the team members, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth, recounting the bounty orders he had collected, as well as the arrangements for the subsequent external missions. Evolutionaries' wasteland hunting teams can receive multiple bounty missions at the same time. After the order is placed and the car arrives tomorrow, we must bring at least one Saint Spring day's worth of supplies. And then go out and complete them. After that, when we return to Oasis Town again, we will already have multiple evolutionaries, and a car full of supplies will also make us leading figures in the 5 villages. Don't mention that evolutionary wanting to cause us trouble. As long as he dares to make a move, Farm Village will be the first to disagree. After listening to the bounty order plan that Lin Feng spoke of, the rest of the people looked at each other. Soon, Alien, who had rich mission experience, asked with some confusion, killing rockhorn horses is indeed something we can do now, but the key is that Farm Village's long-term bounty order is to capture rockhorn horses alive. We only have 7 people, and half of our combat power is worrying if rockhorn horses were so easy to catch. The completion rate of that mission wouldn't still be so low after so many years. Young or juvenile rockhorn horses are easy to catch during the breeding season because they are not fully developed and have poor stamina. But adult rockhorn horses, especially the Tier 1 male rockhorn horses that can impress Farm Village, only 17 of them have been captured alive to this day. And they were all captured by veteran evolutionaries leading experienced wasteland hunting teams after countless hardships. Speaking of this, Alien sighed softly. Her original team had ultimately disintegrated because of capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses. She felt this the most. Capturing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse is not the same as killing a horse. The difficulty is not on the same level. It's not something that can be done with stronger weapons or firepower. Alien looked at the wolfskin gun holster on Lin Feng's waist, clearly knowing that his confidence came from that special pistol with unlimited bullets and powerful power. But rockhorn horses, especially male rockhorn horses, are full of energy and have violent tempers. If you want to capture them alive, you must first understand their habits and also know a little bit about taming skills before you can take them down in one fell swoop. At this time, Lucian also introduced, the notes left by wasteland hunters in the past record that rockhorn horses are very irritable and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme exhaust themselves to death while running for their lives, suffering from heatstroke and hyperthermia, which eventually leads to organ failure. Even the Farm Village's veterinarian can't save them. Especially male rockhorn horses, which are irritable and fierce. Capturing a male rockhorn horse is several times more difficult than killing them. Lin Feng nodded, knowing that what they said made sense. But this time's action was not just them, these are the challenges, testing our abilities. Moreover, this mission is not just us, but also another team. Having said that, Lin Feng recounted to everyone what he had encountered on the second floor of the guild. Since they are so confident, plus a large group of wasteland beasts, there will be many opportunities. After speaking, the women all looked suspicious. Alien immediately asked in reply, with such a good opportunity, there are no less than 80 to 100 wasteland hunters standing in front of that bounty order every day. Why did that Lisa specifically look for you? Lin Feng thought about it and then blurted out, it should be because she thinks I'm more handsome. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people were stunned at first. After looking at each other, they all nodded in agreement, as if Lin Feng's flirtatious remark was a matter of course. Chen Shanshan then said, then that's it, do as Lin Feng says. When are we going to meet that, what's her name, Lisa's team? They probably aren't a wasteland hunting team, right? Lin Feng nodded, being able to find him should just be a wasteland people's team with a car. This shows that their team has a permanent resident of the 5th village, who is also the leader of the wasteland people's team. Only in this way can they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme a group of the top wasteland people's team, dare to hunt and capture rockhorn horseherds, and complete the arduous phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme capture mission. It should be a wasteland people's team with a car, and their strength is not low. It's a bit stronger than Li Hu's team, second only to the wasteland hunting team under the evolutionary. Listening to Lin Feng's description, Chen Shanshan felt relieved. Her wasteland hunter team, with the identity of an evolutionary, has an absolute advantage. At this time, Lu Qian suddenly opened her mouth, Chen Captain, don't go to contact them first. Leave it to Lin Feng. He is our captain now. As soon as she finished speaking, the rest of the people nodded, understanding the deep meaning of Lu Qian's words. Okay, then we'll send Lin Feng as the representative to take over and get to know the so-called Lisa's team, and by the way, explore the details of this team. Chen Shanshan added. Lu Qian then stood up, take me with you. I'm more accurate at judging people. Everyone nodded. Lin Feng then took Lu Qian, and the two rode their bicycles to the left side of the 5th village. I was drunk, sorry, more updates will be made in the next few days to compensate. The bicycle moved slowly through the traffic. Soon, Lin Feng and Lu Qian arrived on the left side of 5th village. They had passed by here 2 or 3 times before when going out, so they were quite familiar with the area, but each time they were in a hurry and didn't stop to take a closer look. According to what Lisa had said before leaving, Lin Feng and Lu Qian, relying on the flexibility of their bicycle, wandered around near the guild and quickly found a special vehicle. It was special because, compared to the modified large vehicles nearby, it was only 7 meters long and less than 3 meters wide. The permanent residents of 5th Village all hoped that their commuter vehicles, while ensuring speed, would have as much interior space as possible. This would provide more surplus space for living conditions or future modifications for use as hotels or other purposes. Just like Boss Huang's bus hotel, which was originally a small bus, at most 8 meters long, but he modified it into a 12-meter-long super-extended version with 2 rows of 8 compartments inside, each 2 meters long, totaling 8 meters. Including the driver's cab and the rear trunk, vehicles of this size are a common phenomenon in 5th Village. Many large hotels are converted from trailers, starting at 15 meters in length. Therefore, the 7-meter-long small car stood out in the front queue of 5th Village among a group of large vehicles. Lin Feng led Lu Qian towards it on the bicycle. Soon, as they approached, they saw a slightly familiar figure through the protective iron mesh of the car window. Lisa, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also noticed the bicycle riding towards her through the right rearview mirror. She recognized Lin Feng at a glance. She opened the car door, poked her head out, and waved, "Over here. Over here." Then she got out of the car and walked over to meet Lin Feng and Lu Qian, placing the bicycle on the anti-collision bars on both sides and stepping onto the flatbed trailer pulled behind the car. The two followed her up. This should be the tool she used for loading and transporting goods. On this 5-meter-long and 3-meter-wide flatbed trailer, there was also a 2-meter-high, thickened iron cage with bars as thick as thumbs, and the welds were specially reinforced. It was several times more sturdy than the rusty iron cages seen in the slave market, and it was clearly not used to hold people. For this rockhorn horse capture operation, they had obviously made ample preparations. Standing next to the 3-meter-long iron cage, Lisa proudly took out a black cloth strip and patted the cage. When the time comes, we just need to put the Rockhorn horse inside, prevent it from turning around in the cage, and cover its eyes, and we can safely transport it back. So, have you decided to join? How many people are in your team so we can arrange positions? Lisa looked at Lu Qian behind Lin Feng. Although this woman was a level 8 enhancer, her figure was well proportioned and slender, and she didn't look like a combat force in the team. The handsome man in front of her should be the captain. There are 7 people in our team in total. As he spoke, Lisa frowned slightly, because 7 people would be a bit too many. In order to reduce weight, their small bus had not been widened or modified, and in the entire 7-meter length of the car, there was only 5 meters of rear space. There are only 6 people in our team, but all 6 are level 9 enhancers. This mission will take a long time and be very difficult, plus the space inside the car is limited, so we only recruit the elite among the elite, at most 4 to 5 more people. Lin Feng and Lu Qian exchanged a glance and replied with a smile, "No need, our team also has a small electric car, a little smaller than yours, but it's enough for 7 people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in, and we also have 5 level 9 enhancers. For this mission, as long as we cooperate with each other, we might even have a chance to kill a tier 1 Rockhorn horse." Lisa was first surprised, then felt it made sense. After all, Lin Feng had previously shown a strong interest in the Rockhorn horse bounty on the 2nd floor of the guild. Unlike other wilderness dwellers who knew their limits and only glanced at it briefly before leaving, Lin Feng was thinking about the feasibility of the bounty, and it was because she valued this point, plus the other party's angular and handsome face, which resembled Yin Zhu from Old Earth. That's why Lisa took the initiative to approach him. 5 level 9 enhancers, plus her side 6 people, a total of 11, the combined strength they possessed could rival an evolutionary's wilderness dweller team. Except for the slight lack of high-end combat power, their level 9 enhancer strength was still superior. So, what Lin Feng said about killing a tier 1 Rockhorn horse might really be possible. When the time comes, her team would be able to give birth to an evolutionary with the corpse of a tier 1 Rockhorn horse and officially become a wilderness dweller team. Lisa wasn't worried that the other party's strength would be stronger than her own. After all, her team had been famous for a long time, and the captain had owned this electric car 3 years ago, becoming a permanent resident, while Lin Feng, who was new to the scene, should be a newly formed wilderness dweller team. It just so happened that they had recently made a fortune and used all their points to stack their own enhancement levels and equip the electric car. It was estimated that they had very little other combat equipment. This type of team has a clear characteristic, which is that they look bright and beautiful on the surface, and their strength is extremely strong, but because of the lack of equipment or shortage of supplies, their actual combat power is far inferior to other first-class wilderness dweller teams. This is usually a stupid thing that wasteland newcomers easily do. Unbalanced development leads to external strength but internal weakness. They are also commonly known as soft-legged shrimp teams. They seem fierce and imposing on the surface, but after going to the battlefield with real swords and guns, they are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme vulnerable. And Lisa's team needed this kind of partner to occupy the initiative and dominance of the entire mission, so as to maximize the utilization of Lin Feng's team. Then let's make a time to set off together. We are all ready. We plan to act tomorrow. At the latest, we will leave at the intersection of day and night tomorrow afternoon, after eating dinner at 6 o'clock. What about you guys? Lisa asked enthusiastically. Lin Feng thought for a moment. The electric car he ordered would be available early tomorrow morning. After preparing in the afternoon, they should be able to leave at dusk. So, he nodded, "No problem, then let's set off at 6 o'clock at dusk. Shall we gather on the left side of Oasis Avenue then?" Lisa shook her head and added, "The right side. The direction the Rockhorn horse herd is advancing is on the right. There's one more thing. Regarding the distribution of rewards for this cooperation, because there are a large number of beast herds, after the cooperative hunting and division are completed, everyone will depend on their own abilities. Whoever kills it, whoever catches it, it belongs to them. Try not to snatch the target locked by others." Lin Feng smiled and nodded seriously in agreement. He knew that the other party had rich experience and was just using his team to help. equal distribution was naturally impossible. If they were unlucky, his team might only harvest a few rockhorn horse corpses from the middle and late stages, running dozens of kilometers for a long distance, and finally only earning 200 or 300 points. On average, it wouldn't even be enough to offset the consumption of supplies and the depreciation of equipment durability. But he also had the same idea. He wanted to use Lisa's team's rich experience to first learn how to hunt and capture rockhorn horse herds, and then do it on his own. After reaching an agreement, Lisa smiled. Then she returned to the front of the camp car and reported the matter to the captain. Soon, a burly man walked out of the rear compartment of the small electric car. The same foreign appearance, thick beard, dark brown hair, and graying temples. His face was full of wrinkles and scars, and his eyes were deep. He looked like a weathered wasteland dweller. But what Lin Feng was more concerned about was that the man's tattered, patched-up clothes were actually phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme camouflage combat uniforms from old Earth. This old guy, who looked almost 50, was actually from the old army. The man walked up to Lin Feng and Lu Qian. His eyes locked on Lin Feng, and he held out his hand. "My name is Duncan, the captain of this team." Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man, who was even taller than Li Hu, with a solemn expression, and raised his hand to shake his hand. "Hello," called Lin Feng. The moment they shook hands, Lin Feng felt a heavy force transmitted with the shaking, causing his reply to become intermittent. Duncan didn't clench his fist tightly at once, but slowly contracted his grip. No matter how Lin Feng struggled and resisted, he still couldn't withstand the other party's profound grip. This middle-aged foreign man, suspected to be a former federal soldier, possessed a physique and strength far exceeding ordinary level 9 enhancers. The 900 kilograms of force that Lin Feng exerted couldn't pry open his constantly shrinking, rough palm even a little. Fortunately, the other party had no malicious intent and didn't lock his grip. After probing for only 3 or 4 seconds, he took the initiative to let go. Lin Feng calmly retracted his right hand, placing it behind his hip. His palm, due to the struggle, had rubbed against the calluses on Duncan's palm, leaving patches of red marks. "Just call me old Duncan, young man." Duncan was expressionless, as if the probing just now didn't exist, or perhaps after confirming the strength of Lin Feng's team, he gradually lowered his guard. Lin Feng replied with a forced smile, "Happy cooperation, Uncle Duncan." After the brief encounter, old Duncan nodded and then returned to the car. Lisa stepped forward, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "The newest novel is its 6/9 book bar first release." "Sorry, our captain is just that kind of person, as rigid as an old antique, with a poker face. You'll get used to it." Lin Feng hummed in agreement, mounted his bicycle, and took Lu Qian away from the place, returning to the bus hotel. On the way, the meticulous Lu Qian keenly observed Lin Feng's abnormality and asked for the reason. Lin Feng then described the strange power on old Duncan's body, which shouldn't have appeared on an old man. "His age is definitely older than Li Hu, at least 40 years old, but that grip, I feel it's even stronger than Chen Shanshan after she completed her evolution. This point is too abnormal, we must be careful of this captain." Lu Qian narrowed her eyes slightly and quickly thought of a possibility. "Do you think it's possible that he awakened a special ability in the later stages of enhancement ahead of time? Just like you and Chen Shanshan, but his is in terms of physical strength." Lin Feng frowned. This was indeed a possibility. In that case, the strength assessment of Lisa's group had to be raised another level because of old Duncan. They were already infinitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to evolvers, and were an extremely powerful hunting team under his command. They were absolute powerhouses among the wasteland teams. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, the main purpose of our cooperation this time is to learn from their experience. They will probably be back in 4 or 5 days. We still have so many tasks. After they leave, we can continue to capture rockhorn horses. There's no need to have a conflict. A large herd of beasts had at least hundreds or thousands of rockhorn horses, with dozens of Tier 1 rockhorn horses. There were too many targets, and they didn't lack prey at all. Just like Lisa said, everyone could rely on their own abilities. Lu Qian nodded, knowing that this joint hunt was different from the previous cooperation with Li Hu's team. There was only one wasteland wolf pack, and the number was limited. Finding a large rockhorn horse herd was simply inexhaustible.
The difficulty was only in how to capture them alive. Lin Feng and the two returned to the bus hotel. At this time, Chen Shanshan had already taken Ding Yi to the bathhouse to clean their bodies. They washed away the blood and dirt that they had accumulated during the previous wolfpack hunt, so that they could welcome the upcoming long journey to the wasteland in a clean and relaxed state of complete readiness. When they were camping in the wild, they wouldn't have such good conditions. As for the bath tickets, old Huang naturally provided them to everyone for free. This guy was constantly attentive now, hoping that Chen Shanshan and the hunting team members could support him in the future. The main thing was that his young son, who was still studying in St. Spring Village, needed someone to take care of him so that he could have a better future. Meanwhile, inside the bathhouse, in the wooden tub of a double room, the 300 liters of water exchanged for 3 tickets filled the tub, submerging the bodies of Chen Shanshan and Ding Yi. The improvement in enhancement level, especially the qualitative change and evolution of the former's life level, had greatly improved the skin quality of the two. Wrinkles faded, scars disappeared, making them look younger. Chen Shanshan scrubbed her body with soap, feeling happy. The hideous scar on her face, which stretched from her cheek to her skin, now only had a faint mark left. Ding Yi handed over a small round mirror. Chen Shanshan was stunned, took it, and aimed it at her young and tender cheeks. For so many years, it was the first time she looked in the mirror. She had almost forgotten what she looked like. 2 clear tears slowly overflowed from the corners of her eyes. At this time, Ding Yi slowly grabbed Chen Shanshan's hand. Thanks to Lin Feng for giving up the evolution opportunity, you were able to restore your past beauty and take off your mask to show your true face. So following Lin Feng, as long as you follow orders, he will not treat us badly. Saying this, Ding Yi wiped away the girl's tears and said earnestly, but the problem now is that not only do we like Lin Feng, but someone is showing that they are even better than us. Chen Shanshan's eyes instantly turned red, most of her face was soaked in warm water, and bubbles came out of her mouth. Gulu gulu, gula gula. Ding Yi revealed an expression of disappointment, thinking that you are still burying your head and blushing, while Lu Qian is already trying to steal our home. She held up Chen Shanshan's face with both hands. Remember, if you like someone, you have to say it. Don't be afraid, a girl's blush is better than everything. Chen Shanshan hesitated, and the 10 toes of her 2 feet had already scratched several marks on the wood. Then, what if I'm rejected? Just left the train station, there should be another 2K update tonight. Rejected? Don't dwell on things that haven't happened yet. Remember, hesitation leads to defeat. Who knew back then that the dying person you selflessly saved would become the core of this wasteland hunting team? Ding Yi pinched the blushing cheeks of the young girl, imparting her experience as someone who's been there. The early bird catches the worm. We already have the initiative. First, establish a deep bond with Lin Feng, one forged through life and death. So the probability of failure is low. Of course, the chances of direct success are equally low. The most likely scenario is neither rejection nor direct acceptance. But that's exactly the situation we want. Chasing a girl is like climbing a mountain, but chasing a guy is like piercing paper. As long as he doesn't reject you outright, you've already won more than half the battle. The best time to confess is after surviving a crisis unscathed, when emotions are at their peak. Saying it then will leave a profound impact. Under Ding Yi's earnest guidance, Chen Shanshan nodded, seemingly understanding, a silly smile appearing on her face. Come on, while scrubbing, let's discuss how to win over a meticulous man like Lin Feng. The thoroughly soaked Chen Shanshan nodded excitedly, ready to get up and grab a towel to scrub. At this moment, Ding Yi suddenly stopped her, asking with a puzzled expression, wait, did you have this on your chest before? I don't remember. Following Ding Yi's gaze, Chen Shanshan lowered her head and noticed a faint purple mark, about the size of a coin, between her breasts where she had previously wrapped bandages. The mark seemed to seep from within the skin, unlike a mole or birthmark. It likely appeared suddenly after completing her evolution. Chen Shanshan became a little nervous, trying hard to recall. It seems like it appeared after I awakened my ability during evolution. Every time I use my ability, my chest feels slightly hot. It must be this thing. Ding Yi gently pressed on the purple mark. Does it hurt? Do you feel anything? Chen Shanshan shook her head. No. Only when I use my ability.
Ding Yi frowned slightly. Could using the ability come with a corresponding price?
Let's put this aside for now. We'll talk to Lin Feng about it separately later.
He's familiar with that Father Suan and can help ask.
This is also a way to get closer. Chen Shanshan nodded in realization, the worry about the purple mark fading slightly at the thought of Lin Feng.
Afterward, the two continued washing, scrubbing each other's backs, and soon emerged from the double room, completely refreshed. When the two returned to the bus hotel, Lin Feng recounted the meeting to everyone, emphasizing the special, strange strength of old Duncan, the leader of the Lisa team.
He reminded everyone to be careful.
After explaining the situation, Lin Feng arranged the tasks for the next day. Shanshan, Lu Mingfei, and I will go to Motorcycle Village to take delivery of the assembled tram. After we get it, we'll head to the Wasteland Hunter Guild to receive a mission. As for you two, Alien, take the tricycle to the slave market to buy something.
Chen Shanshan asked, somewhat puzzled, does this mission also require bait?
Rockhorn horse herds seem to be herbivores, right? Lin Feng smiled, yes, so what we need isn't slaves, but cages for taming and confining Rockhorn horses.
Alien, you two go buy an iron cage.
If there aren't any, chains and shackles for hands, feet, and necks will do.
Ding Yi and Lu Qian will stay behind to watch the place. We'll set off tomorrow at daybreak. Duncan's team will be waiting for us on the right side of the road.
Before that, everyone needs to be fully prepared.
Everyone nodded.
Chen Shanshan took out the bath tickets old Huang had given her. There are still 5 left.
Everyone should go take a bath. Leave things here to Ding Yi and me.
If we don't wash now, who knows when the next time will be.
Water is precious in the wasteland.
We can't waste water washing every day, or we'll stink up the car. The Lu siblings hadn't washed last time, so they planned to clean up properly this time.
As for Alien and Aiming, the latter's thigh wound had rapidly healed after eating the rank 9 Wasteland Wolf's enhanced meat.
Now, normal walking was no problem, but he still couldn't participate in intense combat. Properly cleaning the body not only removed dirt and grime but also disinfected. So, the group of 5 rode a tricycle to the bathhouse in high spirits. This time, the bathhouse owner looked surprised when he saw Lin Feng bringing 3 unfamiliar women. Fortunately, apart from the alien sisters, the other 3 bathed separately. Lin Feng finished bathing first, leaving the remaining half bucket of water for the alien sisters in the double room. He changed into clean shorts and a t-shirt, lay down on the long chair at the back of the bathhouse, and closed his eyes to rest. A gentle breeze blew, causing the evaporation of water droplets on his skin, bringing a slight coolness. It feels pretty good after washing, at least I look a bit more human. Lu Qian finished bathing second, walked out, and leaned against the railing in the aisle at the back, sighing. Her damp hair draped over her chest and back, soaking her clothes and outlining her curves, keeping her body temperature cool. In the scorching wasteland, there was no need to dry off completely after a bath. This was one of the few comfortable periods in the surface's steaming heat. Lin Feng nodded, not speaking or responding, continuing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his eyes and rest, thinking about which bounty orders to accept next. Seeing that no one was around, Lu Qian continued to say what had been buried in her heart, the wolf hunting operation last time was dangerous, we almost suffered a serious blow. If Captain Chen hadn't helped us and participated in the battle with Li Hu's team, we wouldn't have been sniped later. The only one who could have stopped her then was you, Brother Feng, but you didn't try to dissuade her, you just stood behind Jiang Zhuo and watched quietly. Lu Qian recalled the scene at the time. She and Lu Mingfei were cleaning up the wolf corpses, only glancing over a few times. Now, looking back, Lin Feng watching the show seemed more like he was deliberately indulging Chen Shanshan's overwhelming kindness, resulting in the team being attacked due to dereliction of duty. If it hadn't been for Ding Yi, she would have been injured in the end, or Ding Yi would have been injured. So Lu Qian continued to ask, if Chen Shanshan had let the steward go again later, I think you would have left the team, Brother Feng, and acted alone from then on.
So that moment was your test for Chen Shanshan?
This matter had been pent up in Lu Qian's heart for a long time. Although the responsibility for the last wolf hunting operation lay with Captain Chen Shanshan, after careful consideration, she quickly discovered the clues. Knowing in advance that there would be an ambush, after the threat of the wolf pack was temporarily lifted, Lin Feng would actually let Chen Shanshan help, instead of using her perception ability to guard against Qi Shan and his group. Later, when Qi Shan launched a sneak attack, Lin Feng's reaction speed seemed to be expected, turning around instantly and raising his gun to hit the enemy. In just 1 or 2 seconds, he prevented the opponent from reloading. Arranging for Chen Shanshan to chase after the steward was Lin Feng's last chance for her. And that slap, in addition to stunning the others, also shattered the timid, hesitant Chen Shanshan, making her grow rapidly from a naive girl. The situation changed dramatically at the time, and Lu Chen didn't react for a while. Only after carefully reviewing the situation did she discover the blind spots that others couldn't detect. It turned out that everything was under Lin Feng's control. From buying Jiang Zhuo at the slave market, Lin Feng had clearly arranged the subsequent mission actions. At this moment, the man lying down resting at the back of the car slowly got up, opened his eyes, and looked at Lu Qian, who had also turned around. "You're thinking too complicatedly. Everything was just spontaneous and opportunistic. Since she's not suitable to be the captain, then at least she has to become a qualified warrior first. I'm just speeding up the qualification process. The wasteland doesn't need cowards. The person who decides whether the team stays or goes is not me, but her." At this time, Lu Mingfei and the alien sisters had also finished washing and used the remaining water to wash their dirty clothes from before. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qian, lowered his head, got up, and patted the dust off his butt. Let's go back and have dinner." Back at the bus hotel, it was already 7 p.m., dusk. Old Huang and Ding Yi had prepared dinner. Everyone ate a simple meal to fill their stomachs because there wasn't much activity in the afternoon, so they didn't expend much energy. After dinner, Chen Shanshan began checking her equipment, making the final preparations before departure. A mysterious titanium gun of unknown level, a LV-7 armor-piercing hornbow, a LV-7 shotgun, and LV-10 ordinary light combat armor. Using the maintenance oil bought from the Jish village store, she cleaned, lubricated, and rust-proofed them. Lin Feng also checked all his current equipment. Upgraded LV-9 steel plate combat suit LV-9, white quality, imprinted basic attributes, defense 30, durability 1010, upgraded to host level limit additional attributes, photovoltaic panel remaining 1 year of use, cooling fan, alloy steel plate defense plus 15 evaluation, a combat suit with ventilation integrated into the steel plate. The defense has been specially strengthened, capable of withstanding the impact and attacks of late-stage wild beasts and small handgun bullets, weighs up to 20 caddies, suitable for late-stage enhanced human equipment. Activating the ventilation function can reduce the perceived temperature on the body surface by 10 after imprinting. Lin Feng chose the defense effect twice in the 3 enhancement directions, increasing the additional defense bonus of the alloy steel plate to 15 points. There was a total of 45 points of defense bonus, which, although not as good as Chen Shanshan's level 10 light combat armor, far exceeded ordinary white LV-7 and lower combat suits. Lin Feng also tried the newly bought combat suits of Lu Mingfei and Alien. Even if steel plates were inserted for integration and upgrade, there was only an additional bonus of 5 points of defense. Finally, reaching the 9th level limit, the defense was only 35 points, unable to withstand the attacks of late-stage enhanced beasts. The newest novels are first published on 69 Shubier. It seems that the effect of imprinting to specify the enhancement direction is more targeted and controllable than simple random item upgrades. It can bring unexpected additional attribute benefits. In addition to the LV-9 steel plate combat suit, there was also the most important LV-9 precision pistol. As the source of Lin Feng's combat power, even a Tier 1 rock hornhorse could be easily taken down. For Lin Feng, these 2 pieces of equipment, one for offense and one for defense, were a perfect match, and the remaining life value could not be wasted. It had to be saved for the electric car that would be formed and delivered tomorrow. There were also 20 ordinary photovoltaic panels waiting for him to improve their level and quality, upgrading from LV6 inferior to excellent. Before going to bed, Lin Feng ate 2 caddies of wolf meat and repaired the durability of Chen Shanshan's mysterious titanium gun. Unknown titanium gun, level unknown, quality unknown, basic attributes, damage 50, durability 910, can consume 1 point of life value to restore 1 point of durability. Additional attributes, spiral gun head damage plus 20 evaluation. Suspected relic of prehistoric advanced civilization, host level is too low to analyze. Last time it was restored to 6 points of Durability. It could be smoothly switched to the 3-prism spiral gun head form. This time it was repaired to 90% of 9 points of durability, the basic damage increased by 30 points. After 6 points of durability, an average of 1 point of durability repair increased the damage by 10 points. And the mysterious patterns on the surface of the gun body became more and more obvious, as if they were pictograms left over from some prehistoric civilization. Dingy carefully examined it for a long time, and shook her head. Theobov are very similar to cuneiform writing, but they don't seem to belong to any ancient civilization of the Earth's ancient period. Could it be left by aliens? Has an alien civilization visited this wasteland in the past few thousand years? The few people looked at each other, clueless. Lin Feng shrugged and returned the titanium gun to Chen Shanshan. Keep it safe, it now has a strong killing power against Tier 1 wild beasts. The patterns outside are too conspicuous, don't easily show it to others. The latter nodded, carefully took the spear, wrapped it with a roll of long cloth, leaving only the gun head, to reduce wear. At the same time, it can also conceal this mysterious titanium gun, preventing others from peeking at its secrets. This was left by my master before she left. It should have come from the mysterious ruin she went to. That ruin is still several holy spring days away from Oasis Town. Chen Shanshan missed her master when she saw the object, and slowly spoke. Lin Feng nodded, increasingly curious about the origin of this mysterious titanium gun. We'll go take a look together when we pass by in the future. By the way, we'll also find out the whereabouts of your master. Alright, it's almost 10 o'clock, sleep. The other two nodded and climbed onto the bed. This was the last stable long sleep they would get in the next week. After that, the long trek in the wilderness, bumpy all the way, they could only doze off for 1 or 2 hours intermittently, with Lin Feng's compartment going to sleep. Lu Mingfei in the opposite compartment was already snoring from reading. Lu Qian quietly leaned by the window on the upper bunk, put down the yellowed wasteland hunter's notebook in her hand, and thought about something. In Alien-S compartment, the woman picked up the 20 Caddy 9th level steel plate combat suit, with a solemn expression. Aiming next to her began to analyze. This Lin Feng also awakened his abilities in advance, and his ability is not what we guessed before, related to weapons and firearms, but is able to optimize items through his abilities, improving their state. Haven't you noticed that the weapons and equipment in their team have never shown signs of aging? Alien-S eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of something. So when he ordered the photovoltaic panels yesterday, he chose the lowest grade ordinary package? He wanted to rely on his own abilities to optimize the functions and effects of the photovoltaic panels? Aiming nodded, but the cost of using this ability should be great. The consumption of the body's state is very severe. They specifically left a pile of 9th level enhanced wolf meat. It is estimated that it is related to this. But these are not what we should worry about. The stronger Lin Feng is, the better it is for us. At least we don't have to worry about being used as bait or sacrifices. In this operation, we also need to integrate into this wasteland hunting team as soon as possible. Alien nodded, put on the 9th level combat suit, and tried to wield the long knife. It did not affect her movements. Not bad. There are steel plate armors on the front and back and thighs, much thicker than before. Just leave the task to me. You are responsible for providing some combat suggestions, and also learning the hunting experience of that foreign team. If we can capture the Rockhorn horse alive with your proposal, we can be truly accepted. Aiming hummed, don't worry. It's not early, go to sleep. The wasteland hunting team members fell asleep one after another. At this time, the orders from the Wasteland Hunting Guild were being sent to Jish Village and Shuguang Village. At 12 o'clock day and night, a small truck loaded with 20 ordinary photovoltaic panels drove out of Shuguang Village and steadily drove towards the opposite Jish Village. And the extended Jinbei Haisher, which had already been modified, was being towed by a heavy truck. Half of the vehicles in Jish Village are empty shells with only tires installed, reserved as inventory for sale. Usually, when there is a need for car repairs or modifications, parts are selected and disassembled from this pile of semi-finished products. When the photovoltaic panels were delivered, the Jinbei Haisher ordered by the Lin Feng team had already assembled a simple central control system, only lacking the installation of a large electric motor to provide power, and photovoltaic panels to provide power to the motor. The mechanics and engineers on both sides were already familiar with the final assembly. It was quickly completed at 3 o'clock in the morning, day and night. And after starting,
it followed the large troops to test whether it was qualified. As long as there were no problems before the day-night handover, the business would be considered a complete success. The next morning, the Lin Feng team got up slightly excitedly, riding tricycles, and quickly drove away from the 5th village, heading to the nearby Jish village on the left. Welcoming their first means of transportation in their wasteland life since waking up. It was also the foothold belonging to everyone. Leaving the only shelter of Oasis Town. Oasis Town belongs to a large gathering place, and outside of this, many small fleeing convoys also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the wilderness. Unlike the uniform decoration of Holy Spring Village, Dawn Village was orderly. As for Motorcycle Village, it was the first human settlement Lin Feng had ever seen, and it was just as it was when he first saw it, chaotic, noisy, and full of passion. The banging and clanging of metal echoed from the village as Lin Feng and the others approached, never ceasing. At the end of the forward convoy, at the entrance of Motorcycle Village, 4 guards armed with short-barreled submachine guns pointed their guns at the approaching tricycle. Chen Shanshan took out the transaction order and explained their purpose. The guard captain, lying in the car, flipped through the recently reported orders, confirmed it, and waved out the window, signaling to let them pass. Then, he pulled up the curtains and continued to rest. One of the guards put away his gun, got on an electric scooter, and led the group into the village. This was Lin Feng's first time here. Through the crack in the armor of the tricycle, he observed the outside. Motorcycle Village, with its thousands of vehicles of various types, was more like a mobile auto repair and modification factory than a village or convoy. There were platforms specifically for dismantling, as well as electrified hydraulic cranes, and a large group of welders with welding torches, cutting and welding newly arrived car frames. In the outermost area, a pile of heavy trucks was dragging dozens of empty car shells with only the frames, chassis, and tires remaining, while photovoltaic panels stretched from the truck heads to the tops of the empty car shells. From a distance, it looked like a 100-meter-long train dedicated to transporting cars. There were no less than 20 such heavy trucks. Therefore, more than half of the 1,000 vehicles in Motorcycle Village were modification materials and platforms, providing travel services to the other 4 major villages of Oasis Town. And when the Oasis battleship had needs, it would also have Motorcycle Village serve it. For example, the pilgrimage convoy that went to the big city to trade supplies every Holy Spring Day was created by these vehicle repair masters. Soon, led by the guard, the group arrived at the location where their order was produced. Lin Feng was worried about piling the carcasses of wild beasts in the car, which had a bloody, fishy, and urine-soaked smell that no one could stand. Now, he could directly hang the beast corpses on the back and sides of the car, dissecting them while moving, and then put a blood trough underneath to automatically drain and collect the blood, solving the preservation problem without causing the slightest waste. It was really convenient and useful. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this modification. The assembly master opened the side door and invited Lin Feng and his companions to go inside for a tour. After entering, the inside of the car was nearly 1 meter 8 high, and the raised chassis was 40 centimeters off the ground. Calculating it, the height of the entire car exceeded 2 meters 2, which was much higher than the original version that Lin Feng had driven. The row of seats in the driver's seat and the front passenger seat was nearly 1 meter 5 wide. Putting down the seat back could be used as a recliner for sleeping directly. The second row of seat space was also 1 meter 5, and there was no problem in straightening the legs after sitting down. Moreover, the backrests of the 3 seats could be laid flat directly, turning into a small bed 1 meter 5 long and 1 meter 7 wide, which was more than enough to sleep 2 people sideways. Secondly, there was the rear compartment in the last row. According to the requirements of Lin Feng and his companions, the remaining 3 meters of space had been modified into a sleeper area. 2 iron plate beds, 70 centimeters wide and 2 meters long, on the left and right, with more than half a meter of space remaining in the middle aisle. There was also 30 centimeters of space under the lower bunk bed, which could be used to stuff things. The 1 meter 5 high space above was evenly divided between the upper and lower bunks, with a 70 centimeter interval, which could barely straighten the upper body. Of course, these living areas were not the focus. The focus was on checking the car's power system and the central control system in the front driving position, whether the power was sufficient, and whether the button conduction was smooth and silky.
These were the key to the long-term driving of the car. Fortunately, ordinary electric cars without energy storage systems directly used photovoltaic panels to generate electricity to power the motor. The structure was not complicated, so it could last for more than 10 years. Only the aging photovoltaic panels needed to be replaced. Lin Feng didn't have much driving experience, and Shen Shanshan was even worse. She was only 12 years old during the Old Earth period and had never touched the steering wheel a few times. Therefore, the test drive and inspection tasks were assigned to Lu Mingfei, the professional player among the three. As a professional old driver with more than 10 years of experience, he was extremely familiar with the car's performance after driving a taxi for so many years. In addition, the newly learned auto repair knowledge supplemented the theoretical shortcomings. Now, Lu Mingfei was already considered half an insider. As long as he took a test drive, he could see many problems. As he sat in the driver's seat and asked the repair master to unlock the tow chain of the car head, he then stepped on the accelerator and turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. The engineer from Dawn Village in the car took the order paper and began to explain the photovoltaic panel and motor power system. What you have chosen is the ordinary package, 20 square meters of ordinary photovoltaic panels, on the frame on the roof, according to the 6-meter length of the car body, 6x3 configuration, the last two extending out of the tail of the car, can be used as a sunshade for the iron plate walkway. According to the pushing force of 100 kilograms per square meter, it can push a total of 2 tons of objects, moving at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour. This electric car weighs 1.5 tons, and the entire power system of photovoltaic panels and motors also weighs 300 kilograms, so it can carry up to 200 kilograms of cargo. Inside the vehicle, Lin Feng and the others frowned upon hearing this. It seemed the store manager at Dawn Company had played a word game, failing to include the weight of the solar panels and motor when calculating the maximum thrust. While the extra 300 kilograms might not make much difference to the high-end models' 200 kilograms and the top-tier models' 500 kilograms of thrust per square meter, it was quite detrimental to the standard model. The original half-ton payload surplus was now drastically reduced, leaving only 200 kilograms, enough to carry a maximum of 3 people, not counting other supplies. Seeing the customer's displeased expression and furrowed brows, the engineer from Dawn Village quickly explained, "Of course, this is at a speed of 2 kilometers per hour. After connecting with the mechanics from Motorcycle Village, we've set up 2 speed settings. The low speed setting is 1 kilometer per hour, keeping pace with Oasis Town's speed. At low speed, combined with a high-end motor, this electric vehicle's thrust can be increased by 50%, giving it a maximum payload of 3 tons. Deducting the vehicle's and power system's weight, there's still 1.2 tons left, which is 1,200 kilograms. Forget about the 4 of us, it can easily carry 10 people." After explaining, the engineer added, "It's just that the 2 km per hour setting might feel a bit underpowered, only reaching a maximum speed of 1.5 kilometers per hour. But for driving in Fifth Village and keeping up with Oasis Town, it's more than enough." Lin Feng wasn't too interested in these details. As long as he confirmed there were no issues with the vehicle's condition, he could leave the rest to the item upgrade system. He had Lu Mingfei, who was in the driver's seat, open the iron plate walkways on both sides and the rear of the vehicle. Lin Feng stepped outside and began checking the properties and status of the solar panels. The newest novels are first released on 6_9_SHU_BA. In the corner of his eye, the results appeared one after another: inferior solar panel LV6, white quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 10%, 24-hour power generation 1.5 kWh, durability 710, can consume 1 point of life value to upgrade. Note, remaining lifespan 3 years. It was consistent with the sample he saw in the store, but the durability was a bit lower, and the lifespan wasn't as they claimed, a full wasteland year, which is 6 years. Moreover, it was only half, leaving 3 years. Lin Feng felt it was necessary to address this point. The payload issue could be considered a textual ambiguity in the order contract, but this lifespan was clearly written in black and white. After checking everything, although they were all level 6 inferior solar panels, at least half had a lifespan of less than 5 years, not meeting the guaranteed 6 years stated in the order. At this time, Lu Mingfei, who was driving the electric vehicle around Motorcycle Village with difficulty, also discovered many problems. One was the severe lack of power. The second gear felt the same as not having it on, only less than half of the low-speed gear.
Accelerating was like a turtle crawling.
The engineer had already explained this. It wasn't the fault of the motorcycle village modification mechanics. The second problem was that the front wheels weren't equipped with suspension, making any bumps very jarring, and the ordered package specifically stated that both front and rear would be installed. Another major problem was that the steering transmission between the steering wheel and the axle was somewhat sluggish, as was the foot pedal.
The gears in the chassis needed fine-tuning and more lubricant to ensure smoothness.
As for other minor issues, Lu Mingfei pointed them all out without missing a single one. Back at the repair shop, Lu Mingfei discussed the electric vehicle's inherent problems, while Lin Feng focused on the quality of the solar panels, pointing out the issue of aging lifespan. In the end, Motorcycle Village agreed to return the vehicle for rework. On Dawn Village's side, for the engineer, this batch of goods had already been selected from the pile of dusty, semi-defective products in the warehouse. They had already been reported as scrap. No matter how much they sold for, it would all go into the department's slush fund. They thought that no one among the wasteland residents would recognize the goods, but they didn't expect Lin Feng to be so sharp-eyed, accurately picking out so many defective products. But a full return was impossible.
Replacing everything with inferior products again would be even more costly and would be recorded in the books.
So, the engineer used the excuse of assembly completion to reject Lin Feng's request for replacement, instead offering a discount as compensation. They were willing to offer an additional 200 points of discount, so after deducting the deposit, only 700 points were needed. Calculating this way, the entire power system only cost 1,000 points.
This saved a lot.
Lin Feng immediately agreed. Anyway, as long as it wasn't a scrapped state, the durability related to lifespan didn't matter to him. And so, when the Motorcycle Village repair mechanics completed the rework at 10 o'clock in the morning, they ultimately gave an additional 50 points of integration as compensation. Because some minor issues were caused by welding problems, it wasn't realistic to disassemble and re-weld for a product that had already been driven on the road. Anyway, it didn't affect the vehicle's performance.
Losing 1 or 2 pieces of iron skin wasn't a big deal for driving.
Lu Mingfei, seeing the problems he had pointed out and the unexpected surprise, suddenly felt that those few automotive repair books hadn't been a waste of time. Lin Feng and Shen Shanshan also looked at him with new respect. They praised him repeatedly. And so, when Lu Mingfei drove the modified Jinbei Haisher electric vehicle out of Fifth Village after the handover, the team actually gained an extra 250 points of integration. After braking all the way, upon arriving at the Hunters Guild in Fifth Village, Lu Mingfei parked the car next to the guild. Lin Feng, in a great mood, got out of the car, patted the hood, and in the corner of his eye, the attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme appeared. Light passenger vehicle LV10, red quality basic attributes, defense 60, durability 710, max speed 2 km. I caught a cold and have a fever.
Adding more updates late into the night.
Light passenger vehicle LV10, red quality basic attributes, defense 60, durability 710, top speed 2 km/h, consumes 1 point of health, restores 1 point of durability. Additional attributes, gear adjustment 12 km/h. Evaluation, the most basic, bare-bones wasteland electric vehicle, only suitable as a means of transportation to alleviate the fatigue of long journeys. To become a mobile shelter in the wasteland, there is still room for improvement. Try to carry out more modifications and upgrades. A mobile fortress of the future is waving at you. It is recommended to first improve the quality and power of the photovoltaic panels, upgrade the power system, and the surplus electricity can drive more electrical appliances, such as electric fans, air conditioners, induction cookers, etc. The attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of the light passenger vehicle is nothing special. Although it is rated as a level 10 item, most of the reason comes from its large size.
It's like a bicycle is also a level 10 item.
Items with excessive surface area and weight cannot be upgraded by the current upgrade system. However, Lin Feng believes that this has nothing to do with the system, but rather that the life energy in his body is not enough to support the consumption of upgrading and modifying large objects. Forcibly upgrading will result in overdrafting life force, dropping levels, and even shortening lifespan. Therefore, the current upgrade of the level 10 light passenger vehicle can only start with parts, such as the quality of individual photovoltaic panels. Using the gradual method of accumulating small amounts, the ultimate goal is to achieve a qualitative leap in a certain attribute of the light passenger vehicle. And upgrading 20 LV6 inferior photovoltaic panels by one level requires 20 points of life force, at least 20 caddies of level 9 enhanced wolf jerky. Upgrading to LV8 ordinary photovoltaic panels requires 40 points, enough to exhaust the team's reserves of level 9 wolf meat. Fortunately, in this electric vehicle order handover, Lu Mingfei and Lin Feng, through their own experience and knowledge, picked out various hidden problems and obtained 250 points of integral compensation. It is more than enough to buy cheap level 9 Rockhorn horse enhanced meat. But there is no hurry, let's take the task first. Following Chen Shanshan into the guild's second floor, they searched for orders other than captured tasks on a bulletin board full of reward orders. For example, the reward order from Dawn Village for first order Rockhorn horse photovoltaic carapace, as well as batteries and brushless motors. These 3 reward orders also have no time or quantity limits, but the engineers of Dawn Village are more rigorous and not in a hurry. They only give a rough estimate of the reward, and the specific quotation depends on the quality of the materials. Moreover, there is no gimmick of being promoted to an Oasis upper resident. So it is not conspicuous or famous. According to Lin Feng's intention, Chen Shanshan accepted these 3 reward orders from Dawn Village. On the bulletin board of the rear motorcycle village, most of the reward orders are related to vehicles, and there are also some maintenance tools. Lin Feng just glanced at them roughly, and recorded the content. It is the same to find them along the way and then come back to accept them. Holy Spring Village has no related rewards. Mainly, there are not many people qualified to issue them. As for the Oasis reward on the last wall, Lin Feng found that there was no change from yesterday. The various entertainment supplies on it, he simply waited until he got them or had clues before accepting them. The butcher raised the balance scale, ready to receive the goods. Lin Feng shook his head, took out the integral card and shook it. I want to buy enhanced jerky, level 9. The butcher was stunned for a moment, and then said, going out to do a task? Level 9 enhanced meat sells for 7 or 8 points per kilogram. How much do you plan to buy? Lin Feng nodded. He remembered that the purchase price of level 9 enhanced meat was 5 or 6 points. The butcher shopkeeper was considered conscientious and did not overcharge, 150 points, how about 22 kilograms? Enhanced meat, a basic consumable, is very precious in the eyes of the wastelanders outside, but for the 4 major villages, it can be cultivated through the farming villages and is not scarce. The profit is very low, and they all rely on volume to make money. The butcher chopped the wide-backed boning knife in his hand into the nail board, hesitated for a moment, and nodded, okay, anyway, there is a lot of it, I will give you a 3% discount. But let me say in advance, I only have level 9 Rockhorn horse meat farmed and raised in the farming village here. The energy density is not as high as wild ones. To strengthen yourself by eating it, you have to eat 2 more pieces. If it's just to replenish nutrition and restore your state, then there is not much difference from wild horse meat. Saying that, the butcher cut off a small piece of level 9 horse jerky and threw it to the man in front of him. Lin Feng took it and put it in his mouth, chewed a few times to confirm that there was no problem, and that 1 caddy of meat could restore 1 point of life force, and nodded in agreement. Finally, he spent 150 points to buy 22 kilograms of level 9 enhanced horse jerky, which is equivalent to restoring a total of 44 points of life force. It is enough to upgrade all the photovoltaic panels of 20 square meters to level 8. As for Chen Shanshan, she bought some supplies needed for the car from Lu Mingfei, including lubricating oil, hooks and net bags for fixing supplies, and tow ropes, etc. The most expensive of these are 7 small electric fans, 30 centimeters wide, installed on the bedside and in the driver's seat, which can alleviate the heat during long journeys. And a comfortable car environment can also speed up the recovery from fatigue. One costs 10 points, and after bargaining, they used the loopholes in the electric vehicle ordering agreement to threaten the Dawn shopkeeper and took it down for 60 points. Equivalent to a 15% discount. As for a better car air conditioner, it costs 5 or 600 points to start, plus 10% extra assembly fee. The current Lin Feng team can only stay in the guild for a while longer, hoping to quench their thirst. In addition to the above supplies, Chen Shanshan also specially bought a large water tank, and then came to the warehouse car next to the guild. As an evolver and 4 registered members of the wasteland hunting team, they exchanged for 50 liters of water quota per person during the Holy Spring Day. This is a benefit issued to permanent residents of the 5th village. Evolvers automatically obtain this status, and level 9 enhancers registered in the wasteland hunting team are also regarded as temporary permanent residents and have this benefit. Including Lin Feng, Lu Mingfei, and the alien sisters, there were a total of 5 people, which amounted to 250 liters of clean fresh water, requiring only a symbolic payment of 5 points of Jifen points. And this fresh water would be the key guarantee for the team's long-term survival in the wasteland. After accepting the relevant bounty orders and buying the necessary supplies, the trio returned to the electric car in high spirits, unhooked the side latches, and Lu Mingfei gently applied the brakes to reduce speed. While avoiding the vehicles behind them, they returned to the bus hotel where everyone was located. When Boss Huang saw the electric car ordered by the group, he couldn't help but feel emotional, realizing that what he had worked hard for most of his life was just the starting point in life for Chen Shanshan and her group. Ding Yi and Lu Qian had already packed everyone's luggage and were excitedly moving into the team's new home. From now on, in the wasteland and Oasis town, they would finally have a place of their own. They no longer had to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme under someone else's roof and pay rent. Lin Feng stood on the iron gangway outside the car, upgrading the solar panels above his head one by one. While eating enhanced horse jerky, he checked the attributes of the upgraded solar panels: substandard solar panel LV7, white quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 15%, 24-hour power generation 2. 25 kilowatt hours, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade evaluation, a usable substandard solar panel, but the power generation efficiency is average. The power generation per square meter can drive a 150 kilograms object, maintaining a maximum speed of 2 km per hour. The level 7 substandard solar panel was half as strong as the level 6 inferior one. 20 panels could provide 3 tons of thrust, but 3 tons was still not enough. The newest and fastest novels are at 6-9 book bar first publish. After all, this time the team was going out with 7 members, including family, 2 tricycles, 2 bicycles, personal equipment, and the supplies needed for survival. It definitely weighed more than 3 tons. Lin Feng then continued to upgrade. It wasn't until after 2 p.m. that, relying on the enhanced horse jerky to slowly sustain his life, Lin Feng upgraded all 20 solar panels in his hand to level 8, normal solar panel LV8, white quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 20%, 24-hour power generation 3 kWh, durability 1010, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade evaluation, a solar panel with excellent practicality. The power generation efficiency is at a normal level. The power generation per square meter can drive a 200 kilograms object, maintaining a maximum speed of 2 km per hour. It is recommended to equip a battery to store the surplus power. Currently, 4 tons of thrust was more than enough. Calculated this way, when upgraded to level 9, there would be 5 tons of thrust, and the remaining power would be wasted. It was a pity that energy storage batteries were too expensive. A small battery pack that could last 10 kilometers cost 100 points of Jifen points. If this mission went smoothly, Lin Feng planned to upgrade and replace the bus at that time. Installing battery packs and increasing the top speed was only the initial modification. He also had to install a car air conditioner and a separate towable RV with separate seating. Only then would it be worthy of the status and name of an evolver and a wasteland hunting team. As for now, he had to rely on this modified electric car to complete the first long-distance mission after forming the wasteland hunting team. Before long, Alien and the others, who had gone to the rear of Oasis Town, also rode back on tricycles. There were only rusty old cages in the slave market. After Alien and the others explained their intentions, the slave owner told them that the iron cage that could hold wild rockhorn horses had to be specially customized by a welding master from Motorcycle Village using high-strength steel bars. Their cages could only hold weak, half-dead wasteland slave. But before leaving, the slave owner still enthusiastically took out a pile of chains and shackles and directly gave them to the two. Maintaining a good relationship with evolvers and wasteland hunting teams was a surefire profit for the slave owner. And the chains that could imprison a level 9 enhanced human were equally effective against rockhorn horses in the later stages. It was just that there was no time to find a welding master from Motorcycle Village to weld the iron cage now, not to mention they didn't have the capital. At this time, Ding Yi, who had laid out the 4 bed mats, walked out of the electric car and said, "Since we can't lock up a first-tier rockhorn horse in its prime, why not weaken it? I know some poisonous wild grasses that can paralyze muscles. We can collect some along the way, apply it to the wounds after catching them, or soak it in water and feed it to the rockhorn horses, and then put them in the armored tricycle. As long as they don't come into contact with sunlight, we don't have to worry about them struggling to escape." Hearing Ding Yi say this, Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan realized that her rich knowledge also included the skill of extracting plant toxins. Moreover, the power of a first-tier rockhorn horse mainly came from the photovoltaic rock armor on its back. As long as it was covered and did not come into contact with sunlight, its state would become increasingly weakened. "That's right, let's do that." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, then waved his hand. "Okay. Now that everything is ready, everyone pack up and prepare to set off." Before leaving, Old Huang came over and asked if everyone was still going to Holy Spring Village. Lin Feng thought about it. He just happened to be going to find Father Suan to get a map of the area. Although this thing was also sold in the Wasteland Hunter Guild, it was ridiculously expensive, and it wasn't as detailed as the one Lin Feng had seen in Suan's office. After receiving a definite answer, Old Huang took out a large bag of burlap sacks, which contained a set of new clothes and some sugar pills. There was also a wooden toad, with a row of edges bulging on its back. Lin Feng knew what this thing was. When the wooden stick in the toad's mouth was stroked across its back, it could make a croaking sound. It was a wooden fish toy for children. Old Huang handed the cloth bag to Chen Shanshan. "If it's on the way, please help me take it to my son. His name is Huang Xinming, and he's in the elementary school department." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, everyone had already seen Old Huang's son, who looked very much like him. After the supplies were transferred, the team's 2 tricycles were also locked to the rear bumpers of the light bus, and everyone stood on the iron gangways on both sides of the electric car waving goodbye to Old Huang. Starting their first wasteland journey. When the powerful electric car disappeared into the distance, Old Huang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, rubbed his eyes. This farewell was probably the last time they would meet. This long-distance mission will also gradually reveal the worldview. The main thing is the evolution settings of this book. I originally wanted to write another chapter, so that would be 3 chapters of 3K words, making it 10,000 words a day. But I have to write the old book tonight. I will come back and write the new book as soon as possible, and try to post another chapter at dawn. After upgrading all the 20 square meter photovoltaic panels to level 8, Lin Feng had 2 kilograms of horse meat left, which could be converted into 4 upgrade or repair opportunities. Sitting in the powerful electric car, he decided to use the remaining 4 life points to repair the durability of the light passenger car itself. After all, using these 4 life points to upgrade the 4 level 8 photovoltaic panels to level 9 would have a negligible impact on the overall performance of the electric car. It would be better to repair the wear and tear and durability deficiencies of the light passenger car itself. Especially the welding points of the shell and chassis. Although there are some minor flaws that don't have much impact, with long distance travel, some small flaws will gradually deteriorate into fatal problems. Moreover, Lin Feng predicted that after he finished repairing, the light passenger car would have new changes, especially in terms of power. The comprehensive improvement of photovoltaic panels would solve the shortcomings of the electric car's power attributes. As Lin Feng ate the last bit of level 9 horse meat, the durability repair of the entire electric car was also underway. Woof 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 woof. At this time, a palm-sized head poked out from under the second row of cushions where Lin Feng was sitting, jumped up, and lay on the side of his thigh. The wolf cub woke up, smelled the meaty aroma of the dried horse meat in Lin Feng's hand, and was eagerly waiting to be fed. Lin Feng picked up the remaining half kilogram of dried horse meat in his hand, held it above it, and began to train it, saying, "Sit. Sit down." The bewildered wolf cub showed a confused expression and did not understand Lin Feng's instructions. However, the desire for food and the hunger in its belly made it anxiously spin around between Lin Feng's legs. It kept making low whimpering sounds, its front paws jumping up and its neck stretching out, trying to reach the dried meat hanging above its head. Lin Feng frowned slightly and continued sternly, "Sit." The stern tone and fierce eyes immediately frightened the wolf cub, and it lay on the ground whimpering. Lin Feng knocked on its head, picked it up, and made it sit properly, then tore off a small strand of rock-horn horsemeat and fed it to it. After repeating this 3 times, the smart wolf cub quickly realized that as long as it sat down, it could have meat to eat. It gradually learned the sit command. Afterward, Lin Feng also taught it how to shake hands. He used the dog training methods from his childhood on the wolf cub in front of him, cultivating its obedience from a young age. But the more it was like this, the more the wolf cub listened to Lin Feng's words. In its eyes, Lin Feng was the leader of the team. After eating half a small piece of level 9 horsemeat, the wolf cub, who had learned to sit down and shake hands, drank some water and then returned to under the seat with its round belly, continuing to sleep soundly. The other girls watched Lin Feng train the dog the whole time. Ding Yi said with interest, "Should we give it a name? It can be considered a member of our team now." Chen Shanchan excitedly suggested, "Wang Kai? Shall we? Or Da Huan?" The other girls also joined in, and for a while, they had a heated discussion. Like Xiaolin, Xiaofeng, Xijia, Lulu, they brainstormed and came up with all sorts of names. Looking at the 5 girls chattering, Lin Feng had a headache and finally decided, since we want to train it as a dog, let's call it Xinquan Divine Dog. I hope it can become a god-like dog in the future. Okay, it's settled then. The girls looked at each other, secretly pondering. Shenquan, good name. Chen Shanshan squatted down, reached out and teased the curled-up wolf cub, and whispered, Xinquan, it seems to have grown a lot in the past few days. When it first came, it was only the size of a soccer ball, but now it's as big as a wash basin, like an Alaskan Malamute from before. It grows so fast, changing every day. Lu Qian looked at the sleeping Xinquan and explained, the growth cycle of wasteland wolves is very fast. It only takes 3 months to grow into a mid-youth wasteland wolf, and 10 months to fully mature and enter the late adult enhancement stage. After introducing the relevant content in the hunter's notes, Lu Qian asked curiously, will Xinquan evolve into a first-order wasteland beast in the future? After all, its parents were both late-stage wasteland wolves, especially its father, who was the leader of the wolf pack and was about to transform into a first-order beast. As its bloodline, Xinquan should have this potential. Lin Feng nodded. These were not the key issues. If we can fully tame it and make it our partner, a first-order wasteland wolf can be of great use. For example, when hunting rock-horn horse herds, it can be responsible for tracking their whereabouts or cooperating with us to split the horse herd. Hunters used to bring all kinds of hunting dogs with them to assist in hunting. Wasteland wolves are natural hunters in the wasteland. They know better than humans how to hunt wild rock-horn horses. Especially its super senses, keen hearing, and developed sense of smell, coupled with the soft footpad's ability to sense low-frequency vibrations on the ground, can lock onto the tracks of prey dozens of kilometers away. It is like a life detection radar. This is also one of the important reasons why Lin Feng is willing to adopt this gold-devouring beast. As long as it is successfully tamed, he can gain a loyal partner. Even if the early stage requires an expensive investment of several hundred kilograms of horsemeat, it is still very worthwhile. More than an hour later, the electric car passed through the 5th village, past the Dawn village, and arrived at the entrance of the Holy Spring village on the right side of the Oasis battleship. Guards dressed in gray and white raised their guns to warn everyone to stop moving forward. Lu Mingfei slammed on the brakes, reducing the speed to a snail's pace of 1 kilometer per hour. Lin Feng walked to the aisle on the side of the electric car and took out the insignia of Father Suen. Seeing an acquaintance, the guard captain lowered his gun and shouted loudly, "It's you, are you here to see Father?" But sorry, large foreign vehicles with power systems are prohibited from passing. If you have something to do, you can enter alone, or ride the tricycle behind the car. Holy Spring Village does not allow foreign electric cars to enter. Lin Feng nodded. After all, it was a solemn church inside, and there were so many children, so it was no problem to have stricter rules. After thinking about it, since there was nothing to carry anyway, he asked Lu Mingfei to drive at a constant speed. Then Lin Feng jumped out of the car and walked into the village. Chen Shanshan followed closely behind, carrying the cloth bag that old Huang had entrusted her to bring, containing clothes and snacks for his son. The two of them entered one after the other. It was now the Holy Spring Village's afternoon free activity time, and the two found Huang Xinming playing with Su Yuting on the recreational facilities. Seeing Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan, Su Yuting, who was a little bored, smiled, jumped directly from the climbing frame, and trotted to Lin Feng. "Uncle Lin, did you find the toad?" Lin Feng's mouth twitched. He took the cloth bag from Chen Shanshan, took out the toad wooden fish inside, held it in his hand, and demonstrated how to scrape it to make a croaking sound. This is what Huang Xinming's father, Huang Haiwan, brought him, a wooden toad that can also make a toad's croaking sound. Huang Xinming walked forward, his face full of excitement and joy. After taking the toad wooden fish toy, he proudly said to the three little friends behind him, "Look, I didn't lie. Croak really exists. This is what my dad carved according to Croak. It can also make a croaking sound." After handing the cloth bag to him, the little guy opened it and his eyes lit up, obviously seeing the sugar pills inside. He reached out and took out 4, giving one to himself and each of his little friends. Then he put the cloth bag on his body, picked up the toad wooden fish and knocked on it, chanting in his mouth, "Croak croak croak, croak croak croak, I am a little croak." The novel toy immediately attracted a circle of elementary school children of the same age nearby. Lin Feng found that Su Yuting did not enter the group of children, but stood by his side all the time, so he asked, "Where is Father Suan? I have something to talk to him about." Su Yuting tilted her head, sniffed Lin Feng's hand, and then grabbed a few fingers with her small hand. "Come on, I'll take you there." Under Su Yuting's leadership, Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan quickly came to the outside of a hidden white car, located on the far right side of Holy Spring Village. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner outside the car was buzzing. After Lin Feng called out a few times, Father Suan's figure walked out from inside, wearing white sealed isolation clothing, bringing out the escaping cold white mist from the doorseam. This is a special low-temperature laboratory. Taking off his clothes and removing his gas mask, Father Suan nodded to Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan, then said to Su Yuting, "Go play, I have something to talk to your uncle about." Half of Su Yuting's body was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme behind Lin Feng. She nodded, gave Lin Feng a peck on the back of his hand when she left, and then turned and ran away. Lin Feng glanced at her back and turned his head back. Father Suan's mental state was a little tired, his eyebrows were dim and yellow, and his dark circles were a little heavy. He held the railing. "Are you preparing to set off?" Lin Feng nodded. "I plan to go hunting rockhorn horse herds in advance to a first-order revolver as soon as possible. The beast herds nearby are relatively far away, so I wanted to ask you for a map to avoid getting lost in this wasteland." Suan hummed and squeezed out a smile. "Come with me." The two followed forward and entered the father's office. Suan took out a 2-meter-long drawing from the drawer, spread it on the table, and opened it for the two of them to see. "This is a map of the area within 2,000 kilometers. The red line marked on it is the avenue for Oasis Town to advance. The newest novels are first published on Lu Nine Shuba. We are currently here, in the lower left corner, on the seabed of the former sea outside the Luzhou area. Entering the lower Luzhou Peninsula, there are several port bays along the coast, as well as the estuary of the big river, so there are intricate underground tunnels beneath the cliffs in this area. The deepest part contains a hidden underground water source. This is also one of the gathering places for wasteland beast groups within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Every wasteland year, when passing through here, a large number of wasteland beasts will stay, using the underground water source to breed and multiply. So recently, it is also the breeding season for various wasteland beasts, with new life being born, and communication, competition, and integration between different races. For us, it is the best hunting season. The gathering place is located 100 kilometers northwest of Oasis Town. If you set off now, after completing the hunt, go directly southwest, and you will converge in about 3 days. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Feng's face, but his gaze was quickly attracted by another marked point in the upper left corner of the map. That was a red ruin marker. Located in the hinterland of Luzhou, north of the Oasis Avenue, more than 300 kilometers away from the current Oasis Town. Noticing where Lin Feng's gaze was, Father Suan mentioned it again. "This is Mount Tai of Old Earth. The Mount Tai shelter was built here back then, and later it became an underground ruin. It is also the destination where your team needs to go to complete the mission after the next Holy Spring Day. Okay, take this copy with you, remember to keep it safe, you will need it for the next few Holy Spring days." Lin Feng nodded, carefully rolled up the map, tied it tightly with a thin rope, and held it in his hand. When leaving, Father Suan stopped Lin Feng and took out a telescopic telescope. Recently, the observation station on the oasis saw some unknown convoys passing by. They are those disorderly vagrants. The Wanderer's target is likely to be the Wasteland Beast Group. Remember to be careful on the road. Lin Feng took the high-powered telescope with some confusion, wanting to ask for clarification, but seeing that Father Suan had already gotten up and walked into the bedroom behind him, too tired to stay, he put away the telescope, frowning slightly as he looked at Chen Shanshan behind him. The latter swallowed and nodded, indicating that she knew. On the way to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme Lin Feng out of the office and leave Holy Spring Village, Chen Shanshan explained as she walked. Unknown convoys are small gatherings independent of Oasis Town, similar to the 5 great villages, but on a small scale, generally just a dozen or dozens of vehicles, 100 or so people. Among them are evolutionaries and wasteland hunting teams who have torn up the agreement and fled, as well as people who have committed crimes in the village, and some who can't survive and don't want to become slaves, so they decided to escape the constraints and rule of Oasis Town. This group of people gathers in the wasteland, wandering around, without a fixed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme, so they are called wanderers. Speaking of this, Chen Shanshan changed the subject, between wanderers, because there is no order, coupled with the harsh environment of the wasteland, they practice the complete law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. Some have even gradually evolved into vagrant groups that specialize in eating people. Wandering on the wasteland, they drink blood and become beasts. As she spoke, Chen Shanshan couldn't help but shiver under the scorching sun. In the beginning, I followed my master and was fortunate enough to board the pilgrimage convoy to the big city. On the way, I saw countless vagrant groups like walking corpses. They attack other wanderers and small gatherings nearby. Because of cannibalism, various highly alienated have evolved in the team, and their appearances vary. After listening to Chen Shanshan's introduction, Lin Feng frowned. According to this, leaving the vicinity of Oasis Town by more than 10 kilometers will become very dangerous? Then this operation, I'm afraid. Chen Shanshan shook her head. No, there are actually not many large vagrant groups, and they are very, very far away from large settlements like Oasis Town. Their leaders are not stupid. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme, and they will stay far away. You must know that mobile fortresses like Oasis are not just settlements but are themselves powerful warships. They hidden in the abdomen on both sides of the ship can eliminate all enemies dozens of kilometers away. What Father Suan wants us to pay attention to are unknown convoys. The wanderers in these small gatherings are more adapted to the wasteland survival rules than us. They are vicious and do all kinds of evil. They are even more covetous of our. If they are confident of defeating us, the electric car and us are their hunting targets. But don't worry too much, I have become an evolutionary. Wearing battle armor, coupled with your remote firepower, we can kill as many of these wanderers as come. With Chen Shanshan's explanation, Lin Feng roughly understood that these small forces outside the official system were like bandits and pirates in the old era, burning, killing, looting, and opportunistic. Among the members of the Wanderers, the strongest are only first-order evolutionary strength. They are unwilling to be bound by Oasis Town and defect. They then gathered a group off to form their own small convoy, exiled in the desolate wasteland. With the 45 damage of Lin Feng's LV9 precision pistol and 1,000 bullets, let alone dozens or hundreds of wanderers, even evolutionaries can be remotely sniped. Coupled with Chen Shanshan's melee containment, there is really no need to worry about this problem. It's just that the tens of thousands of vagrant groups, shaped like beasts, sound a bit daunting to Lin Feng. After obtaining the map guidance and telescope, as well as reminders about the wanderers, Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan walked out of Holy Spring Village and returned to the electric car. The two briefly described the next itinerary and the news of the wanderers to the remaining 5 team members. Lu Mingfei then stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel half a circle to the right, and drove towards the right side of Oasis Avenue. At this time, the speed of the electric car has been significantly improved. Lin Feng looked at the corner of his eye, and the reminder that the durability repair of the LV9 light passenger car was completed popped up, as well as the attribute changes: light passenger car LV10, red quality basic attributes, defense 60, durability 1010, maximum speed 5 km/h, item level exceeds host level, unable to upgrade temporarily additional attributes, gear speed adjustment 125 km/h. Note: The comprehensive upgrade of the photovoltaic panels has enabled the light passenger car
to obtain abundant power.
With the advanced motor, the overall power system has been optimized and improved, and the maximum speed has been increased to 5 km. A speed of 5 km is faster than most power electric cars, and even later strengthened people can only run at this speed for 20 or 30 km. People and animals need to rest, but electric cars don't get tired.
As long as there is sufficient sunlight, it can keep running.
When chasing prey such as rockhorn horses, the speed increase of the electric car can help a lot,
greatly saving the physical consumption of everyone's pursuit.
And now only 20 pounds of level 9 rockhorn horse jerky is needed to upgrade all the photovoltaic panels to the current level 9 limit, allowing the electric car's speed to be increased again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng became more and more looking forward to the upcoming hunting season. As the electric car accelerated away from Oasis Town on a hillside to the right of Oasis Avenue, Old Duncanstein was holding a telescope. They went to Holy Spring Village.
Could it be that they have an affiliation with the Holy Spring Church?
But doesn't the Holy Spring Church only recruit second generation as the guarding force of the church? At this time, Lisa changed her enthusiastic and cheerful attitude in the fifth village, with half a sea buckthorn root in her mouth, and said with a somewhat indifferent expression.
Old Duncan put down the telescope, not sure.
If they want to obtain an evolutionary path from Holy Spring Village, then there is no need to continue contacting them afterwards. The church's dogs will only bring us more trouble.
Let's go, they are coming.
Follow the original plan. After catching the rockhorn horse, we will go our separate ways, taking the supplies and harvest to the Tai Mountain ruins where Lord Bai is located. Lisa sighed with some regret. She still liked Lin Feng very much.
If recruited under Lord Bai, the two of them could fight side by side in the future. I got sick after coming back from the wedding.
I didn't pay attention yesterday, just a sore throat. Today, fever, cough, and runny nose came together.
Basically, several classmates who went with me also got sick. Pay attention to safety during the National Day cooling.
If you have a sore throat, take 2 capsules of oseltamivir first. The electric cart, having left Oasis Town, slowly advanced on the gravel slope to the right of the main road. Due to the 20 to 30 degree incline, its speed decreased by more than half when going uphill, leaving it with a mere 2 km per hour. This was a major flaw of electric carts without a power reserve system. In other words, electric carts with solar power were merely basic modes of transportation and lacked off-road capabilities for the wilderness. They could only remain in Oasis Town, traveling on the flat Oasis Avenue, keeping up with the main group. Such carts were also known as powerless electric carts, large in size but light in weight, with low kinetic energy. To increase power, relying solely on real-time electricity generation from solar panels was far from sufficient. Extra energy sources had to be added to increase input power. Therefore, the battery serving as a power reserve was the last and most expensive piece of the puzzle to complete an electric cart. A small battery installed on a bicycle could upgrade it from a human-powered bike to an electric bike, easily braking through 20 to 30 km per hour. Back when Lin Feng and his group finished their wolf hunting mission, they were attacked by a motorcycle squad from Farm Village while transporting the spoils of 21 wolf carcasses to Holy Spring Village to turn in the mission. Fortunately, the distance between the villages within Oasis Town was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme enough that Lin Feng pedaled furiously, reaching a speed of over 20 yards, and managed to escape with the help of the Holy Spring Village guards. Otherwise, if the journey had exceeded a few kilometers, Lin Feng's armored tricycle would have been riddled with holes.
In the face of electric propulsion, human power was insignificant.
Even earlier, when setting off on the wolf hunting mission, Lin Feng had seen evolved beings leading their wasteland hunting teams, driving small 4-seater electric carts at speeds of 50 to 60 yards, speeding away from the turtle-paced fifth village and rushing into the wilderness. At that moment, he yearned for it from the bottom of his heart. And now, seeing the powerless electric cart struggling to climb the slope, Lin Feng had already secretly decided that once he returned, he would buy at least 10 sets of batteries to install in the cart, giving it a speed of no less than 30 to 40 yards.
So it could freely roam the wasteland.
After creaking and groaning their way over the 100-meter long slope, the downhill journey was much easier, but to prevent violent bumps and loss of control, the experienced Lu Mingfei chose to descend diagonally, avoiding large piles of rocks, and slowly made their way down. After successfully descending, they continued for another kilometer before encountering their collaborative hunting target, Duncan's team. Behind their electric cart, they towed two flatbed trailers, one piled high with supplies covered with black cloth, and the other carrying the special iron cage Lin Feng had seen before, but both the cage and its surroundings were filled with supplies. Their electric cart was larger than Lin Feng's team's, and even with so much stuff being towed, their speed was not slow at all, indicating that their power was very strong. Lin Feng estimated that they should have installed energy storage batteries, but not too many, just enough to provide some extra boost. After the two sides met, Lin Feng stepped out of the passenger seat and stood on the iron plate walkway on the side of the cart, waving his hand. Hey! You guys phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way? Although Lin Feng already knew the location where the wasteland beasts gathered based on the map given by Father Suan, this was the team's greatest reliance and secret, and the basis for conducting hunts independently in the future. There was no need to reveal it. A detailed map like this, in the desolate wasteland, was like a signal light guiding the way, more valuable than batteries. After hearing Lin Feng's call and inquiry, Lisa, from the passenger seat of Duncan's team's electric cart, opened the car window and said to Lu Mingfei and Lin Feng, "Follow us, that group of rockhorn horses has advanced dozens of kilometers, we need to hurry now." After speaking, their driver floored the accelerator and advanced quickly at a speed of 3 to 4 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, Lin Feng's team's electric cart had upgraded solar panels, and after repairs, had a maximum speed of 5 kilometers, barely able to keep up with Duncan's team's pace. Lin Feng returned to the passenger seat, with Ding Yi, Lu Qian, and Chen Shanshan sitting in the back row, along with the divine dog, curled up under the seat, fast asleep all the way. Looking at the electric cart in front, Lu Qian put away her wasteland hunting notes and said, "The fastest speed of rockhorn horses can reach 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, equivalent to about 10 meters per second, but this speed can only be maintained for 3 or 4 kilometers at most, and is used to escape from predators. The normal migration speed of the entire group is generally only less than 2 kilometers per hour, advancing half a meter per second. Mainly to take care of the cubs and newborns in the group, and at the same time, this speed consumes the least amount of physical strength." Lin Feng nodded. Chen Shanshan had briefly introduced this knowledge when hunting the level 9 rockhorn horse. The direction Duncan's team is heading is consistent with the wasteland beast gathering place indicated on the map. "Looks like we're on the right track." Then Lu Qian suddenly asked, "They seem to have a lot of supplies, a team of 6 people, just to hunt a group of rockhorn horses. Do they plan to stay for 10 days or half a month?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to have subconsciously overlooked this question. Now looking back and thinking carefully, it was indeed a bit strange. Are you saying that they actually already knew about the existence of the wasteland beast gathering place, and the previous words were just excuses? Looking at it this way, they didn't treat us as real partners, just as someone to use. However, this wasteland beast gathering place also has an underground water source. It has been discovered for a long time, indicating that they have survived in the wasteland for more than 6 years, or they got the news from elsewhere. Judging from old Duncan's aged appearance, Lin Feng was more inclined to the former. The other party was a wasteland team that had accumulated more than 10 years of experience and abundant supplies. And in Lu Qian's rhetorical question, there was another meaning, that the other party had other concealments, and obviously the purpose of this trip was not just to hunt rockhorn horses. No matter what they wanted to do, Lin Feng's team had to be prepared in advance. Chen Shanshan, reminded by Ding Yi, gradually understood the strangeness of the situation, and became nervous when she thought that the group had entered the no-man's land of the wasteland after leaving Oasis Town. "Do I need to put on the battle armor?" Chen Shanshan asked in a low voice. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the most important trump card in the team, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "Wearing the battle armor will reduce flexibility, not for now, wait until we reach the destination and then act accordingly." Then he made arrangements. "When the time comes, Ding Yi and Lu Qian, you two, assist Chen Shanshan in putting on the battle armor in the cart, ensuring that the assembly can be completed within half a minute. Outdoor actions will be handled by me and Alian, Lu Mingfei and Ming. Stay in the cart to guard the cart." After speaking, Lin Feng looked at everyone, mainly to see Alian and Ming's opinions. Ming, lying on the bed, nodded. Through Alian's introduction, Ming understood the actual combat power in the current team, of which only Captain Chen Shanshan, Lin Feng, and Alian were the only 3. Lu Mingfei and the injured himself counted as half, although they both had level 9 enhancement levels, one lacked experience, and the other was not in good condition, not to mention Ding Yi and Lu Qian, who could only serve as logistical support personnel. Therefore, although they had the trump card of the evolver, Chen Shanshan, they didn't have the support of the 4 Great Villages Agreement, nor did they recruit any additional powerful level 9 wasteland hunters. Most of their points were used to build this self-powered electric vehicle. Apart from Chen Shanshan, the strength of the other team members had improved very little. So the situation was not optimistic. This outing was not a sure thing. Lin Feng's arrangement was similar to what he had expected, to try not to expose Chen Shanshan's existence and keep the evolver card for emergencies. For example, encountering an attack by a rank 1 male rockhorn horse, or if the Duncan team in front had malicious intentions. Only then could the fully armed evolver exert the best effect of reversing the situation and saving the day. Before that, no matter how difficult the hunting was, as long as their lives were not in danger, they had to be patient. Even if it meant missing the valuable opportunity to capture a rockhorn horse alive. Even if they were short on manpower, and he and Lu Mingfei had to fill in, they couldn't easily use Chen Shanshan. Obviously, Lin Feng also understood this principle. With everyone agreeing, Lin Feng looked at the youngest girl in the team and signaled her to be patient with his eyes. The more important the trump card, the more it should be saved for last. Time passed by, and the electric car, with its durability fully restored, moved slowly and steadily on the rugged wasteland surface. The experienced Lu Mingfei maintained a distance of about 100 meters from the car in front. This allowed them to keep up with the Duncan team in time, and also prevented them from revealing too much information about their team due to being too phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, or being unable to react in time to a surprise attack. They traveled like this for more than 10 hours. During this time, they crossed mountains and ridges, taking turns in 3 shifts. Lin Feng slept for 8 hours and drove for 8 hours. Until the afternoon of the next day, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them, very abruptly. From left to right, it was like a chasm, hundreds of kilometers wide, with no end in sight, making people feel hopeless. Detouring would take too long, and it was not certain whether there were roads in other places that could cross the mountaintop. Lin Feng checked the map. The 8 or 9 kilometers ahead were the gathering place of the beast herd in the bay. And where they were currently located was the seabed in front of the former annular peninsula land. On the right was a mountain range, which was a tourist scenic area in the old Earth. The mountain range stretched for dozens of kilometers, and the most famous one was called Laoshan, which was also the highest peak of the main peak. Lin Feng remembered coming here when he was young. At that time, Laoshan had an altitude of more than 1,100 meters and was known as the #1 mountain on the sea. Climbing to the top of the mountain, you could see the endless blue-green sea, which was magnificent. Now, only the cracked seabed where everyone was traveling, the broken fish bones, and the weathered human buildings on the pier in the distance remained. Naturally, everyone couldn't rush towards the mountain range. The average altitude of the Laoshan scenic area was also 400 or 500 meters. Adding the drop of the current seabed, it was nearly 1,000 meters to climb up. Moreover, the beast herd gathering place was no longer near Laoshan, but in the coastal bays on the left and right sides. They needed to choose a direction to cross the sloping high wall in front of them. Lin Feng looked at the car in front, which had already stopped. At this time, old Duncan in the driver's seat and Lisa in the passenger seat both opened the door and got out of the car, looking around with binoculars. The two whispered something and quickly came to a conclusion. Lisa walked to the back of the car, waved her hand, and said to Lin Feng's team, "Go to the left, where the former city was. The height difference is not big, and there is a road directly to the shore. Just follow us." Lin Feng nodded and waved to show he understood. Lu Mingfei released the brakes and started the car. As the team moved towards the coast, a huge slope appeared in front of them, and the self-powered electric car became more and more difficult to drive. The land that had originally emerged from the sea was hundreds of meters high. Now that the seawater had evaporated on a large scale, exposing the cracked seabed, the height difference was as much as 200 or 300 meters, and the maximum slope was even 40 or 50 degrees. Lin Feng's team's self-powered electric car was stepping on the accelerator to the point of smoking, and it was also stumbling, unable to travel even dozens of meters in half a day. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to take Ding Yi, Lu Qian, and a Lian with him. The four got out of the car and walked to the back. He and a Lian were responsible for pushing the car directly. The nearly 1-ton strength of a level 9 enhancer made a significant difference when pushing. Ding Yi and Lu Qian were responsible for pedaling the 2 tricycles. The tricycles were storing 200 kilograms of water tanks and other supplies. After being pedaled by manpower, they could greatly reduce the electric car's forward burden. As for the Duncan team in front, they also started pushing the car. Lisa led 3 people, walked to the back of the car, 2 pushed the electric car, and 2 pulled the trailer. Lin Feng noticed that the male teammates beside her were all wearing standard phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals desert phoneme camouflage combat uniforms, and he became more and more certain of the other party's former military identity. At this time, Lisa noticed Lin Feng's gaze and waved her hand to give a special reminder: the Rockhorn horse herd is just ahead. They should be gathered in the valley below. Everyone, work harder, we'll be there soon. Lin Feng nodded, understood. Cheer up. It was quite easy to push at first. But as the electric car climbed the slope, the terrain became steeper and steeper, and they could only go up diagonally, making the original 500-meter-long slope more than a kilometer long. Lin Feng called out the 1-2-1 slogan to adjust the team's pace and make everyone's strength work together. Finally, after a difficult climb lasting half an hour, both sides crossed the bank embankment almost at the same time and then landed on the top of the original land. Standing on the top of the Ring Island mountain, Lin Feng could even feel the gentle breeze blowing, carrying a hint of saltiness. Crossing the chasm, the temperature on the top of the mountain was lower. The humidity of the air is very high. In some corners of the rock wall, in the dark depths facing away from the sun, it is still wet at this time. Ding Yi walked over covered in sweat, but with an uncontrollable excitement on her face. She was holding a fresh wild grass in her hand, with dark wet mud still clinging to the roots in her hand. The wild grass swayed stubbornly in the breeze that was a touch of green that only oases have. Representing the most precious thing on the wasteland, new life at this time, a low and drawn-out roar came from the bay valley below everyone's feet. Lin Feng looked back and saw that in the distant Rift Valley, hundreds of Rockhorn horses and other mutated wasteland beasts were gathering in groups from all directions. They were all heading towards the depths of this bay basin. The howling sound just now was made by a huge Rockhorn horse with a large body, as tall as 3 meters and 7 meters long. It took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals lead/phoneme, squeezing away other small mutated wasteland beasts, and opened up a road deep into the Rift Valley below for the tribe behind it. This was a powerful leader-level Rockhorn horse, probably evolved to the late stage of rank 1, above level 16. Such a magnificent migration scene also made everyone who had pushed the car to climb the slope and reach the top of the mountain feel excited, sweeping away the previous hard work. In addition to excitement, they marveled at the tenacity of life. Life will always find its own way. And next, it was hunting time. Forcing myself to write another chapter. The crowd's surge of excitement lasted only a moment before weariness washed over them again. They promptly sat down to rest, eating, drinking, and recovering their strength. After all, no matter how magnificent the scene, only what was hunted down belonged to them. Ding Yi entered the ruins of the former city, searching among the crumbling walls and debris for tenacious weeds. She uprooted them, tasted their sap, and selected varieties with hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects. These mutated plants, adapted to the harsh environment of the wasteland, had evolved tiny pores on the surface of their leaves and stems. They used the pressure changes of airflow to condense moisture from the breeze within these pores, then absorbed it to ensure their own growth needs were met. Because they were fresh, delicious, and full of moisture, they also became the favorite delicacies of herbivorous animals in the wasteland. To this end, many weeds or fern shrubs evolved defense mechanisms such as alkaloids, phytoprotein toxins, or thorny roots and serrated leaves. The latter were not very useful, as most herbivores had keratinized lips and mouths several centimeters thick, completely unafraid of external damage. They chewed them to pieces and swallowed them, then used gravel to assist in grinding, able to pulverize even bones. The former, magical toxin damage, was much more effective. Although trace amounts of toxin were not enough to cause serious harm to large herbivores, the plants could also use the terrain to their advantage, hiding in rock crevices or corners to survive the early stages of development. This way, large herbivores couldn't eat them, and small animals couldn't withstand the toxin attack, allowing them to survive, endure the growing season, and finally flower and bear fruit. Once they grew tall enough, the tiny seeds could be eaten by herbivores, carried with their migration to the next gathering place, and thus reproduce. This was the plant's survival and reproduction strategy, now being reutilized by humans as a hunting weapon. While picking poisonous weeds, Dingy discovered that insects and ants' phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme hid beneath the overturned stones. In the city ruins, weeds and shrubs, aided by the terrain, formed a simple but unique food chain with these tiny insects and ants. Dingy not only found more than a dozen new types of grass but also many mutated insects she had never seen before, several times denser than in the wasteland. She carefully collected them in empty bottles. Arthropods could survive the long scorching of the blazing sun forbidden zone by digging deep pits, entering semi-hibernation, and due to their small size, waiting for rebirth 2 years later. And in this oasis of ruins before them, they gradually evolved into something similar to gardener ants, forming a stable symbiotic relationship with poisonous plants. But as higher-level consumers, the bodies of insects and ants also accumulated many toxins over time. Full of harvest, Dingy quickly discovered while making paralyzing toxins on the stone slab that it was better to directly remove the glands from the tails of these ants and beetles than to extract trace amounts of nerve and muscle paralyzing toxins from the plants. They contained highly concentrated venom. It came from the poisonous grass they ate, filtered out as their own defense mechanism. This was very common in nature. These bugs are very poisonous and inedible. The toxin in just one of them can poison an 80-kilogram adult human. Converted to a rockhorn horse, a 500-kilogram level 9 rockhorn horse would only need 6 of them. Seeing Lin Feng approach, Ding Yi, who was carefully dissecting the bugs with a utility knife blade, explained, "A Tier 1 rockhorn horse is 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, with a weight estimated to exceed 1 ton, requiring at least 10 or more to paralyze their nerves and muscles. However, these toxins can be broken down by boiling, so even if they eventually die, there is no need to worry about contaminating the horse meat." Lin Feng nodded, "You've only caught 20 or so. I'll get others to help." Saying that, he called Lu Qian and Alien and several others to enter the city ruins to collect poisonous insects. Soon, 3 bottles filled with thumb-sized poisonous insects appeared in front of Ding Yi. Only Chen Shanshan and the team was suitable for equipping it. Although Lin Feng's LV9 precision pistol was powerful, the venom smeared on the barbed bullet would fly off during flight. After collecting the materials, both sides had rested almost enough. Lin Feng handed the binoculars to Aiming, then took Lu Qian and walked towards Duncan's team not far away. They, a group of 6, sat together, discussing the hunting plan ahead. Seeing Lin Feng and the others approach, Lisa made way, asking curiously, "Were you just collecting food? Didn't you bring enough supplies for this trip?" She thought that Lin Feng and the others were searching around like other low-level wastelanders, collecting grass roots and insects to fill their stomachs. Lin Feng smiled and explained, "Everyone is just curious. The food here is quite abundant, like an oasis in the wasteland." These words seemed to be covering up embarrassment. Lisa nodded, not exposing them, and instead followed up with an introduction. "If it weren't for the blazing sun forbidden zone's expulsion, this place could truly serve as an excellent habitat." Saying that, she pointed to the Laoshan Mountains beside her and the basin formed by the dried-up bay beneath her feet. The circular basin structure here, plus a circle of high mountains blocking it, allows humid air currents in the high altitude to settle, condense, and gather at the bottom of the rift valley, connecting to the groundwater. Eventually, a pool of water forms in the cave. However, it is seasonal. The high temperature of the blazing sun forbidden zone will evaporate the water source completely, and it will not recondense until 2 or 3 years later. This place is also a transfer rest stop for wasteland beast herds. Countless wasteland beasts stop here to replenish water and breed. Their leaders and chieftains will remember these punctuation points connecting the routes, leading the groups in cycles until the next successor appears. And this punctuation point with a natural water source is called the Wild Great Rift Valley. It is also the only transfer point within 1,000 miles, so the wasteland beast herds nearby will eventually gather here, replenish their state, and then set off towards the next punctuation point. After the introduction, Lisa pointed to the wasteland beast herd crawling out on the slope behind the Rift Valley several kilometers away. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were reduced to small wriggling black dots. If they weren't standing on the original land 600 or 700 meters high, they wouldn't be able to see the figures of the beast herd leaving at all. Where there are people, there is a world, there is struggle. This is no exception for the wasteland beast herds. There are still 6 or 7 days before the blazing sun forbidden zone descends. This is the last chance for the wasteland beasts to draw water and replenish their state. There is not much time left for them, so in the next few days, the competition for habitat will become extremely fierce, and the wasteland beast herds that fall behind will also make the Rift Valley extremely crowded. Competition, fighting, collision, trampling chaos is our opportunity to strike. Those who fail in the competition, driven out of the water source under the cave after exhaustion, as long as we catch one, they can become evolutionaries. Through Lisa's description, Lin Feng roughly understood the hunting strategy of Duncan's team. Targeting those losers who were already exhausted was much easier than dealing with rockhorn horses in their prime. At this moment, Lu Qian, behind Lin Feng, also added, rockhorn horse herds are generally led by a male rank 1 rockhorn horse. During the mating season, they will drive away those newly matured male rockhorn horses, even their own offspring. Whenever they reach a water source like the Great Rift Valley, the male rockhorn horse's hormones will surge under the stimulation of hormones, entering a fierce and combative state. They will attack any adult male rockhorn horse that approaches their herd. Just like the African savanna of old Earth, the wandering male rockhorn horses, after evolving into rank 1 wild beasts, will also come here to compete with the older generation of rockhorn horses for the right to own the herd. Many male rockhorn horses even die directly in this struggle for mating rights. Because breeding rockhorn horses is an important industry in Oasis Town, relevant records are emphasized and described in detail in the hunter's notes. For generations of hunters, even being able to capture a single ordinary rank 1 rockhorn horse is a precious opportunity to ascend to the heavens, so they will naturally focus on research. Lisa glanced at Lu Qian with some surprise, feeling that this woman should be the strategist in Lin Feng's team, responsible for providing ideas. After nodding, she added a few more sentences. The male leaders in the rockhorn horse herd are divided into old rank 1 rockhorn horses, with strength in the mid-rank 1 stage, and those leader-level horses that have just roared and declared their existence, with strength in the late rank 1 stage. As for the strongest chieftain level, as the ruling existence in the rockhorn horse herd, it not only has a long lifespan and possesses intelligence no less than that of humans, but its strength is also far above rank 1. None of the above 3 can be challenged by us. Even if they are seriously injured, they can launch a charge, easily knocking away and crushing our tram. The latest novels are first published on Lujiu Shuba. And our target is those male rockhorn horses who have just advanced to the early stage of rank 1 and failed in their challenge. There are quite a few of these. Just now, while resting, I saw several rank 1 rockhorn horses on the edge of the rift, wrestling with each other and eager to try. After Lisa finished her supplementary introduction, old Duncan, holding a tree branch, pointed to the Rift Valley diagram drawn on the ground and said to everyone, the current plan is to prepare for both possibilities. We will divide into 2 groups. One group will go around to the exit of the Rift Valley to capture or kill those juvenile and young rockhorn horses. If there is an opportunity, we will also capture adult rockhorn horses. The rockhorn horses at the exit have a large amount of water stored in their abdominal cavities and cannot run fast. Moreover, the team has already dispersed, so even if there is disturbance and panic, it will not cause chaos within the Rift Valley. This group will act now. Lin Feng, you can also participate. Whoever catches one will get it. The other group that stays will take binoculars and continue to search for suitable targets on the hillside. Those defeated and injured rockhorn horses will not leave the Great Rift Valley. Instead, they will wait until the victors take the herd and leave after eating and drinking their fill before daring to go in to drink water, recover, and then catch up with the migrating main force. We have to wait until it is at its weakest before we strike. Does everyone have any questions? Everyone nodded, without any objection. Old Duncan then looked at Lin Feng. The first batch of people to take the initiative to attack will be me and Lisa, as well as 2 other team members.
What about you?
Lin Feng looked at the diagram on the ground, his brow furrowed slightly. The other party sent 4 people and left 2, obviously focusing on the guaranteed young Rockhorn horses. As for capturing rank 1 male Rockhorn horses, it was a side mission, a gamble to see if there would be any unexpected surprises. Lin Feng naturally agreed with such a stable plan arrangement. After all, only by earning the guaranteed money first and then considering making big money can one be more confident.
It's just the choice of personnel.
Since old Duncan was participating, he had to go too, and since Chen Shanshan had to stay, someone had to cooperate with her. Therefore, Dingy had to stay. The team also needed her to continue collecting biological toxins. Ah Ming's legs and feet were inconvenient, so he was not suitable for long-distance pursuit. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glanced at Lu Qian behind him.
The latter blinked, indicating that there was no problem.
So Lin Feng replied, "We also have 4 people. Besides me, there are also 2 rank 9 enhanced team members, and this teammate behind me." Seeing that Lin Feng wanted to bring this woman who was only rank 8 enhanced, old Duncan nodded and said nothing. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. "Depart in half an hour, be prepared." Lin Feng hummed and took Lu Qian away from the other party's camp, bringing the news back to his own team.
Lisa watched the backs of the 2 people walking away. He wants to bring the strategist in the team. Why not bring 1 more person?
This way, there are only 3 rank 9 combat personnel, and their strength is not as good as ours. Old Duncan got up, opened the carriage door, and took out equipment such as ropes and black cloth strips. A teammate shrugged beside him, probably worried about his precious tram?
After all, this is their most valuable equipment. Half an hour later,
Lin Feng and his party rode 2 empty tricycles, left the tram camp, and came to Duncan's team. The other party's configuration was 2 modified off-road bicycles with an extra battery installed. The speed could briefly reach more than 20 km per hour, which was obviously a special preparation for this hunting operation. However, in order to reduce the weight distribution, the rear seat and brake device were removed, pursuing the ultimate speed under limited conditions. So the other 2 people could only carry a flatbed trailer with empty supplies and keep up on foot.
Fortunately, the one thing everyone didn't lack was time. They could look for favorable ambush terrain while walking.
As the joint hunting team of 8 people left the camp at the top of the hillside, the hunt officially began.
Lin Feng and his 4 took turns riding the tricycle. Lu Qian and Alian were fine. Their tricycle was not modified and was very light.
For later stage enhanced people, as long as the terrain was flat, they could easily ride at speeds of more than 20 km per hour. However, Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei's car had 300 kilograms of iron plates added, which could not only provide sun protection but also took some effort to pedal. Fortunately, after riding for 2 or 3 hours, everyone used the broken roads of the urban ruins to come to the exit on the right side of the Rift Valley and saw a team after team of Rockhorn horse herds swaying their big bellies and struggling to climb up. In order to reach the next natural water source and meet the consumption of this hundreds of kilometers of trekking, they drank more than 20% of their own weight in pool water in one breath, plus the moisture filling their flesh and blood tissues.
The body load is extremely high.
Now these Rockhorn horses are like bloated balls, panting after struggling to climb a slope several kilometers long,
unable to accelerate and escape as easily as before.
This is precisely the best time for Lin Feng and his party to hunt. The experienced old Duncan quickly locked onto a group of Rockhorn horses that had entered the city ruins and were searching for food. In the herd of more than 30 beasts, there were 10 young Rockhorn horses that had just been born. They needed to replenish more nutrients to be able to persist to the next transit rest stop.
So they can't waste any opportunity to search for food.
Go! Old Duncan pulled out the pistol from his waist and said in a deep voice. Old Duncan spoke in a deep voice, and at his command, 2 teammates immediately put down the cart, took out the rope equipment on it, and then spread out to the left and right, pulling out a formation.
Good teamwork, thought the captain on his mountain bike.
Before the action, they tied 3-pronged hooks to the ends of the ropes they carried, like enlarged versions of the treble hooks used in lure fishing, and handed them to old Duncan and Lisa. They were in a group with the experienced old Duncan. Lisa, standing aside, said to Lin Feng and the other three, "I'll team up with you. It's my first time, so I don't have much experience. Be careful and explore on your own. Run ahead and follow my teammates to restrict the direction the horses can escape, forcing them to run only up the hillsides on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme side. The captain and I will be responsible for capturing them from behind. Our hunting target this time is that group of rockhorn horses 300 meters away, just climbing up and still grazing. Among them are a dozen young members who were recently born. Those are our potential targets. When I lasso a target, you'll be responsible for tying their limbs tightly to restrict their movement. We'll divide the spoils equally among us." Then, she specifically instructed, "Be careful not to push them too hard. If the rockhorn horse herd charges wildly, just step aside. There will be many more opportunities, but we only have one life." Lin Feng nodded, watching Lisa skillfully tie a running knot in the rope in her hand, turning it into a snare, and he roughly guessed the other party's capture method. Just like the cowboys of the United States in the Old West, using ropes and lassos to capture cattle and horses. Cowboys who were skilled in lassoing could catch their target with almost every throw, accurately subduing them. Lisa and old Duncan each had 3 pre-prepared ropes, dozens of meters long, woven from cloth and extremely resistant to pulling. The 3-pronged hooks tied to the ends were hooks for securing the ropes, preventing the rockhorn horses from continuing to escape after being lassoed. As for the other 2 teammates on foot, they were auxiliary members to restrict the escape direction of the rockhorn horses, and Lin Feng and the others had to follow them to act together. First, approach on foot, ambush on the main road where the rockhorn horse herd would escape, and then scare the horses back to the left and right slopes. Unable to quickly escape through the shortcut of the valley, the speed at which the rockhorn horses climb and cross the mountains will naturally decrease a lot, and then old Duncan and the 2 can find an opportunity to lasso them in one fell swoop. It sounds like there's no difficulty, but Lisa and old Duncan, who are directly involved, need to have rich lassoing experience and be able to lock onto the target and hit it accurately in just a dozen seconds. However, daring to take on this task meant they were naturally prepared. Lin Feng thought for a while and asked Lu Qian to stay in the car, while he, Lu Mingfei, and Alien went to cooperate with Lisa. Without delay, the operation began. Lin Feng and the other 3 followed the members of Duncan's team, crouching down and using the piles of rocks as cover, to go around a large circle to the front of the rockhorn horse herd, which was still searching for fresh grass in the city ruins. Duncan and the other one at the rear, using binoculars to confirm that the support personnel were all in place. Duncan then pulled out his pistol, stepped on the pedals of his mountain bike, and launched a charge. When they were less than 100 meters away from the rockhorn horse herd and were about to be discovered, Duncan raised the gun in his hand, aimed at one of the first-tier male rockhorn horse leaders, and pulled the trigger. The lethality of ordinary pistol bullets would naturally not cause any damage to a first-tier rockhorn horse. After the bullet hit the target, it was even bounced off by the rockhorn horse's side armor. But what old Duncan wanted was to use this bullet to startle the entire rockhorn horse herd, especially when the herd leader was attacked and became stressed. All the other rockhorn horses would panic and start to flee with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme horse. And the direction of escape was precisely the entrance to the canyon where the group had ambushed in advance. This place used to be the estuary of a river, with flat terrain and higher city ruins on both sides. They could only quickly escape through the old riverbed. In the 200-meter-wide riverbed, a total of 5 support personnel, including Lin Feng, had already completed their ambush. Separated by 40 to 50 meters, each hid behind rocks, waiting for the panicked rockhorn horse herd to run to this point to stop them from continuing to run wildly forward. Lin Feng pulled out the gun holster from his waist. He was not very interested in how to capture the rockhorn horses alive at the moment. He just wanted to take this opportunity to successfully kill a first-tier rockhorn horse so that he could be promoted to a first-tier revolver. When Duncan and Lisa lassoed the children beside them, the 2 female rockhorn horses would definitely hesitate and want to rescue their cubs. That moment would be the best opportunity for him to strike. Now Lin Feng is a level 9 enhancer, and his eyesight has been strengthened to be able to see things 1 kilometer away, lock on targets within 800 meters, and accurately hit moving objects within 600 meters. So the distance of 200 meters, plus the pre-aiming time, it is not an exaggeration to say that every shot will hit. But it is easy to deal with level 9 Rockhorn horses of the same level, but to kill a first-tier Rockhorn horse, you have to hit several bullets in a row in the same position to break the defense. This requirement is equivalent to hitting 10 ring scores the size of a fist on a target 200 meters away. Considering the impact of recoil and the complex environment of the wild, in order to pursue a one-hit kill and reduce the possibility of failure, Lin Feng decided to adopt the second killing plan. That is to use the precise locking of the precise pistol and red dot assistance to aim at the weakest part of the prey, the eyes of the head. That is one of the few parts of the Rockhorn horse that is not covered by rock armor. As long as it hits, the bullet will penetrate the eye socket and then shatter the horse's brain inside. Enough to achieve a one-hit kill. It's just that the eyeballs of the Rockhorn horse are only the size of a chicken egg. 100 meters away, it looks like a black spot. To accurately hit the target while it is moving, in addition to absolute concentration and prediction, the best opportunity is when the prey is still. So Lin Feng must wait for the opportunity, wait for old Duncan and Lisa to successfully catch the Rockhorn horse's cubs, forcing the female horse to stop escaping and turn around. And soon, the panicked Rockhorn horse herd came to Lin Feng and others not far away along the dry riverbed. 200 meters away, more than 30 Rockhorn horses charged and ran wildly. Their speed was not fast. On the one hand, there was a large amount of fresh water stored in their stomachs, and on the other hand, they had to take care of the old and weak members of the group. Moreover, they are only frightened at the moment and have not felt the threat of death, so the original limit speed of 10 meters per second has not yet exploded. Lin Feng glanced secretly, at most 5 meters per second, the speed is about 20 kilometers per hour, which is a little faster than the mountain bike chasing behind. Almost, action. The two support personnel in Duncan's team calculated the arrival time of the Rockhorn horse herd and said to Lin Feng and the other three when they were still 100 meters away. After speaking, they kicked on the rocks, pulled out the long knives from their waists, and tapped the iron shoulder armor of their combat uniforms with the backs of the knives, making a crisp collision sound, while shouting in their mouths. Bang! 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 Roar! Roar! Ha! The collision and friction between the metals, and the roar of humans, had extremely strong penetrating power. In addition, people standing on huge rocks were like 5 3-meter-high beasts to the Rockhorn horses, which had poor eyesight, and were preparing to launch an attack with their teeth and claws. For a time, even the first-tier Rockhorn horse leader was panicked and quickly stopped moving forward, with its front hooves rubbing 2 black marks on the ground. Lin Feng and the others followed suit, making a look of primitive people's war dance and roar. Unexpectedly, it really worked. For the Rockhorn horses with poor eyesight, a group of predators more terrifying than the mountain bikes behind them seemed to appear not far ahead. Thus, the panicked leader chose to flee towards the riverbank on the right. Its sudden braking and turning caused the Rockhorn horse herd following closely behind to lose balance and stumble, unable to react in time. Some even rear-ended each other, their stomachs churning, vomiting a puddle of fresh water. Only 2 first-tier female Rockhorn horses closely following behind reacted first, realizing the danger ahead, and followed the herd leader with panting breaths, bringing their cubs. Some of the later Rockhorn horses, dazed from the collision, got up and, without even bothering to check on their companions, dashed towards the left riverbank. With the ambush proving effective, old Duncan and Lisa also managed to catch up with them on their bikes due to the sudden change in the horse herd. At this moment, the two performed a feat of riding hands-free, using their legs and waist strength to control the bikes, while their hands began to swing the lassos, searching for and locking onto targets. 2 young Rockhorn horses lagging behind the pack, who had just gotten to their feet, were chosen as targets by old Duncan. The spinning lasso was extremely fast, flying 20 to 30 meters away in an instant, accurately hitting the target's head, and sliding down the horse's neck after passing through its horns. The startled Rockhorn horse slowly fled towards the riverbank. But at this moment, old Duncan had already released the rope, and the 3-pronged hook made of refined steel at the other end dragged along the ground, soon hooking onto a rock crevice and getting stuck. The instant the rope tightened, strong resistance was transmitted to the target's neck, causing the young Rockhorn horse to lose balance and fall heavily on the riverbank slope. No matter how it struggled, it simply couldn't move. The finger-thick woven rope had a tensile strength of several tons, so how could it be broken by a force of half a ton? Lisa on the other side also successfully lassoed a target, but her lassoing skills were not as superb as old Duncan's, and she ultimately lassoed the target's horns. Fortunately, the tightening of the noose prevented the fallen Rockhorn horse from breaking free. With 2 young Rockhorn horses already in the bag, the 2 did not stop to capture them, but continued to pursue, looking for new lassoing targets. They had prepared a total of 6 ropes, giving them 6 chances to strike. Such a good opportunity was rare, with no other horse herds nearby to interfere, so capturing more meant more profit. Afterward, old Duncan chased to the right, and Lisa rushed to the left. Meanwhile, the support personnel at the front of the Rockhorn horse herd, the 2 members of Duncan's team and Lu Mingfei and Alien, quickly rushed forward to subdue the 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme horses that had just been lassoed. To prevent accidents, they needed to be prevented from breaking free of their restraints. Although the woven rope had extremely high tensile strength, it was not wear resistant, and it could easily be worn through by dragging it back and forth against the rock crevices. It was necessary to quickly tie the Rockhorn horse's limbs tightly with ropes. While things were in full swing on that side, Lin Feng ran to his left, to the right side of the riverbed. That was the escape direction of the Rockhorn horse herd, the first-tier Rockhorn horses. The male leader was leading 2 females and several cubs towards the city ruins on the riverbank. On the right riverbank slope, old Duncan saw the cubs struggling to climb the slope behind the first-tier female Rockhorn horse, and his eyes lit up. These juvenile Rockhorn horses, whose parents were both first-tier evolved wild beasts, inherited their bloodline and had a high probability of directly evolving upon adulthood. As long as he caught them, he might be able to harvest a future male first-tier Rockhorn horse. Such an opportunity made the elderly old Duncan feel a constant stream of power surging through his body, and he directly threw the mountain bike aside and quickly chased after them with 2 lassos. He quickly locked onto a target 20 meters away. It was the cub of a first-tier female Rockhorn horse. But because it had only recently been born, it only had a 3rd-level enhanced strength, and it was even more weak-legged and staggering on the slope after being frightened. Soon, its forelimbs slipped, and it fell to the ground. Old Duncan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and immediately attacked. The noose of the lasso accurately hit the target. The cub, its neck constricted, let out a whimper. Its mother, the first-tier female Rockhorn horse, stopped and slowly turned her head out of maternal instinct. She mooed, anxiously urging her child to stand up and keep up with the herd. But it was too late. Old Duncan had already anchored the 3-pronged hook at the end of the rope in a boulder crevice after succeeding in 1 strike, and then began to lasso the second target cub. The juvenile Rockhorn horse, struggling to get up, had its neck tightly constricted by the taut rope, and no matter how hard its limbs tried, its body remained motionless, only able to pace in place. At this time, the somewhat intelligent first-tier mare began to use her sharp horns to pry at the rope locking the cub, using the friction to wear through the thick rope. However, just as she was about to succeed, not far away, 150 meters away, Lin Feng was crouching on a boulder, holding a gun in his right hand, using his left hand as a support, aiming at the target for a long time. And the object he was locking onto was not the cub, but the first-tier female Rockhorn horse who wanted to save her child. Using the 4x scope of the LV9 precision handgun, he magnified the eyes, which were originally only the size of a black, to the size of a coin, and then used a red dot to aim. When the horse herd had panicked and started to flee earlier, Lin Feng, who was located on their left rear side, was unable to lock onto the target's left eye because it was facing away from the Rockhorn horse herd, and the trajectory direction was diagonally behind them. In addition, the Rockhorn horse's head was moving up and down as it ran and breathed, making it difficult to hit even with a 4x magnification. But now, the first-tier female Rockhorn horse, anxious to save her child, not only stopped, but also turned her head, completely exposing her right side to Lin Feng's muzzle. If he didn't act now, when would he act? Lin Feng did not hesitate at all, holding his breath and concentrating for a long time, just to seize this precious opportunity. As the aiming and locking were completed, taking advantage of the gap when the female Rockhorn horse lowered her head to sniff her cub, he calmly and steadily pulled the trigger. With a bang, the Wolf-Fang bullet with a damage of 45 points accurately hit the right eye of the first-tier female Rockhorn horse at an initial velocity of 900 meters per second after 0.
17 seconds.
In order not to affect the accuracy of the sniper, Lin Feng deliberately did not install a silencer. The muzzle noise quickly spread as the female rockhorn horse fell to the ground after being shot. A reminder appeared in the corner of Lin Feng's eye. Using the LV9 precision handgun, hit the target's head, obtained a double damage effect, Wolf Fang bullet damage 45-2, for a total of 90 points of high damage. Seeing the reminder, Lin Feng's worries disappeared, and his joy was immediately overflowing. 90 points of damage. It was estimated that no first-tier early 14th level or lower evolved wild beast could withstand it. And with severe damage to the brain, this behemoth weighing more than a ton crashed to the ground. The gunshot gradually faded away, and an incredible scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Old Duncan, who had just lassoed the third rope, turned his head back in disbelief, looking at the place 100 meters away where the gunshot came from. Lin Feng was holding an enlarged large-caliber pistol, slowly standing up, and walking towards this side. Duncan knew that Lin Feng had a gun in his hand. It could be seen from the wolfskin holster on his waist. But how could a small pistol accurately hit the eye, only the size of an egg, of a first-tier rockhorn horse 150 meters away? Of all the rockhorn horse's body, only the eyes in its head were its only weak and fatal parts. And in other places, even the skull could withstand the penetrating damage of several rifle bullets. The effective range of a small pistol was only 100 meters. Old Duncan, who had many years of service experience, was very familiar with firearms. Even with the industrial weapons of the old era, the maximum range that could be locked onto through the iron sight was 60 to 70 meters. Pistols were originally designed for narrow spaces, suitable for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme quarters street fighting. Moreover, the trajectory would deviate beyond 50 meters, and beyond 100 meters, it all depended on metaphysics. Even with his own rich experience, he was not sure of hitting a moving egg with a pistol within 50 meters. How did Lin Feng hit the rockhorn horse's eyes from 150 meters away? However, in the seconds that old Duncan was stunned, an unexpected accident suddenly happened. The male rockhorn horse leader, who had already successfully landed and entered the urban ruins, not only did not feel scared after hearing the gunshot, but became furious because the mare in his clan had fallen. That was one of his most important partners. That was the clan member he was protecting. He suddenly turned around and swooped down, charging straight at the stunned old Duncan at a speed of over 50 yards. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The riverbank slope was only 70 meters long, and the male rockhorn horse's 50-yard sprint speed, aided by the downhill slope, had already exceeded 60 yards. It would only take 4 seconds to reach old Duncan. Fortunately, Lin Feng, who was always attentive to his prey, reacted in time, raised the LV9 precision pistol in his hand, and aimed at the rampaging male leader. Then came a burst of automatic fire. With evolution, the impurities in these rock armors were continuously leached out, and with the electric heating of the photovoltaic rock panels, a ceramic layer of extremely high hardness was gradually baked out. The back armor, under the scorching sun, had evolved into a hard glass plate with excellent light transmission. The pure silicon dioxide in the photovoltaic rock panel below continuously absorbed and refracted sunlight, providing power for the male horse, like an off-road vehicle, to charge and rampage. Such an evolved wasteland beast, adapted to the wasteland, was simply invulnerable to Lin Feng's level 9 pistol, which only had 45 points of damage. When bullets hit the rock armor on its body, in addition to sparking a burst of sparks, they only left a series of shallow pit marks 1 or 2 centimeters deep, as if tickling the male rockhorn horse. So Lin Feng quickly adjusted his strategy and aimed the gun at the target's head. The male leader's horse head was half a meter in size. Lin Feng could easily lock onto it within 100 meters. Pulling the trigger again released 20 bullets, concentrated on this half-square meter horse head. Unfortunately, when the rockhorn horse was charging, its entire head was lowered and retracted, its neck curled up, and half of its horse face was hidden inside the plate armor extending from both shoulder blades. Its eyes were naturally covered as well. This was a defensive strategy for the male rockhorn horse to protect itself. In the wrestling match with other rockhorn horses, it could effectively avoid serious head injuries, such as having its eyes pierced by the tips of horse horns. In competitive fights, Two Tier 1 male rockhorn horses, like two cars, collided at a speed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 100 yards, and the impact damage caused to each other could directly cripple other Tier 1 evolved beings. Without such thick outer armor, and a curled-up neck and head, the struggle for the position of pack leader alone would kill most male rockhorn horses. In fact, this was also the rockhorn horse's evolutionary strategy. The stronger the male rockhorn horse, the thicker its armor, the greater its strength, and the more excellent the bloodline of its offspring. Over the years, this had created the charging biological chariot in front of them. Although a series of wolf-fang bullets hit the head and failed to complete the kill, they at least caused some damage to the male leader's weakly armored head, leaving a few bloody blossoms on the broken scalp. The male leader, in pain, also chose to change direction and turn to the other side in order to instinctively avoid injury. Taking this opportunity, old Duncan, who had reacted, immediately rolled over and hid behind a boulder next to the dead female rockhorn horse. At the same time, he found a chance to pull the cub caught in the rope over and tie its hands, feet, and mouth, to prevent wails from continuing to enrage the male leader. As dozens of gunshots rang out one after another, the remaining rockhorn horses on the riverbank slope quickly fled the scene like frightened birds. When the male leader, who had stopped charging, looked up and saw that the pack had left, he also quickly turned around and fled in a hurry. Lin Feng stared at the male leader as his huge figure disappeared into the city ruins, then put down his gun, slowly walked forward, stood on a boulder, and waved the gun in his hand. "It's over. They've all run away." The people hiding behind the rocks dared to poke out half their heads and look around. A sudden crisis was resolved safely under Lin Feng's powerful firepower output. At this moment, the man walked towards his spoils, the female Tier 1 rockhorn horse, already brain-dead, but whose body still had slight twitches. This was the first time Lin Feng had observed a Tier 1 wasteland beast at such phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. Even if the other party was about to die completely, the aura emanating from its body was still extremely strong. The undulating heart, the twitching limbs, if it weren't for the blood gushing from the eye sockets and the brain splattered all over the ground, Lin Feng would have even thought that it was still alive. However, all this was just the last struggle of this evolved body in the face of brain death. Without the command of the brain, no matter how hard it tried to wake up, it would be in vain. Lin Feng waved his hand and asked Lu Qian, who had stayed on the distant hillside, to drive the tricycle over. Then he turned back and looked around, checking everyone's harvest. Old Duncan had caught two cubs on the right. One had already been subdued and he was tying up the other. He raised his head, still with lingering fear, and met Lin Feng's eyes. Then he nodded slightly to show his gratitude. On the opposite slope to the left of the river, Lisa had caught a juvenile rockhorn horse. Including the ones the two had caught before, there were 5 in total. Duncan had 3, 1 juvenile and 2 cubs, and Lisa had 1 juvenile and 1 cub. After tying up the rockhorn horses, Lu Mingfei and Alien rushed over and guarded Lin Feng's side. Or rather, the Tier 1 rockhorn horse's corpse. This was the most valuable thing on the field right now. And it belonged to Lin Feng, to everyone's team. However, Duncan and the others, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, were obviously not very interested in the Tier 1 rockhorn horse. Having survived the disaster, they first skillfully tied up the 5 spoils, then sent one person to ride the car and push the flatbed cart over. After locking several underage rockhorn horses into the iron cage on the flatbed cart, Lisa picked up one of the ones in better condition and walked towards Lin Feng and his party. The others, who were considering how to put the 2-meter-high, 5-meter-long female Tier 1 rockhorn horse corpse into the tricycle compartment, saw Lisa coming and slowly put down the work they were doing, looking at the newcomer with vigilance. Lin Feng pressed his hand down, signaling everyone to be calm. The most new small say in 6'9" book bar first hair. Lisa didn't bring any weapons, held the tied-up juvenile rockhorn horse in both hands, and walked over with a smile. "This is the spoil that I promised you before. Sorry, I only caught 2, so I can only give you this one." Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you." Lisa took a juvenile rockhorn horse, while the other one she caught was just an ordinary cub. Willing to give the more valuable phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme horse to everyone already showed that Duncan's team was releasing goodwill. Whether it was because Lin Feng came to the rescue, or because they were shocked by his powerful strength, in short, there was no malice. Putting down the 400-plus-pound juvenile rockhorn horse, Lisa shook her head and continued with a serious face, "We should be thanking you. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your help. Otherwise, if that male leader had gone crazy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The captain asked me to say thank you to you for him also, good marksmanship." After speaking, Lisa resumed her previous smile. "Now it's something I personally want to ask. Mr. Lin, are you an ability awakener who awakened early?" As soon as she finished speaking, the other three people next to Lin Feng showed frowning expressions. The other party's question was a bit too direct, and in their opinion, it was very impolite. Lin Feng nodded without any scruples. Lisa and her party, as Westerners, were different from Asians who liked to hide their edge and be reserved. They had more direct personalities and were more willing to publicize and show their own strength in front of outsiders. After admitting it, Lin Feng directly asked back, "Captain Duncan can subdue rockhorn horses by himself. Is he also an early awakener? Or is it in terms of strength?" This question stumped Lisa. The latter was stunned for a few seconds before replying, "That's right, Captain Duncan can temporarily increase his strength. It's a type of physical ability." "Is your ability related to firearms? Is it precise locking, or empowering bullets?" Lin Feng shrugged and shook the precision pistol in his hand. "Maybe both. I just advanced not long ago, so I'm not too sure. In short, it can increase a certain amount of power after locking onto the target." Lisa nodded thoughtfully, and looked at Lin Feng's expression again, smiling charmingly with some excitement. "It's actually a rare ability. It seems that this time, there really is a possibility of capturing the male Tier 1 rockhorn horse alive. Thank you again, Mr. Lin, for saving us. As for now, let's go back to the camp and rest for now. Then consider the matter of future cooperation." The others looked at Lisa's departing back, looking at each other. Lin Feng put away the revolver, raised the head of the rockhorn horse corpse, and said, "Put it on that empty tricycle and push it back together. Come on, 1, 2, 3, lift." The four of them exerted force together, easily lifting the 1-ton-plus female Tier 1 rockhorn horse corpse onto the tricycle compartment. The tire of the tricycle that Alien brought was immediately flattened, and the bottom of the tire was almost pressed into a line. Alien controlled the front of the car, pedaling hard, and Lin Feng and Lu Mingfei pushed the car on foot from behind. Lu Qian rode the armored tricycle loaded with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme horses, walking in front of everyone. It took twice as long as it did to come, and after 10 hours, the group of 8 finally crossed 30 kilometers of road and returned to the entrance of the Wild Rift Valley's Beast Tide. They returned to the ruins camp fully loaded. Looking at the familiar modified electric car, as well as Ding Yi and aiming outside the car, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Pushing the creaking tricycle into the camp, Lin Feng pulled out his dagger, ready to start the most important step, which he had been thinking about all the way, cutting and dissecting the Tier 1 rockhorn horse corpse to extract the evolved meat. Achieving Tier 1 evolution. How could a guy with this level of potential be missed by the big cities up ahead? Those bastards have been living off the fat of the land for years. Isn't it normal for them to neglect their duties and let someone like this slip through? Inside the Duncan squad's transport vehicle, several members were casually chatting about the ability of the captain of the neighboring squad. As long as human civilization hasn't completely collapsed, gun-related abilities will always be the most popular. Being able to project firepower remotely to bombard enemies is much safer than phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme combat, and the margin for error is greater. Once a rare ability like Lin Feng's appears, various major powers will compete to snatch him up and then carefully cultivate him. At this moment, Lisa brought up her thoughts. If we can bring Lin Feng in, he would definitely be a great help. He also meets Master White's mission requirements. The key is to confirm his relationship with the church. If he's too deeply involved, it could easily expose us. Old Duncan was wiping the gun in his hand. This old partner was older than him. Now, in this wasteland where all sorts of monsters roamed, it only had a deterrent effect. He didn't express his opinion on the lively discussion among his subordinates. Potential recruits need to go through strict screening,
and it's not enough to just look at their abilities. Otherwise, it would be like Lisa said, inviting trouble. Boss, you have to come and see this. That guy is planning to dissect a Tier 1 horse corpse directly. I didn't expect him to be such a rookie. A team member leaning against the car door said with a hint of mockery on his face. Lisa quickly got up and, through the wire mesh outside the window, confirmed that Lin Feng was preparing to cut up the horse corpse with his bare hands in the neighboring team's camp. She then turned to look at old Duncan, a trace of worry and eagerness flashing in her eyes. Old Duncan put away his gun and sighed softly. All right, go take a look. By the way, test him out. If he's willing to learn more and doesn't have a deep relationship with the church, then give it a try. Having obtained the captain's consent, Lisa walked out of the car with a smile and ran towards the neighboring camp. Lin Feng's team was celebrating their harvest. For everyone, the primary task was to advance to become Tier 1 evolvers, and then consider the bounty. After all, the more evolvers there are in the team, the stronger they are, whether it's the pressure from the farm village or the potential threat from other established evolvers. All problems can be easily solved. As for the bounty for capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses, in the face of absolute strength, it's just icing on the cake, paving the way for Lin Feng's next plan to become an upper citizen. However, just as Lin Feng was preparing to dissect and cut up this female Tier 1 rockhorn horse carcass, which weighed a ton and was enormous from the Duncan team's camp not far away, that familiar figure came again. The team's atmosphere, which had been full of laughter and chatter, gradually cooled down. Everyone's hands were on their weapons, their eyes full of vigilance and their movements defensive. Now was the critical period for Lin Feng to achieve his advancement, and no mistakes could be allowed. Lin Feng was a little puzzled by Lisa's second visit. After all, now should be each other's rest time, and there was no reason to come and disturb or investigate. Unless there was another purpose. Lin Feng put down the work of unloading armor and skinning, and slowly stood up, looking at Lisa, who was walking over. After the latter walked in front of everyone, she gasped for a few breaths, and then pointed to the rockhorn horse carcass on the ground, asking with some confusion, "Is this the first time you've killed a Tier 1 wild beast? Before this, didn't you learn about it?" Lin Feng was stunned. What? Is there a problem with the Tier 1 wild beast corpse? Does it need to be handed over to the 4 great villages for special handling? Lisa's expression was both surprised and delighted. It's not a big problem, it's just that you can't touch it directly with your hands. If your skin comes into contact with evolution cells, you will be infected, especially since you are all just late-stage enhanced humans. Your body's immune system can't withstand the invasion of evolution cells. At that time, at best, you will have itching all over your body and skin ulcers. At worst, you will have a persistent high fever and even lose consciousness. The activity of evolution cells is very high. Even if you leave it for several days, it will not die or rot. You can take it back and sell it to the guild. The 4 great villages will all use evolution agents as a reward to collect Tier 1 wild beast corpses. There is no need for you to dissect it directly in the wild. Lin Feng frowned slightly, knowing that what the other party said was correct, but what he wanted was to complete the evolution independently, so as to avoid being controlled by the farm village or the Holy Spring Church. Lu Qian narrowed her eyes slightly. There were few records in the hunter's notes about how to deal with Tier 1 wild beast corpses. After all, most level 9 enhanced humans might not have the opportunity to successfully hunt a Tier 1 wild beast in their lifetime. Even if they did, most of the handling methods were to sell them to the guilds or the 4 great villages in Oasis Town in exchange for ready-made evolution agents that had already been extracted. There was little introduction to independent dissection, because directly eating wild evolution meat was tantamount to suicide. Lin Feng's actions were indeed a bit risky. If he hadn't bought a portable purification and extraction filter in Holy Spring Village before, Lu Qian and Chen Shanshan would have stopped him from dissecting it directly. Now that Lisa came to offer kind reminders, it made Lu Qian notice something was wrong. The other party was too active and too attentive. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Lin Feng's ability? As for Lin Feng himself, he didn't think so much. He just wanted to complete the Tier 1 evolution as soon as possible, obtain the strength of an evolver, and increase the upper limit of the item upgrade system.
As long as the evolution is completed, the strength improvement for Lin Feng and the entire team will not only be that there is one more evolver, but also a comprehensive upgrade of equipment.
I want to evolve now.
Doing so will give me a better chance of capturing a Tier 1 male rockhorn horse alive. Lin Feng replied, and added, I bought a purification filter device from Holy Spring Village that can filter out impurities from the evolution meat. Lisa shook her head, feeling a little hesitant. The purification of the filter is not 100%, after all, there are risks, and items from the church can only be used safely if you convert to their lord. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed, and the other party's words definitely had a hidden meaning, so he said in a deep voice, You seem to know a lot about this, but taking the Tier 1 wild beast corpse back to exchange for evolution potions means that you have to achieve evolution in the hands of the 4 great villages, which will inevitably be subject to their control.
Do you have evolution technology in your hands that is both safe and doesn't require returning to Oasis Town?
Almost all evolvers in Oasis Town have their own affiliated camps and backgrounds, which is actually a kind of hidden control method. If you want to become an evolver, you must join one of them and become a dog at the feet of the upper class in Oasis Town. This can be seen from the cooperation agreement after evolution. The identity and status of the evolver are given by them, so naturally you have to be obedient, work for the 4 great villages, and complete various dangerous tasks in the wasteland. Faced with Lin Feng's question, Lisa, realizing that the other party was testing her, took out 2 sets of professional tools, plastic gloves and masks. After putting them on herself, she handed the other set to Lin Feng. Since you want to dissect it in the wild and use evolution meat to directly achieve evolution, I might as well teach you how to handle it. We'll talk as we work, and I'll tell you the truth about evolution. After you've heard it, you can decide whether you want to continue taking risks. As she spoke, Lisa put on the hood of her combat uniform, pulled out a sharp dagger, revealing only her eyes, and walked to the horse carcass.
Lu Qian and the others frowned, their hands on their weapons, ready to go.
Lin Feng put on the plastic gloves and mask, and waved his hand, signaling his teammates not to be nervous. Compared to Lisa's proactive good advice, he was now more interested in this mysterious foreign team. Seeing Lin Feng nod in agreement, Lisa inserted the dagger into the neck of the rockhorn horse carcass and skillfully removed the connective tissue that bonded the rock armor.
The whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. The eyes of everyone around were wide open.
Like a butcher dissecting an ox, every knife could accurately cut the key connections on the rockhorn horse's outer armor. Lin Feng took a deep breath, becoming more and more curious about Lisa and the Duncan team behind her. The other party was definitely not ordinary people, at least not an ordinary wasteland team. Various abnormal phenomena had already shown that they definitely had the ability to hunt Tier 1 rockhorn horses here and achieve qualitative evolution. There was old Duncan with his superhuman strength, experienced team members, a transport vehicle, and equipment, but there was not a single evolver. Even without Lu Qian's reminder, Lin Feng could feel this abnormal phenomenon himself. Thinking of Lisa's advice at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Lisa was multitasking, her hands moving non-stop, while directing Lin Feng to walk to the tail of the horse carcass and peel off the outer rock armor, while asking, How much do you know about so-called evolution? Lin Feng carefully cut open the soft, gelatinous connective tissue. This substance, rich in collagen, was what adhered the rockhorn horse's dermis to its outer armor. Perhaps it would be delicious in a hot pot. The thought flashed through his mind. Facing Lisa's inquiry, Lin Feng collected his scattered thoughts and, after a moment's consideration, answered with his limited knowledge from both past and present, evolution is when a lifeform breaks through its original limits, gaining stronger physical and mental power. Simultaneously, during the breakthrough, special abilities are awakened, previously known as superpowers or psychic abilities. This is also the key characteristic that distinguishes an evolver from an enhanced human.
Lisa smiled and continued to ask, Then how does one break through the original limits of enhancement?
Lin Feng paused slightly and stated the mainstream answer of the wasteland, as he knew it: consume evolution meat.
Inject evolution serum. Lisa hummed in acknowledgement.
Her hands skillfully removed the rock plate and abdominal armor from one side of the rockhorn horse's corpse. With a knife, she slit open its belly and then pressed on with her question. Evolution serum is extracted from evolution meat, so where does evolution meat come from? Lin Feng blurted out, naturally, from first order evolved was. But before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng realized the true nature of her question, which wasn't about the obvious in front of them. He stopped cutting and replied instead, "Wait, are you referring to the initial evolution back then, the event of the world-ending crisis?"
Lisa nodded.
Only by tracing back to the source could everything be explained clearly, sorting out the logical relationships within, allowing Lin Feng to better accept the truth behind it, accompanying that world-ending crisis was a global wave of evolution.
Humans are just one member of the myriad creatures on Earth.
Besides us, a large number of plants and animals were also blessed. However, the initial evolution was chaotic and disorganized. No one knew the specific steps to evolve and become stronger, nor was the grading of evolution strength clear.
Moreover, only a very small number could truly achieve evolution.
The vast majority of humans and mutated creatures are stuck at the 9th level of enhancement. But even so, the physical and mental strength of life on Earth after evolution has increased several times over, which is what gave humans the ability to cope with the crisis. Lin Feng tried hard to recall the research reports from that time.
Although people worldwide were desperately building engines and underground shelters, some research institutions still published various studies on evolution. I remember news reports saying that those evolvers and evolved organisms contained a certain substance that could promote qualitative changes in the body's cells.
This is the source of the initial evolution.
Lisa breathed a sigh of relief.
It was convenient to talk to wasteland newcomers because they still remembered most of the history and hadn't been brainwashed by the various wasteland theories and doctrines. "That's right, and that thing is inside here." As she spoke, Lisa ripped open the Rockhorn horse's abdominal cavity and pulled out a huge, still beating heart from the bloody pile of organs.
It was the size of a wash basin.
The aorta and veins were still absorbing old blood and pumping out fresh blood as the heart muscles contracted. This scene made several people nearby feel somewhat physically uncomfortable. Clearly, this first-order female Rockhorn horse was dead beyond dead, but its body still seemed to be alive, continuing to function.
As if it had become a mindless zombie.
Lisa looked at the still beating horse heart and continued with a slightly excited tone, "And gradually, the current evolution levels and specific steps to evolve and become stronger evolved." At this point, Lisa changed the subject and threw the vigorously throbbing heart in her hand in front of Lin Feng, but after they set up the path of evolution, they also completely blocked other directions of evolution. Later comers who want to achieve evolution can only follow the path they have walked, forever only able to look up to them from behind. After Lisa finished speaking, Lin Feng was stunned in place.
The amount of information in her words was too much.
Lin Feng hadn't reacted for a moment. Only after sorting out the cause and effect and connecting it to the beginning of evolution. A slightly dark truth gradually emerged in Lin Feng's mind. So he quickly asked, "Are you saying that using the source of life from other evolved organisms will also absorb the impurities within, thus embarking on their path of evolution?
So subsequent evolution will be restricted by this evolutionary path, forever limited within it?"
Lisa raised an eyebrow, and the corner of her lips under the mask slowly curved upward, revealing a smile. "That's right, that's how it is.
This is the truth of evolution in Oasis Town."
A smart and cautious person like Mr. Lin shouldn't find it difficult to guess the reason behind this. Whether it's the evolution serum extracted by the large families or the pure evolution surgery promoted by the church, in essence, they are all for their own long-term rule.
But there's no free lunch in this world.
Now, on the wasteland, besides mutated wild beasts and organizational forces that control different evolutionary paths, only ancient ruins still retain some of the original source of evolution left over from that time. As she spoke, Lisa pointed the dagger at the Rockhorn horse corpse in front of them. The evolutionary path extracted from the Rockhorn horse herd requires dependence on the Rockhorn horse to survive. Directly eating the evolution meat to start evolution is not much different from handing them over to the farm village in exchange for purified evolution serum. Eating directly also carries the risk of excessive impurity pollution. But as long as you use the Rockhorn horse's evolution meat to achieve evolution, you will have to succumb to the farm village and prostrate yourself at the feet of the Li family head if you want to qualitatively evolve again in the future. The subsequent source of evolution is in their hands. This is a path destined to never succeed.
So, do you still want to try it?
Lin Feng frowned slightly, thinking of the task that Father Suen had entrusted to him, to go to the ruins to find a certain item. Could it be this so-called original source?
The purpose is naturally very simple, for his daughter, Su Yeya's future evolution.
But he himself is a middle and high-level member of the Holy Spring Church, and he doesn't lack strength and status.
Why should he let his daughter embark on an unknown evolutionary path? Unless there are other secrets within the Holy Spring Church. Now, the large Oasis families are untrustworthy, and the Holy Spring Church is not a good place to go. But without the strength of an evolver, going to the dangerous prehistoric ruins is basically a dead end. So the evolutionary problem in front of everyone is actually just a problem, and it hasn't been solved. It's just that now that Lisa has said this precious first-order Rockhorn horse corpse doesn't seem as appealing as before. Lisa dug out all the organs from the Rockhorn horse's belly, revealing 2 active tenderloins on both sides of the internal spine, and the dagger in her hand was eager to try. However, she seemed to notice the strange atmosphere around her, so she waved her hand and comforted, "Everyone, don't be so anxious. I'm saying these words to Lin Feng. He awakened a very rare ability before he achieved evolution. He has outstanding talent and unlimited potential in the future. That's why I want to remind him not to be confused by the temporary benefits in front of him. Sometimes, seemingly convenient paths have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme been laid with traps. As for us ordinary people, it's a great joy to become an evolver in this lifetime. We will work hard until the end and end up as a mid-stage first order. No matter which evolutionary path's shackles, the impact on us is very limited, because we can't reach the end of the trap in these evolutionary paths even if we die. Whether it's the evolution serum from Holy Spring Village or the church's evolution surgery, everyone can use it with confidence. Of course, if you have to distinguish between good and bad, the church is definitely better. After all, the Holy Spring Church is a force that rules the big city, while the Lee family in the farm village is just a local wealthy family. It depends on your future development direction. If you want to stay in Oasis Town and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a stable life, then the Rockhorn horse is a good choice. If you want to develop in a big city, go to the church, and you can't go wrong. After speaking, Lisa looked down at the silent man in front of her and used the sharp blade in her hand to cut off 2 tenderloins weighing hundreds of kilograms. Along with the horse heart, they were placed in front of the man. Then she slowly opened her mouth. "Lin Feng, you have the potential to become a high-level evolver. This world in Oasis Town is too narrow. For you, you can climb to the top in just a few years. This place is too small to display your talent. Do you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a corner until you die, or go to a big city or even further to explore this world and even solve the Tri-Sun phenomenon and break the curse that shrouds all life on the wasteland? Become the legendary human savior." The man looked at the throbbing huge heart and the twitching fresh tenderloin, took off his mask, and revealed a smile. "Sorry, I just want to survive first." As he spoke, a reminder had already appeared in the corner of his eye. Rockhorn horse evolution meet LV11, red quality. "Sorry, I just want to survive." As he spoke, a hint appeared in the corner of his eye. Rockhorn horse evolution meet LV11, red quality level 11 evolution meat, contains rich source essence, possesses extremely strong biological activity, can be absorbed through eating or filtering to absorb life source essence, achieving leapfrog evolution, enhancing physique and mental attributes. This evolution meat is full of alien evolution genes, causing gene pollution to the strengthened life, easily triggering unknown consequences. Note, pure evolution source essence can be extracted through a purification extraction filter, achieving flawless evolution. Seeing the attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme given by the system, as well as the final note of reminder, Lin Feng immediately rejected Lisa's proposal. The reason she went to such lengths, painstakingly trying to persuade him not to rely on Rockhorn horses to achieve evolution, was nothing more than wanting to recruit him into her Duncan team. Then, together, they would head to the prehistoric ruins to seek the initial source essence of evolution, walk their own evolutionary path, and break free from the shackles of other paths. But Lin Feng possessed an item upgrade system, only needing to acquire evolution meat to extract pure source essence. There was no need to risk going to the prehistoric ruins. Furthermore, the current threat facing the team also left Lin Feng with no other choice. He couldn't abandon the team, nor could he take them to the dangerous ruins to take risks.
He needed to find a way to overcome the immediate crisis, survive first, and then consider the future. After being rejected by Lin Feng, Lisa wanted to persuade him further, but saw the man get up and leave, walking towards the rear compartment of the tram, opening the door and taking out a long, cylindrical purification extraction filter. At this time, Lu Qian, who was beside her, said, "We have simultaneously provoked the farm village and a powerful veteran evolver, so we can't wait for the clean source essence you mentioned. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lisa, but we are currently somewhat out of our control. Only if Captain Lin becomes stronger first can we ensure the safety of the team." Hearing Lu Qian's detailed explanation, Lisa swallowed the words that had reached her lips. Realizing that he had made up his mind, she nodded with regret, expressing her understanding, and then turned and left. The wasteland world was like this. For the struggling wastelanders at the bottom, the choices they had were actually not many. Even if they knew that the chosen path was a dead end, as long as they could overcome the great mountain that was currently pressing down on everyone, that was enough. As for the future, they could consider it later. Watching Lisa's back disappear into the distance, Lin Feng lowered his head to look at the purification extraction filter in his hand. After being upgraded when he bought it last time, it had been upgraded to level 8, Purification Extraction Filter LV8, White Quality Basic Attributes, Filtration Rate 95%, Usable ×1, can consume 1 point of life to upgrade. Note, this device contains trace amounts of Holy Spring cells, which are active factors for filtering and adsorption. After the filtered evolution source essence is taken, it will leave a genetic marker in the body. It has now been purified through upgrading to erase the Holy Spring gene fragments evaluation, an ordinary alien gene filter, but the 5% residual alien genes after filtration will still affect the user themselves. It is recommended to use it after upgrading again. 1 point of life can be consumed to refresh its usage times basic attributes, filtration rate 100%, usable ×1, has been upgraded to the host's level limit evaluation, a high-quality alien gene filter that can completely filter out first-order alien gene impurities. The purified evolution source essence after filtration has no side effects on the user. 1 point of life can be consumed to refresh its usage times. After ensuring that all alien genes could be filtered out, Lin Feng began to extract the evolution fluid. He cut the still-beating huge horse heart and the 2 twitching tenderloins into strips, and then put them into the extraction tube of the purification extraction filter. The filter was a white cylindrical tube as thick as a calf. The upper 30 centimeters was the extraction space, and the lower 20 centimeters was the filtration extraction device, composed of multiple layers of activated carbon and nanoscale biological membrane sieves. The activated carbon filtered large molecular impurities, and the biological membrane intercepted alien gene fragments. This ensured the purity of the evolution source essence. In fact, the latter technology did not exist originally, but appeared after the upgrade. The extraction operation was also very simple. It was just a bit cumbersome. A horse heart weighed 20 kilograms, and the 2 3-meter long and tens of centimeters thick tenderloins also weighed 100 kilograms. Lin Feng spent more than an hour, switching his right hand when it was tired, and finally filtered and extracted a small box of pale white liquid from these 200 kilograms of strengthened meat. A strange fragrance wafted from the evolution fluid. A hint appeared in the corner of his eye, showing its attributes. First-order flawless evolution fluid LV11, red quality, contains 200 milliliters of evolution fluid rich in life source essence. After taking it, it can allow a level 10 evolver to evolve to level 11, or it can be divided into 2 portions, allowing 2 level 9 strengtheners to achieve leapfrog evolution and become level 10 evolvers. The latest and most complete novels are available first at 69 Shu. Calm. Chen Shanshan, who had been staying in the tram, had put on the upper half of her battle armor when Lisa came just now, planning to help if the situation turned bad. Now, as an evolver, she naturally heard Lisa's persuasion. Seeing that Lin Feng planned to take the evolution fluid on the spot and start evolving, she said with some worry, "Would it be safer to go back to Holy Spring Village and ask Father Suan for help? They are professionals after all, and directly undergoing transformation in the wild." Lin Feng put down the backrest of the second row of seats, lay on the seatbed, and replied, "Don't forget my ability. The influence of those impurities only needs to be optimized. As for safety, aren't you here? Wait a moment, put on your battle armor and keep an eye on me. Come on, help me tie it up." After Lin Feng ate more than 10 kilograms of level 9 wolf jerky, he lay on the flattened seat cushion, letting Chen Shanshan and Ding Yi, who came in, fix his limbs on the support below the seat. Then, he took one of the 100 milliliters evolution fluids and began his leapfrog evolution. After drinking the evolution fluid full of life source essence, Lin Feng only felt a warm current explode in his mouth. On the way to swallowing it into his stomach, the evolution source essence began to penetrate into the cell membrane, entering the cell interior. It disassembled and reshaped the original ordinary cells. However, this feeling was not a comfortable experience, but a strong stinging sensation and pungency. Like eating a ghost pepper, Lin Feng only felt like a grenade had exploded in his body. Every cell and every tissue was experiencing fragmentation and reconstruction. The life source essence invaded the cell nucleus, changing the base sequence combination in the original DNA, discarding those useless gene expressions, strengthening the sequences related to physique and spirit, and emphasizing their characteristics. And after the cells proliferate and replicate next time, these characteristic gene fragments can greatly improve the cell strength. Some of the reshaped gene fragments will also dig out certain qualities possessed by the user, forming a special ability on a macroscopic level. That is the awakening of abilities. At this time, a special imprint was forming in Lin Feng's body, and his branding ability was completely awakening. The intense pain brought about by these internal microscopic qualitative changes and evolutions also caused Lin Feng to bite through the towel in his mouth and directly faint. His self-consciousness entered the spiritual world. Chen Shanshan, with the help of Ding Yi, also fully put on her light battle armor, ensuring that Lin Feng could stably complete the evolution, while also guarding against the Duncan team 100 meters away. Looks like it's not going too smoothly? Does he look down on us because there aren't any beauties in the team? Seeing Lisa walking over with her head down, a teammate leaned against the streetcar door and joked. Ignoring his teasing, Lisa walked into the car. Old Duncan opened his eyes, waking up from his rest. What's wrong? Is he deeply involved with the Holy Springs sect? Lisa sighed softly and shook her head. Their team has provoked the Lee family of Farm Village and has also come into conflict with a veteran evolver, so they need to become evolvers as soon as possible to break the situation. I guess their contact with the Holy Springs sect is also to seek a backer and protection, but judging from his eagerness, it seems like the negotiation failed. The real purpose of Lin Feng's team on this mission was never to capture Rockhorn horses alive, but to become evolvers as soon as possible. Capturing horses was just to ease the relationship with Farm Village. And his current choice of Rockhorn horses as the path to evolution is also a kind of surrender in a sense. As long as it's not an irreconcilable conflict, the Lee family will definitely not give up on such a promising evolver. When the crisis comes, it can be easily solved. So, obviously, he only has one path to choose. Old Duncan nodded after listening and slowly said, Lin Feng's decision is right. This time, the supplies we have accumulated, plus for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme Rockhorn horse cubs, are enough to exchange for a share of life source. Lisa said with some surprise, but this opportunity was prepared for you, Captain. Old Duncan shook his head. I have overdrawn too much of my vitality by using my abilities all the time. Even if I complete a flawless evolution, my future improvement will be very limited. It's good to evolve with Rockhorn horses. But you are different. You are still young, only in your early 20s, and you have a great future ahead of you. In the future, follow Lord Bai and see more of the other countries in the wasteland. Maybe you will meet relatives and friends from the past. After speaking, Old Duncan closed his eyes and continued to rest. Capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme horses just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Lisa looked at the old man with graying temples in front of her with some confusion. In fact, Old Duncan's age is not old at all. He is only 36 years old this year. But he has been struggling in the wasteland for 16 years. 10 years ago, when he was strengthening to the later stage, he was accidentally rescued by Lord Bai and awakened a physique-type giant force ability. After that, he followed the Lord and lurked in Oasis Town. Because he was an early awakener of abilities, Duncan was young and vigorous at that time, and he only wanted to achieve flawless evolution and become a strong man like Lord Bai who traveled alone in the wasteland. It's just a pity that he has been waiting for 10 years. Over the past 10 years, he has encountered dangers many times, and the excessive use of his abilities has led to the overdraft of his vitality. He is only 36 years old but looks like a 46-year-old. Lisa herself was a wasteland survivor who old Duncan rescued from the United States of America, his hometown across from Luzhou, more than 3 years ago. Over the years, old Duncan has treated her like a daughter, not only helping her strengthen to level 9 but also teaching her a lot of wasteland survival experience. Now, the sudden separation makes Lisa unable to accept and adapt for a while. She just wants to stay by old Duncan's side and continue to be that carefree girl, living, hunting, and becoming stronger with everyone. Instead of leaving here alone and entering a completely unfamiliar environment. In an instant, Lisa suddenly understood why Lin Feng firmly refused. Like Duncan's team, which had a heavy atmosphere on the other side, in Lin Feng's team's camp, Dingy and the 4 women, Lu Qian, A Lian, and A Ming, were wearing plastic gloves and carefully dissecting the rockhorn horse corpse, taking out the biological photovoltaic panels under the translucent armor on its back. This is the most valuable part of a Tier 1 rockhorn horse besides the evolution meat. In the medical emergency kit that Dingy bought, there was a pack of masks and several pairs of white latex gloves, which could be used just right. In fact, after stripping off the evolution meat from the horse's heart and tenderloin, there are very few evolution cells left in the Tier 1 rockhorn horse's body, and the threat to strengtheners is greatly reduced. But it's always right to be cautious. Lu Mingfei stood aside, watching and keeping watch. Busy and sweating profusely under the hot sun, but everyone would still look up at the streetcar from time to time. At this time, Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan were inside. One was in a state of consciousness coma, undergoing evolutionary awakening. One was fully armed and ready to go. Having seen Chen Shanshan's experience of cross-level evolution, everyone knew that ability runaway was prone to occur during the awakening process, so they had to deal with it carefully. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was in a state of consciousness coma, came to a strange space in his self-consciousness. He saw the LV-9 precision pistol in his hand and the LV-9 steel plate combat uniform on his body. Both of these were items that he had imprinted. As imprinted equipment, they now appeared beside him. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the surrounding space. His perspective was in the dark and boundless outer space, and a huge, pale blue planet appeared in front of him, rotating from east to west. He subconsciously thought that this was the Earth. But Lin Feng quickly realized that the Earth rotates from west to east. From his current position in the northern hemisphere, it should be rotating counterclockwise. However, the planet in front of him was exactly the opposite. Neither the original sun nor the current 3 suns in the sky existed nearby. This was a mysterious and unknown planet. And why would it appear in his conscious world? Could it be related to the upgrade system? Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at the LV-9 precision pistol in his hand. It and the combat uniform were both imprinted equipment, so they appeared here. The safety switch on it was also imprinted with the logo he designed, a schematic diagram of an atom plus orbiting electrons. After this cross-level upgrade and awakening is completed, his imprinting ability will be able to be improved again like Chen Shanshan, forming a complete version of the ability. Thinking of this, Lin Feng controlled his consciousness body and flew towards the planet below at high speed. After landing on the planet's surface, he saw a group of rockhorn horse beasts on the vast land. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, becoming more and more certain that the environment in front of him was his spiritual and conscious world. The rockhorn horse herd in front of him was the scene of the Rift Valley migration that he had seen in reality, retrieved from his memory. And in the middle of these horse herds, Lin Feng also saw a simple black door standing in the center. Coming with a tacit understanding, he immediately realized that the door was his chance to leave this place. The passage behind the door was connected to the real world. Lin Feng then flew forward, but before he could touch the handrail of the black door, he was directly knocked away by a Tier 1 rockhorn horse. The next moment, his consciousness body recondensed behind the migrating beast herd, still holding the precision pistol in his hand. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. It seems that this is a trial, a challenge. Only by killing the rockhorn horse herd and opening the black door can he pass the trial and return his consciousness to the real world. And his only reliance now is the LV-9 precision pistol imprinted in his hand. Lin Feng took a deep breath, raised his gun, and swept the Rockhorn horse herd with a burst of fire. The Rockhorn horse herd did not scatter and flee but continued to protect and guard the black door. The 45 points of damage from the wolf tooth bullets, shot on the rock armor of this group of Tier 1 Rockhorn horses, can only cause slight damage, with little effect. Lin Feng changed his thinking and began to aim at the weak head and eyes of the Rockhorn horses through precise locking. At the beginning, the hit rate was not high because the target was in motion and constantly moving, so basically only 1 or 2 shots out of 10 would hit. But the LV9 precision pistol has ample ammunition, as many as 1,000 rounds, and recovers 1 round per second. There is no need to worry about running out of bullets at all. And Lin Feng was also constantly improving his shooting skills in this kind of training, from the previous hit rate within 200 meters to a guaranteed kill within 800 meters. Even within 400 or 500 meters, he could accurately hit a moving egg. This was fed out by him with tens of thousands of bullets and hundreds of Tier 1 Rockhorn horses. But as Lin Feng's hit rate became higher and higher, he gradually discovered a problem. That is, the Rockhorn horses, like him, can also respawn after death. The overall number has always been maintained at around 100. Unless his killing speed can be faster than the resurrection speed of the Rockhorn horses, even if he shoots accurately, he will be attacked and drowned in the rolling iron hooves. Lin Feng then accelerated his shooting speed and improved his reaction ability. Then he flew into the horse herd, trying to kill the Rockhorn horses rushing towards him from around while pressing the doorknob. But unfortunately, no matter how fast he increased his reaction speed, he could only cope with attacks from one direction at most. Even if he could shoot 2 Rockhorn horses per second, he would be knocked away by the third one coming from another direction. Respawning again, Lin Feng looked at the gun in his hand. Relying solely on the wolf tooth bullets of the precision pistol, the firepower cannot suppress the entire Rockhorn horse herd. Unless he can upgrade the precision pistol to a higher level weapon and equipment. Thinking of this, a reminder appeared in front of Lin Feng. Power of imprinting is fully awakened. Do you want to consume your own level 1 evolution level to advance the cross-level upgrade of the same level weapon in advance? Lin Feng was immediately overjoyed. Upgrade immediately. Reinforcement direction, bullet power. Soon, the revolver-like large caliber pistol in his hand was upgraded to a hand cannon with a caliber of more than 20 millimeters. Blast gun LV10, red quality. Blast gun LV10, red quality. Imprinted base attributes, damage 60, effective range 1500 meters, lethal coverage 5 meters, remaining blast rounds 20, upgraded to host level limit. Additional attributes, bullet regeneration 11H, spatial magazine 20 rounds, area damage radius 5 meters. Area damage, the explosive rounds will detonate upon hitting the target. Damage within a 1 meter radius of the explosion's epicenter is 60, with damage decreasing by 20% per meter after diffusion. Seeing the changes after the upgrade, Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately took action. Although his reaction speed had slowed down due to the drop in his evolution level, the weapon in his hand had improved rapidly. This was equipment comparable to the next evolutionary stage, granting Lin Feng the ability to kill enemies above his level. The true effect of the imprint power was indeed powerful. Lin Feng immediately rushed towards the Rockhorn horse herd, using the LV-10 blast gun in his hand to target the Tier 1 Rockhorn horses that were trying to hinder him from opening the door and leaving. The explosive rounds fired were like hand grenades, inflicting shrapnel and shockwave damage upon detonation, deterring the remaining Rockhorn horses within a 5-meter radius. The area within a 10-meter diameter centered on the explosion point would be affected by the explosive rounds. With just one round, he could disrupt the offensive of an entire flank of Rockhorn horses, giving Lin Feng time to turn his gun and successfully deal with the horse herd attacking from the other side. In this way, after firing 7 or 8 explosive rounds in a row, the LV-10 blast gun unleashed the firepower effect that previously required hundreds of fangtooth bullets to achieve in 4 or 5 seconds. This also allowed Lin Feng to successfully twist the doorknob, open the black door, and slip inside. Lin Feng opened his eyes in reality. Covered in sweat, his lips pale, his entire body was soaked from struggling. Chen Shanshan held a water bottle and kept pouring him fresh water to replenish his fluids. When the evolution source matter transformed the body and achieved a qualitative change in the level of life, it accelerated Lin Feng's metabolism several times, transforming the original ordinary strengthened cells into new evolved cells. This process was not only painful but also consumed a large amount of water in the body to help excrete metabolic waste, cell corpse debris, and so on. Lin Feng licked his lips, signaling Chen Shanshan to continue feeding him water. Only after drinking several bottles did his condition gradually improve. At this moment, Chen Shanshan finally relaxed, letting out a long breath, and untied Lin Feng.
Did I struggle violently just now? Lin Feng put down the empty water bottle and asked.
Chen Shanshan took off her helmet and mask, shaking her head. No, except for struggling due to pain, you were unusually quiet after falling into a coma. You were just trembling and sweating all over.
It's probably related to the fact that your ability isn't directly combat related.
I didn't struggle much. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme.
Lin Feng nodded, then thought of something. By the way, did your consciousness enter an unknown space during the coma, like a dreamlike mental world?
Chen Shanshan was stunned, her expression grave. I was just about to discuss this with you. After the evolution surgery, when I awakened my ability, my consciousness entered a city ruin. A group of walking dead-like humanoid monsters crawled out of the sewers and began chasing me.
To avoid them, I kept running, using my ability to sense their presence.
But that world was like glass. There was sunlight everywhere, and no matter where I hid, the monsters could pinpoint my location.
They didn't give me a chance to breathe.
Lin Feng frowned slightly, following Chen Shanshan's words. And then your ability evolved into absorbing light and releasing darkness, capable of blinding nearby creatures? Chen Shanshan nodded, still shaken. Then I successfully opened a manhole cover in the sewer filled with corpses and returned to the real world. After that, I awakened the ability to extract or deprive light from a certain area, blinding the target. Saying that, Chen Shanshan swallowed and pointed to her chest in a low voice. There's one more thing.
After my ability fully awakened, a purplish black mark appeared in the center of my chest. It gets slightly hot every time I use my ability.
Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and quickly took off his soaked short sleeves to check, but the mark Chen Shanshan mentioned was nowhere to be found. Then he lifted his pants to take a look, and there was nothing there. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme.
This should just be an isolated case.
Lin Feng immediately comforted her. Perhaps your ability is more special and advanced, so it formed a special mark. Thinking of Lisa's previous introduction to the evolutionary path, Lin Feng roughly guessed the reason. There's also a possibility that it's related to your bloodline.
Don't mention this to anyone again.
As long as the mark doesn't cause any negative effects, don't worry about it.
It should just be the source of your ability.
Remember when you fully released the dark energy during the awakening and then retracted it, it shrunk into your chest.
So don't worry too much.
After listening to Lin Feng's analysis, Chen Shanshan suddenly felt enlightened, sweeping away the gloom in her heart.
Nodding and smiling, she said, "Okay. I understand."
Lin Feng slowly got up and looked at his attribute panel. Lin Feng, LV 1019 Health 60, Constitution 59, Spirit 58, LV 10 Attribute Limit 60 Superpower Awakening, Imprint Power. Items with an imprint can have a specified strengthening direction, and by sacrificing one's own evolution level, the imprinted item can be upgraded beyond its tier.
Item upgrade limit increased to LV 10. Can consume 5 health points to upgrade the LV 9 Fangtooth handgun beyond its tier.
Note, LV 10 blast gun upgrade template has been scanned. Using this as a direction, the beyond tier upgrade can be completed quickly. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly consumed 5 points of his own health to upgrade the LV 9 precision handgun. Instantly, a familiar draining sensation emerged from his body, and he could clearly feel the energy in his body being injected into the precision handgun at his waist. The last time he had this feeling was when Lin Feng had just arrived and awakened half a month ago, upgrading the revolver with his initial strength. At that time, 1 point of health accounted for 1/10 or 1/20 of his total health, so the draining sensation was particularly obvious. Later, as his strengthening level increased, his total health doubled, and the consumption of 1 point of health didn't feel so obvious. Now that he had entered the First Order Revolution, consuming 5 points of health in one go, accounting for about 1/10 of the total, was a significant consumption for Lin Feng.
This also confirmed Lin Feng's previous speculation that he couldn't upgrade items above level 9 because his health was limited during the strengthened human stage.
Even if he awakened the complete version of imprint power in advance, losing 5 points of health in one go would directly cause his strengthening level to plummet, and even overdraft his vitality, shortening his lifespan. But right now, these 5 points of health could be exchanged for a blast gun that could instantly kill a Tier 1 early stage Rockhorn horse, which was worth it no matter what. Moreover, the imprint power had also been fully awakened. When Lin Feng grew to the Tier 1 evolution level 19 limit, he would be able to use the imprint ability to upgrade the imprinted equipment in his hand beyond its tier in advance. The upgrade from the level 9 precision handgun to the level 10 blast gun was a qualitative leap, and one could imagine how heaven-defying the power of the equipment that was upgraded beyond its tier in advance would be at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't wait to get up, put on his clothes again, and walk outside. At this moment, as an evolver, he could directly ignore the intrusion and influence of Tier 1 cells, and his digestive system could extract nutrition and energy from the evolved meat of Tier 1 Rockhorn horses. Seeing Lin Feng walk out of the tram unharmed, the 5 people outside the car all breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Yi and Lu Qian came over to inquire about the situation. Lin Feng nodded slightly, took the purification extraction filter sent by Ding Yi, consumed 1 point of health to refresh the number of uses, and said, "Take water and rinse it. The meat paste inside can still be eaten. Collect it and don't waste it. You two should also hurry up and strengthen to level 9. After that, we may start a wave of collective evolution." With the help of the filter, the team members could all achieve flawless evolution, and it would be quite safe. Next, Lin Feng would go on a killing spree, taking advantage of the fact that the Rockhorn horse herd's migration hadn't ended yet to seize the opportunity to quickly improve his own strength and the team's strength. After crushing the evolved meat into meat paste, he kneaded it into patties and placed it on the concentrating panel of the solar stove. Soon, a sizzling iron-grilled meat with a fragrant aroma was ready. Lin Feng carried the plate back into the car and distributed the steak to Chen Shanshan. The two of them ate while recovering their strength. Although the life source matter in the evolved meat had been extracted, most of the energy itself was still there, and eating it could also restore the evolver's health. Before long, a reminder popped up in the corner of Lin Feng's eye. LV9 precision handgun has completed beyond tier upgrade blast gun LV10, red quality, imprinted base attributes, damage 60, effective range 1500 meters, lethal coverage 5 meters, remaining blast rounds 20, upgraded to host level limit additional attributes, bullet regeneration 11H, spatial magazine 20 rounds, area damage radius 5 meters. Note, can freely switch back to LV9 precision handgun evaluation. This is a hand cannon, not a handgun. Only evolvers can easily handle the powerful recoil. The explosive warhead can bring area damage, suitable for medium and long-range firepower strikes. Be sure to pay attention when fighting in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat. Don't affect yourself, this is a powerful handheld cannon. Continued upgrades will bring more surprises. Lin Feng pulled out the huge barreled revolver, the caliber being about twice the size of the level 9 precision handgun. The fired projectile changed from the original hard fangtooth bullet to a small shell with a caliber of 20 mm or more. The power naturally didn't need to be elaborated on. Previously, in the mental world, Lin Feng relied on the area damage of the explosive rounds to successfully escape from the pursuit of hundreds of Rockhorn horses, completing the trial. With the blast gun in hand, even if it was a stronger male tier 1 Rockhorn horse, Lin Feng was confident that he could shatter its head with one shot. By the way, there's still half of the evolution serum left. Who do you think it's better to give to evolve? After eating 4 pounds of meat paste pancakes, Lin Feng put down the gun, looked at the busy figures of the crowd outside the car, and asked in a low voice. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Chen Shanshan, who was happily eating the meat pie, was immediately stunned. There's still a dose of evolution serum. Lin Feng nodded. I managed to kill an 11th level Rockhorn horse by luck, and extracted 2 10th level evolution serums. Now there's one left. The next operation will be a bit challenging. The combat power of a first-tier male Rockhorn horse shouldn't be underestimated. Naturally, I hope the team's strength is as strong as possible. So, what do you think about the next evolution candidate? Although he was confident in killing a first-tier male Rockhorn horse, the mental world is different from reality. Consciousness can be infinitely refreshed and resurrected, but in reality, being hit by a horse's horn would result in serious injury, if not death. There were so many injured evolutionaries in the guild, and they were all vivid examples. Evolutionaries are powerful, but the challenges they face in missions are equally dangerous. Carelessness can easily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to a missing arm or a broken leg, directly ending one's evolutionary career. Therefore, having multiple evolutionaries to help attract firepower would allow Lin Feng to provide firepower output more safely. The most difficult challenge of this trip was capturing a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme horse. And it was a first-tier male rockhorn horse. The role of the burst rifle would be greatly weakened. A powerful evolutionary was needed to cooperate with Lin Feng to complete this challenge. So, he was asking Qin Shanshan at this moment, and there was actually another purpose. Faced with Lin Feng's question, Qin Shanshan put down her chopsticks and fell into deep thought. Since rescuing Lin Feng, the big and small affairs of the team had gradually been decided by the man in front of her. Qin Shanshan had become accustomed to following his arrangements. In addition to the experience previously taught by Ding Yi, Qin Shanshan could be said to be obedient to Lin Feng. Now that she needed to offer her own opinions, she felt a little at a loss. Aiming hasn't fully recovered from his injuries, so the choice of evolutionary is between Lu Mingfei and Alien. Lu Mingfei lacks combat experience, especially in hunting, and is more suitable for guarding the camp. Alien is okay, but Alien has only just joined our team, and we're not very familiar with each other, unlike Lu Mingfei, who we know well. The Lu siblings have already experienced 2 battles with us. Although their performance hasn't been outstanding, it's been satisfactory. But they are also working hard to learn and keep up with the team's growth. He also made a lot of contributions to the customization and handover of the tram this time, and the saved points helped a lot. Speaking of this, a flash of inspiration struck Qin Shanshan's mind, and she suddenly thought of something. Wait, actually, this time, we don't need to focus on combat strength. Our biggest trump card before was me, but I couldn't show my face to help with the hunt. But now, we just need to replace me with Lu Mingfei and continue to stay on the tram as a trump card to guard the camp. I can put on this battle armor and participate in the upcoming hunting operations. And it won't arouse suspicion from Duncan's team. Lin Feng nodded slightly in satisfaction. That's right, and we don't need to hide now. From the moment I became an evolutionary, my strength has been able to crush the other side, but it's always good to be cautious. The camp needs someone with a certain amount of strength who can also drive the tram to guard our harvest. So, it seems like a choice between 2, but in reality, Lu Mingfei is the best choice. Qin Shanshan nodded and walked excitedly towards the battle armor. Compared to thinking about the evolutionary candidate, she was more concerned about whether she could step onto the battlefield next and fight alongside Lin Feng. The long journey of the past few days, being locked up in the tram, not even being able to go out for air and watch the battle, made Qin Shanshan, who had just become an evolutionary, quite bored. It was a kind of helplessness of being obviously strong but unable to show it. Having riches without returning home is like wearing brocade at night. Now that she was finally able to break free and accompany Lin Feng, fighting side by side, Qin Shanshan was naturally extremely excited. After making the personnel arrangements, Lin Feng called the other 5 members of the team and announced this decision. The Lu siblings looked delighted, especially Lu Mingfei, who never thought that one day, his dream would be realized so easily. He didn't care about Lisa's persuasion and analysis. Being able to become an evolutionary, accumulate enough resources, and then retire in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme a stable life was Lu Mingfei's biggest dream. Even if the upper limit was only first-tier evolution. And now, the unattainable dream was right in front of him. Lu Mingfei was stunned for a moment before waking up after being poked by his sister Lu Qian, and quickly thanked him. Lin Feng nodded and instructed, after completing the evolution, you will stay on the tram, protect the camp and supplies, replace Qin Shanshan's position, and hide as a trump card. After that, Qin Shanshan will join the upcoming hunting operation as the second evolutionary. After speaking, everyone was thoughtful and quickly understood the deep meaning of the captain's decision. Alien and aiming on the side didn't change their expressions much. They were not surprised by the candidate announced by Lin Feng. They were both clear in their hearts that the captain could not entrust such an important evolutionary candidate to them, who were new here. After resolving this matter, Lin Feng took the Lu siblings back to the tram and let Lu Mingfei eat a few pounds of wolf meat and a large amount of fresh water. Then, he repeated his own evolutionary process. He also clearly informed him about the awakening trial in the mental world to avoid any mistakes. Waiting for Lu Mingfei to drink the evolution serum nervously and begin the cross-tier evolution. Chen Shanshan, wearing the battle armor, guarded by the side. Lu Qian, regardless of the danger, insisted on staying by her brother's side to accompany him to complete the evolution. Seeing this, Lin Feng closed the car door and began to prepare for the upcoming hunting operation. In addition to the 200 pounds of evolutionary meat, the corpse of the first-tier female rockhorn horse also yielded as much as 600 kilograms of horse meat and 300 kilograms of internal organs, leaving only 200 kilograms of skeleton in the end. In addition, there was a rock armor weighing 300 kilograms, of which the back photovoltaic rock armor was a total of 6 pieces, 120 kilograms. Calculated in this way, this 11th level rockhorn horse weighed more than 1.5 tons, more than 1,600 kilograms. Although there was a lot of water in it, after replenishing the water in the Rift Valley pool, the weight soared by at least 30%. So, its net weight was just over a ton, about 1,200 kilograms. Which met the weight standard of the rockhorn horse. But what surprised Lin Feng was that the ordinary meat on the first-tier rockhorn horse had a 9th level enhancement degree, which was no different from 9th level enhanced meat. As long as it was fully cooked to kill the trace amounts of evolutionary cells inside, the late enhancers could also eat it to complete the enhancement or restore their physical strength. Dingy took out a large transparent plastic film from the trunk of the tram, then twisted it into a bag shape, and covered the horse meat placed in the tricycle compartment. After sealing it, a soft tube was used to guide the edge into the bottle. This would collect the moisture in the fresh horse meat. The main thing was that there was too much moisture in the 600 kilograms of horse meat and 300 kilograms of internal organs, at least more than 200 liters. So, it was very necessary to collect it. Now the team's water consumption was exaggerated. Lin Feng alone drank 10 liters of water just now during his cross-tier evolution. The total amount of water carried this time was only 250 liters. Now there were less than 180 liters left. So, collecting the distilled water from the horse meat was very important. On the other side, Alien and Aiming were processing the rock armor and bones. Their hardness was harder than ordinary ironware and could be compared to steel. After drying, they were also valuable. The bones could be broken to eat the bone marrow inside. In short, the first-tier wasteland beast was a treasure for the wasteland people. And in addition to the evolutionary meat and photovoltaic rock armor, the most valuable part was the pair of horse horns on the horse's head. It was just a pity that the horns of the female horse were not very good. After all, there was no competition between female horses, and they didn't need to be responsible for guarding the herd and resisting predators. The horse horns of the first-tier female rockhorn horse were only 1 meter long, and the left and right added up to only 2 meters. At most, they could be used to make a bow and arrow, or some other small gadgets. Some Oasis residents would also buy them back as decorations. But this was generally the case for male rockhorn horses. Their horse horns started at 2 meters or more, and a pair was 4 meters wide. When they charged, they were like trucks, which was very terrifying. Hanging on the wall, they were very mighty and domineering. While they were processing the horse carcass, Lin Feng was also upgrading and replacing the camp items. First of all, the 20 photovoltaic panels on the top of the tram had to be upgraded to 9th level. In this way, soon after, when he evolved to 11th level, he could fully upgrade the tram. Lin Feng walked to the edge of the roof and upgraded them one by one, and the tram's power was improved again. High-quality photovoltaic panel LV9, white-quality basic attributes, power generation efficiency 25%, 24-hour power generation 3.75 degrees, durability 1010 upgraded to the current quality limit. Continued upgrades have limited improvement, can be integrated into the first-tier rockhorn horse photovoltaic rock panel to achieve cross-tier upgrades evaluation, a photovoltaic power generation panel with excellent practicality. Each square meter of power generation can drive 250 kilograms of objects, maintaining a maximum speed of 2 kilometers per hour. Surplus power is recommended to be equipped with battery storage. A total of 20 pieces, the total load reached 5 tons. After Lin Feng upgraded the power motor at the bottom of the car to the 9th level separately, the attributes of the whole car also changed. Light passenger car LV10, red quality basic attributes, defense 60, durability 1010, maximum speed 10 km/h, upgraded to the host level limit additional attributes, gear speed adjustment 1510 km/h. Note: the comprehensive upgrade of the photovoltaic panel has enabled the light passenger car to obtain sufficient power. With the upgraded version of the motor, the overall power system has been optimized and improved, and the maximum speed has been increased to 10 km. The fastest speed of 10 km per hour was probably the limit of the battery-free energy storage state. The next step, Lin Feng's goal was to upgrade the unpowered tram into a real tram. The speed must be at least 30 or 40 km per hour. Only then could it gallop on the wasteland. After completing the tram upgrade, Lin Feng ate a plentiful meat pie while upgrading and repairing the equipment and weapons for everyone. Before long, Duncan's team next door came, inviting Lin Feng to go and discuss the plan for the two teams to cooperate in capturing a first-tier male rockhorn horse alive. A little late, but I wrote 6,000 words. Lin Feng put down the newly upgraded level 6 dagger in his hand and said to the Duncan team member who came to notify him, "Okay, I'll be there soon." The other party nodded and turned to leave. The fact that it wasn't Lisa who came to notify him this time made Lin Feng feel a little surprised. After all, before this, Lisa had always been the one to communicate with them. Could it be because he rejected her proposal? After the person who came to notify him walked away, Ming, who was processing the horse horns, looked at the other party's back and slowly said, "They don't lack the strength to kill first-order rockhorn horses. But if it's for flawless evolution, then why are they still capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme horses? Whether the rockhorn horse is dead or alive, they can't obtain the opportunity for flawless evolution from the farm village. Could it be that phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme horses are needed to go to the ruins?" Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ming was right. Duncan and the others had far surpassed the strength of wasteland teams, second only to the wasteland hunting teams besides the evolvers. Logically speaking, killing a female first-order rockhorn horse wouldn't be difficult for them. If they were single-mindedly pursuing flawless evolution, there would be no need to capture phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live / phoneme horses. They're carrying a lot of supplies. Accumulatively buying so many things, the cost won't be less than 1,000 points. A single outing mission doesn't require bringing so many things. The team only has 6 people. Even if they have to stay in the wasteland for 2 holy spring days, they can't finish eating 2 fully loaded flatbed carts. Ming continued to analyze. The other party's actions were somewhat illogical, and they were obviously hiding something. Lin Feng got up and patted his pants, a bold guess in his heart, and nodded, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. After Lu Mingfei completes his evolution, even if there are only a few of us, we can successfully capture rockhorn horses alive. You guys stay busy, I'll go take a look." Saying that, Lin Feng took a sip of water and walked towards the neighboring team. Soon he arrived next to Duncan and his group's electric car, looking at the 2 flatbed carts with at least several tons of supplies piled on them, and under the cover of black cloth, there were 5 200-liter water tanks alone. Each one was filled. A ton of water was enough for Duncan's team of 6 to drink for 2 or 3 months. Obviously there was no need to bring so many useless burdens. Unless this water wasn't prepared for them. Lin Feng took a quick glance and withdrew his gaze. At this time, the Duncan team members also walked out of the electric car. Old Duncan appeared last, but the aura on his body was different from usual, with a very obvious change. Not only was his facial expression much younger, but his whole person was also full of vigor. Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He felt a familiar aura on old Duncan. Completely different from the past, this was the significant characteristic that distinguished evolvers from enhancers. "Congratulations!" Lin Feng extended his hand to express his congratulations. Old Duncan understood the other party's meaning, smiled, raised his hand, and shook hands with Lin Feng again. "Congratulations to you too." This time, it was both parties recognizing each other as evolvers. Old Duncan quickly emerged from his unwillingness, began to adapt to his life as an evolver, and quickly entered the state, chatting with Lin Feng about serious matters. I need Captain Lin's assistance to suppress the target when necessary, and to block the attacks of other Rockhorn horses. Although single male Rockhorn horses don't have their own groups, it also exacerbates their ferocity and combativeness, and they have a strong desire to attack us outsiders, regarding us as targets of attack. So if necessary, I hope to use Captain Lin's ability to defeat their offensive. Saying that, old Duncan introduced himself. After my evolution, the ability I awakened is Common Brute Force, possessing a basic strength exceeding 1 level, currently able to unleash 3 tons of power. Enough to suppress ordinary early-stage first-order Rockhorn horses. Lin Feng nodded, touched the wolfskin holster on his waist, and began to introduce his own ability. My firearm ability has been strengthened. Currently, I can shoot empowered bullets with explosive attributes, with a power comparable to a defensive grenade, capable of suppressing the impact of multiple first-order Rockhorn horses. All your needs, I can do. But the reward for this cooperation. Old Duncan glanced at Lisa, who was burying her head in silence, and looked back at Lin Feng. Whatever conditions you say, as long as we can do it, we can agree to them. We only need 1 male Rockhorn horse. Later, I can help you capture a second one. Lin Feng shrugged and said frankly, we're not very interested in phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals live live/phoneme horses. Even if we capture them alive, we don't have iron cages to hold them. At this time, Lin Feng, with a smile on his face, suddenly brought up, speaking of which, you're capturing Rockhorn horses alive, it shouldn't be to sell them to Farm Village, right? As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire camp suddenly changed. Lin Feng had already seen several members reaching for the weapons on their waists through the corner of his eye. Old Duncan frowned slightly, coughed lightly, first interrupted the team members' vigilance, and then replied with a forced smile, in Oasis Town, Rockhorn horses aren't sold to Farm Village, where else can they be sold? Captain Lin, are you thinking too much? Lin Feng smiled, I don't know, maybe there are other forces in the wasteland that are recovering phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals live live/phoneme Rockhorn horses, such as the Wanderers. Saying that, his tone became low, let's get straight to the point, I want to know, who is the buyer behind you? As long as the price is high, I can also cooperate with them. I don't need any evolution source matter, get me some other equipment from the ruins, such as brushless motors, or prehistoric military exoskeletons, and the like. Then don't say ordinary male Rockhorn horses, even leader-level Rockhorn horses, I can help capture them in the future. Lin Feng didn't care about the forces behind the Duncan team. He was more concerned about whether he could obtain excess profits from this. Anyway, it was all about getting what they needed. Rather than dealing with the 4 major villages of Oasis Town and being bullied by their size, it was better to take private jobs outside and develop quickly. After listening to Lin Feng's thoughts, old Duncan was stunned at first, then stared at the man in front of him. Unfortunately, you are more suitable for wasteland survival than us. If you obtained evolution source matter, you should go higher. As for the buyer, just now you mentioned the Wanderers. The force behind our cooperation is the strongest branch among the Wanderers, and also the target that the Oasis High Level has always been targeting. So even so, you still want to cooperate? Lin Feng spread his hands without scruples, ridiculous. I am me, what does it have to do with Oasis Town? If the guild can no longer provide what I want, leaving is only a matter of time, everyone is just getting what they need. Are you loyal to Oasis Town? Old Duncan nodded, acknowledging Lin Feng's answer. Behind us is an organization called the Salvation Army. These supplies, including the Rockhorn horses, are all sent for trade this time. The things you need, even the leader-level, patriarch-level Rockhorn horse evolution source matter that the Li family of Farm Village will never give you, the Salvation Army can help you get it. After this cooperation ends, I will help you introduce you to meet an adult surnamed Bai. Besides that, what other conditions are there? Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the electric car on the side. I need batteries, give me half of the batteries. Later, I will continue to stay and hunt Rockhorn horses to speed up evolution. At that time, a car of supplies will be no less than yours, and batteries are needed to catch up with Oasis Town. An ordinary phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals lead/phoneme acid battery is not cheap, the starting price is 100 points. Duncan's team's electric car, plus the electric bicycle, only has 10 sets of old batteries in total.
Each group can store 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity. 1 kilowatt-hour can run 5 kilometers, so an electric car with 8 groups of batteries can run an extra 80 kilometers. Plus the original photovoltaic power supply, without considering the impact of battery aging, it can run while charging at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour, running for a whole day. If you remove the ones on the bicycle and then unload 3 groups on the electric car, leaving 5 groups of batteries, you can still carry 2 flatbed carts full of supplies. After thinking it over, old Duncan agreed. We have a total of 10 sets of old batteries, 20 kilograms per set. We'll give you 5 sets, you can come and disassemble them together. But as a condition, it must be a male first-order rockhorn horse that is still in good condition. If it is seriously injured and dying. Lin Feng directly agreed. We'll divide the dead or dying ones equally. Subsequent cooperation will continue until you catch a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme 1 for me. Old Duncan nodded. It's settled then. When are you free? Lin Feng looked back at his camp. Chen Shanshan's figure walked out of the electric car, indicating that looming phase evolution had been completed. So he turned his head back and showed a smile. Anytime, but it's not just me. There's also our newly evolved vice captain. Before the operation to capture a rank 1 male rockhorn horse began, Chen Shanshan, led by Lin Feng, put on LV-10 light battle armor and met with the Duncan team. The Duncan team was greatly shocked by this 7th member who had been hiding in the tram and never showed his face. Even Lisa, with her red eyes and melancholy expression, showed a look of surprise after seeing Chen Shanshan. She then quickly realized that Lu Qian, who had been following Lin Feng, was not the number 2 figure in their team. The female evolver in front of them, wearing battle armor and holding a silver spear, was Lin Feng's hidden trump card. The rank 1 female rockhorn horse we killed before had already evolved to level 11. Fortunately, we extracted 2 evolution serums. Lin Feng explained, looking at old Duncan. Now that we have a total of 3 evolvers, we have a greater chance of capturing the male rank 1 rockhorn horse alive. Let's make it quick. Old Duncan looked at Chen Shanshan, who was fully armed, and nodded with a solemn expression. Obviously, the Lin Feng team in front of them, like them, had come prepared. They had prepared battle armor suitable for revolvers in advance, in order to quickly form combat power after killing the rockhorn horse and achieving evolution. An evolver wearing battle armor can easily defeat the entire Duncan team. No wonder Lin Feng had been so outspoken before, constantly probing. With 2 evolvers and a set of battle armor, the balance of power between the 2 sides had reversed. Fortunately, there were still rockhorn horse herds in the Rift Valley. Compared to a firefight with the Duncan team, hunting rockhorn horses was obviously less risky and more profitable. Alright, the team members we left behind earlier have observed and selected a target. As he spoke, old Duncan led Lin Feng and the others to the edge of the slope of the Rift Valley. Below was a drop of 300 to 400 meters, and a steep slope of more than 700 meters long. The steepest part of the slope could be 60 to 70 degrees, like a cliff. The tram could definitely not go down, only mountain bikes could flexibly ride down the slope. Those wandering single male rockhorn horses were gathered at the edge of the Rift Valley, at the bottom of the slope. They would first compete with each other to assess their own strength and hone their fighting skills. When the strongest few were selected, they would confidently enter the Rift Valley and engage in a fierce and bloody duel with those veteran male rockhorn horses who owned herds. Regarding the competition for mating rights, for beasts, it has always been a major event second only to life and death. Even under the stimulation of hormones in the body, controlled by genetic inheritance, they would lose their minds and fight until they were covered in scars, dividing life and death. So sometimes, as long as the predators are bold enough, wandering into the edge of the Rift Valley when the scorching sun forbidden zone is about to cover it, they can pick up some dead remains. This was both good and bad for the capture mission. The good thing was that the target for capture was easier to lock on. After observing for a while, you could see several male rockhorn horses, exhausted and panting, lying on the edge of the Rift Valley. The bad thing was that the bottom of the slope, which originally had few horses, was now crowded with rockhorn horses. Like the subway trams during rush hour, horses crowded horses, and it was impenetrable. Even many small-sized, newly evolved level 10 male rockhorn horses took advantage of the herd leader's inattention to squeeze into the herd and secretly ride the female horses.
It was comparable to Fast and Furious. Many who tried to sneak around were caught by the herd leader and directly rammed, and the scene was terrible. Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. These castrated male rockhorn horses were considered useless, even less valuable than female horses. The target that old Duncan locked on was an alliance of 5 male rockhorn horses. They occupied the bottom of the slope on the northeast side of the Rift Valley, not far from the two teams' camps. Among them, there were 2 with strong strength, having evolved to level 13, belonging to the best among the early rank 1, and were the winners in the northeast area. These 5 rockhorn horses looked similar, having been expelled from the same herd, grew up together, and formed an alliance. This was very common among wandering male rockhorn horse herds. The opponents they had to face were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme herd leaders in the mid-rank 1. Fighting alone would definitely be at a disadvantage. So they would unite to deal with those old leaders who were old and weak and lacked strength. And after winning the power, this relationship would continue to be stable. The main reason was the difference in body size after the rockhorn horses evolved. Generally, mid-rank 1 male rockhorn horses had reached a body size of 7 or 8 meters, and it was difficult to pair with unevolved late-stage strengthened females. These members would be handed over to the younger brothers who were still in the early rank 1. So for the herd leader, the only thing that was really important was the rank 1 females. Other members, even if their cubs were lost, would not be touched. Before, Lin Feng killed a rank 1 female rockhorn horse, which angered the male leader of the herd and directly turned around to counterattack. And what everyone had to face now was a group of young, energetic, and vigorous young male rockhorn horses. The degree of threat was not lower than that of the herd leader. They come from the same herd. Being able to give birth to 5 rank 1 males shows that their father is at least a leader-level rockhorn horse, that is, late rank 1. There is no problem with bloodline potential. Next, they will confidently launch a challenge to the herd leader, but their first attack is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. Not too smooth. The young male rockhorn horses have to experience at least a dozen failed challenges before they can figure out the experience of winning. What we have to do is wait until they are disheartened after being hit, and sneak over to capture the weakest one among them. Lisa, who had recovered to the side, slowly spoke. Under old Duncan's careful guidance over the years, her familiarity with wild rockhorn horse herds was no less than that of the Lee family in the farm village. Handing the braided rope, which was twice as thick, to old Duncan, Lisa continued with a serious expression, "I want to participate in this operation too." Old Duncan stared at her for a while and nodded. "Let's go, we need to lie in ambush in advance. This is the leeward slope, the scent on our bodies will not be smelled by the rockhorn horse herd, but we must pay attention to hiding our figures and not making any noise. You follow behind me, stepping on the same footprints." Lin Feng and the others nodded. The number of people in this operation was about quality, not quantity. The more people there were, the more likely it was to cause the rockhorn horses to react, leading to more male rockhorn horses gathering into herds and rushing over together. So there were only 4 people in total. Old Duncan was responsible for lassoing and imprisoning the target. Chen Shanshan stepped forward to suppress it. Lin Feng assisted the 2, and at the same time used a gun to suppress the remaining male rockhorn horses that attacked. Lisha, who joined temporarily, was responsible for covering Duncan's failures and observing the situation. The experience of hunting first-tier rockhorn horses is invaluable. Even with the dangers, old Duncan needed Lisha to have this experience, which would definitely benefit her future. As the operation began, the group of 4 went around in a big circle, avoiding the rockhorn horse gathering area, and cautiously headed towards the target's location. The monsoon blowing from the dry seabed carried moist air, blowing into the Bay Canyon from east to west, then rushing down into the rift, and finally falling on the coastal back slope on Lin Feng's side. This formed a backflow cyclone, which also created the current wild rift gathering place. The water vapor in the moist air liquefied into water droplets. Not only did it gather into pools in the rift caves, but even the bottom of the slope at the edge of the rift was covered with weeds, full of vitality and green. Young, single male horses occupy this treasure land. They are not in a hurry to leave. This is where they defy fate and change their lives. The countless rockhorn horse herds that come and go are the goals they strive for in their lives. And now, a league of 5 young first-tier male Rockhorn horses has defeated other similar individuals and become the controllers of this small oasis. The most new small set in 6-9 book bar first hare. Full of confidence, they decided to take an important step in their horse lives, defeat the leader, start a family, and move towards success. 2 of the strongest leaders set their sights on a herd leader who had just finished fighting. His clan had finished drinking water and was preparing to leave. The leader who walked out of the rift not only had injuries on his face, but even the rock armor on his chest was pierced, and he was covered in blood, but thanks to his powerful self-healing ability, the 6 or 7 centimeter wound had already scabbed over and stopped bleeding. But he no longer had his former glory, and was full of fatigue and weakness. Under the call of the 2 leading horses, the 5-horse alliance immediately approached the target herd. First, they approached the Mares and the team, showing their youth and strength, attracting their attention. The herd leader, realizing this, immediately became furious and rushed over, panting heavily. The 2 sides were about to put on a confrontational line. However, the herd leader didn't play by the rules and launched a sneak attack first, using his evolutionary level strength advantage to rush towards one of the strongest challengers. The weight of 3 tons and the speed of more than 60 kilometers, coupled with a pair of giant horns, made the impact force no less than a small truck. He immediately knocked the target to the ground. Seeing this, another young Rockhorn horse launched an attack, but because he was not prepared in advance, the impact force only made the leader tremble violently, and did not fall down. However, the herd leader did not stop, but continued to rush towards the fallen opponent, using a pair of horse horns to push hard against the challenger's chest and head. It wasn't until he was completely unconscious that he raised his head to face the next challenger. At this moment, he was covered in blood. Not only his own blood, but also that of the fallen opponent, making him look ferocious. This scene directly stunned the remaining 3 level 11 and 12 companions who were responsible for guarding the formation. They were just playing with the Mares, but they didn't expect that in just 5 or 6 seconds, one of the leaders had already fallen to the ground. Although another leader was still confronting, he also lost the confidence to continue attacking. In the subsequent head-on confrontation, he was also knocked away by the leader, dizzy and unable to get up again. The herd leader, covered in blood, glared fiercely at the remaining 3 young male horses, who were directly frightened and retreated, hiding to the side. After solving the challengers, the herd leader let out a long roar to the sky, announcing his victory. Then he led his clan away from the rift. Soon, the 2 male Rockhorn horses who woke up dragged their injured bodies back to the corner of the oasis, thinking about their horse lives. And while they were licking their wounds, resting and recovering, a group of human figures had already quietly groped up, holding the rope noose tightly in their hands, preparing to put shackles on one of them. Old Duncan had sharp eyes and quickly locked onto the more seriously injured Rockhorn horse. Although it was the strongest, it was the weakest. The rock armor was broken by the herd leader, and it was still not completely awake. When groping to a distance of less than 20 meters from the target, old Duncan, hiding behind a giant rock, decisively threw the noose in his hand. Because the target was lying on the ground in a static state, there was no aiming difficulty at all, and it was basically a sure hit. But the real difficulty was how to subdue it. When a level 13 first-tier male Rockhorn horse struggles, it can explode with a force of more than 3 tons, even if the thick and woven rope can withstand it. The steel 3-claw hook will be directly deformed under the drag of this huge force. Fortunately, the other end of the rope had already been wrapped around the giant rock in front of old Duncan in advance. Although it was also locked by the 3-claw hook, the pulling force from the rope was mostly offset by the friction when the several circles of rope were tightened. And next, Chen Shanshan, who had been eager to try, directly pounced on it. When the male Rockhorn horse stood up and dragged, taking advantage of the target's forelimbs jumping off the ground, she tried her best to knock it to the ground, and then used the titanium gun in her hand to press on the Rockhorn horse's neck, preventing it from standing up. Old Duncan followed closely, taking out the rope to bind and fix the target's hind limbs. However, the violently struggling Rockhorn horse was not so easy to catch, and its legs kept kicking back. The power of kicking is comparable to a punch weighing several tons. If you are accidentally kicked, you will be seriously injured and half disabled. Lin Feng originally wanted to come forward to help, but the male Rockhorn horse's roar had already attracted its 4 brothers. And the other male rockhorn horses nearby also heard the sound at this moment and were gathering here. There was no way, Lin Feng could only pull out the LV-10 burst rifle first to suppress the approaching rockhorn horse herd. At this moment, Leisha stepped forward. Risking being headshot by a hoof, she helped old Duncan hold down the left and right twitching horse's back, fixing the direction of the hind limbs. And Shen Shanshan also waved her fist and hit the hard horse's head, wanting to knock it unconscious directly. With the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme cooperation of the two hind legs were successfully tied up, and the capture operation was already mostly successful. With the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme cooperation of everyone, old Duncan successfully completed the binding of the two pairs of horse legs within a minute, capturing and fixing the rockhorn horse alive under him. During this period, Lin Feng's burst rifle also played a huge role, repelling the rockhorn horse companions who were about to crash into him. Boom! 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 The sound of gunfire and the impact of the burst bullets made the rockhorn horse instantly admit defeat and run away in disgrace. A few minutes later, Lin Feng and the three of them lifted the 2-ton male rockhorn horse and climbed up the slope. The first capture operation ended with a thrilling but safe conclusion. Rode too much, it's a bit late. Lin Feng initially thought that the male rockhorn horse he had captured was on the verge of death. After all, it had such severe injuries, and when subdued, Shen Shanshan had strangled its neck, landing solid punches on its head. During the process of the three of them carrying it back, it barely struggled in the latter half of the journey, and its breathing gradually weakened. After the arduous task of carrying it back to the camp, Lin Feng was even prepared to evolve himself another level, but old Duncan took out a bottle of water mixed with sugar and salt and forcibly poured it into the rockhorn horse's mouth. The previously unconscious male horse instantly woke up, shedding its listless, half-dead state and struggling to break free from the ropes on its limbs. The injuries on the horse's body also rapidly scabbed over and stopped bleeding at a visible rate. Lin Feng and Shen Shanshan were both quite astonished. The self-healing recovery speed of the rockhorn horse was truly astonishing, much faster than that of humans. After grabbing the original cub from the iron cage and stuffing the male Tier 1 rockhorn horse inside, old Duncan stood aside, revealing a long-lost and heartfelt smile, becoming more talkative. He introduced to Lin Feng and the others, the self-healing ability of evolved wild beasts is very strong, especially the males responsible for fighting. As long as there isn't a major hemorrhage, or vital areas like the heart or brain are directly damaged, they can usually withstand multiple injuries. Evolvers are actually the same, it's just that our size is too small, making us seem more fragile and unable to compare with wild beasts, but our recovery speed is several times that of a level 9 enhanced human. So, I must thank you both for your help this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to take down a level 13 male rockhorn horse so smoothly. Lin Feng nodded. This rockhorn horse would definitely evolve smoothly to the mid-stage of Tier 1 afterward, and even the leader level at the late stage of Tier 1 had a certain chance of advancing. A rockhorn horse with such potential was second only to the leader level in value. Not to mention the qualifications for an Oasis resident, it could at least be exchanged for 3 or more evolution opportunities. No wonder old Duncan was so happy. After expressing his gratitude, old Duncan immediately instructed his subordinates to take Lin Feng and the others to dismantle the battery packs. They removed 3 sets from their powered vehicle and also detached the batteries from 2 mountain bikes, handing over a total of 5 sets of batteries. The weight reached over 100 kilograms. The batteries are relatively old, they were like this when they were bought. If you need them later, you can go to the Dawn Village Engineer and spend some points to refurbish them, or trade them in for new ones. He personally covered the cage with the male rockhorn horse with a layer of black cloth to prevent it from continuing to struggle. After finishing the task, old Duncan quickly walked over to introduce the batteries to the two. At this time, Lin Feng squatted down to check the battery packs, and the results flashed in the corner of his eye. Inferior phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme acid battery LV6, white quality basic attributes, storable electricity 1. 5 kWh, remaining service life 480 hours, durability 810, can consume 1 point of life value to upgrade. Note, prolonged continuous use will damage the battery's durability and reduce its service life. Continuous work for 60 hours will reduce 1 point of durability evaluation. A hand-refurbished old-fashioned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme acid battery, slow to charge, slow to discharge, and low in power storage. Besides safety, it has no other advantages and can withstand the bumps of the wilderness. Each set can provide 7 kilometers of range, and combined with photovoltaic circuits, it can maintain a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Old Duncan was still introducing. Each set can store 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity, and it can be fully charged in just 1 hour, providing 10 kilometers of range for the van. 5 sets can add another 50 kilometers, plus the original power. Even if you stay here for a few more days, you can easily catch up with the oasis town 100 kilometers away. Lin Feng nodded, already immune to the false advertising of Dawn Village's shops. They basically exaggerated by one level in their descriptions. Inferior quality was presented as ordinary grade, ordinary as premium, and premium as high-end goods. However, as long as the items were in hand and not yet scrapped, even if the quality was poor, it was just a matter of a little upgrade time and a few life value points for Lin Feng. Without criticizing old Duncan, since the latter was also a victim of black-hearted shops and didn't know how to distinguish good from bad, Lin Feng directly took the batteries and left Duncan's team camp, returning to his own team. Then, he called Lu Mingfei to assemble the batteries. When ordering this electric vehicle, Lin Feng had already considered the later addition of batteries, allowing the Motorcycle Village and Dawn Village to reserve battery loading space in the initial design. It was installed below the trunk of the electric vehicle. The 2-square-meter recess was divided into 10 compartments. Wires were also reserved on both sides, which could connect the photovoltaic panel's circuit to this location, and then connect to the motor through the batteries, providing more powerful power for the electric vehicle. While Lu Mingfei was assembling, Lin Feng also upgraded these 5 sets of LV6 inferior batteries one by one. During the upgrade, Lin Feng also discovered a benefit, which was that after becoming an evolver, he could upgrade low-level white-quality equipment to level 9 in one go. He only needed to spend the corresponding points, no longer needing to upgrade level by level like before. So, while eating evolved minced meat patties, Lin Feng updated and upgraded the 5 sets of batteries. Basic attributes: storable electricity 3. 0 kilowatt-hours, remaining service life 1000 hours, durability 1010, can consume 5 points of life value to upgrade. Note: prolonged continuous use will damage the battery's durability and reduce its service life. Continuous work for 100 hours will reduce 1 point of durability. Evaluation: brand new phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme acid battery. Although it still has many inherent shortcomings, it can already meet the needs of long-distance off-roading. Each set can provide 15 kilometers of range, a total of 75 kilometers for 5 sets, and combined with photovoltaic circuits, it can maintain a maximum speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Unfortunately, there were only these 5 sets now. If all the slots were filled, it could run 150 kilometers. Although compared to the new energy vehicles of the old Earth era, which had a range of 600 or 700 kilometers, or even thousands of kilometers, this distance was of no practical value. But these were old-fashioned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme acid batteries. If they could be replaced with lithium batteries with higher energy density, Lin Feng believed that even thousands of kilometers were not a dream. Although lithium batteries had all the advantages, compared to old-fashioned phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme acid batteries, the biggest defect was instability, especially on bumpy roads. Lin Feng still remembered that there were many electric cars on the road back then. They had to slow down when crossing speed bumps, carefully driving over them, fearing that the vibrations would affect the chassis battery pack. Therefore, lithium batteries are only suitable for driving on flat roads. It's not realistic to challenge rugged and uneven wastelands. After completing the assembly and upgrade of the battery, this basic entry-level electric car was finally modified into a powered electric car. Lightbus LV10, red quality. Basic attributes: defense 60, durability 1010, maximum speed 30 km/h, upgraded to host level cap. Additional attributes: gear speed adjustment 4 gears in total, speeds are 1, 5, 10, 30 km/h respectively. Note: after assembling the battery pack for an additional power source, an additional 20 km per hour speed increase will be obtained. Under a load of 2.5 tons below 50% capacity, the maximum speed reaches 30 km, continuously driving for 75 km, subsequently reduced to 20 km per hour. Under the approved load of 5 tons, the maximum speed is 20 kilometers, with an overload of 7.5
tons, the maximum speed is 10 kilometers.
As expected, after becoming a half-step powered electric car, the attribute strength of the level 10 light bus was fully enhanced. At standard speed, the load increased to 7.5
tons.
Excluding the vehicle's own weight and personnel equipment, it can still have a material carrying capacity of up to 5 tons. Equivalent to 3 first-tier female Rockhorn horses, or 2 male Rockhorn horses. In this way, the Lin Feng team doesn't have to worry about the hunting plan being limited due to load issues. After all, no matter how many Rockhorn horses are hunted, they must be transported back to Oasis Town to exchange for points and purchase equipment. Otherwise, left in hand, several tons of dried horse meat wouldn't be finished even in half a year. And to bring back enough prey, one must have sufficient power to catch up with Oasis Town. This is also the reason why Lin Feng didn't want anything else, only the battery. The most U2A53 new U2A53 Nabu U2A53 is U2A53 at U2A53 6 U2A53 9 U2A53 U2A53 book U2A53 U2A53 bar U2A53 U2A53 first U2A53 published. The group arriving at the Wild Rift Valley, facing the migrating beast herd, was like guarding a gold mountain.
The only problem is how to transport more gold and turn them into cash in the market.
Now that the problem is solved, Lin Feng is in a good mood and ready to plan the next step. On the other side, the Duncan team has completed their goal, packed up, and prepared to leave.
Before leaving, old Duncan brought Lisa to say goodbye. Lin Feng put down the dried meat in his hand and walked towards the two.
Old Duncan said with a bit of emotion and gratitude again, "This operation was originally planned for 4 or 5 days, but I didn't expect it to be completed in less than 2 days. Thank you, Captain Lin, for your help.
If you need any help in the future, just mention it.
We will complete the handover and return to Oasis Avenue in 3 days.
See you then in Oasis Town."
Lin Feng nodded. If it weren't for the beast herd gathering in the Rift Valley under his feet, which would end in a few days, he would have wanted to follow Duncan's group to contact other forces in the wasteland and obtain more information. Oasis Town is still too small, and the wasteland information that can be obtained from it is too narrow and somewhat one-sided. After expressing his gratitude, old Duncan regained his serious expression and solemnly instructed, "With your current strength, there is no big problem in hunting Rockhorn horse herds outside the Gulf Rift Valley, but capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme horses, especially first-tier male Rockhorn horses, is still somewhat dangerous. Be careful. Secondly, don't hunt Rockhorn horses too frequently, as it will cause different horse herds to gather and merge in order to protect themselves, following the leader-level Rockhorn horse. Leader-level Rockhorn horses are very aggressive and will actively drive away potential enemies.
Be sure to stay away when encountering them."
Finally, regarding the bottom of the Rift Valley, after all the Rockhorn horse herds have left, if you want to go in and pick up horse corpses, try to stay away from the deepest cave in the Rift Valley.
It is said that there are unknown dangers inside.
Someone once saw a string of shadows floating in the pool during an exploration, and there were also low, hoarse roars, definitely not the neighing of Rockhorn horses. In short, be careful. After speaking, old Duncan left this place. Then Lisa, who was next to him, stepped forward and took out 2 ropes with 3 grappling hooks from behind, handing them to Lin Feng. "If you want to catch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme horses, you should be able to use them. However, it takes some experience to learn. I grew up on a farm in the old era and learned some from my dad and brother, so I picked it up quickly. The lasso technique is not too difficult, just practice more. This skill is still quite useful in the wasteland. You can practice more when you have time." Lin Feng took the 2 lasso ropes. "Thank you, I will practice." Lisa nodded twice, then looked down at her toes, somewhat hesitant. Finally, with a slightly red face, she mustered her courage and said, "I should be researching Rockhorn horses all the time in the future. When I cultivate leader level or even patriarch level ones, you can come over to exchange for evolution source essence. Although the evolution path of Rockhorn horses has low potential, at least the technology is already very mature, and the growth rate will be very fast, so don't worry too much." Lin Feng nodded, so that's what it was about. So he replied with a smile, "Understood, then I'll say thank you in advance." If you need anything in the future, as long as the reward is in place, you are always welcome. Lisa nodded and smiled, then turned around and chased after old Duncan's back. Watching the Duncan team get in the car, start the electric car, and drive away, Lin Feng held the lasso rope in his hand, feeling somewhat emotional.
Tisk tisk. At this moment, alien-esque clicking sound came from behind.
Lin Feng turned his head and saw that the girls in the team were all looking this way, with expressions that were not the same, but all with a teasing meaning. Alien and aiming looked like they were watching a show, especially the former, who even wanted to encourage Lin Feng to chase after her.
Lu Qian and Ding Yi were a little unhappy.
Chen Shanshan had the biggest change, looking at Lisa's figure, with some hostility in her eyes.
Captain, why not go and learn a foreign language? Lin Feng glared at everyone. Now we are the only team left, shouldn't we be happy?
There are so many Rockhorn horse herds, no one is competing with us.
Prepare, start the next hunting operation.
Not long after the Duncan squad left, after confirming that their tram's figure had disappeared more than 10 kilometers away, Lin Feng put down his binoculars and ordered the departure. Because there were no iron cages prepared in advance, and the team's lassoing skills were not good, Lin Feng simply gave up the task of capturing a first-tier male Rockhorn horse alive. Instead of dealing with that group of hot-tempered bachelors, it would be better to directly hunt an entire Rockhorn horse herd. Kill all the first-tier Rockhorn horses. Capture the late-stage adult Rockhorn horses alive if possible, and if not, dry them and store them. The mid-stage young Rockhorn horses, as well as the early-stage cubs, are small in size and easy to control, and their value for selling meat is very low, so try to capture them alive. On the way to the Rift Valley exit, Lin Feng arranged the plan and told the team members in the car. Everyone naturally agreed with both hands to Lin Feng's cautious and reasonable arrangement. After all, capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme horses is not only fraught with danger for them, but also carries the risk of serious injury or even death. And directly hunting first-tier Rockhorn horses, they only need to do a good job of logistical support, and they can follow behind Lin Feng to successfully achieve cross-tier evolution. With the power of the burst fire gun in Lin Feng's hand, there is no pressure to kill the early-stage first-tier Rockhorn horses. So, for the current Lin Feng squad, the migrating beast herd is a moving treasure trove of points. Lin Feng even felt that in his eyes, each Rockhorn horse would pop up with its point value. Early and mid-stage Rockhorn horses are worth 300 to 400 points, late-stage Rockhorn horses are worth 400 to 500 points, and first-tier Rockhorn horses are worth 1,000 points. If it weren't for the light passenger car's load surplus, which is only 5 tons at most, Lin Feng would even want to follow the migrating beast herd and gradually wipe them out in one fell swoop. Directly accumulate tens of thousands of points. At that time, not to mention the qualification of the Oasis residents, even the Li family in the farm village would have to treat him like an ancestor. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk this road step by step. Taking too big a step can easily pull your groin. Lin Feng's plan is to first kill most of the Rockhorn horse herd, allowing himself to evolve to level 13, and finally challenge himself before leaving to see if he can kill a mid-stage Rockhorn horse. Let himself evolve to the mid-stage of the first tier in one go. This way, he will have enough strength to deal with the threats from the farm village and the veteran evolvers, and at the same time, he will be more confident in completing the relic mission entrusted by Suan the priest in the next operation. While Lin Feng was conceiving future arrangements, Lu Mingfei drove the powered tram and drove windingly through the city ruins for more than 30 kilometers. Finally, he arrived at the inland side opposite the Gulf Rift Valley. It was also the estuary river channel that everyone had chosen during the first capture operation. After that group of Rockhorn horses escaped, now a new batch of Rockhorn horse herds has come, searching for fresh wild grass among the city ruins on both sides of the river channel. Through the binoculars, Lin Feng saw many cubs following the first-tier female Rockhorn horses, drilling into the gaps in the broken walls to search for wild grass. There are not many Rockhorn horses in this group. There are only 16 or 17 adult Rockhorn horses in total. Among them, besides the leader, there are only 2 first-tier females, and the remaining are about 10 young horses. In short, the scale is very small, and it is very suitable for the inexperienced Lin Feng squad to use as practice in their first independent operation. After the tram parked on the river bank, everyone began to discuss and arrange specific action tasks. Lu Mingfei, Lu Qian, and Alien participated in the last operation, so they continued to participate this time. Because of the lack of manpower, Aiming had to play too, in addition to Ding Yi. He was responsible for following Alien to intercept the Rockhorn horse herd, forcing them to escape to both sides of the river bank. The interception team was led by Lu Mingfei, including Lu Qian, a total of 4 people. The task of chasing and capturing was undertaken by Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan. The two of them are the strongest, one melee and one ranged, a perfect match. Chen Shanshan, wearing battle armor, can even fight hand-to-hand with an early-stage first-tier female Rockhorn horse and compete with her. As for Ding Yi, she stayed in the car to guard the home, and at the same time provided a global vision. If there was any potential danger approaching, she could create a commotion to remind the team members in the river channel. After clarifying the action content and tasks of each member, Lin Feng also handed Chen Shanshan's hunting gun to Lu Mingfei. The power of the hunting gun and the huge gunshot were used to make up for the lack of deterrence caused by the shortage of personnel. After explaining everything, the preliminary layout preparation began. Lu Mingfei and the other 4 took a detour first, sneaking into the depths of the river channel and hiding behind the rocks. Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan cautiously approached the target beast herd. Now they are all evolvers, with ample physical strength to closely pursue the Rockhorn horse herd. In order to facilitate movement, Chen Shanshan only wore the upper half of her battle armor, and the pressure on her body was greatly reduced. Her legs and feet were also more flexible, and she could easily catch up with the Rockhorn horse herd, which was full and satisfied. More than half an hour later, as Lin Feng saw the reflective mirror reminder from Lu Mingfei's squad 1 kilometer away through the binoculars, the squad's first hunting operation officially began. Lin Feng took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and attacking, and Chen Shanshan followed closely behind. The LV-10 burst fire gun in his hand had already been locked in advance on a first-tier female Rockhorn horse in the herd. Aiming at its tail and hind legs, he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gun and the explosion after the burst fire bullet hit spread throughout the ruins one after another. The Rockhorn horse herd was startled, directly shocked in place, and after jumping up, their nerves and muscles tensed, following the horse herd leader and fleeing the ruins. The newest novel is first published on the 69-book bar. The city ruins with broken walls have many deep pits and traps, and hooves are easy to fall into. Therefore, after being frightened, the Rockhorn horse herd will instinctively run to the flatter valley. That is, the dry river channel that goes deep inland. And the several sea-entering rivers in the Gulf Rift Valley are the main roads for the beast herd to continue migrating forward. But what the Rockhorn horse herd didn't expect was that the predators had already lurked on their inevitable road, quietly waiting for the prey to come to their door. Lu Mingfei faced the horse herd that was rushing towards him. He nervously calculated how many meters were left between the leading horse herd leader and himself. 500, 300, 200, 150 meters. At the last 100 meters, he directly jumped onto the boulder, aiming the hunting gun in his hand at the horse herd leader. Switching to multi-pellet buckshot, more than 10 small phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme pellets sprayed out in an instant, hitting the horse herd leader. Although the damage was very low, and even because of the distance and damage decay, it could not break through its facial armor. But the pain after being hit was real. Coupled with the deterrence of the hunting gun's gunshot, the horse herd leader was so frightened that it quickly changed direction and rushed to the other side. And the gunshot of the hunting gun was also the signal for the remaining 3 members of the nearby interception squad to act. Lu Qian, Alien, and Aiming jumped out one after another, standing on top of the boulders, clapping their cold weapons in their hands, roaring and creating various noises. Seeing this, the horse herd leader also realized that it had encountered an ambush, and directly rushed to the river bank on one side without looking back, wanting to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the group back into the ruins. And this is exactly what the Lin Feng squad wanted. With their big bellies full of water, the horse herd's climbing speed would become very slow. Lin Feng, who had been chasing all the way, raised the LV-10 burst fire gun in his hand and directly turned on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme range target shooting mode. Boom! 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 Aiming at the first-tier Rockhorn horses in the herd, as well as the remaining 10 or so adult Rockhorn horses, he fired a burst of fire.
Chen Shanshan took the lasso and began to capture the cubs in the back row. At this time, Lu Mingfei and others in front of the river channel also chased here and began to cooperate with Lin Feng and the others to surround the helpless horse herd cubs on the river slope, preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. As one late-stage rockhorn horse after another fell, and one struggling rockhorn horse cub after another was captured and arrested by the team members, the joy of harvest filled everyone's excited hearts, trembling hands, and smiling faces. But just at this moment, the horse herd leader who climbed ashore saw that the two first-tier females under his command had all knelt to the ground due to leg injuries and could not follow him and escape from this place. After hesitating for a moment, the horse herd leader chose to go downhill again and come to his partner's side. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, and vigilance immediately rose in his heart. He called Chen Shanshan and prepared for battle. I went fishing during the day today, all crushing carp weighing 1 or 2 liang. Empty army. Upon hearing Lin Feng's command, Chen Shanshan immediately placed the sheep-sized cub in her arms down and stood guard beside him. Fortunately, the male rockhorn horse leader didn't directly charge down to the bottom of the riverbank slope. It stopped halfway, guarding the two injured female rockhorn horses lying on the ground. Because the direction the herd was fleeing was away from them, Lin Feng worried that continuous firing of explosive rounds would damage the evolutionary meat within the Tier 1 rockhorn horses. Moreover, above the evolutionary meat grew photovoltaic rock armor, which was, besides the evolutionary meat, the most valuable part of a Tier 1 rockhorn horse. One piece was worth more than 50 points. 6 pieces would be over 300 points. Compared to meat jerky of the same value, it was lighter, took up less space when stacked, and most importantly, it was easy to sell. Even if the quantity was large, the price wouldn't be suppressed. In fact, because it was rare and wild, the quality was better than farmed ones, and they could even take the initiative in price negotiation. Therefore, Lin Feng was especially cautious with Tier 1 rockhorn horses, only aiming at the hind leg thighs of the two Tier 1 female rockhorn horses, using explosive rounds to break them and prevent them from escaping. Now, the male leader charged over, willing to confront Lin Feng and his party in order to protect the core members of the herd. At this moment, the figures of the 3 Tier 1 rockhorn horses were less than 70 meters away from them, at the top of the riverbank slope. There was a 3-meter drop-off there, with a slope reaching 70 or 80 degrees. The severely injured female rockhorn horses couldn't climb it and could only squat on the ground, wailing. Normally, a 3-meter high ledge, a 2-meter tall Tier 1 rockhorn horse could easily leap over, but now their hind legs were torn and nearly broken, so they had no strength to climb over the high slope. However, after the male leader charged back, the encouraged female rockhorn horses actually endured the severe pain and rose again, beginning to climb with all their might. Lin Feng saw this and thought it was bad. This male leader, with a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters and a body length of 7 meters, had a fierce aura, using its majestic body to block behind the two females. Under a pair of nearly 4-meter wide giant horse horns, its copper bell-sized eyes were staring intently at the group capturing the herd on the slope. Its strength had reached the mid-Tier 1 evolutionary stage, and its weight had exceeded 3 tons, twice that of the two early-stage females behind it. A casual horn attack would unleash a terrifying force of 3 or 4 tons. Even Chen Shanshan, wearing light armor, would be severely injured after withstanding one of its Meng Zhuang, fierce ramming collision. The threat level of this guy was even higher than the level 13 male rockhorn horse they had captured alive before, and even with Lin Feng's current combat power, he had no way to break its defense. The LV-10 blast rifle only had 60 points of damage, which was fine for dealing with ordinary early-stage Tier 1 rockhorn horses, but to break through the thicker outer rock armor of a mid-stage leader, he would have to fire several explosive rounds continuously at the same point. Looking at the thickness of the rock armor extending from the male leader's neck, reaching an astonishing 20 centimeters or more, Lin Feng estimated that he would have to fire at least 5 consecutive rounds to cause significant damage. But if the blast rifle could be upgraded to level 13, with a huge increase in power, Lin Feng estimated that just 2 bursts would easily take care of it. But to upgrade to level 13, he would have to kill more female rockhorn horses. This was a bit unsolvable. Now, the solution was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme to risk damaging the evolutionary meat and force a kill on the female rockhorn horses from the gaps protected by the male leader, or to face the challenge directly and compete with the male leader. Lin Feng was a little hesitant. With only himself and Chen Shanshan, the two of them wanted to jointly kill a wild beast that was a small stage higher in evolutionary level. The chances were low, not to mention there was a great risk.
The safest way was naturally the former. But now, directly killing the female rockhorn horses would also have a high probability of angering the male leader. The safest option was still the same as last time: kill one, let one go. Let the male leader leave with the other injured female. To protect its only remaining offspring, it would only try to get away as soon as possible, rather than fight desperately. As long as they could leave the male leader some room to retreat, the situation would still be within controllable range. The effort and gain were not proportional. Moreover, after this commotion, they didn't know how long they would have to wait for the next rockhorn horse herd to pass through here. Hearing the gunshots and smelling the danger, other rockhorn horse herds would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme gather together and pass through other rivers or leave directly through the city ruins. Just as old Duncan reminded them before he left, although Lin Feng's team was guarding a gold mine, the mining time was limited. Moreover, rockhorn horses were not only losing numbers every moment, but they would also huddle together to keep warm and deal with frequent attacks from enemies. Once the speed at which everyone evolved and became stronger couldn't keep up with the herd's reaction time, they would only be able to pick up scraps to eat after the situation changed. Then, they would watch the ever-distant rockhorn horse herds disappear into the boundless wilderness, sighing in vain. Just as Lin Feng was hesitating whether to kill one female horse or two, a figure appeared in front of Lin Feng, confronting the male rockhorn horse leader together with Chen Shanshan. And the person who came was Lu Mingfei, who had just completed his evolution, the third evolver in the team. The superpower I awaken can briefly unleash several tons of power, and I can help control the male rockhorn horse later, creating an opportunity for you to attack. As he spoke, Lu Mingfei's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles were flushed with blood, and veins bulged on his forehead. The aura on his body continued to climb, until it approached the mid-tier 1 limitlessly. A hoarse voice came from his thick neck: "Can't hold on for long, quick." Lin Feng immediately nodded, keeping up with Lu Mingfei and Chen Shanshan's pace forward, while raising the muzzle of the blast rifle, aiming at the male leader not far away. Lu Mingfei's initiative to attack made Lin Feng determined to kill the mid-tier 1 horse herd leader in front of him. They had 3 evolvers, all equipped. Even if the basic strength gap between the two sides was very large, Lin Feng's side still had a chance to fight. As explosive rounds exploded on the male leader's head and neck, stirring up bloody flowers, the damage and pain caused this male leader to fall into a frenzied state, waving its huge and sharp horns, charging towards Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei. Fortunately, the distance between the two sides was less than 30 meters. Even if the male leader wanted to accelerate its rampage to increase the impact speed and power, the startup time left for it was running out. Having gained experience from observing the battles between male rockhorn horses, Lin Feng and his group understood that the main threat from rockhorn horses, like bulls, only came when they were running at full speed. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme range headbutt with their horns only used basic strength and might not even be able to shake each other. But the charging male leader had not yet fully accelerated. Not only was its speed slow, but it also had to retract its neck to avoid the shots from the burst rifle, preventing it from adopting the optimal attacking posture. This gave the experienced Chen Shanshan an opportunity. The purplish-black mark on her chest flashed momentarily as she used her superpower to instantly blind the male leader. After blinding it, she swung the titanium spear in her hand and directly struck the target's front leg knee. The hardness of the titanium spear was enough to break through the thick rock armor, but the reciprocal force would also send Chen Shanshan flying. Moreover, even if it broke through the defense, the 5 or 6 centimeter thick titanium spear would have limited damage on this 7-meter behemoth. It was better to make it fall to the ground first and restrict its movement. Chen Shanshan's strategy was correct. After losing its sight, the male leader was struck on the knee of its front leg. The shift in its center of gravity while going downhill caused it to lose balance instantly. Like a motorcycle failing to steer, its entire head plunged downward, and its momentum caused its hindquarters to fly into the air, resulting in a somersault. After rolling over twice with its legs in the air, the male leader was dazed. At this moment, Lu Mingfei seized the opportunity, leaping forward and clamping his hands tightly onto the horse's horns, preventing it from righting itself. In this way, the rockhorn horse's weakest abdomen was exposed to Lin Feng, who was rushing over. Realizing the danger, the male leader struggled frantically, constantly butting Lu Mingfei's chest with its head. The latter was sent crashing to the ground by this immense force, but he still held on tightly. Lin Feng did not hesitate, aiming at the lower abdomen of the male leader, the location of its digestive and reproductive systems. He decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! 3 consecutive burst grenades exploded in the weakly armored lower abdomen of the male leader. The first one shattered the 10-centimeter thick soft armor, and the next 2 drilled directly into the wound, blasting the internal intestines to pieces. When the smoke and shockwaves dissipated, a basin-sized hole was visible in the male leader's abdomen, with the internal organs shattered. Blood and viscous organ fragments splattered everywhere. Mixed within the shattered intestines were semi-digested fibers, semi-finished horse manure. Such severe internal injuries, akin to disembowelment, caused the male Rockhorn horse to instantly lose its strength. The huge horse body collapsed, unable to struggle. Its entire head fell into Lu Mingfei's arms, trembling, with only a low and rapid panting remaining. That was the last desperate struggle to feel alive before life was completely extinguished. Chen Shanshan picked up the titanium spear that had been flung away. Even with gloves on, the tiger's mouths of her hands were cracked from the violent impact, and blood soaked the cloth. She walked to Lu Mingfei and forcefully swung the titanium spear, aiming at the back of the huge horse's neck and stabbing it in, ending its lingering pain. Immediately afterward, several gunshots rang out. The 2 first-tier female horses that were about to cross the high slope also fell under Lin Feng's gun. The 3 strongest first-tier Rockhorn horses in the entire herd were all killed at this moment. At this time, Lu Qian ran over to check on Lu Mingfei, who was pinned under the horse's head in front of Chen Shanshan. Lu Mingfei was spitting blood and was seriously injured. But he was still conscious, just in too much pain to speak, gasping for breath. Chen Shanshan quickly lifted the horse's head and, together with Lu Qian, pulled Lu Mingfei from under the heavy horse carcass. Fortunately, his superpower was in effect at the time, increasing his physique attributes several times in a short period. The expanded muscles shared the damage from the horse's horn impact. Even though he was solidly butted several times, the light steel plate of his level 9 combat suit was twisted and broken, but it did not cause fatal injuries. Only fractured ribs and internal bleeding in some internal organs. For revolvers, fractures and internal bleeding from ruptured organs are not fatal in the short term. As long as they replenish nutrients in time, the evolutionary cells in the body can quickly self-repair and return to full health. Lin Feng stepped forward and handed the portable evolution meat cake to Lu Qian, who fed it to her brother with water. The meat cake was easy to swallow and digest. And the evolution meat of the level 11 Rockhorn horse could serve as a temporary restorative for revolvers. After confirming that Lu Mingfei was not in mortal danger, Lin Feng got up, looked up, and surveyed his surroundings. With the death of the male leader and the 2 first-tier female Rockhorn horses, the hunting operation was nearing its end. Alien and Aiming were working with Chen Shanshan to capture the other enhanced Rockhorn horses in the herd. An hour later, the battle was completely over. The entire herd was captured. Lin Feng and Lu Qian carried Lu Mingfei ashore, returned to the tram and the city ruins, and had Dingy treat him to ensure that there would be no further problems. Then, Lin Feng rode the tricycle back to the riverbank slope and, together with his teammates, carried the spoils, 1 horse carcass after another, onto the tricycle's cargo bed. After more than 10 trips back and forth, they finally brought all 20 horse carcasses, as well as 7 or 8 Rockhorn horse cubs, back to the tram camp away from the river. Looking at so many Rockhorn horse carcasses, the joy of the harvest only lasted a few minutes. The crowd gradually realized that cleaning them all up would also be a daunting challenge. Lin Feng came to the 3 first-tier Rockhorn horses, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and prepared to begin the most important step. Dissect the first-tier Rockhorn horse's corpse, take out the evolution meat, then extract the evolution fluid, and absorb the source of life to achieve the next step of evolution. This harvest was full, especially the first-tier male leader of the horse herd, which was a mid-stage evolutionary existence. Perhaps it could allow him to evolve directly to the mid-stage. Dingy quickly inventoried the spoils of this battle. Besides the male leader and 2 Tier 1 females, there were 14 adult late-stage Rockhorn horses, all of them female. In addition, there were 10 early to mid-stage foals, but only 7 were captured alive. The remaining 3 rank 5 or 6 young male Rockhorn horses were too difficult to control, so they were killed directly. So, counting everything, the entire Rockhorn horse herd had 27 members, all of whom were hunted down without a single one missing. Most of the 7 captured foals were early-stage Rockhorn horses, only about the size of sheep. After being shackled and tightly bound with ropes, they were locked in the armored tricycles along with the previous young Rockhorn horse. If there wasn't enough space, they were locked onto another 1 or 2 tricycles. Anyway, they were all well fed, so even if they were locked up for 7 or 8 days, they wouldn't die. What remained were the 20 Rockhorn horse corpses. From the male leader, whose size exceeded 7 meters, to the foals, which were only slightly larger than sheep, they covered the entire camp. Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan were tasked with processing the Tier 1 Rockhorn horse corpses as quickly as possible, while the remaining 14 adult Rockhorn horses were handed over to the other 4 women to dissect and retrieve the meat. As for the last 3 young Rockhorn horses, because their value was too low, a few hundred pounds of horse meat couldn't yield even 100 pounds of usable meat, and their rank was too low. Taking them back would only allow them to be traded at the Holy Spring Day market. It would be a waste of the electric tricycle's space and load capacity. So, they were used as dog food for the Divine Hound. After assigning tasks to everyone, including the Divine Hound, everyone immediately sprung into action, and the entire camp was bustling with activity. The adult Rockhorn horses were fine, everyone had experience processing them. It was the Tier 1 Rockhorn horse corpses, especially the largest one, the male leader, that were challenging. The enormous horse corpse was more than 10 times larger than Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan, like a huge elephant. When Lin Feng approached and made contact, the corner of his eye displayed that it was a Tier 1 mid-stage rank 14 Rockhorn horse. Its herd size was among the smallest in the migrating beast tide, so its own strength was not too strong. But even so, the male leader was a top warrior who had fought his way out of hundreds of single male Rockhorn horses, defeating the previous leader and realizing the value of his horse life, passing on his excellent genes. Having evolved to Tier 1 mid-stage, its horse body was covered with a thick layer of rock armor to resist predators, and more importantly, to guard against sneak attacks from other male Rockhorn horses. At this moment, the blade length of the daggers in Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan's hands was not even as long as the 20-centimeter thick rock armor on its body surface. They could only use a large machete to peel off the rock armor. The two learned from Lisa's steps, first bleeding the male leader's horse corpse, then cutting open the rock armor modules along the seams, gradually peeling off all the thick rock armor on one side. This would make it much easier to open one side of the ribs and clean out the internal organs. After cutting open the soft armor on the abdomen, the blade of the machete in Lin Feng's hand, which had been strengthened to rank 7, was already curled and bent. After prying open one side of the ribs, Chen Shanshan used a titanium spear to hold the ribs in place, and together with Lin Feng, pulled out a pile of warm internal organs, weighing 400 or 500 kilograms. From the colorful internal organs, they successfully found a large, still actively beating heart. This rank 14 horse heart was a full half-meter in size and weighed 100 pounds. It pulsed vigorously, like a water pump, extracting and compressing blood to drive the 7-meter-long behemoth, unleashing tons of terrifying power. And at this moment, it would become the driving force for Lin Feng's evolution, completing its final mission. After digging out all the internal organs, the entire internal abdominal cavity space of the horse corpse had several cubic meters, enough for 2 people to lie down in, one in front of the other. And next was the spine at the deepest part of the cavity, and the 2 tenderloin muscles on both sides. They were phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to the photovoltaic rock armor, and were the most concentrated areas of evolutionary cells on the Rockhorn horse's body besides the heart. They were also evolutionary meat rich in life essence. Lin Feng took out a sharp knife, and without fear of getting dirty, he crawled into the abdominal cavity of the horse corpse, first cutting off the ribs, each as thick as a thigh, and then carefully peeling off the tenderloin. It took a full hour to perfectly cut off 2 nearly 5-meter-long tenderloins. They weighed a total of 200 kilograms. Calculated, the Tier 1 mid-stage Rockhorn horse had 500 pounds of evolutionary meat in its body, reaching a quarter of a ton. Rockhorn horse evolutionary meat LV14, red quality rank 14 evolutionary meat, rich in life essence, with strong biological activity, can be absorbed through consumption or filtration to break through Tier 1 early stage and achieve mid-stage evolution. It is recommended to consume after rank 13 evolution, the lower the rank, the worse the subsequent evolution effect. Note: this evolutionary meat is full of alien evolutionary genes, which can easily cause gene pollution to enhance life, leading to unknown consequences. Pure evolutionary essence can be extracted through a purification extraction filter to achieve immaculate evolution. After taking out the evolutionary meat, Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the reminder in gaze in the corner of his eye. Rank 14 evolutionary meat could achieve the promotion from Tier 1 early stage to mid stage. If he consumed it now at rank 10, it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and the effect of subsequent consumption would become very poor. But right now, if he wanted to reach rank 13 in one go, he would need at least one rank 11, one rank 12, and one rank 13 Rockhorn horse. And Lin Feng had just looked at the remaining two Tier 1 female Rockhorn horses. One was rank 10, and it had just been promoted. The other was rank 11, which would at most allow Lin Feng to rise another rank. So, holding the rank 14 strengthened meat in his hand, Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. If eating it could allow him to rise 2 ranks in a row like during the enhanced human period, eventually evolving to rank 13, then the improvement in Lin Feng's strength would be more than just a little. Then, killing the Tier 1 mid-stage male leader would not be as stretched as it was now, requiring someone to make a sacrifice. Whether to consume the rank 14 evolutionary meat in advance for a time, Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma. Just then, Chen Shanshan cut off a thick, 2-meter-long giant horse leg and walked up to Lin Feng. The energy density of the thigh is not low. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either / phoneme. I just ate a small piece of fresh meat and felt that the alien energy in my body was touched. You try it. Saying that, Chen Shanshan used a sharp knife to cut off a small piece of horse meat from the cross-section of the horse leg and handed it to Lin Feng. Looking at the still beating horsemeat cells, Lin Feng opened his mouth and tasted it. The raw meat tasted a bit fishy, but it was chewy and had a fresh sweetness. Before he could swallow it, as the evolutionary cells in his body produced a strange sensation, a reminder popped up in the corner of Lin Feng's eyes: Rockhorn horsemeat LV13, red quality rank 13 Rockhorn horsemeat, contains trace amounts of rank 14 evolutionary cells. Life essence is scarce, unable to extract the life essence to achieve cross-rank evolution, but can be absorbed through consumption to help Tier 1 early stage evolvers break through the level limit below rank 14. Note: this meat block can help evolvers increase the level limit within the stage or restore physical condition, but it has a strong polluting effect on enhanced stage life forms. Please use with caution. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng immediately smiled. The principle of evolutionary levels, the qualitative evolution of these 3 small stages in the early, middle, and late stages of Tier 1 at this moment, it brought unexpected joy to Lin Feng. Like during the enhanced human period, the lower limit of the power of a Tier 1 early stage evolver is 1 ton, and the upper limit is broken through with the level, eventually approaching 4 tons. And the rank 14 Tier 1 mid-stage evolution has a basic power with a lower limit of 4 tons. That is to say, the extreme burst of rank 13 is only the normal state of rank 14. Therefore, within the small stage, the difference between levels is not very obvious. At most it is the gradual breakthrough of the upper limit. The aura of a rank 10 evolved body and a rank 13 evolved body does not have much obvious change. But the difference between the early, middle, and late stages is particularly obvious. And when the external strength gap is reflected in the internal structure of the evolved body, it is the local and overall difference in the level of evolutionary cells. In the rank 14 Rockhorn horse, except for the evolutionary meat, all other muscle tissues are equivalent to the evolutionary cells of the rank 13 Rockhorn horse. And the rank 13 Rockhorn horse only has the evolutionary meat part reaching the rank 13 upper limit, and some of the others are still enhanced meat. They still need a period of precipitation to allow most of the ordinary evolutionary cells in the body to evolve to rank 13. This is also an important reason why many rank 13 male Rockhorn horses cannot defeat the mid-stage male leader. The real gap between the two sides is not in the upper limit of physical fitness, but in the basic lower limit. And at this moment, the rank 14 male Rockhorn horse, after evolving to the mid-stage, the rest of the horse meat in the body also simultaneously evolved to rank 13 to carry the rank 14 evolutionary essence. This evolutionary principle also allows the several evolvers of the Lin Feng team to quickly complete the accumulation of their early stage evolution. By eating rank 13 ordinary horse meat, the proliferation and division of evolutionary cells in the body is accelerated. making the limit strength gradually increase, all the way up to more than 3 tons. That is, the upper limit of rank 13 in the early stage. Therefore, in Lin Feng's view, there are actually only 3 major levels of evolution within each stage. The intermediate small levels are actually consolidating and digesting the improvement brought about by the last qualitative evolution. The development of things is composed of qualitative and quantitative changes. Each qualitative change is the ultimate result of quantitative change, and it will also bring about the development of overall quantitative change. Otherwise, forcibly pulling up seedlings will only make the whole body full of drawbacks, eventually leading to collapse. Now, he will gradually accumulate the quantitative changes of his own early stage evolution through this batch of rank 13 horsemeat. So that after becoming a rank 13 evolver, he can take the rank 14 life essence, realize the qualitative leap from the early stage to the mid stage. Become a powerful mid stage evolver. Seeing the 2 level 13 hind legs, Lin Feng immediately got up and went forward to re-examine the 7-meter-long male leader in front of him in detail. In the end, he discovered that in addition to the 2 thighs, the 2 front legs and the ribs on the body were mostly level 13 horsemeat. He called Chen Shanshan, and the 2 of them scraped off a total of more than 800 kilograms of muscle. Including the level 14 evolved meat containing the essence of life, the muscle content of this male rockhorn horse exceeded 1 ton. The remaining internal organs and tissues showed that most were level 11 and level 12 horsemeat, and the accumulated toxin content was high, so it was not recommended to eat them directly. This part also weighed more than 600 kilograms. Lin Feng directly placed it on the ground to dry. The remaining giant skeleton also weighed 500 kilograms, plus the 800 kilograms of outer rock armor. This first-tier intermediate, level 14 male rockhorn horse leader weighed a full 3 tons. Among the 800 kilograms of rock armor, there were 8 photovoltaic rock panels, about 300 kilograms, the value of which was second only to the evolved meat and was also quite considerable. In addition, there was also the pair of 2-meter-long horse horns, a total of 4 meters long, and the curvature was beautiful. When lowered, it was a crescent-shaped shovel fork. Coupled with the weight and speed of the mid-stage rockhorn horse, it was comparable to the impact of a medium-sized truck. It could be used to make a vehicle-mounted crossbow, with great power. However, Lin Feng estimated that without a large reserve of fresh water, the normal weight of a first-tier intermediate rockhorn horse would be at most about 2.5 tons. After all, it had just been promoted to the intermediate stage. If it were an old male leader, level 15 or even higher level 16, the weight could reach more than 4 tons, and the size would be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the 10-meter level. Then, even if Lin Feng's team tried their best, they would have absolutely no chance of winning. But now that the outcome was decided, Lin Feng, as the victor, naturally had to start enjoying this delicious evolved feast. After cleaning up the level 14 male rockhorn horse corpse, Lin Feng returned to the electric car compartment with 800 kilograms of level 13 horsemeat. This kind of high-grade horsemeat contains less essence of life, so correspondingly, it has less pollution to the genes. It can be eaten raw directly, which is not only delicious but also accelerates the body's digestion and absorption. Lin Feng cut 10 caddies of hind leg meat and gave it to Lu Mingfei, who was gradually recovering. As soon as it entered his mouth, a fresh and sweet taste bloomed. He found that his body not only did not have much resistance but also had a strong desire for this fresh horsemeat, eagerly wanting to get more. So, like Lin Feng, he began to eat heartily. Don't rush. There is definitely enough of this ordinary evolved horsemeat. You should first take care of your body, and then eat a lot later to start subsequent evolution. After comforting him, Lin Feng walked out of the electric car and saw Qin Shanshan planning to dissect the second first-tier rockhorn horse. At this time, his stomach was already full. Even if his intestines and stomach were frantically digesting the energy in the horsemeat, they could not keep up with Lin Feng's indiscriminate swallowing. As absorption began, he could faintly feel the energy wandering in his body, accelerating the proliferation and division of evolved cells, replacing most of the remaining strengthened cells. Although it was not as intense as eating level 11 evolved meat or drinking the essence of evolution, it was also a good experience to accumulate small-level quantitative changes steadily like this. Lin Feng put away this pile of level 13 horsemeat and got up to come to the corpses of the remaining 2 first-tier female horses, dissecting the horse corpses with Chen Shanshan. Although evolved meat is full of biological activity, it can be stored for a long time without decay and will not deteriorate for a long time. The bodies of first-tier rockhorn horses are not all evolved cells. Especially the low-level first-tier rockhorn horses, some muscles in the body, as well as most of the internal organs, are still strengthened cells, which are easily corroded by bacteria and become rancid. If it is not cleaned up as soon as possible, it will not affect the evolved meat, but the internal organs will be stinky, especially the intestines and stomach, which are the digestive system. After a long time, there is also a risk of explosion after fermentation. Lin Feng can tolerate the smell of blood on his body, but he cannot drill into the abdomen full of the smell of decay. Fortunately, the size of the first-tier female rockhorn horse is not large, only more than 2 meters high and 5 meters long, similar to the large rhinoceros in the Old Earth period. In addition, the two of them already had dissection experience, and their skills increased rapidly, so it only took less than 2 hours to clean up the corpse of a female rockhorn horse. Evolved meat rich in the essence of life, ordinary horse meat, useless internal organs, 6 photovoltaic rock armors, and a pair of horse horns removed from the horse's skull. After doing everything, Lin Feng's stomach grumbled. He hurriedly ran into the city ruins near the camp, found a dilapidated prehistoric toilet, took off his pants, and began to excrete the useless residue after digestion. The wasteland residents struggling to survive on the wasteland may not be able to excrete for a week, and sometimes they will hold back even if they have the urge to excrete. One is to increase the feeling of fullness, and the other is that in addition to 3/4 of the water, there are actually a lot of undigested nutrients in the stool, which can be repeatedly absorbed. Although toxins in the feces will also be inhaled during the secondary digestion and absorption, affecting the physical condition, for the wasteland residents struggling on the line of life and death, eating feces is better than starving to death. As for urine, there is even less of it. Even if there is any, it will be immediately put into a bottle and re-drunk after filtering the urea through a simple filter made by oneself. And most of the water drunk by the wasteland residents, including the permanent residents of the 5th village, evaporates from the pores with sweat. So, Lao Huang's bus hotel, the urinal placed in the sundries compartment, seems that not many people have used it. Lin Feng had excreted several times before, all taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the Hunter Wastelander Guild to handle affairs, and solved it in the toilet with comfortable air conditioning. This time, he ate more than 10 caddies of fresh meat in one breath, not only filling his stomach but also filling his intestines with level 13 horse meat. After digestion and absorption, Lin Feng excreted a full 4 caddies of feces. It was still dry and hard after absorbing the water. The intestines and stomach, as the first batch of tissues and organs to complete the replacement of evolved cells, can help Lin Feng fully digest. The abundant water in the fresh horse meat was naturally absorbed into his body. After excreting the non-nutritious waste, Lin Feng covered the feces with dirt and mud. Although there were no other predators nearby except his team, it was still wise to be careful. Feces and urine, like paw prints and footprints, are markers that expose one's whereabouts. Back in the camp, Shen Shanshan had already eaten several caddies of horse leg meat and was preparing to dissect and process the second female rockhorn horse corpse. Lin Feng touched his empty stomach. His strength has been increased to more than 1.5 tons. Lin Feng estimated that he could break through the level 10 limit and evolve to level 11 after eating another meal. After another hearty meal, Lin Feng followed Shen Shanshan to finish processing the last rank 1 rockhorn horse. Time flew by. The group of 4 next door Ding Yi, Lu Qian, and the others were exhausted, panting as they returned to the electric vehicle, drinking water, eating meat, turning on the electric fan, and closing their eyes to rest. They had to deal with 17 late-stage rockhorn horse corpses, and after 5 hours of exposure to the sun, they finally dissected and processed 10 of them. On average, they finished 1 horse every 2 hours. This could already be considered incredibly fast. But the price was the rapid depletion of their physical strength. After Lin Feng finished his side, he collected 2 portions of level 10 and level 11 evolution meat, and over 100 kilograms of horse heart and tenderloin. The remaining ordinary level 9 or level 10 horse meat added up to more than a ton. Looking at the horse meat piled up on the plastic sheet on the ground, Lin Feng wiped the blood from his face and head, feeling somewhat emotional. This kind of work was truly inhuman, it was simply too tiring. Moreover, higher level blood or cells, when in contact with the skin, would cause a burning sensation.
These evolved cells would invade the skin, attacking the human cells on the surface, and fighting against the body's immune system.
Killing 1 rockhorn horse was exciting, killing 5 was a bit numb, but killing 20 was painful.
Fortunately, all the hard work paid off.
After Lin Feng ate a full 10 kilograms of level 13 horse meat and relieved himself twice, he completed the energy absorption and successfully evolved to level 11. Lin Feng, LV 1119 Health, 70, Constitution, 70, Spirit, 69, LV 11 Attribute Cap, 70 Superpower Awakening, Branding Power Item Upgrade Limit increased to LV 11. Can consume 5 health to perform cross-tier upgrade on the LV-10 burst rifle. Current LV-10 burst rifle optional enhancement directions, range, magazine size, rate of fire, bullet power. Note: the special enhancement of branding does not affect the basic improvement of other basic attributes. Continuing to evolve after becoming an evolver wasn't as intense and painful as the cross-tier promotion from level 9 enhanced human to evolver. It was just an accumulation of quantitative change, so Lin Feng neither fainted nor felt the pain of flesh tearing apart. After digesting a large amount of level 13 evolution meat, at a certain moment, his body felt like a bottle cap being pried open, with a pop, breaking through the limit of power. At this moment, Lin Feng, feeling refreshed, looked at the panel notification in the corner of his eye, thought for a moment, and chose the special enhancement of bullet power to ensure that he could quickly kill rank 1 rockhorn horses in the future. The effect of the burst rounds was very good. So he would make it even better. As a portion of energy was drawn from his body and entered the burst rifle at his waist, Lin Feng continued to eat level 13 horse meat while extracting the life essence from a pile of still twitching and throbbing evolution meat. Chen Shanshan also successfully completed her evolution. After eating some horse meat, she began to help the 4 women process the remaining horse corpses. After more than 10 hours. Time hurried from the day and night of the second day of departure to the morning of the third day. In the past 10 hours, Lin Feng ate hundreds of kilograms of level 13 horse meat in one go, evolving to level 13. From level 10 to level 11, he only needed to eat 10 kilograms of fresh horse meat. From level 11 to level 12, Lin Feng spent 6 or 7 hours eating 50 kilograms to complete the evolution. The improvement effect that level 13 horse meat could bring gradually decreased as Lin Feng's evolution level increased, and the marginal benefits became lower and lower. Until the end, in order to evolve to level 13, Lin Feng almost ate and relieved himself simultaneously, spending more than 10 hours eating nearly 300 pounds of level 13 horse meat, finally completing the final accumulation. Possessing more than 3 tons of ultimate strength. Breaking through to become a level 13 evolver. For this moment, his digestive system almost doubled in size, and the evolved cells that constituted it also proliferated and iterated more than 10 times. Becoming an efficient digestion and absorption machine. However, in the eyes of other members of the team throughout the day and night, the captain went to the toilet almost every 1 or 2 hours, and the urban ruins near the camp became a minefield full of feces traps. Several women looked at each other strangely, discussing in private. Evaluating the captain as becoming a feces-making machine, thinking about the amount of feces that would be left behind. Ding Yi, who was searching for poisonous insects in the ruins of the city, became thoughtful. In the resource-poor wasteland, even this feces was a valuable resource. It could be used for many things. As for Lin Feng, whose legs were numb, he didn't expect that one day, he would be so exhausted from defecating that he almost couldn't stand up. Fortunately, all the hard work was worth it. The strength of level 13 was much stronger than that of level 10 a day ago. Although there was no qualitative leap as a whole, the difference was particularly obvious in the ultimate burst state. The accumulation of level 13 evolvers was profound, far from what level 10 could compare to. One was a tall building with a solid foundation, and the other was a building block that was raised in place. Although they stood at the same height and saw the same distance, the difference in actual combat was particularly obvious. Lin Feng looked at the attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme appearing in the corner of his eye, feeling very happy. Lin Feng, LV 1319 Health, 90, Constitution, 90, Spirit, 89, LV 13 Attribute Cap, 90 Superpower Awakening, Branding Power Item Upgrade Limit increased to LV 13. can consume 5 health to perform cross-tier upgrade on the LV-11 burst rifle. The attribute value of 90 points was nearly twice that of level 10 evolution, and the basic levels of the two were very different. At this moment, Lin Feng even had the confidence to wear his armor and be fully armed, to have a contest of strength with a level 14 male Rockhorn horse leader. After consuming 5 health points to upgrade the burst rifle, Lin Feng opened the clean box next to him. Inside were a mid-stage life essence and 3 early-stage life essences extracted from the evolution meat of 2 rank 1 female Rockhorn horses. Taking out the level 14 evolution serum rich in life essence, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The light white liquid showed bright, crystal-like flocculent matter, and he could feel a strong active energy flowing within. As long as he drank it, he could achieve mid-stage evolution. However, Lin Feng planned to rest for a while and wait for his body to adapt to the level 13 evolution and reach its peak state before making the leap from early to mid-stage. After all, the health points consumed by upgrading the burst rifle still needed to be recovered by continuing to eat level 13 horse meat. Carefully putting away the mid-stage evolution essence, next was the problem of how to distribute the 3 early-stage evolution essences. For a moment, Lin Feng could feel several fiery gazes in the electric vehicle staring at him. And at the precious evolution essence in his hand. When conditions are ripe, upgrade when you should. Regarding the selection of the next batch of evolutionaries, although there are 3 slots this time, Lin Feng is actually more troubled. Because there are still 4 people left in the team. But there are only 3 slots. The easiest to confirm is Lu Qian. Her brother, Lu Mingfei, made outstanding contributions in the battle to solve the Tier 1 mid-stage male leader, and his contributions cannot be ignored. As Lu Mingfei's younger sister, even if she doesn't have much combat experience or combatability, both in terms of emotion and reason, she should have a share of this evolutionary slot. The problem is how to allocate the remaining 2 slots between Ding Yi, a Lian, and a Ming. Chen Shanshan, as the team's former captain and current vice-captain, naturally supports Ding Yi. And Lu Qian also agrees with this decision. They are considered first class in the Wastelander squad. After becoming evolutionaries, the team's combat effectiveness will definitely increase linearly. Then, when hunting the Rockhorn horse herd again, they will be more confident in defeating the male leader. For the current Lin Feng squad, early and mid-stage strengthened Rockhorn horses are of little use. Even if they are killed, it is just a waste of the electric car's surplus load and space. Therefore, the squad's hunting target should be concentrated on Tier 1 Rockhorn horses. Even late-stage strengthened adult Rockhorn horses only have those dozens of kilograms of strengthened meat, which can be exchanged for an equal number of shopping points. A Tier 9 Rockhorn horse is not as valuable as the photovoltaic rock armor of a Tier 1 Rockhorn horse. While the beast herd migration gathering hasn't ended yet, the Lin Feng squad's next hunting target must be placed on higher value targets. Therefore, it is even more necessary to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the team. The improvement that Lu Qian and Ding Yi can bring is very limited. 1 slot has already been consumed on Lu Qian. If another one is wasted, it means that the newly added frontline combat member is only a Lian. Although the old team members, including Lin Feng, are emotionally very willing to give the remaining slots to Ding Yi, reason tells Lin Feng that to reduce risk and increase the probability of successful hunting, it is necessary to increase more combat members. So Lin Feng approached Ding Yi alone and asked for her opinion outside the electric car. Next time we hunt, we will definitely catch more than 1 Tier 1 Rockhorn horse. You won't have to wait too long for your advancement opportunity. I can guarantee this. When Lin Feng evolves to Tier 1 mid-stage and becomes a level 14 evolutionary, not to mention early-stage Tier 1 Rockhorn horses, even mid-stage male leaders can be solved alone with the powerful firepower of the level 14 burst rifle. At that time, Ding Yi's evolution opportunity will naturally not be lacking. She is one of Lin Feng's only 2 saviors, and the logistics management work in the team is also entrusted to her. Lin Feng will naturally not treat her badly. Ding Yi did not hesitate and immediately agreed. In fact, she never thought that she would one day be able to achieve evolution. Becoming a level 9 strengthened human and having the status of a permanent resident in 5th village is her greatest wish after waking up in the wasteland. Lin Feng gave her everything she has now. Ding Yi is naturally very grateful for this. If it weren't for Chen Shanshan and the others insisting on supporting her in the electric car, she would have voluntarily given up her slot long ago. After nodding in agreement to Lin Feng, Dingy pushed up her glasses and took out a small test tube filled with yellow-green liquid from her waist pocket. Only a few dozen milliliters, I have no problem. I'm even more afraid of going into battle myself. It's better to continue staying in the electric car camp. Guarding the house doesn't require becoming an evolutionary. This is a concentrated toxin extracted from the glands of poisonous insects. It has a strong paralyzing and hallucinogenic effect. It has been tested on mid-stage strengthened young rockhorn horses, and the effect is very good. It's more than 10 times stronger than the original poisonous grass juice. It takes more than half a kilogram of poisonous insects to extract 4 or 5 drops of concentrated venom. Injecting 1 drop into a blood vessel can put a rockhorn horse into a coma. A few more drops might be very effective against Tier 1 male rockhorn horses. Lin Feng took the poison and looked at the cold, viscous pus in his hand. Under the high temperature of the 50-degree sun, he actually felt a little cold sweat. If this thing can poison strengthened rockhorn horses, then it will definitely have a doubled effect on human evolutionaries. After all, the size difference between the two sides is huge. Even if they are both Tier 1 evolutionaries, the weight of a rockhorn horse is more than 10 times that of a human. If 10 drops of venom can poison them, then for human evolutionaries, even 1 drop will be unbearable. As expected, using your brain can also improve your strength. Taming rockhorn horses. After all, the electric car's load and remaining space can no longer accommodate a Tier 1 rockhorn horse. It's better to control the dosage of the toxin injection, so that they still have some mobility and can't break free from the shackles on their bodies and escape. This way, they can bring phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme rockhorn horses and have them carry the horse meat supplies all the way back to Oasis Town. A sudden flash of inspiration made Lin Feng prepare to replan and adjust the subsequent hunting operations. At this time, in the corner of Lin Feng's eye, an appraisal of the insect poison in his hand also appeared. Special grade concentrated biological toxin LV9, white quality. The newest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Mixed nerve and muscle toxin, dangerous biological material, even touching it can cause a strong burning and numbing sensation. The effect is doubled when injected into wound blood. Please use with caution. 1 drop can cause a level 9 strengthened human to fall into a coma and shock on the spot, and can make a level 9 rockhorn horse lose vitality. 5 drops can seriously injure a Tier 1 early stage evolutionary, causing a Tier 1 early stage rockhorn horse to lose mobility, with the paralyzing effect lasting for 10 hours. Seeing the effect introduction, holding the poison in his hand, Lin Feng's confidence suddenly increased. Excitedly grabbing Dingy's hand, very good. Excellent. This concentrated insect poison can help a lot. In the next time, you and Lu Qian should look around more in the ruins and try to collect enough concentrated liquid. More in vivo experiments will be needed then. After speaking, Lin Feng returned to the electric car with the insect poison. Dingy pushed up her glasses, looking at Lin Feng's back. A smile appeared on her blushing face. Back in the electric car, Lin Feng first announced the candidates for the next evolutionary slots. Dingy had a mission to stay in the city ruins of the camp, so she temporarily had no need to evolve and would wait until next time. Although the crowd had already expected this result after Lin Feng called Dingy out alone, they were now more concerned about the mission Dingy needed to stay and do. Could it be more important than hunting rockhorn horses? Lin Feng then took out the sealed concentrated toxin reagent tube from his pocket and introduced its terrifying power. Hearing that this thing could directly poison a Tier 1 rockhorn horse, everyone directly gasped, their eyes fixed on the yellow-green poison tube in Lin Feng's hand with solemn expressions. The latter struck while the iron was hot and spoke of his taming plan. The paralyzing effect of this toxin can keep the rockhorn horses in a continuous state of weakness. I'm wondering if it can be used as an anesthetic to tame rockhorn horses. Reduce their aggression and physical functions, so we can use the horse herd to carry supplies, or directly ride horses, greatly saving the electric car's load and freeing up a lot of space to store supplies. The few people were shocked by Lin Feng's wild idea. Until Alian spoke, if this concentrated toxin really has such a good paralyzing effect, this plan may really be possible. Lu Qian also excitedly opened her mouth. Hunters have also proposed taming rockhorn horses, but wild rockhorn horses are difficult to tame. Currently, only the Lee family of Farm Village has mastered the taming technology for raising rockhorn horses, which can be used to help carry supplies as a biological transport tool. If we can develop this taming path, the benefits it can bring. It's no less than establishing a large village-level gathering place. By then, in addition to the 5 major villages under Oasis Town, there may also be a place for us. After listening to Lu Qian's in-depth analysis, even Lin Feng couldn't help but fantasize about the profound significance that this taming technology could bring. Taming the rockhorn horse brought significance far beyond imagination. However, once the initial excitement subsided, everyone quickly realized that this unconventional method also required equally demanding conditions. First and foremost was the preparation of the venom. A consistent and stable supply of insect venom had to be secured. Then came extensive experimentation to determine the dosage and degree of paralysis for rockhorn horses of different evolutionary levels. Moreover, establishing a large settlement like the 4 great villages, with a scale of thousands of people, required long-term accumulation, and it wasn't just a matter of one single technology. Taming the rockhorn horse was merely the foundation for building a village. Many other conditions also needed to be met. But even so, if they could truly poison a Tier 1 male rockhorn horse, the value of the vial of venom in Lin Feng's hand alone would be no less than 1,000 points. And if sold to farming villages in need, the price would skyrocket several times over. At this moment, Lin Feng, gradually calming down, decided to first verify whether the venom's effect could truly poison a Tier 1 rockhorn horse. This task could naturally be added to the next hunting expedition. As for now, he would continue to absorb the rewards from hunting an entire herd of horses, making the team's strength double and become stronger. Without dampening everyone's vision of the future, Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was now 9 in the morning of the 3rd day, so he slowly said, "Let's put things on hold for now. Everyone is tired from the day. Let's restore our condition first, eat some enhanced meat, and then after 5 hours, which is 1 in the afternoon, we'll all undergo cross-tier evolution." Lu Qian and Alien nodded. The former saw Lin Feng put away the venom and take out another evolution agent with a richer color. Realizing that he wanted to carry out an evolution from the early to mid-stage, then she suggested, "While there's still time, let's go help Ding Yi collect venomous insects in the city ruins." Alien and Aiming looked at each other and nodded, getting up. As with the cross-tier evolution, he tied himself to the flatbed of the seat. It's just that now the cloth rope and woven rope might not be able to withstand Lin Feng's limit burst. Level 13 possessed an explosive force exceeding 3 tons. Once he lost control, that would be nearly 4 tons of force, enough to shatter the iron skin of the electric car with one punch. The consequences were unimaginable. Therefore, Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei needed to work together to suppress Lin Feng, who might lose consciousness and enter a berserk state. After tying his feet, Lin Feng looked at Chen Shanshan, who was looking nervous, squatted beside him, and comforted her. "There's only a certain possibility, don't worry too much. It's just a small improvement within the stage. It can't be as intense as the level 9 enhanced cross-tier evolution. It should be completed in about an hour or so." After speaking, Lin Feng drank the level 14 evolution agent in his hand in one gulp. The evolution fluid, rich in life essence, was instantly released within his body, prying open the shackles of the evolutionary cells. Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei then stepped forward and tied Lin Feng's hands under the bedseat. Then they stared solemnly at the man in front of them. And Lin Feng, who closed his eyes, still had his consciousness. Although this time the life essence was equally fierce, it remodeled and developed the level 13 evolutionary cells in the body, removing many useless gene sequences and enhancing the parts that were more suitable for the evolutionary body, making these cells more adaptable to the optimization effect of the essence. Eventually evolving into level 14 evolutionary cells, able to possess a force of breaking 4 tons. Although the painful transformation process was somewhat familiar, it was not as painful as the level 9 enhanced cross-tier evolution, which made Lin Feng directly faint. It may be related to one's own size and strength level. Based on the level 13 evolution, a small degree of transformation from the early to mid-stage did not have a high degree and depth of transformation. It is equivalent to the process from 3 to 4, an increase of 25%, while the previous cross-tier evolution was a leap from 0 to 1. So Lin Feng, who did not faint, naturally did not enter the spiritual world again to carry out the awakening trial. There was not much change in the abilities in his body. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. After a long and intense transformation, the level 14 life essence also allowed Lin Feng's level 13 cells to successfully evolve to level 14. At the same time, most of the remaining muscle cells were also upgraded to level 13. Now Lin Feng has laid a solid foundation, possessing a basic strength of 3 tons, and can continue to sprint upwards, pursuing stronger evolutionary strength. An hour passed as the absorption of life essence was completed. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, covered in sweat. Chen Shan on the side took 2 small electric fans and blew them left and right at Lin Feng to lower his body temperature. During the evolution transformation process, the blood flow rate throughout his body increased several times, and the metabolism was the same. The whole body was as if boiling, and the body temperature suddenly rose. He could only reduce the temperature by sweating a lot. When the level 14 evolution was completed, the restlessness in the body also subsided as the life essence merged into the cells. But the subsequent evolutionary transformation continued, but it was not as rapid and fierce as when he first drank it, but rather gradually improved through the continuous absorption of energy. This is also why the higher the level of the evolver, the greater the need for food. For Lin Feng today, ordinary low-level horse meat has no nutritional value. 9th level enhanced meat can barely fill the stomach, but eating meat of the corresponding level from a first-tier early-stage wild beast can provide a certain sense of fullness. To truly restore one's state and enhance physical strength, only consuming meat of the same level or higher can maintain the current first-tier mid-stage strength. Otherwise, prolonged lack of meat of the same level or higher can phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoneme to extreme weakness, making it impossible to unleash the true strength of a 14th level individual. At this moment, Lin Feng drank a large bottle of water, took the towel handed over by Qin Shanshan, and while wiping the sweat from his body, checked the personal attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals det data slash phoneme in the corner of his eye. Lin Feng, LV 1419 health, 100, physique, 100, spirit, 99, LV 14 attribute 100 superpower awakening. Imprint power slightly increases the speed of imprinting equipment enhancement and upgrade item upgrade limit increased to LV 14. Can consume 5 health points to upgrade the LV-13 burst rifle across tiers. As expected, the change isn't significant, it just provides a certain boost to the enhancement and upgrade speed of imprinted equipment. The newest novels are first published on 6-9 books bar. Lin Feng then drew the heavy burst rifle from his waist. Over the past dozen hours of accumulated evolution, Lin Feng hadn't forgotten to upgrade it. It's just that the imprint enhanced upgrade process is relatively slow, taking 3 to 4 hours to complete. However, Lin Feng considered this lengthy enhancement process to be well worth it. Currently, the 13th level burst rifle, after 3 consecutive enhancements to the explosive rounds, has significantly increased its lethality. Burst rifle LV-13, red quality, imprinted basic attributes, damage 99, effective range 1500 meters, lethal coverage 8 meters, remaining explosive rounds 150, can consume 5 health points to upgrade additional attributes. Bullet regeneration 11H, spatial magazine 150 rounds, area of effect coverage radius 8 meters, 99 damage within the central 1 meter note, can freely switch back to LV9 precision pistol evaluation. This is a powerful hand cannon, with firepower comparable to a 35mm caliber grenade sniper rifle, firing explosive rounds loaded with high explosives, capable of easily shattering 20cm concrete walls. Such immense power also brings terrifying recoil, which even a first-tier early-stage evolver can barely handle. The 8-meter radius fragmentation damage is suitable for mid to long-range fire strikes. Be sure to pay attention during phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme combat to avoid affecting yourself. After reading the description, Lin Feng believed that the current 13th level burst rifle could definitely kill wild beasts of the same level with one shot, and even the Rockhorn horse with full armor defense could have its rock armor shell blasted apart with one shot. The caliber of the muzzle had expanded from the original 20mm to over 30mm, easily fitting 2 fingers. The rear magazine drum was also enlarged by 50%, larger than Lin Feng's 2 fists, and the overall size and weight of the gun were evolving in an outrageous direction. The half-meter long gun body and 40-pound weight felt like a lump of iron in his hand. Even a 9th level enhanced human would have to hold the gun with both hands, and the recoil of firing high explosive rounds could directly fracture the enhanced human's elbow and dislocate their shoulder blade. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already evolved to the first tier mid stage, possessing 3 tons of base strength, allowing him to handle it easily. The next upgrade would require Lin Feng to carefully consider the specific direction of enhancement. Current LV-13 burst rifle selectable enhancement directions: range, ammo capacity, rate of fire, bullet power. Note: the special enhancement of the imprint does not affect the basic improvement of other basic attributes. Range can increase the maximum striking distance. With the current power of the burst rifle, it can not only cover a radius of 8 meters, but also ensure that the damage within 1 meter of the impact will not decay. So accuracy is no longer important. As long as it can hit the target, even a first-tier mid-stage Rockhorn horse will be seriously injured. Ammo capacity doesn't need to be considered. The current 150 explosive rounds are more than enough for a battle. As for the rate of fire attribute, it needs to be considered, because there is no additional display of the rate of fire at present, and it all depends on Lin Feng pulling the trigger with his finger. Like the beginning, the burst rifle has no automatic mode. And the firing frequency of the explosive rounds, under the influence of recoil, Lin Feng can only achieve 1 shot per second at the fastest in order to maintain its hit rate. But when facing many first-tier Rockhorn horses, especially the more arduous male Rockhorn horse capture mission that follows, rate of fire is an extension of firepower. It is more effective than simply increasing the power of explosive rounds. After all, increasing the rate of fire by 2 rounds per second is a more direct increase in damage than increasing the damage of a single shell by 10%. Before, the damage of the explosive rounds was too low to quickly break through the rock armor defense. Now that the damage can meet the demand, it is natural to enhance other aspects, such as the strike coverage brought by the rate of fire improvement. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and finally chose to enhance the rate of fire for special enhancement. After selecting, he consumed 5 health points to upgrade the LV-13 burst rifle. Then Lin Feng hung the burst rifle on his waist, ready to upgrade another important piece of equipment in front of him. That is the LV-10 light passenger car where everyone is located. This time, Lin Feng plans to focus the enhancement on armor, to improve the safety of this mobile residence. While eating 14th level evolved minced meat to quickly restore his health status, he considered the upgrade plan for the light passenger car next. As Lin Feng called up the attribute phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme of the electric car under his feet, a reminder also appeared in the corner of his eye: light passenger vehicle LV-10, red quality, basic attributes, defense 60, durability 1010, maximum speed 30 km/h, can consume 5 life points for further upgrades. Additional attributes: gear adjustment 4 gears in total, speeds are 1, 5, 10, 30 km/h respectively. Evaluation: a comprehensively optimized light passenger vehicle, but lacking in defense. Ordinary steel can only ensure the stability of its frame and cannot provide more defensive effects. Limited means of attack and self-defense, can add and integrate some offensive weapons. After imprinting, the basic attributes can be specially strengthened to meet different needs. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that after imprinting, it couldn't be given to others to continue using. That is to say, Lin Feng must drive it himself. But he is the main firepower output of the team and cannot stay in the car all the time. Therefore, if he wants to strengthen the passenger car and upgrade it into a combat vehicle with both defense and firepower output, he must add more materials to strengthen the required direction. Lin Feng ate the level 14 evolved minced meat in his hand while thinking about the available materials. This time, in order to reduce the load and expand the space, the team members did not carry too many things, only the most basic survival supplies and a few spare equipment. Anyway, with Lin Feng's ability, he can repair the damage to the equipment, so there is no need to buy too many spares. In fact, Lin Feng thought so at the beginning. Moreover, before departure, he had already exhausted his family fortune in order to put together this beggar version of the sourceless electric car. Now there are only 3 steel shields left in the car, which were specially purchased to deal with wolf pack sieges. One of the original 4 pieces had already been cut by Lin Feng into light steel inserts and integrated into the upgrade of his combat uniform. The remaining 3 steel plates are not worth mentioning for the improvement of the entire RV. The basic improvement brought by a simple upgrade is very limited, and Lin Feng must strengthen the light passenger car as much as possible with limited resources. And soon, his gaze passed through the 4 bunks where everyone was sleeping and saw the supplies placed at the rear of the carriage. Those were the most valuable spoils, including more than a dozen photovoltaic rock panels and a large amount of first-order mid-stage horse meat, both level 13 ordinary horse meat and level 14 evolved minced meat. With the consumption of Lin Feng and the others, less than 500 kilograms of horse meat remained. And level 10 evolver needs to consume at least 150 kilograms of level 13 horse meat to reach level 13, so the 800 kilograms of horse meat harvested this time can completely satisfy the cumulative upgrade of 5 evolvers. It just so happens that Alian and Aming, who evolve later, can be upgraded to level 13 together. And Lin Feng's gaze, however, passed over the piles of fresh meat and looked at the photovoltaic rock armor on the side. He got up and walked forward, picking up a piece and placing it in his hand. Photovoltaic rock armor LV14, red quality using the photovoltaic effect on the semiconductor interface to form a potential difference and generate current, continuously converting light energy into electrical energy, can be combined with carbon dioxide to decompose water elements and synthesize monosaccharide or polysaccharide starch, providing stable biological energy, or directly outputting direct current through the circuit node. This rock armor has formed a hard glass and can be directly integrated into the existing electric car's photovoltaic panels to improve quality and upgrade potential. In addition to these 8 level 14 photovoltaic rock armors, Lin Feng's team has also collected 6 level 10 and 12 level 11 ones. Currently, he can integrate the level 10 photovoltaic rock armor first to test the effect and see if it can upgrade the level 9 white photovoltaic panel to level 10. Anyway, their value is not high. As for the defense improvement that Lin Feng needs most, under the reminder of the photovoltaic rock armor, a flash of inspiration occurred in his mind, and he thought of the outer armor of the level 14 male rock horn horse. So he walked out of the electric car and came to the bone pile of the camp, finding the largest rock horn horse skeleton among them. The nearly 7-meter skeleton was quite large, and thick rock armor pieces were scattered nearby. Lin Feng then found the bones and compared them with the rock armor, and found that the bones of the mid-stage rock horn horse were harder than the rock armor, and lighter in weight. Thinking about it carefully, that makes sense. If the bones were not hard, how could they withstand this 3-ton body and achieve a speed of more than 50 kilometers? Lin Feng then took out rows of thigh-wide ribs, intending to use them as materials to integrate into the electric car. Ming came to Lin Feng's side and explained. Lin Feng nodded, not paying too much attention. It's okay, I think I can use this batch of horse bones to strengthen the defense of the electric car, so I'm going to try it. After I take them down, you guys can process them again, scrape off the residue on the outside and the bone marrow inside, just leave the bone shell. Ding Yi and the others nodded, and then started to act. At this time, Chen Shan, who had returned from the toilet, also joined the girls' action. With her, a level 12 evolver, the skeleton of the mid-stage male leader was quickly dismantled and cleaned up. And Lu Mingfei and Lin Feng, the 2 men, began to discuss the places that needed to be reinforced around the light passenger car. The former was very familiar with the electric car, and after this long journey, he was even clearer about where needed extra reinforcement. Faced with the optimization direction given by Lin Feng, Lu Mingfei quickly thought of a good idea. That pair of 4-meter-long giant horns can be installed in the 2 headlight positions in front of the electric car. Anyway, there is no night on the wasteland. The large holes that were originally left on the left and right sides can now be fitted with a pair of giant horns to serve as bumpers. This can not only defend against the impact of other cars, but also rely on the current speed to hit others. The newest and most complete novels are all available on 6_9_shu_ba_com. The tail can also be reinforced with the horns of the female rock horn horse. Lin Feng nodded, feeling that it made sense. In fact, his original idea was to use the level 14 horse horns to make and install a giant bed crossbow on the top of the car, in order to enhance the combat power of the electric car. The several-meter-long spear fired should be able to easily penetrate the defense of a first-order rock horn horse. But now Lu Mingfei's suggestion is better. The main reason is that the function of the bed crossbow overlaps with the burst grenade gun in Lin Feng's hand, and the burst grenade gun has more firepower and is easier to operate. There is no need to abandon the near and seek the far, wasting the precious vitality now. Thinking of this, Lin Feng followed Lu Mingfei's suggestion and began to integrate and upgrade the light passenger car, quickly strengthening a certain attribute by adding additional materials. During this period, he also took the time to give Lu Qian and the other three who were prepared a cross-level upgrade. The three girls were firmly tied to the bunks, and Lu Mingfei and Chen Shanshan were arranged to take care of them before and after. Both of them have become level 13 evolvers, enough to deal with any sudden crisis. While Lin Feng was gradually upgrading the electric car, the burst grenade gun around his waist also flashed a reminder. LV-13 burst grenade gun has been upgraded to LV-14 machine cannon gun LV-14, red quality, imprint basic attributes, damage 105, effective range 2k meters, lethal coverage 10 meters, remaining burst grenades 200, has been upgraded to the host's level limit. Additional attributes, bullet recovery 11h, space magazine 200 rounds, area damage coverage radius 10 meters, center 2 meters, damage 105. New additional attribute, firepower coverage, briefly increase the rate of fire of the gun, up to 6 rounds per second, lasting for 5 seconds. Note, can freely switch back to LV9 precision pistol evaluation. The power is equivalent to an anti-aircraft machine gun, covering a firepower strike range the size of a basketball court within 1 second. It is a powerful weapon for group attacks. Please use it with caution when shooting flat. Do not hurt friendly forces. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng immediately showed a look of joy. Although the damage of the level 14 machine cannon gun has not increased much for a single shell, with the appearance of the firepower coverage attribute, as long as it is switched to this mode, the machine cannon gun can instantly become a machine gun. It is more than enough to use it for air defense. Dealing with Rockhorn horseherds is even more of a dimensional reduction strike. Lin Feng could already imagine the terrible scene when the anti-aircraft gun was fired flat. Even the first-order Rockhorn horseherd must be under the firepower coverage of the machine cannon gun. Flesh and blood fly, all fall to the ground. Recently, Shidian's intelligent push is poisonous, concentrating on supplying the head books and weakening all others. If this book had a large amount of intelligent push, the results could have been doubled, and it is also a book that I think is well written, but the results are not as good as the previous one. I hope everyone can subscribe more and don't raise the book. Online literature has been really difficult in the past 1 or 2 years. After putting away the upgraded level 14 machine gun, Lin Feng looked up and saw Dingyi wandering in front of the photovoltaic rock slabs. These rock slabs were waste material from the electric car fusion. Several irregular pieces of glass, about 1 square meter in size, had a soft internal texture and multiple layers. Although the light transmission rate was acceptable, it was still inferior to the industrial products smelted from human glass furnaces. As Lin Feng approached, Dingyi picked up a piece of waste material from the ground and began to explain, "This is silicate leached out during the Rockhorn horse's evolution, gradually solidifying. It's not very useful, but it has excellent flexibility and plasticity. It should contain salt during leaching, mixed with sodium silicate to form water glass, making it difficult to break, just like acrylic panels." As she spoke, Dingyi pushed up her glasses and pointed to the simmering kettle on the solar stove not far away. The evaporated water collected from the Rockhorn horse's flesh and blood needed to be boiled to remove impurities and odors. The focal point of the solar stove can reach a high temperature of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees, enough to melt all metals, glass, and even surface rocks, turning them into lava and obsidian. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately guessing Dingyi's idea. "You want to use the solar stove as a welding machine to melt and piece these glass pieces together?" During his school days, Lin Feng had seen the chemistry teacher directly heat glass tubes and shape them into the desired form. Dingyi nodded and stated her true purpose: "I want to build a semi-sealed planting box using this kind of translucent biological soft glass, plant some weeds, and then breed the poisonous insects here. This way, we can continuously harvest insect venom." Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. This was indeed a good idea. To cope with the harsh wasteland environment, the growth and reproduction cycles of plants and small animals were greatly compressed. As long as sufficient water and nutrients were provided, poisonous weeds, under 24 hours of light, could grow 4 to 5 centimeters taller in almost a day. Within a week, they could complete their entire life cycle from germination and maturity to seed production. As long as the growth cycle of poisonous weeds and poisonous insects could be guaranteed, a stable source of insect venom could be achieved.
No problem, these photovoltaic rock armor glass panels are waste material anyway.
You can make some low glass boxes and place them on the iron plates on both sides of the electric car. Try to find as many types of insects as possible, especially those with high production, such as mutated ants, and raise an entire ant colony. Lin Feng agreed directly and added, if it really succeeds, I'll buy a separate carriage in the future to use as a planting room and hand it over to you to manage. After several fusions and upgrades, the light passenger car, with the addition of horse bones and photovoltaic rock panels, not only had greatly improved defense but also ample power generation efficiency. Adding a few more carriages in the future was not a problem at all. Seeing that Lin Feng not only agreed but also attached great importance to it, Ding Yi nodded with slight excitement and began to get busy. After understanding the industrial extension of the horse taming method and initially grasping planting technology, Lin Feng returned to the interior of the electric car. At this moment, Lu Qian, a Lian, and a Ming's evolution was still in progress. Their reactions were quite strong. Even after passing out, they were still twitching in pain and trembling all over due to the tearing and reconstruction of cells. Looking at the large beads of sweat on their faces, already sweating profusely, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the matter of superpower awakening, and then asked, do you still remember the research report on superpowers from back then, the official announcement of the different types of abilities? Lin Feng couldn't remember very clearly. After all, those who became evolutionaries at that time were the elite of the elite, a very small number of lucky people in the population. Although research institutions collected and studied the general classification of superpowers, Lin Feng, who was only in the mid-stage of enhancement, had no intention of paying attention to these things. At that time, everyone was trying to find a hibernation pod ticket in an underground shelter, plus the order was gradually chaotic, and various regions were isolated and blocked. News was blocked. Lin Feng only had a little impression of seeing the Research Institute's published report on a piece of news regarding the latest achievements in superpower research. At this moment, 3 evolutionaries were about to be born in the team. Including Lin Feng and the other 2, there were 6 people. Although the levels were not high, if their abilities were well coordinated, they could exert a battle power that was multiplied. Lu Mingfei also had no impression of this matter. At that time, in order to get a ticket to the underground city, he was pulling goods and running long distances for the shelter project everywhere. Only those upper-class people who had already determined their places would pay attention to the cutting-edge discoveries of evolution. I only remember that the ability I awakened greatly enhanced my physique in a short period of time. It was the most common ability among evolutionaries at that time. Lu Mingfei slowly opened his mouth and said about his experience, the physique type is the largest category, accounting for about 95% or more of evolutionaries, including the most common physique enhancement ability like Lu Mingfei's. It also has a nicer name called Berserker. It can greatly increase the intensity of the physique in a short period of time, lasting for a few minutes. It generally increases by several small levels. Lu Mingfei, who had just completed a leapfrog evolution, could burst out with the power of a level 13 evolution, resisting the impact of a mid-stage male rockhorn horse. In addition to the comprehensively enhanced Berserker, there are also other specific aspects of extra enhancement, or other heteromorphosis of the body, such as body expansion and deformation, skin hardening and discoloration, supersenses, perverted self-healing, and more advanced energy types, such as releasing concentrated acid or electric current, transferring energy, etc. In addition to the above physical evolutions, there are also some rare mental abilities. The most significant feature is that they can act from a distance. They account for about 5%. Among these, more than 90% of mental abilities are non-combat auxiliary abilities, including my super perception and the upgraded and evolved version of sensory shielding, which is the blinding effect. In addition to this, there is also the highest proportion of secondary brain development and evolution, reflected in super high IQ. This group of people is basically absorbed by the high-level and research institutes. They have the best treatment and are generally smart students. I think Ding Yi has a certain chance. She is a top student who graduated from a key university. Just as there are support-type abilities, there are also combat-type mental abilities, but these are very rare. Among the 5% of all abilities that are mental-based, only less than 2% are combat-oriented. That is, about 1 in 1,000 overall. Only one combat-type mental ability emerges from every 1,000 evolved individuals. Their brains have evolved far beyond those of ordinary people. They can unleash high-frequency energy mental attacks, or control the minds of others through telepathy, manipulating their behavior like puppets. Speaking of this, Qin Shanshan took a deep breath. This kind of ability is too mysterious. Even my master only encountered it once by chance while exploring the ruins. In addition to these abilities that have been researched and categorized, there is also a third type, special abilities. Calling them special abilities is just because the sample size is too small to systematically study them. They are even rarer than 1 in 10,000. There might only be a few of them globally at any given time. The most famous is precognition. Although some scholars classify it as a top-tier mental ability, the power of precognition involves more than just the brain. Back when the shelters were first opened, facing the harsh environment of the 3 suns in the sky, it was a seer who used their precognitive abilities to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme humanity to carve out a path to survival in the desolate wastelands. Before the seer died, they left behind a prophecy that a savior would be born in the underground shelter, breaking the 3 suns in the sky predicament and saving the world. And this is one of the reasons why major powers still absorb and aid the old humans. As for other special abilities, they are extremely rare. After speaking, Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Feng. I think your optimization ability can be classified as a special ability. After all, there has never been a precedent before. The latest and most complete novels are at 69 shu. Calm. After listening to Chen Shanshan's long narration, Lin Feng and the others were deeply shocked. It wasn't until Chen Shanshan mentioned himself that Lin Feng came back to his senses and shook his head. Although mine is special, it's not very useful. At most, it's equivalent to a logistics maintenance workshop. Don't think it's a great help to the team now, but any evolved team from a large faction has more advanced weapons and equipment than us. It's only in a backwater place like Oasis Town that garbage equipment can be provided, and optimization makes a significant difference. The optimization and upgrade ability was given by the system. Although Lin Feng's own ability imprint is also extremely special, it's still best to hide it as much as possible, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Feng added, but just tell others that I have a gun-related ability, probably a super sense of the physique type. Faced with Lin Feng's humility and caution, Chen Shanshan and Lu Mingfei nodded silently. As the captain, Lin Feng is the core of the team. With a special ability, he naturally can't expose it casually. After gaining a general understanding of the evolved superpowers, Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the 3 women lying on the bed. I wonder what kind of abilities they will develop. However, judging from Lu Mingfei's situation, it is estimated that they will most likely be physique-type abilities. For example, a berserker with enhanced physique or a specific enhancement in one aspect. Strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on. And Chen Shanshan's type is, after all, a minority, and she had already awakened her perception ability before officially awakening, which was already a sign. So Lin Feng didn't have any extravagant hopes for combat-type mental abilities. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. According to what Suan the priest said, only talented people can obtain it. But among the combat-type mental abilities, there was actually no telekinesis from science fiction movies in his previous life, which surprised Lin Feng. After all, the ability to control objects from a distance is really heaven-defying. If you can control objects, wouldn't it be enough to directly crush the enemy's brain? And the traction energy for manipulating objects is definitely tens of thousands of times stronger than attacking brain cells. This is a bit like a mental attack. Lin Feng felt that it might be because the strength of first-order revolvers was not enough, so the attack effect of energy waves was limited. But as the strength increases and the mental attribute value continues to grow, perhaps after successfully becoming a high-level evolver, you can really achieve the level of killing anyone with a glare. Just looking at it can kill the enemy. Once you fall into a berserk state, just thinking about it is terrifying. Fortunately, such a terrifying existence will at least not appear in Oasis Town, at least it must be a large city migrating forward. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At this time, a reminder popped up in the corner of his eye: LV-13 bus upgraded to LV-14 Rockhorse Chariot. Rock Horse Chariot LV14, Red Quality Basic Attributes, Defense 100, Damage 60, Durability 1010, Maximum Speed 40 km/h, Upgraded to Host Level Cap. Additional Attributes, Gear Speed Adjustment, Horsebone Armor, Giant Horn Front, Biological Power Generation. Horsebone Armor, enhances defensive capabilities after integrating mid-stage rock horn horsebones. Additional defense plus 20. Giant Horn Front, equipped with the giant horns of a male rock horn horse, coupled with a maximum speed of 40 km/h, can cause 60 points of damage. Biological Power Generation, integrating 18 photovoltaic rock panels can greatly increase power generation. While meeting the needs of both the battery and the motor, the speed can be increased to a maximum of 60 km/h, requiring the replacement of a high-level motor to achieve note. After the power supply is upgraded, the battery pack can achieve unlimited range, always maintaining maximum output power. Continuous driving for 100 hours reduces 1 point of durability when the load is at the 7.5-ton limit. The maximum speed is reduced to 20 km. Evaluation, a biological chariot incorporating the rock horn horse, combining the armor of the rock horn horse and the performance of an electric car, can withstand 6 tons of impact and resist the attack of a mid-stage first-order rock horn horse. Enjoy the ride. After 4 consecutive upgrades, Lin Feng added 6 level 10 photovoltaic rock panels, 12 level 11 panels, and the remaining skeleton of the level 14 male rock horn horse, as well as several pairs of giant horse horns in each batch. Apart from the valuable photovoltaic rock armor, the rest of the level 14 male rock horn horse was integrated into the electric car. Now at least 80% of the exterior of the electric car is covered with materials from the rock horn horse. No wonder it's called the Rock Horse Chariot. However, with a defense value of 120 points and an additional 60 points of damage, it is several times stronger than the armor purchased by Qin Shanshan, and it is worthy of the name of a chariot. Plus the maximum speed of 40 km per hour, even if it drives into a stampeding herd of rock horn horses, it can rampage. Afterwards, he can completely drive the Rock Horse Chariot deep into the wasteland hinterland and chase down the rock horn horse herd all the way. After Lin Feng finished reading the introduction, the 3 women in front of him gradually recovered from their painful struggles and returned to calm. What followed was the final artistic conception awakening. The first to show abnormalities was actually Lu Qian. Considering her petite frame, the speed at which she completed her evolutionary transformation was faster than the other 2 muscular women, so she also began her awakening trial earlier. Lu Qian's face changed erratically, turning pale and then red in a very short period of time. Lu Mingfei stepped forward, took her hand, and used the back of his hand to test the temperature of her forehead and cheeks. He could clearly feel the drastic changes in temperature. This was not good news. Lu Mingfei's expression immediately tensed up, and his thumping heart rose to his throat. He only hoped that his sister, Lu Qian, would awaken a common physique ability, because this type of ability has the lowest risk and the probability of accidents is almost 0. However, mental abilities have a high risk during the awakening process. Chen Shanshan had already personally verified this point. If it weren't for Suen's extensive knowledge, she might have been accidentally injured by the guards. After examining her, Chen Shanshan comforted him, saying, "Judging from the situation, it's not a mental ability, but at most a high-level type among physique abilities, generally the abnormal change of cell functions, such as the release of special energy. This kind of ability belongs to the advanced physique abilities, which can be strong or weak, but they all have great growth potential, so it can be considered a good thing." After speaking, Chen Shanshan looked at the other 2 women beside her. Alien and Aiming's reactions were not intense, so it seemed that they had ordinary physique abilities. For example, a berserker with enhanced physique, or a single attribute enhancement of strength and agility. These awakening trials are relatively simple. According to Lu Mingfei's introduction, it is to challenge a materialized wild beast, such as a Tier 1 rock horn horse or a wasteland wolf, or even other evolved individuals. After a burst of inner power, they can be killed to complete the awakening trial. Therefore, before long, Alien and Aiming, these 2 female warriors, woke up one after another. The 2 women looked at each other and revealed a slight smile. That's right, it's a physique enhancement ability. In the limit burst state, I can have more than 3 tons of strength, directly punching and exploding a wasteland wolf. Aiming, who had fair skin and looked slightly slender, slowly spoke after drinking water. "Mine is leg strength, which can briefly burst out at a speed of more than 40 meters per second, especially the power of a whip kick, which has a striking force of more than 3 tons and can kick and explode the skull of a wasteland wolf. This is the speed aspect of physique abilities. The burst speed of ordinary evolved individuals is only about 20 to 30 meters per second, which is about twice that of a level 9 enhanced human. An aiming's limit speed reaches 40 meters per second, which is equivalent to a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. Being kicked by her round and powerful legs is no different from being hit head-on by a speeding car. The power is so great that it is no wonder she can kick and explode the extremely hard skull of a canine. Moreover, leg enhancement is a fixed ability, which is more durable than the short-term full burst of physique enhancement. Therefore, the enhanced ability of a certain part is rarer than that of a berserker. However, the trial images in the spiritual worlds of the two were both wasteland wolves. It seems that the previous experience of encountering a pack of wasteland wolves left a considerable psychological shadow on the two. After this was over, Lin Feng looked back at Lu Qian, who had not yet woken up. At this moment, her body was unevenly cold and hot. Sometimes she had a high fever, and sometimes she was as cold as a corpse. What will her awakening trial be, and why is such a strange phenomenon occurring? Lin Feng walked to Lu Mingfei's side, his brows slightly furrowed. Chen Shanshan on the other side shook her head. In these days of battle, Lu Qian has only been playing a supporting role and has not participated in specific hunting, so there should be no wild beasts or monsters. After speaking, Chen Shanshan turned to Lu Mingfei, who looked nervous, and continued to ask, "Have you had any special experiences before? Especially moments of life and death crisis?" Lu Mingfei was stunned for a moment, and then carefully recalled. It had only been more than half a year since he and his sister woke up in the wasteland, and they had not experienced many special events. Before entering the hibernation pod, Lu Mingfei was a mid-stage enhanced human in the old Earth era. After waking up, he was quickly absorbed by a wasteland people's team. Although there were several hunting experiences in between, his sister, Lu Qian, was mainly responsible for the logistics of the team. Except for the last time. The team was attacked by other small teams and disintegrated. He took Lu Qian and fled into the wilderness in a panic, running for 2 days and 2 nights in one breath. At that time, their supplies were exhausted, and they were both thirsty and tired. They were almost exhausted and dehydrated to death. His sister, Lu Qian, even had hallucinations, always feeling that the sun in the sky was waving to them. The scorching sunlight was like the open door of heaven. It was not until Lu Qian followed the guidance of the sunlight and entered a valley that she vaguely heard a low wail coming from the valley. Following the sound, the two found a Tier 9 rock horn horse having a difficult birth in a cave. It was a pity that the condition of the two at that time was not much better than that of the rock horn horse. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the female rock horn horse ate the stillbirth it had given birth to and left the cave. Then they entered it, picked up the placenta on the ground, relied on eating it to restore some physical strength, and then returned to the 5th village camp of Oasis Town. That was the closest they had been to death. From then on, Lu Qian firmly believed that the placenta that saved the two of them in the end was guided by the sun. The latest and most complete novels are first published on 6_9_Shu_BA. After Lu Mingfei finished talking about this somewhat bizarre incident, Lin Feng and the two looked at each other. Chen Shanshan frowned slightly and took out a towel and wet it. Regardless of whether it has anything to do with this matter, the harm of low temperature is far less than that of high temperature. Let's lower the temperature first to ensure that the body's cells are not burned out. As she said that, Chen Shanshan lifted Lu Qian's clothes. "You two go out first, leave it to us here." Lin Feng nodded and got up and left directly. Lu Mingfei looked at his sister's flushed cheeks, took a deep breath, and followed him out of the car. Standing outside the electric car with Lin Feng, he observed the upgraded LV-14 Rock Horse War Chariot to relieve his inner anxiety. Time passed by second, until 2 hours later, Chen Shanshan opened the car door and walked out of it. Lu Mingfei immediately ran forward. Chen Shanshan nodded, revealing a slight smile. She made it through, but after saying a few words, she fainted again because she overused her energy. She drank some water. Let her sleep for a while longer. Lu Mingfei temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, entered the car, and saw that his sister's breath was stable and her face had returned to normal. The heart that had been hanging finally fell. Chen Shanshan and Lin Feng looked at each other, and the former nodded to confirm that everything was fine. Lin Feng then asked Alien and aiming to eat the remaining level 13 horse meat. After the consumption of him, Chen Shanshan, and Lu Mingfei, there were only 400 kilograms of the 800 kilograms of horse meat left. But it was enough for Alien and the two to accumulate to level 13. At that time, all 5 combat personnel of the team would evolve to level 13, and Lin Feng would break through to the mid-stage of Tier 1. Holding an LV-14 machine gun, he had the strength to single-handedly challenge a mid-stage Tier 1 Rockhorn horse. In combination with the other 4, it was now the strongest lineup of the team. This lineup had a warrior in the front row to withstand damage, agile support for speed, an assassin to provide blinding, and a marksman for ranged fire strikes. The types were complete, making them invincible. And now, with the successful completion of the trans-tier evolution of the 3 women, Lin Feng also had to start planning the specific hunting operations for the future. He looked at the time on his watch. It was already 7 p.m. on the 3rd day and night. The scorching sun forbidden zone behind everyone was gradually approaching. There was not much time left for the team to continue hunting. And this gathering feast during the migration was also gradually coming to an end. Lin Feng then called Chen Shanshan. He planned to go to the edge of the Wild Rift Valley to find the hunting target for later. Chen Shanshan took the titanium gun and water bag, put on her cloak, and followed Lin Feng. After informing everyone in the car, the two left the electric car camp and headed to the coast more than 10 kilometers away. Below the cliff slope was the migrating Rockhorn horse herd. On the way to the coastal cliffs, Lin Feng inquired about Lu Qian. With such drastic changes in body temperature, what do you think Lu Qian's ability could be? Chen Shanshan's expression was a little unnatural. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, recalling Lu Mingfei's mention of that experience during Lu Qian's awakening process. Are you saying that she's like a solar cooker, able to concentrate all the energy in her body into one point? Chen Shanshan took a deep breath and nodded. It might also be related to her near-death experience, but currently, she's only a first-order revolver. Her superpower shouldn't be that strong yet, at most creating some low-temperature light sources or lighting fires with her fingers. Just like me back then, the effects of my ability later weren't as mystical as you guys described. At most, it could erase someone's vision. How could it possibly deprive all senses? As she spoke, Chen Shanshan emphasized her analysis. According to the superpower spectrum, this ability should belong to the advanced classification of the physique system, cell energy control. It can release different types of energy through contact. Although this ability isn't very useful now, it has high growth potential. Once it's developed, who knows, it might be able to release temperatures no less than the sun in the future. Lin Feng thought of the science fiction movies he had seen before, but even science fiction should be somewhat realistic. Chen Shanshan lacked common sense. The temperature of the sun? That's several thousand, even tens of thousands of degrees. Whose flesh can withstand that? Even if you turn into a fire person, burning all over, wouldn't you also get burned? Chen Shanshan realized that what she said was a bit too exaggerated, so she added, maybe it's emitting light all over? Or injecting energy into an object, turning it into an energy bomb. Anyway, superpower development relies entirely on imagination and exploration. However, Lu Qian's hand that was holding the water bottle did have burn marks, so she probably needs to practice for a while to master it skillfully. Lin Feng nodded, glanced at the increasingly large sun behind him, and planned to ask Lu Qian about her awakening trial when he had time. Could it be challenging to destroy the sun, or avoiding the scorching sun, that would give birth to this advanced but very weak ability? The two of them walked one after the other, chatting casually, maintaining a steady pace to conserve energy. 2 hours later, after walking through more than 10 kilometers of urban ruins, they successfully arrived at the coastal cliffs, which was also where the group had previously followed Old Duncan to capture the male Rockhorn horses. The 10-kilometer trek used to take half of Lin Feng's life when he was only a level 7 enhanced human. Now, having become a level 14 first-order revolver, this distance is like an after-dinner stroll, a warm-up before exercise. Sure enough, only evolvers can fully adapt to the harsh environment of the wasteland. Enhanced humans who leave Oasis Town too far, venturing alone into the wilderness, basically can't escape death. Lin Feng climbed onto the ruins of a collapsed coastal lighthouse, took out his binoculars, and observed the rift valley in front. Thousands of years had passed, and the former seabed had cracked into block-like pieces, with countless ravines of varying sizes at the bottom, swallowing and absorbing tens of thousands of rockhorn horseherds. Water vapor blown from the rear condensed in the depths of the rift valley, eventually forming a periodic stagnant pool. Now, as the scorching sun-forbidden zone approached, the temperature rose, causing the green scattered within the rift valley to gradually wither, and the underground water pools were also drying up day by day. This feast was gradually coming to an end. Fewer and fewer rockhorn horseherds are coming, but more and more are leaving. We need to hurry. Chen Shanshan noticed that the figures of the horseherds at the entrance and exit of the Bay Rift Valley, more than 10 kilometers away, were few and far between. The number was far less than when they first arrived the day before yesterday. The last wave of rockhorn horseherds had all arrived. Lin Feng nodded, observing and searching for his target while saying, Dingy initially estimated that there are 3 remaining first-order female rockhorn horses, and 14 late-stage rockhorn horses, which can collect a total of 2 tons of jerky, all enhanced meat. Including those 8 cubs, our remaining load capacity is no more than 2.5 tons. So, we can kill at most 2 to 3 more first-order rockhorn horses to fill the carriage. If there's a chance later, we'll catch a few phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses to test the toxin's effects. Chen Shanshan glanced at her watch. We traveled more than 100 kilometers this time. The scorching sun-forbidden zone will probably approach on the 5th day. Now it's already the day and night of the 3rd day, with nearly 2 days and 48 hours left. We should have time to catch phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses. Lin Feng put down his binoculars and nodded. Now the team's strength has soared, the lineup is luxurious, and they can easily take down a small rockhorn horseherd. Harvesting 3 first-order rockhorn horses is not a problem. The key is how to maximize the benefits during this last hunting opportunity. Once the scorching sun-forbidden zone covers the area, the temperature will soar, the rockhorn horseherds gathering in the Rift Valley will end, and the migratory beast tide will disperse into the boundless wilderness. If you want to encounter herds of rockhorn horses again in the future, you can only rely on luck. Currently, female horses are worthless, and their evolution level is also low. As for the first-order mid-stage male rockhorn horses, if captured alive, one can sell for at least 3,000 points or more, which is more valuable than the 2 tons of jerky on the rockhorn horse chariot today. But Lin Feng knew that killing was easy, but capturing alive was difficult. So, the compromise is actually to capture the first-order early-stage male rockhorn horses, which are the group of bachelors at the bottom of the cliff slope under their feet. For the current Lin Feng team, they are easy to control, and the value of a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse far exceeds that of a female rockhorn horse, comparable to the corpse of a mid-stage leader. Each one can be worth at least 2,000 points. Moreover, they are smaller in size, making them easier to control and transport. Just as Lin Feng made a decision to launch a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme capture plan for the first-order early-stage male rockhorn horses, suddenly, a powerful roar came from the ravines of the distant Rift Valley. Immediately afterwards, several equally deep howls echoed in this Rift Valley. For a time, they rose and fell one after another, continuously. This roar seemed like some kind of signal, quickly spreading throughout the bay. Even Lin Feng and the others dozens of kilometers away could hear it clearly. Chen Shanshan's expression changed slightly, realizing something. These are the roars of the leader-level rockhorn horses. We heard them when we first arrived here before. Lin Feng nodded solemnly. Leader-level rockhorn horses specifically refer to first-order late-stage male rockhorn horses. The members of the tribe they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme number as many as 100, a huge number. Their own strength is also outstanding among the rockhorn horseherds. Their bodies are 7 to 10 meters long, about 4 meters high, and can be called land behemoths, even larger than the extinct mammoths of the Old Earth period. Coupled with the pair of 5-meter wide, thick and sharp horns on their heads, they charge forward when running, recklessly and without any scruples. Comparable to a heavy truck. The level 14 machine gun's power is instantly reduced by more than half in front of them, making it difficult to break the thick rock armor. And facing such a behemoth, the vast majority of first-order revolvers will only be in awe, fearing to avoid them. But at this moment, Lin Feng was more concerned about the series of anomalies that appeared in the rockhorn horse herds after this roar. Along with several leader-level rockhorn horses roaring from different positions in the Rift Valley subsequently, slight tremors appeared throughout the bay. Many rockhorn horses could be seen gradually becoming restless. The roar was like some kind of signal, summoning the remaining rockhorn horse herds nearby. Then, these horse herds stood up one after another and began to walk towards the rear of the Bay Rift Valley. Even the single first-order early-stage male rockhorn horses at the bottom of the slope under their feet, under the call of this sound, left the fertile slope grassland one after another, following behind the beast herd, heading to the depths of the Rift Valley. Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan looked at each other, immediately realizing the reason for the collective roar of the leader-level rockhorn horses. They were planning to leave this gathering place in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme their tribes on a new migratory journey, heading to the next water source in advance. Is it a little too early? There are still more than 2 days until the arrival of the scorching sun. Forbidden Zone. Chen Shanshan murmured to herself, somewhat incredulous. Lin Feng on the side picked up the binoculars again, only to see several leader-level large rockhorn horses already appearing in the rear of the distant Bay Rift Valley, leading their tribes away. And after the main force left, many small horse herds also set off in advance, following the migratory team. Under everyone's feet, the group of single male rockhorn horses was also closely following the beast herd, withdrawing from the Bay Rift Valley. All the rockhorn horses were leaving. Lin Feng frowned, watching the billowing dust raised in the distance, like the departure scene of Oasis Town, and immediately turned around without looking back. His tone hurried, "Let's go back and notify them. The situation has changed, we also have to start our actions in advance. Now go directly to the right rear of the Rift Valley and hunt and capture the migrating horse herds on the opposite side of the river." After speaking, he immediately led Chen Shanshan away from the shore. And not long after the two left, a giant beast with an extremely large body walked out from among the migrating rockhorn horse herds. It was 6 or 7 meters tall and 15 meters long, like a mobile small building, several times larger than those leader-level rockhorn horses, and quite conspicuous in the horse herd. This was the supreme leader who commanded this rockhorn horse herd, its strength far above the first order, the legendary chieftain-level rockhorn horse. The first powerful roar just now was the order it issued, starting a new journey for the beast herd's migration. After Lin Feng and the others rushed back to the camp, another hour passed, bringing them to the early hours of the 4th day. At this moment, Alien and Aiming had already adapted to their bodies as evolvers and successfully broke through to level 11 by eating level 11 horse meat. They were currently consuming level 13 horse meat, planning to complete the evolutionary accumulation of the early stage of the first order in one go. Lu Qian was still resting, having drunk some water and eaten some level 10 horse meat, and was gradually recovering. On Ding Yi's side, with Lu Mingfei's help, they successfully welded and made 2 glass boxes, dug some soil, and placed the collected poisonous weeds and insects inside, fertilizing them with horse blood and feces to provide nutrients. Lin Feng gathered everyone and explained the current emergency, stating that they needed to take immediate action. By the time Alien and Aiming evolved to level 13, most of the rockhorn horse herd would probably have disappeared into the vast wilderness. With our current strength, killing a first-order early-stage rockhorn horse is not a problem, and even a first-order mid-stage male leader can be easily dealt with. I plan to hunt 3 more first-order rockhorn horses to fill up the remaining space and load capacity of the chariot, and then consider capturing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme male horses if there is time. This way, regardless of whether the capture operation is successful or not, the team would at least have a guaranteed 5,000 points, enough to cover the cost of purchasing supplies after returning. After all, the next operation to the Holy Spring would be to the dangerous underground ruins, and the team would definitely need to prepare and add a lot of equipment. As for the plan to capture and tame phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme horses, it could be postponed until later, as there were so many rockhorn horse herds, and it would not be too late to capture them at the next gathering place near a water source. Alien and Aiming nodded together. No problem, let's get the prey first, and we can continue to eat meat and evolve on the way. Lin Feng hummed in agreement and then arranged for Lu Mingfei to drive to the riverbank where they had previously hunted the horse herd. After the upgrade, the level 14 rockhorn horse chariot had strong power, and Lu Mingfei stepped on the accelerator, winding through the city ruins, and arrived at the right rear of the Bay Rift Valley in less than half an hour. The cliff drop near the coast was only 300 to 400 meters, but it was still quite a challenge for the well-fed Rockhorn horses to climb up. Therefore, the horse herd would still take the drier riverbeds with gentler slopes. This was also the basis of old Duncan's previous hunting strategy. But now, standing on the riverbank and looking at the large groups of Rockhorn horses, Lin Feng and his party were a little daunted. Because they seemed to have no way to continue entering the dry riverbed to drive the Rockhorn horse herd to the riverbank slope. Going down now would instantly be submerged in the stampede of iron hooves, knocked down and trampled to death by the Rockhorn horse herd. When herbivores are attacked by predators, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme gather together in groups to confuse and deter the enemy, thereby successfully escaping the hunt. Like the wildebeest and zebra herds on land, the sardine schools in the sea, and the pigeon flocks in the sky, etc., only Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he directly pulled out the level 14 machine gun from his waist and said to his teammates on both sides, "Since this is the case, then we can only create a bigger chaos and look for opportunities in the chaos." Chen Shanshan turned around, somewhat worried. Didn't old Duncan say that once the migration of the horse herd is disturbed, the male Rockhorn horses will even take the initiative to attack? What if we anger a leader-level Rockhorn horse with our current strength? We can't deal with a male Rockhorn horse that has evolved to the late stage of the first order, and it will also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme the other mid-stage male leaders to launch an attack together. Lin Feng nodded, naturally aware of this. But now someone had to break the situation, otherwise, the main force would all run away, and they would only be able to drink the soup at the end. And he happened to have the ability to break the situation, so he must not let go of such an excellent opportunity. So Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at his teammates. "I will sneak to the riverbank 1 kilometer away and ambush the first-order Rockhorn horses in the horse herd, and this optimized revolver is enough to seriously injure a first-order early-stage Rockhorn horse with one shot. At that time, several first-order Rockhorn horses will fall, and the entire migrating herd will be in chaos. If a leader-level Rockhorn horse comes to chase me, you will take the opportunity to capture those seriously injured first-order Rockhorn horses. In short, don't worry about me. With my current first-order mid-stage speed, these bulky leaders will never be able to catch up with me in the city ruins. And I can also turn around and counterattack. If we can be lucky enough to hunt a leader-level Rockhorn horse, that would be a great harvest, and even a first-order early-stage male horse is nothing in front of it." After speaking, Lin Feng immediately arranged specific action tasks for everyone. Next, Chen Shanshan would serve as the captain, directing everyone's actions. She and Lu Mingfei were the strongest, and when the herd was panicked and scattered, they would be responsible for finishing off and recovering the first-order Rockhorn horses that Lin Feng had seriously injured with his shots. The alien sisters would assist her, responsible for keeping watch and observing, always paying attention to whether any male leaders were launching an attack. After ensuring that they had caught more than 3, they should bring the Rockhorn horse corpses back to the camp on the shore as soon as possible. If Lin Feng had not shaken off or gotten rid of the pursuit of the leader-level Rockhorn horse by then, Lu Mingfei would drive over to provide support. This plan was basically Lin Feng taking on the main responsibility, both for the active hunting and for attracting firepower, giving the opportunity to capture the prey to the others. In fact, Lin Feng did not want to be so selfless, mainly because only he could use the LV-14 machine gun as a branded weapon normally. So, he had no choice but to resort to this strategy. But Lin Feng was very much looking forward to killing the leader-level Rockhorn horse. If he could really kill it, it would mean that Lin Feng would grow from a level 9 enhanced person to a first-order late-stage evolver in just 4 days. The speed of strength improvement was comparable to riding a rocket. Seeing everyone with the same worried faces as Chen Shanshan, Lin Feng touched the girl's head and comforted her. "I am now at the first-order mid-stage evolution level, and my burst speed can be 40 meters per second like aiming, which is equivalent to 140 kilometers per hour. Don't worry, the leader-level Rockhorn horse will definitely not be able to catch up, and in the city ruins, humans are smaller and have an advantage, being more flexible." After speaking, Lin Feng put on a backpack filled with water bottles and level 14 evolved meat paste and said, "The latest novels are available on Liujiushuba. Time is of the essence, let's start the operation." After speaking, he ran alone to the riverbed 1 kilometer away. Arriving at the designated location, he immediately began searching for targets, waiting for the best opportunity. Lin Feng needed to find the time when the most first-order Rockhorn horses appeared in the horse herd and launch an attack. The level 14 machine gun in his hand had already been turned on to the burst fire mode, capable of covering the target with firepower at a rate of 6 rounds per second. With 200 rounds of ammunition, 105 points of damage, and a 10-meter range, Lin Feng could seriously injure more than a dozen Rockhorn horses in 3 seconds. At this moment, he was hiding behind a boulder on the shore, resting the machine gun on the rock, and gripping the stock tightly with both hands to ensure the stability of the shot. A 6-round burst of firepower was powerful, but the recoil was also not low, and even Lin Feng at the first-order mid-stage had to be cautious. As the migrating Rockhorn horse herd surged like a tide, heading into the depths of the wilderness along the riverbed more than 10 minutes later, 2 first-order mid-stage male leaders appeared, leading their clans behind them, a total of 5 first-order early-stage female Rockhorn horses, and 3 first-order early-stage male Rockhorn horses trailing along the edge of the riverbank. A total of 10 first-order Rockhorn horses were walking in front of Lin Feng. The extremely patient hunter finally revealed his fangs at this moment. Lin Feng decisively locked onto the first-order mid-stage male leaders in the 2 clans first. They had the evolution source material he needed, and the level 13 horse meat on their bodies was also the most valuable in the horse carcasses. After locking on, the revolver trigger was immediately pulled. Instantly, the 6 shells in the drum were ejected directly in 1 second. Lin Feng, who did not have time to turn the muzzle, missed 1 shot and hit between the 2 male leaders. Fortunately, one of them was hit by 3 shots, and the other was hit by 2 shots, all hitting the largest area of their sides, giving them a ruptured abdomen on the spot, with internal organs flowing all over the ground. With such serious injuries, there was no chance of survival. The gunshots and explosions had already sounded, but Lin Feng had no intention of stopping and immediately turned the muzzle to aim at the remaining first-order early-stage Rockhorn horses. Regardless of whether they were male or female, 1 shot each. Because Lin Feng was worried that if he fired 1 more shot, their bodies would explode directly, affecting the extraction of the evolution source material. At this moment, the explosion impact of the shells had already frightened the horse herd and scattered them in all directions. The sight of the flesh and blood of their kind flying around caused a large number of Rockhorn horse herds in the back rows to retreat back into the rift valley behind them. Only a few first-order Rockhorn horses that were hit and wailing, and enhanced Rockhorn horses that were affected by the shrapnel, with broken legs or dying directly, were left behind. At this moment, the battle plan was a complete victory. Just as Lin Feng stood up with joy, preparing to fire a few more shots at the Rockhorn horses fleeing into the distance of the riverbed, a thick and powerful roar came from the retreating beast tied in the rift valley behind the riverbed. A supergiant Rockhorn horse, far exceeding the size of the leader level, squeezed out of the 5-meter-wide rift valley gully. Its eyes, as big as bulls, were staring intently ahead, charging directly towards Lin Feng on the riverbank 1 kilometer away. Seeing the giant beast charging towards him, Lin Feng was stunned, somewhat at a loss, frozen in place. The immense pressure caused his legs to stiffen uncontrollably. At this moment, the giant beast, 3 stories high and over 10 meters long, had already rushed out of the bay's rift valley, stepping onto the wide riverbed and charging forward. With a weight of dozens of tons, each step of its 4 hoofs, half a meter thick, on the riverbed caused a slight tremor in the earth. And the sprinting speed of this giant Rockhorn horse was as high as 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Although advancing 20 meters per second wasn't much for a 15-meter-long body, the terrifying impact brought by its massive size could easily crush everything. The pair of 8-meter-long horns on its head directly shattered the rocks on the riverbed, charging irresistibly towards the riverbank where Lin Feng was. Suppressing the stiffness in his body caused by fear, Lin Feng took a deep breath, raised the machine cannon in his hand, fired 6 shells at the giant beast in one go, and then prepared to escape. Besides attracting its attention, he also wanted to test the weapon's damage against the giant beast. Unfortunately, when he looked back, the 6 shells, each dealing over 100 points of damage, only stirred up a patch of sparks on the surface of the giant beast, which was covered in rock armor. After the warheads exploded, they only left some black gunpowder marks on the solid rock armor, without even a trace of a crack appearing. The machine cannon couldn't penetrate its defense, the damage was 0. A word flashed through Lin Feng's mind: hardened ceramic. This was one of the main materials used for modern bulletproof vest inserts, capable of withstanding rifle bullets. The silicon carbide ceramic with added rare metals was even phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to diamond in hardness, enough to withstand small caliber cannon fire. Many tank external armors also used high hardness carbonized ceramic steel, which had extremely strong defensive effects, but was very expensive. And the giant beast's outer rock armor was a hardened ceramic structure, capable of ignoring level 14 machine cannons. Confirming the situation, Lin Feng gave up struggling and fighting back, and directly fled towards the city ruins behind him. He ran for his life without looking back. Whether it was its size or defensive power, this giant beast far exceeded the Rockhorn horses at the leader level, and Lin Feng had a rough judgment of its strength. The opponent was very likely a Rockhorn horse of the chieftain level, which had broken through the late stage of Stage 1, with a level 19 limit. A powerful being capable of ruling a clan. Also one of the rulers of this wasteland. Having provoked such an existence, there was only one word in Lin Feng's mind at this moment: escape. At the same time, he also knew that since he had angered the opponent, the help that the rest of the team could provide was extremely limited. Instead of dragging them down together, it was better to lure the giant beast away alone, so that Chen Shanshan and the others could successfully harvest the seriously injured prey that had fallen to the ground in the riverbed, and get the gains in hand first, so that they wouldn't end up losing both people and wealth. And Lin Feng himself was also somewhat confident that, relying on the flexible advantage of the human body's small size, he could engage in a tug-of-war with this chieftain-level giant beast in the city ruins. Its top speed was only 80 km per hour. Lin Feng's burst speed could easily break through to over 140 kilometers. As long as he quickly created distance in a short period of time, there would be no great risk. On the other hand, Chen Shanshan and his party, except for a Ming, whether it was the team members or the Rockhorse chariot, could not escape the pursuit of this rock-armored giant beast. Now, as long as the chieftain-level Rockhorn horse was lured away and then shaken off, the final hunting operation could be successfully completed. Lin Feng's figure shuttled through the city ruins, jumping to the top of the broken walls, looking back to check the location of the rock-armored giant beast. The latter effortlessly crossed the 100-meter-long riverbank slope and jumped directly to the riverbank, now less than a kilometer behind Lin Feng. The latter raised the muzzle of his gun and aimed at the target again. Another series of shells accurately locked onto the giant beast's head. Although they hit the huge horse head directly, the damage was minimal. The face of the chieftain-level Rockhorn giant beast was already covered with a thick layer of hardened rock ceramic, and the shells, lacking armor-piercing effect, could only leave patches of black marks. At most, they shattered a layer of hardened eyelid skin that had grown above the bowl-sized eyes. But there were as many as a dozen layers of this thin layer of hardened ceramic skin. However, the shockwave generated by the explosion made this invulnerable rock-armored giant beast feel a sting in its eyeballs. But it immediately locked onto Lin Feng's figure not far away. In fact, when it heard the sound of the explosion and the screams of its clan members and rushed to the riverbank, it had lost track of the target. Rockhorn horses themselves had very poor eyesight, and coupled with the fact that Lin Feng's team was wearing phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals desert slash phoneme camouflage combat uniforms, they directly blended into the wasteland a few hundred meters away. And when this rock-armored giant beast lost its target and looked around, it actually locked onto the Rockhorse chariot parked on the riverbank. Fortunately, Lin Feng noticed this in time. Using the machine cannon in his hand, he re-attracted the giant beast's attention and led it towards himself. Not far away, the other 6 members of the team, who had left the chariot and hid in the ruins, were nervously holding their breath. They peeked out half their heads, observing the location of the rock-armored giant beast. It wasn't until they saw it being re-attracted by Lin Feng that Chen Shanshan and the others gathered together again and began to discuss. "We have to go save Lin Feng now. That giant beast is too strong, Lin Feng alone can't handle it." Dingy took the phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead slash phoneme and spoke, staring intently into the distance, the reflection in her glasses showing the afterimage of the giant beast chasing. The crowd, having recovered, looked at each other. Ming slowly opened his mouth, reminding them, "It's no use even if we go, that giant beast, whether in size or the strong pressure it emits, far exceeds the leader-level male Rockhorn horse. It must be the ruler of these thousands of Rockhorn horses, the legendary chieftain-level Rockhorn horse. Beside her, Lu Qian, who had been carried away by Lu Mingfei, gradually regained consciousness and weakly added, "A chieftain-level Rockhorn horse is a second-stage evolved being. Even a late-stage Tier 1 evolver would avoid it. They not only command all Rockhorn horses but are also the rulers of this wasteland." It is said that the patriarch of the Li family in Farming Village once stole the evolutionary path of the Rockhorn horse clan by killing a chieftain-level Rockhorn horse, thus establishing Farming Village, which relies on raising Rockhorn horses for a living. If even Lin Feng can't handle it, how can we escape its pursuit with just the few of us? The remaining alien and Lu Mingfei didn't speak. Although they knew that what Lu Qian and Aiming said was true, they were actually willing to go and share the pressure with Lin Feng. After all, even a chieftain-level Rockhorn horse is just a bit larger, and not particularly fast, especially in the urban ruins, where humans have more advantages. At this moment, the team's opinions were divided, and everyone looked at Chen Shanshan, who was standing in the very center. She was the team's vice-captain and also the commander of this operation appointed by Lin Feng. Now, her decision was the key to determining the team's direction. Chen Shanshan tightly gripped the titanium gun in her hand, with the screaming prey in front of her and Captain Lin Feng being relentlessly pursued by the armored behemoth behind her. Her face contorted in struggle for several seconds. The newest novels are first published on 6_9_Shu_BA. Chen Shanshan was thinking about what Lin Feng would choose if he were here now. Finally, her eyes hardened, and she glanced at Ding Yi, who was full of anxiety beside her, and made up her mind to say, "First, go to the river to kill the injured Rockhorn horses, secure the prey, and then arrange for people to assist Lin Feng in getting rid of the behemoth's pursuit." As she spoke, Chen Shanshan looked at Ding Yi and analyzed urgently and calmly, "This is the action plan arranged by Lin Feng, and we must complete this first." The chieftain-level Rockhorn horse had previously lost track of Lin Feng, but he then fired a shot to attract its pursuit, indicating that Lin Feng is confident in not being caught by the behemoth. So we should follow his orders and continue to execute the original plan. We can't let Lin Feng's sacrifice and efforts be wasted at the last moment. Now, except for Ding Yi and Lu Qian, who will stay here to observe whether there are any more behemoths coming, everyone else will follow me to kill and bring back the Tier 1 Rockhorn horses in the river as soon as possible. After speaking, Chen Shanshan took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, returned to the combat vehicle to find a lasso, slung it diagonally across her waist, tightly gripped the titanium gun in her hand, and headed straight for the target at the bottom of the river along the small path created by the behemoth. There were more than 5 Tier 1 Rockhorn horses. Behind her, Lu Mingfei got out of the vehicle and had Lu Qian, who had not fully recovered, sit in the driver's seat. "Wait, if the situation changes, start the car first, and then pick us up, that will be the fastest." After giving the instructions, he followed Alien and Aiming's pace and quickly ran towards the river down the slope. At this moment, dozens of Rockhorn horses, some with broken legs, some with ruptured abdomens, were all seriously injured, lying on the ground, unable to get up and escape. Several with minor injuries were struggling to escape, including 2 male Tier 1 early-stage Rockhorn horses. However, Chen Shanshan quickly locked onto the 2 dying Tier 1 mid-stage male leaders. They were the largest in this group of Rockhorn horses. They were also Lin Feng's key targets, and he fired shells in succession, hitting them directly and tearing them open. Chen Shanshan ran straight up, and with a gun in her hand, she pierced their eyeballs and brains, ending their pain. Then, she dug out all the internal organs except the heart to reduce the weight of the horse corpses, and used ropes to tie the horse horns, making it easier to transport 2 males at the same time. Chen Shanshan, who had evolved to level 13, could unleash more than 3 tons of power, barely able to move 2 mid-stage male horses that had been drained of water storing organs and blood. On the other side, Alien and Aiming began to deal with the remaining female horses. Lu Mingfei, who arrived later, wanted to come forward to help, but Aiming called him to capture the Tier 1 early-stage male Rockhorn horses that were about to escape. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme Tier 1 early-stage male horse was much more valuable than a female horse. Even if it died, it would have more muscle in its corpse. Lu Mingfei nodded and went forward with the rope. "Here, They were busy with the finishing touches and recovery, while on the other side, Lu Qian paid attention to the situation before and after the river, and found that since the chieftain-level Rockhorn horse had come in pursuit, no more Rockhorn horse groups continued to enter this river from the Rift Valley. This could be considered the silver lining in the current misfortune. However, behind the combat vehicle, Ding Yi's eyes were always observing the direction of the dust raised in the urban ruins. At this moment, the armored behemoth had penetrated deep into the urban ruins, the former city center area. It was more than 10 kilometers away from the Rockhorn horse combat vehicle by the bay, so Ding Yi could only judge the behemoth's approximate location by the dust plumes. As long as its pace never stopped, it meant that the pursuit of Lin Feng was still continuing. Ding Yi stood on top of the ruins, observing with a nervous expression, silently praying that Lin Feng could successfully and safely escape the giant beast's pursuit. But for Lin Feng at this moment, what was truly troublesome was not being clear about the progress of his team members' tasks. He was worried that Chen Shan would arrange for people to come and support him, causing the speed of harvesting the injured horse herd to become abnormally slow. In that case, he would have to continue to keep the rock armor giant beast behind him occupied. However, as the escape progressed, what surprised and worried Lin Feng was that the latter's speed, as it chased wildly all the way, not only did not show any signs of decreasing, but instead became more and more adapted to this urban ruin. It was already able to use the damaged streets to increase its speed of movement. Even a chieftain-level Rockhorn horse possessed high intelligence, and this chieftain level, with a higher stage of evolution, had at least the average human level of intelligence. It was very clear that only by solving the nearby humans could it ensure that its Rockhorn horse clan would no longer be ambushed and disturbed. Especially the latter, the frightened Rockhorn horse herd actually had a greater impact on the migrating team. It caused many Rockhorn horses to lose their direction or become scattered on the wasteland, eventually dying of hunger and thirst. So the human in front of it must die. This was also an important reason why the chieftain-level Rockhorn horse relentlessly pursued him. Simply hunting a few Rockhorn horses would not attract its attention, but disturbing the entire migrating herd with continuous artillery fire and disrupting the team's pace would make the chieftain-level Rockhorn horse furious. And Lin Feng, who had been sprinting for more than 10 kilometers through the urban ruins, could already clearly feel his physical strength rapidly declining. At this moment, the scorching sun forbidden zone was also constantly approaching. The huge sun in the east was about to shine on this area, evaporating all moisture. Lin Feng could withstand the 50-degree sun and the 60 or 70-degree surface environment, running at a steady speed of 10 kilometers per hour. But to maintain a speed of more than 80 kilometers per hour, equivalent to 20 meters per second, and constantly pay attention to the giant beast behind him, occasionally using the water gun to tickle it, even a first-order intermediate evolver could not last long. In the corner of Lin Feng's eye, the system was reminding him that due to the rising ambient temperature and continuous strenuous exercise, his physique was constantly declining, and his life value was also beginning to decrease. The ventilation fan of the combat uniform was buzzing, only able to alleviate the rise in body temperature to a certain extent. But the accelerated metabolism and the effect of adrenaline, coupled with the rolling heat waves scorched out of the ruined surface, had already made Lin Feng's body red and his veins bulging. Drenched in sweat, he took out the water bottle from his backpack, unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one gulp. After replenishing the water, he took out a ball of 14th level evolved meat paste cake, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Slowing down, replenishing energy, his condition improved somewhat. But at this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt the trembling from the ground, constantly approaching, and the vibration frequency also suddenly accelerated a lot. Turning his head to look, he saw that the rock armor giant beast, which was originally accelerating slowly, suddenly accelerated and rushed over. The speed was so fast that it had exceeded its original speed of 80 kilometers per hour, but broke through to 100 kilometers, or even more than 120 kilometers. The stride length and stepping frequency of the four hooves had greatly increased in an instant. Looking at the giant beast in a frenzied state, constantly magnifying in the reflection of his pupils, Lin Feng secretly thought it was bad. The other party saw his exhaustion and weakness, and planned to seize this key opportunity to launch a final surprise attack. Directly throwing away the empty bottle in his hand, Lin Feng also began to enter a state of eruption, using overdraft life value as the price, so that the pace instantly accelerated. From the original 80 km per hour, increased to 140 km, the thin figure shuttled through the urban ruins, walking into the original community internal road. Using the collapsed and piled up stones on both sides to obstruct and delay the rock armor giant beast's pursuit pace. But these gravels, in the eyes of the galloping giant beast, are not an obstacle at all. The two thick horns 8 meters wide in front of the head, like a roadblock sweeper, swaying left and right, forcibly opening a road in the rubble pile. After accelerating the pursuit for several minutes, Lin Feng's limit burst had gradually exhausted, but the giant beast's speed of 100 km per hour behind him did not drop at all. This is the most critical stage of physical competition. And Lin Feng, whose evolutionary level is far behind, as the weaker party, his physical strength declined significantly faster than the second-order revolved rock armor giant beast behind him. Lin Feng gradually realized that he could not get rid of the giant beast by relying on the cover of the ruins in the city to circle around, but would instead fall into the other party's pursuit rhythm due to the factor of physical exhaustion. The fast and slow speed of progress does consume more physical strength. He must find a solution as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately changed direction, shifting 45 degrees east, no longer delving into the city ruins, but instead heading towards the distant, rising mountains. Continuing for another 4 or 5 kilometers, he finally entered the Laoshan scenic area. The tourist road carved around the mountain became a shortcut for Lin Feng to quicken his pace. However, the rubble pile on the road, as well as the slopes and consecutive sharp turns, became the biggest obstacle for the rock armor beast behind him to accelerate. A large body meant clumsiness, and at high speed, it was only suitable for straight-line acceleration. Previously in the city ruins, the giant beast could ignore the obstacles of piled rubble, but now, on the mountainside, a slight carelessness on the sharp turns would cause it to fall into the valley. This was even more dangerous for the giant beast. Fortunately, with its rich experience, it slowed down in time, but it was a pity that it was about to catch up with the human, and now it could only continue to bite down and not let go. Although Lin Feng could easily change direction, the continuous uphill climb still consumed a lot of physical strength. Fortunately, after only a few kilometers, the main vein of the mountains appeared before him. The towering and precipitous Jufeng mountain was beckoning to Lin Feng. After speeding up, he arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few minutes. Looking at the collapsed archway and the damaged and rusted ticket machine, Lin Feng, without time to sigh, climbed up the broken steps inside. He climbed hundreds of meters in one breath, reaching the mountain path. This place was already difficult for the giant beast behind him to climb. After all, the dangerous places were only 4 or 5 meters wide. A slight carelessness would cause it to fall. But after Lin Feng climbed 200 meters, looking back, the rock armor beast was still chasing relentlessly, squeezing through the narrow steps, closely following behind. Helpless, Lin Feng could only drink water and eat meat to replenish his strength while continuing to climb. Fortunately, when he reached the mountainside at 700 meters, 2 familiar steep staircases, less than 2 meters wide, appeared before him in his memory. One was a shortcut up the mountain, but it was more dangerous, and the other was a gentle upward slope, but the journey was long. Lin Feng had taken the dangerous path up and the gentle slope down back then. And the choice now was still the same. Climbing up the 70-degree staircase, he came to a narrow gap. At this moment, it was full of dry weeds, only about half a meter wide, barely enough for an adult to pass through. Lin Feng squeezed into it sideways. Looking back, he could see the rock horn beast reaching in with its front feet, also trying to squeeze in. But obviously, the giant beast, having chased to this point, had reached its limit. If it went further up, it would be difficult to find a foothold, and it could only let out unwilling roars. It even continuously used its huge horse horns to strike the 2 boulders in front of it, trying to destroy the foundation and push down the obstacles in front of it. Feeling the slight tremors in the mountain under his feet, Lin Feng dared not relax his vigilance and continued to climb upwards. Soon, he came to a platform below the summit, where a huge character for longevity was carved on the rock wall behind him. The traditional character for longevity was more than 10 meters wide, and on the other side, there were many small characters for longevity. The Laoshan coastline has a group of Taoist palaces, and longevity is also the pursuit of the Taoists here. It was just that the red paint that had been applied in the past had long since fallen off and disappeared. The distant palace and Lao Tzu statue had also decayed and disappeared, leaving only a foundation of rock slabs. Time leaves no trace, and the sea turns into a wasteland. No matter how brilliant a civilization, it is all fragile in the face of time. Chip disks storing massive amounts of files will be distorted and damaged in a few years, making them unreadable. Books recording written knowledge will also yellow and age after a dozen years, losing the information on them. Even industrial plastics that were once non-degradable, white garbage, can only last for hundreds of years. In just 1,000 years, they will disappear without a trace in the end. Only the most primitive recording methods can carry civilization and pass on the past. The character for longevity engraved on the boulder has become the only remaining trace of human civilization here and in the Old Earth period. There were also cave paintings tens of thousands of years ago, recording the primitive life of prehistoric humans. Now, 6,000 years later, looking at the bottom of the character for longevity, there is a string of small characters that have been faintly weathered by nature. XXX was here. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile and pulled out his dagger. He carved, Lin Feng was here. Completing everything, Lin Feng clapped his hands, intending to find a shady place to rest. Turning around, looking at the vast land behind him, the azure sea in his memory had turned into a boundless wasteland. And further back, he could see a clear boundary between light and dark, a high wall composed of a brighter, hotter light, constantly approaching. That was the scorching sun forbidden zone. The light of the third sun enveloped the area. Lin Feng squinted his eyes, the sunlight was unusually dazzling. Just as he was about to turn his head to avoid it, a figure seemed to float past within the scorching sun forbidden zone, more than 20 kilometers away. Lin Feng was stunned, a sense of fear of the unknown swept through his body in an instant. He looked up to continue watching, but there was no trace. In order to see more clearly, Lin Feng continued to climb upwards, and after passing through a narrow tunnel entrance, he came to the summit of Laoshan Mountain, the top of Jufeng Mountain. Here, the elevation difference from the dried-up seabed was nearly 1,500 meters. Enough to see things 20 kilometers away clearly. But before Lin Feng could stop to look up beneath a boulder carved with the words Laoshan at the top of the mountain, a dense array of Chinese characters appeared. To you, the one who comes later 1,000 or 10,000 years from now, new humans or new civilization of Earth. Main storyline progression +1 to you, the future generation, 1,000 or 10,000 years from now, new humans or a new Earth civilization. We were once the masters of this place, the first group of wasteland survivors to leave the shelters, recording our experiences here to warn you who come after. The Wandering Earth project went awry. It should have been docked in the orbit of Proxima Centauri, but now it is surrounded by 3 suns. The high-temperature environment on the surface has eliminated more than 90% of the species. The original ecological restoration plan ended in failure. I, along with Luan Yang, led the remaining survivors from the shelter to begin a life of survival on the desolate surface. Initially, casualties were severe until we discovered mutated wildebeests. By following them, we found migration points encircling the globe, each capable of providing timely water replenishment. Old Zhang recorded the landmarks on the map to facilitate subsequent resupply along the way. The first passage ends here, as it's very easy to find next to the words Laoshan. Lin Feng looked around and quickly found another inscribed record. It took us a full 6 years to return to the starting point. The 3 suns evaporated 99% of the global ice layer, making it difficult to find water sources on the surface. Fortunately, the bay's topographical structure can accumulate water vapor from the air, connecting to the underground water within the riverbed. Those members who initially chose to stay in the shelter all died without exception after entering the scorching sun exposure zone. Their corpses were reduced to charred remains, completely incinerated, yet there was no trace of burning inside the shelter. These are the first new lives in the new world. Old Lu told me that the direct sunlight point of the 3 suns is always on the southern equator, and the speed of movement remains constant. The further north you go, the more the daily journey near the Arctic Circle can be reduced by more than half, and it's not as hot. I said that less distance means fewer resources. Going south towards the equator is too hot. The team is currently just north of the Tropic of Cancer, which is just right. When we become stronger in the future,
we will explore the equator and the Arctic to find the planetary engines built there.
Something must have gone wrong there, causing Earth to stop in the middle of 3 stars. Old Lou nodded and said that he had once wanted to write a science fiction novel about the Trisolaran system, but he never expected that one day he would be in it. I said that perhaps dehydration is needed to adapt to the high temperature exposure in the Forbidden Zone, but unfortunately, with the current level of human technology, even the most basic experiments cannot be carried out. When approaching the scorching sun Forbidden Zone, someone came to climb the mountain to look out and observe the changes in the Forbidden Zone, but their brain partially spontaneously combusted.
Our initial speculation was correct. See you in another 6 years.
Seeing the experiences of the first generation of explorers on the wasteland thousands of years ago, Lin Feng felt heavy. He always felt that something was watching him from behind. If there really was something, it could only be the approaching large sun, also the creator of the scorching sun Forbidden Zone. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lin Feng continued to search for the relics of his predecessors near the piles of rocks on the mountaintop. Soon, he found the last 2 inscribed pieces on another pile of rocks. Compared to the previous inscriptions, which were already slightly blurred, these 2 had deeper and more powerful engravings. This indicates that the person who carved the inscriptions had great strength and significantly improved power, enabling them to easily carve written records on the hard rocks. I never thought that upon returning again, 30 years had passed. Over the years, we have opened up multiple safe global sea lanes, marked hundreds of water replenishment points, and the team has continued to grow through exploration of city ruins and shelter remains,
forming a large convoy of over 10,000 people. After solving the problem of food and clothing, a large amount of productivity can be liberated for the restoration of civilization. However, modern industry requires population and a stable environment. Weary of migration, we can only bring as many needed supplies as possible during collection, making it difficult to settle down. After discussing and conceiving with Old Yang, I decided to establish a mobile nation on land, but this requires extremely high energy supply. Currently, the only known thing that can propel hundreds of millions of tons of buildings to sail on dry land is the planetary engine that was originally built.
Fortunately, Old Lou was a senior engineer and participated in the specific design and construction plan of the engine, knowing that additional heavy nuclear fusion devices were built underground in some important cities to ensure the operation of the shelter for thousands of years.
And this will become the new starting point for human civilization.
After reading these, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Perhaps the Oasis warships, similar to Oasis Town, use the power devices left over from the old Earth period.
Then, the large mobile city groups further ahead must rely on planetary engines to provide the forward thrust.
Only in this way can it be explained that hundreds of millions of tons of steel castles can stably travel on the wasteland. But right now, what Lin Feng wants to know more is the secret about the scorching sun Forbidden Zone behind him. He has a feeling that the strange curse existing in the scorching sun Forbidden Zone is the key to solving the 3-sun predicament. Below these marks, the last few lines of text are also carved, which are also the last inscribed records here. Wasteland era year 50, 300 years later, Old Lou and I returned to the initial starting point, while Old Yang has become the city lord of Hope City, gradually drifting away from us. Old Lou has been studying the spontaneous combustion curse of the scorching sun Forbidden Zone and has initially analyzed that it is related to a certain special energy, like a microwave oven heating, which ignites the spiritual power in the brains of higher life forms. Therefore, advanced life cannot survive the scorching sun Forbidden Zone unless they undergo surgical modification to remove part of the brain. However, plant seeds and lower arthropods can safely withstand the scorching of the mysterious energy.
This may be a curse on higher life.
Or perhaps we are just a flock of sheep, driven forward by the Forbidden Zone, just like grazing.
Old Lou said that this planet is expanding. Now the equator is more than 40,000 kilometers.
Our location is the original length of the equator, and the drastic movement of crustal plates has made most of the former underground shelters disappear. We have only excavated less than 5% of the shelters. The remaining small and medium-sized ones are not in the originally recorded locations. Perhaps one day in the future, they will reappear in the world, bringing the hibernating survivors to the present world. Old Lou said that his daughter and wife are still in the Taishan shelter behind Laoshan, so he comes every year, but the hope is slim.
Wasteland era year 100, 600 years later, this water replenishment point has completely dried up, meaning we need to delete this marked point. Old Lou is unwilling to do so. He hopes that one day when his wife and daughter wake up, they can be rescued by the passing team instead of facing the harsh wasteland and painfully departing. I promised him that I would come every wasteland year, but he knew better that after our generation passes, future generations would abolish or forget this custom for various reasons. So, in this year, he chose to sacrifice himself, integrate into the genes of a mutated beast, erase the structure of his brain, and at the cost of becoming a low-level life form, stay in the Rift Valley caverns to excavate and dredge the underground river, ensuring that this water source can be sustained forever, until the shelter appears and is reopened one day. As one of the few remaining old friends, I wanted to persuade him, but old Lou was determined. At the final farewell, he told me that the scorching sun restricted area might contain an evolutionary path different from that of Earth's life, and that it was also the key to unlocking the curse. He instructed me to urge Old Yang, as the city lord, to pay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme attention to the scorching sun restricted area at all times. Once a being adapted to it appears, even if it can only briefly leave the restricted area, it will be a terrible disaster for humans migrating outside the area. It will release the flames of the scorching sun, ignite the tinder of wisdom and incinerate advanced civilizations. As a latecomer, do not gaze at the scorching sun restricted area for too long. The curse follows like a shadow and will be engraved into the brain tissue through the crystalline lens of the eye, becoming kindling. After reading these descriptions, Lin Feng was deeply shocked, standing motionless for a long time. He couldn't help but feel a wave of fear for his recklessness just now. After all, his eyes already felt a stinging sensation. If he continued to look, he might be assimilated into kindling, directly combusting and dying. And the stone inscription record of thousands of words also ended here, spanning a full 600 years from the initial first step into this place. That group of awakened ones used their wisdom and blood to explore migration routes around the globe for future generations. They also left behind the precious experience before them, reminding those who came later of the true danger of the scorching sun restricted area. Previously, Lin Feng never understood why the survivors after waking up did not continue to stay in the shelter, relying on the sunlight exposure time to collect and store enough resources to survive the 2-year scorching sun high temperature zone. Now it seems that the real danger is not the high temperature of 70 or 80 degrees, or even over 100 degrees, but the scorching sun restricted area itself. The curse exists in the form of energy waves, and the area shrouded by the scorching sun restricted area is itself a huge electromagnetic oven, and irradiation is the trigger for the combustion curse. Wanting to survive it is already extremely difficult, and also having to guard against the unknown beings assimilated in the restricted area is simply hellish difficulty. After digesting the warnings left by the pioneers thousands of years ago, Lin Feng got up and searched the pile of rocks on the top of the mountain inside and out, confirming that there was nothing left out. Then, he lay in the shade behind a boulder, waiting for the chieftain-level rockhorn horse below to vent its anger and leave. The scorching sun restricted area in the distance was constantly approaching. The temperature on Giant Peak Mountain was also constantly rising. Lin Feng believed that before long, the rock armor beast would be unable to withstand it before him, give up the chase, and leave this place. Moreover, it still had to catch up with the rockhorn horse herd that had gone far away. Sure enough, about 2 or 3 hours later, the sounds of impact and panting under the mountain disappeared. After replenishing himself by drinking water and eating meat, Lin Feng had recovered most of his strength, so he got up and walked down the mountain. Then, on the longevity platform halfway up the mountain, he saw the rock armor beast, which had already left Giant Peak Mountain, chasing after the migrating horse herd a dozen kilometers away. And there was no trace of the rock horse chariot nearby. The most new small say is its 6'9" bookbar first hair. Lin Feng was relieved and began to descend the mountain. The slope steps he had climbed up earlier were all destroyed by the furious beast. This guy was planning to trap Lin Feng on the top of the mountain, eventually being scorched to death by the scorching sun. However, a drop of a dozen meters and a 70-degree slope could not stop Lin Feng, who had evolved to the mid-stage of the first stage. Soon, through climbing, he successfully jumped down. By the time Lin Feng trotted quickly to the foot of the mountain, the figure of the beast had disappeared into the scenic area. It was time to reunite with the team members.
Carefully walking out of the Laoshan scenic area, Lin Feng stood on a small mountain at the edge, where he could not see the trace of the beast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Presumably, it had caught up with the migrating beast herd and left 100 kilometers away. Instead, Lin Feng himself was separated from Chen Shanshan and the others, and now he could only return to the river behind the Rift Valley to see if they would stay nearby. The vast ruins are as large as hundreds of square kilometers, and it is not easy to find each other in them. Lin Feng walked into the city ruins, heading west all the way. Before long, he keenly heard a burst of dog barking. It was the sound of the divine dog. "I'm here." Lin Feng then climbed to a high place in a ruin and waved his hand and shouted loudly. More than 100 meters away from him, Ding Yi and Lu Qian, holding the divine dog, also climbed onto the pile of ruins. The two sides then reunited. Having eaten and drank enough these days, the divine dog has grown to the size of a rural dog, and its strength has also been upgraded to a level 2 reinforcement. At this moment, it excitedly surrounded Lin Feng's feet, wagging its tail and twisting its butt. Ding Yi walked forward slightly excited. "Thanks to this little guy, his nose is very sensitive." Lin Feng touched the dog's head and then looked at the two of them. "Where are the others? Did you catch the prey?" Lu Qian walked over and said, "It has been brought back, a total of 7 Rockhorn horses, including 2 male leaders in the mid-stage of the first stage, 4 females in the early stage of the first stage, and 1 male Rockhorn horse in the early stage of the first stage. My brother successfully captured it alive and has already paralyzed it with venom. The chariot camp is at the edge of the bay. Someone needs to keep an eye on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live slash phoneme horse, and alien, and the others are dealing with the horse carcasses. So, I was sent out with Ding Yi to find you." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go, time is running out. After we finish processing, we have to set off as soon as possible and return to Oasis Town." The 3 people and 1 wolf quickly returned to the camp. Seeing Lin Feng return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and showed happy expressions. After all, they saw the rock armor beast leave and guessed that Lin Feng had met with misfortune. However, Lin Feng, who had escaped a disaster, did not relax and feel relieved, but instead put down his backpack without stopping, pulled out his dagger and machete, and helped dissect the horse carcasses. "There are less than 20 hours left, speed up." Lin Feng glanced at the time and urged. Lu Qian then joined the dissection team. Ding Yi, who was on the side, began to dehydrate the piles of fresh horse meat. Lin Feng checked them one by one. Fortunately, among the 2 mid-stage male leaders, there was one evolved to level 15. It can allow him to level up again. At this moment, the originally noisy and lively Wild Rift Valley, the migrating beast herd disappeared without a trace. The wasteland returned to calm. The hunting season ended. Because there was no Rockhorn horse in its enhanced period this time, the 7 people quickly disposed of the 6 Tier 1 evolved horse corpses. For hours later, Lin Feng was extracting the life essence from the evolved meat when Ding Yi came to report the statistics. 2 Tier 1 mid-stage male leaders, a total of 1,500 kilograms of fresh meat were dissected, yielding 800 kilograms after dehydration, and 16 high-grade photovoltaic rock armors, weighing approximately 500 kilograms. Lin Feng nodded. The 2 male leaders, one at level 14 and the other at level 15, were just right for Chen Shanshan to evolve to Tier 1 mid-stage, and for himself to level up once more. As for the 4 Tier 1 early-stage female horses, the evolved meat totaled 600 kilograms. After extracting the evolved essence, the dehydrated meat mash left is 300 kilograms. The remaining ordinary enhanced horse meat weighs 2.5 tons, which becomes 1.5 tons after dehydration. Plus the photovoltaic rock plates on them, which also weigh 500 kilograms this time, the harvested supplies, including the horse horns, reach a total weight of over 3.5 tons, exceeding the load capacity by more than 1.5 tons. Ding Yi looked at Lin Feng's movements, worried, and the evolved meat from the 2 male leaders can produce an additional 200 kilograms of meat mash after squeezing out the evolved essence, so adding it all up, it will only exceed even more. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The dried meat on the vehicle was all points, and it would be a pity to throw it away. He would try to take it all away if possible. Like this, we will only keep 2 days' worth of water, 100 liters.
The rest of the collected fresh water will be used to give everyone a good wash. This will save 200 kilograms of load capacity, and the excess can be hung on that Tier 1 early stage male horse. In the end, as long as the vehicle can start, it's fine. Later, I will consume some evolved meat mash, and everyone will also eat some horse meat along the way, so the speed of the vehicle will become faster and faster. Now, you can start evolving first, which will help consume the excess horse meat together. Saying that, Lin Feng took out an early-stage evolution agent and handed it to Ding Yi. He arranged for Chen Shanshan to take her to evolve. This time, the 5 female rockhorn horses, including 3 level 10 evolved ones, 1 level 11, and 1 level 12, could yield a total of 8 portions of life essence. One had to help the oasis and the 4 great villages complete arduous tasks to obtain the qualification for exchange. Aside, after Alian and Aming finished processing the horse corpses, they continued to eat level 13 horse meat at Lin Feng's request. They had only just been promoted to level 12 and could still eat more than 200 kilograms of fresh horse meat to evolve to level 13. Lu Qian was the same. She had just recovered her condition and was also arranged by Lin Feng into the eating army. Before leaving, they tried to consume as much of the horse meat from the mid-stage male leaders as possible. A level 10 evolver needed to consume a total of 150 kilograms of horse meat to reach level 13. Previously, Lin Feng was worried that it wouldn't be enough, but now there were an additional 1,500 kilograms, and he wished they would eat most of it. These were all strategic materials and would not be exchanged unless there was a shortage of points. Several hours later, Lin Feng and the others finished washing their bodies and returned to the war chariot. At this time, Ding Yi's cross-tier evolution had safely passed through the intense qualitative change stage and arrived at the moment of ability awakening. Fortunately, her awakening process was uneventful, only her head was slightly hot and her face was flushed. Chen Shanshan re-wetted the towel and placed it on Ding Yi's forehead to cool her down. Lin Feng patted her shoulder. "Go wash up first, I'll take over here." The girl nodded, took her change of clothes, and followed Alian and Aming to find a shelter in the nearby ruins to wash up. There was a lot of water dried and distilled from the horse meat, enough for all 7 of them to wash once. Soon, Ding Yi slowly woke up, looking dazed. Lin Feng called out softly a few times before she came back to her senses, so he asked, "What kind of ability did you awaken? Is it a physique type?" Ding Yi squinted her eyes, shook her head, and pointed to her head. "The awakening trial I encountered was a complex and changeable maze. In the end, I used various problem-solving ideas to open the door to the finish line and end the trial. Now the operating speed of my brain is very fast." It should be the secondary development of the brain that Chen Shanshan said, the mental type. Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied. In the past, he might not have been very interested in brain domain evolution. After all, improving IQ in the current wasteland apocalypse would be of limited help. But after learning about the curse of the forbidden area from the top of the mountain, the value of researchers became more and more important. In this desolate wasteland world, there are not only crazy mutated wasteland beasts, but also too many incomprehensible unknown and strange phenomena. If Ding Yi becomes more and more intelligent, it will also help the team's future adventures and overcome difficulties. After comforting her a few words, Lin Feng then asked her to eat level 13 horse meat with Lu Qian to speed up her body recovery and consume excess supplies. At this time, Chen Shanshan and the others finished taking a shower and returned to the camp. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already the afternoon of the 4th day. In more than 10 hours, the scorching sun-forbidden area behind them would shine over. It was time to set off. The LV-14 Rock Horse War Chariot can maintain a forward speed of 20 km per hour under a load of 7.5 tons. I wonder if it can withstand an extra ton. As Lu Mingfei stepped on the accelerator, the rear-drive motor on the chassis of the car hummed. After some effort, it started smoothly. Lin Feng, who was preparing to push the car at the rear, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no need for extra pushing or throwing away excess horse meat. It was just that after exceeding 1 ton of load, the speed of the war chariot dropped very quickly, directly from the original 20 km per hour to less than 10 km per hour. It was even slower than Lin Feng's normal jogging speed.
As the war chariot slowly moved forward, pulling the 2 tricycles carrying dried horse meat and 8 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme horse cubs, it drove away from the city ruins. And Lin Feng also whipped the Tier 1 early stage male rockhorn horse under him. That's right, he was riding on the back of this rockhorn horse. At this time, this Tier 1 male rockhorn horse had its head and front legs tied with thick and woven ropes, which could both prevent it from escaping and control the horse rope to control the direction of advancement. Lin Feng also specially used horse horns and abdominal soft armor to make a set of saddle and stirrups to facilitate the control of this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblive/phoneme horse. According to Ding Yi's calculations, only 1 drop of venom needs to be injected per hour to keep this irritable male rockhorn horse's muscles and nerves in a semi-paralyzed state. This can not only retain some of the rockhorn horse's physical strength, but also safely control its forward movement. Concentrated venom played the role of a tranquilizer at this moment, which was very useful. In addition, with Lin Feng's Tier 1 mid-stage strength, his own strength and aura could also suppress this male rockhorn horse, which was only Tier 1 early stage and level 12. The rockhorn horse's eyes were covered with a thin cloth to avoid being stimulated, and the saddle also covered part of the photovoltaic rock armor on the horse's back to slow down its recovery speed. Through these means, the speed of the male horse could be kept consistent with that of the rock horse war chariot. After driving for 5 hours in this way, Lin Feng's team walked out of the city ruins and entered the wasteland. At this time, the migrating beast herd had completely disappeared without a trace in the wasteland. According to the detailed map given by Father Suan, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route/phoneme to Oasis Town was on the southwest side of the team. Counting nearly 5 days since departure, advancing more than 100 kilometers, and then walking southwest for another 10 hours, they could successfully catch up with Oasis Town. At this time, if the Gulf Rift Valley was the vertex, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route/phoneme of everyone's trip was an equilateral triangle. They had walked more than 200 kilometers back and forth, making a big circle and returning to the starting point. Another 5 hours passed. Shen Shanshan, who had successfully completed the Tier 1 mid-stage evolution, came to take over, allowing Lin Feng to return to the car to rest and complete another evolution. Her current Tier 1 mid-stage strength could also well control the paralyzed early-stage male horse. At this time, dozens of thick dried meat strips hung on the aisles on both sides of the war chariot, which had been completely dehydrated. Ding Yi and Lu Qian also ate 100 kilograms of horse meat, making the supplies in the car constantly lighter, and the speed became faster and faster. Part of the feces excreted by the two was taken by Ding Yi to irrigate the grass and trees in the glass box for fertilization. After Lin Feng drank a level 15 evolution agent, he immediately started evolution. There was not much feeling in the 1-level evolution within the small stage. Lin Feng quickly rose to level 15. Lin Feng, LV 15 19 Health, 110, Physique, 110, Spirit, 109, LV 15 Upper limit of each attribute 110 Superpower Awakening, Imprint Power Item Upgrade limit increased to LV 15. Can consume 5 points of health to perform cross-tier upgrades on the LV 14 machine gun. Not long after completing the evolution, the war chariot was getting closer and closer to Oasis Town. Nearby, many wasteland people could already be seen appearing on the wasteland along the way. Countless wasteland teams were all advancing in the same direction at this moment. Lin Feng, riding on the rockhorn horse, squinted his eyes. It seemed that another holy spring day had begun. I wonder if this time, he would have the opportunity to board that huge Oasis battleship. Ding Yi looked up at the wall clock in the carriage. It was 10 o'clock in the morning on the 5th day. Stepping out of the chariot, she came to the cultivation pot in the aisle, opened the lid to pour in fresh water, then plucked a handful of tender grass to feed the rockhorn horse beside her, and said to the man in the sunlight, "In 2 hours, Oasis Town will stop moving and begin this holy spring day." Lin Feng nodded, calculating that he had only spent about 17 days since he woke up in the wasteland. And in this short half-month, he had grown from a near-death struggle to his current state. Not only had he gained a foothold in Oasis Town and achieved a life of plenty, but his strength had also improved rapidly. On average, it could be said that he leveled up every day. This rapid speed was unmatched even by the evolution geniuses and pride of heaven of that year. But along the way, Lin Feng was almost always on the road to battle or on the hunt. Especially during the last hunting expedition, he almost died under the hooves and horns of the chieftain-level Rockhorn horse. And now his mid-stage Tier 1 evolution strength is the reward for his desperate efforts. As for now, Lin Feng shifted his gaze away from the wasteland squads hiding around him and looked at the steel behemoth slowly appearing in front of him to the left. It was time to return to Oasis Town and exchange this carload of spoils for points, and then equip the team members with upgrades. In particular, the power problem of the electric car needs to be solved. Buy more batteries, install dual drive or even four-wheel drive motors, and order other small, fast electric cars. As the strangely shaped rock horse chariot left the rugged wasteland road and entered Oasis Avenue, the wasteland squads that had given way regrouped. They stared intently at the departing chariot, revealing greedy, eager, but also somewhat frightened expressions at the rows of horse jerky hanging outside the car. This kind of chariot under the command of an evolver, and the wasteland hunting team it carries, is not something they can covet. Even if their faces are seen, they will be attacked by the other party. Even many evolver adults, or their subordinates, will kill for fun. In their eyes, wastelanders are the cheapest existence in the wasteland, no different from goods in the slave market. As long as they don't kill people in Oasis Town, no one can stop their wanton actions. This is also one of the reasons why most wasteland squads hide far away when they encounter wasteland hunting teams in the wild. Fortunately, normally speaking, evolvers and wasteland hunting teams rarely operate near Oasis Town. The resources within a 20-kilometer radius are too scarce for them. Even medium and large mutated wasteland beasts are rare. Most common are small climbing beasts or rodents. They are also the most traded meat species among wastelanders at the Holy Spring Fair. Ordinary horse meat produced by the farm village is the meat that permanent residents of the village and first-class wasteland squads can afford. Although it is dry and rough, it is extremely filling. One caddy of meat can last a day. And right now, the Lin Feng team's chariot stores several tons of jerky, the lowest grade of which is level 9 enhanced meat, which is 5 or 6 times the value of ordinary horse meat and can be sold for 5 or 6 points. A carload, after deducting the weight of the chariot and the members themselves, still has nearly 6 tons of goods. Among them, there are 24 high-grade photovoltaic panels from mid-stage Tier 1 Rockhorn horses, weighing about 700 kilograms. But their value far exceeds the enhanced meat of the same weight. Lin Feng estimates that they are worth at least 5,000 points. Because this kind of quality photovoltaic rock panel is even higher grade than the top-grade photovoltaic panels worth 200 points each, and they are all specially sent to large cities for trading. How to negotiate with Dawn Village and strive for a reasonable high price is Lin Feng's biggest concern. At this time, the rock horse chariot was driving on Oasis Avenue, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the right side, avoiding the dust-filled tail, and came to the outskirts of Oasis Town, where the slave market is located. Then it continued forward to Village 5. At this moment, the entire Oasis Town's forward speed was also slowing down. Although it was only a snail's pace of less than 30 centimeters per second, for a steel city that is 200 meters long, 30 meters wide, and more than 20 meters high, the power required to drive this tens of thousands of tons of behemoth is an astronomical figure. And to stop the forward pace, so that the huge inertia it contains does not damage the structure of the ship during the process, it can only brake slowly in advance. The braking distance alone is 2 or 3 kilometers long. Thinking of this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the past, he didn't feel anything, thinking that Oasis Town just wanted to wait for the tens of thousands of wastelanders who were tired of running behind. But now that he understands the curse of the blazing sun forbidden zone, he can't wait to go far away. If the distance between them is less than 20 kilometers, he will have a sense of inexplicable fear of being targeted. If it weren't for holding the Holy Spring Day, Oasis Town could obviously go further. Not to mention 1,000 miles, just pulling out a gap of 400 or 500 kilometers would gain half a month of breathing time. Why stop so frequently? It is clear that too many starts and stops will cause greater damage to the ship. Lin Feng was a little confused, but this matter must be related to the Holy Spring Church, because they are the actual controllers of Oasis Town. This time, if there is an opportunity, perhaps he can use the harvest of the mission to obtain the qualification to go to the Oasis, so as to obtain the truth behind it. And such a large amount of supplies, as well as several phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme horses, is enough to cause a sensation. Lin Feng is confident that he can use this opportunity to go to the oasis. In order to ensure that there are no problems with safety, Lin Feng did not go directly to Village 5, but continued forward after catching up. He traveled all the way through Dawn Village and came to the outside of Holy Spring Village in the upper right of Oasis Town. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Com. The speed of 10 km per hour is already considered very fast in Oasis Town, and it takes less than half an hour to reach the destination. At this moment, Lin Feng rode the rock horn horse under him, leading the rock horse chariot behind him, and came to the entrance of Holy Spring Village. The guard saw the familiar man in front of him, recalling that he was the guest who frequently came to see Father Swan 5 or 6 days ago, so he did not directly issue a warning, but lowered the muzzle of his gun and asked about his intentions. Lin Feng took out the emblem hanging on his chest. "I'm looking for Father Swan. We have completed the mission he entrusted to us and have come to pay our respects." At this time, the captain of the guard came out, saw Lin Feng riding a large rock horn horse that was 2.5 meters high and 5 or 6 meters long, and hesitated. Will this rock horn horse go crazy? And this modified vehicle is strangely shaped. If it gets out of control, it will be too dangerous. The captain shook his head. In this way, people can go in, but the horse and car must be left outside, otherwise it will be too dangerous for the students. We will also be responsible if something happens. But don't worry, we will also take care of it together. As the captain spoke, the entire Holy Spring Village slowly stopped, and finally parked in the shadow on the right side of the Oasis battleship. Lin Feng nodded, and the other party's concerns were not unreasonable, so he pulled the reins and stopped the rock horn horse as well. Then he tied it to the horse horns at the head of the chariot and arranged for Chen Shanshan and others to take care of it. He entered Holy Spring Village alone to meet Father Swan. At this moment, the tall steel behemoth on the left also stopped its forward pace, making a creaking and tearing sound, startling the rock horn horse. Fortunately, Chen Shanshan pulled the reins in time. Ding Yi also injected a drop of poison as a supplement. Let the rock horn horse fall to the ground directly. On the other side, Lin Feng had already entered Holy Spring Village and found the father's office behind the church with ease. A building converted from a medium-sized truck. He stepped forward and knocked on the door, and the father happened to be at home. "Come in, I can already feel your aura." Father Swan's words came from inside the door. Lin Feng pressed the doorknob and entered, feeling the cool air blowing, and instantly became clear-headed. At this moment, Swan was sitting at his desk, correcting a thick stack of test papers. After Lin Feng walked to the front, Swan stopped writing and carefully looked at the young man in front of him who had changed his appearance. "A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. I haven't seen you for 5 days. It seems that you have gained a lot in that beast gathering place. With your current strength, you are enough to go to the ruins for preliminary exploration." Feeling the aura of Lin Feng reaching the mid-stage of Tier 1 evolution, Swan nodded in satisfaction and continued, "You came directly to me. Do you want me to help deal with this rich harvest?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He knew very well what it meant to be innocent, but to be guilty of possessing a treasure. Now that he is guarding a large gold mine, it may not be enough to rely on the strength of mid-stage evolution alone to obtain the due reward. What's more, the Lin Feng team is not a subordinate partner of any of the 4 major villages, such as Farm Village or Dawn Village. They will definitely unite to try to control him. So the best way is to find a solid backer for yourself, raise the banner, and make a tiger skin. And in Oasis Town, whose brand is harder than Father Swan? There's quite a bit of stuff. We killed 7 rank 1 rockhorn horses. Just the grade 9 enhanced meat alone is over 3 tons, which can be exchanged for at least 15,000 points. Lin Feng revealed the general situation. So much at once? Didn't you attract the pursuit and expulsion of a leader-level rockhorn horse? Lin Feng scratched his head, thinking that what came after them wasn't a late-stage rank 1 leader, but a rank 2 chieftain. Suan then continued, "But it's only 3 tons, not much. Oasis Town consumes an average of more than 1 ton of grade 9 enhanced meat every day. The thousands of residents of Oasis Town account for most of it, and the remaining several hundred kilograms have to be distributed to the evolvers of the 4 villages, so 3 tons is completely digestible. Moreover, grade 9 enhanced meat is considered hard currency among evolvers, so there's no need to worry about not being able to sell it. It's just that if the quantity is too large, Machine Village and Dawn Village, as well as the guild, may take the opportunity to lower the purchase price. After all, they know you need to exchange for points as soon as possible. How about this? Holy Spring Village will take 1 ton of the 3 tons separately, calculated at the market price of up to 6 points. I'll have the assistant priest complete the transaction with you later. When you order supplies and equipment from Dawn Village and Machine Village, use the enhanced meat to directly settle the payment for the remaining 2 tons of grade 9 enhanced meat. The enhanced meat from rank 1 evolved wild beasts is of a higher quality than that from grade 9 wild beasts and is more suitable for revolvers to eat. So most of it can be spent here, and the guild should be able to handle the remaining few hundred kilograms. Lin Feng nodded. What Priest Suan said was also his original plan. He was a little surprised that Holy Spring Village was willing to offer a high unit price of 6 points to take 1/3 of the total amount. However, these are all clearly priced goods, so even if the price is lowered, he won't suffer too much of a loss. What's really difficult to deal with is the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse transaction. That is, the handover of the long-term mission of Farm Village. Currently, Lin Feng has, in addition to the rank 1 early-stage male Rockhorn horse, 8 foals, 5 of which are early-stage foals and 3 are mid-stage young Rockhorn horses. Obviously, the team doesn't need to, and can't, take care of so many Rockhorn horses at the same time. Lin Feng plans to keep a maximum of 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses. In addition to the current rank 1 male horse mount, he will also raise 2 young female horses. This way, they can try to breed them in the future. So a total of 6 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses will be sold. Their value is between 200 and 400 points. Although it's not much, Lin Feng is worried that Farm Village will covet the early-stage male horse. And the Lin Feng team's method of taming the male horse. Although they already have a mature Rockhorn horse industry, and the breeding farm can stably provide a large amount of horse meat, the Rockhorn horses in Lin Feng's hands are a threat to them. If it's just horse meat, no matter how much there is, it won't have much impact on Farm Village. Even if Lin Feng brings back 10 tons of horse meat at once, it's just 10 days' worth of consumption for Oasis Town. But the taming and breeding technology is different. It means that one day, in addition to Farm Village, other forces can also stably provide horse meat. Even if the Lin Feng team has no chance to grow, it doesn't mean that the other 4 villages in Oasis Town won't have ulterior motives in this regard. After all, the lucrative profits of the Rockhorn horse industry should be the most profitable industry in Oasis Town. Especially for Dawn Village, the most important raw material, photovoltaic rock slabs, in the entire photovoltaic panel industry chain can only be ordered from Farm Village. Once they themselves can master Rockhorn horse breeding technology and stably provide photovoltaic rock slabs, Dawn Village will be able to open up the entire industrial chain of photovoltaic panels and will no longer be subject to others. But to have Lin Feng hand over this technology to Farm Village as a certificate of allegiance, he is definitely unwilling. Moreover, the return for doing so is definitely extremely low. After all, Farm Village doesn't have much demand for new taming methods, and it is very likely that they will destroy the poisonous insect breeding box that Dingy worked so hard to create. After giving his suggestion, Priest Suan saw the hesitation on Lin Feng's face, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, so he put down the red pen he was using to correct and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? Could it be the evolved meat of the Rockhorn horse? Or the high-grade horse meat from the mid-stage Rockhorn horse? These are all rare high-end goods. As long as you are willing to sell them, the prices offered by the other villages will not be low, especially the guild in the 5th village. Their management will directly meet with you to discuss the details. But I still suggest that you keep the evolved meat and the high-grade horse meat. After all, they are very beneficial to evolvers and can help us stabilize our evolution level and quickly recover our state." Lin Feng nodded and finally made up his mind to reveal the most important thing in his hand to Priest Suan. After all, he is the only one who can give Lin Feng the best advice and withstand the pressure from the Li family and Farm Village to buy back the Rockhorn horse taming technology. It's not about the evolved meat. This meat is all rations, we definitely won't sell it. The problem is that we also have a large batch of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme Rockhorn horses captured, from foals to rank 1 early stage males.
Suan hummed and didn't feel surprised.
After nodding, he continued to correct the test papers. It seems your harvest is really not small.
I remember that farm village also buys these phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses, right?
There is a long-term reward order on the second floor of the guild.
You can accept the mission and let the guild preside over the handover, right?
It's not even a few thousand points in total, so you don't need me to come forward.
Moreover, it can also ease your relationship.
After all, it's a rank 1 male phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse. Even if you don't go through the guild handover, the Li family will definitely be willing to offer a high price.
Lin Feng sighed softly and then smiled wryly. It would be good if that were the case.
The key is that we discovered a new technology for taming rockhorn horses near the Wild Rift Valley. That rank 1 male rockhorn horse wasn't captured by us, but was written back directly by me. Upon hearing this, the pen in his hand paused directly above the document.
Father Suan slowly raised his head, looked at the young man before him, and said in a low voice, "Are you sure?"
Lin Feng nodded earnestly. "Yes, I'm sure. That Tier 1 initial stage male rockhorn horse is currently just outside the entrance to Holy Spring Village. The guards were worried it might be dangerous to the students, so they didn't let me ride it straight in." Suan nodded, then took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, a glint flashing within, as if contemplating something. Lin Feng watched Father Suan closely, keenly aware of the changes in the other's emotions. At the same time, he sensed that Suan's aura was subtly being released at that moment.
This was an aura comparable to that of a clan leader level rockhorn horse, which showed that Father Suan's true strength was at least that of a Tier 2 evolver.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have such high prestige and influence in the 4 villages. The Holy Spring Church signboard alone wasn't enough.
Personal strength was the absolute guarantee of status.
Lin Feng held his breath, suppressing the tension and excitement in his heart, trying not to disturb Father Suan's thoughts. The other party could obviously also imagine the significance and far-reaching impact that the new horse taming technique could bring. On a small scale, it was a path to wealth and prosperity. In the hands of the father, it could establish a large family, or even the 6th village of Oasis Town. On a larger scale, this technique would completely change the existing structure of Oasis Town, weakening the power of Farmstead Village and the Li family's strength. Therefore, the benefits and impact that the new horse taming technique could bring, as long as it was perfected and successfully promoted, were by no means measurable by just points. And in the hands of certain big figures, it could unleash value that Lin Feng couldn't even imagine. At this moment, after a long period of contemplation, Father Suan put down the red pen in his hand and slowly stood up. "Let's go, take me to see it first." Lin Feng nodded, and then led Father Suan out of the office and towards the village entrance. Next to the truck where the guards were sitting, Suan saw Lin Feng's team's rockhorn horse war chariot, and immediately locked onto the male rockhorn horse that was lying beside the chariot's head, resting with its eyes closed. Sensing the arrival of danger, the rockhorn horse instinctively wanted to stand up and escape, but the paralyzing effect of the toxin on its muscles was still affecting its reaction. This caused the rockhorn horse's struggle to be weak and feeble. Father Suan saw the abnormal state of the male horse, nodded and said, "Did you use an anesthetic?" Lin Feng did not hide it, something like that. A toxin that can paralyze muscles, as long as the dosage is controlled, can prevent a Tier 1 male rockhorn horse from entering a stress-induced berserk state. Even a Tier 1 initial stage evolver can easily control it. Father Suan stepped forward, touched the male horse's fur, and then opened its mouth to check its teeth and tongue. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, he said to Lin Feng, "This matter is of great significance. Is there a stable channel for obtaining the toxin used to control the rockhorn horses at present? Or do you still have to go to that ravine gathering place? That place is already covered by the scorching sun forbidden zone, right?" Lin Feng stepped forward, came to the side of the war chariot, and patted the transparent glass breeding box. "Of course I collected it. It's in these 2 boxes. There are poisonous grasses and poisonous insects that can paralyze rockhorn horses." Suan temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this technology would have to wait until 6 years later. That would be no different from not having it at all. Seeing that Lin Feng had made sufficient preparations, Suan smiled and slowly said, "That's good. This technology is of great importance. You will stay in Holy Spring Village for the time being. Fortunately, there are several large cages in the village. Let's send the Rockhorn horses in first. Lin Feng hummed in agreement. He was worried that the transaction might be seen by people from Farmstead Village or other villages. After all, the team had already stopped and everyone was getting out of the car to relax. In addition, the Wastelanders were gradually gathering, and there were many people and eyes with Father Suen's order. The Rockhorn horse war chariot immediately drove into Holy Spring Village. Lin Feng personally led the Rockhorn horse to the right rear side of Holy Spring Village. This place was sparsely populated, and students were generally not allowed to come here. Behind a truck at the very end, there were two brand new iron cages, welded directly to a flatbed trailer, as big as a truck, and the iron bars were as thick as arms. Lin Feng estimated that even a Tier 1 mid-stage male Rockhorn horse in its prime couldn't break through such a sturdy cage. He led the Rockhorn horse into one of them, and sent the remaining 8 foals into the other iron cage. The hot potato was finally temporarily put down. The team on the Rockhorn horse war chariot were finally able to leave Holy Spring Village frankly and go to the 5th Village Guild to trade supplies. Lin Feng wiped his sweat and was called away by the father. The two walked one after the other, talking as they walked. Father Suen looked at the towering warship on the right and began to talk about business, about the reward and price of the horse taming technique. Are you interested in going up there to take a look? Lin Feng, who was walking behind, was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Father Suen's subtext was that he could directly become an upper citizen of the oasis. But at the moment, Lin Feng was no longer very interested in becoming an upper citizen of the oasis. Oasis Town was just a small place in the wasteland. And it was so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the dangerous scorching sun forbidden zone behind it. After the wild ravine trip, Lin Feng had seen the power of life in the wasteland and also understood the predicament of the world before him. He wanted to become stronger, to be able to control his own destiny, instead of being content with a corner. So, after Suen asked, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. I think the unknown wasteland is more attractive. Suen turned his head, looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, and then said with some relief, that's right. Some birds are destined to become eagles soaring in the sky. Hiding in a cage for too long will only degenerate them into canaries for people to admire. Then, he changed the subject. You go to trade first, 6 hours later you come with me, ascend to the oasis, and meet the bishop. In recent years, Farmstead Village has become stronger and stronger, and the Lee family's swelling ambitions have already crossed the line. The new horse taming technique is of great significance to the church. After unloading the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme horses, the entire chariot felt much more spacious. Mainly, the 8 young horses had taken up too much space. After freeing up the 2 auxiliary transport tricycles, each could carry more than a ton of goods. After transferring most of the strength and jerky piled up inside the chariot, there was finally room to lie down. The return journey took more than 10 hours, and the 5 people in the back row were cramped in the small space, like being squeezed onto a greenskin train. However, more important than comfortably lying down to rest, was to sell all the jerky and exchange it for the supplies and equipment needed by the team to prepare for the relic mission of Holy Spring in the future. After obtaining the opportunity to go to the oasis from Father Suen, Lin Feng returned and announced to everyone the good news that Holy Spring Village directly ordered a ton of strengthened meat, and then rode a tricycle loaded with jerky to the logistics management department. Here, he met the second acolyte in the village. Unlike the previous acolyte in charge of evolution surgery, the acolyte in front of him was a rare woman, wearing a black robe with some white fabric, somewhat like a medieval nun's habit. Conservative and serious type. Moreover, this acolyte was a bit old, her aura fluctuating around the early stage of the first rank, her face full of fine lines, but her features were delicate, and she must have been very beautiful when she was young. After Lin Feng explained his intention, the female acolyte called 2 monks, as well as another technical acolyte, to verify the 9th level strengthened meat on the tricycle. After confirming that everything was correct, she readily signed a purchase invoice specially for Holy Spring Church, as well as 6 silver church exclusive point cards, with the number 1000 printed on them. Take this invoice and go to the Holy Spring Village store manager at the guild, and he will help you exchange these 6,000 points.
After weighing a ton of jerky, the acolyte instructed.
Lin Feng nodded and thanked her after receiving the point cards. Because today was Holy Spring Day, school was closed after noon, and students could stay on campus or return to their homes in the other 4 villages.
Just return to school before the end of Holy Spring Day.
Looking at it this way, taking a day off every 2.5 weeks is actually not bad. Compared to the cruel wasteland, being able to spend a carefree childhood in Holy Spring Village is already more comfortable than 99% of human survivors. Lin Feng thought that Holy Spring Village was a closed school. After all, its existence is to cultivate and send a steady stream of new forces to the Holy Spring Church. If you can go out once every half a month, it is not unacceptable for permanent residents of the other 4 villages. Moreover, the only safe and stable upward promotion channel in Oasis Town is probably the church school established in Holy Spring Village.
All other routes require risking your life to earn.
However, Lin Feng saw that there were not many students leaving school while riding his bike. Firstly, staying can get you 2 meals, and secondly, most of the students are orphans or newly awakened survivors. The school and the church are their homes. Lin Feng quickly caught sight of a familiar person. Old Huang's son, Huang Xinming, was saying goodbye to a small group. Today, he planned to go home, and old Huang drove to pick him up in person. At this time, the 4 children also noticed Lin Feng. After all, tricycles are quite conspicuous in the village. So Lin Feng called Huang Xinming over, took out a 10-kilogram piece from the remaining jerky after settling the bill in the carriage, and put it in Huang Xinming's cloth bag. "A gift for your dad, take it."
Huang Xinming nodded, flattered, and ran towards the village entrance after thanking him.
Old Huang had taken care of Lin Feng and the others a lot before, especially when they first arrived on Holy Spring Day, helping to solve the team's accommodation problem. Now that Lin Feng and the others have become successful, some ordinary 9th-level jerky is nothing more than an expression of gratitude. 10 kilograms of jerky is enough for old Huang to restore his state and energy, extend his life for several years, or promote a late-stage enhancer as an assistant. Converted into 50 or 60 points, it is also a considerable income for the bottom permanent residents of the 5th village. Of course, Lin Feng could give more. Chen Shanchan has also been taken care of by old Huang a lot over the years, but everything has a limit.
Sending 10 kilograms is just a big gift. 100 kilograms would be a disaster.
It is easy to be DNG remembered, targeted by others, and cause trouble. After sending the little guy away, the small group dispersed to eat. Lin Feng was also preparing to leave when he suddenly noticed a little girl beside him, looking at him with anticipation.
"Sorry, I forgot about this."
Lin Feng reacted and quickly apologized to the little girl. Before leaving, Su Yeye asked him to find a toad as a pet if he had the chance. Originally, it was estimated that there might still be toads near the pool in the Rift Valley, but old Duncan's reminder before leaving directly dispelled Lin Feng's idea of going to explore. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat.
The best way to deal with the unknown is to stay away from the unknown.
Lin Feng is not the kind of person who courts death. After reaching the top of Laoshan, according to the records left by the predecessors, the unknown monster in the dead water pool is likely to be the body of old Lu, one of the first survivors. In order to wait for the mother and daughter to wake up, the other party did not hesitate to ensure the long-term existence of the Rift Valley water source at his own expense. Now that 6,000 years have passed and we have come to the wasteland millennium, the Taishan shelter, which was nowhere to be found back then, may have been transformed into the Taishan relic. I don't know if old Lu's wife and daughter survived. And old Lu, who has turned into a monster, may have lived for thousands of years, possibly related to the curse of the Liang Forbidden Zone.
"It's okay. Are you leaving again?" Su Yeye responded crisply, pulling Lin Feng back to reality from his trance.
The latter nodded and said, "Going out for a while, I'll be back soon. After that, I have to go to the oasis with Father Suan to deal with some things."
"Have you been to the oasis?" "It's just my first time, and I don't know what it looks like up there."
Su Yeye showed a hesitant expression and shook her head.
"No, Dad never took me up there."
Listening to him talk about the oasis, it doesn't seem like a good place. Lin Feng frowned slightly.
This is different from what he thought and the descriptions circulated among the wasteland people.
But Father Suan must have his reasons for not letting his daughter go up. It seems that the water on the Oasis warship is also very deep.
It's okay, go eat quickly.
Lin Feng replied with a smile, preparing to leave.
He is not in the mood to eat now.
He has to transfer the 6,000 points he just got to his account first, and then deal with the remaining jerky as soon as possible. Seeing that Lin Feng was in a hurry to leave, Su Yeye hesitated to speak, and finally sighed softly as she watched the tricycle go away. Today is Holy Spring Day. She wanted to go to other villages with Lin Feng to see, just like Huang Xinming.
But Suan will definitely not agree.
Returning to the rock horse chariot next to the iron cage, Lin Feng then arranged the subsequent actions. Dingy needs to be responsible for taking care of the 2 planting boxes, cultivating poisonous insects, raising rockhorn horses, and improving domestication technology.
So she has to stay.
Lin Feng decided to let Lu Qian stay too. Both of them are only level 12, and they can continue to eat 13th level horse meat to improve their evolution level.
Moreover, the 2 of them can keep each other company.
Leaving the planting boxes and some high-level horse meat, the remaining 5 people boarded the chariot, left Holy Spring Village, and drove all the way to the 5th village in the back. At this moment, the other 4 villages have also stopped and gradually formed 4 large camps. But only the periphery of the 5th village has become a gathering place for wasteland people, and there is also the lively Holy Spring Fair on the right.
The slave owners in the last row arrived late, forming the last link of the fair. Many wastelanders who can't survive will willingly sell themselves for a bite of food or a sip of water. Of course, there are also many wastelander squads that specialize in slave trading.
They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme disguise themselves as normal teams, deceiving newly awakened survivors.
The demand for slaves among wastelanders is not large.
The main daily customers of slave owners are actually the permanent residents of the 4 major villages. For this reason, they will specifically train the slaves under their command according to the different needs of their customers. When Lin Feng's team's chariot passed by, its unique shape was quite eye-catching in the crowd, immediately attracting a lot of attention. When he encountered the slave owner he had traded with before, he politely took off his cowboy hat, walked forward, and greeted him warmly, "Long time no see.
If you need anything in the future, we can provide special customized services to meet your every need."
The experienced slave owner could tell at a glance that Lin Feng and his team had become powerful wasteland hunting team, high-end customers of Oasis Town. The newest novels are first published on 69 books. Not only do they spend a lot, but they are also very generous.
Lin Feng, sitting in the passenger seat, nodded and took a finger-thick thing handed over by the other party.
He looked at it carefully, and it was tobacco wrapped in white paper. It turned out to be a hand-rolled cigarette. Lin Feng had seen this thing in the shops of the farm village.
An ounce of tobacco costs 50 points. That's 1 point per gram. And 1 point is 1 kilogram of ordinary dehydrated jerky.
Therefore, the price of cigarettes is so expensive that it can be called the most luxurious consumer product in the villages of Oasis Town. After all, sea buckthorn wine also contains sugar and alcohol, so it can be considered half a grain, but tobacco leaves are only used to numb the nerves and have no other use.
It is purely an enjoyment.
Moreover, the cultivation process of this thing consumes a lot of fresh water.
As early as the end of the old earth, tobacco became a hot commodity.
Lin Feng, the foreman of the construction team, could usually only get a few sticks from the general contractor or supervisor, which he usually gave to his team members to win them over. He didn't expect to encounter someone handing out cigarettes again, and it would be from the hands of the most notorious slave owner in the wasteland. But thinking of the other party's special identity, Lin Feng was relieved. After all, the wool comes from the sheep's back. If slave owners want to sell at a high price, they must maintain a good relationship with their employers. And an evolver and his wasteland hunting team are the most valuable high-net-worth clients in the wasteland. They are not short of money, and they also need to vent their stress and relieve the tension on the line of life and death.
But for Lin Feng, his team already has enough women, and if he needs them, why bother going far away?
Moreover, he felt that he was the one who was losing out. After politely accepting the cigarette, he said a few polite words and said goodbye. Lu Mingfei released the brake, and the chariot continued to drive slowly in the crowd at a low speed.
Lin Feng threw the local cigarette in his hand to the other party. Do you smoke? Lu Mingfei happily took the cigarette, nodded, and put the cigarette under his nose, sniffing hard. The familiar smell made his mouth water, but remembering that Lin Feng didn't smoke, and there were 3 other women in the car, he resisted the urge and put the local cigarette aside. Soon, the chariot, which had slightly increased its speed, drove towards the 5th village. When they encountered the guards and patrols at the gate, Lin Feng took out his wasteland hunting team certificate, and the other party immediately perked up. The captain of the patrol team was an revolver, and he naturally saw the strength of Lin Feng and his party. With a smile on his face, he directly let them pass. And arranged for 2 guards to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme the way in front, driving away the crowds on the road and clearing a smooth road for the chariot. Sure enough, strength is the guarantee of status. It fully demonstrates the privileges of revolvers. With someone leading the way, Lin Feng and his party successfully arrived at the guild. After parking the car aside, they immediately attracted the attention of the wasteland hunters and staff. Lin Feng left Lu Mingfei and Alian to guard the car, and took Qin Shanshan into the guild. At this time, Uncle Wu, the security guard in the aisle, recognized Qin Shanshan at a glance, and also noticed that the aura on her body had entered the mid-stage of the 1st level, and said with relief, "Rapid progress, the younger generation is to be feared. But you must also pay attention to safety and do what you can. Learn from your master's lessons and don't be too eager for quick success." Qin Shanshan nodded. Although her strength had surpassed the retired Uncle Wu, his experience was far above her own, and what he said made sense. Uncle Wu looked at the man beside the girl again, and what was surprising was that the aura emanating from his body was even higher than Shanshan's. The old man realized something and said with a little gratitude, "Shanshan, thank you for taking care of her." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. "You go ahead, Shanshan and I are going in to do something." After saying goodbye to Uncle Wu, the 2 entered the hall. The appearance of 2 revolvers was more eye-catching than the unique chariot outside. Usually, revolvers would leave many things to their wasteland hunting team members or team managers to handle, and not many would come in person. Sometimes, they might happen to meet a few on Holy Spring Day, but they were basically early-stage 1st-level revolvers, and it was rare for 2 mid-stage revolvers to appear at the same time. So when Lin Feng and the 2 appeared in the hall, a sensible staff member quickly walked out from the backstage. A middle-aged man in a black uniform, with 2 pretty female attendants, smiled and stepped forward. "May I ask what kind of business you 2 need to handle?" "You can tell us and we can help you handle it directly." As he spoke, he led Lin Feng and the 2 into the backstage VIP room behind the no admittance sign. Comfortable leather sofas, free drinks and snacks, and dedicated one-on-one service personnel. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, and immediately planned to add a similar piece of furniture to the motorhome he would order later. The middle-aged man had the strength of an early-stage 1st-level revolver. He stood up and introduced himself. "I am Chen Qinghao, the lobby manager of the Wasteland Hunting Guild. Miss Chen's certificate level has been raised to the middle stage, and we are currently upgrading Mr. Lin's identity. May I ask if Mr. Lin needs to withdraw from the original Wasteland Hunting team and form a team independently?" Lin Feng shook his head. The team was currently formed with him as the core, so there was no need to do anything extra. Seeing that the 2 mid-stage revolvers in front of him belonged to the same team, Manager Chen's evaluation in his heart could not help but increase a bit, and he became more respectful. "Understood. What specific business do you 2 need to handle? I will arrange for someone to handle it." Lin Feng thought for a while and slowly opened his mouth. "This time we hunted some rockhorn horses and harvested a lot of level 9 enhanced meat. If the guild can give a good price, I will give priority to exchanging it for points first." Manager Qian was slightly stunned, and immediately opened his mouth. "May I ask, how much is a lot?" Lin Feng looked at him and slowly stretched out 2 fingers. "More than 2 tons. Manager Qian's breathing stagnated, but he quickly recovered his composure. After swallowing his saliva, he quickly reacted. "There are too many points involved. I have to ask our Vice President Su first. Please wait patiently, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng nodded. This was a big deal worth tens of thousands of points. The key item was 9th level enhanced meat, which in the past would have been equivalent to millions of US dollars. Fluctuations in the exchange rate definitely required approval from high-level management. Manager Qian took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, excused himself, and left, heading upstairs via the staircase behind the VIP room. The female attendants beside Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan immediately stepped forward to inquire about their preferences for tea or drinks. The attendant serving Lin Feng was particularly enthusiastic. Lin Feng remembered that when they first met, her collar was buttoned up all the way, but now not only were all 3 buttons undone, but she also turned the collar of her shirt outwards, revealing her impressive cleavage. Before Lin Feng's gaze could linger for too long, a cold snort came from Chen Shanshan beside him. "You guys can leave first, I have something to say." The attendants naturally didn't dare to neglect the order. They were only mid to late stage enhancers, and in front of a first-tier mid-stage evolver, they could only obey. Only the female attendant serving Lin Feng gave him a rather resentful look. Cough cough. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice, his expression unchanged, and continued, "What is it?" Chen Shanshan stared at Lin Feng, whose expression was as usual, and began to introduce the guild's background. The Hunter Guild is a large organization in the wasteland. Its power and scale are no less than the Holy Spring Church. From the frontline cities to the small town-level gathering places, they have a presence. I remember that the current president of the guild is one of the executives in Oasis Town, with power and status similar to the clan leaders behind each village, but with even more say, which is why they were able to establish the 5th village in town. And most of the evolvers choose to work in the guild after they decide to retire. Not only are the benefits better here, but there are also opportunities to be promoted to the Hunter Guild in the big cities. Like us, if we want to go to a big city in the future, we can enter the city through the evolver status registered with the guild, saving a lot of inspection trouble. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the Hunter Guild was also a large force covering the wasteland. Although not as strong and serious as the church, it had a large number of members. For example, almost all the hunters in Oasis Town, or evolvers who are not from the 4 major villages, achieve their life's leap through the Hunter Guild platform. Therefore, many evolvers also choose the guild as a retirement place to spend the rest of their lives in peace. Compared to the church and the closed, exclusive major families, the guild is obviously more free. This is the guild's biggest advantage. So the resources we accumulate in Oasis Town, including shopping points, can still be used after we go to the big city? Lin Feng then asked. This question was very crucial, as it related to Lin Feng's choice when meeting with the vice president later. If the points of guilds in different regions could be used universally, then the Hunter Guild would also have financial attributes similar to a bank. It could provide a wider range of exchange and storage services for the majority of evolvers. Unfortunately, Chen Shanshan was not very clear about this point. It should be possible, right? I remember that my master went to the Hunter Guild in the big city and exchanged points cards to buy materials and equipment that Oasis Town didn't have. Lin Feng hummed in acknowledgement and began to think about his next course of action. He had more than 2 tons of enhanced meat on hand. What was truly valuable was the nearly 2 tons of high-grade horse meat, as well as the evolved meat mash. Soon, Manager Qian, who had gone to report, returned and respectfully said to Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan, "Due to the importance of the matter, the vice president hopes to have a face-to-face discussion with Mr. Lin and Ms. Chen. Please come with me." Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan exchanged a look, then got up and followed the manager's pace. They walked through the narrow staircase behind the VIP room and arrived at the guild's 2nd-floor back office area. A few steps forward, they could see the sign on the door of the president's office. This room was located above the cab of the heavy truck, and it had been raised, requiring them to step up a few steps to enter. After Manager Qian opened the door, he bent over and extended his hand, making a gesture of invitation. Lin Feng led Chen Shanshan into the room. The nearly 30-square-meter office was much larger than Su and the priests, and the decoration was as luxurious as the VIP room downstairs. Lin Feng glanced around roughly, and his gaze quickly locked onto the woman sitting in front of the desk. Judging from her appearance, she was quite young and beautiful, with a head of black wavy hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and a tight-fitting workplace uniform that wrapped her full figure. She looked like an extremely capable and strong woman. And when she looked up and their eyes met, Lin Feng saw more information in the deep pupils of her eyes. Such deep eyes, the other party's age was definitely not young. The latest and fastest novel is at 6_9_book_bar_first. Because of the qualitative improvement of evolution, human faces will be optimized after evolution, so there are no two ugly people among the evolvers. Maybe the face is fierce and vicious, but never ugly. And Lin Feng, a player with a full talent for appearance, has been further optimized after evolution, with many details improved, as if sculpted into a perfect statue. Therefore, the appearance of evolvers is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme deceptive, coupled with the extension of life brought about by evolution. What looks like a fair-skinned and beautiful young woman may actually be old enough to be Lin Feng's grandmother, according to his understanding in his previous life. The lifespan of a first-tier evolver can reach 200 to 500 years. The second tier is even higher, with about 1,000 years. And the vice president in front of him, exuding an aura, had already reached the late stage of the first tier, and could easily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme 4 or 500 years. Who knows if she was a 100-year-old granny? Lin Feng slandered inwardly, warning himself not to be deceived by appearances, while on the surface, he walked forward neither humble nor arrogant. The vice president was also slightly stunned when she saw Lin Feng coming, obviously a little surprised. Having been in Oasis Town for so many years, this was the first time she had encountered such a handsome man. Mainly, Lin Feng's temperament was out of tune with the remote and barren land in front of him, creating a sense of separation. Even the upper-class people of the Oasis battleship, living in a clean and affluent environment, could not compare to the man in front of him. While handsome, he also carried a hint of wilderness from the wasteland, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and sharp edges and corners. His eyes were like torches, like a sharp sword unsheathed. "Hello, my name is Lin Feng." The man walked forward and introduced himself. The vice president, who had come back to her senses, was stunned for a moment, then put down the pen in her hand, got up and said, "Sit. I am the vice president of the Hunter Guild. My surname is Su, and my name is Wan Shuang." Lin Feng sat on the wooden chair and said politely, "I have long admired the name of President Su. I wonder if the guild can offer a reasonable price to take the 9th level enhanced meat in my hand." Su Wan Shuang smiled and said in a calm tone, "This time, inviting Mr. Lin to come for a detailed discussion is not just for this batch of enhanced meat. I think Mr. Lin should also have a lot of high-grade horse meat or evolved meat in his hand, right?" Lin Feng retracted his smile. He had expected the other party to mention this, but he didn't expect Su Wanshuang to be so straightforward. Therefore, in Lin Feng's eyes, the big-chested beauty in front of him had another label besides competence: decisiveness. But thinking about it carefully, who could reach the late stage of the first tier in the wasteland and sit in the vice president's position without being ruthless? There are still some, but President Su should know better than me the value of high-grade horse meat and evolution meat. Lin Feng replied calmly. Having faced the patriarch-level rockhorn horse of the second tier, Lin Feng could now remain unaffected in front of a late-stage first-tier existence. Moreover, the evolution levels of himself and Chen Shanshan had been increasing rapidly. After just one external mission, they had advanced by 4 or 5 levels, reaching the mid-stage of the first tier. Anyone with discerning eyes could naturally see at a glance that Lin Feng's team must have killed mutated wasteland beasts of the mid-stage first tier. Naturally, they would have high-grade horse meat in hand. Therefore, there was no need to hide it at all, and this was also Lin Feng's confidence in negotiating a deal. Seeing Lin Feng's generous admission, Su Wanshuang narrowed her eyes slightly, understanding what he meant, and went straight to the point. "The guild will take all of Mr. Lin's 2 tons of level 9 enhanced meat. As long as Mr. Lin can also sell some high-grade horse meat, the price will be easy to negotiate." Evolution meat, including high-grade horse meat, is the core product of Farm Village and is never sold externally. Although it is not a non-sale item, in addition to the value of the evolution meat itself, the other 4 villages must meet many additional conditions to obtain the purchase qualification besides supplying the oasis. And the impact of the latter is always more far-reaching than the price increase. Because evolution meat and high-grade horse meat are related to the balance of evolutionary power among all parties, the control is extremely strict. The Li family in Farm Village has always used this to directly control and indirectly influence the situation in Oasis Town. As for another reason, the main reason is that the output of first-tier mid-stage rockhorn horses is extremely limited.
Generally speaking, the value of one mid-stage rockhorn horse is higher than that of 10 early-stage ones. In addition to the mid-stage rockhorn horse's own evolution meat, which can create a mid-stage evolver, the large amount of level 13 horse meat in its body can at least cultivate 5 level 13 evolvers. However, unfortunately, even Farm Village, which has mastered the technology of taming and breeding rockhorn horses, has had a very low number of mid-stage first-tier rockhorn horses over the years. The main reason is that the leader-level rockhorn horses used as studs have very limited high-quality offspring, and this will continue to decrease with age and declining condition. One offspring of a leader-level rockhorn horse can give birth to up to 100 mid-stage ones, and after experiencing brutal competition, they have a certain chance of transforming into a new leader level. But Farm Village does not have such conditions. The last time a new leader-level rockhorn horse was caught was at least 12 years ago, by Han Tao, the only one who completed the highest-level capture mission. Now that 2 wasteland years have passed, the quality and condition of the leader-level rockhorn horses have continued to decline, and the production of mid-stage rockhorn horses has naturally decreased day by day. Therefore, in the past year, in order to ensure the stability of the oasis and their own strength, Farm Village has rarely sold high-grade horse meat and first-tier mid-stage evolution agents to the outside world. Currently, it only provides a limited amount of early-stage evolution agents and evolution meat paste squeezed from the source material on early-stage rockhorn horses. The number of both is extremely limited, and naturally cannot meet the needs of so many evolvers in Oasis Town. Like the strengthening period, if evolvers do not eat evolution meat for a long time, not only will their condition decline, but they will also become very weak. Among them, the Hunting Guild is the most affected. Holy Spring Village has the power of the church and does not need Lee's rockhorn horse supply, while Dawn Village and Motorcycle Village have industries that are inseparable from Farm Village, and the three are basically advancing and retreating together. Therefore, if the guild wants to maintain its strength without declining, it must spend more money to buy from Farm Village, or purchase from the upper-level guilds in the big cities, using the pilgrimage convoys by monthly transportation and paying high logistics fees. Nowadays, in Oasis Town, being able to get evolution meat or even high-grade horse meat from places other than Farm Village, even if it is just a one-time transaction, can save the guild a lot of manpower and resources. And although Lin Feng doesn't know much about the power struggles behind the rockhorn horse industry, he is very clear about one thing, that is, the importance of the limited evolution meat on first-tier rockhorn horses to evolvers. At the same time, this can also directly affect the balance of power between the major forces. Therefore, evolution meat as a strategic material, as well as the high-grade horse meat stripped from mid-stage rockhorn horses, also has a strategic value beyond its own price. Lin Feng thought for a moment and slowly said, "We don't have too much evolution meat in reserve, and considering our future mission actions, we need to reserve a portion in advance, so the amount available for trading depends on the sincerity of the president and the guild. After all, level 9 enhanced meat is also a hard currency in Oasis Town. We can directly trade it with Motorcycle Village and Dawn Village. Apart from being a bit troublesome, there are no other problems." Su Wanchuang frowned slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Although what Lin Feng said was reasonable, what was really troublesome for the guild was these two families, especially Farm Village's acquisition of evolution meat. In order to maintain their industrial advantage, they would rather offer a high price than let Lin Feng's high-grade horse meat and evolution meat flow into the market in large quantities. Especially if it was bought by the guild. Therefore, no matter what the situation, turning the enhanced meat in Lin Feng's hands into points is a sure profit. It's just that the man in front of her, who was calm and composed, was not as easy to fool as President Su had expected. After considering for a few seconds, Su Wanchuang decided to tell the truth to the two people in front of her. Then she replied with a smile, "The current quote for level 10 horse meat is 20 points per kilogram, and from level 11 to level 13 of the first tier early stage, it increases by 10 points in turn. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin should also have a large amount of level 13 high-grade horse meat from the mid-stage first-tier rockhorn horses? 50 points per kilogram, this is the standard price given by Farm Village. There will usually be a certain discount in actual transactions, but I can settle with you at the standard price here. Their purchase price will only be lower. As for the 2 tons of level 9 enhanced meat, we, the Hunting Guild, will take it all at the highest unit price of 6 points. What do you think?" As President Su's soft words fell, a gasp came from the side.
Chen Shanshan took a deep breath, unable to suppress the tension and excitement in her heart.
Among the team's harvest this time, there were 800 kilograms of level 13 dried horse meat, which alone was worth 40,000 shopping points. Although Ali, Aming, Ding Yi, and Lu Qian had consumed 200 kilograms, there were still 600 kilograms left.
But it was also worth 30,000 points.
It was nearly twice as much as 3 tons of level 9 enhanced meat. Calculated, the value of one mid-stage rockhorn horse could easily reach more than 20,000 points. And the reward mission previously released by Farm Village, a first-tier male phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horse, only gave 1,000 points, which was too black. However, it seemed that the value of the horse meat itself was calculated separately. The 1,000 points were just an extra reward for the mission that was still too little. It's just that the focus of that mission was on the provision of evolution potions and the qualification of Oasis citizens. These were what ordinary wasteland people pursued their entire lives. Thinking of this, Chen Shanshan suddenly realized that Lin Feng was going to the Oasis with Father Suan after handling the horse meat supplies. Could it be related to the qualification of Oasis citizens? Compared to Chen Shanshan's loss of composure, Lin Feng on the side was obviously much more composed. He estimated the value of a mid-stage rockhorn horse in his mind to be around 20 to 30,000 points. This was about the same as the market price. However, a considerable portion of the evolution meat and high-grade horse meat on hand had to be reserved as rations for the team. Now that all 7 members of the team had become evolutionaries, their basic daily consumption required half a kilogram of level 10 evolution meat, supplemented by 1 kilogram of level 9 enhanced meat. Therefore, even if an evolutionary did nothing, they would need to spend 10 points per day to maintain their condition and prevent it from declining. As the evolutionary level increased, the demand for energy from the evolutionary cells in the body would only become more and more vigorous.
Like Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan, as mid-stage evolutionaries, they naturally consumed more.
Level 9 enhanced meat was no longer useful. They had to eat 1 kilogram of level 10 horse meat, which cost 20 points per day. For the 7 people in the team, that was 100 points per day. And who knew when they would encounter another large migrating beast herd next time? The rockhorn horse taming plan had only just begun. Therefore, Lin Feng's bottom line was to reserve at least 3 months' worth of rations, as well as upgrade items and the consumption of 2 or more hunting expeditions. Currently, with the 300 kilograms of level 10 to level 12 evolution meat and 600 kilograms of level 13 horse jerky on hand, they could only sell half at most. As for the 300 kilograms of evolution meat remaining after extracting the life source essence from the 2 first-order mid-stage male rockhorn horses, because the meat quality was high and it was very helpful for restoring life value and condition, Lin Feng did not plan to sell it. This batch of evolution meat paste would become Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan's exclusive rations. After making the plan, Lin Feng slowly opened his mouth and said, "We still have a portion of level 10 to level 12 evolution meat and level 13 horse jerky left in our hands. We can only sell a portion of both. The latest novels are available on 69 Shuba. Come. How about 200 kilograms of level 13 horse meat?" The evolution meat paste of a first-order early-stage rockhorn horse could already meet the daily consumption of the team. It would be too extravagant to always eat level 13 horse meat. Moreover, the latter was worth 50 points per kilogram, so it was better to sell it for a good price. Leaving 400 kilograms to replenish upgrade consumption would be enough. Selling 200 kilograms would also yield 10,000 points, and Lin Feng believed that he had already shown enough sincerity. So much level 13 jerky could even cultivate 2 or 3 level 13 evolutionaries. And doing so could also exchange for a high price for enhanced meat, allowing the team to earn an extra 2,000 points. At this moment, hearing that Lin Feng was willing to offer 200 kilograms of horse meat, and it was still level 13, Suan Xuan was greatly surprised. Not only did her eyes light up instantly, but she also stared at the man, secretly pondering. Through this brief contact and conversation, Suan Xuan could already see Lin Feng's general character. Beneath the appearance of a dashing man, he revealed a meticulous caution. His neither humble nor arrogant answers, without any dragging of feet, made people feel very comfortable. Moreover, the fact that the other party could give a quota of 200 kilograms meant that they had at least 300 to 400 kilograms of surplus in their hands. So much high-grade horse jerky, it meant that Lin Feng's team must have killed more than just 2 or 3 first-order Rockhorn horses this time, but at least 5 or more. While Su Wanshuang was staring at the man, Lin Feng was also observing the other party's changes. Seeing a trace of shock flash in the president's eyes, Lin Feng knew that this transaction was likely to succeed. It was just that what he thought in his heart was somewhat different from the beautiful and moving President Su in front of him. Because what the latter really wanted was the first-order mid-stage evolution meat that Lin Feng was unwilling to sell. This meat was the most scarce strategic material in Oasis Town today. Moreover, mid-stage evolution meat had an important function. It could meet the minimum consumption of first-order late-stage evolutionaries, ensuring that their strength did not decline. And first-order late-stage evolutionaries were the top combat power under Oasis Town. The Li family of Nongzhuang village continuously obtained excess profits from the other villages by controlling the buying and selling distribution of mid-stage evolution meat, so as to strengthen themselves. Therefore, for Su Wanshuang, she was more willing to pay a higher price in exchange for the mid-stage evolution meat in the other party's hands. After listening to the conditions given by Lin Feng, Su Wanshuang maintained a smile and replied sincerely, "No matter how much Mr. Lin is willing to sell, we can accept it all, but there is one point. I wonder if Mr. Lin can bear to part with some of the first-order mid-stage evolution meat?" Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. After hesitating for a moment, "How much is a portion?" Seeing that the man did not directly refuse, Su Wanshuang realized that there was still a chance. Immediately, she took out a few lists from the stacked folders next to the office and placed them in front of Lin Feng. This is the quotation given by Nongzhuang village. In addition to the standard price of early-stage evolution meat, the current minimum price for mid-stage evolution meat, level 14, is as high as 100 points per kilogram. And it's limited. The quota given to our guild last month was only 100 kilograms. If Mr. Lin is willing to offer 50 kilograms, we will price it at 100 points. If there can be 100 kilograms, it will be 150 points per kilogram. Saying that, President Su also added, if the transaction is reached, Mr. Lin, as a distinguished guest of the Hunter Guild, will also be able to enjoy a 10% discount on all goods in the guild store. Of course, only for this week. The large-caliber firearms, shells, and even defensive battle armor on the second floor are all included. What do you think? After listening, Chen Shanshan's breathing became unconsciously heavy. But Lin Feng still looked as usual, weighing the pros and cons in his heart, thinking about whether to agree. In fact, with him and the team, the demand for weapons and equipment was not high, especially consumable items like firearms. Once purchased, they would basically not be bought again. Giving a 10% discount was not very meaningful. On the contrary, spending was greater in the stores of Jish Village and Shuguang Village. Any battery-powered passenger car would cost 3,000 to 4,000 points. So even if he agreed now, what Lin Feng needed was other additional rewards, not just a membership discount. The woman with fair skin and a beautiful appearance in front of him, her desire for mid-stage evolution meat, suddenly awakened Lin Feng. The mid-stage evolution meat in his hand could satisfy the daily consumption of first-order late-stage evolutionaries. It definitely had an extraordinary value in the Rockhorn horse industry of Oasis Town. So, after Lin Feng nodded, he asked about something that was not very relevant. Can the points we earn in the Oasis Town Guild be used interchangeably in the big cities ahead? Su Wanshuang was slightly stunned, then reacted. After nodding to confirm, she added, pilgrimage tickets to the Holy City, including the qualification for permanent residence in the Holy City, our Hunter Guild can help you solve them all. Lin Feng shook his head. He did not have such plans for the time being. Oasis Town could meet his needs for now. After politely refusing, Lin Feng smiled and continued, I can sell 100 kilograms of mid-stage evolution meat. But just a shopping discount is far from enough. I also want to have the right to exchange guild mission rewards and bonuses, converted into points for deduction. For example, this year's mission points ranking, the extra reward for the first place, that set of titanium steel exoskeleton power armor. Things that can be bought with money in this world have never been good goods. The really good things are extensions of power. And what Lin Feng needed was this kind of privilege. After saying that, he looked at the female vice president in front of him. After a long silence, Su Wanshuang nodded lightly, okay, but the guild also has two conditions. As she spoke, Su Wanchuang extended two slender fingers, making a V sign. The first condition is that Mr. Lin must keep the content of our transaction today confidential. Because the matter is of great importance, and Mr. Lin also has some mid-stage evolution meat in his possession, which could easily attract the covetousness of other forces, the guild hopes that you can keep a low profile in the future. If needed, the guild can also send staff to be responsible for the daily safety of your team. This is related to the power struggle behind the mid-stage evolution meat. Once it's leaked, Farmstead Village is likely to further reduce the guild's quota. At the same time, they will try to coerce and lure the Lin Feng team. Lin Feng nodded. This condition also aligned with his own interests. Since the discovery of the horse taming technique, and now with the importance placed on him by Father Suan, the Lin Feng team and Farmstead Village, and the Li family behind it, have no possibility of reconciliation. The two sides are already in a state of irreconcilable conflict. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng agreed to the transaction. The guild and Farmstead Village are not necessarily in cahoots, at least they can balance each other out. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Su Wanchuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her evaluation of the man in front of her increased by several points. After putting down her middle finger, she spoke of the second condition. Secondly, I hope Mr. Lin is willing to become a special hunter of our Wilderness Hunter Guild. Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, and looked at Chen Shanshan beside him, who was equally puzzled. At this time, Su Wanchuan continued to introduce with a smile. In fact, a special hunter is a special level assessment by our Wilderness Hunter Guild for late-stage first-order revolvers. Here, I will briefly introduce the guild's level division for wilderness hunters. As everyone knows, level 9 strengthening is the minimum strength standard for registering as a wilderness hunter in the guild. After becoming an early-stage first-order revolver, one can be automatically assessed as a senior wilderness hunter and have the right to purchase advanced equipment. Completing a certain number of bounties and accumulating enough mission points can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme to being assessed as a formal hunter. And first-order mid-stage evolvers can also automatically obtain formal hunter credentials due to their strength. This credential can also satisfy Mr. Lin's earlier inquiry about the intercommunication of points. The information and accounts of formal hunters will be reported to higher authorities, so as to realize the general use of points between different territories. Above formal hunters are special hunters, who are benchmarked against first-order late-stage evolvers. But this identity is not automatically obtained, but requires joining the guild organization, obtaining an exclusive license, and becoming an evolver nominally affiliated with the guild. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He didn't like the feeling of being bound, especially when he didn't understand the situation. Although the Wilderness Hunter Guild seemed to be more free than the church. Seeing displeasure appear on the man's face, Su Wanchuang immediately added, "It's just a registered nominally affiliated evolver. In fact, the guild does not have any mandatory requirements for individuals. The original intention of establishing our guild was to allow wilderness hunters in the wasteland to have a fair and just trading platform, while at the same time banding together for warmth and not being coerced or squeezed by other forces, so there's absolutely no need to worry about this." After dispelling Lin Feng's doubts, Su Wanchuan continued to introduce, moreover, becoming a registered special hunter will also enjoy more rights, including the right to purchase exclusive rewards for mission points that you just mentioned. Including the advanced equipment and materials inside the Wilderness Hunter Guild, which are also specially supplied, and can even be specially shipped from other cities. Lin Feng nodded, but he still didn't believe that there would be unrequited good things in this world. Even if the Wilderness Hunter Guild wanted to use the name of the number of registered hunters to prop up its reputation, it couldn't force the hunters to work, so this facade definitely couldn't be maintained. The benefits have been said, so what are the requirements and restrictions? Lin Feng then asked. For example, like me, I was once a registered hunter, and of course I am now, but I also serve as the vice president of the guild, responsible for the affairs of Oasis Town. When you become a special hunter and have the evolution strength of a late-stage first order, you can also obtain the position of president of a certain region by completing tasks, which is much more stable than staying in the wilderness to fight and kill. Lin Feng roughly understood why the guild had to set up a special hunter level. The main purpose was to win over powerful evolvers, and then bring them into their fold through various preferential treatments. Moreover, after being powerful to a certain extent, having a relationship with them is itself a resource and advantage. Even if only 10% of the special hunters choose to stay and join the Wilderness Hunter Guild, in the face of a huge total, it is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. After taking a deep breath, Lin Feng slowly opened his mouth. One last question, why me? The minimum requirement isn't a late-stage first-order revolver? Su Wanchuang opened her hands, making a hugging gesture, and then replied with a slightly confident smile, naturally, it's because I'm optimistic about the future growth potential of you and Miss Chen. In fact, granting a special hunter license in advance is generally regarded as the treatment for seeds who can be promoted to second-order revolvers and become one-star hunters in the future. I am very optimistic about both of you. In the future, Mr. Lin can participate in the relic trials organized by the guild with this identity, so as to obtain the qualification to be promoted to the second order. This is also the treatment of seed hunters. As for now, as long as you agree, we will conduct the horse meat transaction and the identity upgrade of the license. Lin Feng pondered for a few seconds, then agreed. Su Wanchuang stood up and extended her right hand. Lin Feng then got up and stepped forward, shaking hands with her. Happy cooperation, Hunter Qin Lang will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead /phoning you to the handover later. After Su Wanchuang finished speaking, the office door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a shirt and trousers appeared behind the door. Don't look at the other party's unremarkable appearance, but he is also a late-stage first-order revolver, a registered special hunter. Lin Feng led Chen Shanshan out of the president's office. Qin Lang followed behind, guiding the two of them to walk out of the Wilderness Hunter Guild through the back door. Then, he asked Lin Feng and the others to park the chariot next to the warehouse truck next to the guild. The supervisor in charge of the warehouse came to connect. The latter was also a late-stage evolver, but he seemed ordinary. Now that Lin Feng has the strength of a mid-stage first order, he can vaguely feel the aura on the other party's body. In the past, he would never have thought that the other party's true strength would be so strong, a hidden big shot. The rear door of the car was opened, and the materials in the three-wheeled carriage began to be counted. In weight, a total of 2,860 kilograms of level 9 strengthened meat were counted. Considering that there are still 5 early-stage evolvers in the team who can reduce the consumption of evolution meat by eating level 9 strengthened meat, Lin Feng decided to sell most of it and keep 200 kilograms for reserve. 6 points per kilogram, which is about 16,000 here. There were still 600 kilograms of level 13 dried horse meat left. Selling 200 kilograms at a unit price of 50 points, it's a total of 10,000. As for the final mid-stage evolution meat paste, Lin Feng has 200 kilograms of level 14 and 100 kilograms of level 15 in his hand. As the most important part of this transaction, Lin Feng naturally couldn't sell the level 15. 100 kilograms of level 14 evolution meat paste was exchanged for 150 points per unit, which was 15,000. Adding up the 3 batches, it's a total of 41,000 points. After the calculation was completed, as piles of dried meat were moved into the warehouse truck, Qin Lang also arranged for the staff to transfer the corresponding points to the Lin Feng team's account. Including the 6,000 points from Holy Spring Village, Lin Feng currently has a total of 47,000 points in his hand. Holding the points card in his hand, Lin Feng is looking forward to shopping with the identity of a special hunter next. After handing over the enhanced meat and evolution meat, Special Hunter Qin Lang returned to the president's office with the 100 kilograms of 14th level evolution meat paste. Su Wanchuan, seeing this, got up and walked to the side, opening an inconspicuous cabinet in the office. This was a low-temperature preservation refrigerator, which could effectively prolong the advanced energy contained in the evolution meat. At this moment, there were less than 50 kilograms of reserves in the refrigerator, so the 100 kilograms of evolution meat obtained from this transaction was crucial for the guild's special hunters. If the late-stage evolutionaries were compared to an efficient war machine, then evolution meat was the basic fuel for the machine's operation. If they didn't eat enough, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Before closing the refrigerator, Su Wanchuang took out 5 portions of jerky, 1 kilogram each, and handed 4 of them to Qin Lang. Take it and divide it up, eat your fill today. Currently, the quantity was limited, and the guild's special hunters could only consume half a kilogram of mid-stage evolution meat per day, paired with more than 10 kilograms of early-stage horse meat, barely maintaining their late-stage evolutionary state. Because of the difference in energy density, although the energy contained in an equal amount of mid-stage evolution meat was only twice that of the early stage, the effect it brought was vastly different. It was like a toxin diluted several times versus a concentrated version. The impact they could cause was completely different. Xi Lang looked at the 4 kilograms of mid-stage evolution meat in his hand and slowly said, "They haven't signed an agreement with any company and don't belong to any of the 3 factions. They are free evolutionaries. Why not just take action directly? There's at least 100 kilograms on that kid's car." Within the 5 villages under the oasis, the rule against killing was jointly established by the 5 villages. But rules were always meant to restrain those below. For the rulemakers, compliance was just a superficial formality, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme. The breaking of rules was when they plundered the greatest benefits. So, in Xi Lang's view, taking action directly was more convenient than wasting words. But Su Wanchuan had more considerations. Besides the Hunter Guild's own reputation, there were 2 other reasons. Tearing off a strip of jerky and stuffing it into her mouth, the quality was several times better than what was farmed in the farm village. After confirming that it was wild mid-stage rockhorn horse, President Su shook her head and took out a background investigation file on the Lin Feng team. Although it has nothing to do with the farm, motorcycle, or Dawn villages, someone has repeatedly witnessed them entering and leaving Holy Spring Village, and Lin Feng is also wearing a special Great Religious Order badge. As she spoke, Su Wanchuan pointed to the recent tasks completed by the Lin Feng team, the most important of which was the Wasteland Wolfpack hunt, for which Chen Shanshan received the evolution reward. They are deeply involved with Suan. Even though Holy Spring Village doesn't openly recruit evolutionaries, Priest Suan himself can recruit evolutionary teams to work for him personally. Under the oasis, Priest Suan, as the only second-stage evolutionary, his words carry more weight than the attitudes of our 4 villages. Su Wanchuan then took out Chen Shanshan's personal information, as well as the latest investigation on Lin Feng. Chen Shanshan's master was also a turbulent figure back then, almost able to advance to the late first stage, but unfortunately, he died in an ancient ruin operation. As her successor, Chen Shanshan's potential is not low. As for Lin Feng, the gun on this guy's waist has changed many times. It is initially judged to be a gun-type ability evolutionary, growing and developing rapidly, possibly a strongman from the old Earth era overlooked by Holy City. This can also explain why his team hunted so many rockhorn horses. Rockhorn horses, as mutated wasteland beasts with specially evolved defensive attributes, require at least 20mm caliber shells to break through their defenses and kill them, and these heavy weapons are not only expensive but also the most strictly controlled in the wasteland. At the very least, after helping Priest Suan solve the ruins, the team could consider the future direction, whether to continue fighting on the front lines of the wasteland or retire directly. Such as firearms. The inferior AK he saw last time was still hanging on the weapon wall. Lin Feng asked the shop owner to bring it over and check it out. Imitation AK rifle LV7, white quality, basic attributes, damage 35, effective range 800 meters, remaining ammunition 030, durability 610, can consume 1 point of health to upgrade. Additional attributes, full power rounds, damage +5, automatic mode, rate of fire 20s. As a replica of the classic AK, this weapon has many flaws, including but not limited to severe wear and tear, low durability affecting accuracy, and being prone to jamming, etc. One cannot expect a small workshop to produce high-quality weapons. Although dilapidated, it has high damage. Using full power rounds, it boasts 40 points of damage, easily capable of seriously injuring or directly killing late-stage enhanced humans. Rifle bullets cost 1 point for 5 rounds, and the store also recycles spent casings, but it's useless to Lin Feng. Upgraded firearms can have ammunition recovery and spatial magazine properties. Aside from durability wear, there's basically nothing else to worry about. Compared to the store's inferior firearms, it's almost perfect. Now the team needs at least 3 rifles as the main offensive weapons, equipped for alien, aiming, and looming fei. Most new smalls say it's 6'9" bookbar first hair. As for Ding Yi and Lu Qian, they are mainly responsible for logistics, at most equipped with a pistol for self-defense. What worries Lin Feng the most is actually Chen Shanshan. The 40 points of damage from the hunting rifle can no longer meet the needs of the current stage of evolution combat, making it almost useless. If it weren't for worrying about revealing upgrade traces, Lin Feng would have pawned them off, which could be exchanged for 2 AKs. Lin Feng put down the AK and asked the girl beside him, "What kind of weapon do you want?" Ordinary firearms don't seem suitable for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat. Chen Shanshan was still immersed in the joy of getting rich. Hearing Lin Feng ask about equipment, she shook her head after regaining her senses. "These are all mid to long range weapons, and they will expose my location. They don't coordinate with my abilities at all. The previous single shot hunting rifle was pretty good. Is there anything with more power?" The two looked at the shopkeeper, who reluctantly introduced, "There are no standard shotguns, but there are short hunting rifles. Large caliber weapons, especially artillery, are prohibited items. Because they are too lethal, they can cause considerable damage to villages and oases, so if you want to buy them, you can only go to the big city ahead." Lin Feng frowned slightly, then asked, "Do you have gunpowder or explosives?" Firearms are just the ultimate human use of gunpowder, undoubtedly effective in killing, but the actual destructive power is limited. If Lin Feng's team could have a few packs of explosives for this hunting operation, buried in advance in the riverbed as landmines, not to mention a tier 1 mid-stage male, even a leader-level rockhorn horse could be seriously injured in its hooves and abdomen by the explosion, making it possible to challenge and kill it. The power of bullets is too limited for highly evolved wasteland beasts. Explosives are still needed. Moreover, this relic exploration requires high-energy explosives to break rocks and open paths, or to drive away some unknown mutated creatures and deal with some inexplicable phenomena. After learning about the curses of the Blazing Sun Forbidden Zone, Lin Feng was full of vigilance towards those strange existences. Having explosives on hand is undoubtedly the best sense of security. Unfortunately, after hearing Lin Feng's questioning, the shopkeeper shook his head again and took out a prohibited sales list. Ordinary black powder used to be sold, but after a fool privately made it into homemade explosives and planned to blow up the oasis, all gunpowder purchases have been restricted, and even evolutionaries must register and purchase according to their mission points. As for high-performance explosives, I've lived in Oasis Town for 3 or 4 decades and haven't seen them once. The petroleum industry is almost non-existent, and related industries are basically zero. However, some evolutionaries who have awakened special abilities can increase the power of ammunition or homemade bombs through pressurization and empowerment, but this ability is relatively rare. Speaking, the shopkeeper was worried that continuous blows would affect the spending mood of the two rich people, so he whispered, "The large-caliber heavy weapon you two just wanted is actually in the guild's mission rewards. It was sent from the upper-level guild in the big city through the pilgrimage convoy last year, and I personally inspected it. There is an introduction on the right side of the mission point list. It has a nice name, called the Demon Bane Holy Flame. I heard it was once the weapon of a church combat priest and had the blessing of a bishop. It is a large-caliber shotgun modified to fire 2 35mm small shells at the same time. The damage can penetrate 30mm of ordinary steel plate, or the thick carapace of a Tier 1 early-stage rockhorn horse. But the disadvantages are also obvious. As a double-barreled, large-caliber weapon, the effective range is only about 100 meters, but reloading takes more than 5 or 6 seconds. It's basically a one-time weapon. There's absolutely no chance to fire a second shot in a real battle. Although the Demon Bane Holy Flame is a prohibited weapon, you can exchange for the purchase qualification through mission points. As mid-stage evolutionaries, as long as you work hard to complete some bounty orders, you can have the purchase qualification soon. Speaking of this, the shopkeeper changed the subject and began to promote the goods in the store. Therefore, in order to complete the task quickly and well, a good set of equipment is essential. I not only have AKs with damage second only to shells, but also all kinds of grades of battle armor. The light armor that this lady bought last time must have been unable to cope with mid-stage battles. The store also launched a trade-in event, where you can use the old armor to offset the cost and just pay the difference to exchange for a brand new medium all-steel armor. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan looked at each other. Their attention shifted from the Demon Bane Holy Flame back to the firearms and armor they were planning to buy. In reality, Lin Feng was planning to purchase battle armor in bulk. The level 9 combat suit could no longer be upgraded because the foundation was too poor, and the upper limit was white-quality equipment. Unless higher-level materials were fused, or through imprinting, the limitations could be lifted. And high-level materials are obviously more suitable for direct addition to high-level equipment. Integrating them into ordinary combat suits has limited improvement and is too wasteful. So Lin Feng's plan was to first buy 6 sets of light steel armor, with a red quality foundation, and then upgrade through fusion, adding materials such as the Rockhorn horse's horns and bones to create armor with better defensive effects and that is also lighter. In this way, he could save a lot of points and get better armor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ordinary light steel armor, the basic level 10 model, only costs 350 points per set, while higher level 12 and 13 armor starts at thousands of points. As for the more advanced level 14 titanium steel armor, according to the store manager's introduction, it could withstand 3 to 4 tons of impact, but the price required 2,500 points. 7 sets would cost 17,000, and Lin Feng suddenly felt that the 47,000 points he had were not so abundant. After all, they had even higher level reward equipment from the mission points that they hadn't checked yet. At that time, the prices were estimated to be several thousand points. So he had to be careful with his spending. Therefore, in the end, Lin Feng only ordered 6 sets of light armor in the store manager's suspicious gaze, costing only 2,100 points in total. There were also 4 rifles, each costing 250 points, totaling 1,000. In addition to the ones for Lu Mingfei and the other 2, Lin Feng also prepared a spare weapon for himself, intending to verify the different strengthening directions of the imprinting power. Finally, there were the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range self-defense pistols. Because they were cheap, only 70 or so points, Lin Feng directly bought 7, 1 for each team member, totaling 500. So, the total cost came to 3,600 points. Lin Feng was originally too lazy to bargain, thinking it would be fine to just get some free bullets. But at Chen Shanshan's insistence, he still spent some time haggling. The same went for the pistols, 2 magazines, and 300 bullets. After bargaining, he only paid 3,300 points. Although the store manager still made a profit at this price, the profit was certainly not as high as before. As a result, when Lin Feng and the others left with a sack of weapons, the store manager, with a dark line on his face, could only go to the warehouse to search for light armor, working himself to death to earn a delivery fee. After ordering the team's uniform weapons and equipment, Lin Feng then came downstairs and sold a small low-temperature refrigerator, 300 liters, in the Dawn Village store. It cost another 100 points. At this time, Manager Qian hurriedly came to inform the 2 that their special hunter licenses had been approved. Following the manager to the VIP room in the back, the 2 began to go through the relevant procedures. When filling in the personal profile information, Lin Feng wrote gun type ability in the superpower column. Afterwards, the 2 obtained a special badge the size of a palm, similar to a police badge. Compared to the previous small booklet certificate, the silver license in front of them was much more impressive. Manager Qian, who was responsible for guiding and serving, introduced with a slightly envious expression, "You 2 adults can hang the license on your coat or armor. This is a symbol of status. Especially in wasteland operations, hunters can take care of each other, and other forces will also be wary of it." Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that the identity of a special hunter was still useful. At least it represented the face of the Hunter Association. What about the list of advanced weapons and equipment? It shouldn't be just the ones written on the list, right? Manager Qian nodded, looking at the 2 newly born special hunters in front of him, his expression becoming more and more respectful. "Please wait a moment, adults. The materials piled up in the warehouse haven't been sorted out for many years and need to be recounted and evaluated. Here is a statistical list from the last wasteland year. You can take a look first. The latest list may have to wait until tomorrow. Recently, the guild is short of staff, and the warehouse is too busy. You 2 adults can wait in the VIP room for a while. We also provide free food, accommodation, and other relaxing entertainment activities." Lin Feng remembered the chubby supervisor in the warehouse when he settled the evolutionary meat before and shook his head. "No rush, take your time." Then he looked at the list in his hand and found that an ordinary exoskeleton power armor cost as much as 10,000 points, and the rest of the equipment or weapons were also 4 to 5,000. The cheapest of them was a multifunctional titanium shield worth more than 2,000 points, and a one-time single-soldier rocket launcher. Lin Feng's breathing stagnated. He picked up the cup and drank the juice in the cup in one gulp, then coughed lightly, got up and said, "I'll take this list first. I need to discuss the items inside with my teammates. I'll come again tomorrow." Manager Qian nodded quickly, "No problem, please take your time, you two adults." Then he helped carry the guns and equipment and respectfully escorted the two from the side door of the guild, all the way to the Rockhorn horse chariot. Looking at the unique shape of the chariot in front of him, Manager Qian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, waved his hand, and prepared to say goodbye. Seeing the driver smoking outside the car, Manager Qian immediately asked Lin Feng and his party to wait a moment, then quickly ran back to the guild. Before long, he came running over, panting, and took out two small iron boxes from his pocket. He stepped forward and handed them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the iron boxes and opened them. One box contained 5-finger-thick, standard-issue cigars, while the other was filled with snow-white sugar. Manager Qian took a deep breath and began to introduce them. "Sir, these cigars are not the low-quality goods from the farm village, but rather the high-end, internal goods specially supplied to the guild by a family in Holy City that specializes in tobacco leaves. They are fragrant, mellow, and strong, especially suitable for revolvers to enjoy. One cigar can be smoked for an hour or so, enough to keep you energized during long journeys through the wasteland. This box contains concentrated mints. Eating one under the blazing sun will invigorate your mind and provide instant coolness. These are both items not listed on the manifest." Lin Feng nodded, "Thank you for your trouble." He handed the sugar to the three women in the back row, then asked Chen Shanshan to bring 5 kilograms of level 10 evolved meat, which he passed to the man outside the vehicle through the window. "Manager Qian, you've just been promoted to evolver, right? This tier 1 evolved meat will help you stabilize your evolved strength. Take it." If level 9 enhanced meat was the hard currency among the permanent residents of the 5 major villages, then evolved meat was the soft gold among evolvers. At that moment, Manager Qian ecstatically accepted the dried meat, thanking him repeatedly with an excited expression. He watched the war chariot leave, and only after Lin Feng and his group disappeared into the distance did he return to the guild, clutching the evolved meat. The 2 boxes of luxury goods he had offered, although worth several hundred points, were nothing compared to the evolved meat in his hand, which had a purchase price of only 20 points per kilogram. However, this was a limited quantity. Low-level evolvers within the guild, such as clerical staff like him who were not combat-oriented, received less than half a kilogram of evolved meat per day. As for the price on the outside market, it had long been inflated to 40 or 50 points per kilogram, and was even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme unavailable at any price. After seeing Lin Feng and the others become special hunters, Manager Qian keenly seized the opportunity, successfully exchanging useless high-end luxury goods for the evolved meat he truly needed. Meanwhile, on the road back to Farm Village, Lin Feng opened the iron box, took out one of the cigars, and sniffed it. It indeed had a rich tobacco aroma, with a hint of mint, making it fragrant and mellow. Lu Mingfei, who was driving, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his attention completely shifting from the sack of weapons and equipment to the high-end cigar in Lin Feng's hand. After confirming the quality was acceptable, Lin Feng put the cigar box into the drawer in front of the passenger seat, then instructed, "Don't smoke now. Smoke one on the road during a mission when you need to keep your spirits up during long journeys. If you really want to smoke, use your points to buy one at the Farm Village's store." Lu Mingfei nodded, suppressing his inner urge, and comforted himself that since no one else in the team smoked, this box of high-end cigars would eventually be his. At this moment, Alian, who was sitting in the back row, leaned forward, holding a mint in her hand, and handed it to Lin Feng. "At the same time," she said, "I also smoke. How many points per cigar? I'm willing to have it deducted from my points." Lin Feng frowned slightly and took the mint. "Although I don't know the price, since it's for internal use only, let's say 100 points per cigar. If you want to smoke, deduct it directly from your personal points during the next allocation." Alian nodded, then smiled at Lu Mingfei, whose expression had changed. "Don't worry, I'll only exchange for one, just to taste it." The concentrated mint released its flavor in Lin Feng's mouth, like a midnight storm, a chill rushing straight to his head. If evolvers could feel it so intensely, it would probably cause ordinary humans or enhanced humans to lose their sense of taste in their mouths. Unless you're in combat, it's best to eat less of these in the future, lest you develop a resistance. Lin Feng reminded her. A box of concentrated mints had 30 or 40 pieces, so there was no need to worry about finishing them all at once.
Chen Shanshan nodded and carefully put away the box of mints.
Back at the right side camp outside Holy Spring Village, Lin Feng informed everyone of the subsequent plans. The main thing was the exchange of equipment from the mission rewards. After distributing a mint to Ding Yi and Lu Qian, the group of 7 gathered in the back of the war chariot, listening to Lin Feng's speech. This time, we sold most of the enhanced meat, 200 kilograms of level 13 horse meat, and 100 kilograms of level 14 evolved meat, for a total of 47,000 points. Of course, we still have 24 high-grade photovoltaic rock armor plates that we haven't sold, but I suggest using them to modify the subsequent war chariot.
It would be a bit of a loss to sell them.
This trip also cost 3,300 points for the purchase of battle armor and firearms for everyone, and 100 points for a refrigerator to store tier 1 horse meat. That leaves us with 43,600 points. But these are just the team's standard issue weapons. Even with optimization, their power can only suppress early-stage tier 1 evolvers at most, and they can't be used as powerful weapons. So, in the future, we will need to spend a considerable amount of points to exchange for high-level weapons that the guild doesn't sell to outsiders. As he spoke, Lin Feng placed the list in his hand on the seat cushion, handing it to everyone to circulate. The others glanced at the price column on the list, and the joy and excitement they had been immersed in from the sudden wealth at this moment, they all gasped in cold air. They were ridiculously and absurdly expensive. Lin Feng's attention, however, was focused on Lu Qian, who was loading bullets into a pistol magazine on the side. She held the bullets in her hand, lost in thought. After Lin Feng brought back a large pile of weapons and equipment, Lu Qian, having nothing to do, began to load bullets into the 4 rifles and 7 pistols.
This process was quite relaxing.
However, during the loading process, Lu Qian suddenly realized that the golden bullets in her hand seemed to have a natural reaction with the energy within her body. In other words, compared to other substances, these bullets were more suitable for absorbing and containing the energy she released. While the others were marveling at the expensiveness of the mission reward equipment, Lin Feng noticed the unusual expression on Lu Qian's face. In fact, he had been wanting to find an opportunity to ask Lu Qian about the specific difficulties of the mental world awakening challenge she faced when she evolved beyond her level. Generally, its appearance is closely related to the awakened abilities of the evolver. For example, Lin Feng had to fight his way out of a herd of rockhorn horses, and as a result, the power of the brand was further enhanced. It could break through the quality limit of the brand equipment at the cost of consuming 1 level of his own evolution. For the red quality equipment corresponding to the first order evolution, the upgrade limit is level 19. Lin Feng can upgrade it beyond the level to level 20 at level 19, reaching the next quality.
Don't underestimate this small level, but the improvement it can bring is a qualitative leap.
From the level 9 precision pistol to the level 10 explosive gun, it can be seen that although the damage difference between the two is only 10 points, the former is just an ordinary bullet, while the latter has the high damage of an explosion. Therefore, Lin Feng can completely use the power of the brand to obtain level 20 weapons and equipment corresponding to the second order in advance, so as to kill second order mutated wild beasts, such as the chieftain level rockhorn horse, beyond his level. As for other people, such as Chen Shanshan, it is a further enhancement of her perception ability, which can shield the target's perception ability, so as to escape from danger.
As for Lu Mingfei, alien, and aiming, the awakening challenge is much simpler. Enhanced physique or partial strengthening.
Ding Yi's ability, on the other hand, fits her identity as a top student, and because she has not experienced any danger, the Maze Awakening Challenge requires more brainpower to solve than force. Among the 7 members of the team, only Lu Qian's awakened ability made Lin Feng a little unpredictable. According to her brother's description, it was related to an experience where the two of them almost died in the wilderness before. Under chaotic circumstances, Lu Qian seemed to be guided by the sun, found a female rockhorn horse having a difficult birth, and luckily saved her life. The ability she subsequently awakened was an extremely rare energy-based ability among physique-based abilities. She can control the direction of energy flow in her body. Originally, Lin Feng wouldn't have cared so much. At most, he would have thought that Lu Qian had some talent. But since he saw the warning left by the first pioneers on the top of Laoshan Mountain, Lin Feng naturally associated Lu Qian's awakened ability with the sun above his head. The curse of the scorching sun, forbidden zone contamination by simply gazing, incomprehensible unknown spontaneous combustion, mysterious energy fluctuations. Lin Feng was worried that Lu Qian's body had already been invaded by the curse of the forbidden zone, planting the seeds of spontaneous combustion. Just as he was lost in thought, Lu Mingfei, holding the equipment list, slowly said, "Weapons aside, we have to equip the war chariot first. According to the current results, the 7-ton load of one vehicle is definitely not enough. In the future, we will need at least 2 following vehicles. One is a dedicated storage vehicle, and the other is used as a rest vehicle and equipment storage. This way, we can have a load of more than 10 tons, and even if we kill the leader-level Rockhorn horse in the future, we can load it all." Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and nodded in agreement. "That's right, and the comfort of long-distance travel is also a guarantee of our condition. After bumping for more than 10 hours, we will be dizzy even when standing. Lu Mingfei's idea is similar to mine. Now that we have money, we must not only upgrade this war chariot, add a set of motors, and equip the remaining 5 sets of batteries, but also double the power by relying on dual drives, and we also need to add 2 more transport vehicles, one dedicated to loading goods, and the other for people to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in and store equipment, such as dinghy's incubator. We have 7 people. We can arrange 2 more people in each of the 2 rear vehicles, so that we can take turns driving, which is neither tiring nor crowded." Everyone nodded in agreement. The main reason is that on the way back from this hunt, the 4 people in the back row were squeezed into 2 seats in a row, and jerky and other supplies filled every corner, leaving no room for 2 people to stretch their legs. In addition, the piled-up horse meat, and some of it was not dried, and the evaporated water vapor had a strong meaty smell, which was useless even if the car windows were opened. As a result, several people now have a lingering stench that cannot be dispelled. Except for Lin Feng, who rode the Rockhorn horse all the way, this hunt left a considerable psychological shadow on the remaining 6 people on the way back. Naturally, I hope that in future actions, not to mention living in a more comfortable environment, at least it should be clean and spacious. Therefore, a transport vehicle dedicated to loading goods and a spare rest vehicle for storing weapons and equipment are both necessary. At this time, Dingy opened her mouth and calculated, a powered electric vehicle with batteries will cost at least more than 3,000 points, and 2 vehicles will cost nearly 7,000 points, including other modifications. The budget will require at least 10,000 points. Now there are still 43,600 points left. Subtracting 10,000 will leave 33,600. It seems that our budget is quite sufficient. Everyone looked at each other. 33,000 seems like a lot, but if it is placed on this equipment list, it can buy at most 4 or 5 pieces of equipment, and it is estimated that it is also prepared for Lin Feng and Chen Shanshan. The remaining 5 people, especially Lu Mingfei, Alien, and Aiming, also need personal improvement. Seeing that everyone was thinking differently, Lin Feng thought for a while and proposed a division plan. In this way, a budget of 10,000 points will be used for the modification and purchase of vehicles, but it is estimated that it is not enough, because I want to install air conditioners in all 3 vehicles. In this case, the budget must be increased by another 5,000 points, raising it to the level of 15,000. Subtracting 15,000 leaves 28,600. Then take out another 7,000 points, the 7 members of the team, an average of 1,000 points per person, as personal points, and everyone can purchase what they need. Finally, the remaining 21,600 will be used to purchase mission reward equipment. What do you think? After the captain gave a specific plan, the remaining 6 members of the team thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. The main reason is that 1,000 points is enough for them to add many items, especially personal clothing and daily necessities. After working hard for 5 or 6 days, it is not easy to get rich. If you don't improve your living standards, you can't justify it. In terms of clothing, food, housing, and transportation, the latter 2 have already spent 15,000 points, and the clothes and food must naturally be carefully studied. Although Lin Feng helped add a set of battle armor, a pair of comfortable shoes is also very necessary in daily activities. Secondly, in terms of eating, although eating horse meat can also fill the stomach, nutritional imbalance and long-term lack of vitamins and various trace elements will have a certain impact on the lifespan of the evolver. Dingy plans to plant some fruit trees, see buckthorn or cherry tomatoes, which are sold in Nongzhuang village. Moreover, compared to eating jerky, fried meat or grilled meat, adding some salt or monosodium glutamate, as well as some other seasonings, is obviously more in line with the living standards that a wasteland hunting team should have. These items are all sold in the guild shops. Even old Huang, a permanent resident of the 5th village, can occasionally enjoy them. It's unrealistic for Lin Feng's team, one of the top hunting teams in Oasis Town, to maintain a low-quality caveman lifestyle. 1,000 points are enough for everyone to purchase equipment in phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals live live/phoneme more like human beings. If not back to the level of old Earth, at least stronger than 95% of the residents of Oasis Town. They should be second only to the high-level members of the 5 major villages and the upper-class citizens of the Oasis. With the distribution plan discussed and finalized, everyone began to think about what items they needed to purchase with their 1,000 points. The discussion quickly shifted from equipment lists to daily life matters. Lin Feng, having excused himself, walked up to Lu Qian and began upgrading the AK rifle and pistol. A replica AK is level 7, and it only costs 2 life points to upgrade it to level 9, the upper limit for white quality. Beyond that, unless it's imprinted, it's the upgrade limit for ordinary firearms. Now evolved to level 15, Lin Feng has a life attribute of up to 110 points, enough to upgrade and refurbish 4 AK rifles in one go. During the optimization process, Lin Feng asked Lu Qian, "What's wrong lately? You seem a bit inactive?" The latter was stunned, put down the filled magazine in her hand, and shook her head. "I feel a little strange, the energy in my body." Lin Feng then explained, Shan should have told you, it's a very rare energy type among the constitution types, similar to releasing electricity or acid, like an electric eel. Your superpower allows you to control the flow of energy in your body, gathering it at one point. Lu Qian nodded and slowly raised her hand. She concentrated, frowned, and held her breath to mobilize the energy within her. The next moment, the tip of her extended index finger suddenly lit up. The light was dim, like a small light bulb. But it only lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before fading away, leaving a blackened mark on the fingernail of her fingertip. The edge of the nail charred and carbonized. Then Lu Qian said with some frustration and depression, "This is the limit. Even if I compress it to such a small point, the temperature can only be raised to 200 or 300 degrees. If it's spread out, the temperature will only increase by a few dozen degrees at most, not enough to even cause a scald. My superpower is so useless." Lin Feng coughed softly. This superpower doesn't even seem to be able to light a cigarette. 200 or 300 degrees is only such a small point. It's useless for combat, and not very useful as support. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals or either/phoneme. It's indeed a bit useless at the moment. But if these rare abilities grow, with the increase in evolution level, they will definitely be of great use. However, for Lu Qian, who has a very strong sense of self-esteem and has always been somewhat conceited, she had originally been full of expectations for the cross-level evolution, preparing to soar into the sky, but as a result, she awakened such a garbage and useless superpower. This blow has made her somewhat silent and unhappy since she woke up. In Lu Qian's opinion, even awakening the most ordinary physical enhancement ability like her brother would not make her become a waste like she is now. Now, not only is she completely out of the question for combat missions, but she can only follow Dingyi in logistics and assist her. And the work Lu Qian is doing now can be replaced by anyone else, even a non-evolved level 9 enhanced human. So her low mood and disappointment are, at their root, actually fear of the future. Lin Feng saw this and comforted her, "Don't look down on the energy control ability. It's weak now because you've just completed evolution and your level is very low. You can only mobilize such a small amount of energy at the moment." Shan was the same at the beginning, only able to obscure the vision of the target's eyes within 10 meters. And at the moment you first awaken after evolution, the full burst of your superpower could even heat an entire bottle of fresh water to boiling in an instant. This huge amount of energy can completely heat metal to thousands of degrees. In short, these rare superpowers have a promising future.
Don't be too sad, just hurry up and evolve later.
After listening to Lin Feng's guidance, Lu Qian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded vigorously.
Seeing this, Lin Feng then asked what the content of the other party's awakening trial was. Then, in the process of awakening your superpower, what kind of predicament did you encounter that ultimately led to the awakening of such a rare ability? When it came to this matter, Lu Qian was silent for a while, and then slowly opened her mouth after several seconds. My awakening trial was to keep moving forward in the wilderness, exposed to the sun. Unlike your challenges, I didn't know how to end the trial. There was no door or specific task. I just kept experiencing being baked by the sun until dehydration, and being sun-dried alive in the wilderness. As she spoke, Lu Qian trembled, obviously feeling a little frightened and scared when she thought of the memory of the trial. Adjusting her state, she continued to talk about that experience, until after restarting more than 10 times, I tried to do the same as before, no longer avoiding the sun, but instead thinking about how to embrace it and incorporate it into my body. Then I discovered that after the energy of the sunshine entered my body through the surface of my skin, I could vaguely feel its flow and movement. Wherever it gathers, the temperature will rise. So I began to guide and control the energy of the sunlight, releasing it into the rocks or the ground through my hands and feet, not letting them accumulate in the body. Speaking of this, Lu Qian breathed a long sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for her quick thinking at the time, she would have almost died in the trial, becoming a very low probability case of failed awakening in Father Suen's mouth. In this way, with one exploration after another, one failure after another, and accumulating experience, I finally succeeded in mastering how to mobilize the energy in my body and gather it in one place for unified release after dozens of resurrections. The last time, I don't know how long I walked, until I suddenly woke up and ended the trial. This is the whole process of my awakening. Not as thrilling and exciting as yours, only the sun overhead, always exposing me to the sun. Even if Lu Qian just simply described it, Lin Feng could feel the kind of powerless despair. Experiencing dozens of deaths, but a hopeless and helpless situation. It's no wonder that after waking up, she felt particularly disappointed when faced with the awakened useless superpower. She experienced so much in her trial, but in the end, it was not even as good as a lighter or a match. Anyone would feel a little withdrawn. Fortunately, Lin Feng probably already discovered the best way to use Lu Qian's current useless energy control superpower. After comforting her for a few more words, Lin Feng took out an ordinary rifle bullet and placed it in Lu Qian's hand. Just now I saw you spacing out while looking at the bullets in your hand while you were loading the magazine. Were you thinking about what would happen if you injected energy into it? Lu Qian nodded, admitting, yes. But I was worried about detonating the bullet, so I didn't try much. I plan to take it outside and test it later. Lin Feng then picked up a level 9 AK that had been upgraded, along with a magazine full of bullets, and walked out of the rock horse chariot with Lu Qian to the open space outside. To avoid disturbing Holy Spring Village and the Oasis battleship, the two decided to ride a tricycle, leave the village, and head to the wasteland on the right side of the avenue. At this time, Ding Yi, who had finished expanding the incubator, heard Lin Feng and Lu Qian's discussion and quickly walked over. I'll go too. I'm quite interested in Lu Qian's ability. Lin Feng nodded. Ding Yi's brain evolution was a bit smarter than theirs, so she might be able to provide good ideas. After all, he only had a general research direction now. When it came to specifics, Lin Feng was also at a loss. The three of them prepared to study the development of abilities, and Lin Feng asked Chen Shanshan to take the rest of the people to the Hunter Guild to order vehicles. He also withdrew 7,000 points from the team's account and distributed them to everyone. As for in Holy Spring Village, there was no need to be so particular. After all, this was Suan Shinfu's territory, and it was also covered by the Holy Spring Church. There was no need to worry about the probing and obstruction of the farm village. Everyone nodded together, understanding the seriousness of the situation. As Chen Shanshan and his group drove the rock horse chariot back to the fifth village, Lin Feng and the other two also rode a tricycle, carrying the necessary equipment, and walked on the road to the wasteland. It wasn't until they were 2 kilometers away from Oasis Town that Lin Feng stopped, took the AK rifle and got off the car, took out the bullets from the magazine, and handed them to Lu Qian, who came from the back of the car. I think your ability has a high chance of increasing the power of the bullets. Let's test its limit first.
Saying that, he asked Ding Yi, who was behind Lu Qian, to put one of the 6 sets of light battle armor they had bought on Lu Qian. Experiments were experiments, but safety had to be ensured. While Ding Yi was putting on the battle armor for Lu Qian, she reminded her, the primer of the bullet, mercury fulminate, has an ignition point of around 160, and is a high explosive. It is extremely sensitive to acupuncture and impact. Be careful not to pinch the bottom of the bullet, just hold the bullet body. Lu Qian, wearing a level 3 helmet, nodded inside. She was also a little scared. After all, the fragmentation power of a bullet exploding directly could also cause considerable damage. Although she was fully armed, only the fingertips holding the bullet could not be covered with gloves, otherwise the energy in her body could not be successfully transmitted into the bullet. And the most serious damage from the bullet explosion would naturally be the fingertips that touched it. At that time, it would be bloody at best, and in severe cases, there was a high possibility that a section of the finger would be broken off. At this moment, Lu Qian, who was tense, was trembling all over. She was extremely nervous. But she also knew that this was her only chance. Only if the experiment was successful could her physical ability play an irreplaceable role and become a useful person to the team. Constantly persuading herself in her heart, suppressing her tension and fear, Lu Qian took a deep breath and began to mobilize her ability to inject energy into the 7.62mm standard rifle bullet in her hand. Ding Yi walked to Lin Feng's side, asked for another bullet, pulled out the bullet at the top, and while checking the gunpowder material inside, she said, "The brass that makes up the shell of the bullet is a very good heat-conducting material. In a seamless sealed space, it can convert the heat energy of the gunpowder explosion into the forward kinetic energy of the bullet." Looking at the black granular gunpowder that was poured out, Ding Yi frowned slightly and continued, "This should be black gunpowder, 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. Made into granules, it is not easy to agglomerate, which can double the power of the explosion, but the explosion speed of black gunpowder is only about 500 meters, which limits the improvement of the bullet's power. If nitrocellulose with an explosion speed of up to 6,000 can be used, the damage of the full power bullet will be further improved, especially in terms of penetration." Lin Feng nodded. He knew something about this knowledge, but not as clearly as Ding Yi. Looking at the upgraded AK rifle in his hand, exquisite AK rifle LV9, white quality basic attributes, damage 45, effective range 1000 meters, remaining ammo 2830, durability 1010, limited upgrade potential, can be further upgraded by imprinting additional attributes, bullet recovery 11s, full power bullet damage +5. Automatic mode rate of fire 20s evaluation, a fully optimized exquisite automatic rifle after upgrading, born from a perfectly designed AK template, has extremely strong adaptability, simple structure, convenient operation, and is not easy to jam. A perfect killing machine upgraded to level 9, the AK with 50 points of damage can kill any strength in life, and also poses a certain threat to first-order evolved wild beasts. The main thing is that the attribute of the space magazine has not been upgraded, and the firepower is limited, not as good as a machine gun. But it's okay to have bullet recovery, at least there is no need to worry about the problem of ammunition in the future. After checking the composition and structure of the bullet, Ding Yi reminded again, "Feel it yourself, remember the temperature of the cartridge case, don't exceed 150 degrees. Lu Qian nodded slightly and swallowed. The sun was shining on her head, but at this moment, she couldn't feel the heat of the sun at all. Her attention was focused on the bullet in her hand. Finally, after slowly and continuously supplying power for half a minute, Lu Qian could feel that the energy was gradually being absorbed by all the gunpowder inside, and had reached a certain critical value at this moment. Any more would change its nature and then release it completely. Tremblingly holding the bullet, she walked to Lin Feng. The surface temperature of the bullet dropped rapidly, and Lu Qian's fingertips holding the bullet were still red. Lin Feng took the bullet and pinched the bullet, special enchanted bullet LV9, white quality, a bullet infused with a large amount of energy, comprehensively improving the power of the gunpowder. Specific changes need to be tested by shooting to be phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red read slash phoneme. Seeing the reminder, Lin Feng immediately filled the bullet into the magazine and aimed at a boulder 50 meters away. After pulling the trigger, only a loud noise was heard. Boom! It was clearly just a rifle, but it burst out with the power comparable to a bolter. While white smoke rose from the muzzle, the locked boulder target in the distance was hit by the empowered bullet, creating a 20 centimeters diameter crack. The three walked forward and saw that the bullet had been deeply embedded in the rock, penetrating 15 centimeters into it, and the bullet was completely deformed and torn apart. Looking at the damage comparable to a level 10 bolter, a reminder also appeared in the corner of Lin Feng's eyes: special enchanted bullet LV9, white quality, a bullet infused with a large amount of energy, comprehensively improving the power of the gunpowder. The bullet's rate of fire is doubled, the effective range is doubled, and the base damage is plus 20%. Note: the enchanted bullet has great power and will cause excessive wear and tear on the firing gun body. The durability will decrease by 1 point every 5 shots. The special empowered bullets have double the firing rate, double the effective range, and plus 20% base damage. This allows the level 9 AK, which originally only had 50 points of damage, to break the limit of a rifle and reach 60 points. Comparable to the power of a level 10 bolt gun. The only problem is that the bullet head is too soft. The copper-clad steel core can only penetrate a dozen centimeters into the rock layer before it shatters into pieces due to the enormous impact force. Other than the recoil becoming greater, there were no other problems. Afterward, he also conducted empowerment experiments on handgun bullets, which also produced corresponding effects, but the effective range was much shorter, only less than 100 meters. A level 3 ordinary handgun can currently only be upgraded to level 9 at most, and because it was not imprinted after level 7, its various attributes are even inferior to Lin Feng's imprinted level 9 precision handgun. Fortunately, the power hasn't decreased much. When paired with empowered bullets, it can deal 60 points of damage within 100 meters. After completing the experiment, Lin Feng earnestly instructed on the way back: there are 400 rifle bullets and 300 handgun bullets. Prioritize empowering the rifle bullets first, ensuring that Lu Mingfei and the other two have 20 empowered bullets in their rifle magazines as backup. Because the optimized AK rifle can only withstand a maximum of 20 empowered bullets. After completing the initial task of 60 bullets, continue to empower the remaining bullets depending on the situation. Lu Qian nodded. The fact that her useless superpower could still be used in this way swept away her previous low mood. She became cheerful, with a light in her eyes. Currently, my ability allows me to empower about 30 bullets a day. I can complete the task in 2 days. Holding another empowered bullet in her hand, Lu Qian gave a rough estimate. Lin Feng hummed in agreement. This speed was completely sufficient. After all, the power of the empowered bullets is obvious to everyone. It's equivalent to each person having 20 small caliber grenades, armor-piercing rounds that hit exactly where they're aimed. If they encounter the Rockhorn horse herd again, even if Lin Feng doesn't take action, the remaining 6 members of the team can easily kill several early mid-stage rank 1 Rockhorn horses. And for the subsequent Ruins mission, whether they encounter unknown underground monsters or other Ruins exploration teams, the 7 members of the team will possess extremely strong long-range striking capabilities. They won't have to rely on phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme combat to solve every danger they encounter. After the 3 returned to the camp, the time had already reached 5 p.m. In another hour, it would enter the night cycle. Lin Feng would also follow Father Suen to the oasis to witness the lives of the upper citizens. Inside the camp, Lu Qian quickly completed today's empowerment task for the remaining rifle bullets. Feeling somewhat tired, she ate some dried meat and walked to Lin Feng's side, looking at the Rockhorn horses that were gradually recovering in the 2 large iron cages, and slowly said, "Have you guys ever wondered why there are 2 large iron cages in Holy Spring Village?" Looking at the welding joints and paint, they seem to have only been made a few days ago. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ding Yi, who was feeding the Rockhorn horses in the iron cages with plant tuber residue. These ground fiber scraps were all sent by monks dispatched by Father Suen. Although the Holy Spring Village cafeteria has meat, the staple food is still starch paste, derived from the tubers of various plants, including the familiar sea buckthorn roots, as well as the mutated potatoes and sweet potatoes grown on the farm. From this, it can also be deduced that the industrial cycle of Rockhorn horse farming in the farm village is as follows: first, plant various high-yield plants, then extract starch liquid from their fruit tubers, and feed the remaining coarse fibers that humans cannot digest to the Rockhorn horses. The feces discharged by the rockhorn horseherd can then provide a continuous source of fertilizer for crop cultivation. Sunlight is the energy source for the entire system, and a large amount of water acts as the energy transfer medium, thereby realizing a stable industrial cycle. So these iron cages for raising rockhorn horses should only appear in the farm village. Holy Spring Village, a place for teaching and educating people, suddenly has 2 sturdy iron cages. Could it be that Father Suan foresaw in advance that his group would capture phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme horses? Or were these iron cages not originally equipped for rockhorn horses? Under Lu Qian's reminder, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. At this time, Ding Yi finished feeding a cart of tuber forage, covered the iron cages with grey cloth again, and walked to the 2 of them. Perhaps it's related to the bounty mission that Father Suan released earlier. The 20-odd corpses of wasteland wolves that we brought back should have something that Suan needs. Biological research, or evolution cells. Ding Yi's words awakened Lin Feng. From the current perspective, the active cells in the mutated wolf fangs were the evolution cells of the wasteland wolf clan. If they were absorbed or implanted into the body, in a sense, it would be the same path and method as using rockhorn horses to obtain life essence and initiate cross-rank evolution. Then the purpose of Suan's research is self-evident. To obtain the evolutionary path of the wasteland wolves. But this doesn't seem to be of much use to the Holy Spring Church. After all, the Church has a mature and complete Holy Spring evolutionary path, which is not only more stable than mutated wild beasts, can obtain sufficient life essence, but also has higher evolutionary potential. Unlike the rockhorn horse path in the farm village. Evolutionists who achieve cross-rank evolution through them may reach their limit after evolving to the late stage of rank 1. If they want to go further, they have to hunt the chieftain-level rockhorn horses with great strength, which is almost an impossible challenge. Analyzing this, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Lin Feng's mind, and he recalled the words that Father Suan left a few hours ago. The Li family in the farm village has expanded its ambitions and crossed the line somewhat. In addition, the farm village's control over evolution meat even restricts the Wasteland Hunting Guild in 5th Village, which would rather spend more to exchange for the evolution meat in their hands. Could it be that Suan's research on wasteland wolves is to deal with the Li family in the farm village? Legend has it that the head of the Li family once killed a chieftain-level rockhorn horse, thereby evolving to the 2nd stage and establishing a farm village that lives by raising rockhorn horses. And the wasteland wolves have always been the rockhorn horses' mortal enemies. As predators, the wasteland wolves' mouthful of refined steel fangs are a sharp weapon for breaking through the rockhorn horse's rock armor. This could be seen when Lin Feng was only a level 4 enhancer and used wolf fang bullets synthesized from refined steel wolf fangs to successfully kill a level 9 female rockhorn horse. Originally, the Holy Spring Church planned to take action against the Li family, and the breakthrough point was the rockhorn horse's predator, the wasteland wolves. As for now, with his self-developed horse taming techniques as a foundation, the Holy Spring Church has more cards to play. They can even make the Li family of farm village retreat, obediently, without resorting to direct confrontation. That's why Father Suan places such importance on horse taming techniques. Analyzing this far, Lin Feng felt he had initially deciphered the overt and covert struggles enveloping Oasis Town. Lin Feng then shared his reasoning and analysis with the other 3 women present. Ding Yi, Lu Qian, and Aiming were all intelligent and could offer some suggestions. The 3 women nodded at Lin Feng's analysis, indicating it was likely accurate. In the end, Ding Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that beneath the seemingly peaceful and tranquil Oasis Town, undercurrents are surging and struggles are constant. Aiming looked up at the massive Oasis warship and smiled before adding, the village is just overt and covert struggles, the real battles are all up there. Lin Feng glanced at Aiming, thoughtfully. Her words further strengthened Lin Feng's determination to not become an Oasis citizen. He didn't want to get involved and be caught in the vortex of the struggles above, only to die an unknown death. The situation in Oasis Town was not peaceful, and Lin Feng was well aware of his limitations. He was just a lucky person who had just evolved to the mid-stage of Tier 1. In the grand scheme of things, especially in the eyes of the Oasis upper echelons, he was insignificant. Therefore, regarding the choices he would face next, the latest novels are available on 69.com. At this moment, Lin Feng had a general judgment. Not long after the four finished discussing, a cultivator hurried over to inform Lin Feng that Father Suan wanted him to prepare to go to the oasis. No weapons are allowed on the oasis. Please remember to leave all weapons behind, Mr. Lin. The cultivator reminded him. Lin Feng nodded. Anyway, no one else could use the imprinted machine gun except him, so he took it off and gave it to Ding Yi for safekeeping. Before leaving, he specifically instructed, when Shen Shan and the others return, tell them I'll be back soon. Protect the rockhorn horses and the incubation pods. Under the gaze of the three women, Lin Feng followed the cultivator towards the Holy Spring Village Church. At this moment, Father Suan was inside, handling the affairs of the village. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, he slowly said, "It's almost time. Let's go." Then, Lin Feng followed behind Suan, leaving the village and heading towards the oasis warship. The warship, which looked massive from a distance, only appeared larger up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Lin Feng increasingly felt his own insignificance. The entire warship was over 200 meters long, about 30 meters wide, and had an average height of 20 meters. Looking up, it was like a small aircraft carrier, capable of carrying 30 to 40,000 people without any pressure, traveling on the wasteland and barren lands. But the oasis certainly didn't have that many people. The 5 villages under the warship alone certainly couldn't support that many upper citizens. On the way to the oasis, Father Suan also introduced Lin Feng. Currently, the oasis has over 10,000 permanent residents, of which only 500 are first-class upper citizens with upper citizen status, and another 1,500 family members. Because family members have equal rights, they are also classified as second-class upper citizens, generally the wives and children of first-class citizens. Most of them come from the first batch of residents when the oasis was first built. Over time, they have been occupied by the families of the other 3 major villages except for Holy Spring Village. Currently, there are very few evolvers from the 5th village who can rise to become upper citizens. In addition to these 2,000 people, among the remaining 8,000, there are about 100 church members, and the rest are oasis servants. They are mainly responsible for the daily maintenance of the oasis, such as cleaning pipes, wiping dust off the photovoltaic panels, and serving the lives of the upper citizens. These people are actually family members from several villages. After becoming evolvers, they can choose to board the oasis and become a servant. If there is a shortage of oasis upper citizens, they will be selected from the servants, or the servants can accumulate enough merit points and choose to be directly promoted to upper citizens. Lin Feng nodded. It seemed that there were quite a few residents on the oasis, over 10,000 people, only slightly less than the total number of people in the 5 major villages below the warship. However, the real first-class upper citizens only numbered 500, accounting for only 5% of the entire oasis and 5% of Oasis Town. The number wasn't that large. But they weren't the real higher-ups. The family heads of the 3 major villages, as well as the guild of the 5th village, and the most powerful church, were the real power holders of Oasis Town. While he hadn't boarded the oasis yet, Lin Feng asked a question he had always had in his mind: when did the oasis warship appear? Why does it maintain such a slow speed and stay so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the scorching sun forbidden zone behind it? Isn't it dangerous? Father Suan paused, then turned his head and said slowly, the warship was transferred here from the Holy City 100 years after the Wasteland era. As for the specific reason, I hadn't yet believed in the Lord of the Holy Spring at that time. It should be that the Holy City encountered a severe food crisis that year and had to send the affiliated warship, along with its citizens, to other regions to alleviate the food burden. Saying that, Father Suan said meaningfully, and the oasis's arrival here, maintaining a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance to the scorching sun forbidden zone, naturally has another important reason. But you don't need to understand it for the time being. When you can truly stand out in Oasis Town, you will naturally understand the responsibilities we bear. Lin Feng nodded, seemingly understanding. The history of Oasis Town was 600 years old. It had circled the earth 100 times. And it was advancing closely to the scorching sun forbidden zone. The reason was naturally related to the forbidden zone behind it. Since he wasn't qualified to understand for the time being, Lin Feng dispelled the idea of exploring further.
Regardless of the reason, the location of Oasis Town was somewhat dangerous.
Lin Feng planned to embark on a journey to the holy city when he reached the late stage of Tier 1. Big cities had more abundant resources, and naturally more opportunities.
Staying in Oasis Town might prevent him from advancing to Tier 2 for the rest of his life. So, people still had to look up and move forward. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the Oasis warship. On the right side of the ship was a long staircase for boarding, next to a few pairs of giant treads 7 or 8 meters high. After climbing 100 steps, they arrived at the 15-meter-high entrance of the warship, where guards were responsible for watching the door. A mid-stage Tier 1 revolver. The other party obviously recognized Father Suan and greeted him respectfully. He only asked Lin Feng to register his identity information before letting him pass. When Lin Feng showed his special hunter license, the guard's eyes clearly lit up, and his attitude became more amiable. The two smoothly entered the interior of the Oasis warship. But the situation inside was quite different from what Lin Feng had imagined. Hot, noisy, crowded. This was Lin Feng's first impression of the Oasis warship. Inside the Oasis warship, Lin Feng was reminded of the underground shelter from back then. Pipes of varying sizes and complex layouts, with more than half already covered in rust, narrow, low corridors where, without signs, it was impossible to tell which direction you were going. It was like the inside of an old, decommissioned warship. And there was also a stuffy, musty smell, like an old room that hadn't been ventilated in a long time. Lin Feng held his breath, following Father Suan, winding around and around, traversing the narrow corridors for 5 or 6 minutes, walking over 100 meters, finally arriving at the upper level of the warship. Opening a large door painted white, the true residential area of the upper-class citizens of Oasis was revealed before Lin Feng's eyes. In an instant, it felt like a whole new world. The aura of civilization rushed towards him. The ceiling was a dome pieced together from hexagonal semi-transparent glass, which reflected most of the light and heat, making the temperature in the residential area exceptionally comfortable. In addition to the release of cool air from the air conditioning, the temperature in the upper-class district of Oasis was only 24 or 5 degrees, exceptionally cool. Lin Feng shifted his gaze from the huge dome above to the tranquil and pleasant living area before him. Looking out, on both sides of a straight main road stood uniformly designed 3-story buildings, most of which were decorated in a modern minimalist style. The large glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the sunlight. The living environment of the upper-class citizens was as relaxed and pleasant as in the 21st century of the old Earth. Lin Feng saw children playing and kicking a ball, and young men and women drinking coffee and chatting by the roadside. They were well dressed, their faces full of smiles. They seemed just like modern people from the old Earth. And at the end of the 4-meter-wide street, at the bow of the warship, stood a 10-meter-high cathedral. At the top of the church tower, stood a golden manhole cover. The church emblem shone brightly in the sunlight, reminding Lin Feng of the silver emblem on the top of the church in Holy Spring Village, which was clearly not as high-class and noble as the one before him. The scale of the Oasis church was also more magnificent and solemn than the village-level church carried by the heavy truck, its glass even coated with a layer of gold paint. Lin Feng then looked back towards the stern of the ship, where on the high-rise buildings, there was a garden platform full of flowers, trees, and a giant tilted lens. Among them, 8,000 servants of the upper class and more than 10,000 permanent residents under the warship were all supporting and serving the upper class, providing them with such a comfortable living environment and an endless supply of food and drink. If the living standards of the two were averaged out, Lin Feng estimated that Oasis Town could support at least twice as many survivors. From the current 20,000 or so people, to 50,000 people. And still at a level of being well fed and well supplied. It was a pity that this was almost impossible. Even if all the higher-ups disappeared and the resources were evenly distributed, a new upper-class group would gradually form in the days that followed, and then continue to maintain the current centralized supply model. At this moment, Lin Feng followed behind the priest, walking on the path to the right of the upper-class district. Although avoiding the main road where crowds gathered, there were still many eyes curiously watching the strange man behind the priest. On the one hand, it was rare for a dirty vagrant to directly enter the upper-class district of Oasis, and on the other hand, the man's appearance was quite handsome.
Although the upper-class citizens of Oasis lived in a pampered environment, with fair and flawless skin, Lin Feng's foundation was much better than theirs. Coupled with his golden wheat complexion, he had a different kind of exotic rugged beauty. At first, it was just the chasing and watching of children, but gradually even adults, especially women, turned their heads at the sound. "Don't mind their gazes, they are just curious because they haven't seen the world," Father Suen said indifferently, quickening his pace. Lin Feng lowered his head and followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them passed through the 100-meter-long path and entered the church area below the cathedral. Suen led Lin Feng into a bathhouse inside, and asked a gray-robed monk to give Lin Feng a set of white clothes. "Wash yourself clean, you can't have a fishy smell when you meet the bishop later." Lin Feng grinned and nodded, entering the bathhouse. The small bathhouse was arranged the same as before, with separate cubicles with benches, showerheads, and toiletries. After randomly choosing one, Lin Feng turned on the faucet, and the 30-degree room temperature water poured down on him. Anyway, the water was free, so he might as well use it. Lamenting the extravagance of the upper-class life in Oasis, Lin Feng began to use shampoo to clean his dusty and matted scalp, and after washing, he used a bath sponge, lathering up with soap and scrubbing off several layers of dead skin accumulated on his body. After spending about 20 minutes, Lin Feng, who had washed clean, changed into a white robe and walked out of the bathroom with a new look. At this moment, Father Suen had already left in advance, leaving behind a gray-robed monk to guide Lin Feng. "Just give me the old clothes, please come with me, Mr. Lin, the priest and the bishop have been waiting in the church for a long time." Lin Feng nodded. "Let's set off as soon as possible." The latest novels are first published on Lu Nine Shuba. The two of them walked one after the other, shuttling through the church area, and soon entered the cathedral from the side. Although the exterior of the church was magnificent and solemn, the interior decoration still maintained its simplicity, and the walls were only painted with white putty, but everywhere Lin Feng went, it was exceptionally clean and spotless. This was the most sacred place in the church. Soon, Lin Feng followed the gray-robed monk to a secret room behind the church. Unlike the church audience Lin Feng had imagined, his first meeting with the person with the highest power and status in Oasis Town was in a windowless secret room. After the gray-robed monk knocked on the door for Lin Feng, he hurriedly left the place. A few seconds later, the door was slowly opened. Father Suen nodded behind the door. "Come in, the bishop has something to ask you." Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, suppressed the nervousness and excitement in his heart, and walked in. In the airtight small room, there was a 3-meter-wide rawwood table, and densely packed books stacked on 3 sides of bookshelves. At this moment, an old man who Lin Feng felt a little familiar was sitting at the wooden table, wearing glasses, flipping through an ancient book. Seeing Lin Feng, the latter showed a slight smile. "I have already heard Suen's introduction. A young man who was both smart and very promising. What do you think of the farm village and the Li family?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Obviously he did not expect that the first audience would be such an opening remark. And the bishop's inquiry was obviously also testing Lin Feng's character. Fortunately, before coming, he had made a preliminary analysis of the situation, so he wouldn't be completely clueless. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng said what he thought in his heart. The Li family controls the source of food in Oasis Town, and it is also one of the lifelines of Oasis. And fortified meat and evolved meat are not only the daily rations of the residents of Oasis, but also the source of life from the rockhorn horses is the basis for the birth and continued strengthening of evolutionaries. So, over time, the farm village will definitely be able to gradually control the remaining 2 villages, including curbing the strength of the 5th village's Hunters Guild. At the same time, it will further infiltrate the upper-class district of Oasis. This is the biggest threat to the church, which has a weak foundation. On the surface, it seems that the 3 major families are doing their own thing, but behind the scenes, the 3 families have already become one, and with the weakening of the guild, for the Li family of Farm Village, as long as they take down the church and make up for the last piece of the puzzle, the water source thus, completely and thoroughly control Oasis Town. The old man hummed and nodded in satisfaction. Although the Holy Spring Church has strict screening restrictions on those who join the church, in extraordinary times, extraordinary methods must be used. You now have 2 choices. One is to continue to improve the horse taming technology, assist the church, complete the removal of the Li family, and take over the farm village after becoming an upper-class citizen of Oasis to ensure a stable supply of meat. The second option is to still improve the horse taming technology, but after that, hand it over to the church, and in exchange, you will be given a piece of evolution meat from a leader-level Rockhorn horse. Recently, the intelligent push has been very poor, with new additions falling again and again. If you want to raise the book, please open an automatic subscription. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme 60 chapters, 200,000 words, at the end of the month. Otherwise, if too many people raise it, the intelligent push will fall even more, and the vicious cycle will kill the book. After acknowledging Lin Feng's assessment of the situation, Bishop Sama offered two choices. Lin Feng immediately launched into a brainstorming session, quickly analyzing the different implications behind these two choices. The first option was to become an oasis citizen and take over the farm village after the Li family's disappearance, continuing to provide a large supply of Rockhorn horse meat to stabilize Oasis Town. This was no small undertaking. Lin Feng estimated that he would have to kill at least 2 rank 1 initial stage Rockhorn horses every day to meet the needs of the 2,000 Oasis citizens and 20,000 permanent residents. Life afterward would still not be easy. Because his strength was limited, whether he became a puppet manipulated by the upper echelons or found an opportunity to advance to rank 2, he would eventually be confined to Oasis Town. Lin Feng certainly didn't want to become a puppet, and the outcome of evolving beyond his level to the second stage was the same as the current Li family. So, the first option, seemingly offering generous conditions, was full of traps, only temporarily glorious, but would only benefit others in the future. Moreover, Lin Feng never intended to stay in Oasis Town forever from the start. As for the second option, it was a buyout. A piece of leader-grade Rockhorn horse's evolution meat was enough for Lin Feng to step into rank 1 late stage, and the price was the complete transfer of the horse taming technology. After that, the transformation of the farm village would have nothing to do with Lin Feng, equivalent to being an outsider in this vortex of struggle. In fact, Lin Feng had also thought about what generous trading conditions the Holy Spring Church would offer, including Oasis citizen status, shopping points, and evolution potions. But what Lin Feng needed most right now was undoubtedly the evolution meat provided by Bishop Sama. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible to cope with the upcoming relic exploration mission and the impending turmoil in Oasis Town. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and decisively chose the second option. I am willing to obtain the leader-grade Rockhorn horse's evolution meat. In exchange, I will develop a toxin that can paralyze rank 1 late-stage leader-grade Rockhorn horses. If the injected dose is large enough, I think it will have some effect even on rank 2 chieftain-grade Rockhorn horses. Lin Feng's choice surprised both Father Suan and Bishop Sama present. Although Suan had tested him before and knew that Lin Feng was unwilling to become an Oasis citizen, the conditions offered by Bishop Sama were not just about citizen status. It also included the entire remaining farm village after the Li family was eliminated. This meant that in time, Lin Feng could also establish a great wasteland family like the Li family. At least it could be passed down for 500 years. If he was fortunate enough to evolve to rank 2, it was not impossible for his power and status to be extended for another 1,000 years. Such generous treatment, taking over a large family of thousands of people and hundreds of years of accumulation, anyone would agree to it without hesitation, but the young man in front of him chose the latter, which had the lowest return. After a moment of surprise, Bishop Sama took a deep look at Lin Feng in front of him and nodded. Good, after the gospel ceremony is over, I will send someone to deliver the leader-grade Rockhorn horse's evolution meat to Holy Spring Village. Since you're new here, take advantage of the Holy Spring Day to stay in the oasis for a while longer, wander around, and take a look. Perhaps after a deeper understanding of life in the oasis, you will change your current thoughts. After speaking, Bishop Sama lowered his head and continued to study the worn-out ancient book on the table. Father Suan then signaled Lin Feng to step down. Before leaving and closing the door, he instructed, I have arranged an acolyte outside to be your guide to visit the oasis. There will also be a Holy Spring ceremony later, so watch it together. Lin Feng nodded and left immediately. After the door was closed, Father Suan returned to Bishop Sama's side and said, it seems he has no sense of belonging to Oasis Town. Bishop Sama pushed his thick glasses. A firearms-type ability evolver is a first-class existence even in the Holy City. There is indeed no need to stay in Oasis Town, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme an ordinary life. It's not a bad thing for young people to have some lofty ambitions. We'll find someone else to take over the farm village when the time comes. There's one more thing saying that. Bishop Sama slowly closed the book. The last pilgrimage caravan did not return on time. They were attacked by wanderers. Father Suan frowned slightly. Recently, around Oasis Town, the only group that could pose a threat to the pilgrimage caravan is a branch of the Salvation Army. They came here for the Mount Tai relic, wanting to explore the deep forbidden area inside. Bishop Sama nodded. A combat priest broke out in advance and has returned to the holy spring pool to recover. According to him, only the Lee family of the farm village was attacked this time. In addition to the daily purchase of breeding farm tools, growth hormones, and other veterinary drugs, there was also a life essence of a chieftain-grade rockhorn horse that they spent a lot of money to order from the Holy City's life farm. It is estimated that they wanted to improve the quality and prolong the life of the leader-grade rockhorn horse in the farm village. Now that it has been snatched away by the attackers, if they can't catch a new leader-grade rockhorn horse in the future, all the plans of the Lee family will be in vain. Father Suan raised an eyebrow. So, this Salvation Army has helped us instead. If the Lee family cannot provide mid-term evolution meat, they will first be betrayed by their relatives and lose the support of Dawn and Motorcycle Village. Then they will be criticized and attacked by the crowd. Bishop Sama took off his glasses, his eyes were like torches, and the aura on his body gradually increased, transforming from a frail old man into a powerful rank 2 revolver. No. We should be more worried that the Lee family will become desperate and take action in advance to directly seize control of the Oasis worship. Father Suan's expression was solemn. Understood. The analysis of the wasteland wolf's evolution cells has also achieved initial results. As long as the Lin Feng team can obtain the source essence scattered by the Wolf King in the Great Battle in the Mount Tai relic, they can make the Mad Wolf Potion. According to the experimental records left by predecessors, injection can increase physical strength by 40%, and even rank 2 revolvers can gain a 20% increase, growing fangs and sharp teeth enough to tear through ceramic steel armor. It has a special attack effect against the Lee family's Rockhorn horse warriors. Once formed, even the head of the Lee family will not be our opponent. Bishop Sama nodded and looked at the world map hanging on the wall on one side of the door. In the dim light, the northern hemisphere of the map was marked with dozens of global routes that human forces had explored and excavated. On the next Holy Spring Day, the Oasis, which is advancing 300 kilometers, will pass by the Mount Tai relic, and then there will be the Holy Land pilgrimage once every 6 years. At that time, there will be temple knights to help, and the Lee family will definitely not drag it until then. Bishop slowly opened his mouth, analyzing the situation, and after passing by the Mount Tai relic, the Oasis will encounter a fork in the road. The newest and most complete novels are all available on 69.com. Their time to act can only be before the next Holy Spring Day at the latest, and as long as they succeed, they can manipulate the Oasis worship to deviate from the original plan. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme and drive all the way north into the northern border. Father Suan nodded, feeling the urgency of time and the severity of the situation, and promised, I will let Lin Feng and the others set off as soon as possible to ensure that they can complete the Mount Tai relic mission within 5 days after the Holy Spring Day. Bishop Sama nodded slightly. At this time, Suan thought of the wanderers near Oasis Town and added, that Salvation Army only robbed the Lee family's goods, which shows that this was premeditated. Could it be that they also have plans for the Rockhorn horse breeding industry in the farm village? Bishop Sama had already walked to the door and opened it. Our mission is the Oasis, no need to worry about the rest. After leaving Bishop Sama's secret room, Lin Feng quickly left the narrow corridor, and only after walking into the spacious aisle of the church did he breathe a sigh of relief. The heart that had been hanging in his throat and beating non-stop was finally able to relax a little. Just now, facing 2 incomparably powerful evolvers, Lin Feng really felt a lot of pressure. Not to mention Father Suan, Lin Feng estimated that his evolution level was rank 2 initial mid-stage, several times stronger than himself at present. As for Bishop Sama, Lin Feng couldn't even feel the aura on his body. And the last time this happened was when Lin Feng was facing Father Suan before he achieved cross-level evolution. Lin Feng estimated that he could only sense the existence of 1 level stronger than himself. For example, at the 9th level of strengthening, he could clearly sense the aura of a rank 1 evolver, and after being promoted to rank 1 mid-stage, he could roughly deduce Father Suan's strength. Now that he couldn't detect Bishop Sama's aura, there was only one possibility, that was, the other party's strength had already entered rank 2 late stage, or even stronger. Lin Feng felt like he was being penetrated just by standing in front of him.